Family, who would have thought? In front of the Yonko Shanks, I drew my sword and instantly defeated the bounty of 800,000, the mountain bandit King Sieg. I have traveled to become Karp's grandson and gained strength through the skill simplification system. Soon after, Luffy accidentally ate the gum-gum fruit and was captured by bandits, and a great battle was about to break out. Let me tell you, it was simply amazing. Right in front of the Yonko Shanks, I drew my sword and took down that 800,000 bounty mountain bandit king in one move. Who understands that moment? I felt like the whole atmosphere in Windmill Village went silent. This story needs to start from the beginning. I am Monkey D. Lu Chun, a proud traveler. As soon as I arrived, I fell into the sea and almost became fish food, but luckily I was rescued by Old Man Karp. Upon hearing that this is the world of One Piece, I didn't hesitate and immediately recognized my family, becoming Karp's chief grandson and a brother to the future Pirate King Luffy. That day, I was enjoying food and drinks with Luffy at Makino's Tavern, accompanied by none other than the living Shanks. My CPU was nearly overheating. This is the future Yonko. Sitting next to him were Ben Beckman and others, an absolute all-star lineup. To survive in this world of divine battles, I could only rely on my golden finger, the skill simplification system. This system has one amazing function, skill simplification. For example, my swordsmanship was simplified to swing sword. While others toil for decades, what do I need to do? Just swing the sword. Swing wants to gain a bit of experience, focusing on the idea that quantity can lead to quality. Just as I was pondering how to exploit the system, my silly brother Luffy started acting up again, hugging Shanks' leg and shouting, "Shanks, take me to sea. I want to be a pirate too." Shanks laughed heartily. "You? A pirate?" Luffy's face puffed up with anger. "My punches are as powerful as guns." Shanks teased him, "Is that so?" With that tone, he casually handed over a cup of juice, and Luffy, without a second thought, gulped it down. "See, you're still just a little kid." Shanks laughed, slapping the table. Everyone in the tavern joined in the laughter, making Luffy jump up and curse. I also got a cup of juice, to be honest. It didn't taste great. Luffy leaned over and asked what I wanted to do in the future. I said I wanted to be a Marine, specifically to catch him. He put his hands on his hips and shouted arrogantly, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the tavern door was kicked open. A tall mountain bandit, with a knife at his waist, swaggered in with a few lackeys behind him. "Huh, is this how pirates behave?" he scoffed. I squinted my eyes, realizing that this was the mountain bandit King Sieg, with a bounty of 800,000 berries, known to be the only person who dared to challenge a Yonko with a bottle of wine. A notification rang in my head. Defeat Sieg. Reward energy points 2, quick sword 1. Well, I had to step up for this one. The tavern owner Makino quickly approached with a smile, but Sieg demanded 10 barrels of wine. When Makino said they were sold out, he immediately became displeased, pointing at Shanks and the others. "So what are they drinking, plain water?" Shanks, with his good temper, raised an unopened bottle of wine and handed it over. "Sorry, we finished it. Hey, race this bottle for you." Guess what happened next? Sieg smashed the wine bottle right on Shanks' hand with a punch. The wine mixed with glass, shards splattered all over Shanks. "I'm an 800,000 bounty man. Is one bottle enough to rinse my mouth?" I saw a flash of killing intent in Shanks' eyes, but it disappeared instantly. He was still apologizing to Makino for messing up the floor and asked for a cloth to clean it up. Sieg was getting more excited, drawing his knife and smashing the cups and plates on the bar, arrogantly saying, "You love cleaning, right? Now you have plenty to clean." He turned to leave, cursing coward. Luffy was shaking with anger, but I couldn't let him go. I stood up and coldly shouted, "Stop." The bandits laughed. "Kid, looking for death?" I said expressionlessly, "You broke my friend's wine. Either pay for it or apologize." Makino turned pale with fright, urging me to sit down. Although Shanks and the others didn't say anything, their eyes were already locked on those bandits, ready to move at any moment. One of Sieg's lackeys grinned and charged at me with a knife. To me, his movements seemed slow, full of openings. I dodged to the side and countered with a knife, cutting a gash in his back. He screamed and fell. Sieg's face changed, and he personally stepped in. "Kid, you have some skills, but in front of me the mountain bandit King Sieg. It's not enough." He swung his knife at me with real strength. I blocked it with my sword, but was nearly knocked back. This guy was at a higher level than me, pressuring me with his attacks, clanging loudly, forcing me to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong with my sword. Looking down, I saw a crack on the blade. This broken sword, could it be from a bargain bin? Sure enough, when Sieg swung down again, with a clang, my sword broke in half. "Huh, no sword now, let's see how you fight me." Sieg laughed madly. But I wasn't afraid. I charged forward with the half-blade, taking advantage of his moment of distraction to slash at his waist. He cried out in pain, completely enraged, "Kid, you will die today." Seeing that he was about to go all out, Shanks suddenly shouted, "Liu Chun, catch the sword." A magnificent western sword flew over. I jumped up and caught it. It was his weapon, the Griffin, one of the 12 great blades. With this divine weapon in hand, I was bound to soar. Sieg didn't recognize the sword and insulted it as the sword of a foolish pirate, then swung down at me. I took a deep breath, sheathed the Griffin at my waist, and assumed a stance to draw my sword. Luffy was anxiously yelling my name, but Shanks held him back. At the moment Sieg's knife was about to hit my head, I moved. One sword style, draw slash. A flash of silver light cut through the air. Sieg froze in place, his knife clattering as it broke in half, and then a spray of blood erupted from him as he fell straight to the ground. The remaining bandits were terrified, screaming the captain is dead, and fled in a panic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards. Quick sword 1. Energy points 2. Awesome. I returned the sword to Shanks, who looked at me with admiration. Who taught you that swordsmanship? I smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Just as I was saying this, there was a commotion on Luffy's side. Shanks turned around and turned pale. Luffy, did you eat something from that box? Luffy was holding half of a purple strange fruit. Shanks grabbed Luffy's ankle and shook him frantically. Spit it out. Quickly, spit it out. As a result, Luffy's legs stretched out like rubber bands. Wow, that fool actually ate the gum-gum fruit. He'll be a landlubber for life. It was hilarious. When the tavern quieted down, I noticed Sieg's body was gone, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. I knew this guy had a hard life and wouldn't die so easily. Just right, I could still use him. I walked out of the tavern and heard singing from the ship. It was Yuta. I went over to chat with her for a while, and the system chimed again, giving me a new task to help Yuta lift her curse on Music Island, with a reward that was shockingly generous. All right, you'll remember this. Back at my place, I took out the new dagger I earned from the system rewards. Although it couldn't compare to Griffin's, it was much better than my broken one. I then started swinging the sword wildly in the yard. Watching my experience points rise by 11, it felt incredibly satisfying. Early the next morning, I was awakened by the urgent knocking of Makino. "Liu Chun, Luffy is missing," she said, holding a note that read, "Trade the knife for the person, Sig's Mountain Bandits." I couldn't help but feel a thrill the bait had been taken. I immediately put on a serious face and pulled Makino to find Shanks. As soon as Shanks heard this, his expression darkened instantly, his killing intent almost overflowing. "Let's go. We need to bring Luffy back." We charged towards the village entrance, and sure enough, we saw Sig and his gang flaunting their power while holding Luffy captive. Sig even had the audacity to slap Luffy. Shanks' crewmate, the chubby Lucky Roo, was munching on a large drumstick. When he saw a bandit pointing a gun at Shanks without a second thought, he pulled the trigger, and the guy was gone in an instant. Clean and swift. Ben Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, coldly remarked, "Despicable? Do you think your opponent is a saint? What stands before you is a pirate." Sig panicked completely, putting a knife to Luffy's neck. "Aren't you afraid he'll kill him?" I was right beside them, and Shanks' aura was something else. He took a step forward, his voice not loud, but every word struck deep. "You can throw wine at me, spit on me, and I can laugh it off. However, no matter what reasons you have, I will not allow anyone to harm my friends." Let me tell you, as soon as Shanks said that, the leader of the bandits, Sig, completely disregarded him. That guy was furious, glaring with bulging eyes, and yelled for his underlings to charge at us. What happened next? Shanks didn't even need to lift a finger. His first mate, the older brother Beckman, stepped forward casually, looking completely unfazed. I was also filled with adrenaline, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to complete a task, so I grabbed my knife and shouted, "Uncle Beckman, I'm here to help you." The end. The family of Gorin has no need for it at all. I just took down one, while over there, it's as if the other side has unleashed a double-edged sword, moving with the swiftness of a bolt of black lightning. With a spear in hand, they danced wildly, sending those bandits tumbling like bowling pins. My mind was still ringing, and when asked if I wished to learn any martial arts, I flatly refused. What a joke. If I were to learn, I would aim for the pinnacle. In the blink of an eye, all the minions have fallen. Beckman pointed his gun at that Shiga, sneering, "If you dare to move against us, at least bring a warship." Luffy stood beside me, dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The bandit leader, sensing the shift in atmosphere, immediately fell to his knees in supplication, to which Shanks, with a smile, inquired how much his head was worth. This fellow was utterly terrified, pulling out a smoke bomb and smashing it on the ground. With a bang, when the smoke cleared, he had vanished, taking Luffy with him. Shanks, the master of acting, clutched his head, exclaiming, "Oh no, I was careless. What shall we do now that Luffy has been captured?" I was nearly bursting with laughter. Dear friends, Who could understand such acting? It would be a shame not to win an award for it. I was not the least bit concerned. Luffy is the protagonist and cannot perish. With my mission completed, I secured 1 energy point, feeling quite pleased. Everyone scattered to search, and of course, I followed Shanks. On the other hand, that foolish bandit, believing himself to be the chosen one, tossed Luffy into the sea. The next moment, a grotesque creature, the Sea King, emerged behind him and devoured him and his little boat as if they were mere snacks. Then, that monstrous being set its sights on Luffy, who was flailing in the water. I was paddling my small boat behind, anxiously shouting, "Shanks, wait a moment. Let me get closer so I can snag a skill." Just as that gaping maw was about to snap down, Shanks dashed over, running on the water, and scooped Luffy up. The monster, witnessing its prey escape, was about to lunge again when Shanks shot at a glance, uttering a single word, "Scram." I must tell you, at that moment, even from a distance, I felt my hair stand on end, an invisible pressure pinning me down. The Sea King, more cowardly than I, performed an underwater retreat, fleeing faster than anyone. In that instant, a thought struck me. Would you like to learn the skill Conqueror's Haki? Yes, I must learn it. Without hesitation, I spent 1 energy point. Then, an idea occurred to me. I spent another point. System, simplify it for me. The next moment, the prompt appeared. Conqueror's Haki, sleep. At that moment, I realized sleeping could make one stronger. Isn't that the life I've always dreamed of? When Shanks brought Luffy aboard my ship, I noticed his left arm was gone. An empty sleeve swayed beside him. My heart sank. Was it worth sacrificing an arm of a Yonko in the East Blue? Upon returning to the village, everyone sighed in relief, but upon seeing Shanks' arm, no one could muster a smile. Just as I was preparing to return home to train, Yuta came looking for me, explaining that she would be leaving the next day. Upon hearing this, I panicked. What? Departing so soon? I hadn't even gleaned armament Haki or observation Haki from Shanks yet. It seemed she misunderstood, her face flushed. I immediately turned on the dramatics, making heartfelt promises, and sure enough, the system chimed, presenting me with another task. This time a lucrative one. After chatting with Yuta, I hurried home to test my newly acquired Conqueror's Haki. I glared at a vase, and to my astonishment, it cracked. I, however, ended up fainting from the shock. When I awoke, it was the next day, and Luffy was outside calling for me, saying Shanks and the others were leaving. I checked the system and realized, after a nap, my Conqueror's Haki had leveled up. Upon reaching the dock, I witnessed the iconic scene of Shanks placing the straw hat on Luffy's head. I approached Shanks and revealed that the one who taught me swordsmanship was our and Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. Shanks' expression was one of shock, nearly causing his eyes to pop out. I could imagine him thinking how he had deceived the grandson of a naval hero into becoming the Pirate King. Not long after Shanks and his crew departed, Sister Makino informed me that Grandpa Garp would be arriving in the afternoon. I thought to myself, this is the opportunity. Following Luffy would lead nowhere. I must go to the Navy headquarters to reap the benefits. The system was quite accommodating, promptly assigning me a task to join the Navy. In the afternoon, Garp stormed in just as Luffy was showing off his rubber powers in the tavern, landing a punch squarely on Garp's face as he entered. What a hornet's nest he stirred. The old man unleashed a flurry of loving iron fists, and despite Luffy being made of rubber, he howled in pain, 3 lumps forming on his head in an instant. I understood immediately. There was something within those fists. Sure enough, the system prompted, skill armament Haki discovered. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Why not seize a free opportunity? Luffy, ever the stubborn one, dared to proclaim he would become the Pirate King in front of Garp, only to be beaten again. Garp then turned to me and asked if I wanted to become a pirate. I shook my head vigorously, not wishing to incur that wrath. Then, the old man took Luffy to the bandit den at Dan's Mountain, and I followed. There I met Ace. The lad was quite cool. Without hesitation, he hurled a stone at me, which I easily dodged. His gaze shifted towards me with newfound respect. I felt a pang of discomfort. This fellow would not last long in the War of the Best. Just as this thought arose, the system presented me with a daunting task: save Ace during the War of the Best. The rewards were so enticing that I gasped in surprise. This task was worth risking everything. After ensuring Luffy was settled, I boarded the warship with Grandpa Garp, officially embarking on the journey to the Navy headquarters. During my time on the ship, I did not rest. I fervently practiced swordplay on deck by day and collapsed into sleep by night, watching my swordsmanship and conqueror's hockey experience points soar. I even reached a level where I could slice through beads of sweat, leaving Grandpa Garp in awe. Meanwhile, in the new world, Mihawk sought out Shanks. When the two met, they exchanged a strike, splitting the sea with their sword energy. Mihawk inquired about Shanks' arm, to which Shanks replied that he had wagered it on the new era, mentioning that he had encountered an interesting little swordsman in the East Blue, hinting that Mihawk's title as the world's greatest swordsman might be in jeopardy. Surely, he was referring to me. After spending 18 days at sea, we finally arrived at Marineford. I checked my status. Level E, Swordsmanship D, Conqueror's Hockey E, and my newly learned Armament Hockey was still at G, yet my power had increased significantly. Just as we disembarked, a man wearing a gray round hat and appearing quite slender approached, bowing respectfully and calling out, "Vice Admiral Garp." The old man pointed him out to me, saying, "Liu Chun, this is my aide Bogart. If you have any questions about swordsmanship, ask him." My eyes lit up, and I hurried to greet him. "Vice Admiral Bogart, I look forward to your guidance." I must say, this Vice Admiral Bogart is undoubtedly formidable. When I scanned him with my system, it revealed 3 question marks across the board for level and skills. What does this mean? It indicates that this fellow is so powerful that the system cannot even detect him. My heart sank. It seems I must be quite courteous when seeking his advice on swordsmanship. Then, the old man led me directly to the highest building in the Navy headquarters, intending to complete the paperwork for the Admiral's office. The heads turned as we walked. The attention was palpable. Everyone cast glances my way, whispering like a surround sound system. Who is this? Following Vice Admiral Garp? Must be new. With a sword, probably has connections. I tell you, it felt akin to a giant panda strolling through a zoo. Upon reaching the office door, the old man told us to wait and kicked the door open. Bogart and I stood at attention outside, hearing Garp's thunderous voice inside. "Sengoku, sign here. Let my grandson go to the Navy training camp." After a brief silence, the voice of Jean Gua emerged, likely under the impression that the old man was referring to either Luffy or Ace, considering Ace's identity, which is well understood by those in the know. However, the old man, while casually picking his nose, stated emphatically, "Neither of them. It is my newly recognized grandson, Liu Chun." He then slapped my information onto the table. I could almost envision Marshal Jean Gua adjusting his glasses, wearing an expression of disbelief at the absurdity of the situation, yet he ultimately signed off, as it was a matter of Karp's reputation. He promptly arranged for me to attend the intermediate training camp. Before leaving, the old man casually added, "By the way, find the best swordsmanship instructor for my grandson." Once he exited, he tossed the documents to Bogart and instructed him to assist me with the paperwork, disappearing without another word. A chime rang in my mind, signaling the completion of my task. The system rewarded me with 1 energy point and a swordsmanship book titled Sifong Zhan. Without hesitation, I began my studies. Then, with resolve, I utilized that precious energy point to simplify my armed hockey. Little did my family understand. A message popped up on the system panel. Armed hockey taking damage. I was momentarily stunned. Taking damage? Does training hockey equate to seeking punishment? What sort of cybernetic awakening is this? The system certainly knew how to intensify my experience. Just as I was questioning my existence, Major Bogart patted me on the shoulder and said, "Liu Chun, let's go. I will take you to the intermediate training camp." He kindly reminded me that the intensity of the camp was quite high and advised me to prepare mentally. I thought to myself, is there a training method more direct than taking punishment? Bring it on, I am ready. A few minutes later, we arrived at a small auxiliary island, the very site of the training camp. The training ground was filled with sweating Navy personnel, their battle cries resonating loudly. Bogart led me directly into the office of the chief instructor. The instructor, named Peter, furrowed his brow upon seeing me. A newcomer? So young? Joining the intermediate camp directly? Bogart handed over the documents, and upon perusing them, Peter's eyes widened as he pointed to Karp's name, asking, "What is your relation to Vice Admiral Karp?" I immediately stood at attention, smiling as I replied, reporting, "Instructor is my grandfather." However, please do not give me any special treatment. Equal treatment will suffice." Instructor Peter nodded, and after Bogart finalized the handover, he departed. Peter then took me to the training area. To my astonishment, 50 robust young men stood in perfect formation, resembling a copy-paste job. After introducing me, the instructor instructed me to stand at the back, which made my status as a transfer student exceedingly apparent. Just as I settled in, a blue-haired individual erupted from the ranks, stepping forward to confront the instructor. "Report. I am not satisfied. Who is this guy? Why does he get to skip ahead to the intermediate camp? We fought tooth and nail to emerge from the beginner camp. What does it mean for him to waltz in here on connections? Where's the Navy's justice?" This outburst instantly ignited the ire of everyone present, their gazes piercing through me with disdain. The instructor's face darkened as he thundered back, "This is a special approval from the marshal. If you have a problem, take it up with the marshal." Yet, the blue-haired rebel stubbornly retorted, "I am not satisfied. This is unfair." The instructor found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the escalating situation, I felt a surge of amusement and stepped forward, addressing the blue-haired challenger. "Stop your whining. If you are unsatisfied, let's settle it with a duel." The entire area fell silent, everyone staring at me as if I were a fool. The instructor was taken aback. "Lu Chun, are you certain? He is Barton, one of the top 5 in the beginner training camp." I nodded confidently, "Absolutely. In fact, I would relish the chance for him to strike me." The system task was triggered. Silence everyone and gain recognition. Reward: energy points. How fortuitous. I raised the stakes. If I lose, I will leave. If I win, you will be my sparring partner from now on. Deal. Barton agreed without hesitation. I discreetly scanned the system. This fellow was ranked E, with his strongest attribute being physical combat. He was essentially tailored to be my experience booster. As the duel began, the crowd cleared a wide space. Barton cracked his knuckles and charged at me with surprising speed. However, upon reaching me, he noticed I hadn't even drawn my sword and assumed I was paralyzed by fear. He unleashed a powerful punch directly to my chest. The impact echoed loudly. I stumbled back several steps, but in my mind, I received a melodious notification. "Ding, congratulations. Host gains 20 experience points in armed hockey." Unable to contain my mirth, I burst out laughing. I brushed the dust from my chest and motioned to him. "Buddy, have you skipped meals? Is that all the strength you can muster?" Barton was furious, his face turning purple as he angrily launched into a flurry of punches, each landing solidly on my body. I simply guarded my face with my hands, passively taking the hits and retreating step by step. To onlookers, it appeared as though I was being thoroughly thrashed, utterly defenseless. The other trainees jeered. "Connection-based privilege doesn't cut it. Go back home." The instructor was frantic, wringing his hands, while even Marshal Jean-Gua, watching from a distance, frowned in disapproval. Yet, unbeknownst to them, I was elated inside. "Ding, armed hockey experience 30. Ding, armed hockey experience 40. Ding, congratulations, host's armed hockey levels up." I discovered that the more punishment I absorbed, the faster my experience increased. This was not merely taking damage. It was an all-you-can-eat buffet of experience. After a full quarter of an hour, Barton, panting heavily, finally ceased his assault. In contrast, although my body bore bruises, my spirits were high, and I cheerfully called out to him, "Hey, don't stop now. Keep the music playing." Barton, bewildered, seemed to have an epiphany. "You want to exhaust my stamina? I want to fall for that." I realized my experience was about to dwindle. Sighing, I said, "All right, if you insist, I suppose I must bring you down." With disdain plastered on his face, Barton replied, "You think you can?" Before he could finish his sentence, I was already in motion. Swish! A single slash from my sword. A flash of green light gleamed, and I had appeared behind him, sheathing my blade. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment, none able to comprehend how I had executed my attack. The next moment, Barton coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing with a gaping wound in his chest. The arena fell silent, jaws dropping in disbelief. I turned around, smiling as I asked, "Now, do I have the qualifications?" No one dared respond. The instructor quickly intervened, formally announcing my admission and instructing for Barton to be taken to the infirmary. Thus, I boldly claimed the fourth position that rightfully belonged to Barton. The system notified me that the task was complete, granting me another energy point. Delightful. Following this, Instructor Peter began outlining the training curriculum, the Navy's 6 forms. The requirement for the intermediate camp was to master 3 forms to graduate. Today, he would teach the first, iron block. The instructor demonstrated, lifting his shirt to reveal a chiseled six-pack, allowing a trainee to strike him with a knife, which merely resulted in a clang, sparks flying, and the blade bending. Everyone watched in awe, except for me, who remained unfazed. Iron block? I already possessed armed hockey. Was this not redundant? The system prompted me to decide whether to learn it, and I promptly declined. Thus, when the instructor announced that we would practice this for the next month, I raised my hand. Instructor, opt out of this? The crowd gasped once more. Instructor Peter's face turned pale. Why? Have you already mastered it? I scratched my head. I suppose I have. He invited me to demonstrate, promising a month off if I truly knew it. Stepping forward, I extended my arm toward the same trainee, saying, "Come on, strike me." In the hesitating eyes of the young man, I activated my armed hockey. Instantly, my arm was enveloped in a dark hue. Ding! A crisp sound resonated as his knife was sent flying. At that moment, everyone's perception of me transformed completely, shifting from disdain to admiration. The instructor recognized that this was not iron block, but hockey. However, he chose not to clarify, likely fearing it would discourage the new recruits. He granted me my leave. To my astonishment, my joy was short-lived as I witnessed the commencement of their training. What spectacle! Pairs of individuals embraced massive wooden stumps, colliding fiercely against each other's midsections. The training ground echoed with anguished cries, and in an instant, my eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the experience-gathering paradise I had longed for? Regret washed over me as I swiftly approached a solitary lad, shamelessly proposing, "Brother, you seem free. Shall I join you in practice?" The young man, named Slayedthe, was taken aback but consented. Thus, I spent the day amidst the cacophony of thuds and the delightful chimes of experience notifications. Instructor Peter observed me from the sidelines, utterly bewildered, likely questioning whether I had a penchant for masochism. This rigorous training persisted for a month. I practiced swordsmanship in the mornings and engaged in sparring with Barton and Slayedthe in the afternoons. My conqueror's hockey flourished in slumber, while my armament hockey grew stronger through combat, propelling my strength to new heights. By the end of the month, an astonishing 23 participants had mastered the iron block technique, shattering Instructor Peter's previous record. As the new course commenced, Instructor Peter introduced the technique known as SwordsmanWho. He briefly elucidated the principle, generating explosive speed through short, high-frequency steps. Demonstrating with finesse, he vanished from sight, reappearing several dozen meters away. The students were left awestruck, with Barton's eyes gleaming, likely envisioning vengeance upon me once he mastered this skill. I, however, silently observed the system panel, and in that moment of demonstration, a notification chimed in my mind. Ding! Skill Marine 6 Styles Sword discovered. Learning successful. If Barton were to realize I had already acquired this skill, his mental state would surely unravel. Subsequently, Instructor Peter prepared us for an arduous leg strength training session, with various equipment laid out. Just as we were about to commence, a frantic Navy sailor rushed in, breathless, announcing that orders had arrived from above, instructing the intermediate training camp trainees to board the ship immediately and join the fleet in exterminating pirates. Upon hearing this, Instructor Peter's expression turned grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "All hands, arm yourselves and follow me." Our group erupted with excitement, hastily retrieving our weapons. I was bewildered and quietly inquired of Slayedthe, "Brother, what is going on? Isn't this a training camp? Why are we heading into actual combat?" Slayedthe, with a knowing smile, replied, "This is quite common. The seas are tumultuous, and the Navy is severely understaffed. We often ventured out from the junior training camp to engage in skirmishes." He glanced at me curiously and asked, "By the way, is this your first experience on the battlefield?" I nodded, having recently advanced a level. He patted my shoulder, offering a brotherly caution, "Be careful. Today, as pirates, are no trifling matter, and our strength is limited. Your life is paramount. Avoid direct confrontation. I acknowledged his advice and boarded the warship with the main force. The scene was overwhelming. The deck was teeming with personnel, surrounded by a fleet of Navy ships, at least dozens in number, creating an imposing spectacle. Instructor Peter donned a cloak emblazoned with the word justice, and as the sea breeze swirled and the battle drums echoed, the atmosphere was electrifying. Leading us was the largest warship, where a lieutenant stood at the bow, vociferously commanding, "Set sail." With that command, dozens of ships surged forth in perfect unison. Surveying my surroundings, I realized our contingent was comprised solely of novices from the training camp. The others were seasoned Navy personnel. I leaned closer to Shiza, inquiring, "Do you know the specifics of the situation?" It seemed a Navy vessel had been attacked by pirates, and we were dispatched for rescue. "Whose ship?" I pressed. "Colonel Monka." At that moment, my heart sank. Monka, the infamous Axeman Monka, whom Luffy had previously bested in the early stages of the Pirate King saga, and where Zoro had made his debut. How could he have been ambushed? This twist in the narrative piqued my interest. I sensed a mission lurking ahead, potentially allowing me to refine my newly acquired Soru. After over an hour of sailing, we finally arrived at our destination. From a distance, I spotted two ships. One was Navy, while the other bore a Black Cat skull flag. I instantly recognized it. The Black Cat pirates. How had they come to clash? The lieutenant immediately issued a command. "All ships, accelerate. Surround them. Not a single one shall escape." As we drew nearer, the stench of blood permeated the air. I glimpsed the deck of the Navy ship, littered with fallen comrades, blood flowing freely, with not a single survivor in sight. Just then, a notification echoed in my mind. Mission triggered. Eliminate Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. Reward: 2 energy points. 2 energy points. It appeared that Kuro was a formidable opponent. Instructor Peter turned to us, his expression grave, warning, "Be vigilant. The Black Cat Pirates are cunning. Their captain Kuro is notorious for his deceitful tactics. Do not underestimate them." With a determined shout from the instructor, we charged forth, eager to engage. I propelled myself onto the pirate ship with a nimble leap, and chaos erupted instantly. Following closely behind Instructor Peter, I had barely steadied myself when a rotund man, clad in a black headscarf and wielding a spiked club, swung at me. I sidestepped, drawing my Ling Feng knife, and with a swift stroke, severed his arm at the elbow. Blood splattered across my face as he howled in agony, leaving me momentarily stunned. "Lu Chen, what are you dawdling for? Finish him." Shiza's furious shout jolted me back to reality. I steeled my gaze. This was no child's play. The wounded pirate, sensing my hesitation, attempted to retaliate, raising his remaining arm with the club. Reacting swiftly, I disarmed him and delivered a decisive slash to his neck, his head rolling away. Shiza approached, patting my back reassuringly. "It's nothing. You'll get used to it after a few more kills. We all had to start somewhere." I nodded, my initial discomfort dissipating. Indeed, this was no longer my former world. Here, the law of the jungle reigned supreme, survival of the fittest. With this realization, I transformed. My speed with the blade became a blur, almost as if crafted by artificial intelligence, leaving afterimages in my wake. I wove through the fray, untouched, as one pirate after another fell before me. Instructor Peter observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening, rather allowing us the opportunity to shine, only stepping in for those who faltered. Upon noticing me, a smile crept across his face. "This lad is impressive. No wonder he is the grandson of Rear Admiral Carp." Within mere minutes, I had dispatched the majority of the lesser foes on the deck. However, something felt amiss. Why were there only F and E rank minions? Where was my target, Captain Kuro? Could he have sought refuge on the Navy ship? I recalled the narrative. There was an instance where the Navy presumed Kuro to be dead, but he had orchestrated a clever escape. Without further contemplation, I leaped onto the eerily silent Navy vessel. The deck was strewn with corpses, each bearing the unmistakable marks of Kuro's claws. Cautiously, I ventured into the ship's hold, finding it deserted. That old fox must be hiding inside. As I stepped into the cabin, I spotted a burly man clad in a Navy cloak sprawled on the ground, his jaw shattered. I recognized him instantly. "Colonel Monka." "So, That was how he had acquired the iron plate on his chin. Suddenly, an icy chill gripped my spine as a sense of lethal danger washed over me. Instinctively, I employed the sword technique I had recently mastered, propelling myself forward like a cannonball. I barely managed to turn around when a man, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and wielding 10 razor-sharp claws, stood where I had just been. Kuro. Character. Slayedthe. Level. C. Skill. Silent step. C. How could a mere recruit from the naval training camp evade my attack? He adjusted his glasses, surprised. I gritted my teeth, feeling a searing pain in my back where 3 gashes had marked my skin. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds. It cannot be considered dodging. I could only conclude that I had narrowly escaped death. A wave of fear washed over me. Had I lingered for just another tenth of a second, I would have been cleaved in two. The man smiled wickedly. I surveyed my surroundings and deliberately asked him, "Your crew is out there fighting valiantly, yet you, their leader, hide here. Is that not inappropriate?" His grin widened. "They are merely a part of my plan. But you, a mere child, do not call for help. Truly believing you can slay me alone?" We were both probing each other, seeking to uncover any hidden tactics. In truth, I was aware that his core crew had long fled. As for me, to earn the task's reward, I had to eliminate him. "It seems I have stumbled upon an arrogant naval officer. Let's make you a part of my plan as well." Slayedthe scoffed, crossing his hands like claws. And in an instant, he vanished from my sight. His speed was so remarkable that not even a shadow remained. Ding! Skill silent step detected. Would you like to learn it? My scalp tingled. This silent step was insidious, utterly silent. At that moment, a faint gust of wind brushed past my left side. My gaze sharpened, and without a moment's thought, I raised my left arm before me. Armed color hockey. Ding! A sharp sound rang out as Slayedthe's claw struck my hockey-covered arm with such force that it failed to break through my defense. His expression shifted in disbelief. "What is this? Hockey? Huh?" I let out a cold laugh. The opportunity had arrived. Seizing the moment of his astonishment, I unsheathed my sword with my right hand. One sword style, draw slash. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, narrowly missing his body. Yet he reacted swiftly, retreating a half step, resulting in a deep gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. I cursed inwardly. I had been a fraction too slow. Otherwise, that strike could have ended him. Slayedthe adjusted his glasses, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Young man, although you wield hockey, you are far too arrogant. Let us see. Shall we?" I gripped my sword tightly, my focus unwavering. "Spoon!" he suddenly bellowed, swaying as if intoxicated, then vanished once more, this time launching an indiscriminate attack. Ding! Skill spoon detected. Would you like to learn it? My brow furrowed. This move was even more troublesome than silent step, as he himself did not know where he would strike. I immediately maximized my armed color hockey, enveloping my entire body. Boom! A crate behind me shattered into splinters. Then, an immense force slammed into my chest. Ding! I was sent flying, crashing into the ship's wall. My shirt was torn, but I remained unscathed, thanks to the protection of my hockey. The sounds of his rapid attacks echoed around me, the entire cabin nearly reduced to rubble. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, my eyes fixed ahead. Suddenly, I caught a fleeting shadow. Now was the moment. Four-sided slash. My right hand appeared to raise slowly. It was swift enough to create 4 afterimages, simultaneously unleashing 4 blade energies from 4 directions, forming a square of blade intent that sealed off all his escape routes. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as a massive square hole was blasted into the cabin wall. Slayedthe found himself at the center of this blade net. His right side cleaved cleanly away, collapsing into a pool of blood. Only after confirming his demise did I allow myself to breathe deeply, utterly exhausted. At that moment, a white figure darted in. It was that Major. Upon seeing Slayedthe's lifeless body, his jaw nearly dropped. "Slayedthe, you actually killed him." "Merely luck," I replied humbly. He scrutinized my face for a moment before suddenly grinning. "So, it is you, Luchun, right? I am Rabbani, and I shall be waiting for you." With that, he departed, leaving me bewildered. Who was that fellow? Never mind, it eludes me. I picked up Kelluo's head. This was worth 16 million berry. I cannot let it go to waste. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 2 energy points. Ding! Simplification of Marine 6 styles. SwordsmanWho successful. Marine 6 styles. SwordsmanWho acquired. I was elated. To gain strength merely by walking? This system truly understands. I exited with Kelluo's head in hand, and the battle outside had also concluded. Instructor Peter's eyes nearly bulged when he saw what I held. Kelluo's head? You truly killed him solo. I tossed the head to him. Good eye, instructor. Don't forget to apply for my bounty. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, my rigorous training resumed. However, this time was different. I practiced my armed color hockey while relentlessly honing my SwordsmanWho experience on the training grounds. Shiza watched me darting about, nearly dizzy from my erratic movements. Days later, my grandfather Carp unexpectedly arrived, clutching my bounty paperwork. He beamed like a child. Well done, boy. You actually killed Kelluo. Though I could have taken him down with a single punch, it's impressive for you. He patted my shoulder, insisting that once I entered the advanced training camp, I must be admitted into Zifa-sensei's elite training program, or he would not recognize me as his grandson. Ding! Task triggered. Join Zifa's elite training camp. Reward: 2 energy points. Good quality, Sword 1. I accepted this task. Upon seeing that I had learned SwordsmanWho, Carp waved his hand. Perfect. I need to return to East Blue to check on Luffy. I can't be bothered to go, so you will take my place. Consider it a vacation. Goodness. He was too lazy to go himself, and was passing the buck to me. Nevertheless, I also wished to return to Windmill Village, so I agreed. Carp promptly spoke with Admiral Sengoku, arranged my leave, and placed me under Major He's command to accompany her back to East Blue. Carp led me to Major He, proudly introducing, Little He, this is my grandson Lucien. Take good care of him on the way. He has only been in the Navy for a few months and already dispatched Kelluo. Major He, also known as Granny He, looked at me with a kind smile, joking with my grandfather about whether she should introduce her granddaughter to me. My mind buzzed. Major He's granddaughter? The one with the Nagi no Mi ability? The mere thought of a mature woman wielding a small whip against me sent chills down my spine. Never mind. Young matters should be left to ourselves. Thus, I boarded Major He's ship, embarking on my journey to East Blue. On her vessel, I felt genuinely safe, with no unwelcome pirates in sight. Over the next 2 months, my days were filled with sleeping and practicing Conqueror's hockey, wielding my sword during the day, and refining my SwordsmanWho at night, following a routine as precise as a machine. Finally, after 2 months, we arrived at East Blue. Major He handed me over to another naval ship, agreeing to wait for me here a month later to return together to headquarters. After bidding her farewell, I watched her massive warship recede into the distance, silently vowing that one day, I too would possess my own ship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Reach the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade and acquire your own warship. System rewards: 1 warship, 3 energy points, sword skill 1, martial arts skill 1. I must say, upon receiving these rewards, I felt incredibly reassured. With my warship secured and my rank established, it was time to return home. A few days later, I boarded a naval vessel back to Windmill Village. Even before the ship docked, the pier was bustling with people, as if a market day had drawn a crowd. Upon hearing of my return, the older gentlemen's voices boomed louder than ever. As soon as I disembarked, I was practically inundated by a swarm of relatives, who immediately began a matchmaking session, inquiring if I'd found a partner and offering to introduce me to someone with ample assets. Family who understands. I desperately wished to find a crevice to hide in. After much effort, I finally broke free and made a beeline for Sister Machinoa's tavern. As I pushed open the door, her eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a startled fawn, as she rushed over, grasping my hand and inspecting me from head to toe, murmuring about my hardships and how I had tanned and grown stronger. I felt my cheeks flush, grinning foolishly, unable to resist boasting that I had just vanquished a pirate worth 16 million berries. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, showering me with praise. However, Sister Makino wore a worried expression and inquired if I had sustained any injuries. Ah, who could withstand such tenderness? The village chief approached with his cane. asking why I had returned. I mentioned that my unreliable grandfather had sent me to Gurbwa Mountain to check on those two rascals, Lu Fei and AC. I realized I must bring Sister Makino along, as she missed Lu Fei too. Thus, we ventured into the mountains together. Not long after, a group of mountain bandits leaped out from a thicket to block our path. Sister Makino, frightened, hid behind me. I boldly declare my grandfather's name, Kapu. The bandits turned pale, scrambling away to report. I quickly reassured Sister Makino, telling her not to fear, as these bandits were acquaintances of my grandfather, adhering to the principle that one does not strike friends. Soon, a burly woman named Dayton emerged from a nearby dwelling. Upon seeing me, she wasted no time and bluntly stated that Lu Fei was not present, having accompanied AC to a dilapidated garbage dump. When I casually inquired about Sabo, she looked bewildered, claiming not to know him. Understood, the plot had not yet unfolded to that point. That garbage dump was no pleasant place. I instructed Sister Makino to wait for me among the bandits, then swiftly vanished with a shave technique, leaving both the bandits and Dayton in stunned disbelief, likely pondering what kind of superpower training camp the Navy had opened. Let me tell you, that location resembled a colossal mountain of refuse, with a putrid stench wafting through the air. Clad in clean attire, I was akin to a walking ATM machine, and several brazen thugs immediately surrounded me, triggering a system task. I chuckled, recognizing it as a convenient experience package. Without wasting words, I swiftly dispatched two of them. With my blade poised at the throat of the last thug, I inquired about ACS whereabouts. He, terrified, stammered that they were in the pirate den. After obtaining the information, I kicked him away, crushing his heart in the process. Remember this, dear companions. Villains perish from excessive chatter. Showing mercy to adversaries is cruelty to oneself. Following his directions, I arrived at the pirate harbor just in time to witness AC and Sabo burst into a ramshackle building to rescue someone. Peering through the crack in the door, I was taken aback to see Lu Fei bound tightly. AC, in his naivete, insisted on holding the rear against a muscular foe named Boergiemi. Just as AC was about to be struck down, with Lu Fei and Sabo restrained and shouting in desperation, I intervened. Chafe, I instantly appeared before AC. The muscle-bound man's eyes nearly bulged out. I grinned and drew my sword. In a flash, his weapon shattered, and he was sent flying, a gaping wound on his chest with blood spraying like a fire hydrant. The next moment, Lu Fei's rubbery arm wrapped around me, his entire form clinging to my face, wailing in a heart-rending manner, tears and snot covering me entirely. I disdainfully pulled him down. Upon hearing that my grandfather had not arrived, he immediately sighed in relief. I asked if he wished to join the Navy, but he shook his head vigorously, insisting he wanted to be a pirate. Very well, as long as he was happy. Sabo urged us to leave quickly, fearing the pirates might summon reinforcements. I halted them, declaring that someone had bullied my brother, and this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Alone, I would take down their hideout. Of course, the primary motivation was that the system had issued another task with enticing rewards. Yet, those three little rascals, each more stubborn than the last, insisted on accompanying me. Fine, we shall go together. After all, the protagonist's aura shields us from death. We stormed straight into their lair. Upon seeing us, the bandit leader, Bulujimu, was ecstatic, waving his hand to signal his minions to charge at us. I couldn't help but laugh. Bulujimu asked what I found amusing. What was amusing? I unleashed my ultimate technique. Conqueror's Haki. A wave of oppressive energy erupted, and all the minions, save him, collapsed like wheat being harvested. The scene was a testament to my remarkable clearing efficiency. Lu Fei and the others were left agape, questioning what kind of power I wielded. Next came my one-on-one duel with Bulujimu. Let me clarify. I had no intention of swiftly ending him. He was a D rank, perfect for honing my armament hockey skills. Occasionally, I allowed him to strike me, with the system notifying me of experience points gained. He gradually sensed something was amiss and asked if I was part of the Navy. To my astonishment, he attempted to forge a connection, claiming to have ties with the nobility. I swiftly dismantled his delusions, telling him that the nobility would never regard him as anything but a mere tool, discarded once used. This revelation shattered his composure, and his attacks became erratic. Once I had leveled up my armament hockey to D rank, it was time to end the training session. Shave! I flashed behind him, delivering a decisive strike. And that was that. Task completed, energy points acquired. Just as I was preparing to bag Balujimu's head for a reward, I sensed movement among the refuse nearby. I called out, "Friend, no need to hide. I've already spotted you." Out emerged an elderly man wearing a tattered top hat. Upon scanning him with the system, I realized, to my astonishment, he was an A-rank powerhouse. It turned out to be Slayedthe, a formidable figure who had once crossed swords with Rouge. I hastily expressed my politeness and requested him to look after my 3 younger brothers from now on. After escorting the 3 little rascals back and bidding farewell to Sister Makino, I noticed the look in her eyes. Alas, I will be leaving in a month, but I promised to return to see her. During that month, aside from my daily training, I utilized the accumulated energy points to enhance the system, resulting in numerous new functions. I also took the opportunity to learn Kinbunchika Haki from the esteemed Slayedthe, which the system simplified into the 6 senses. I must say, this was incredible. I gained experience points even while eating and sleeping, effectively operating as a 24/7 experience farm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and I found myself on a Navy ship, preparing to rendezvous with Major Hay, as I reveled in the sea breeze and the sensation of earning experience points. A pirate ship appeared on the horizon, its black flag emblazoned with a red shark, belonging to the Arlong pirates. The Navy personnel aboard turned pale, clamoring to turn back. I thought to myself, was this not the moment when Arlong intended to wreak havoc in Kekiaxi village? Nami. Sure enough, a system task emerged, offering generous rewards, including a formidable blade, to confront an entire pirate crew one-on-one. How exhilarating! I was incensed, bellowing at the cowardly Navy. Stop right there. Miraculously, those timid sailors halted, each one frozen in place, exchanging glances. I was infuriated, pointing my finger at them and scolding. Look at your cowardice. We are the Navy. To flee upon seeing pirates? What will that make us look like? You are bringing disgrace upon the Navy. The sailors cowered under my reprimand, their heads bowed. Seeing an opening, I pressed on. I'm going to eliminate these fishmen. Who will join me? Regardless of success or failure, we shall uphold the honor of the Navy. What happened next? To my astonishment, they all exchanged glances, yet no one moved. At that moment, a chief petty officer named Jesai spoke with a mournful expression. Brother Liu, it's not that we don't want to go, but that is the Arlong pirates. With our numbers, we would merely be delivering ourselves as a feast. I thought to myself, just waiting for you to say that. I immediately dropped the bombshell. What are you afraid of? Use the Den Mushi to call for reinforcements. Inform them that Kapu's grandson is here and requests urgent assistance. The moment those words left my mouth, the entire ship erupted in chaos. What? Kapu's grandson? The very same Kapu who had chased the pirate king, Rouge, across the seas? My goodness, so he's the prince? Chief Petty Officer Jesai's eyes lit up. Realizing this was a golden opportunity, he rushed to make the call, his excitement palpable. Hello? Is this the headquarters? We have located the Arlong pirates. Kapu's grandson is also aboard our ship. Yes. We are preparing to take them down, so please send help immediately. I tell you, his voice was filled with desperation, as if he feared the headquarters would miss the significance of the words Kapu's grandson. After hanging up the phone, he approached me with an ingratiating expression. Brother Liu, they said they will send someone right away. I nodded and replied, all right, then what are we waiting for? Let's follow them. With my unreliable grandfather backing us up, what do I have to fear? Meanwhile, aboard the decrepit ship of the evil dragon pirates, Along was leisurely picking his teeth when one of his subordinates reported the presence of a naval vessel behind them. Along disdainfully glanced through his binoculars and scoffed. Just a small, shabby ship. I can't be bothered with them. We need to prioritize collecting our dues from Cocoa West Village. Only those who truly understand would recognize that this was a textbook example of setting up a flag. At the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku hung up the phone, his expression blank as he turned to my grandfather, who was idly picking his nose, and began an outburst. Garp, you troublemaker. You just dealt with Crocodile. And now you're going to poke at Along's nest. For the first time, My grandfather set aside his usual playful demeanor and solemnly asked, "Have you dispatched reinforcements?" Sengoku sighed. "Of course I sent them. Do you think I wouldn't?" Only then did my grandfather feel reassured, strolling away while still picking his nose. On our side, we trailed the evil dragon's ship at a moderate distance, eventually arriving at Cocoa West Village. As we watched Long and his crew disembark to wreak havoc, the naval officers aboard began to tremble. Gus suggested a flanking maneuver for an unexpected strike, but I promptly dismissed the idea. No need. We will charge and head on. Gus turned pale at the thought. Head on? That's like walking into a gun barrel. I shot him a look that conveyed my resolve. Trust me, I have a plan. Realizing my determination, he reluctantly agreed. As our ship docked, the fishermen guarding the opposite ship spotted us. The leader, named Kruby, resembled a blue catfish. Upon examining our vessel, which held only 20 or so men without a single officer, he burst into laughter. What is there to fear? With just this bunch of riffraff, we can wipe them out. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dozen fishmen plunged into the sea like dumplings, racing towards us like torpedoes. The Navy aboard our ship nearly fumbled their weapons in fright. I patted Gus on the shoulder calmly and said, "Leave the blue one to me. Deal with the rest as you see fit." Gus's expression lit up, eager for me to tackle the toughest opponent. Once the fishmen boarded, Kruby bared his rotten teeth and bellowed, "Chop them up and feed them to the sharks." I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that it was uncertain who would be feeding whom. I thrust my right foot down hard on the deck, activating the Navy's 6 powers technique, shave. In an instant, I vanished from my position, reappearing behind Kruby, and with a swift draw of my blade, a flash of light gleamed. A deep gash opened on his back, blood spraying high. Despite the excruciating pain, Kruby retaliated with a fierce elbow strike from his fishman karate. The speed was astonishing. I could only raise my hand to block. The impact felt like being struck by a battering ram, sending me flying several meters back. Upon inspecting my arm, I noticed a large bruise. I couldn't help but think, this fishman karate truly packs a punch. Yet, the more it hurt, the more exhilarated I became as I heard the system notification. Armament hockey experience points were rising. Kruby was equally bewildered, likely wondering how someone who appeared to be a rookie could wield the 6 powers and strike so swiftly. I flashed him a grin. "You're quite impressive. Let us have some fun." With that, I activated Shave once more. We clashed in a whirlwind of strikes. Kruby's fishman karate was indeed formidable, delivering solid blows. Yet I focused on a strategy of enduring and gaining experience. He could hit as hard as he wanted. My blade was swift, and soon his body was riddled with wounds like a fishing net, blood flowing freely. In contrast, I had only a slight numbness in my arm. His strikes felt merely like a tickle. Kruby panted heavily, looking at me as if I were a ghost. I beckoned him with a finger. "Is that all you've got? Your 10-pound fishman karate and 100-pound fishman karate are useless against me. Do you have no other tricks?" "It's my turn now." Infuriated by my taunts, Kruby's muscles bulged as he roared, "You arrogant brat. Let me show you my 1,000-pound fishman karate." My eyes lit up at the mention of a special move. "Hurry up." I struck a pose, inviting him to begin his performance. Kruby was utterly taken aback, having likely never encountered someone who actively sought to take a beating. However, his anger propelled him forward with a furious roar, raining down punches upon my chest like a torrential downpour. The scene was exhilarating. He was giving it his all while I reveled in the experience points. Ding! Armament hockey experience 20. Ding! Experience 30. It was nothing short of delightful. After he landed his final punch, I stepped back, brushing the dust from my chest, and felt my armament hockey level up. I chuckled. It seems not so impressive after all. Kruby was utterly despondent, his hands swollen as he pointed at me, shouting, "Demon, are you even human?" I shook my head, my gaze chilling. "It's you who is too weak. Game over." Upon hearing this, he turned to leap into the sea to escape. Not a chance. I activated Shave and executed the one-sword style S-drawn blade slash. In an instant, I appeared behind him, the blade flashing, and he was cleaved in half, plunging into the ocean, staining it crimson. I dove into the water, severed his head, and stuffed it into my system backpack. This was all a bounty. Returning to the ship, I swiftly assisted the other Navy officers in dispatching the remaining fishmen. deliberately allowing one to escape as a messenger. Gus panicked. Quick, pursue him. If he gets away, Along will know. I smiled. What is there to fear? I want him to report back. Let us execute a feigned retreat. I'll have him set fire to the evil dragoness ship while we leave our navy vessel as bait. We'll discreetly infiltrate the village. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a tremendous explosion echoed from the village. Along's ship had blown up. As he collected protection fees in the village, his face turned pale upon hearing the panicked report from the fleeing fishermen. Captain, the navy is here. Kruby is dead. Along erupted in fury, dispatching his subordinates, Xiao Ba and Jiao, to assess the situation. As for him, he caught the scent of cooking smoke from the Belmere household and charged over with his men. I, along with several navy officers, stealthily entered the village, eliminating a few fishmen along the way, and made my way towards the orange grove of Belmere's home. Relying on my memory, upon arrival, I was shocked to see Along had captured Belmere, using his formidable teeth to bite through her gun. Instead of attacking from the front, I circled to the back door, only to find Nami and Nojiko being blocked by the village doctor, preventing them from returning home. At that moment, Belmere's anguished scream echoed from the front, causing the two girls to tear up in panic. I approached them, gently ruffling their hair. Don't worry. I'm here. She will be fine. With that, I strode towards the front entrance, just in time to see Along aiming his gun at Belmere's head. Grinning malevolently, inferior race. Bang. The gun fired. In the split second the bullet was fired, I executed shave and dashed in front of Belmere, slicing the bullet cleanly in half with my blade. Along's eyes turned crimson. A mere navy soldier dares to stop me? Ye shoved Belmere aside, pointing my blade at him. I'm not here to stop you. I'm here to kill you. I had no time for idle chatter. I launched directly into a drawn blade slash. My blade struck his chest, leaving another deep gash, but his fisherman recovery was astonishing, and the bleeding quickly ceased. This guy was remarkably tough, boasting a bounty of 20 million at the peak of C rank. He opened his massive jaws and lunged at me, his teeth shattering the nearby pillar. I activated shave to evade, countering with a slash aimed at his neck. To my surprise, my blade was caught between his teeth. Even when a tooth fell out, it regrew instantly, and he wielded the lost tooth as a weapon. My beloved blade, Ling Feng, now bore cracks. I was enraged. This was a weapon I had cherished for so long. I sheathed it and resorted to blocking with my arm, enveloped in armament hockey. Along, Fierce Bite was met with a resounding crack. His own teeth shattered. He stood there, stunned, while I could hardly be bothered to engage with him any further. With my left hand enveloped in hockey, I seized his shark-like jaw, rendering his struggles futile. I then coated my nearly shattered blade, Ling Feng, with the same hockey, transforming it into a pitch-black sword. I raised the black blade high above my head and brought it down upon a long skull with the precision of slicing a watermelon. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered as Along's head was cleaved in two. The remaining fishmen charged at me in a frenzy, but I focused my gaze, unleashing my conqueror's hockey with a sudden force. Begone! An invisible shockwave radiated outward, causing all the unruly fishmen to foam at the mouth and collapse. Exhausted from the exertion, I sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Belmere, accompanied by Nami and Nojiko, approached to express their gratitude. Little Nami even ran over to ask my name. I introduced myself as Lu Chun, playfully suggesting that she might have to look after my foolish brother in the future. After regaining some strength, I made my way to the shore, where Vice Admiral Crane's ship had arrived to clean up the aftermath. A notification signaled the completion of my mission, and a reward was credited to my account. A brand new large sword. It was twice the width of Ling Feng, a light shade of black. And I named it Aaron, Blackblade. Vice Admiral Crane appeared before me in a flash, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld Along's severed head in my grasp. Did you truly kill Along? She inquired incredulously. I nodded, and her gaze toward me shifted. She refrained from asking further questions and instructed me to return to headquarters swiftly. I followed her aboard the ship and took a shower, only to discover I had no change of clothes. Just as I was feeling awkward, Vice Admiral Crane's voice resonated from outside the door. Lu Chun, are you in there? As I opened the door, She tossed me a brand new outfit along with a justice cloak. "Put this on," she commanded. I glanced at the cloak in awe. It was a justice cloak, and a lieutenant's at that. I was taken aback and asked her, "Why are you giving me this? It seems inappropriate for me to wear it now." Without turning back, she coolly remarked, "The pirates you dispatched, along with those from the Evil Dragon Brigade, have already earned you enough merit. Consider this a preemptive reward." Having said that, she walked away. I quickly called out a thank you, feeling elated. At last, I had new clothes to wear, as my current attire was nearly in tatters. 2 months flew by, and the ship finally returned to the Navy headquarters. Even before I disembarked, I spotted a familiar figure on the dock, donning a dog-headed hat, nodding off while a large snot bubble hung from his nose. Without question, it was my unreliable grandfather, Carp. Vice Admiral Crane was equally astonished, exclaiming, "How unusual. Carp actually came to welcome you." I could only chuckle dryly. Honestly, whether he came or not made no difference. It was never anything good. Sure enough, his aide's reminder caused him to vanish in an instant, reappearing beside me. His massive palm slapping my shoulder with such force that I nearly fell apart. My grandson, you've truly made me proud. You've even made it to lieutenant." I gritted my teeth and forced a smile. "All thanks to your excellent teaching, Grandpa." My shoulder felt like it was about to shatter. Stealing a glance at the system, I was astonished to see Carp's attributes all rated SSS. Was this the power of a naval hero? It was terrifying. However, the next words out of his mouth shattered my composure. He shouted to Vice Admiral Crane, "So, how about it, little Crane? Introducing your granddaughter to my grandson is quite the deal, isn't it?" Vice Admiral Crane rolled her eyes, nearly throwing them skyward. "The peacock is still so young. What are you obsessing over?" Carp then smacked his forehead in realization. All right. He proceeded to drag me off the ship towards the training camp, boasting to everyone we encountered, "Look, this is my grandson, Lu Chun." He seemed eager for everyone to know of our relation, making me feel rather embarrassed. Nevertheless, the ordinary sailors saluted and greeted me as lieutenant, which felt rather nice. Before long, we arrived at the training camp, where Instructor Peter was leading my former classmates in a lackluster exercise, each of them floundering and failing to grasp the basics. As soon as we entered, all eyes turned towards us. "Wow, Lu Chun is back," they exclaimed. "It's not just Lu Chun, it's Lieutenant Lu Chun now." Instructor Peter hurried over to salute. "Vice Admiral Carp," my grandfather nodded, gesturing towards me. "I brought him back. Make sure to train him rigorously. Do not show him any leniency." After relaying his orders, he turned to leave, but not before dozing off again just a few steps away. Instructor Peter, unfazed, smiled at me. "Lu Chun, it's been a few months. You've made it to lieutenant and surely grown stronger. Haven to you?" Just as I was about to respond modestly, an unruly voice interrupted. "Instructor, I want to challenge Lu Chun." I turned to see an old acquaintance, Barton, stepping forward with an air of defiance. He likely believed that after months of rigorous training in the Six Powers, he could reclaim his dignity before I learned Moonwalk and Gale. Does anyone understand the psychological trauma of being a mere sparring partner? His challenge ignited a stir among the onlookers. Barton is challenging Lu Chun again? He seems quite confident. It was apparent that he had mastered the basics of the Six Powers. Perhaps he could truly win. Instructor Peter did not intervene, but instead looked at me. "It's your decision to accept his challenge." Before I could respond, a notification from the system chimed. "Defeat Barton again to earn 1 point of energy." A golden opportunity for experience. How could I refuse? I promptly agreed, eager to glean skills from him. The area was quickly cleared for our duel. Barton, full of bravado, declared, "Lu Chun, if I win this time, I will no longer be your sparring partner." I chuckled. "You need to win first. Here I come," he shouted. And in an instant, he activated his shave, appearing right before me, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at my face. Having long since mastered my observation hockey, I could see through his intentions and made no effort to dodge. Instead, I crossed my arms, enveloping them in armament hockey. With a dull thud, I was pushed back several steps. Regaining my footing, I smiled at him. "Not bad. You've made some progress." His smirk faltered, and as he glanced at my darkened arms, his jaw nearly dropped. "Hockey? You can actually use armament hockey?" Of course. Did he think I had been idly passing the time these past months? Barton's face turned pale, but he refused to concede, roaring defiantly. So what if you can use hockey? He then unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike like a torrential downpour, executing techniques like the Thousand Shadows fist. Truth be told, I felt utterly unfazed, even amused. As he flailed about, my mind was flooded with system notifications. Ding! Armament Hockey Experience 20. Ding! Armament Hockey Experience 20. He served as my personal power bank. I even casually learned his D-rank martial arts technique, simplifying it into the skill exercise. After a prolonged exchange, Barton soon found himself panting, taking a few steps back, bewildered. How come you're completely unscathed? He gasped. I chuckled. Perhaps your strength simply isn't sufficient. His face turned a deep shade of purple as he gritted his teeth, muttering, just wait. I'll show you my newly learned Navy 6 powers. Excellent. That's precisely what I've been waiting for. Razor Wind. He launched a powerful kick, sending a vacuum slice hurtling towards me. At the moment he executed his move, a notification chimed in my mind. Skill Razor Wind detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding. Skill Razor Wind simplified to walking. What a surprise. Another walking skill. As I effortlessly retreated with shave, I awaited the system to finalize my acquisition. Barton, believing I was afraid, boasted, Liu Chun, you can't evade this. I thought to myself, who said I was going to dodge? Stopping in my tracks, I unleashed the same kick, sending forth an identical razor wind to meet his attack. Boom! The two blades collided in midair, creating a burst of dust and debris. The crowd was left in stunned silence. What? Liu Chun can use razor wind too? But he never learned it. Bandit's expression was akin to seeing a ghost. Where did you learn that? He inquired. I responded with utmost honesty. Just learned it. Naturally, he found it unbelievable and exclaimed, if you're going to lie, at least come up with a better excuse. I concede that I cannot defeat you, but do not think you can best me. He perceived my ability as mere bragging, as if I had learned a skill on the spot. I shook my head in resignation. In this day and age, even honesty seems to be met with skepticism. I decided to drop the pretense and drew my new blade. Hey, run. As the black blade emerged from its sheath, all eyes were drawn towards it. Bandit's heart raced, evidently recalling the fear of being defeated by my sword in a single strike previously. Without a moment's hesitation, I charged forward. Bandit reacted swiftly, propelling himself into the air using his moonstep technique. Ding, skill moonstep detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding, simplified skill moonstep walking learned. Perfect. Another skill acquired. Floating in the air, Bandit appeared rather smug, declaring, Liu Chun, I told you, you will not defeat me again. I smiled. Playing in the sky with me? Very well. Allow me to deliver a minor system shock. Gripping my sword with both hands, I unleashed my full aura, allowing black energy to surge into the blade. Montak Yansan. I swung with great force. A colossal slash engulfed in black flames tore through the air, racing skyward at an incredible speed. Bandit turned pale. He had no means to evade. Just as he was about to be cleaved in two, a white figure suddenly appeared before him. My grandfather, Hu, had awakened yet again, with a clenched fist covered in top-tier armed hockey crackling with red electricity. He retaliated against my strike with a punch. Iron Fist. With a thunderous crash, my devastating move shattered like glass under his fist. Countless black sparks rained down from the heavens. The arena fell silent. I gazed at the spectacle, instinctively exclaiming, so powerful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering the hockey infusion. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Before I could revel in my excitement, Kapu landed before me and delivered a heart-shaped iron fist to my head. Ouch! I yelped, feeling a lump form instantly, and, at that moment, I felt a connection to Liu Fei's childhood. You little rascal. Who taught you such swordsmanship? Using such ruthless moves against your comrades? I cradled my head, feeling particularly wronged. I taught myself. Kapu shot me a glare, but did not press further, simply stating, the advanced training camp selection is imminent. Make sure to perform well and gain entry into the elite camp of Vice Admiral Slayedthe. Do you understand? Yes, Grandpa. Once he departed, Bandit sheepishly approached to concede defeat. I successfully completed my task and felt quite pleased. The ensuing days were filled with rigorous training. A month later, the advanced training camp selection commenced. Upon entering the arena, I spotted numerous familiar faces, including the white-haired smoker and the blue-haired Ein, who would later become notable figures. Naturally, as his grandson, I became the center of attention, attracting envious and jealous glances from all around. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. An elderly man with purple hair and a robust physique entered. The mighty Vice Admiral Slayedthe, an SS-level powerhouse. Upon taking the stage, his presence was overwhelming, rendering the air thick and suffocating. He surveyed the crowd and coldly inquired, "Among you, who dares to claim they will certainly enter my elite camp?" Silence enveloped the arena. Slayedthe chuckled. "What? Are you all a bunch of weaklings?" At that moment, a new task appeared in my mind, urging me to alter Slayedthe's perception. "Very well. Let's shake up the workplace." I raised my hand. Slayedthe gestured for me to step forward and ask my name. "Luchun," I replied. His eyes flickered, clearly having heard of me. "Do you believe you can definitely enter?" I shook my head. "No." Gasps filled the air. They thought I'd lost my mind. Daring to provoke Vice Admiral Slayedthe. He grew furious. "Then why did you step forward?" I confidently retorted, "Instructor, I merely wish to ask if saying that guarantees entry. If not, then what is the point? Gaining entry to the elite camp relies on strength, not mere words. To claim inadequacy, one must also dare to act." My outburst left Slayedthe momentarily stunned. After a moment of contemplation, he surprisingly nodded. "You speak well. To test your strength, I have decided to have the slots available. Only 25 will be accepted." The notification of task completion resonated in my mind, and I felt elated. However, the dozens of murderous glares surrounding me sent a chill down my spine. "My apologies, brothers." On the platform, Kato, Zhangguo, and Zhongzheng were watching the unfolding drama. Slayedthe announced, "The selection begins. The last 25 standing will be deemed successful." No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying wave of conquerors' haki swept through the arena like a tsunami. In an instant, many collapsed, while others trembled in fear. I was filled with joy. This haki pressure was nothing less than an experience bonanza. "Ding! Armed Haki Experience 60. Ding! Congratulations, host." Slayedthe continued to amplify his output, taunting us relentlessly. One by one, participants fell until only Smoker and I remained. We exchanged glances, neither willing to yield. For the sake of completing my task, I was determined to fight. Slayedthe, noticing our resilience, seemed intrigued. "Let us see where your limits lie." Boom! An even more terrifying pressure doubled down upon us. Smoker stumbled, clearly on the verge of collapsing, and resorted to using his smoke form. I must say, when Smoker played tricks, the pressure lessened somewhat. But the old man's might was no joke. He had to maintain his elemental form against the overwhelming pressure. My burden doubled. I felt as if a mountain had been placed upon my shoulders. My knees buckled, and I was about to kneel before this old man, who understands my plight. I cannot give in. I glared, releasing a surge of aura. Yes, it was Conqueror's Haki. A faint red aura surged forth, countering Slayedthe's overwhelming presence, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief and stand tall once more. What happened next? Slayedthe's eyes widened in surprise, a meaningful grin spreading across his face, as if to say, "Oh, there's a surprise in this batch?" I must tell you, Conqueror's Haki is exceedingly rare among the many students he has taught. Only a few monsters like the 3 admirals possess it. He contemplated for a moment, not only refusing to relent, but instead intensifying his pressure. The pressure soared, his Crimson Conqueror's Haki crashing down like a tidal wave. Smoker, already hanging by a thread, could not endure it any longer. His elemental form burst apart, scattering into a cloud of smoke as he fell completely defeated. With his fall, all the pressure shifted squarely onto me. I felt like a lone leaf amidst a monstrous wave, ready to be shattered. Could I endure? I seemed to hear Smoker's inner voice. "Wait, that guy also possesses Conqueror's Haki. Of course. Can I not withstand it? Having come this far, there is no hiding." I drew my Hey Run, activated my armed Haki, and the faint red Conqueror's Haki entwined around my arm. Guess what? My blade erupted with red lightning, crackling brilliantly. With a swift draw, I struck against the invisible pressure above. A flash of red light cleaved through Slayedthe's Conqueror's Haki, splitting in two. The sword energy soared to the heavens, parting the clouds above. In an instant, the pressure on me vanished, leaving me elated. Slayedthe's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his mouth agape in disbelief. Likely roaring internally, "What is this? Haki infusion. How can this kid do it all?" He completely forgot to continue applying pressure. On the platform, the senior figures were in an uproar. John Guo pointed at me, shouting at my grandfather, "Kaku, you, insolent wretch, possess the Conqueror's Haki, and yet you even master the technique of Haki wrapping? Such skills belong solely to the most formidable of warriors. Did you teach him?" My grandfather, Carp, casually digging his nose, remarked nonchalantly, "Lu Chun is my grandson. What of it? I taught him," though he spoke with such confidence. I wager he was as bewildered as anyone, likely pondering, "When did this brat learn that?" "I never taught him." Observing the situation, having made quite the spectacle and donned an air of bravado, I promptly raised my hand. "Instructor, I concede. I jest, for if this old man continues, who knows what antics he might conjure. Just moments ago, it was only I left standing, and yet he chose to apply further pressure, clearly intentional." Old Zephyr cleared his throat awkwardly and, in a bid to save face, declared, "Fine, you all have passed the first round. The rest of you may leave." No sooner had he spoken than a chime rang in my head, signaling the arrival of system rewards, much to my delight. The throng of Navy personnel dispersed swiftly, leaving behind a mere 25 of us. Casting my gaze upon my group, I found only myself and Barton remaining. Zephyr surveyed us with a sweeping glance and began to dispense some motivational words. "Young ones, do not rejoice too soon. This is merely the first hurdle. A new era has dawned, with the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords emerging. The world is far from peaceful. We old bones are no longer fit for this fight. The future belongs to you. Go forth, let the banner of justice fly in the new world." His words ignited a fervor within us, and we erupted in cheers. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. "All right, return and prepare. We commence formal training tomorrow." As the crowd dispersed, I attempted to leave, only to be called back. "Lu Chun, stay." My heart sank. Was this old man about to give me special treatment or settle a score? Once the others had exited, Zephyr leaped down from the platform, fixing me with an intense gaze. "The Haki wrapping, did Carp teach you?" I was about to affirm his query when a familiar voice interjected. "Old man, Lu Chun is my grandson. His Haki was not taught by me. Who else could it be?" My grandfather Carp ambled over, munching on a donut, with Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru in tow. Carp, unabashed, seized all credit for himself, as Sengoku and the others sought to inquire further. Carp promptly took hold of me. "All right, I've got my grandson. Let us not turn this into a census." With that, he whisked me away. Upon entering my grandfather's office and shutting the door, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Lu Chun, tell me the truth. Who taught you Haki? Red-haired Shanks?" I replied honestly, "I learned it on my own." Carp's brow furrowed in disbelief. How could he accept that someone so young had mastered such a technique? After a prolonged silence, he sighed. "Regardless of who your teacher was, from now on, claim that I taught you." "Understood, grandfather," I replied. Then he suddenly grew earnest, imparting wisdom. "This world is more complex than you realize. While I am still here and able, you should seize every opportunity to explore, no matter the trouble you cause. I will shield you. I ask but one thing of you." I felt a bit dazed. It was rare to see him so earnest. "What is it, grandfather?" "Those 2 rascals, Luffy and Ace, are troublemakers. As their brother, support them more," he said with a smile, though his expression bore the weight of resignation. I understood his pain. His son, Dragon, is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Ace is the son of Roger. Both are thorns in the side of the world government. He witnessed Ace perish before his eyes during the Marineford War, a torment that lingered in his heart. "Rest assured, grandfather, they are my brothers. I will protect them." I vowed sincerely. After leaving my grandfather's office, I returned to my dormitory. The elite camp privileges were grand, offering single accommodations. After a refreshing shower, I lay on my bed and opened the system panel. To my delight, My armament hockey had risen to level C, and I had accrued 6 energy points. The system also rewarded me with a fine blade, identical to my Ling Feng, which I aptly named Ling Feng 2, simple and straightforward. The next morning, I arrived at the training grounds, where Smoker surprisingly approached me to greet me, extending his hand. "Hello, Smoker." I shook his hand. Despite his fierce appearance, he was quite amiable. As Zephyr made his entrance, the entire arena fell silent. He ascended the platform and, with a smile, declared, "The elite training camp is no trivial matter. For your graduation assessment, each of you must single-handedly defeat an entire pirate crew." The faces of those present turned pale. One person taking on an entire crew? What absurdity was this? Zephyr reveled in our reaction and continued, "From today onward, I will teach you hockey, starting with armament hockey. You will progress to the next lesson once you master this one." Excitement surged through the crowd. Zephyr then turned to me. "While the others learn armament hockey, Liu Chun, you will learn observation hockey with me." I chuckled. "Instructor, I already know that. Can I learn something else?" Zephyr appeared momentarily flabbergasted, utterly dumbfounded. The surrounding recruits, their eyes wide, must have been internally cursing, "Is this still fair?" After a prolonged pause, Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you can practice on your own for now." After teaching for over a decade, he had encountered a student like me, who seemed to know everything, leaving him unsure of what to teach next. I practiced my swordsmanship alone until Zephyr approached me. "Speak up. What do you wish to learn?" "Swordsmanship," I replied, smiling. He pondered for a moment before responding. "I will find a way to teach you swordsmanship. For now, focus on mastering hockey." As he turned to leave, I called out, "Instructor, I want to learn how to release hockey externally, as well as how to inflict internal damage." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's face lit up with a triumphant smile, as if he had rediscovered his dignity as a teacher. "Very well. Follow me." He led me to an open area and demonstrated. With a pointed finger, he enveloped it in armament hockey, wrapping it in a veil of purple lightning. With a swift motion, he released a small burst of hockey, which pierced through a wooden post, creating a hole. "Ding! Skill hockey release discovered. Would you like to learn it?" "Yes." Next, he demonstrated internal damage, unleashing a punch through the air. The wind from the punch carried hockey, leaving the exterior of the post unscathed, yet obliterating its interior. "Ding! Skill hockey internal damage discovered. Would you like to learn it?" "Yes." I expressed my gratitude profusely. "Thank you, instructor." While internally, I was overjoyed. If Zephyr discovered that I could grasp it all at a glance, he might just dislocate his jaw in disbelief. That evening, upon returning to my dormitory, Shiza found me and announced that we had a holiday and were heading to the Slayedthe archipelago. I was eager to join. The two of us arrived by boat in half an hour. The Slayedthe archipelago, I must say, is magnificent. It comprises 79 islands formed by colossal mangroves, each serving a unique purpose. We agreed to explore separately and reconvene in the evening. However, shortly after parting ways, I spotted 3 children clad in black cloaks, lurking suspiciously around a street corner. I scanned my system panel and was astonished. Character, Boa Hancock, the Empress, in her youthful form. Ding, congratulations. Host has triggered the quest. Assist Boa Hancock and her sisters in escaping the Slayedthe archipelago. I watched as the trio, seizing the moment when the vendor was distracted, snatched some food and fled, only to be pursued by the vendor, yelling for them to be apprehended. Hancock instructed her 2 sisters to flee while she held the rear. I swiftly intervened, blocking the vendor's path and producing 1,000 berries. I will pay for what they stole. Upon seeing that the money outweighed the value of the goods, the vendor's expression brightened instantly. I had a good sense of their escape route. At this point, they had yet to encounter Rayleigh. I followed them into a narrow alley, where the sisters had just divided the stolen food, with Hancock taking the smallest portion. Suddenly, a vile voice echoed, "So, you 3 slaves are here?" A rotund figure wearing a bubble helmet, flanked by dozens of Navy personnel, encircled them. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the celestial dragon, St. Charlos. This foolish creature smirked evilly as he ordered, "Shoot their legs off." Dozens of Navy soldiers raised their firearms and fired simultaneously. Without a second thought, Hancock stepped in front of her sisters, arms outstretched. "Sister," they cried, tears streaming down their faces. As the bullets were about to strike, I swiftly executed a flash step and positioned myself before her, uttering a low command. "Release your overwhelming aura." A crimson shield of power enveloped me, deflecting all the bullets that clattered to the ground. Hancock recognized me as the one who had just provided her with funds. Meanwhile, the celestial dragon continued to shout provocatively, and with a cold glare, I unleashed my conqueror's haki, rendering that group of imbeciles, including the celestial dragon, unconscious. I casually inquired if everything was all right, but Hancock remained fixated on my eyes. I pondered within. This young empress possesses an undeniable charm from such a tender age. At that moment, I raised my voice towards the alleyway and called out, "Sir, having watched for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself." Instantly, the figure of an elderly man with white hair appeared before me, swiftly separating me from the three sisters with astonishing speed. "Young brother, exhibiting conqueror's haki at such a tender age is quite remarkable." I scanned him with my system and was taken aback. Character: Silvers Rayleigh, level SS, bounty 4 billion. The Pirate King Rayleigh. The narrative finally aligned, yet his gaze towards me seemed tinged with hostility. "Who might you be, and what are your intentions?" I feigned ignorance. Rayleigh chuckled. "Young brother, why not remove your mask and reveal your true self?" He likely mistook me for a Navy officer, fearing for Hancock and her sisters. Realizing this, I removed my mask. Rayleigh scrutinized my youthful visage, his brow furrowing as he presumably could not fathom my identity within the Navy. Ignoring him, I turned directly to Hancock and said, "Come with me. I will escort you away as the Navy is on its way." "All right." Without hesitation, Hancock nodded and even took my hand. Her trust in me was genuine, especially since I had just confronted a celestial dragon. Observing the situation, Rayleigh appeared somewhat resigned, quickly adding, "You are from Amazon Lily, correct? Your third-generation empress, GOLD, Roger, has entrusted me to rescue you. She is at my bar." Though Rayleigh's words carried weight, Hancock still tightly grasped my hand and declared to Rayleigh, "We will follow him." Rayleigh was at a loss, ultimately suggesting, "How about we visit my bar first?" I pretended to ponder for a moment before agreeing. "Very well." Thus, Rayleigh led us to island number 13, where a sign reading Shaki's bar hung at the entrance. I mused that such a name would deter any respectable person from entering. Rayleigh awkwardly scratched his head. "Here we are." Upon entering, we were greeted by a young woman with black hair, smoking a cigarette at the bar, adorned with a string of pearls around her neck. However, one would never guess that this seemingly 30-something woman was actually over 60. She was indeed Shaki. Before I could introduce myself, Shaki's gaze sharpened, and she abruptly discarded her cigarette, pointing at me while addressing Rayleigh. "Why did you bring an extra person? And a Navy officer at that?" Upon hearing the term Navy, the elderly lady beside her, Joel D. Roger, nearly had her eyes pop out, displaying an expression of sheer disbelief. Unfazed, Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively. No need to panic. He saved Hancock and the others and even dealt with the celestial dragon. Shaki raised an eyebrow, smiling yet filled with suspicion. "You are aware he is in the Navy. But do you know who he is? He is the grandson of Garp." Rayleigh burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "I can't believe I brought Garp's grandson here. If that old man knew his grandson was targeting his own kind, he would turn green with envy." The three sisters looked at me in astonishment, their expressions filled with questions. Why would a Navy officer, especially the grandson of a hero, choose to assist them? I deemed it unnecessary to keep my lineage hidden and openly declared, "Indeed, my grandfather is Garp, but that is irrelevant. I simply cannot abide the actions of those world nobles. They disgust me." "Haha, does Garp know of your bravery?" Shaki teased, exhaling a puff of smoke. I shot her an amused glance. "Are you suggesting I should have my grandfather bear a warship to punish me?" This elicited laughter from Shaki, who remarked, "You are quite appealing. Since you are involved, your Navy status will facilitate their escape." "Absolutely." I agreed without hesitation, the task from the system compelling me to comply. Shaki, perhaps surprised by my readiness, decisively stated, "Tomorrow at this time, return here and remember to wear your Navy uniform. I will handle the rest." Certainly. I nodded, then crouched before Hancock and handed her 100,000 berries, instructing, take this and buy something delicious. I must return. See you tomorrow. Little Hancock, clutching the money, felt her eyes well up with tears as she softly uttered, thank you, brother. I gently patted her head. Be good. Everything will be fine tomorrow. With that, I turned to leave. As I departed, I heard Rayleigh exclaim behind me, this young man is intriguing. He appears genuine, and his talent is astonishing. Shaki's voice followed. Indeed, he is already a lieutenant, having taken down 3 pirate crews. Had it not been for this promotion, I would have never known such a figure existed in the Navy. Garp truly has a remarkable grandson. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters was in an uproar. The assault on a celestial dragon was a grave matter. In the marshal's office, Sengoku was troubled, tossing documents at my unreliable grandfather. Garp, a celestial dragon has been attacked. You need to investigate. My grandfather, nonchalantly picking his nose, maintained his stance of nonviolent resistance. I won't go. I have no time. Sengoku's expression darkened. The assailant possesses conqueror's haki and is incredibly powerful. If you do not go, who will? I have no time. My grandfather repeated like a broken record. At that moment, the astute instructor Zifa chimed in. Sengoku, if you grant Garp one request, he will surely comply. Sengoku raised an eyebrow. What request? My grandfather also looked curious. Zifa smiled. How about finding a master swordsman for Liu Chun to train under? Little did they realize, this arrangement would exchange my future for my grandfather's performance metrics. Sengoku hesitated, but ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed, likely intending to find someone to placate Garp. Upon hearing this, my grandfather instantly perked up, accepting the task and departing without delay. They never considered that the figure who had caused such chaos was none other than me. The following morning, Instructor Zifa mysteriously approached me. Liu Chun, I have found you an extraordinary swordsmanship teacher. Prepare to learn well. I quickly expressed my gratitude and casually inquired, Instructor, who is the teacher? Confidential. He playfully kept me in suspense. I decided not to dwell on it. My priority was to assist Hancock and her sisters in their escape. By afternoon, I donned my lieutenant uniform and confidently strode toward Shaki's bar. Dressed in this attire, the atmosphere was palpably different. Small-time pirates diverted their paths upon seeing me, as though the entire Sabiti archipelago had become my runway. Upon arriving at the bar, Rayleigh and the others were already prepared. The moment Hancock and her sisters spotted me, their initial joy turned to fear upon noticing my Navy attire, causing them to retreat. I quickly crouched down. It's me, Liu Chun. They cautiously emerged, timidly calling out, Brother Liu Chun. I fetched some candies I'd bought along the way and offered them to them. A simple treat was sufficient to appease the children. Seeing everyone gathered, Shaki extinguished her cigarette. We leave now. It will be more scrutinized at night. Thus, our group promptly set forth, boarding a ship that had been prepared in advance. Hancock and her sisters concealed themselves in the cabin, while I stood at the bow of the ship in my Navy uniform, resembling a guardian. Riley lounged nearby, indulging in his drink, exuding an air of leisure. Just after we set sail, we were intercepted by a Navy patrol vessel. A chief petty officer shouted at us, Halt! Navy routine inspection. I stepped forward, my authority commanding respect, and sternly declared, Stand aside. Do you not recognize me? Upon seeing my insignia, the chief immediately saluted, Warrant officer, yet he still refused to grant us passage. Looking troubled as he explained, Warrant officer, this is a direct order from above. We must apprehend the criminals associated with the celestial dragons. All ships must be searched, including those of the admirals. I hope you understand our predicament. A chill ran down my spine as I glanced back at Riley, who waved his hand, signaling that we could not allow them to conduct a search. I was in a bind, as this situation forced me to choose between loyalty to my family and my duty. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the tension. I will search their vessel. Everyone turned to see a white-haired old man wearing a dog-head hat, leisurely munching on a rice cracker, approaching us. I nearly exclaimed in surprise, but managed to swallow my words. It was my grandfather, Carp. He pretended not to recognize me and boarded the ship. Exchanging a glance with Riley, yet neither spoke a word. It was all an act. He then entered the cabin and immediately spotted the three sisters of Hancock hiding in the corner. I quickly followed inside and whispered, "Grandfather, what are you doing here?" Thankfully, I was present. My grandfather shot me a glare and lowered his voice. "Was that incident you're doing?" I put on my best innocent expression, replying, "How could it be me, grandfather?" To my astonishment, he believed me. He probably thought it was impossible for me to have developed such audacity in just a few days and shifted the blame entirely on O'Reilly, undoubtedly cursing him for leading his good grandson astray. With a sigh, he waved his hand. "All right, do as you wish, I will not stop you. Take them and leave." A great weight lifted from my heart as I exclaimed, "Thank you, grandfather." Carp exited the cabin and waved dismissively at the Navy officers. All done with the inspection. "You may proceed." With the rear admiral's word, who would dare to disobey? Our ship promptly set sail, successfully departing from the Shambody archipelago. As we sailed away, I could no longer contain my curiosity and asked Riley, "You must have known that the inspector was my grandfather all along?" Riley took a swig of his drink and chuckled, shaking his head. "I had no idea. It was all that woman Shockey's arrangement." I remarked, "These old fellows are all quite scheming." The three sisters of Hancock emerged from the cabin, gratefully expressing their thanks. I pinched Hancock's small cheek and promised, "One day, I will visit you on Daughter Island." "All right, I will be waiting for you, Brother Liu Chun." A notification chimed in my mind, signaling a new task: fulfill the promise and journey alone to Daughter Island. Goodness, that place is in the doldrums surrounded by sea kings. Going alone? This is a matter of life and death. After pondering, I entered the cabin, retrieved my cracked old sword, Ling Foam, and handed it to Hancock, saying, "Here, this is for you, a keepsake." Hancock carefully accepted the sword, cherishing it deeply. Seeing her joy, I couldn't help but think, as a wife, she must be nurtured from a young age, focusing on a delightful growth journey. Half an hour later, Riley and the others switched to another ship, preparing to return to Daughter Island. Hancock stood at the bow, vigorously waving at me. "Brother Liu Chun, you must come find me." "Yes, I will definitely come," I shouted back. Task completed. The system rewarded me with a book-titled dual blade-style tornado. The following days were quiet and uneventful. Carp's mission was successfully navigated, and he specifically sought me out, instructing me to gather my belongings as he would take me to find a swordsmanship teacher. On Carp's warship, I inquired multiple times about our destination, yet he remained tight-lipped. After more than a month at sea, my grandfather finally transferred me to a smaller boat, setting off alone with me. Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I asked, "Grandfather, can you tell me now where we are going?" "Cricana Island." I was left stupefied. "Cricana Island? Isn't that where Mihawk resides?" My grandfather somehow managed to enlist the world's greatest swordsman to teach me. His connections are quite impressive. As our small boat reached the shore, the island appeared ominous, resembling a horror film set. My grandfather pointed to a massive castle atop a distant mountain and patted my shoulder. "Do you see that? That is where your teacher, Mihawk, resides. You must walk there yourself. This is your first test. Whether you gain his acknowledgement depends entirely on you." With that, he started the small boat and left, abandoning me alone. Family, who understands this hardcore grandfather-grandson bond? The system task also arrived. Complete Mihawk's trial and reach the castle. I gazed at the dark forest ahead, sensing that the path would not be easy. Indeed, after walking for merely 10 minutes, a helmeted baboon wielding a large sword leapt down from the trees and launched an attack. The system panel indicated that this creature possessed sea-level strength. I swiftly dodged using shave and retaliated with an armed hockey-infused slash, instantly defeating it. These baboons were merely AI practice partners, mimicking Mihawk's moves without any adaptability, making them vulnerable to my observation hockey. Thus, I embarked on a 9-day journey of monster slaying and leveling up in the forest. Each day was spent either battling baboons or fleeing from hordes of them, my body covered in wounds, yet my hockey and swordsmanship experience points surged. On the 9th day, the castle finally came into view. However, a record number of baboons, over 20, had gathered in front, with the leader being a gigantic baboon king boasting B-level strength. The sword in its hand was a mere imitation of Mihawk's black blade Yuru. Today I must push forward. I narrowed my eyes and drew my blades. With a roar, the baboon king commanded its minions to charge at me. Taking a deep breath, I crossed my blades and spun at high speed. Dual blade style tornado. A whirlwind infused with countless sword energies formed instantly, growing larger as it surged towards the baboon horde like an enormous meat grinder. One strike cleared a significant portion of the small foes, leaving only the B-level baboon king and a few injured minions remaining. The baboon king, witnessing its fallen subordinates, was enraged. It drew its massive sword and unleashed a devastating slash at me. I quickly dodged using shave. With a thunderous crash, the ground where I had stood moments ago was cleaved open, creating a massive chasm. This baboon king clearly understood power inflation. Its regular attacks were as devastating as a special move. However, I evaded several of its strikes, and it soon became agitated. It abandoned its ranged attacks and charged at me, sword in hand. So, it wishes to engage in close combat, does it? Bring it on, I am not afraid. Caught up in the heat of the moment, I sheathed Ling Feng and faced it with my black blade. The scene was akin to Mars colliding with Earth. Blade clashes and sparks flew as neither of us could gain the upper hand. Yet, as the battle progressed, I sensed something was amiss. Family, who understands? I was being suppressed. The baboon king's swordsmanship was textbook level, exhibiting speed and ferocity without any unnecessary movements. Each strike was aimed at my life, its power immense, forcing me to retreat step by step. If this continued, I would undoubtedly lose. My mind raced, and I had to devise a plan to turn the tide. Just as it swung its blade fiercely at me, I had an idea. I would take a gamble. Instead of using my sword to block, I braced myself and absorbed the impact with my body. Armament hockey, hardening. I shouted as black hockey enveloped my shoulder. That strike felt as if an entire mountain had come crashing down. The ground beneath me buckled, nearly toppling me. Yet, I held firm and seized its massive sword. It attempted to retract its blade, but found it impossible. I chuckled at that moment, my lips curling into a grin. Well, it seems it's my turn now. On my right hand, the black blade had already accumulated explosive energy, dark aura intertwining with crimson lightning, a sensation utterly magnificent. Montak Yansan. My gaze turned icy as I struck decisively. The baboon king attempted to flee, but the blade was firmly in my grip, and it hesitated to abandon it. Just that moment of uncertainty allowed the colossal black sword energy to engulf it entirely. With a thunderous roar, a massive fissure over 100 meters long was cleaved into the ground, and the black flames raged on for an eternity without extinguishing. As for the baboon king, it lay motionless on the ground, oblivious to its fate. The remaining little baboons gazed at me with eyes brimming with terror. I bellowed, "Scram!" They immediately scattered, trembling in fear, clearing a path for me. Thus, I stepped forward into the eerie castle. Upon entering, I could no longer withstand the toll. I coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the floor. That last confrontation had left several of my ribs fractured. Thankfully, the mission was accomplished. The system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: 2 energy points, swordsmanship level 1. Just then, a man with eagle-like sharp eyes appeared at the window of a room on the upper floor, revealing a meaningful smile. He murmured to himself, "I never expected such a monster to emerge from the Navy. No wonder they needed me to teach." Unbeknownst to me, someone was watching. I simply lay sprawled in the hall, asleep for an entire day. Upon waking the next day, my body ached as if a massive truck had run over me. I moved my shoulders, preparing to seek out the legendary eagle I Myhawk. I searched floor by floor until I finally found him in a room on the top floor. Exhausted, he lounged leisurely, savoring steak and sipping red wine, living a life more extravagant than mine. Upon seeing me, he casually remarked, "You've arrived." I nodded, yet my gaze was fixated on the system panel, displaying his attributes. Good heavens, a series of SSS ranks. His level rivaled that of my unreliable grandfather, Carp. Truly the world's greatest swordsman. He gestured for me to sit, saying, "Come in, eat, and after that, we shall begin training." I immediately took a seat and cheerfully exclaimed, "Yes, master." However, he doused me with cold water, stating, I'm not your teacher and will not impart any knowledge to you. You will merely reside here for 2 years. Huh? I was utterly bewildered. So, you're not here to instruct me, but rather to have me as your neighbor for 2 years? I speculated that this might be some sort of arrangement between him and Carp, but I didn't pry further. He set down his wine glass and added, "The healing medicine is on the 5th floor. Go fetch it yourself. After eating, come to the 1st floor." With that, he departed. Very well. I hastily finished the steak, then rushed to the 5th floor for some medicine before heading to the open space on the 1st floor. Myhawk was already there, standing with his sword. Upon noticing my arrival, he spoke directly. "Your swordsmanship is commendable, but you rely too heavily on hockey. Prepare yourself. Unleash your strongest attack and receive my strike." What? I was momentarily dumbfounded. "My friend, this isn't how you train Zoro. You're not teaching anything and just expect me to take your strike?" He ignored my reaction, swiftly drawing the supreme black blade, Yoru, from his back. Upon seeing that sword, my expression darkened. "Well, you used a small cross for Zoro. You bring the big guns for me." Huh? I dared not be negligent, and quickly fortified myself with Busashoka Haki. I unleashed my sword. He slowly raised the black blade and gently waved it towards me. I assure you, that single motion appeared unremarkable, yet the terrifying pressure instantly immobilized me, leaving no chance to evade. I felt as though I faced not a man, but a prehistoric behemoth. I shouted to bolster my courage, gripping the black blade tightly, pushing my haki to its utmost limit, conjuring a 10-meter-long black flame giant blade. Montak Yansan. With all my might, I clashed against his strike. My immense Mo Yin Zhan, in the face of his seemingly minor slash, resembled a mere jest. Upon contact, a resounding bang echoed as my attack was cleaved in two, exploding like a dark firework. What? My eyes widened in disbelief. To make matters worse, his strike, having dispatched my grand attack, retained its ferocity and continued to surge towards me. With no means of escape, I could only brace myself, gripping my blade tightly. Bang! Upon contact, an overwhelming force surged through my arms. I felt as though I had been struck by a high-speed train, sent hurtling backward. Bang! 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 I crashed into an unknown number of trees before finally coming to a halt. I landed heavily on the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood, and looked up at Myhawk in the distance, speechless with fury. Were it not for the pain rendering me mute, I would have surely berated him. "Is this how you teach?" Instead, he merely chuckled, leaving me with, "Understand it for yourself when you can withstand my strike. Then you may leave." With that, he departed. Lying there, my insides felt dislocated, and just as I was about to question my existence, ding, the system chimed, ding. "Congratulations, host, for discovering the skill Sword Intent. Would you like to learn it?" Yes. I decisively agreed to learn. In an instant, an enigmatic sensation flooded my mind. Ding. Simplified skill, Sword Intent successful. Sword Intent grip sword. Goodness. As long as I grasped the sword, I could accumulate experience for Sword Intent. I laughed, realizing that Eagle Eye's prowess stemmed from this very Sword Intent, transforming every ordinary attack into a formidable strike. Thus, I lay on the ground, clutching my blade, recuperating while accumulating experience. Myhawk in the castle was likely still enjoying his wine, pondering when I might comprehend it. Days passed, and at last, I regained my mobility, diving into frenzied training. By day, I swung my sword. By night, I battled baboons, striving for comprehensive development. The system even triggered a new task. Within 2 years, withstand a strike from Eagle Eye Myhawk. Myhawk, surprised by my swift comprehension of Sword Intent, granted me more freedom. Before long, he announced he would be leaving for half a year, leaving me to fend for myself. Once he departed, I had to cook my own meals, which turned out horrendous. Thus, I had no choice but to simplify the cooking skill. Over the course of half a year, while I was practicing my swordsmanship, the system presented another task: rescue Nico Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. I was taken aback. Was the system intending for me to become a historical savior? However, with substantial rewards and no penalties for declining, I had to take it on. I approached Myhawk, informing him of my intention to venture out for training. He scrutinized me for a moment and surprisingly agreed, stating I indeed required practical experience. I set sail on a small boat, heading towards O'Hara. However, guess what? As an elite of the Navy, I somehow got lost at sea. Just as I was bewildered, a Navy warship appeared in the distance. Using my telescope, I discovered it was none other than the giant Rear Admiral, Slayedthe, the one who saved Robin's mother. The timing was impeccable. I quickly donned the black attire I wore when I confronted the celestial dragons at Slayedthe archipelago and sped towards them in my small boat. The Navy on the ship spotted me and promptly reported my presence. Slayedthe approached the stern of the ship, his brow furrowing as he noted my black outfit. I leaped onto his vessel and, lowering my voice, commanded, "Release Slayedthe." Upon hearing this, Slayedthe's expression shifted. "Who are you? The black-clad individual from Slayedthe archipelago?" I thought to myself, if you say so, then so be it, and continue my bravado. Release Slayedthe, or don't blame me for being impolite. I struck a pose, my lines all prepared, ready for a fierce confrontation. But guess what? That giant Rear Admiral actually capitulated. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "All right, I am willing to relinquish Slayedthe, but I hope you can spare us." I was utterly stunned. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Surrendering without a fight? Was this a twist in the narrative? Later, I came to understand that he was using my hand to facilitate his escape. Soon, a woman with flowing white hair and an exquisite appearance was escorted out. It was Slayedthe. Salong summoned her over, and I promptly wrapped my arms around her waist. Leaping off the ship, before departing, I coolly remarked, "Inform the Navy that I extend my gratitude. The more mysterious, the better." Once aboard my small vessel, I fiercely shattered the chains binding Slayedthe. She inquired about my identity, questioning whether I was a member of the Revolutionary Army. I cannot be bothered to explain. Instead, I bluntly advised, "Do not return to Slayedthe, for it will soon face the demon slaughter order." To my dismay, she insisted on going back, claiming she needed to rescue her companions, and no amount of persuasion could dissuade her. Reluctantly, I turned the ship around to take her back, thinking that as long as I was present, I could certainly ensure her safety. As we approached Slayedthe, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Mission triggered. Retrieve the historical text from the all-knowing tree in Slayedthe. What purpose did such a thing serve? However, since it was a mission, I resolved to undertake it. Upon reaching the island, Slayedthe dashed straight toward the all-knowing tree, and I stealthily followed her. While she conversed with Dr. Slayedthe, I quietly slipped into the basement. The basement was filled with books, and after searching for a while, I still could not locate the historical texts. Just then, a bookshelf unexpectedly swung open, and a young girl emerged, asking who I was. To my astonishment, it was a young Luabine. Seizing the opportunity, I deceived her, saying, "Dr. Slayedthe sent me. Your mother has returned, and the Navy is on their way. Hurry outside." Upon hearing that her mother was back, young Luabine's eyes lit up, and she dashed out, forgetting to close the secret door behind her. I swiftly entered the hidden passage, and indeed, there lay a colossal historical text. Without a moment's hesitation, I stashed it away in my system backpack. Mission accomplished. As I emerged from the basement, I overheard Luabine questioning Dr. Slayedthe. "Wasn't it you who called for me?" She pointed to my previous spot, but of course, there was nothing to be seen. At that moment, Slayedthe had resolved to confront the Navy herself, urging the scholars to distance themselves. This woman truly had a penchant for courting trouble. My mission was to save her, and I had no choice but to continue trailing her. As expected, she was soon captured by the inept CP9 officer, Spandam. I refrained from intervening, fearing the arrival of an admiral. I followed them back to the all-knowing tree, where I discovered that Dr. Slayedthe and the others had all been apprehended, including young Luabine. Immediately, Dr. Slayedthe began communicating with the Gorosei via a snail phone, revealing the truth of the ancient kingdom. Before he could finish his statement, the Gorosei issued an order to execute him on the spot. Just as I was listening, cannon fire erupted outside. I tell you, I hadn't even finished my snack when the booming sounds echoed like celebratory fireworks. I turned to see that the entire Slayedthe had been surrounded by the Navy's warships, bombs raining down from the sky like hail. The demon slaughter order had arrived without hesitation. That coward Spandam, witnessing the chaos, cursed and was the first to flee. resembling a rat whose tail had been stepped on, prioritizing his own survival over his comrades. Meanwhile, the all-knowing tree had ignited, blazing like a colossal torch. Yet Aoerwe and Dr. Kiluoba pressed onward into the inferno, determined to rescue the books. I was astonished. These scholars truly valued knowledge above their own lives. At that moment, I suddenly spotted a familiar towering figure, Salome. He was fleeing while carrying young Luabin, indicating a close relationship. My heart sank. Why had he returned? But there was no time to ponder. Saving lives was paramount. I executed a swift shave, transforming into a shadow and sprinting toward the burning tree of knowledge. By the time I arrived, the entire tree was nearly engulfed in flames, and ordinary people could not enter. Yet I could still see the scholars desperately tossing books from the windows, hoping to save at least a few. Frankly, it was a futile endeavor. Even if they weren't burned now, the Navy would destroy them during the clearing. Without further thought, I focused on the window where they were tossing books, propelled myself upward with a sudden surge of power, and began to ascend as if stepping on invisible stairs. Just as I reached the window, several books flew out, and I swiftly swatted them away, leaping inside. I must tell you, the heat was unbearable, and the thick smoke made it impossible to see. Many scholars had already collapsed. Only Aoerwe and a few others were still holding on. Upon seeing me, the figure clad in black burst in. She took several steps back in fear. But her quick thinking led her to explain to the others that I was the one who had saved her. I had no time for pleasantries. I got straight to the point. I am here to take you away. She paused, biting her lip, and asked if I could save the others as well. I flatly refused. I can only take one. This was a rescue operation, not a bus service. Upon hearing this, her face filled with guilt as she insisted I take someone else, saying she would stay behind to atone for her sins. Who understands the plight of family? Even now, she was playing the tragic heroine. The nearby scholars, displaying their own stubbornness, urged her to leave, stating that she was the one who should survive to share the truth of history. Seeing this emotional scene dragging on, I hurriedly urged her, if you don't leave now, the fire will consume us all, and none of US will escape. My fear was not of the flames, but of the two monsters, Akiji and Akainu, arriving. By then, I would be unable to escape. Aoerwe clenched her teeth, finally resolving, "All right, I will go with you." Without further ado, I stepped forward, wrapping my arms around her waist, and leaped from the window. She was moving far too slowly, so I resorted to a princess carry, bolting away at full speed. Aoerwe was likely in shock. Pressed against my chest, the wind howling past her ears while bombs rained down from above. Yet I maneuvered expertly, avoiding every single one. She must have been thinking, who is this dark-clad warrior? Upon reaching the shore, I was taken aback. A Navy warship was barreling toward us, its large doghead insignia unmistakable. Wasn't that my grandfather Kapu's ship? A Navy soldier spotted us through his binoculars and rushed to report, "Vice Admiral Kapu, Vice Admiral Kazan. We have located a black-clad individual and a scholar." Kapu snatched the binoculars, and I could only imagine his heart sinking when he recognized my form. Akiji had risen to pursue, but my grandfather calmly restrained him, stating, "This black-clad individual is a mission assigned to me by Sengoku. You stay put." My grandfather certainly knew how to craft an excuse, and I would give him 100 points for it. Akiji was more than happy to take it easy, likely having spotted his good friend Salome and not wanting to engage directly. I boarded my small boat with Aoerwe, setting sail immediately. However, we had barely traveled a distance when my grandfather's warship caught up. I inwardly fretted, "Grandpa, you must recognize your own grandson." As it turned out, he had already recognized me, and his expression darkened. Nearby Navy personnel foolishly inquired, "Vice Admiral Kapu, should we fire?" My grandfather cleared his throat and ordered, "Bring the cannons. I will take matters into my own hands." What followed was truly audacious. He stripped off his righteous cloak, grasped a cannonball, and hurled it toward us, as if it were shot put. Cannonballs came raining down one after another, causing Aoerwe to scream in fright and cover her head. Yet, using my observation hockey, I found it amusing. Each cannonball seemed to have a mind of its own, either striking to the left or right of my boat. creating surging waves that propelled my small vessel forward even faster. Was this not pure firepower suppression style escorting? My grandfather continued to throw while bellowing, "You shall not escape." In his heart, he must have been cursing, "You little rascal, just wait until you return. See how I deal with you." With his assistance, I swiftly escaped the range of attack, vanishing beneath the horizon. Once the cannon fire ceased, Urwia cautiously opened her eyes, astonished that we had emerged unscathed. At that moment, a chime echoed in my mind, announcing the completion of a mission and the arrival of a reward. Once Urwia regained her composure, she expressed a desire to see her daughter, Loabine. I understood a mother's sentiments, and, feeling a surge of compassion, acquiesced. We turned the ship around and soon encountered her. Little Loabine was alone in a small boat, weeping uncontrollably, her sorrow tugging at our hearts. Urwia watched from afar, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet she recognized her status as a wanted criminal and refrained from approaching her daughter for fear of causing trouble. Finally, she wiped her tears and said, "Let us depart." Then, with her head lowered, she asked if she could stay by my side. Reflecting on the system's insistence that I save her, I reasoned that having an ally could be beneficial, and thus, I agreed. Half a month later, we returned to the eerie Kana Island, where Yen had already fled, leaving behind a note stating he would return in a year. Truly the most irresponsible of mentors. I settled Urwia in, instructing her to reside there, with fields behind the castle and provisions in the cellar. All I required was for her to prepare meals without wandering outside, as there were baboons about. Afterward, I removed the long-worn black robe. Urwia was left speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. She likely never imagined that the enigmatic savior who rescued her was merely a handsome youth in his teens. A few days later, the newsbird delivered a newspaper reporting Urwia's demise in the Ohala incident, likely an attempt by the Navy to suppress the truth. However, the most shocking revelation was that my codename, Black Knight, had been put on a bounty, an initial bounty of 100 million berries. I was momentarily stunned, staring at the string of zeros, pondering my own worth. This would surely cause a stir on Daughter Island, with Hancock likely swooning at the sight of the paper. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, my grandfather Kapu must have been scratching his nose, angrily muttering, "You little rascal, making a name for yourself. Just wait until you return, and see how I discipline you." Thus, I commenced a year of intense training on the island. Urwia became my dedicated support, occasionally accompanying me on archaeological pursuits. Time flew by, and far away in the East Sea, I see had already set sail to establish his own pirate crew. One day, a year later, while Urwia and I were enjoying a meal filled with laughter, a familiar and overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped us. I promptly set down my utensils and said to Urwia, "Prepare yourself. We may need to leave." Without hesitation, she retreated to gather her belongings, exhibiting unwavering trust in me. I grasped my black blade and descended the stairs, where Nya waited in the castle courtyard. He regarded me with a smile, asking if I was ready to face him with all my might. "Kulme." I slowly drew my black blade. Over the course of a year, my swordsmanship had also grown stronger. This time, Nya did not hold back. He unsheathed his black sword. Yeah, exuding an overwhelming sword intent and aura, far more formidable than year prior. I unleashed my full power, enveloping my blade with Conqueror's haki and sword intent, crackling with crimson arcs of electricity. With what appeared to be a light flick of his wrist, he unleashed a white slash that tore through the air, hurtling towards me. I refrained from using any flashy techniques, gripping my sword with both hands, and met his strike head-on with my strongest attack. With a thunderous roar, the red and white slashes collided, causing the ground to fracture instantly, and the resulting shockwave overturned everything in the vicinity. As the light dissipated, I stood firm, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but ultimately remained standing. I had withstood it. Nya sheathed his sword and walked away from the castle without looking back, leaving me with a simple, "All right, you may leave now." I strained my body and bowed deeply to his retreating figure, thanking him for his guidance, no matter the circumstances. Having such a mentor meant that no one would dare to provoke me in the future. Aoria hurriedly ran out to hand me my clothes. After changing, we boarded the ship. This time, I had no intention of returning to Navy headquarters. Bringing a wanted criminal back was tantamount to courting disaster. Instead, I planned to revisit the East Sea, eager to see Luffy and I see after many years. However, just days after setting sail, our small vessel succumbed to a fierce storm. Aoria and I clung together on a makeshift raft, and she jested that I was a jinx, having just remarked on the boat's condition before it fell apart. Just as her words left her lips, she pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Luchin, look over there. Is that a pirate ship? There are so many." Following her gaze, I was taken aback by the sight of a dark mass, at least dozens of warships, with a massive flagship among them. After a moment's thought, I recognized them as the notorious Kolike pirate crew, self-proclaimed overlords of the East Sea, though in truth, they were rather inept. A smirk graced my lips as I declared, "Stay here. Our new ship has arrived." Aoria looked momentarily stunned, but soon grasped my intent and responded with a knowing smile. With a swift step, I activated my moonwalk and soared towards their flagship. The pirates attempted to bombard me with cannon fire, but I effortlessly sliced the cannonballs mid-air, causing them to explode in dazzling bursts of light. I landed gracefully on the deck, leaving the pirates gaping in shock. A flustered pirate rushed to their captain, Kolike, stammering, "Captain, he's here." Kolike, the simpleton, boldly brandished a golden axe and inquired about my identity. I smiled and introduced myself as Lieutenant Luchin of the Navy while casting a glance at his stats. Level D. Utterly pathetic. Upon hearing I was with the Navy, he audaciously drew a gun and fired at me. I dodged effortlessly and countered with a strike that severed his golden axe along with his arm. Terrified, he fell to his knees, begging for mercy, but seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a gas grenade. I was left speechless, finding the tactic utterly mundane. Did he truly believe such antics could harm me? I advanced through the toxic gas, impervious to its effects, and with Kolike's jaw dropping in disbelief, I raised my sword, sending him to meet the Sea King. With the captain dispatched, the remaining pirates were paralyzed with fear, crying out and scrambling for escape. My gaze hardened, and I unleashed a wave of conqueror's hockey that incapacitated everyone on the ship, leaving them foaming at the mouth. As I surveyed the fleeing pirate ships in the distance, a cold smile crept across my face. "You shall not escape," I declared, my eyes sharp as blades, locking onto the fleeing scoundrels. Though I had no desire to engage, the insistent system had issued a task mandating the complete annihilation of Kolike's crew. If the mission remained unfulfilled, how could I allow them to flee? Raising my black blade, a surge of dark energy erupted, coalescing into a colossal flaming sword, its spectacle akin to a VIP experience in hell. "Moin Jean," I bellowed, cleaving downwards towards the fleet of pirate ships. The scene resembled divine retribution as a line of black flame descended from the heavens, slicing directly through the lead ship. With a thunderous crash, the vessel was cleaved in two, plunging into the depths of the sea, creating monstrous waves that crushed the surrounding smaller ships. As the waters gradually calmed, the once mighty fleet of 50 ships was reduced to mere splinters of wood and floating corpses. I scanned the wreckage, noting the absence of Ajin and the Iron Wall Man, but it mattered little. The system chimed, indicating the task was complete, rewarding me with 1 point of energy. For even the tiniest morsel is sustenance. I sheathed my sword and turned, using moonwalk to glide across the water's surface in search of Aoria. Upon reaching her, I was taken aback to find her drenched, as if she had just emerged from a tempest. I was momentarily stunned and inquired about her predicament. She shot me a glaring look and said, "Isn't this all you're doing?" It was then that I realized, oh dear, I had exerted too much force earlier, and the wave had knocked her down. I couldn't help but chuckle and reached out, saying, "Come on, I prepared the boat for you." But guess what happened next? As soon as Aoria stood up, she naturally leaned against me, leaving me momentarily stunned. I pondered what she meant by that. Did she think I was going to sweep her off her feet again? In a moment of impulse, I blurted out, "Oh, so you enjoy this kind of thing, do you?" Of course, while saying that, my hands were not idle. I instinctively wrapped them around her slender waist. Oh, the sensation! Her wet clothes clung to her body, and I felt a surge of excitement, hastily stepping onto the moonwalk and swiftly leaping onto the vessel we had seized, eager to board. Once I safely placed her on the deck, I let out a sigh of relief and said, "We've arrived. You should go rest in the cabin while I instruct these captives to navigate the ship." She blushed and nodded, darting into the cabin like a little rabbit. Meanwhile, I kicked awake the few captives I had intentionally spared, pressing my knife against their throats, compelling them to serve as my free labor. Half a month later, the ship finally wobbled its way to my hometown, Slayedthe. However, upon reaching the dock, I was taken aback. The place was deserted, resembling a ghost town. Aorwea even asked me, "Are you sure this is your hometown?" We walked all the way to Makino's tavern, yet there wasn't a single soul in sight. Just then, the tavern door cracked open, and Makino peeked out, pulling us inside with a furtive gesture, whispering, "Stay quiet. The Click Pirates ship is approaching." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. Makino, don't panic. That ship is mine. As for the Click Pirates, they've already been fed to the fish." Makino's expression was a mix of surprise and joy as she hurried out to inform the villagers. Aorwea poked me and whispered, "Is she your sister?" I nodded, saying, "More or less. She took care of us a lot when we were young." As the villagers emerged and learned that I had defeated the notorious pirate, the scene was quite overwhelming. They surrounded me, showering me with praise, and there was even an elderly lady eager to introduce me to 2 wives. I could hardly handle it, and quickly sought an excuse to slip back to my old room to rest. After settling Aorwea in Slayedthe, I ventured alone up Gerbwa Mountain. At Dayton's doorstep, I called out, and a woman with a cigarette strolled out, taking a moment to recognize me. "You are Lu Fei's brother." I directly inquired if Lu Fei was home, to which Dayton replied that he had gone out to train. Just as I sat down inside, I heard a familiar shout from outside, "Lu Shenye." Before the words had even left his mouth, Lu Fei burst through the wooden door like a cannonball, wrapping his rubbery arms tightly around me, laughing, "Lu Shengu, why have you come back to see me?" Goodness, after years apart, this kid had grown quite a bit taller and had reached C-rank strength, truly worthy of being the protagonist. I teased him just on break. "Thought I'd check on you. Didn't T want you to get beaten up by Grandpa again?" Upon hearing this, he immediately released me, grinning sheepishly. I could tell he had clung to me out of fear that I would take Grandpa's side against him. I chuckled, "You little rascal, afraid I'd hit you? Come on, try my current punch." "Okay, you hit," he replied eagerly. This was his own challenge. Without hesitation, I activated my armament hockey and delivered 2 swift punches to his head. Instantly, 2 large lumps appeared, and he jumped around like a firecracker, wailing, "That hurts. Lu Shenye, why are your punches so painful?" I laughed heartily. This was what I called tough love. After spending a few days in Slayedthe, I prepared to leave. It was much safer for Aorwea to stay here than to return to the Navy headquarters with me. Moreover, the system had assigned me a new task, to journey to the Sky Island and obtain the Rumble fruit in the historical text. A month later, I arrived at Jaya Island in the North Sea. I selected a few clever captives from the Click Pirates and offered them 1 million berries, instructing them to modify the ship and install flying wings. Then, I wandered into town. Not far along, I spotted some familiar figures, the monkey pirates. I immediately recognized the one resembling a monkey. I thought to myself, "Isn't this the guide to Sky Island?" I approached him and showered him with compliments. "Wow, buddy, you look so much like a monkey. You are the very essence of primate." Upon hearing this, the monkey man beamed with delight, thumping his chest and saying, "Brother, just let me know if you need anything. I am looking for the descendants of Mont Blanc Noland," I stated. Upon hearing this, he immediately became cautious. I quickly clarified that I wasn't after gold, but rather to reach the Sky Island. He remained skeptical, so I earnestly misled him. I've heard that if a monkey fails to keep his word, he will regress back into a mere ape. His face turned pale, and he quickly relented, obediently leading me to find his captain. His captain was a man named Kalikai, sporting a chestnut on his head and possessing C-rank strength. I got straight to the point. "Uncle, I wish to go to Sky Island." Kalikai scrutinized me for a while and then shared a plethora of information about the GD-Yun and the soaring sea currents. Yet he had not discovered a method to ascend. I promptly replied, "Just tell me where the GD appears, and I will go see for myself." Without further ado, I dove into the sea where he indicated. Before long, a B-rank Sea King charged at me with its mouth wide open. I simply uttered one word, "Scram." With a swift draw of my sword, I executed a clean blade draw, slicing through the water and decapitating the enormous creature, its blood staining the sea crimson. Kalikai and his crew stood on the shore, dumbfounded. Upon diving beneath the surface, I discovered that there was no hollow at all, merely a gigantic underwater volcano. Suddenly, a realization struck me. Wasn't this a natural rocket launcher? As long as I waited for the GD Yun to drift over the volcano and then trigger an eruption, wouldn't he that sent us upward? I returned to the shore and informed Kalikai of my discovery. His face lit up with understanding, and he was filled with excitement, insisting on accompanying me to witness the existence of the Golden Bell. After 2 days, the ship was finally modified, and the GD Yun had finally appeared. The sky above was dark and ominous, yet within the clouds, the enormous silhouettes of the sky people could still be seen. We hurriedly sailed beneath the GD Yun. Kalikai began to fret. "Oh no, the volcano hasn't erupted. We can't ascend. Do we have to wait for the next time?" I confidently walked to the bow of the ship, drew my black blade, and laughed. "No eruption? Then let us make it erupt." I'm telling you, at that moment, I unleashed all my power, wrapping my armament hockey around my sword, releasing my sword intent, and coalescing the black flames into a giant sword several meters long. Aiming at the spot where the volcano was located in my memory, I executed a magic flame slash downwards. The black sword energy sliced through the sea surface, plunging straight to the ocean floor with a thunderous boom, triggering a precise detonation. The underwater volcano erupted instantaneously, and the sea surface formed a massive whirlpool. Subsequently, a terrifying current burst forth, propelling our 2 ships skyward like toys. I quickly severed the ropes and unfurled the ship's wings. The 2 vessels soared through the clouds, reaching heights of 500 meters, then 1,000 meters, and finally 7,000 meters, until we burst into a sea of white clouds. Oh, how many can understand this? An ocean at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The view was simply breathtaking, almost too surreal. Kalikai was so moved that tears welled in his eyes, exclaiming that I was no fraud. I could hardly be bothered with him, pulling out the Southbird that Kalikai had captured and letting it guide our way. Before long, we spotted an island. I urged my subordinates to accelerate, rushing ahead of them. Upon reaching the shore, I warned the captives not to wander off, and then I leaped into the forest alone. To find the rumble fruit and the historical text, I needed to seek out a local for directions. While I was deep in thought, a small white fox darted past me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Kinasai's pet. I immediately followed it, and, sure enough, at Tianshur Hayton, I found the angelic maiden, Kinasai, adorned with white wings and an astonishing figure. I directly inquired about Shandoola. Pouting, she retorted, asking what I intended to do there. Amused, I swiftly drew my blade and pressed it against her alabaster neck, smiling as I said, "Oh, nothing much, just curious. A beauty like you wouldn't want any scars on that lovely face, would you?" She was so frightened that she burst into tears, trembling as she pointed me in the right direction. Upon receiving the directions, I rushed into the depths of the forest. Not far along, I heard a commotion ahead. "You wingless mongrel, go back to Qinghai." I crept closer to find a group of winged inhabitants from the sky island mercilessly beating a man without wings. As I focused, I was taken aback. The man being subdued was none other than Ainalu. The future god was being bullied here. This world was becoming increasingly surreal, thriving on such contrasts. I recognized that distinctive long ears and squinty eyes. It was indeed Ainalu. A glance at the status panel revealed. Skill, taking hits. Level, G, bounty none. This was clearly the period before he had consumed the Raijin fruit. What was I waiting for? The opportunity had presented itself. I drew my sword and charged forward, unleashing a wave of energy that instantly reduced the bullies to mere shadows. Blood splattered across Ainalu's face, and I expected him to be terrified. To my surprise, he merely smirked. I silently positioned myself behind him and remarked, You seem remarkably unafraid." He jumped, startled, and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Could I confess that I was here to seize his future fortune? Absolutely not. I waved my hand dismissively, claiming to be just a passerby, and turned to leave, planning to tail him until he found the Rygene fruit before making my move. Just as I was about to depart, he called out to me, asking if I sought the golden land of Shandoola. Astonishingly, he proposed a deal. He would guide me in exchange for a share of the gold. I chuckled inwardly. This was serendipity. I was acutely aware that this lad had his own agenda, likely aiming for the Rygene fruit. He probably needed me as muscle. Very well. I would play along. I readily agreed. Ainalu led the way through a convoluted path, akin to a taxi driver intentionally taking a longer route for profit. Remarkably, he avoided all the patrols of the divine officials. After half an hour, a dazzling city of gold appeared before us. Even the bricks beneath our feet gleamed with gold. I had never witnessed such wealth in my lifetime. My eyes widened in disbelief. Ainalu gestured toward the city, saying I could take whatever I wanted, as he claimed he couldn't carry much. I internally scoffed, wondering just how much he could take. Suddenly, he began to strike a small piece of gold against a larger one. I was instantly alert. This sound was undoubtedly a signal. As anticipated, the ground trembled, and a massive snake, at least 50 meters long, emerged from behind the golden city. None other than the Lord of the Skies, Noola. It opened its cavernous mouth, lunging toward Ainalu. Observing the gleeful glint in Ainalu's eyes, I instantly understood. He was orchestrating this. He wanted to be swallowed by the snake, surely believing that treasure lay within its belly. I couldn't let him succeed. In a flash, I executed the Marine Six Styles technique and pushed him aside, feigning concern as I shouted for him to be careful. Then, I boldly allowed myself to be devoured by the snake. Ainalu was momentarily stunned, likely pondering how I could be braver than him. As I slid down the esophagus and into the snake's belly, I discovered it was indeed capable of swallowing anything, gold, stones, and even human bones. After a thorough search, I found no sign of the Rygene fruit. This was odd. Ainalu had gone to great lengths, so there had to be something. At that moment, I realized I needed to think from Ainalu's perspective. He lacked the power to escape through 3 possible routes. 1. To break through the belly, which he could not. 2. To exit through the mouth. That was impossible as well. Thus, only the third option remained. To emerge from the snake's rear. How absurd, I thought to myself. Was I truly going to play the role of a master of extraction for the sake of the Rygene fruit? The stench was overwhelming. However, there was no alternative. I had to become stronger. I activated my haki to shield myself from the filth and ventured deeper into the digestive tract. Miraculously, I discovered the corner of a chest embedded within the flesh. I swiftly unsheathed my black blade and excavated the entire box. Upon opening it, there lay the azure Rygene fruit, crackling with arcs of electricity. I was about to consume it directly when I recalled its environment. I restrained myself and decided to wash it before eating. As soon as I stored the fruit in my system backpack, a notification appeared, indicating that I could simplify the fruit for 10 energy points, rendering it immune to seawater and haki. Without hesitation, I opted for simplification. Quality is guaranteed with the system. I then sliced my way out of the snake's body, which had already fainted from pain. Without delay, I returned to Shandoola and retrieved the historical text. Just as I finished, Ganfuer, the current god of the Sky Island, surrounded me with his followers, demanding to know where the inscription was. I shrugged nonchalantly. Do I look like someone who could hide anything? To my astonishment, he believed me and instructed me to leave swiftly. Finding a secluded spot, I meticulously washed the Rygene fruit 8 times before gulping it down. To my surprise, it was sweet, likely due to the system's simplification. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through me, and arcs of electricity crackled around my hands. The system notified me that the task was complete, unlocking the skills of discharge and God's judgment. Even more impressively, I had simplified the skills developed from the fruit into sleep, emphasizing a laid-back approach to divinity. I reclined on the ship for 3 days, eagerly awaiting the return of Kalikai and his companions, when suddenly a commotion erupted ahead. To my astonishment, Kalikai and his team were being chased and beaten by Ganfuer and a throng of divine officials, looking utterly disheveled. The system prompted me to assist. I unsheathed my sword and shouted, "Everyone get down!" Upon recognizing me, Kalikai instantly understood and instructed everyone to drop to the ground. I unleashed a powerful strike imbued with sword intent, and Ganfuer attempted to counter with his own strike, only for it to be effortlessly torn apart before me. He was sent flying, crashing into several trees and spewing blood. Seizing the opportunity, I appeared before him and demanded a passage permit. Otherwise, I would eliminate them on the spot. Ganfuer, stunned by my display of strength, had no choice but to comply, handing over the permit without hesitation. Returning to the ship, we sailed down the Cloud River, safely arriving back at Qinghai in an octopus hot air balloon. After bidding farewell to Kalikai, I instructed my subordinates to navigate back to Marine headquarters. After more than half a month, we finally returned. I dare not seek out my grandfather, Kapu, immediately. Instead, I stealthily returned to the elite training camp. Teacher Zifa was conducting practical training with Smog, Ayan, and others. Upon my arrival, all activity ceased. Teacher Zifa smiled warmly at me, remarking that I had finally returned. Before he could finish speaking, he asked who wished to spar with me. To my astonishment, Smog, Ayan, and 3 others stepped forward, each exuding enthusiasm. The system prompted me with a task to defeat all challengers. Rather than face them one by one, which would be a hassle, I called out, "You 5, come at me together." The entire crowd gasped in disbelief, thinking I'd lost my mind. Teacher Zifa, however, understood my intentions and urged them, "What are you waiting for? Do you think 5 of you could defeat him?" Upon the utterance of those words, Smoker and his companions were instantly ignited with fervor, and the 5 of them surged forward aboard their ship. I assure you, it was like an adult battling a child. With a single strike of my 4-direction slash, for streams of sword energy sealed the space, sending Ayn and her 3 comrades flying, crashing through the training grounds wall. Smoker, relying on his Logia-type powers, managed to evade by turning to mist, but he was not satisfied and sought to showcase his prowess with a hardened punch, only to find himself wounded by my sword energy infused with hockey. Even Teacher Zephyr could no longer tolerate it, bluntly declaring that he had already mastered hockey. Smoker was left dumbfounded. Undeterred, the 5 of them charged at me once more, attempting a relentless wheel battle. Ayn attempted to flank me with her retreat fruit. I had been anticipating her. With a swift, dual-wielding tornado attack, I sent all 5 of them soaring into the sky, only for them to plummet back down, each one injured and in disarray. Teacher Zephyr stood up, promptly declaring their defeat, asserting that I had hardly exerted myself. The damage was minor, yet the insult was profoundly humiliating. Smoker and his crew turned as pale as ghosts, just as Zephyr announced his intent to personally spar with me. A boisterous voice interrupted, "Zephyr, who are you to discipline my grandson? Allow me to test this lad's strength today." To my astonishment, my grandfather, Carp, appeared in a fit of rage on the training ground. The task had shifted. I was now to endure 5 minutes under Carp's onslaught. My mind was in a whirl, and I could only bravely step forward, grinning as I said, "Grandpa, take it easy." He paid no heed to my plea and, without a word, used a shave to appear before me, his fist enveloped in hockey, exuding an earth-shattering aura, and with one punch, he sent me crashing into the wall, creating a gaping hole. As I crawled out from the rubble, dazed and with blood trickling from my mouth, I exclaimed, "Grandpa, it's just a spar. Is such force really necessary?" I was incensed. I must tell you, that old man was clearly out for blood, glaring at me to hurry up and take my beating. "Fine. If you want to go all out, then I shall no longer hold back." My aura surged to its fullest, the A-rank sword intent skyrocketing into the heavens, causing the onlooking trainees to pale, exclaiming how formidable I was, realizing I had barely exerted my strength. Had I truly gone all out? Would that wall have merely sustained a hole? The old man grumbled and cursed, claiming I dared to show off before him. Yet I could see the satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. I thought to myself, "Isn't this what you were asking for?" Wiping the blood from my mouth, I raised my black blade and unleashed a single strike of the one-sword style, Celestial Blossoms. A multitude of thousands of sword energies, resembling cherry blossoms, rained down upon him. The scene was nothing short of romantic, yet each petal was deadly. He, too, proved formidable, discarding his justice cloak and launching a meteor fist, his fist resembling a Gatling gun, shattering most of my sword energies. Nevertheless, a few stray attacks landed, leaving a small cut on his face. The ground behind him lay in ruins, courtesy of my onslaught. After the bout, he merely dusted himself off and declared he was done, heading off to rest. Who among my family understands? That old man thrived on doing as he pleased. Fortunately, he departed. Another 5 minutes, and he would have surely turned me into a pig's head. Just as I sighed in relief, a notification chimed in my mind. Task completed, reward acquired. Elation surged within me. However, barely had I caught my breath when Teacher Zephyr pointed at the massive hole, instructing me to repair the wall. Very well, I shall mend the wall, which conveniently allows me to rest a bit. That punch had left me feeling quite unsettled. That evening, Teacher Zephyr summoned me, announcing that my graduation task had arrived, to eliminate a pirate named Demon Diaz with a bounty of 60 million. My mind registered another notification. One task was to slay Diaz, while the other was intriguing, saving all the crew members aboard Teacher Zephyr's future training ship, with a particularly generous reward, an unparalleled great blade. Suddenly, I recalled Teacher Zephyr's mechanical arm, which had been severed by that self-proclaimed Whitebeard II Weevil aboard the training ship. This task was clearly a setup for me to confront that S-rank monster. Yet, here I was at A rank. How could I possibly contend? It felt like starting at hellish difficulty. In the following days, I trained relentlessly while seeking information about Diaz from Aunt Sia. To my chagrin, she demanded 100,000 berries, outright highway robbery. Very well, I would rely on the Navy's free intelligence. Upon reviewing the data, I found that Diaz was affiliated with Don Quixote da Flamingo, specializing in slave trafficking. Suddenly, it all became clear. This task wasn't merely about my graduation. It was the Navy's high command seeking to use me as leverage against da Flamingo. A few days later, intelligence arrived. Diaz was set to arrive at the Slayedthe archipelago for a transaction. I set sail on a rickety little boat to await him at sea. Before long, a completely black pirate ship approached. The lookout on board spotted me and hurried to report. I could hear Captain Diaz laughing from afar, mocking a Navy ensign as worthy of a report. I thought to myself, laugh while you can. Soon you shall have nothing to laugh about. Without hesitation, I unleashed a magic flame slash. A massive sword energy engulfed in black flames, cleaving his ship in two with a resounding boom. Chaos erupted on board. Screams of agony filled the air. I leaped onto the remnants of the ship, scanning the cabin. Numerous slaves awaited their fate, most of them fishmen, their appearances rather unfortunate. As I sought Diaz, a foolhardy soul charged at me. Without a glance, I swiftly severed his throat with my sword. The others quaked in fear. Not daring to make a sound, I casually grabbed a lackey and demanded to know Diaz's whereabouts. Trembling, he pointed the way. At last, I found the scoundrel. Grotesque in appearance, with a middle-parted hairstyle. The system scanned him, B-rank, pathetically weak, merely riding on da Flamingo's coattails. Upon my approach, he had the audacity to boast that he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I couldn't be bothered to engage in banter. I simply drew my sword. To my surprise, this coward seized a nearby fishman as a hostage, threatening that if I moved, he would kill him. I burst into laughter, saying, "Go ahead, kill him. What does it matter to me? I am here to kill you. Their fates are of no concern to me." He stood there, stunned, likely having never encountered such a ruthless Navy officer. I swiftly unleashed 2 streams of sword energy. He panicked and conjured 2 shadowy duplicates to block my attack. Interesting. So this is his devil fruit ability? Then he began to frantically summon dozens of identical black monsters to swarm me. Just as I prepared to unleash a devastating attack, I suddenly sensed something amiss. My observation hockey blared in alarm. Those duplicates were about to self-destruct. He shouted, "Demon explosion," and the area around me erupted into flames. Diaz laughed maniacally, believing my end was nigh. However, as the smoke cleared, I wiped the blood from my mouth, only slightly disheveled, and declared, "Your fruit ability is quite interesting. He was left utterly speechless, his face paling. In a fit of desperation, he merged with a massive black entity, transforming into a giant over 20 meters tall. While his power had increased, his speed was as sluggish as a snail. I thought to myself, very well, if you wish to transform, I shall raise the stakes as well. Drawing my dual blades, I enveloped them with haki and executed a dual-wielding demon slash. An X-shaped, blood-red sword energy cleaved him and his sword into 4 pieces. His main body attempted to escape from the pile of debris, but it was futile. I activated Moonwalk to pursue him, and with a swift strike, I severed his head. Task complete. Time to call it a day. I carried Diaz's head back to the headquarters, where everyone stared in disbelief. I immediately sought out Teacher Zephyr. He glanced at me and declared I had graduated, even promoting me to lieutenant. Upon hearing that he would soon take students out to sea for practical training, I eagerly applied to join. Wasn't this the task that rewarded an unparalleled great blade? I simply had to go. After graduation, I went to Aunt Sia's for a drink, and Uncle Rayleigh tossed me a pink letter from Hancock. Inside was a photograph. I must say, after several years, that little girl has blossomed into a truly beautiful young lady. Aunt Sia was still peeking from the side, leaving me utterly speechless. A few days later, I embarked on a voyage with Teacher Slayedthe's training ship. That afternoon, the skies suddenly turned overcast, and I sensed something amiss. Indeed, a vessel appeared on the horizon, its bow adorned with 2 prominent white mustaches. Who else could it be but Weibo Air? I quickly instructed someone nearby to summon the teacher. I kept my gaze fixed on the ship, and aside from the clumsy giant Weibo Air, there was also a short and unsightly old woman, his mother, Bajin. I scanned with the system, and lo and behold, I had an epiphany. While Weibo Air was undoubtedly an S-rank powerhouse, it was Bajin who possessed the true ability, an A-rank fruit user specializing in support. It made sense. There was no way Weibo Air could overpower Teacher Slayedthe without assistance. When Teacher Slayedthe emerged and recognized them, Bajin ordered Weibo Air to attack. A massive slash was unleashed toward us. Teacher Slayedthe, ever formidable, leaped up and delivered a punch that obliterated the attack. Weibo Air charged with a deafening roar. But Teacher Slayedthe swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. I shook my head in disbelief. This was far from Weibo Air's true capabilities. The real threat lay with that old woman. I needed to find a way to eliminate her swiftly. I executed a swift maneuver and made my way toward her ship. However, the cunning old woman noticed me immediately, shouting for Weibo Air to come back for her protection. Hearing his mother cry for help, the fool's eyes turned red with rage, disregarding Teacher Slayedthe entirely, and swung a blade at me. The force was absurd. I barely managed to block with my sword and was sent flying several meters. This brute had tremendous strength. Seizing the opportunity, Teacher Slayedthe struck him in the face. But to no avail, Weibo Air retaliated with another swing. It dawned on me that this brute was nearly invincible. The scars stitched all over his body, his head, his arms were testament to his resilience. His recovery ability was akin to a mobile fountain of youth. The true turning point lay with that old woman. At that moment, my old companion chimed, and the system upgraded. It bestowed upon me a divine insight, allowing me to perceive others' fruit abilities. I directed my focus toward the old woman and identified her as a user of the healing fruit. The mystery unraveled, dear friends. She was Weibo Air's living health pack. The clever old woman promptly commanded her dim-witted son to confront me. I exchanged glances with Teacher Slayedthe, signaling, "I'll handle the distraction. You take care of the rest." Teacher Slayedthe instantly understood, turning to assist the other students, warning them not to be worn down by those reckless minions. The pressure on me was immense. Relying solely on swordsmanship would not suffice. I had no choice but to activate my abilities. System, unleash my sword intent to its fullest. Once the S-rank sword intent ignited, my entire aura transformed, rendering the rain unable to approach me. I unleashed a grand attack, the one-sword style, Celestial Blossom. A flurry of pink sword energy cascaded like cherry blossoms, seemingly romantic. yet each petal pierced toward her wounds. This attack was designed for minimal damage but maximum humiliation, causing Wei Bu Er to wail, while his mother shouted, "Son, hold on. Defeat him." At this crucial moment, Teacher Slayedthe descended like a divine being. He appeared behind the old woman and declared, "You old hag, it's time for you to go." With a resounding punch, he sent her plummeting into the sea. As a user of the duck fruit, she thrashed a couple of times before sinking to the depths. Game over. Upon witnessing his mother's demise, Wei Bu Er broke down, crying and attempting to rescue her. Would I allow him to escape? I executed the two-sword style demon slash. Teacher Slayedthe held him in place with a powerful Iron Mountain stance, while my strike landed solidly on his back. Deprived of his healer, his resilience evaporated, and with a roll of his eyes, he collapsed into the sea. The other students stood in stunned silence, exclaiming how simplicity could lead to greatness. Utter nonsense. This was clearly the power of investment. Victory secured. The system rewarded me with a flurry of notifications, granting me 20 energy points and presenting me with the Supreme Blade. War Heaven, a striking weapon. Teacher Slayedthe, being generous, attributed all the credit to me. Upon returning to headquarters, I became a celebrated figure. Wherever I went, people pointed and whispered, "Look, it's him, the one who defeated Wei Bu Er." Surely he's being promoted to Rear Admiral. My grandfather, Carp, a heavyweight in the ranks, approached me with a loving iron fist before revealing my promotion to Rear Admiral, albeit with a transfer to the East Blue. I was elated. The East Blue was my homeland. My grandfather grumbled about the higher-ups' lack of vision, but quietly advised, "Make sure to visit Luffy, and don't let me hear about any trouble you cause. Only family understands." This was essentially an official permit to roam freely. News spread like wildfire across the globe, with headlines about me flooding the media. Notable figures such as Doflamingo, Shanks, and Mihawk took notice. Amusingly, Shanks was stunned to learn I was Mihawk's disciple. My younger brother, Luffy, upon seeing the newspaper in Windmill Village, exclaimed he had to set sail immediately, fearing I would return to capture him. Hancock clutched my newspaper, blushing profusely. Oh, the weight of the Empress's affection. Days later, I set sail back to the East Blue aboard a naval vessel with Ein and Barton. Ein had become my first mate, and Barton had been promoted to lieutenant, undoubtedly benefiting from my rise. The old-timers at headquarters, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and my grandfather, stood atop the city wall, gazing at me with furrowed brows, as if I were not departing for duty, but rather for demolition. Over a month later, we arrived in Slayedthe town in the East Blue. What a spectacle! A man with a metal jaw, named Meng Ka, led the entire Navy in a grand welcome. I delivered a few formal words about upholding justice to rally their spirits, and then passed the grueling 6-month training mission to Ein and Barton. That evening, I slipped into civilian attire and went for a stroll. In a restaurant, I spotted a green-haired fellow, 3 swords sheathed at his waist. Goodness, was that not Zoro? A system mission immediately appeared, instructing me to subdue him and make him view me as a new goal. This required careful planning. After finishing my meal, I left, but I could sense that boy's gaze upon me had changed. He likely sensed the overwhelming aura of strength emanating from me. In the following days, chaos erupted within the naval base. Ein and the others finally found an opportunity to unleash their pent-up frustrations on the new recruits, returning the hardships they had endured under teacher Slayedthe tenfold. Meng Ka and I observed, shaking our heads. These young recruits were far too lacking in physical prowess and needed to train more rigorously. Frankly, compared to the elite from headquarters, these new recruits were worlds apart, a different dimension altogether. While I pondered this, 2 conspicuous figures in the crowd caught my attention. One had a shock of yellow hair and a chin resembling a backside. The other sported pink hair and glasses, looking rather frail. Only those who understand would recognize that these were the lively duo, Bellamy and Kobe. I was surprised to see them actually mingling with the Navy, albeit regrettably missing the chance to become Carp's disciples. Just then, a notification chimed in my mind, revealing a system task. Take these 2 as my disciples for a reward of 5 energy points. What a fortunate opportunity. I couldn't help but smile. I sauntered over to Meng Ka, nudging him with my elbow and pointing at his unremarkable son. Old Meng, that yellow-haired boy is yours, right? Meng Ka beamed with pride. Yes, Rear Admiral. That's my son. He has aspired to be a just Navy officer since childhood. I smirked, internally skeptical. Oh, he seems quite diligent. And the pink-haired one as well. They both possess potential. I meant it sincerely. These two were undoubtedly favored by Karp. Their talents were exceptional. Upon hearing this, Meng Ka's eyes widened, nearly sparkling with joy. Rear Admiral, are you suggesting? With nothing pressing on my agenda, I feigned boredom and offered, well, since I have some free time, I might as well mentor them. As the sound faded, Meng Ka nearly fell to the ground, overwhelmed with excitement and struggling to articulate his gratitude. Then I shall express my thanks to you on behalf of Bei Lumei Bo, Brigadier General. I am exceedingly grateful. By nightfall, the group of recruits had long since vanished, leaving only Kubai and Bei Lumei Bo on the training grounds, engaged in a strenuous contest of endurance as they raced against one another like two spirited competitors. I considered it the opportune moment to appear before them in a flash. To my amusement, they were so startled they fell to the ground as if they had seen a ghost. Brigadier General, they exclaimed, scrambling to their feet and standing at attention. I crossed my arms and leisurely remarked, you are quite diligent, though I wonder about your actual capabilities. Kulme, let us exchange a few blows. They exchanged glances, then charged at me with fervor. I must say, their punches felt as gentle as a tickle against my body. With a slight push from my toes, I executed a technique known as shave, vanishing before their eyes, only to reappear several dozen meters away. They stood there bewildered, looking around in confusion. Where did he go? I sauntered back into view and explained, this technique is called shave from the Navy S6 forms. Would you like to learn it? Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they nodded vigorously, exclaiming, we want to learn. It's incredible. Very well, I smiled. When there are no others around, do not call me Brigadier General. Simply refer to me as your teacher. A chime echoed in my mind, signaling that I had acquired 5 energy points and a new task had emerged to guide these two novices to D rank. All right, I would focus on a nurturing companionship. As I exited the training grounds, I encountered AI-N, who was leaning against the wall with her sword in hand. She raised an eyebrow and teased, oh, Brigadier General Liu, still finding time to play kindergarten principal? I shrugged my shoulders in exasperation. What can I say? It's dreadfully boring. I feel as though my bones are rusting. How about we go out tomorrow for some activity? Clear the surrounding area of pirates? I smacked my thigh in agreement. Absolutely. Let us go to that famous seaside restaurant in the East Blue, Baratai, and indulge ourselves. The next day, AI-N and I skipped work, leaving Barton alone at the base to play the role of the strict instructor. We basked in the sun and felt the refreshing sea breeze on the deck of the warship, reveling in the delightful experience. Soon, a large fish-shaped vessel appeared on the horizon. Baratai had arrived. However, I immediately noticed something amiss, a Navy ship, a pirate ship, and lo and behold, wasn't he that Luffy, going merry? AI and S-hand instinctively reached for a sword S-hilt. Lu-chun, shall we engage? I quickly stopped her. Not so fast. We are here to eat, not to fight. Just then, a cannonball was fired from the Navy ship, sending a figure wearing a straw hat flying, crashing into the roof of Baratai like a cannonball. I covered my face. That reckless Luffy was still a source of concern. Our ship slowly approached, and I could see Zoro and Usopp's faces turn pale, fearing yet another wave of Navy forces had come to annihilate them. I stood at the ship's edge and flashed them a smile I believed to be friendly. Well, it's been a while. Zoro was still in shock, while Nami suddenly leaped over from their ship, wrapping her arms around me. Brother Lu-chun, only family understands the whirlwind that is this girl. What are you doing here? I saw in a newspaper that you've become a brigadier general. Why haven't you come to see me all these years? She rattled on, leaving me dizzy, and I hastily patted her back. Hold on, let me catch my breath. Come, let us eat. It's on me. Upon hearing the words on me, her eyes sparkled with the symbol of money, and she dragged me toward the dining area. Upon entering, I spotted a rather pretentious Navy ensign named Hobody, who was trying to show off. The moment I stepped in, he sprang from his chair, standing at attention and saluting. Brigadier General Lu Chun. Instantly, all eyes in the room shifted from him to me, and that feeling was exhilarating. I found a table for Nami and the others, only to be sandwiched between Nami and AIN, who flanked me on either side. Just as I was about to order, a golden-haired boy with curled eyebrows approached, lavishing attention on Nami and AIN while completely ignoring my presence. I couldn't be bothered with his antics. I pulled out a box of money from the system and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud. 1,000,000 berries. I want one of everything on your menu. The curly-haired boy dared to challenge me. Can you finish all this? Our establishment does not permit waste. I felt a surge of anger. With a cold gaze, I emitted a hint of my conqueror's hockey. That's none of your concern, and keep your distance from them. If you continue to bother them, I'll hold back. The boy's face turned pale, and he fled to the kitchen in a panic. As the dishes were served, Luffy came bounding down the stairs, looking aggrieved. I waved him over. Luffy, come eat. Without hesitation, he sat down and devoured the entire table of food as if a tornado had struck. Just as he finished with a satisfied burp, a one-legged old man burst forth, wielding a spatula, ready to strike Luffy. You little rascal. I asked you to work, not to steal food. I flicked my finger lightly, sending his spatula back. The old man, known as Red Leg Zeph, stumbled back several steps, his expression shifting dramatically. I inquired, what has he damaged? How much will it cost? Is my 1,000,000 sufficient for compensation? Zeph nodded affirmatively. That will be enough. I turned to Luffy and tilted my head. All right, you're free now. Just as we were conversing, a group of pirates burst in, led by two familiar faces. I couldn't help but chuckle. Weren't these the two who had slipped away from the Click Pirates? Ajin and Ironwall Balu? Ajin was already shouting, we're commandeering this ship. Hand over your money. I stood up, smiling at them. Gentlemen, long time no see. Upon seeing me, Ajin's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. And he stammered, it's you? Ironwall Balu shouted for them to run, and they turned to flee. Attempting to escape? Not a chance. Without fully drawing my sword, I unleashed two swift waves of red sword energy. In an instant, they were severed in half, their upper bodies continuing to fly forward while their lower halves crumpled to the ground. The sight was quite striking. With a mere glance, I signaled to AIN, who swiftly dealt with the remaining lackeys with efficiency. I exchanged pleasantries with Zeph, then began to feign modesty. Please, everyone, do not hold back. As a Navy officer, it is my duty. I nearly convinced myself of my sincerity. Luffy, still curious, asked where I had learned my swordsmanship. I replied, from the world's greatest swordsman. At this, Zoro's eyes lit up with determination, and he stood up. Let us have a duel. Very well, I'll give you the opportunity. We positioned ourselves on the combat platform, and I drew the supreme Grey Blade, Jean Tian, awarded by the system. Upon seeing the sword, Zoro's face turned pale. I urged him to use his strongest technique, and he charged at me with a battle cry, unleashing his flashy three-sword style, Great Thousand Worlds. I couldn't even be bothered to use sword energy. I merely swung my blade, casually slicing through the air in front of his chest. With a single strike, a deep gash appeared in his torso, and his two swords shattered into pieces. He collapsed, defeated in one blow. Luffy shouted at me, claiming I'd been too harsh. As Zoro clung to his last breath, holding up the remaining sword, he cried to Luffy, I swear I will never lose again until I surpass you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Pirate King, do you have any objections? Luffy grinned widely. None. Seeing this, I chuckled. This kid has some spirit. I waved goodbye to them, departing with AIN. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, farewell. I hope the next time we meet, you will be even stronger than you are now. The Navy ship gradually sailed away, and I glanced back at their small, rickety vessel, pondering how my interference had turned the plot upside down, depriving them of numerous opportunities for growth. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. However, I suspected that my system would not allow me to remain idle for long, as there were undoubtedly a myriad of tasks awaiting me in the future. As long as the rewards are substantial, I would not hesitate to take on the role of a caretaker or even a father. Just as I pondered this, the young Lady Iron approached, whispering, I never imagined that the two grandsons of Vice Admiral Karp would diverge so greatly, one becoming a Navy officer and the other, astonishingly, a pirate. I chuckled at this and waved my hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, that rascal Luffy is just like that. Let him be. I tell you, even my grandfather cannot rein him in. He is a wild stallion, untamed." Ian nodded in understanding, refraining from prying further into family matters. I had just turned to head back to the ship's cabin for a brief respite when a resounding thought struck me. Tasks had arrived. The system promptly assigned me 2 missions akin to a KPI report. The first was to rescue Luffy from Rogue Town, with a reward of 50 energy points. The second was to venture to Alabasta and subdue one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, thereby liberating the entire nation. This was no small feat, offering a staggering reward of 500 energy points alongside a superior blade. I mused to myself, rescuing someone from Rogue Town should be a trivial endeavor. How could it possibly be worth 50 points? Nevertheless, I shrugged off the thought. Rewards were rewards. These energy points were precious, capable of directly elevating my skills, truly a coveted item. For the sake of those 500 points and that magnificent blade, I would dare to tread into the perilous depths of Alabasta. Fortune had finally come to my doorstep. Days later, we returned to the Eastern Sea Naval Base. Upon entering, I was greeted by the disgruntled visage of Barton, who looked as if he had lost a fortune. "You two seem to have enjoyed yourselves, gallivanting while I remained here, toiling away with the new recruits." Ian and I exchanged glances and burst into laughter. I patted him on the shoulder, assuring him, "No worries. Ian can take over for you. It's time you took a break." Ian, however, was not pleased, rolling her eyes at me. "Oh, so you wish to be the hands-off manager? Do you believe I 1T turn you into a diaper-wearing infant? Family matters." At her words, I felt a chill run down my spine. Her backward fruit could revert my grandfather to youth, but for someone in my 20s, a mere touch would send me back to kindergarten. Who could withstand that? I swiftly made my escape, shouting over my shoulder, "You'll need to defeat me first." Nevertheless, her ability had its merits. Last time, she made Robin 18 years younger, and the result was quite captivating. That evening, I strolled through the training grounds to observe how Kobe and Barumabur were faring. To my surprise, they were quite astute, having strapped weights to their legs while practicing the shave technique. I glanced at their stats. After over a month of rigorous training, they had both reached F rank. Impressive indeed. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One late night, Ian and I returned to the training grounds only to find the two had removed their weights. With a thunderous sound, Kobe propelled himself off the ground, vanishing from sight, only to reappear several meters away. Although he stumbled slightly upon landing, his excitement was palpable as he hopped around, exclaiming, "Barumabur, I've learned it. I've mastered the shave." Meanwhile, Barumabur landed gracefully, smiling as he stated, "I've learned it too." Emerging from the shadows, I crossed my arms and nodded in approval. "Not bad. After 2 months, you've finally grasped it." Upon seeing us, they snapped to attention and saluted. "Major." Instructor Ian. Barumabur, ever the sycophant, grinned and asked, "Major, can we now learn the other 6 techniques?" I straightened my face, pouring cold water on their enthusiasm. "Not yet. Spend a few more days mastering the shave before we proceed. Don't let a minor achievement inflate your ego. It took you over 2 months to learn this, whereas in the Navy headquarters, prodigies accomplish it in a month." The two stood dumbfounded. "A month?" Ian chimed in. "Indeed, our major learned it in just 1 day." 1 day. Kobe and Barumabur's jaws nearly dropped to the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded me as if I were a monster. I waved my hand dismissively. A true hero does not boast of past glories. "Now, focus on your training at the base. Ian will teach you the new 6 techniques while I set sail for a patrol." After giving Ian a few instructions to oversee their training in the storm leg technique, I turned and vanished into the night. Once I departed, Kobe curiously inquired of Ian, "Instructor, is the major going out to hunt pirates again?" Ian nodded. "Yes, in recent months, the pirates in the Eastern Sea have nearly been eradicated by your teacher." Little did she know, I was merely farming monsters for energy points. Donning a dark cloak and hood, I transformed into the bounty hunter known as the Knight. I boarded a small vessel, heading straight for Road Town. Considering the time, Luffy and his crew should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, at the naval station in Road Town, smoke billowed, creating a surreal atmosphere. A frantic Marine rushed in, exclaiming, "Colonel Smoker, it's bad. The Straw Hat Pirates are approaching." From the haze, a figure abruptly rose, growling, "Silence. Who told you to panic?" It was the Logia fruit user, the White Hunter Smoker. With 2 large cigars clenched in his mouth, he nonchalantly replied, "What's the fuss? Ever since I took over this town, has any pirate ever escaped my grasp? Come, let us apprehend them." On the other side, I had arrived at the execution platform square. Standing in the corner, I gazed at the very platform that once witnessed the execution of the Pirate King, Roger, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Just then, my peripheral vision caught a stunning figure. A beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs walked past. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Slayedthe. After consuming the slippery fruit, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Following her gaze, I spotted several cloaked figures, one of whom sported a distinctive red nose. None other than the clown Buggy had arrived as well. It seemed the main cast was about to make their entrance. I remained patient, finding a spot beneath the execution platform to wait. Luffy, that fool, would undoubtedly climb up to experience the view of being the Pirate King. Sure enough, before long, a pair of rubber arms stretched out, grasping the edge of the platform as Luffy propelled himself upward, exclaiming in wonder, "Wow. Is this where the Pirate King was executed?" Beneath, the police shouted for him to come down, but he ignored them, exchanging banter. Suddenly, Slayedthe swung a spiked club, knocking an officer unconscious, and began to fawn over Luffy, declaring she wanted him as her man. Luffy, bewildered, failed to recognize the beauty before him. Shortly thereafter, Buggy and his subordinates revealed themselves, boasting about their antics. Luffy, furrowing his brow in contemplation, finally blurted out, "Who are you again?" "Oh right, you're called Manure." I nearly doubled over with laughter, while Buggy's face turned an unmistakable shade of green. As they continued their raucous banter, Buggy's subordinate Kabaji launched a surprise attack, pinning Luffy firmly to the execution platform. Buggy, reveling in his triumph, ascended the platform, brandishing a large knife, preparing for a grand public execution. Just as I was about to intervene, a chill swept through the air, and the sky darkened ominously. My heart sank as I realized something was amiss. The dragon was coming. Luffy's elusive father. I had to act swiftly to secure those 50 energy points. Without hesitation, I transformed my right wrist into a brilliant white arc of electricity, pointing skyward as I intoned, "Divine Judgment." A dazzling bolt of lightning shot from my fingertips, tearing through the heavens as thunder erupted. Unaware of the impending doom, Buggy continued to gloat as he swung his knife toward Luffy's neck. At that moment, a colossal lightning bolt, thicker than a barrel, struck the execution platform with precision. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, illuminating the scene with blinding white lightning, amidst which resounded the harrowing shriek of Buggy, his skeletal structure laid bare for all to witness. The entire execution platform was instantaneously reduced to a chaotic heap of debris, enveloped in billowing black smoke. As the smoke began to dissipate, a figure emerged from the ruins, grinning widely and foolishly proclaiming, "I am alive. That kid Luffy, indeed, the gum-gum fruit, is the nemesis of lightning. I am unscathed." I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking of escaping quickly. What was I waiting for? Turning my gaze back to Buggy, I found him transformed into a charred, humanoid form, still coughing up black smoke as his subordinates helped him up. At that moment, Smoker, accompanied by a large contingent of Marines, stormed onto the scene, encircling the square. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Slayedthe and Buggy hastily prepared to flee. Luffy, utilizing his rubbery elasticity, swiftly vaulted out of the encirclement. Observing Smoker, I thought to myself that this fellow was a troublesome adversary. To ensure the task's completion, I needed to witness Luffy and the others safely set sail. Consequently, I darted after Luffy in pursuit. However, I had scarcely ventured a short distance when an unsettling chill crept up my spine. I halted abruptly and addressed the empty alleyway with an icy tone. Your Excellency, there is no need for concealment. As my words faded, a man clad in a green coat, his face adorned with a checkered tattoo, emerged slowly, his piercing gaze fixated upon me. Why did you attack Luffy? He inquired. A chill ran through me as the system panel within my mind materialized, revealing Manshidi, Dragon, SSS rank. Good heavens, a top-tier figure, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Luffy's own father. Dragon repeated his question. Who exactly are you? I shook my head, lowering my voice to respond. You need not know who I am. Merely understand that I harbor no ill will towards Luffy. I was reluctant to reveal my identity at this juncture, for this man was unfathomable. Dragon, evidently skeptical of my words, scoffed coldly. Raising his right hand, a small whirlwind began to coalesce in his palm, swelling in size until it transformed into a terrifying tornado. You are serious? I frowned, recognizing that I could not contend with his formidable power at this moment. Hurricane Tornado. Dragon gently pushed forth, and the destructive whirlwind surged toward me. I dared not underestimate the threat. My hands instantaneously cloaked in haki, I drew back my right hand, channeling power before unleashing a palm strike that caused the air to explode with a deafening roar. Mountain-crushing palm. The massive shadow of my palm collided violently with the tornado. The resulting explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a tempest of energy that obliterated the surrounding walls in an instant. The tornado was dispersed, and my palm shadow vanished. However, the aftermath left me staggering back a dozen steps before regaining my footing, while Dragon merely retreated 3. My friends, this is the chasm of strength. You are strong, but there are no bounty hunters like you in the East Blue. Dragon regarded me with interest. I had no time for idle chatter, urgently warning, stop guessing. Someone is approaching. Smoker and his men are in pursuit. Dragon glanced at me and remarked, perhaps we shall meet again, before summoning the wind beneath him and soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Well then, you run off and leave me to deal with the Marines, do you? As the swarm of Marines charged toward me, I raised my right hand, now crackling with electricity, and grinned, discharge at 1,000,000 volts. In an instant, a tremendous current surged across the damp ground, incapacitating the Marines, leaving them charred and frothing at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. Only Smoker managed to evade the onslaught by utilizing his elemental transformation. By the time he returned to his original form, I had long since vanished, infuriating him to the point of throwing his cigar to the ground. Concealed in the shadows of the dock, I watched Luffy's small boat recede into the distance, my mind ringing with the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. 50 energy points. Finally, it was accomplished. I glanced at my attributes. I now possessed 119 energy points. Without hesitation, I spent 80 points to elevate my fruit development ability to C rank. Having dealt with the affairs of Rotown, I set sail alone toward the Grand Line, my destination set for Alabasta. Days later, I entered the first half of the Grand Line and had just arrived near the waters of Alabasta when the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a task. Acquire the historical text from the ancient ruins of Alabasta. Reward: 50 energy points, sword technique 1. I retrieved my map and discerned the shadow of an island ahead. That must be Little Garden. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a task. Defeat Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine. Reward: 100 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a task. Resolve the conflict between East Lee and Brokey. Reward: 100 energy points. My goodness, the system was ramping up the intensity, with tasks coming one after another. It would be foolish to forego rewards. So I immediately turned my ship toward Little Garden. Moments later, I set foot on the island, teeming with prehistoric beasts. I had scarcely entered the forest when a peculiar cry pierced the air as a large azure bird lunged toward me. Seeking death. Perfect. I was hungry and would make you my dinner. A smirk crept across my face as I unleashed my conqueror's haki. The great bird's eyes rolled back, and it plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. Approaching, I unsheathed my long sword, Jean Tion, and kicked the bird's carcass into the air, my wrist flicking as the blade shimmered. By the time I sheathed my sword, the great bird had been completely processed, leaving only edible chunks of meat. I gathered some dry twigs, igniting a fire with my thunder fruit, and commenced a barbecue. With rank cooking skills and my own seasoning. The aroma of the roasted meat was exquisite. Just as I sliced off a piece and savored its juiciness, a violent tremor shook the ground. I turned to see a giant clad in armor, wielding a massive axe and round shield, crouching down with glistening eyes fixed upon my roast, nearly drooling. "Hello. Your meat smells delightful. Could you spare me a piece?" I glanced at his status panel. Captain of the giant warrior pirates, Brokey. Without hesitation, I offered him the remainder of my roasted meat. He devoured it in mere moments, wiping his mouth and saying, "Thank you, my friend. I am Brokey, the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. You may call me Lucien." We exchanged a few pleasantries when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, signaling a volcanic eruption. Brokey rose to his feet, declaring, "Lucien, we shall drink together another time. I must go to battle." With that, he dashed toward the volcano. I understood he was off to duel another giant, Eastleigh. These two had been at odds for a century over trivial matters. As I watched them clash, the entire island trembled. I paid them no mind and continued deeper into the island. My immediate priority was to deal with those pesky members of Baroque works. Soon, I stumbled upon a peculiar white structure made entirely of wax, starkly contrasting with the surrounding forest. Inside, a man with his hair styled in a three-pronged fashion was leisurely sipping tea with a little girl beside him, who was munching on senbei. It was none other than Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek. I let out a cold chuckle and materialized at their doorstep. "So, this is where you've been hiding. Who?" The pair sprang to their feet. In the next heartbeat, I was upon them. With a flash of my sword, I cleaved the entire wax house in two. Brandishing my long sword, I appeared before them once more, swinging my blade. "Prepare to perish. Marines, retreat." Mr. 3's face paled as he and Miss Goldenweek hastily backed away. Simultaneously, he flung his hands, causing a torrent of wax to surge forth, solidifying into a thick wall before him. Wax wall. Yet the very next second, I obliterated it with a single swing of my sword. I must say, the look on his face was utterly comical. He clearly hadn't anticipated that his trick would fail to withstand even a moment against me. However, he quickly recovered, squeezing more wax from his body in a desperate attempt to erect an even thicker and more absurd wall, dubbing it the extra-large service wax wall. Quite the name you've got there. Unfortunately, in my presence, no wall, no matter how grand, would serve as a true hindrance. Another thunderous crash echoed as I shattered the wall even more thoroughly than the last. At last, the two of them found themselves without any barriers, finally able to see my face clearly. The individual known as Mr. 3 had his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he pointed at me and shouted, "Navy Brigadier, you are Lucien. Aren't you in the East China Sea? What are you doing here?" I chuckled, brandishing my sword as I replied, "Hunting pirates, of course." "What? Do you think I came here for vacation? You ask an awful lot of questions." I casually glanced at their data. One was rated B and the other C, their combined bounty not even reaching 100 million, a mere display of incompetence. Particularly, the young lady named Miss Huangjin Zhou was astonishingly not a devil fruit user. She could influence emotions merely through her artwork. If she were to manage people, wouldn't she become a top-tier talent? Seeing that I disregarded him, Mr. 3 grew agitated and shouted, "Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're a brigadier." As he spoke, wax began to ooze from his body, and before long, he encased himself in a towering suit of wax armor, resembling a low-budget version of a Gundam. The young lady next to him retrieved a palette and swiftly painted his white armor in a myriad of colors. "Wax Candle Champion," he declared triumphantly, striking a pose he believed to be impressive, laughing maniacally surprise. "Today, I will achieve the feat of defeating a Navy brigadier." My expression at that moment mirrored that of a subway elder engrossed in his phone. What era are we in still engaged in such flamboyant antics? I could hardly muster the energy to respond. Instead, I unleashed my haki to its fullest extent. The sword in my hand transformed into an inky black, and black flames erupted forth, extending into a massive black sword several meters long. Demon flame slash. I bellowed, cleaving downward toward his waxen armor. He was so frightened that he nearly lost control. Where could he run with a sword that size? He could only brace himself and swing his waxen fist at my blade, all the while shouting something about the championess fist. Truly, what could a fist made of wax do against my black flames that could melt anything? It was akin to ice cream falling into a hot pot. Upon contact, it would dissolve into a puddle of wax. He could only watch helplessly as the massive sword descended upon him. With a thunderous crash, I created a gaping pit in the ground, and he fell into it like a rag doll, unconscious. The young artist beside him was also knocked out by the shockwave. How dull. I shook my head and approached, binding the two with sea prism stone chains before dragging them toward the shore. As I retrieved my din mushy to call my Navy colleagues for assistance, I suddenly furrowed my brow, sensing something speeding toward me. Without a moment's hesitation, I hoisted Mr. 3 and Miss Huangjin Zhou as shields. With a loud bang, a small black projectile exploded against the unfortunate duo, enveloping them in smoke. Then, a woman's voice echoed from above. 10,000 gene pressure. A figure descended like a cannonball. I had noticed her early on. I swiftly dodged to a distance of several meters, allowing her to crash into the ground and create a sizable crater. It was then that I discerned two more arrivals, a blonde giantess holding a yellow umbrella and a dark-skinned man with curly hair, holding what appeared to be a black bomb. I glanced at their data, Miss Kingrenji and Mr. 5, both from Baroque works. The woman had an impressive physique, yet her intellect seemed lacking. She stomped her feet in frustration, exclaiming, I missed. Mr. 5, the dark-skinned man, remained composed. He glanced at his unconscious companions, and, with a serious demeanor, addressed me, Navy, we are subordinates of the warlord Crocodile. If you dare to touch us, are you looking to breach the agreement? I chuckled. You sought me out. I was just lamenting not being able to find you, and now it seems I've gathered a full table for Mahjong. Realizing he likely could not win, he attempted a sneak attack, flicking his finger to launch his bomb toward me. I merely tilted my head slightly to evade it, but as it whizzed past my ear, it detonated with a bang. Ha ha ha, Mr. 5 guffawed. Did you think you could dodge it? I am a bomb man. As the smoke cleared, I stood unscathed. I conceded I had been careless and nearly overlooked that detail. But the feeble power of his bomb couldn't even breach my hockey shield. Your fruit is impressive, but you are far too weak, I remarked coldly. He appeared utterly dumbfounded, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he launched two more bombs at me. This time, I could not be bothered to dodge. I simply flashed behind him with a swift movement and executed a slash before he could react. Blood sprayed forth as he was sent flying. A deep wound etched across his back. Miss Kingrenji, witnessing the dire situation, turned to flee, utilizing her devil fruit ability to make her body as light as a feather, hoping to escape with the wind. Do you think you can run? I chuckled, casually waving my hand toward a retreating figure. A blade of energy swiftly pursued her, slicing her from the air and sending her crashing down beside her companion. Task completed. I bound all four of them with sea prism stone and dragged them toward the shore. Shortly thereafter, my friend Shiza's warship arrived. With a heave, I tossed the four of them onto the deck as if they were sacks of rice. Shiza pulled me aside, quietly warning me that these individuals were under Crocodile's command, and my capture of them might provoke trouble with the rear admiral overseeing this sea. I waved my hand dismissively. Do you not know who my grandfather is? Should I fear him? Just escort them to the Navy headquarters and spread the word that Crocodile's crew was entirely taken down by a mysterious Navy officer, but do not disclose my identity. I wish to see how Crocodile reacts. After sending off Shiza, I turned back toward the island's interior to find the two giant brothers. Upon my arrival, I found them both exhausted, sprawled on the ground after what seemed to be a fierce battle. Spotting me, Brokey smiled and asked how I was. I replied, I came to see if the strongest warriors of your giant village have emerged victorious. The other giant, named Dongli, bristled at the remark. Who are you calling the strongest warrior? That would be me. And just like that, they were about to clash again. I quickly intervened, Gentlemen, there's no need for that. There's plenty of time to fight after you've both rested. They consider my words and, after a moment, lay back down with a resounding thud. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I grinned. Since you both claim to be the strongest, why not compete in a different manner? Surely you don't wish to brawl for eternity? They exchanged glances, contemplating the suggestion. Brokey proposed, all right, let us see who can hunt the largest sea king. You shall serve as the judge. Agreed. Donnelly concurred enthusiastically. Without delay, the two sprang up and headed to the shore to hunt. I, too, kept myself busy, delving into the forest. 3 hours later, as dusk approached, the two giants returned, each dragging a massive catch, and began bickering over whose was larger. Enough. Look at mine. I pointed behind me. They turned to see a colossal wooden platform floating near the water's edge. What is this? They asked, bewildered. I smiled and explained. This is called science. We shall play a game akin to Chow Chone weighing the elephant. We will first place one of your catches on it. Note how deep it sinks and then switch. Whoever's catch causes the platform to sink deeper will be deemed heavier and larger. How's that sound? They found my method reasonable, and I began weighing their catches. Ultimately, the results revealed that Brokey's catch, a plump fish resembling a sea king, outweighed Donnelly's by a slight margin. Ha! It appears my catch is indeed larger. Brokey laughed triumphantly. Although Donnelly was not pleased with the outcome, he accepted it, agreeing to a rematch the following day. As I observed them reconcile, I suggested, why don't we roast these two catches and have some drinks? Absolutely, they replied in unison. That night, the three of us gathered around a bonfire, indulging in hearty meat and drink, reveling in the moment. A century's worth of contradictions seems to gradually dissolve in the face of a simple barbecue. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, a man puffing on a cigar received the news of his subordinate's capture, erupting into an odd laugh. How dare the Navy lay a hand on my men? Mr. One, go fetch me the head of that reckless Navy officer. At dawn the next day, I bid farewell to two giant brothers who expressed their concern for my safety, warning me that the route to Alabasta passes through a territory known for its peculiar monsters, fraught with danger. I waved my hand dismissively, assuring them, it's merely a small creature. I can handle it. After all, I have a system mission to complete with 50 energy points at stake. There's no way I would let you take that from me. As I set sail in a small boat, I had not ventured far when the sea ahead surged like a volcanic eruption, and a gigantic goldfish, rivaling the size of an island, emerged, its gaping maw poised to engulf my vessel. Its size was impressive, though I wondered about the quality of its flesh. I rubbed my nose, drew my sword, and enveloped it in the aura of Haki, the blade shimmering with crimson arcs of electricity. First sword style, open the heavens. I struck at the creature with a single slash. A terrifying, blood-red sword aura cleaved through the sky, splitting the clouds above in half. The creature let out a roar, which abruptly ceased as my sword aura cleanly severed its body in two, blood instantly staining the vast ocean. I sheathed my sword and waved to the two giants on shore, who were left dumbfounded. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave. Days passed, and as I lay on my boat, I sensed a sudden chill in the air. Rising to check my map, I estimated I was nearing the Kingdom of Drum. Perfect timing. I intended to see if Chopper was around. However, before I could approach, I noticed smoke billowing from Winter Island, as if a battle raged. A group of soldiers in royal uniforms was desperately fleeing towards a large ship, led by an extravagantly dressed and exceedingly ugly figure. I furrowed my brow and moved closer. To my surprise, it was none other than Walpole. The system's notification chimed in. Eliminate Walpole for a reward of 50 energy points. This task seemed rather straightforward. I steered my boat nearer, and the soldiers aboard quickly spotted me. One soldier rushed to inform Walpole, Your Highness, someone is coming. Upon hearing this, Walpole inquired excitedly, Is it the Navy? It's the Navy. Wonderful. It truly is the Navy. Quickly, let me see. His joy was palpable. With the Navy here, we need not fear those pirates. However, when he reached the ship's edge and saw only me in a dilapidated little boat, his elation morphed into fury. His arm transformed into a spear, and he fired at the messenger soldier, roaring, You fool, just one Navy officer? How dare you tell me it's the Navy? He shot his own man, then turned the gun on me, cursing, Useless Navy, Arriving now is of no help. The bullet whizzed past. Indeed, he was a tyrant, deserving of his fate. I blinked and tilted my head slightly. The next moment, he seemed to panic. To my astonishment, he did not dodge. Instead, his other arm morphed into a second gun. The two firearms aimed at my rickety vessel unleashed a barrage of bullets. I chuckled. Did he think he was a Gatling gun? How will you evade this? He shouted. I burst into laughter. Evade? Who needs to evade? I gently tapped the boat's deck with my toes, and in an instant, I vanished from sight. Yes, you heard correctly. I disappeared in place. I activated Moonwalk and soared into the air, while Walpole flailed like a headless fly below, bewildered. Where is he? Where is he? Suspended in midair. I couldn't be bothered to even look at him, my voice as cold as ice shards. To dare raise a hand against a Navy rear admiral. I hereby pronounce your sentence. Death. As he looked up and saw me, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, I unleashed a sword aura in his direction. He reacted quickly, opening his mouth to conjure a thick iron wall that blocked my attack, transforming himself into a miniature castle, which he whimsically dubbed Walpole House. What a farce! Was he playing a simulation game? Unfortunately, his flimsy construction was no match for me. My sword aura sliced through the iron wall as effortlessly as cutting through butter, cleaving his little castle in half. Walpole's form reverted from the castle back to flesh, a line of blood trickling down from his head. His eyes widened in disbelief. You dare kill me? I replied, what is there to dare? You've already attacked. He could not fathom how a mere Navy officer would have the audacity to kill a prince. Blood erupted from him as he collapsed. Lying lifeless beside the soldier he had just shot, their expressions remarkably similar in their shared disbelief. The soldiers on his ship, witnessing the prince's demise, erupted into chaos. The prince is dead. Run. The Navy is killed. They shouted in a frenzy. I sneered, what nonsense. They had all witnessed the murder. There was no way I would allow them to return and spread rumors about me. My sword, Battle Heaven, ignited with a blood-red aura as I aimed at the ship, delivering a clean sweep with my blade. In an instant, the entire vessel and all aboard were obliterated, reduced to splinters and blood mist scattered across the ocean. With a thunderous crash, the sea lay pristine, as if nothing had ever transpired. Just as I prepared to turn away, a weathered male voice called out behind me. I never imagined a rear admiral of the Navy would resort to killing a prince. I frowned and turned sharply. A hulking figure loomed behind me. Why I failed to notice. His rugged appearance resembled that of a wild boar, adorned with chains and rings, his toothy grin distinctly memorable. A notification chimed in my mind. Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard, an S-class menace. Although his bounty stood at a mere 10 million, a trivial amount. He was destined to become one of the 4 emperors. The system thoughtfully issued me a task, eliminate Blackbeard. I chuckled inwardly. Engaging him now would be tantamount to delivering myself as a meal. This task lacked a time constraint, so I decided to accept it. I regarded him with a forced smile. This matter seems unrelated to you, does it not? Blackbeard burst into a raucous laugh, his voice grating. You are right. It is unrelated. I initially came to kill him, and you have done me a favor. His beady eyes darted, clearly recognizing me as the grandson of Garp, the one featured in the newspapers. I glanced towards the smoldering drum island and asked outright, did you do this? To my surprise, he candidly admitted, allow me to introduce myself. I am Marshal D. Teach. Please inform the Navy of my good deeds and request they raise my bounty. I was momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of mindset is this? Eager to be a wanted criminal, yet dissatisfied with his own performance metrics? Truly a remarkable abstract thinker. He too belonged to the D lineage, yet he was the antithesis of Luffy and Garp, practically a cautionary tale. However, it seemed he had no intention of attacking me for the time being, so I deemed it unnecessary to engage further. I bid him farewell and turned to leave. The affairs of the Kingdom of Drum, with a king of such character, might very well result in benefits for the common people if it were to be destroyed. Blackbeard watched my retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his face. Days later, I finally arrived in Alabasta. The landscape stretched before me, an expanse of yellow sand, sweltering and relentless. As I just set foot in the desert and took only a few strides, I spotted a silhouette ahead, shimmering under the sun. As I approached, I realized it was a bald man, his head gleaming in the sunlight. Mr. One, the top henchman of Lao Sha. His gaze was sharp, like a knife, fixated on me. "You're the one who took down Mr. Three and his men?" I nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Have you been waiting for me here for quite some time?" The system chimed again, indicating a reward of 80 energy points for defeating Mr. One. Physical prowess, primarily aimed at relieving stress. Mr. Zero had summoned me to eliminate you. Prepare to meet your end. He was known for his fiery temper and wasted no time. His arms transformed into razor-sharp blades, and he charged at me. I stood still, hardly bothering to move, and casually unleashed a wave of sword energy. Mr. One, initially brave, roared as he rushed forward, only for his blades to twist in agony upon contact with my sword energy. With a crack, his arms were severed, blood gushing forth. He let out a cry of despair, crumpling to the ground, clutching his stumps, his face contorted in pain. Pathetically weak. I scoffed. Battling such a fruit-dependent novice was like a dimensional strike. Undeterred, he struggled to rise, his body bristling with steel blades, adopting a posture that dared me to strike. I had never encountered such a bizarre challenge in my life. "Very well, I shall indulge you." Covering my right fist with a dark aura, I entwined my weapon with the same power and made a swift cut across his neck. A flash of crimson marked the severance of his head, which rolled to my feet, his eyes wide open, unblinking even in death. How utterly dull to stand there and allow me to behead him. I collected his head and was about to depart when a familiar voice called out, "Lu Chun." I turned around to find Ace, my dear brother. After years apart, he had grown taller and matured significantly, with a bounty of 550 million now. "Ace," I exclaimed. He approached, astonished. "I never imagined your strength had grown so formidable." Well, of course, I had leveled up significantly. I teased him, "You're doing well too, having become the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Grandpa keeps mentioning wanting to bring you back for some pampering." The mention of carp darkened Ace's expression. We chatted for a while, and I learned he was pursuing Blackbeard. Alas, his stubborn nature had not changed at all. Even Whitebeard could not dissuade him. He was determined to go. However, during the Marineford War, I could still rely on him to earn a hefty amount of energy points. We traveled together for a while, but Ace turned off to wait for Luffy. I did not stop him and continued alone towards the royal capital, Alba. After about 10 days, I finally arrived. I found a place to rest, and, as night fell, I swiftly slipped into the palace like a ghost. The guards and hidden agents were no different from wooden stakes in my eyes. In the king's office, King Cobra was lamenting with his two strongest guards, Hu Lang and Jiao Jibayer, worrying about his daughter, Vivi. Their lamentations were bothersome. So I emerged from the shadows and declared, "Your capabilities are indeed limited, for you are too weak." "Who?" The guards drew their swords in alarm. I removed my dark cloak to reveal the Naval Rear Admiral's cape, asserting my identity. "Navy, Monkey D, Lu Chun, grandson of Carp." Upon hearing Carp's name, the king's demeanor softened slightly. I did not mince words and got straight to the point. Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the historical text of the palace, and I shall rid you of Crocodile, the sand crocodile. King Cobra's expression darkened again as he questioned whether the Navy sought ancient weapons. "It is I who desires it," I stated plainly. He scrutinized me for a full minute, as if weighing a life-altering gamble, before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing, "Very well. I promise you, as long as you eliminate Crocodile, the historical text shall be yours." A deal was struck. I smiled faintly. His guards attempted to dissuade him, but he swiftly silenced them. A bold king indeed, willing to part with ancestral relics for the sake of his people. Before I departed, I released a hint of Conqueror's Haki as a warning against treachery and vanished into the night. Naturally, one does not leave empty-handed. So I took a few items from the palace as a token of the agreement. Perfectly reasonable, I believe. Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked area, Crocodile had just finished a call with a snail, knowing I was heading his way, and was ostentatiously announcing his anticipation of my arrival. Robin, who was beside him, brightened at the mention of my name. I had no patience to let him wait. I stealthily approached his lair, executing a stylish window entrance, swords in hand. a smirk on my face, and greeted him in my local dialect, Crocodile, Sazaiburidana. Long time no see. Lao Sha was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized me. Monkey D, Lu Chun, Carp's grandson. As I assessed him, I taunted, what is this? The 7 warlords believe they can act with impunity in allied nations? Do you genuinely think the Navy is oblivious to your misdeeds? It was a bluff. Yet he fell for it, his eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. Sandstorm. He summoned a small tornado of yellow sand that hurtled toward me. I easily dodged with a swift shave and declared, what a surprise. The illustrious 7 warlords resorts to ambush. I must arrest you for assaulting the Navy. He cackled, his form transforming into yellow sand as he charged at me. I deftly led him outside into the vast desert, his domain, where he gleefully proclaimed, you have chosen well. This shall be your grave. Is that so? I retorted. He unleashed his full power, his arm morphing into a colossal sand blade, striking down upon me. I did not flinch. My arms shrouded in haki, my dual blades entwined with power, arcs of red and black lightning crackling wildly. Twin blade demon slash. I crossed my swords, unleashing a dual wave of sword energy that merged into a massive malevolent spirit, meeting his sand blade head-on. A tremendous explosion rang out, sending yellow sand soaring. Just then, I sensed a chilling presence behind me. The desert greatsword. He had ambushed me from the sand beneath my feet. A massive sand sword thrusting toward my back. Thankfully, my observation haki was no mere decoration. I hardened my back with armament haki, bracing for the impact. The force propelled me several meters across the sand before I came to a halt. I brushed off the tattered remnants of my once pristine Navy justice cloak. Cursing, could I tolerate this? I glared at him, a cold smile forming. Not bad at all. As soon as the words left my lips, we both halted, sizing each other up. Lao Sha wore a serious expression. He understood my haki countered him, yet he remained confidently defiant. Unfortunately, you cannot defeat me. He suddenly launched another attack, his arm morphing into a crescent-shaped sand blade. I recognized this move. It could drain a person's moisture. I swiftly dodged again. As I landed, Lao Sha, now sand, floated behind me, jabbing at me with his golden hook. I countered with a sword, creating distance again. It was time to escalate the intensity. Taking a deep breath, I concentrated my haki and dark energy into my weapon, forming a gargantuan black flame, sword several meters long. Demon flame slash. As I swung down, the massive blade surged with an earth-shattering force toward Lao Sha. He panicked and transformed into sand to evade, but my attack was far swifter. Boom! A colossal sound erupted, shaking the ground and sending sand cascading like a waterfall. I focused on the swirling sand, unable to detect his presence. The crafty fiend had melded back into the sand, proving to be quite the challenge. Just then, I felt a tightness at my feet. A small clump of sand suddenly gathered behind me, morphing into the golden poison hook, plunging deep in my right foot. Crocodile's figure reformed behind me, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. I told you, you cannot win against me. My golden hook is laced with poison. You are doomed. Oh, is that so? Lu Chan suddenly replied with a smile. Before one's very eyes, the right foot that should have been struck transformed into a dazzling limb infused with the essence of thunder. The strike had indeed landed, yet it failed to poison Lu Chun. With a sudden discharge of electricity, Lu Chun unleashed a torrent of lightning that coursed through the golden toxic hook toward Crocodile. The crackling sound resonated as the electric current enveloped Crocodile's entire being, charring him blackened and revealing the stark whiteness of his bones beneath. A pained scream escaped Crocodile's lips as he collapsed to the ground, astonished to discover the devil fruit. You too are a wielder of power. From the information he had gathered, Lu Chun was not supposed to be a user of such abilities. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the rumble fruit. With a cold chuckle, Lu Chun raised his hand and executed a strike imbued with sword intent and domineering spirit. The Diamond Desert Blade. Crocodile's expression shifted as his hands transformed into 4 massive sand blades that slashed forth. In that fleeting moment of contact between the sword energy and the sand blades, he once again morphed into grains of sand, retreating into the distance, attempting to increase the distance between them. Think you can escape? Not a chance. However, Lu Chun had already discerned his trajectory. With a focused gaze, he soared into the air, wielding his long sword with precision to strike at the crocodile concealed within the desert sands. Each swing of his sword stirred up vast clouds of yellow sand, creating a series of deep craters in the ground. In an instant, a figure leaped from the sands, crashing heavily to the earth. It was Crocodile, who had just moments ago fled, now adorned with numerous wounds and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. I never expected someone so young to possess such strength. No wonder you are hailed as a marine supernova. I dare say you are the strongest among this generation of supernovas. Your decisiveness in battle will surely lead countless pirates to their doom. Thank you for the praise, but I shall not let you go. Lu Chun replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, Crocodile emitted an eerie laugh, transforming his entire form into grains of sand that began to swirl in a violent tempest, creating a sandstorm that expanded ominously. It began to engulf everything in its vicinity, rising to a towering height of several dozen meters, as if it sought to devour all. Any entity that ventured into its midst would be instantly drained of moisture. Weighty sandstorm. In an instant, Crocodile's voice resonated from within the colossal sandstorm, hurtling toward Lu Chun's position with alarming speed. Good. I've been waiting for you. Lu Chun smiled, raising his sword to strike at the air, deliberately avoiding the impending sandstorm. Just as Crocodile was puzzled, he noticed dark rain clouds had materialized above, a consequence of Lu Chun's earlier strike, hastening their descent into raindrops that began to fall heavily. This was a meticulously calculated maneuver on Lu Chun's part, utilizing the remnants of the dance powder that Crocodile had used to frame Cobra. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. With a smile playing on his lips, Lu Chun lifted his right hand, gathering a multitude of radiant lightning bolts. Arcs of electricity flickered across his entire being, coalescing into a massive Thunderbird in his grasp. With a sweeping motion, the Thunderbird surged forth at incredible speed toward the sandstorm. The speed of the lightning was breathtaking, striking the sandstorm in an instant. A tendre explosion échouée. The Thunderbird erupted into countless bolts of lightning, merging seamlessly with the sandstorm. While the dry sands might have sufficed, the rain rendered them conductive, ensnaring Crocodile hidden within the tempest. The relentless lightning ravaged the sandstorm, transforming the once yellow sands into a tempest of electric fury. Soon, Crocodile's voice emerged from within the maelstrom, as the frenzied yellow sands began to dissipate, morphing into charred stones that rained down from above. The once vibrant sands had been rendered blackened by the electric onslaught. With a heavy thud, Crocodile crashed to the ground, creating a significant crater. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun appeared beside him, binding Crocodile with a sea stone chain, effectively subduing him. At this moment, Crocodile lay unconscious, powerless against the effects of the sea stone, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Upon neutralizing Crocodile, Lu Chun prepared to depart. However, a swarm of residents suddenly emerged, brandishing various sticks encircling Lu Chun. Release our hero. Yes, let Crocodile go. He is the hero of our Alabasta kingdom. Marines, free him. The fierce battle had drawn the attention of the nearby populace, and in their eyes, Crocodile was undeniably their hero. Foolish people, how can you place your hopes in a pirate? Lu Chun barked, his voice commanding. Step aside. He raised his sword and struck downwards. The fierce sword energy collided with the ground, sending a cascade of yellow sand into the air. The surrounding crowd recoiled in fear, those nearest becoming engulfed in the airborne sand. Moments later, the sand settled, revealing a gaping chasm several meters deep and over 10 meters long on the ground. The residents trembled in terror, hesitant to utter another word, fearing this reckless pirate might take lives with his sword. Dare to obstruct me, and you shall be judged for attacking a marine major, Lu Chun declared coldly, sword in hand. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to make a move, and an eerie silence enveloped them, as they instinctively parted to create a path. With a light chuckle, Lu Chun was about to drag Crocodile away when a figure clad in a marine cloak stepped forward, flanked by a dozen other Marines. The leading Marine, a lieutenant by the name of Arabella Jean, slender and sharp-eyed, strode forward with furrowed brows. "Which Marine are you to dare disturb our territory?" "From the East Blue, Major Lu Chun," Lu Chun replied. At that moment, Jean's expression shifted in surprise. "Manchi D. Lu Chun. How could I not have heard of this name?" The Marine Headquarters Major, grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, and a favored disciple of Admiral Zephyr. Such a multitude of identities converged upon one individual, capturing the attention of all Marines. Yet, the Marines and the warlords had an agreement, and as the officer in charge of this area, Jean could not yield. "Major Lu Chun, you are supposed to oversee the East Blue, while this territory falls under our Commodore's jurisdiction. I kindly ask you to hand over Crocodile." Jean's demeanor softened somewhat, but Lu Chun had no intention of relinquishing Crocodile. With a smile, he retorted, "The East Blue may be under your watch, but I shall oversee that which your Grand Line cannot govern. What do you do about it? If you disagree, feel free to report it to your superiors. Now, move aside." As the conversation concluded, Jian's face turned a shade of iron, his anger palpable, yet he remained speechless. Firstly, his strength is undoubtedly inferior to Lu Chen's. Secondly, his background is not as formidable as that of his opponent. How can we possibly engage in combat? Subsequently, Lu Chun dragged Crocodile away, leaving the Navy and the nearby residents in a state of stunned silence, unable to utter a word as they watched him depart. After a brief walk of several minutes, a striking figure appeared before Lu Chun, none other than Robin, who had hurriedly arrived. "You are the one who called me out from the basement, aren't you? Where's my mother?" she inquired anxiously. "I can tell you, but you must promise not to speak of my affairs to anyone indiscriminately." Lu Chun replied with a serious demeanor, having already sensed that Robin might have inferred some truths. "All right, I promise you," Robin replied without hesitation. "Your mother is not dead. I have placed her in a very safe location. When the time is right, you will naturally reunite." Lu Chun assured her. "Where's she?" Robin pressed. "What difference does it make if you know? With your current strength, can you provide protection? Being together would only hasten your demise," Lu Chun stated coldly. At his words, Robin fell silent, ultimately uttering a simple, "Thank you. We will meet again by fate." Lu Chun waved his hand, leading Crocodile away, while Robin stood rooted in place, gazing at his receding figure. Not long after, at the Alabaster Royal Palace, Lu Chun entered, escorting Crocodile, and remarked with a smile, "I have captured Crocodile. It is time for you to fulfill your promise." "So, it is indeed him. He has even defeated a warlord." Bell and his companion were astonished, unable to believe that Crocodile had been vanquished in such a short span of time. "Thank you," Kabura exclaimed as he quickly rose to express his gratitude. Lu Chun, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "It was merely a transaction. What I seek is the poneglyph. Lead me to it." "Very well. Please follow me," Kabura said, guiding Lu Chun into the palace's basement, where a hefty poneglyph was stored. "This is the historical text that our royal family has preserved. You may take it whenever you wish," Kabura declared, having already made a copy, rendering the original's existence inconsequential. "All right, you may leave now," Lu Chun instructed. After dismissing Kabura, he placed the poneglyph into his system bag and used his sword to create an exit from the secret chamber, promptly departing. Notification: Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 50 energy points, Sword Technique 1. Notification: Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: Supreme Great Blade 1. 500 energy points. Hearing the commotion, Kabura rushed into the secret chamber only to discover that Lu Chun had already left and the poneglyph had vanished. On the other side, Lu Chun headed towards the nearby coast, preparing to return Crocodile to the Navy's Impel Down. While walking, he reviewed his system interface. Host: Lu Chun. Level: S. Rank: Commander. Fruit: Thunder Fruit. Skills: Swordsmanship S. Sword Intent S. Body Techniques B. Fruit Development B. Conqueror's Hockey S. Armament Hockey S. Observation Hockey S. Navy 6 Styles Shave Navy 6 Styles Tempest Kick Navy 6 Styles Moonwalk Cooking Talent: Skill: Simplification. Energy: 969. Berries: 32. 890. 000. Chapter 82. Navy Major. We shall meet again. After this battle, his strength had once again surged, accumulating over 900 energy points and acquiring a new supreme great blade. Now he possessed two of these formidable weapons. His power had ascended to new heights. The new supreme great blade was a long sword with a blue blade named Qingfeng. A few days later, in a section of the Grand Line, Liu Chun awaited the Navy's arrival to escort Crocodile to impel down. Suddenly, Crocodile spoke. I never imagined I would fall into your hands. However, I do have a question. Why did you say we haven't seen each other in a long time? Have we met before? You will eventually find out. Liu Chun replied with a smile. The phrase sussy Bulidana was merely a habitual expression of Crocodile's, uttered instinctively. Upon hearing this, Crocodile ceased further inquiries. Approximately half an hour later, a Navy ship approached. Liu Chun looked up in surprise. It is Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship. He had not anticipated that Vice Admiral Tsuru would personally escort Crocodile, but given Crocodile's strength, perhaps her presence was indeed warranted. In the days that followed, Vivi had exposed the Baroque Works conspiracy, and the Navy naturally had to act, taking Crocodile into custody. Liu Chun, therefore, seamlessly transitioned into a hero of the Navy, poised for accolades and promotion. Soon, Liu Chun boarded Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship and handed over Crocodile. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I never expected you to be the one, he exclaimed. Indeed, your ability to defeat Crocodile signifies a step forward in your strength. The headquarters is considering your return, Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked earnestly. With multiple pirates rising globally, the headquarters may assign you to intercept some pirates heading to the New World in the Grand Line. Yes, I understand. Liu Chun nodded. This was not merely a directive from headquarters. It was evident that with Crocodile captured, one of the warlords was now absent. There was no one to restrain the pirates heading to the New World, hence the need for him to step in, especially since he was the one who had apprehended Crocodile. By the way, your grandfather asked me to relay a message. If you see that kid Luffy, be sure to teach him a lesson. Vice Admiral Tsuru added. All right. Liu Chun smiled in silence, knowing he would certainly comply. The deployment orders will be issued in a few days. For now, stay at the Grand Line base. If you need anything, just contact me via Den Den Mushi. Understood. Thank you, Vice Admiral Tsuru. After exchanging a few more words, Vice Admiral Tsuru set off with Crocodile in tow. After watching Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship fade from view, Liu Chun proceeded to the nearest Navy base as instructed. The Navy had established bases throughout the Grand Line, aimed at swift mobilization and curbing pirates heading to the New World, ensuring that weaker pirates would perish in the early stages of the Grand Line. This is why the first half of the Grand Line resembled a crucible for testing pirate strength. Very few pirates successfully navigated this phase, giving rise to the existence of the supernovas. A few days later, Liu Chun arrived at a nearby Navy base, where the deployment orders had already reached. His rank had elevated to major, and he had assumed command of the base. His primary task was to intercept all advancing pirates, aligning perfectly with Liu Chen's desires. Meanwhile, far away in the East Blue, An had arrived at Liu Chen's base with Baruma and KB. Days prior, the system had already alerted him to the completion of a new task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Phase 2 task. System reward: 10 energy points. 1 Liangkuai Dao. The three individuals could be considered Liu Chen's personal guards, thus they followed him closely. Batten, on the other hand, needed to continue managing matters in the East Sea while temporarily acting as the base's colonel. In the office, teacher, KB, and Bai Lumai Bai stood upright, calling out in unison. Ian, you taught them well. It seems their strength has improved considerably. Liu Chun observed their information and nodded in satisfaction. Their abilities had reached D rank, triggering the next phase of the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering Phase 3 task. Elevate KB and Bai Lumai Bai's strength to a rank. System reward: 2,000 energy points. 1 customized Liangkuai Dao, 1 pair of boxing gloves. You flatter me. Ian smiled gently. Bai Lumai Bai, here is a sword that should suit you well. Take it and make good use of it. As he spoke, Liu Chun produced a double-edged sword from the system rewards, the Liangkuai Dao, a reward for completing the Phase 2 task. It was evident that the reward was intended for his two disciples rather than for Lu Chen himself. "Thank you, teacher." Bai Bai's eyes lit up as he expressed his gratitude. This double-edged sword was far superior to his own, at the very least being a Liang Kuai Dao. Lu Chen nodded slightly, turning to KB and reassuring him. "Since you practice body techniques, I have not prepared a weapon for you this time. Next opportunity, I shall gift you something fine." "Thank you, teacher." KB's face brightened at the words. "All right, seeing that your strengths have grown, let us patrol the seas together." Lu Chen rose to his feet. "Yes." With that, Ian and the others immediately followed suit, especially KB and Bai, who had trained diligently yet had not truly engaged in combat. Under Lu Chen's leadership, they boarded several ships to patrol the nearby waters. To Lu Chen, this was not merely a patrol. It was an endeavor to hunt down pirates. The flagship was the vessel occupied by Lu Chen and his companions, accompanied by 6 ordinary naval ships, totaling 7 naval vessels. Lu Chen lounged on a deck chair, basking in the sun. "Here, juice." Suddenly, Ian approached, offering Lu Chen a glass of juice. "Thanks." Lu Chen accepted the drink, savoring the chilled fruit juice, feeling utterly content. Finally, a few days of rest. In my view, a lack of pirates amounts to a restful time. You know, if Rear Admiral Carper see you like this, he would surely give you a thrashing. Ian jested. One must indulge in life. While we live, we must enjoy ourselves. With that, Lu Chen took another sip of juice. Ian chuckled silently, covering his face with a smile. At that moment, KB suddenly rushed over, reporting, "Commander, we have spotted a pirate ship. Head over and eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen abruptly stood up, speaking with gravity. "Yes." With a command given, the 7 ships sped towards the nearby pirate vessel. Simultaneously, on a pirate ship not far away, the crew noticed the approaching navy and quickly reported to their captain. Captain, several naval ships are heading this way." "Oh, the navy dares to trouble me? Charge forward. Fire the cannons and destroy them." A man with red-nosed features and triangular eyes, resembling a fox, replied nonchalantly. Chapter 83. Too fast. Increase the attack speed. "Yes, Captain." With a command, the crew swiftly maneuvered the ship towards the approaching navy. Lu Chen stood at the bow of his ship, pulling out a telescope to observe the pirate vessel, and recognized a familiar pirate. Character: Foxy. Position: Captain of the Foxy Pirates. Fruit: slow fruit. Level: B. Skill: Fruit development. Bounty: 24 million berries. Ah, so it is him. Lu Chen murmured to himself. As soon as he spoke, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate the Foxy Pirates. System reward: 80 energy points. Major, who is it? Ian inquired, puzzled. It is the Foxy Pirates, who have consumed the slow fruit. Lu Chen replied with a serious expression. Notify the others. Be cautious and do not get too close. In truth, the slow fruit posed quite a challenge. If one were to blame, it would be for Foxy's subpar development of its abilities. Understood. Ian promptly descended to instruct the naval crew. Meanwhile, on the Foxy Pirate ship, fire the cannons. Foxy raised his hand and commanded loudly. Yes. The crew immediately aimed their cannons at the naval ships and fired in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Black cannonballs, each the size of a basketball, hurtled towards the Navy vessels. Quick, return fire. Ian drew his sword from his waist and shouted. Yes, Commander. At the command, all naval ships aimed their cannons at the Foxy Pirates ship, ready to fire. Just as they were about to shoot, Foxy suddenly stood at the bow, curling his thumb, middle, and ring fingers, while raising his index and little fingers to unleash slow light. Slow light. Pink rays emanated from his hands, encircling all the pirate ships. Everything within the light's reach had its speed drastically reduced. The Navy's cannons, ready to fire, moved as though trapped in slow motion. Yet, the cannonballs launched by the Foxy Pirates maintained their speed, hurtling towards the Navy ships at a rapid pace. Watch out. Ian's expression changed as he shouted loudly. Even the speed of his speech had slowed considerably. Remarkably, Lu Chen appeared unaffected, drawing his supreme Liang Kuai Dao, War Heaven, and executing a swift draw slash. In an instant, A gleam of sword light flickered. The crimson sword energy surged forth at incredible speed. When one reaches the pinnacle of speed, even when slowed down, the swiftness of their strike remains formidable. Liu Chen's sword technique, draw-slash, could overcome this disadvantage. The essence of the draw-slash lay in the speed of the strike. Furthermore, his inherent strength was substantial. The reduction was merely a fraction of his overall speed. The sword energy sliced through the incoming cannonballs, cleaving them in two. Boom! 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 The resulting explosions filled the air with smoke. However, Liu Chen's sword energy did not dissipate. It continued to rush towards the Foxy pirate's ship at an astonishing speed, breaking free from the confines of Foxy's slow light. The sword energy surged forward, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air. "Quick, set sail!" Foxy shouted, but his words still came out slowly. The sword energy struck the bow of the ship. Boom! With a single strike, the entire bow was severed and plunged into the depths of the sea. What? Foxy's expression shifted slightly, and he turned to see the source of the sword energy. Noticing Liu Chen standing at the bow, suddenly, faces turned pale, and a cry echoed. "Meng Qi Di, Liu Chen, run. It's a Navy Rear Admiral. Monkey de Duchamp. What? It's him. Run, run." Chaos erupted aboard the pirate ship as the crew immediately began to flee. Some pirates even jumped overboard in their desperation. With the bow of the ship destroyed and the crew in a state of panic, the vessel was nearly immobilized. After a brief moment, the effects of Foxy's slow light dissipated. "Everyone, it's our turn now. Charge. Eliminate all Navy personnel," Liu Chen proclaimed from the ship's bow, wielding his weapon, Zhan Tian, and raising his arm high. "Kill. Charge. Slay the pirates. Onward." In an instant, all Navy soldiers surged forward, closing in on the pirate crew and engaging in fierce combat. With Liu Chen present, the Navy soldiers exhibited extraordinary bravery. They decimated the Foxy pirates without leaving a trace. Liu Chen executed the moonwalk technique, swiftly reaching the ship and locating Foxy. Smiling as he remarked, "It seems your fruit ability has little effect on me." Upon hearing this, Foxy's expression darkened, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. Suddenly, he drew a long sword from his waist and aimed it at Liu Chen's ankle, exclaiming, "Slow chain." The slow factor stored within the slow light sword was unleashed, hurtling towards Liu Chen's position. In a flash, Liu Chen moved his right foot, causing him to vanish from sight as if he had disappeared into thin air. "Where's he?" Foxy thought he could control Liu Chen and make his escape, but his opponent had seemingly vanished. Suddenly, Liu Chen's voice resonated from behind. "Looking for me? Too bad you have the wrong person." Foxy felt a chilling sensation down his spine, as if he were plunging into a frozen abyss. Just as he turned around, he saw a flash of red light slicing through the air before him. The blade had effortlessly severed his neck. In an instant, Foxy realized he was already dead, his head rolling to the ground by Liu Chen's feet as it was picked up. "This is 24 million berries." In this world, wealth seemed insignificant compared to strength. Power equated to wealth. After dispatching Foxy, the remaining Foxy pirates were thrown into disarray. The captain is dead. That was too quick. I haven't even had a chance to escape." "Run. What are you waiting for? Do you want to die under the sword of a Navy supernova?" Liu Chen did not strike again, but stood atop the ship's mast, observing the battlefield and assessing the Navy's strength. The Navy of the Grand Line was indeed stronger than that of the East Blue. Additionally, Barumber and KB had utilized the Navy's 6 dials to eliminate numerous pirates. The most formidable among them was Ein, who, through his fruit ability, continuously touched others, causing the pirates to regress in age, transforming into children who could barely wield a sword. Any pirate attempting to flee was met with Liu Chen's sword energy, leaving none to escape. After approximately half an hour, all pirates were either killed or captured. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Chapter 84. The Seven-Colored Mist. What is its purpose? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 80 energy points. Liu Chen gazed at the system interface's notification, nodding in satisfaction. He leaped down from the mast and landed steadily before KB and Barumber, saying, "Well done, but you both need more practical experience. Whether you can awaken Haki is up to you. Yes, teacher. KB and Birumba responded in unison. All right. Liu Ken nodded slightly and called out, gather the troops, return to base. Yes, Rear Admiral. With that, all Navy ships adjusted their course and began their return to G-39 Navy base. However, en route, Liu Ken departed from the ship, heading towards another destination. Lieutenant 9, where's the teacher going now? KB inquired curiously. Watching Liu Chen's departing figure, Ein smiled and remarked, he is probably off to eliminate more pirates alone. He just can't sit still. Oh, the teacher is indeed a righteous Navy officer, just like Vice Admiral Karp. KB exclaimed. Indeed, I nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Liu Ken was entirely unaware of their conversation, having distanced himself from the Navy ships. His choice to leave was to complete another newly triggered task. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate Mayor Wydun of Leluja Island. System reward, 50 energy points. Uncertain of the system's motive for this task, he recognized it must be advantageous for the system, or perhaps for himself. The task appeared straightforward, yet the destination was anything but simple. Leluja Island was shrouded in a seven-colored mist. Within it lay vast treasures, and time flowed much slower than in the outside world. 1 year outside equated to merely 1 day within the seven-colored mist. Did the system wish for him to enter, to train, and accelerate his strength? Or was there another purpose? After much contemplation, Liu Ken could not discern the system's intentions. Regardless, it seemed beneficial, and a visit would pose no harm. A few days later, Liu Ken arrived at Leluja Island, where a small town awaited him, his intended destination. Upon disembarking at the dock, he spotted a towering structure reaching towards the heavens. The tower's peak was obscured by cloth, rendering its entirety invisible, yet it was evident that it was the Rainbow Tower, a bridge between the real world and the realm of the seven-colored mist. Currently, Liu Ken was not in his Navy uniform, but dressed in casual attire, thus attracting no attention. Once ashore, he promptly sought out a restaurant for a meal. Boss, I'd like a serving of fried rice, Liu Ken exclaimed as he plopped into a chair, waving his hand. Coming right up, the restaurant owner replied, immediately beginning to prepare the dish. While waiting, Liu Ken surveyed his surroundings and suddenly noticed a familiar name. At a nearby table sat an elderly man with white hair, frowning as he read a book. Character, Hungzhua. Position, scientist of the seven-colored mist. Fruit, none. Level, skill, science. Bounty, none. Hungzhua, a member of the Pumpkin Pirate crew, was a crucial element in entering the seven-colored mist. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Gain Hungzhua's trust and provide funding for his continued research on the seven-colored mist. System reward, 50 energy points. The task was not difficult. It merely required continued financial support. If he could uncover the secrets of the seven-colored mist, it would yield significant research outcomes. Just then, the owner brought over the fried rice. Here, that's your fried rice. Thank you, Liu Ken said, picking up his spoon and beginning to eat. He decided to fill his stomach first. Halfway through his meal, a cacophony of drums and gongs erupted from outside. Boom, boom, boom. Upon hearing the noise, the patrons of the restaurant froze in terror, their expressions tense with fear. Everyone began to ravenously clear the dishes from the table, leaving not a single morsel behind. Liu Chen raised an eyebrow, distinctly unfazed, unlike the others who were in a hurry. Soon, a fierce-looking young man entered with several soldiers. He was none other than Lei Ku, the grandson of Mayor Wydun of Leluja Island. Lei Ku, with an air of arrogance, surveyed the diners in the restaurant and quickly noticed Liu Chen still enjoying his meal. He strode over with interest, saying, "Oh, you're still eating the large fried rice. Quickly pay the large plate tax, 2,000 belly." However, Liu Chen disregarded him, wearing a knowing smile as he continued to eat. "You little brat, you." Lei Ku's expression turned furious, and he began to curse. Seeing this, the restaurant owner immediately interjected, "My lord, he is new here and does not understand the customs of Leluja Island. Please do not take offense." Oh, hearing this, Lei Ku's interest peaked further. Since he is new, he hasn't paid the island entry tax yet, which is 20,000 belly. The restaurant owner's face darkened, speechless. Nevertheless, Lu Chun continued to ignore the raucous Slayedthe, lost in his meal. "Hey, you little brat. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Eli Giskiviko Delovit." At this point, the onlookers began to worry for Lu Chun. What is going on? Doesn't he fear Slayedthe? Perhaps he is new and unaware of our circumstances. Indeed, the young man is still too naive. He needs to learn a lesson. Slayedthe's face grew dark, his pride wounded. He drew the long sword at his waist and swung it at Lu Chun. "You bastard! How dare you ignore me?" Suddenly, Lu Chun's eyes turned cold. His right hand moved slightly, touching the sword at his waist. In a flash, the sword light gleamed. It swept past Slayedthe's neck. In an instant, his head was severed, blood gushing forth. Slayedthe's head rolled onto the floor, landing in the center of the restaurant. The speed of Lu Chun's strike was astonishing. The others had not even seen him draw his sword. It was as if he had been sitting there all along, unmoving. After a moment, the crowd finally reacted, gazing in shock at Slayedthe's lifeless body. "What? The mayor's grandson is dead? Dead. The mayor's grandson is dead. Incredible, let us flee." The soldiers, witnessing the scene, fled in panic. They had never encountered a man of such strength. It was evident they stood no chance. If they did not run now, when would they? Lu Chun made no move to pursue. He simply finished his meal, set down his bowl and chopsticks, and remarked indifferently, "Interrupting my meal is quite troublesome. Is this not courting death? Friend, you should leave quickly, or the mayor will surely come looking for you. Yes, you killed his grandson. He will definitely seek revenge. You still have time to escape." The diners urged him to flee. "It's nothing, just killed a man. He deserved it." Lu Chun waved dismissively, speaking with nonchalance. Upon hearing this, the patrons fell into silence, for his words rang true. The man lying on the ground indeed deserved to die. Suddenly, Hungs stepped forward and coldly stated, "Yes, he deserved to die." "Humph. On what grounds do you say that? You deserve death too, for using our money to research some ridiculous rainbow mist. Indeed, otherwise, our Lelugia Island wound tea had become this way." His words ignited the fury of the crowd. Nevertheless, Hungs remained expressionless, seemingly accustomed to such insults. He scrutinized Lu Chun's face and directly asked, "You are Monkey D. Lu Chun, the grandson of the Navy hero Carp. Correct? You know me?" Lu Chun smiled, surprised that the other party recognized him. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "What? He is the grandson of Navy hero Carp? How could he be here? Our little town is saved. Yes, with him here, we will no longer suffer under Weiduan's oppression." Lu Chun, not dressed in Navy attire, was difficult to recognize. Naturally, they had learned of his exploits through newspapers. Suddenly, Hung Zun knelt before Lu Chun, his expression grave, and earnestly said, "Major Lu Chun, I implore you to save our town. Weiduan is actually a pirate, not a true mayor. This is all my fault. If anyone should be captured, take me with them, but please, you must save our town. I am willing to atone for my mistakes." Lu Chun was taken aback. He expected the other party to kneel before him. Nonetheless, he stepped forward to help Hung's way up, stating seriously, "Do not worry. Eliminating pirates is our Navy's duty. Moreover, as long as I am here, there is no pirate I fear to kill." "Thank you, Major Lu Chun." Hung's expressed his gratitude promptly. This major was capable of defeating even the warlords of the sea and would undoubtedly assist them. For this reason, he chose to reveal the truth. Meanwhile, the others expressed their thanks as well. "Thank you, Major Lu Chun. Thank you, Major Lu Chun." Suddenly, a piercing voice echoed from outside. "Who dares to kill my grandson? Bastard! Who dares to kill my son?" The familiar voice sent shivers through those present, some even hiding behind Lu Chun. It was Weiduan and his son, Philip. With a loud crash, the restaurant door was kicked open. What entered was not merely people, but two robotic entities. Within the robots sat Weiduan and his son, Philip. Upon learning of Slayedthe's death, the two immediately donned their mech suits and rushed to the restaurant. Weiduan, clad in his mech, roared, "Who killed my grandson?" The crowd trembled in fear, too terrified to respond. At that moment, Lu Chun stepped forward and boldly declared, "I did. It's you, seeking death." Weiduan's eyes turned red as he raised his robotic arms, aiming at Lu Chun, ready to unleash flames. Navy 6 dials, Soru. In an instant, Lu Chun vanished from his position before the flames could be expelled. A flash of sword light swept past him. The robotic arms were severed and fell to the ground. Sparks erupted from the malfunctioning mech suit. What? Wei Dun's eyes widened in disbelief. Nearby, Philip, seeing this, anxiously raised his robotic arms, aiming them at Lu Chun to unleash flames. Father, be careful. The searing flames burst forth from the robotic arms, enveloping both Lu Chun and Wei Dun's position. However, amidst the flames, only Wei Dun's screams could be heard. You little brat, why are you roasting me? Huh? Philip hurriedly shut off the flame apparatus, only to find Lu Chun's figure had vanished, leaving behind a charred Wei Dun. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Are you looking for me? What? Philip's expression changed as he turned around too late. A flash of a sword. Philip's body, along with the mech he wore, was cleaved in two. Both halves crashed heavily to the ground, blood and metal mingling together, staining the earth crimson. I will kill you. Wei's eyes glowed crimson as he lunged toward Lu Chun, his claws bared in a menacing display. Seeking death indeed. Yet, Lu Chun merely brandished his sword with simplicity. The blade sliced through Wei Dun's form, cleaving him in half, much like Fanto. Blood gushed forth, staining the restaurant floor in a crimson pool. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend the rapid unfolding of events. The mayor is dead. Flee! Flee! At this sight, his entourage scrambled to escape. The patrons of the establishment gaped at Lu Chun, rendered speechless. They were well aware of his formidable prowess, but never anticipated such a swift and merciless act of murder. It became evident why he was dubbed the most ruthless supernova in naval history. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 50 energy points. Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Chun smiled and addressed the crowd. I would appreciate it if you could tidy up the aftermath. I have other matters to attend to. Of course, of course. The restaurant owner nodded vigorously, not daring to refuse. Major Lu Chun, thank you. Whatever you require, I shall comply. At that moment, Hangzhou approached Lu Chun, expressing his sincere gratitude. Lu Chun replied candidly, It's simple. I will finance your continued research on the seven-colored mist. Should you achieve groundbreaking results, notify me at your earliest convenience. Certainly, Hangzhou agreed without hesitation. His life's work revolved around the seven-colored mist, and he had yet to find a companion for his endeavors. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden exclamation erupted from outside. The Slayedthe Star? A pirate ship has appeared in the harbor. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, suspecting yet another pirate had arrived, and stepped outside. The others followed suit. At the docks lay a massive vessel, its exterior somewhat dilapidated, featuring a Red Bull's head at the prow. The Slayedthe Star? Wei Dun exclaimed, visibly excited. This ship was the very one he and the Pumpkin pirate crew encountered 50 years ago upon entering the seven-colored mist. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Dun eagerly boarded a small boat, heading toward the Slayedthe Star. It seemed the seven-colored mist was about to manifest again. Lu Chun smiled faintly, stepping onto the water's surface to follow. His speed surpassed that of Vunga, allowing him to arrive at the Slayedthe Star first. The ship bore the marks of battle, yet no personnel were in sight. Strangely, the vessel appeared remarkably clean, devoid of dust, as if it had been recently occupied. At that moment, Ho arrived aboard the ship, frantically calling out, Is anyone here? Everyone. There's no one, Lu Chun advised. Nevertheless, Ho continued his search throughout the ship. Eventually, he stopped in a galley, gazing at the familiar surroundings with a furrowed brow. This is the ship that disappeared 50 years ago. Remarkably, it feels as though not much time has passed. Indeed, the food has not spoiled, Lu Chun remarked, observing the untouched meals on the table. This suggested that the time flow within the seven-colored mist was notably slow. One day inside equated to a year outside. However, one could only wonder how the outside world might change while training within. After much deliberation, Lu Chun ultimately resolved against training in that realm. Suddenly, a series of beeping noises erupted from the device on Fengjia's back. He quickly removed the radar to investigate, exclaiming, I've never seen a radar react so strongly. He then dashed out of the galley. Lu Chen promptly followed him to the deck of the Talia Star. In the distance, vast expanses of the seven-colored mist began to materialize. The seven-colored mist. It truly is the seven-colored mist. Hung Zhou exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Lu Chen also observed the enigmatic mists ahead, his brow furrowing as he detected no anomalies. Is that the seven-colored mist? Within lies the eternal realm. Major Lu Chen, could you transport me there? I wish to enter. Hung Zhou implored earnestly. Lu Chen nodded. Certainly, let us enter together. I too wish to uncover the secrets within. Thank you. Thus, Lu Chen assisted Ko aboard a small boat, guiding him into the seven-colored mist. Just as they entered, a naval ship arrived at the harbor. A sailor on the bow gazed at the fading mists, murmuring, after 50 years, it remains the same. Meanwhile, upon entering the realm of the seven-colored mist, Lu Chen found himself enveloped in vibrant fog. As they ventured deeper, numerous colorful orbs began to emerge ahead, all seemingly spiraling away from a singular point behind them. Within, the passage of time felt imperceptible, and it was unclear how long they had been traversing. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing a vast sea littered with wrecked vessels. This is Ipusicansade, the Eternal Realm, also known as the Graveyard of Ships. Hung Zhou remarked, scanning the surroundings. Oh, it may be a graveyard for ships, but it is certainly not my grave. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, leaping from the vessel to survey the area. Since they had come, they could not leave empty-handed. They must seize the treasures hidden within, for wealth is never excessive. Moreover, to sustain Hung's research on the seven-colored mist, substantial funds were essential. Simultaneously, Hung Zhou began fiddling with his device while continuing his search. After several minutes, Lu Chen had amassed a considerable amount of treasure, depositing it into his system backpack. Just as he was about to depart, a haunting voice echoed from the surroundings. Those who disturb the spirits of the deceased, hasten to unload your cargo, or the curse of the dead shall befall you. Oh, Lu Chen remained unfazed, responding with a smile. What? Do the spirits require these items? The voice hesitated briefly before insisting, leave at once, or the curse of the dead shall surely descend upon you. No sooner had the words left its mouth than several phantoms draped in white cloth materialized before him. Ha! Lu Chen chuckled lightly, unsheathing his sword, Zhan Tian, and swiftly slashing in the direction of the voice. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, narrowly missing the nearby wreckage. With a resounding crash, the entire ship was cleaved in two, splintering into countless fragments that plummeted below. Suddenly, a child appeared, tumbling from the sky. Character, RGB. Level, G. Lu Chen discerned the child's identity through the system interface and activated Yabu, soaring into the air. Simultaneously, several other children appeared, anxiously calling out, RGB. As RGB was about to fall into the wreckage, a figure caught him, landing safely on the deck of the broken ship. The other children rushed forward to check on RGB, exclaiming, RGB, are you all right? What happened? Only one pouting boy stood defiantly before Lu Chen, glaring at him and demanding, who are you? What do you want? Ah, so it is you, Lu Chen remarked, recognizing the child before him with a sudden epiphany. The boy before him was none other than the naval lieutenant commander, Labani, whom he had encountered during his first mission with the Navy. It was no wonder he recognized his name immediately. What do you mean? Labani inquired, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Observing his demeanor, Lu Chen clarified, I am Monkey D. Lu Chen, brought here by your friend Henzo. Henzo? Labani echoed, taken aback. Few knew that name, and Lu Chen did not appear to be a pirate. Moreover, had it not been for Lu Chen saving Akibi, the latter would have met his demise amidst the rubble. The strike Lu Chen had executed was such that even they, when united, would have been unable to withstand it. There was no necessity for him to intervene. Yes, he is over there. Though he may not be quite the same as you now. Lu Chen gestured towards Henzo's location. Labani nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly departed with his companions. Even so, he remained skeptical of Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen paid little heed to their trust or distrust. It was far more critical to scour the area for treasure. After Labani and his group left, Lu Chen resumed his treasure hunt, meticulously clearing the place of its riches. As for Labani and his companions, they were likely seeking Henzo. Not long after, Lu Chun had nearly exhausted the treasures when he began running towards Henzo's direction. He needed to find an exit, or he would be trapped here forever. However, as he ventured onward, it seemed as if he had lost his way. Just as anxiety began to set in, an explosion reverberated. That way, Lu Chen's eyes glinted as he dashed towards the source of the sound. Minutes later, he arrived at the scene, only to find Henzo alone, with no sign of Labani and the others. Had they traversed back 50 years? Furrowing his brow, Lu Chun swiftly approached Henzo and asked, "What happened?" "Labani and the others perished alongside Ian while trying to save me," Henzo replied, tears glistening in his eyes. "Fear not, they will not perish. We must leave at once." Without waiting for Henzo to respond, Lu Chun hoisted him and sprinted towards the exit. They could not afford any delays. Lingering would mean eternal entrapment. Chapter 87. The Rainbow Tower. Ancient weapon. Henzo appeared reluctant, seemingly desiring to search for Labani and the others. However, Lu Chun would not indulge him, for he had already spotted the Rainbow Tower. Following the Rainbow Tower would surely lead them out. Meanwhile, at the port of Lelugia Island, Labani and his companions anxiously gazed at the colorful mist. Would Henzo and Lieutenant Commander Lu Chun manage to emerge? "Do you think they will make it?" the pink-haired ISO asked with concern. "Rest assured, we have already defeated the Rainbow Tower. They will certainly find a way out," Labani reassured him. Indeed, ISO nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. "Look, someone is emerging." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to see two figures materializing from the colorful mist, gradually taking form before them. "It's Henzo," ISO exclaimed with delight. Simultaneously, Lu Chun noticed Labani and the others and quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Labani's group, tossing Henzo towards them. "Here, you have all been waiting for him." Lieutenant Commander Lu Chun, Labani, and his companions exclaimed in unison, bowing respectfully. "Enough. I shall not intrude upon your reunion. I am off to rest." Lu Chun waved his hand and departed. "Yes, Lieutenant Commander." Labani expressed his gratitude, and soon after, he and Henzo began to reminisce. 50 years had passed, and indeed, there was much to discuss. However, the reason Labani and his companions had not returned to find Henzo in all those years was quite significant. Returning prematurely could potentially disrupt the time loop. Altering the original timeline could lead to unpredictable consequences. They might not return to 50 years ago, but instead remain as their younger selves, appearing 50 years later. Once their reminiscing concluded, Lu Chun handed Henzo a bag of money. "Here is 10 million berries, a preliminary fund for you. Should you require more in the future, inform me, and I shall ensure that assistance reaches you promptly. With my name attached, no one would dare to take notice." "Thank you, Lieutenant Commander Lu Chun," Henzo replied gratefully. This was a task he would engage in for the rest of his life. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded slightly. He also requested Labani to extend his regards to his grandfather, Karp, at the Navy headquarters before departing alone. After Lu Chun's exit, Akibi smiled faintly. "I never imagined his strength had grown so formidable. Indeed, back then, he truly exhibited restraint. Otherwise, we might have perished," Labani remarked with a wry smile. "Fortunately, we joined the Navy. Had we remained pirates, we would likely have met our end at the hands of Lieutenant Commander Lu Chun. At present, rumors were swirling throughout the Navy headquarters regarding Lieutenant Commander Lu Chun. The two main points of discussion were his strength and the circumstances surrounding his parents. Speculation ran rampant that his parents may have been slain by pirates and subsequently rescued by Karp. It was this very reason that fueled Lu Chun's deep-seated hatred for pirates, leading him to capture any he encountered. However, even Karp remained tight-lipped about the matter, as if tacitly acknowledging its validity. Days later, Lu Chun returned to the G-39 naval base, where he encountered Ian training the remaining naval personnel. The nearby Navy had been largely decimated, leaving only a handful behind. Thus, the remaining time was devoted to training. "Lieutenant Commander, you have returned," Ian exclaimed, approaching with a smile. Yes, everything has been well at the base," Lu Chun inquired. Ian shook his head. "Nothing of note. However, everyone seems to be at a loss for what to do. Rest assured, it will not be long before I take you all to eliminate a warlord. Really? Who will it be this time? You shall find out soon enough. Ian pouted playfully. Speaking of battle, she too felt a surge of eagerness. Having trained at the Navy headquarters for years, she had yet to engage in many real fights. Witnessing Lu Chen's prowess in battle ignited her anticipation for the day she could unleash her fervor on the battlefield. Subsequently, Lu Chen returned to his office, reclining in his chair as he examined the virtual interface before him. Just moments ago, the system had triggered 2 tasks. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Acquire the design blueprint for the Pluto. System reward: 200 energy points and 10 materials required for the construction of Pluto. Pluto was one of the 3 ancient weapons, the others being Poseidon and Uranus. All 3 were remarkable artifacts. Regrettably, according to the storyline, the blueprint for Pluto would be publicly incinerated by Frankie. Now, the system was rewarding materials for its construction. Could it be that he was meant to forge Pluto himself? It appears that I must acquire the skill of shipbuilding. Securing the design of the Ming Wang will undoubtedly enhance my prowess, and Lu Chen is certainly determined to pursue it. As for the other task, it pertains to Lu Chen's earlier mention to AIN regarding the elimination of one of the 7 warlords. That mission can be postponed, for now. My priority is to obtain the design blueprints of the Ming Wang. Additionally, it is imperative that I remain undiscovered by Frankie, for he would undoubtedly incinerate the blueprints, rendering the mission unattainable. Thus, Lu Chen remained at the naval base, awaiting his opportunity. Several months later, Lu Chen, seated in his office, came across news of Lu Fei and his companions wreaking havoc at the naval base. It seemed they were about to set off for the Water 7. Consequently, Lu Chen rose, donning a black cloak, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In that case, it is time for me to embark. After extensive training, his strength had finally reached the S rank. Host: Lu Chen, level S, position: Rear Admiral, fruit: Sound Thunder fruit, skills: Swordsmanship, S, Sword Intent, S, Body Techniques, A, Fruit Development, C, Conqueror's Haki, S, Armament Haki, S, Observation Haki, S, Navy 6 Techniques, Soru, S, Navy 6 Techniques, Renjiki, S, Navy 6 Techniques, Jeppo, S. Cooking, Talent, Skill Simplification, Energy, 1099, Berries, 39, 89 billion. After a brief glimpse at the system interface, Lu Chen left a note and vanished from the room. Shortly thereafter, AI knocked on the door and, receiving no response, entered the office. Rear Admiral, the naval headquarters just sent a telegram. Where are you? Realizing the office was empty, he approached the desk and noticed the note left behind, which read, I have stepped out. We shall discuss matters upon my return. AIN's expression darkened, and in frustration, he stamped his foot, exclaiming, How could you leave without me? The naval headquarters has assigned you a mission to visit Water 7. What now? Chapter 88, Water 7. The night returns. With Lu Chen's departure, AIN was left with no choice but to inform the naval headquarters, hoping they would send another in his stead. A fortnight later, Lu Chen navigated the warship gifted by the system towards Water 7. Suddenly, a siren blared from the side. As he glanced over, he beheld a train resembling a sea train passing by. Could be the smoke tom? The technology of this world was indeed advanced, albeit distinct from that of Blue Star. For instance, the warship provided by the system featured some technological marvels from Blue Star, capabilities unattainable by this world. It required only one individual to control the entire navigation and speed, propelled not by sails but by electric power. As for the electricity, Lu Chen typically harnessed the Sound Thunder fruit to recharge it. By following the sea train, he would reach Water 7. Meanwhile, at a nearby harbor, an elderly woman and a young boy observed Lu Chen's extraordinary vessel. Grandma, what kind of ship is that? I have never seen one like it. Ask Kamengni. Even I have never encountered such a ship. Could it be crafted by that master shipbuilder? Replied Kekalo, shaking her head. Having once served as a secretary at Tom's workshop, she had never laid eyes on such a vessel. Very well, Kamengni said, nibbling on some biscuits while secretly memorizing the ship's design. Minutes later, Lu Chen could clearly see the outline of Water 7, a shimmering aquamarine city, seemingly afloat upon the ocean. Yet, it appeared unaffected by the ebb and flow of the sea. As he drew closer, the citizens outside Water 7 were captivated by the ship Luchin piloted. What kind of ship is that? I've never seen anything like it. Is it a naval vessel or a pirate ship? There is no pirate flag, so it must not be a pirate ship, nor is it a navy ship. The crowd speculated on which faction the ship belonged to. Observing the gathering crowd, Luchin furrowed his brow, thinking, "This is unfortunate. I did not wish to draw attention. I am here solely to procure the blueprints of the Mingwang." He then turned the ship towards an alleyway in Water 7, seeking a secluded spot. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, he stored the warship in the system's backpack. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. On his journey to Water 7, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar ship, the Going Merry. However, it was now battered and scarred, showing signs of extensive repairs. Barely holding together, Luchin observed from a distance, murmuring, "It seems there is no one aboard," indicating Lu Fei and the others have likely entered. Of course, from such a distance. He failed to notice Zoro sleeping on the ship. He then proceeded directly into the maritime city. In the central commercial district, clad in his black cloak, Luchin searched for the establishment he sought, ultimately halting before a gold exchange. Entering with a large bag, he was swiftly met by the shopkeeper. Upon seeing Luchin's sizable sack, greeted him with a broad smile. "Esteemed guest, please enter our VIP room." The proprietor, named Dian, led him inside. Seating himself on the sofa, Luchin directly inquired, "Has anyone else come to exchange gold before me?" "Our customer's information is confidential. We cannot disclose such details," Dian replied, his brow furrowing slightly. Before he could finish, Luchin produced a golden cup from his bag and placed it before Dian, saying, "Will this suffice?" Instantly, Dian's eyes sparkled, yet he gritted his teeth. "Esteemed guest, the information regarding other customers is truly. This should be enough. If you choose not to speak, you shall have nothing," Luchin said with a smile, revealing yet another golden cup. He had amassed a considerable amount of gold in the Sky Island and the Rainbow Mist, intending to exchange it all for berries in Water 7. "Ah, thank you, esteemed guest." Indeed, 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, came here to exchange gold. They appear to be notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. Dian eagerly divulged, snatching the gold from Luchin. Chuckling, Luchin nodded, producing all the gold from his bag, nearly filling the entire room. The golden glimmer illuminated the space, casting it in a radiant hue. "So much!" Dian exclaimed, his eyes wide, nearly dislodging his jaw in astonishment. The quantity of gold before him far surpassed anything he had ever witnessed, exceeding what the previous 3 had brought. "State your price," Luchin said coolly. 5 billion berries." "Esteemed guest, how does that sound?" Dian tentatively proposed. Possessing such an abundance of gold, Luchin was undoubtedly not weak, similar to the previous pirate. Dian dared not quote a lower price. "Agreed," Luchin replied with a subtle smile. The price was quite reasonable. After receiving the money from the proprietor, he settled into a hotel. The next course of action was simply to wait for the opportune moment to head to the Sifa Dao. At the hotel, Luchin received a piece of insider information. Isaba Gu had been attacked and was in a state of unconsciousness. This referred to Mr. Bing Shan, the mayor of the 7 Water City. Meanwhile, at a certain location in the shipyard, a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing pink glasses, reported to the man before her. She was Khalifa, a member of CP9. The man she faced was none other than Rob Lucci, the leader of CP0. Is this the knight, the man whose identity remains a mystery? Rob Lucci's pupils constricted as he spoke in a measured tone. As a clandestine organization of the world government, they had previously investigated the knight. However, this figure seemed to have appeared out of thin air, revealing little of his true power and managing to evade the Navy repeatedly. They even speculated that he operated independently, unattached to any faction. At one point, they had thought he might be the famed Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, but ultimately dismissed that notion. The knight had become an enigma. Could it be that he had come to the 7 Water City in pursuit of the Pluton blueprints? Khalifa furrowed her brows in speculation. "It's uncertain, but we must exercise caution. The Pluton blueprints must remain in our possession. As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in Lucci's eyes. The blueprints of the Pluton must be secured by the world government. Falling into the wrong hands would pose a grave danger. Chapter 89. The Deities of Water. In the dead of night, at the hotel, Lu Chun lay resting when sudden cries erupted from outside. "Help! Fire! Someone please!" Hearing the commotion, he sprang from his bed, flinging open the window to survey the situation. Not far away, a building was engulfed in flames, with a crowd gathered outside attempting to extinguish the fire. Had CP9 already initiated their operation? Lu Chun frowned slightly. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Save Nami and Isabagu. System reward: 50 energy points. Glancing at the specifics of the mission, Lu Chun realized Nami was in peril. Without hesitation, he leapt from the window, donned a black cloak, and vanished into the darkness. Simultaneously, in Isabagu's office, flames roared around Nami and Isabagu, who were bound by ropes and unable to move, helplessly watching as the flames drew nearer. Nami's face was flushed from the heat as she called out, "Is anyone there? Please help me." Suddenly, the door was shattered. Bang! A dark figure appeared at the entrance. Lu Chun immediately spotted Nami and Isabagu inside. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. "Who are you?" Nami's delicate brows knitted as she recognized the figure before her. "Don't ask questions. We need to get out of here, or the flames will consume us." In an instant, Lu Chun stood before Nami, cradling her in his arms while he hoisted the unconscious Isabagu with his other hand. Nami's eyes widened in realization upon hearing his familiar voice. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Chun unleashed a powerful slash with his foot, employing the Marine 6 styles. Shave. Boom! The fierce strike extinguished the flames directly in front of them, creating a large opening in the wall. With one swift move, he cleared a safe passage. Without delay, Lu Chun led Nami and Isabagu out of the room, landing safely outside. He gently placed Isabagu on the ground before loosening his grip on Nami's slender waist. Smiling as he said, "We've arrived. I must take my leave now." Just as he turned to depart, Nami unexpectedly reached out and snatched off his hat, revealing his true face. "Lu Chun, is that really you? What are you doing here? And what is this outfit?" Nami exclaimed, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. "I have business in the Seven Water City and spotted your ship," Lu Chun explained. "Is that so?" Nami replied. Lu Chun glanced at the unconscious Isabagu and continued. "If you wish to uncover the truth about Robin, wait until he awakens to ask him. I have other matters to attend to, so I must leave now. Remember, do not tell Luffy that I am here, otherwise he is bound to spill the beans." "Okay, I promise I won't say a word," Nami assured him. She could deceive anyone, but she would never lie to Lu Chun. "Rest easy. With me here, you will be safe. Until we meet again." With that, Lu Chun evaded the area, melting into the shadows. Left behind, Nami watched his retreating figure, her cheeks tinged with a blush, whether from the heat of the flames or another reason, she could not tell. Has Lu Chun been following me all along? Is he protecting me? She pondered. After all, given Lu Chun's strength, there was no way she could have removed his hat without his consent. On the other side, ding. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. System reward: 50 energy points." After Lu Chun departed, he headed straight for the sea train station to acquire the blueprints from Frankie. He needed to reach the Sea Fadao, and for that, he must take the sea train. Otherwise, even if he went there himself, it would require considerable effort. Upon arriving at the sea train station, Lu Chun noticed that the train had yet to depart. He also spotted Frankie and Usopp being taken away by CP9 members. Robin was nowhere to be seen, indicating she had likely boarded the train. As Lu Chun prepared to infiltrate the train from his hidden vantage point, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Ain, what's she doing here? At that moment, Ain was escorting a group of Navy personnel, accompanying the CP9 members. Their base was the closest to the Seven Water City, necessitating Navy support, which led to the deployment of Ain instead of Lu Chun due to his absence. Lu Chun was unaware of this development. It seemed he could not take this sea train after all. Lu Chun frowned, feeling a sense of helplessness. while others might not recognize him, and would likely do so. Thus, prudence dictated that he should proceed to the Slayedthe on his own and avoid any encounters with Ayn, hoping she would simply return after her business in the Seven Water City. A few minutes later, Lu Chun spotted a figure boarding the train. It was Sanji. Shortly thereafter, the sea train commenced its journey, departing from the Seven Water City. It is time for me to leave as well. Lu Chun emerged from the shadows, boarding the vessel rewarded by the system, and followed the train tracks toward the Slayedthe. The ship sailed at a speed rivaling that of the sea train. Fortunately, it could be operated by a single person. Otherwise, reaching the Slayedthe would have exhausted a significant amount of energy. As time passed, however, ominous dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Dark clouds descended, accompanied by a torrential downpour, while the waves on the sea grew increasingly restless. Could it be that the deities of water were approaching? Lu Chun gazed ahead, murmuring to himself. The term deities of water refers to the residents of the capital of the Seven Waters, signifying a massive tsunami. The rain intensified, and the sea swelled with ferocity. Moments later, a tremendous sound erupted. Boom! Lu Chun stood at the bow of the ship, eyes fixed forward. A colossal wave surged towards them, resembling a ferocious beast with outstretched arms. The wave towered several dozen meters high, capable of capsizing the entire vessel. Perfect, it's time to test my new sword technique. With a slight smile, Lu Chun drew the Supreme de Kwai Dao, Zhan Tian, from his system backpack. The Busashoka haki hardened. The haki enveloped his right hand and the blade of Zhan Tian. A chilling sword intent coalesced around Lu Chun and concentrated within the sword. In an instant, Zhan Tian radiated a terrifying presence, surrounded by a crimson aura. One sword style, Earth Splitter. Slowly, Lu Chun raised Zhan Tian, aiming at the ferocious tsunami approaching. With a swift slash, the blade shimmered. Chapter 90. The Mystery of Identity. I cannot comprehend you. The red sword energy shot forth, directly targeting the oncoming waves. The fierce sword energy cleaved through the waves as if it were a sword capable of rending the heavens, instantly splitting the torrent in two. The waves that threatened Lu Chun were severed, transforming into two separate surges that continued onward. The warship effortlessly navigated through the tsunami, advancing steadily. Not bad. I've only exerted 30% of my power. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction, sheathing Zhan Tian. Just a tsunami, hardly worth unleashing my full strength. Approximately half an hour later, they had exited the area of dark clouds, and the horizon opened up. A small island gradually emerged above the sea surface, marked by a formidable gate, the Justice Gate at the forefront of Judicial Island. The entire Judicial Island consists of three parts: the main gate, the court, and the Judicial Tower. It won't be long before Luffy leads an assault on Judicial Island. What Lu Chun needed to do now was infiltrate. First, he stored the warship in his system backpack, and then, with remarkable speed, he landed on Judicial Island. Selecting a sparsely populated area, he swiftly disappeared, entering the island. At the main gate, the station navy sensed something fleeting past and turned to look, yet saw nothing. One sailor asked his comrade, "Hey, did you see something fly past?" In broad daylight, what could possibly fly by? Are you still asleep? The other sailor waved his hand dismissively. All right then. The first sailor scratched his head, convinced he had imagined it. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already infiltrated the main island, standing atop a tall tower, quietly observing the waters in front of the main gate. He could see a maritime train speeding towards them. A figure clad in red stood atop the train, suddenly extending his arm to grasp the mast atop the main gate, dashing towards it at an incredible speed. At that moment, the navy below finally spotted the figure and raised their guns, shouting, "Quick! We have an intruder! Intruder!" Bullets rained towards Luffy, but alas, none could inflict any harm. Witnessing this, Lu Chun allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. It seemed his time to act would soon arrive. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Eliminate Spandam, system reward, 20 energy points. Kill him? Too weak. Only a reward of 20 energy points. Lu Chun shook his head slightly, but vanished from his spot, heading towards the Judicial Tower to seek out Spandam. In the top-level office of Judicial Island, Spandam sat seething in his chair, angrily addressing Robin opposite him. Do you really think the Straw Hat crew can rescue you? What a deluded fantasy. With Luffy and his companions assaulting Judicial Island, Spandam had dispatched all members of CP9 to eliminate the Straw Hats. Robin remained silent, anxiously gazing out the window. Frustrated by her indifference, Spandam abruptly stood up, approached Robin, and slapped her hard across the face. You brat. Boom! Just as his hand was about to strike Robin's face, the tightly shut door suddenly exploded with a loud bang. The blade shimmered. The entire iron door was neatly severed and fell to the ground. Who dares to intrude into my office, unaware of my presence? Spandam bellowed at the door. Suddenly, Lu Chun, clad in black, appeared before him and calmly remarked, Are you insulting me? Who are you? Spandam trembled at the sight of the sharp sword, feeling a chill run down his spine. Robin furrowed her brows, also noticing Lu Chun. It's him. How'd he get here? ISNT, the world government, offering a bounty of 100 million on me? I wonder if the bounty has increased. I haven't been keeping track. Lu Chun chuckled. After all, there was ample time to converse with Spandam. The Dark Knight. You're the notorious Dark Knight with a bounty of 100 million berries. Spandam suddenly realized. It seemed my bounty hasn't increased. Killing you should boost it. As he spoke, Lu Chun revealed a meaningful smile. Spandam's expression shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, he dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Dark Knight, please don't kill me. I can give you as much berries as you want. Before he could finish, he suddenly lunged, drawing his sword to stab Lu Chun. Die. Brat. Elephant gun. Simultaneously, the sword in his hand, Van Augur, transformed into a robust elephant, entering its elephant sword form. The trunk morphed into a long blade, with sharp tusks extending to attack. Boring. Lu Chun shook his head slightly. He had sensed Spandam's murderous intent long ago. With a flick of his wrist, he drew Zhantian, unleashing a fierce slash. The blade gleamed. It struck the elephant's tusk, sending the colossal beast and Spandam flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Spandam lay severely injured, blood spurting from his mouth as he fumbled for the snail phone in his chest, seeking help. Suddenly, another blade of light slashed towards him. His entire arm was severed, blood gushing from the wound, as both the arm and the snail fell to the ground. Ah, my arm. Blood. Spandam clutched his right arm, wailing pitifully. You're quite annoying, Lu Chun remarked, visibly impatient, raising his hand for another strike. The sword energy grazed Spandam's head. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. Blood sprayed forth. Spandam was finished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward. 20 energy points. Now it's quiet. Lu Chun wore a satisfied smile, sheathing his sword and severing the sea stone chains binding Robin. Thank you. Robin flexed her hands, glancing at the corpse on the ground, curiously asking, he was a member of the world government, and you are a navy. Won't you face consequences for killing him? Is it unreasonable for the knight to kill him? Lu Chun retorted. Upon hearing this, Robin fell into contemplation. Sometimes, I truly cannot discern whether you are a navy or a pirate. I am simply myself. Why must I cling to a singular identity? I merely pursue what I wish to do. Lu Chun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a figure flashed through Robin's mind, and she seemed to grasp something. Stop hesitating. Luffy and the others are already here to rescue you. Go find them. I'll handle things here. Very well, thank you. After saying this, Robin hurriedly dashed outside. Before leaving, she cast one last glance at Lu Chun, unable to fathom what kind of person he truly was. Once Robin departed, a throng of Navy personnel appeared, discovering the lifeless body of Spandam lying on the ground. Commander, Spandam is dead. Did you kill him? Chapter 91. The blueprints acquired. Who gave you the courage? Get lost. Lu Chun growled, unleashing his red Haushiko haki, which swept across the surroundings, incapacitating all the Navy officers present. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Subsequently, Lu Chun walked toward the exit, while the Navy officers rushing him were also rendered unconscious by the Haushiku. It could be considered a contribution to helping Luffy and his crew deal with some Navy soldiers. A moment later, hidden at the pinnacle of the judicial tower. Lu Chen suddenly heard a familiar call from below. If I may wish for something, I would say to take me along to the sea. Huh? How are you captured again? Hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, recognizing Robin's voice. Looking down, he discovered that Robin had been captured once more. Flanked by several members of CP9, their commander, Spandam, had already met his demise at Lu Chen's hands. However, it was likely that Lu Chi and the others had little regard for Spandam. It appeared that Robin had attempted to escape, only to be caught by the CP9 members. Lu Chen gazed upwards and suddenly noticed Luffy and his companions standing across from the judicial tower. From left to right, there were Nami, Roronoa Azuro, Monkey D, Luffy, Sniper King, Sanji, and Chopper. Luffy crouched low, his expression serious, and shouted, "Robin, we will definitely rescue you." What a formidable presence. Califa flicked her hair and sneered disdainfully. Kaku remarked indifferently, "It's futile. They stand no chance against us." Huh. After a couple of cold laughs, Lucci seized Robin and prepared to leave. "You handle them here. I will take her away first." "All right, Captain." Califa and the others replied in unison. Just as Lucci was about to grab Frankie, Frankie suddenly extracted several yellowed blueprints from his body and laid them before Lucci and the others. "Are these the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluto?" Lucci exclaimed in surprise. He had searched Frankie and found nothing, but he knew Frankie must have been aware of their location. He never expected they were hidden within his own body. Indeed, authentic and genuine. Frankie chuckled lightly, pushing aside several sheets of the blueprints. In an instant, Lucci and Kaku exchanged glances, their pupils constricting as they immediately confirmed their authenticity. "I never imagined you would hide the blueprints within your own body." Ultimately, the shipwrights of Water 7 have passed down what is not an ancient weapon, but merely ship blueprints. If I were to act according to the ideas of the blueprints designer, I believe there is only one thing to do now. As he spoke, Frankie raised the blueprints high, his mouth puffed up, ready to unleash flames. Lucci's brow furrowed tightly as he shouted, "Stop! Do you wish to die?" Just as Frankie was about to expel the flames, a figure in black suddenly flashed past him, creating a gust of wind. No one knew what had transpired. The next moment, the flames erupted from Frankie's mouth, scorching his empty hand. "Ah, it burns." "The blueprints?" Lucci was the first to notice the blueprints had vanished. Scanning his surroundings, he finally spotted a man in a black robe standing nearby, holding the very blueprints of Pluto. He then shouted, "Who are you? Hand over the blueprints." "I am Heiyi. Have you not heard of my name?" Lu Chun chuckled lightly, stowing the blueprints away. "Since none of you desire these blueprints, I shall reluctantly accept them." "Bastard!" Lucci shouted angrily, glaring intently at Lu Chun. He had certainly heard of Heiyi, but never expected to encounter him here. "Everyone, take your time fighting. I shall take my leave." Lu Chun cast a glance at Robin, smiled, and left these words before turning to depart. His glance at Robin was a reminder not to reveal his identity. Otherwise, her mother remained in his grasp. "Damn, I will pursue him. You keep an eye on Robin." Lucci's expression sharpened as he swiftly activated the Navy's 6 powers to give chase, determined to reclaim the Pluto blueprints. "Very well." Kaku and the others immediately blocked Luffy and the others from advancing. Meanwhile, on another front, "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward, 200 energy points. Materials required for constructing Pluto, 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Eliminate Lucci. System reward, 400 energy points. Body technique 1. Materials for constructing Pluto, 10. Lu Chun observed the recent notifications from the system and glanced back at Lucci, who was still pursuing him. Character, Rob Lucci. Position, CP9 Commander. Fruit, Zoan-type cat fruit. Leopard form. Level. Skills, Navy 6 powers, fruit development, armament hockey about it. And suddenly, Lu Chun halted in his tracks, turned to face Lucci, and impatiently said, "You are truly bothersome. Do you wish to seek death? Hand over the blueprints, and I may allow you to leave." Lucci replied expressionlessly. The Navy and the world government knew little about Heiyi, and he was uncertain of the other's strength, only aware that it was formidable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun couldn't help but laugh. "I truly wonder how you muster the courage to utter such words." Is it the encouragement from Liang Jingru? Liang Jingru? Who? Lu Qi countered. Forget it. You wouldn't recognize her anyway. I can't be bothered to waste my breath. With that, Lu Chen's right fist was instantly enveloped in armament hockey, a tremendous red aura coalescing around him and gradually gathering towards his fist. In an instant, Lu Qi's brow furrowed as he sensed a hint of danger, immediately employing his devil fruit ability. His body began to swell, transforming into a towering form exceeding 3 meters, adopting the hybrid form of a human and leopard. Roar! Lu Qi let out a furious roar, lifting his right foot to unleash a Navy 6 powers technique, the Gale Foot, aimed directly at Lu Chun with a rapid white slash. What you're playing with are merely the remnants of my playthings. Lu Chun shook his head slightly and unleashed a powerful strike, the fierce tiger fist. A roar erupted from the punch, and a massive fist shadow shot forth at high speed, surrounded by red hockey, resembling a fierce red tiger. The enormous maw of the beast gaped wide, lunging towards Lu Qi with ferocity. The fierce tiger fist devoured the raging foot unleashed by Lu Qi. In an instant, the energy of the raging foot was nullified by the tiger fist, which relentlessly continued its assault towards Lu Qi. What? Lu Qi furrowed his brow. With no time to contemplate or evade, he unleashed a flurry of raging feet in rapid succession. Chapter 92. The ultimate technique of the 6 styles. The supreme 6 Kings gun. Raging foot. Raging foot. A multitude of raging foot strikes collided against the tiger fist, akin to a single droplet of water meeting the vast ocean. It merely stirred up a ripple, leaving no discernible impact. Simultaneously, that colossal fist drew ever closer to Lu Qi. This is bad. Lu Qi's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation. He enveloped his arms in hockey, crossing them to shield himself from Lu Chen's onslaught. Bang! 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 The moment the fist made contact with Lu Qi, it felt as though his arms were struck by a hammer weighing 100,000 pounds. His limbs trembled with numbness. A wave of discomfort surged through him. Like a cannonball, he was propelled backward, crashing into the buildings behind him. 1 building, 2, 3. It was only after demolishing 7 or 8 walls that he came to a halt, crashing heavily to the ground and violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. How formidable! Lu Qi slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. Just a single punch had forced him to bleed. How could it not be powerful? No wonder the world government placed a bounty of 100 million berries on him. Moreover, that amount hardly seems worthy of the opponent's true value. Lu Chun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qi, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before him, delivering another straightforward iron fist strike. The Marine 6 style shave. However, Lu Qi's gaze sharpened, and the powerful muscles in his rear leg erupted with tremendous force. He narrowly evaded Lu Chen's attack. Bang! Lu Chen's fist unleashed a powerful air cannon. Suddenly, the wall before them emitted a cracking sound, and fissures resembling a turtle's shell began to form. Boom! Mere seconds later, the wall could no longer withstand the pressure, crashing to the ground. Beside him, Lu Qi gasped for breath, regulating his breathing, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation. If he did not take this seriously, he might truly meet his demise. The return of life. Lu Qi bellowed, his robust physique suddenly beginning to pulsate and contract. A notification chimed from the system. Ding, skill return of life detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Upon hearing the skill command, Lu Chun decisively opted to learn it. The return of life was a high-level skill attainable only after comprehending all 6 marine styles. Luffy possessed this skill as well, though he remained oblivious to it. Moments later, Lu Qi's muscles ceased their tumultuous motion, yet his body appeared considerably more refined, and he could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his strength. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before Lu Chun at an astonishing speed. Channeling all his power into his fists, he swiftly struck at Lu Chun. The ultimate technique of the 6 styles, the supreme 6 Kings gun. An array of fist shadows emerged, all raining down upon Lu Chun as if Lu Qi possessed 6 hands, simultaneously launching an onslaught. None were spared. Bang! 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 Lu Chen merely stood his ground, enveloping his hands in haki, effortlessly parrying Lu Qi's attacks with simple motions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 experience points in armed hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 experience points in armed hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host. With each strike, Lu Chen's experience in Conqueror's hockey increased, presenting an excellent opportunity to enhance his armed hockey. Thus, he hardly defended himself, allowing some attacks to land upon his body. Although there was pain, Lu Chen reveled in it. Pain and pleasure intertwined. Suddenly, with a demeanor of nonchalance, Lu Chen remarked, "Hey, your strikes barely tickle. Are you simply scratching an itch?" "What?" Lu Qi's brow furrowed, and without holding back any longer, he aligned his fingers and unleashed a surge of greater power, launching a flurry of attacks towards Lu Chen's body. Finger gun barrage. Countless finger guns erupted from his hands, moving with incredible speed and devastating force. Yet, to Lu Chen, it merely represented a continuous increase in experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 120 experience points in armed hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 120 experience points in armed hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Despite their formidable power, the finger guns riddled Lu Chen's clothing, leaving it tattered with holes. As for Lu Chen's body, only a multitude of red spots appeared, but not a single drop of blood escaped his lips. Suddenly, a smile graced Lu Chen's face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 experience points in armed hockey. The Marine's 6 styles shave. Believing Lu Chen was about to strike back, Lu Qi swiftly retreated several dozen meters, creating distance between them. "Why are you running? Now that you wish to flee, I shan't allow it. If you hit me a few more times, perhaps I would falter." However, Lu Chen had no intention of attacking. He merely observed the experience points accumulating, wearing a satisfied smile. "Oomph, what a pretense." Lu Qi scoffed, convinced Lu Chen was merely putting on an act. How could such intense attacks leave him unscathed? He must be suppressing the blood in his mouth. With that thought, he unleashed a powerful burst of energy, creating a vast crater in the ground beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qi reappeared before Lu Chen, launching a barrage of attacks that all landed upon Lu Chen's body. Flying finger gun, handgun Yellow Lotus. A multitude of assaults fell upon Lu Chen like a torrential downpour. The assault lasted several minutes. Suddenly, Lu Qi released the return of life state, ensnaring Lu Chen with his formidable tail to prevent his escape. Gathering all his strength into his fists, veins bulging, muscles taut, he aimed directly at Lu Chen's chest and unleashed a punch. The ultimate technique of the 6 styles, the supreme 6 Kings gun. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the tremendous shockwave struck Lu Chen, even penetrating his body and shattering the massive wall behind him. Subsequently, Lu Chen was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. This time I should have one. Lu Qi panted heavily, staring at the dust and exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there exists a principle of surviving against all odds. A familiar silhouette gradually emerged through the haze, revealing Lu Chen, who had just been sent flying. Clapping the dust from his clothes, Lu Chen wiped the trickle of blood from his lips, smiling. "Not bad. Your strength is quite commendable. How are you unscathed?" Suddenly, Lu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished. That last move was his strongest attack. How could it fail to affect his opponent? How then could he continue to fight? As previously stated, you are far too weak. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, exuding a chilling aura. In that instant, Lu Qi felt the murderous intent emanating from Lu Chen, sending a shiver down his spine. He exhibited no hesitation, swiftly turning and fleeing, his leg muscles bursting forth with the utmost speed. Chapter 93. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. This is known throughout the world. If he does not run now, he will surely be struck down by the night soon. Witnessing Lu Qi's escape, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, even allowing a hint of a smile to grace his lips. However, within his right hand, white lightning was gradually coalescing. The arcs flickered. Vast amounts of lightning gathered in his right hand and even enveloped his body. Then, with a swift motion, Liu Chun unleashed a torrent of lightning. The 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the amassed lightning surged forth at incredible speed, pursuing Lucci. The tendrils of thunder twisted and turned, resembling a silver thunder dragon, roaring with its mouth wide open. Zzz. Meanwhile, Lucci, still in flight, suddenly heard a terrifying roar behind him. Turning back, he was met with the sight of the colossal lightning dragon. His brow furrowed in surprise. What? He is also a fruit user. The speed of the lightning was, of course, swifter than Lucci's escape. In the blink of an eye, the 60 million volt Thunder Dragon had caught up to Lucci, and upon contact, he felt a wave of paralysis engulf him. A powerful current coursed through every cell in his body, electrocuting him as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. The electricity rendered his very bones visible. Zzz. Moments later, a burnt odor filled the air as black smoke began to emanate from Lucci's body. However, this time, the principle of no injury with smoke would not apply, for it was black smoke. White smoke would indicate a greater chance of survival. Lucci's eyes turned white from the electric shock, completely paralyzed, and he fell straight down from the air. Liu Chun chuckled lightly, drawing his sword, and with a swift slash of sword energy, he severed Lucci's head from his body. Blood gushed forth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards: 400 energy points, 1 body technique, 10 materials for building the underworld. Without sparing a glance at Lucci's lifeless form, Liu Chun departed, vanishing over the sea. As for Luffy and his companions, they were certainly unharmed, especially since the strongest Lucci had been eliminated by Liu Chun. Days later, news of the Straw Hat Crew's ruckus at Judicial Island and the death of CP9's captain reached both the Navy headquarters and the world government. At the Navy headquarters, the conference room was filled with all naval officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above. Only 3 seats at the head of the table were occupied by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Garp. Each naval officer wore a serious expression, silent as they awaited Sengoku's words. I believe you have all heard about the events at Judicial Island. What are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku finally spoke. As soon as his words fell, Akainu could no longer contain himself. The chaos at Judicial Island is nothing short of a challenge to the dignity of our Navy. If we do not capture the Straw Hat Crew and Knight, how shall we maintain our face? How can we stand in the world thereafter? As he spoke, his right hand transformed into seething magma in his fury. We are aware of this without you stating it, Sengoku replied coolly, glancing at Garp. The captain of the Straw Hat Crew is none other than Garp's grandson, Luffy. Yet, Garp feigned ignorance, picking his nose as if to say, "Do not ask me. Luffy is my grandson, and whoever touches him will face my wrath." Of course, he was well aware that both the knight and Luffy were his grandsons, and inwardly he was cursing them both. Damn it, neither of my grandsons is making things easy for me. I hope I never see them again. Noticing Garp's demeanor, Sengoku sighed and stated, "Increase the bounty on the Straw Hat Crew and the knight. Regarding the death of CP9's captain, we shall not involve ourselves, and no information shall be disclosed to the outside world. This is the directive of the world government. TSK. Even this little face-saving measure?" Garp scoffed, unimpressed. If it were not for face, why maintain secrecy? Even the entire Navy headquarters knows about this and is present here. Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Garp fell silent. Meanwhile, at Mariewa, 5 elderly men with white hair sat around a table, where a bounty notice featuring a man in a black cloak lay. His face was obscured beneath the hood. The bald elder, Saint Isenvenvi Eju, scrutinized the bounty notice with a grave expression, stating, "I did not expect Lucci to fall at the hands of the knight. The dispatched CP0 has already examined Lucci's corpse. There are signs of electrocution, and the cause of death was the sword strike to his neck. This individual is exceedingly ruthless, showing no mercy, and possesses formidable strength." Indeed, a long-haired elder, Saint Makisimas, nodded slightly and continued, "A bounty of 100 million is far too low. It should be raised to 1 billion. Moreover, we need to ascertain his true identity. Expedite CP0 to investigate thoroughly." The others expressed their agreement. As for the deceased Spandam, it seemed no one cared at all. Days later, the news of the Straw Hat Crew's tumult at Judicial Island and the burning of Navy flags spread throughout the Grand Line. However, the death of CP9's Lucci was scarcely mentioned. Instead, the bounty on the night was raised to a staggering 1 billion berry at Slayedthe Archipelago. Shikuku handed a newspaper to the tipsy Rayleigh. Look at this. Huh? Upon receiving the newspaper, Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief, the drunkenness evaporating as he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, well done. This lad is quite to my taste. Too bad I can no longer teach him anything. Hee hee. Shikiaku smiled silently. If Lu Chan were present, he would likely refuse the compliment, insisting, misleading the younger generation. On Amazon Lily, Hancock clutched a newspaper featuring Lu Chun. Her cheeks flushed with admiration, sighing, "Brother Lu Chun is so handsome. I wonder why he hasn't come to see me yet." Moreover, Sister Shaku has informed me that Brother Lu Chun even killed the CP9 captain under the Celestial Dragon's command. He is a Navy soldier, so it is not that simple for him to come here, the awkward Alvia explained. In East Blue, a woman in a black cloak sat in a tavern, her eyes fixed on two individuals in the newspaper, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. "Robin, you have finally encountered your companions at sea, and Lu Chun. Are you here to assist Robin?" This person was none other than Alvia. Chapter 94. The Night Becomes Renowned. Why me? She was a scholar, and upon seeing Lu Chen's presence, she had already deduced that the captain of CP9 had been slain by him. First, only Lu Chen's strength could have possibly defeated the opponent. Second, the deployment of CP9 was undoubtedly for some other purpose, likely concerning the design blueprints of the underworld. Regarding Ming Wang, Olivia possesses a certain understanding as well. At this moment, within the G-39 naval base of the Grand Line, Lu Chun reclined leisurely in his chair, perusing the latest newspaper, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Not bad, not bad. My bounty has been elevated to 1 billion. If I were a pirate, I would be considered a supernova among them. Perhaps I can seize an opportunity to establish my own pirate crew. As these thoughts lingered, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have triggered the mission. Form a pirate crew. System reward, distributed based on the overall strength of the pirate crew. Observing the task issued by the system, an epiphany struck Lu Chun, and he made a resolute decision. That battle may indeed be my chance. From that moment on, the name Hey Yi would surely resonate throughout the entire Grand Line. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by Ein's voice. Knock, knock, knock. Major Lu Chun. A telegram has arrived from headquarters. Gumin. Lu Chun swiftly concealed his smile. Soon, Ein entered, his expression grave as he read the telegram aloud. Major Lu Chun. Headquarters has ordered you to immediately proceed to Water 7 and apprehend the Straw Hat crew. Ensure their complete capture. Who issued this command? Lu Chen's countenance darkened as he inquired. Do they not realize that Luffy is my brother, and they want me to arrest him? What nonsense! Ein, concealing a smile, aware of Lu Chen's relationship with Luffy, explained, I heard it was Vice Admiral Carp who mentioned your name and specifically requested you. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt an urge to retract his earlier statements. Everyone knows he is Carp's grandson. Now, sending him on this mission is tantamount to revealing to others that Luffy is also his grandson, indeed his brother. Is this a double assurance for him? Hee hee. When we set sail, Ein inquired with a smile. Hasn't the Navy ordered us to capture them immediately? Let us depart now. All right. With that, the two exited the office, preparing to set sail. On the way, Ein suddenly posed a question. Lu Chun, I noticed you were reading the newspaper as well. Did you see that man called Hey Yi has a bounty exceeding 1 billion? He has now been recognized as a supernova among pirates. Among all the supernovas, his bounty is the highest. I wonder how you compare to him in strength. Oh, hearing this, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he asked, Who do you think is stronger? Ein replied confidently, It must be you. He has only emerged in recent years, and his strength cannot have grown so rapidly. Ha ha! Lu Chun merely chuckled in silence. Fighting oneself? How could that be possible? Even he himself could not discern who was stronger. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. I clearly saw you smile, yet you deny it. I truly did not laugh. The two bantered as they arrived at the dock, accompanied by over 100 personnel aboard a ship en route to Water 7. Among them were Barumabur and KB. After years of training, both had grown significantly taller, their strength increasing quite rapidly. Several days later, the ship carrying Lu Chun reached the waters near Water 7, and he, alongside Ein and the others, stood at the bow, gazing at the beautiful Water 7 ahead. It looks quite charming, Lu Chun remarked. Previously, he hadn't had the chance to fully appreciate the elegance of Water 7. I nodded slightly. Indeed, last time you were sent here, you had just left. Haha. Lu Chun chuckled lightly. He later inquired with Ein and learned that Ein had only gone to assist the CP organization in Water 7, not to Judicial Island. Meanwhile, the residents along the coast of Water 7 spotted the approaching naval vessel. Look, it's a Navy ship. What could they be here for? Are you foolish? What else would a Navy ship be here for, but to capture pirates? What? They are here to apprehend the Straw Hat crew, the saviors of the iceberg. Slayedthe. The naval ship docked. Everyone disembark, Lu Chun commanded, fixing his gaze on the wooden houses ahead. Yes, with a single command, all the sailors hurriedly disembarked. They formed two long lines, clearing a path for two individuals to pass through, dispersing the surrounding crowd. Only Lu Chun and Ein remained aboard. Once all the sailors stood at attention, Lu Chun nodded and stepped off the ship. Draped in the Navy's justice cloak, he strode confidently between the two rows of sailors. The sight of him instilled a sense of awe in the onlookers. It's him, the Navy Major, the Navy Supernova, Karp's grandson, Munki de Duchen. What brings him here? He must be here to capture the Straw Hat crew. We cannot let them through. Meanwhile, not far away, Zoro noticed the Navy ship and hurriedly raced toward Frankie's residence. Quickly, I must inform Luffy and the others. However, he was unaware that he had been running in circles. Suddenly, numerous civilians appeared ahead, blocking Lu Chun and the Navy's path. You cannot enter. This is our territory. It is uninhabited. Yes, there is no one inside. Lu Chun would not extend courtesy to them. His gaze turned icy, emanating an aura of conqueror's haki as he coldly commanded, "Get out," with that single utterance. The obstructing individuals trembled in fear, feeling as though death awaited them in the next moment. Their bodies instinctively parted to clear a path. Subsequently, Lu Chun led the Navy directly to the entrance of Frankie's residence and halted. "All right, you all wait here." "Yes, Major." I nodded, instructing all the Navy personnel to remain outside. Lu Chun then approached the door alone, pushing it open with interest. "Everyone, it has been a while." The sudden arrival captured the attention of everyone inside the house. All eyes directed toward the entrance. The Navy, Brother Lu Chun, it's Luffy's brother. Frankie and his companions immediately grew tense, even raising their weapons in preparation for battle. Only Luffy remained sprawled on a chair, soundly asleep. Nami, filled with excitement, dashed over and embraced Lu Chun, her face beaming with joy. "Brother Lu Chun, what brings you here? Are you here to see me?" "Oh, my Nami." Upon witnessing this, Sanji's eyes welled with tears. Chapter 95, The Straw Hat Crew. "They've come to capture us." "Sort of," Lu Chun explained. "The Navy headquarters has ordered me to apprehend the Straw Hat crew, which includes all of you." At this declaration, the room fell silent, all eyes widening in shock as they stared at Lu Chun. "Are you really here to capture us?" Among the Straw Hat crew, several had already assumed battle stances, while only Nami and Robin hesitated to act. Robin understood they were not a match for him, while Nami could not believe her brother Lu Chun would apprehend them. "Luffy." After chuckling softly, Lu Chun glanced at the sleeping Luffy and quickly moved toward him. "This is bad. He is going to capture Luffy." Sanji's expression shifted, and he immediately positioned himself in front of Luffy. Navy sixth form, shave. In an instant, Lu Chun swept past Sanji, appearing before Luffy, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in the might of haki, exclaiming, "Luffy, get up." With that strike, the chair Luffy was seated upon shattered into pieces. Bang! A large bump emerged on his head as he cradled it, crying out, "Ah, that hurts." "Who hit me?" "Lu Chun, is that you?" "It's as if Grandpa sent me to find you and give you a good thrashing," Lu Chun replied with a faint smile, raining down several more punches. Bang! Bang! Observing this, Luffy attempted to dodge, only to discover that the speed of the blows was too swift for him to evade. Bang! Bang! After 2 more strikes, Luffy sported 2 fresh lumps atop his head. Lu-chan, why do your fists hurt just like Grandpa's? Luffy lamented helplessly. Lu-chan explained, it's merely the hockey of armament, specifically designed to counter those with the abilities of Logia-type devil fruits like yours. Oh, I see. Luffy nodded, quickly sidestepping, wary of further attacks. Haha. Lu-chan chuckled lightly, seating himself and waving his hand. Everyone, there's no need to be tense. I'm here on orders from the headquarters to capture someone, but I also wanted to check in on my little brother. Luffy, I actually have 3 matters to discuss during my visit. The first is to give you a proper beating on behalf of Grandpa. The second is to inform you about your father. Your father is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the revolutionaries and recognized by the world government as the most dangerous criminal. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. What? Monkey D. Dragon? Luffy, your father is indeed the leader of the revolutionaries. Robin furrowed her brows, gazing into Lu-chan's eyes, suddenly recalling something. Could it be that Lu-chan was also a revolutionary? Beyond that, she could not fathom why Lu-chan, who was evidently part of the Navy, would oppose them. I haven't really seen him much. Luffy frowned. In his memories, there seemed to be little regarding his father. Suddenly, sounds of combat erupted from outside. Clang! 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 Lu-chan turned to see Zoro with his green hair engaged in a scuffle with the Navy outside, gesturing to Barumabur and Kobe. Go. Help him out. Yes, sir. They responded. Noticing this, Luffy dashed outside to intervene. Hey, Zoro, stop fighting. They aren't here to capture us. However, as he stepped out, Kobe appeared before him with a swift kick. The sharp blow came at him with incredible speed, but Luffy quickly utilized his rubber body to evade, bracing himself against the man before him. Who are you? Mr. Luffy. Don't you recognize me? It's Kobe. Kobe replied with a smile. Examining Kobe closely, Luffy still found him unrecognizable. The Kobe I know isn't like you. He was a coward. Haha, Mr. Luffy, that was in the past. Now, I've learned from you and Major Lu-chan. Kobe scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, Lu-chan stepped out, halting Barumabur and Kobe. Enough. You 2 step aside. With Lu-chan's guidance, although they weren't as strong as Zoro and Luffy, they wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Lu-chan, is he really Kobe? Luffy asked suspiciously. Yes, Lu-chan nodded, continuing, there's one final matter I must inform you of. The Navy headquarters has ordered me to capture you, so you'd best make haste, or you may find it difficult to escape later. As he spoke, a meaningful smile crept across his lips. Ha ha ha. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Nami, Robin, let us hurry. At that moment, Luffy suddenly had a spark of inspiration, calling to his crew as they all dashed towards the shore. Their new ship, the Thousand Sunny, awaited them on the coastline. Okay. Nami and the others understood Lu-chan's intent and quickly followed Luffy's lead to flee towards the beach. Watching their retreating figures, Lu-chan smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, Grandpa, I suppose this counts as fulfilling your wishes. Suddenly, An approached his side, inquiring, when shall we pursue them? Let us wait until they board their ship, Lu-chan replied. All right. I nodded, not contesting his words. From the outset, she had known that Lu-chan's arrival here was not truly to apprehend the Straw Hat crew. After all, Luffy was his little brother, and moreover, it was Vice Admiral Carp who had sent him here. There was no way he would genuinely capture Luffy. At that moment, Kobe and Barumabur approached Lu-chan. Teacher, you 2 are still no match for Zoro and Luffy. You lack the ability to perform adequately. If you awaken your haki, perhaps you could contend with them. Lu-chan said solemnly, his tone a gentle admonition. Don't think that merely mastering the Navy's 6 styles makes you formidable. Many others surpass you. Yes, teacher. Barumabur and Kobe replied, their heads bowed in shame. Seeing this, Ain quickly comforted them. Don't be disheartened. The Major is only looking out for your best interests. Besides, this outing is meant to take you into real combat. Really, Instructor Ain? Kobe's face brightened. Indeed, Ain affirmed with a nod. Immediately, Barumabur and Kobe expressed their gratitude. Thank you, teacher. MMHM. Lu-chan nodded slightly, glancing towards Luffy and the others near the shore. All right, we should go after them now. Yes, Major. With a command, everyone sprinted towards the shore in pursuit of the Straw Hat crew. I suddenly walked beside Lu Chun, whispering, "What do you think? Wasn't what I said earlier quite insightful?" "What statement?" Lu Chun countered. Upon hearing this, Ein frowned slightly, a look of surprise crossing her features. "The glance you gave me just now was an indication for me to comfort them, wasn't it? Moreover, you brought so many people this time, clearly intending to confront that warlord you mentioned, correct?" Chapter 96, The Second Warlord, The Devil's Triangle. Consider yourself correct. I indeed plan to resolve an issue with a warlord along the way. Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. Not long ago, 2 missions have been triggered, with the other task being to eliminate one of the warlords, Gecko Moria. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Eliminate Gecko Moria. System reward: 1,000 energy points. Materials required for the construction of the Phantom King, 10. The rewards were substantial, making this mission imperative. Crafting the Phantom King as soon as possible was also a wise choice. Upon hearing this, I became animated. "So, who is this warlord?" "Gecko Moria," Lu Chun replied. "It's him. It is said he currently roams the Grand Line, commanding his own army of zombies. His devil fruit powers are quite troublesome. If he were to take your shadow." I trailed off. She had heard tales about Gecko Moria. In his youth, he had even challenged one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, only to have all his crew annihilated by Kaido. This indicated that his strength was not to be underestimated. Coupled with his peculiar devil fruit abilities, he posed a significant threat. "Rest easy. I am confident in my ability to deal with him," Lu Chun remarked with a calm smile. "Great." Upon hearing this, Ein felt reassured. Having followed Lu Chun for so long, I am well aware that he never engages in battles without assurance. A few minutes later, all the Navy personnel boarded the ship. Lu Chun stood at the bow, urging the sailors to pursue the new ship of Luffy's crew ahead. "Catch up with them." "Yes, Major." The helmsman on the Navy ship accelerated with all his might, chasing after the Straw Hat pirates. Moments later, the Navy ship drew closer to the Thousand Sunny. "Luffy, your brother won't really catch up with us, will he?" Sanji asked with concern. "Absolutely not." Before Luffy could respond, Nami furrowed her brows in certainty. Luffy grinned. "Brother Lu Chun won't take me away." Meanwhile, Lu Chun stood at the ship's bow, drawing his sword, Jean-Tion. His right hand was instantly enveloped in armament haki, the chilling sword intent coalescing upon the blade. The haki gradually covered the entire sword, entwining around it, shimmering like red arcs of electricity. The blade transformed into a dark red hue, brimming with fierce sword intent. Those around felt a wave of terrifying aura. "Major Lu Chun is about to strike. Everyone get back." "Yes, move aside." On the Thousand Sunny, so powerful, Zoro fixated on the long sword in Lu Chun's hand, pondering that it must be one of the supreme blades, yet he had never heard of such a sword. The last battle had been in the East Sea, and now as he observed Lu Chun's swordsmanship, he realized he had grown stronger, although he himself was improving. Lu Chun was also becoming more formidable. "Luffy, your brother is really going to strike," Usopp exclaimed, his expression shifting with urgency. Chopper, too, scurried around the ship. He. Luffy merely laughed at Lu Chun at the bow. In the next moment, Lu Chun smiled slightly and swung his sword. A flash of sword light erupted. The fierce sword chi cleaved toward the Thousand Sunny like a sharp axe. The calm sea was split in 2 by the sword chi, and the clouds above seemed to be severed as well. The sword chi howled forth. It accurately struck the surface of the sea beside the Thousand Sunny. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. It generated massive waves that surged toward Luffy and the others. "Oh no!" Nami's expression changed as she yelled. "Luffy, Zoro, quickly adjust the sails." "Okay, got it." With that, Luffy and Zoro swiftly moved to turn the sails of the Thousand Sunny to face another direction. As the enormous waves crashed against the ship, it felt as though a giant hand had slapped it. With a splash, the Thousand Sunny was propelled away, swiftly gliding sideways, leaving the Navy ship in its wake. Unable to give chase, before long, it vanished from sight. "Major Lu Chun, you have let the pirates go on your own accord." At that moment, AI approached him, teasing softly. However, Lu Chun would not admit it, responding earnestly, I used my strongest sword strike. It merely went astray. With a chuckle, AI and covered his face, choosing not to say more. The people on the ship largely understood Lu Chen's intent, but refrained from voicing it. They dared not speak further. This naval major was not to be trifled with. Subsequently, Lu Chen addressed the Navy personnel, stating seriously, "Since we have embarked on this journey, we cannot return empty-handed. Join me in eliminating the warlord, Moonlight Moria, in the Devil's Triangle." "Yes, Major," the Navy responded in unison. Meanwhile, on the Thousand Sunny, it sailed alone across the sea, its crew having narrowly escaped danger. Yet, Nami, holding the compass, wore a worried expression. "I really don't know what Brother Lu Chen is thinking bringing us here. To reach the next island will take at least another 10 days. Nami, let's go," Luffy shouted, pointing ahead. He was only concerned with setting off. Nami, exasperated, chose to ignore him. Days later, the Navy ship carrying Lu Chen drew ever closer to the Devil's Triangle, and the Navy personnel began to grow restless. "We are about to enter the Devil's Triangle. I heard that 100 ships disappear there every year. If we go, we should be fine, right? After all, Major Lu Chen is with us. Surely we are safe. We are on a Navy ship. Who would dare to harm us? But I heard that people have seen ghosts there." The Navy personnel were already becoming agitated, yet Lu Chen remained reclined on the deck, resting comfortably. "Major Lu Chen, even at this time, you still rest so leisurely. One tea you calm the troops?" "On us kid curiously." Lu Chen smiled and countered, "If I go, will it truly calm them? In the end, it is their fear. Once we enter, they will understand." "That makes sense." Il replied. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned to Kobe and Barumabur behind him and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Not at all," Kobe and Barumabur replied in unison. "Haha, I hope you won't be afraid later. Moonlight Moria has several capable subordinates, and you two will be tasked with dealing with them. I hope you won't disappoint me." Lu Chen cautioned earnestly. "Yes, sir," Kobe and Barumabur responded gravely. This was their first task entrusted to them by Major Lu Chen, and they had to complete it well. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to Lu Chen. Chapter 97, Jomi Jomi Nomi. Brook. As time passed, the naval warship entered the Devil's Triangle. Ahead lay an area shrouded in thick fog, a dark gray mist enveloping the waters, reducing visibility to a mere 50 meters. The speed of the Navy ship had to slow down. Lu Chen then slowly rose, standing at the bow, surveying the surroundings. All around were various abandoned ships and the remains of human bones. One could only wonder how many ships and lives have been lost in this area. Suddenly, a massive ghost ship appeared ahead, drifting toward their position. Looking closely, the ship had been abandoned for many years. It was implausible for anyone to be aboard, leading others to believe it was a ghost ship. "What is that? Is it a ghost ship? Could there really be ghosts?" At once, the Navy personnel began to stir with unrest. Even AI instinctively drew closer to Lu Chen, whispering, "Lu Chen, do you think there are really ghosts in this area?" Indeed, Lu Chen nodded with certainty. In principle, Brook is an entity of ghostly existence, merely inhabiting a skeleton. AI's brows furrowed as she suddenly noticed a skeleton on the ghost ship, playing a violin and singing. "Yo-ho-ho! A ghost! There really is a ghost." Instantly, she clung tightly to Lu Chen, hanging onto him. A wave of fragrance enveloped Lu Chen, who smiled calmly and gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right. If it truly is a ghost, I can defeat it." After a brief moment, and let out a long sigh, gradually calming herself. However, she soon became aware of her and Lu Chen's appearance, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She immediately released her grip, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, Lu Chen. It's perfectly all right. You can hang on as long as you like. You hardly weigh anything." Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Yes, et on nous gently." As time passed, the ghost ship drew ever closer to their vessel, and the figure of a skeleton standing upon it became increasingly distinct. The skeleton was tall and slender, clad in a black gentleman's outfit, adorned with an extravagant hairstyle, unmistakably Brook, who had been temporarily hiding in the Bermuda Triangle. Instantly, the sailors aboard their ship were frightened and huddled together. "A skeleton! A ghost! It's truly a ghost! Run!" Suddenly, the system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered the task. Assist Brook in retrieving his shadow. System reward. 300 energy points. After glancing at the task triggered by the system, Lu Chun prepared to approach Brook. If you are scared, stay on the ship. I will go check out this so-called ghost. I'm not afraid. I want to go too, Ain declared, puffing out her chest and raising her chin earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun chuckled softly, taking her small hand and leaping across to the ghost ship. Very well, then you may follow me. What? I'm not ready yet, Aon exclaimed. Her little face filled with panic, but she could only follow along passively. Before long, Lu Chun and Ayan arrived on the ghost ship, where Brook stood, curiously gazing at Ayan. With a grin, he said, Yo-ho-ho, beautiful lady, may I take a look at your undergarments? Lu Chun, this skeleton can talk. Ao Ian gasped in shock, hiding behind Lu Chun. In contrast, Lu Chun displayed no fear at all, introducing himself. Hello, I am Monkey D. Lu Chun. But you may call me Lu Chun. Hello, I am Brook. Aren't you afraid of me? Brook inquired in return. He had lingered there for many years, and every crew that encountered him would flee in terror. No one had ever dared to board his ship to speak with him. What is there to fear? Everyone is destined to die, and all will turn to bones, Lu Chun replied. Yo-ho-ho, that is indeed a valid point. Brook laughed heartily. The countless years of solitude had led him to mask his loneliness with laughter, a habit he could not shake. Would you care for a drink? Perhaps we could converse? Lu Chun inquired, retrieving a bottle of red wine from his system backpack, genuinely intrigued to ask this man, who had already tasted death, many questions. Although the author of One Piece did not delve deeply into the lore surrounding the Yomi Yomi no Mi, it was certain that someone who had consumed it would possess knowledge about this world. Moreover, this world differed significantly from the one depicted in the manga created by the author. Certainly, it has been a long time since anyone has kept me company. Brook readily accepted. Lu Chun then turned to Ayan, advising, if you are frightened, you may return. I will be back shortly. No, I wish to stay with you. Ayan quickly shook her head. For some reason, being with Lu Chun provided her with an inexplicable sense of security, even in the presence of the ghost that frightened her. Then let us remain together, Lu Chun replied, no longer insisting otherwise. Everything would proceed as she wished. This way, please, both of you. This is my cabin. I hope you do not mind. Brook graciously gestured as he welcomed them into the ship's quarters. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy ship, the crew members were all focused on the happenings aboard the ghost ship, beginning to whisper among themselves. Major Lu Chun and Ensign Ayan have gone inside. They followed that ghost. Will they be all right? They will certainly be fine. Major Lu Chun is remarkably capable, Kobe said, looking at the other Navy soldiers with a serious expression. The Major will not come to harm, and that skeleton may not be a ghost. Otherwise, it would not be able to speak. Upon hearing this, the sailors fell silent, aware of the relationship between Kobe and Lu Chun, and recognizing that Kobe held a rank significantly higher than theirs. Inside the ghost ship's cabin, Ayan carefully poured red wine for Lu Chun and Brook. Thank you, beautiful lady. Brook nodded in appreciation. No need for thanks, Ayan replied, momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that this skeleton did not seem so frightening after all. Lu Chun smiled gently, raising his glass. Brook, drink up and tell me your story, shall we? Certainly. With that, Brook downed the red wine in one gulp and began to share his tale. Over 50 years ago, I led my pirate crew into the Grand Line, and since then, I have been hiding in this Bermuda Triangle. Brook recounted many details about his past, yet they were only brief snippets. Throughout his narration, the smile on his face and the laughter he emitted never faded. It was unclear whether it was a bitter smile of resignation or genuine joy. Lu Chun nodded slightly. Speaking earnestly, I did not expect your experiences to be so tumultuous. Now that you cannot leave this area, I happen to be planning to eliminate Gecko Moria and can conveniently help you reclaim your shadow, although he was aware of certain matters. Hearing Brook articulate them stirred a sense of reflection within him. Gecko Moria's tactics are rather cunning. I am quite comfortable here in these waters, lest you encounter danger. Brook quickly shook his head. The two had merely crossed paths. Such assistance was not something he wished for Lu Chun to undertake. I'm a Navy major. Dealing with him is well within my capabilities. Lu Chun responded with a smile. Very well. Since you insist, I shall accompany you. However, be aware that the zombies under his command are created from Moria's devil fruit abilities, and they are most fearful of salt. So prepare some for your crew, Brooke cautioned. Thank you very much. As they continued to converse, Lu Chun suddenly posed a question. There is still one thing I wish to ask you. Did the Yomi Yomi Nomi take you to the afterlife? What is there truly? I'm not entirely certain. That place is exceedingly dark, seemingly beneath the earth. I kept walking upward, only vaguely hearing sounds akin to animals. Ever since I returned to my body, certain memories seem to have vanished, and I no longer remember them clearly, Brooke explained. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Chun fell in a deep thought. Based on Brooke's account, it could be concluded that the so-called afterlife genuinely existed. However, its true purpose remained a mystery, and the means to access it were still unknown. Everything seemed to be an unresolved enigma. After a while, Lu Chun led Brooke onto the Navy ship, setting course for Gecko Moria's lair, the terrifying three-masted ship. When the sailors aboard the ship beheld Brooke, they were so frightened that they could hardly speak. Fortunately, Lu Chun provided an explanation, allowing the crew to regain their composure. However, Brooke maintained a cautious demeanor towards his skeletal state. Approximately half an hour later, a massive phantasmal figure gradually materialized in the distance, resembling a castle upon the sea, yet adorned with sails reminiscent of a ship. Notably, there were 3 enormous sails. Ahead lay the lair of Moonlight Moria, the terrifying 3-masted vessel, rumored to be the most formidable sailing ship in existence. Within this castle resided Moria himself, housing a myriad of formidable zombies, posing a significant challenge. Brooke gazed intently at the colossal ship, murmuring softly. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Chun nodded slightly and turned to the naval officers behind him, speaking with gravity. Gentlemen, Moria has long hidden within the Devil's Triangle, preying upon passing ships. It is time for us to exact our retribution. He continued, although there are various types of zombies within, I have already shared the means to confront them. Salt. Once we eliminate those minions, I shall personally deal with Moria. Yes, Major. The naval officers replied in unison. With the protection of Salt, they looked at Brooke, eager to test its efficacy against the malevolent forces. Thus, the vessel advanced towards the daunting 3-masted ship. Shortly after docking, a horde of zombies surged toward their position with alarming speed. These bizarre zombies resembled a grotesque assortment of stitched-together monstrosities, men with bat wings, others with elephant legs and trunks, and some with crocodile mouths. Leading them was a familiar face, Absalom, the possessor of the transparent fruit. Character, Absalom. Position, one of the 3 weirdos. Fruit, transparent fruit. Level, B. Skill, fruit development. B. Bounty, 45 million berries. Absalom fixed his gaze on Lu Chun, his voice laced with incredulity as he inquired, Hey, Navy, our captain is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What brings you and your multitude to our territory? Since you acknowledge us as the Navy, it is only natural that we come to eliminate pirates. Lu Chun responded, a smile gracing his face that was simultaneously imbued with a chilling intent. How dare you come here with so few to attack us? Absalom's countenance darkened with fury as he waved his hand, commanding, charge, eliminate them. With a thunderous roar, the zombies lunged at the naval officers. Men, follow me to eradicate them. At that moment, Ein raised his sword, calling out loudly. Yes. Instantly, the Navy officers surged forward, and the battle commenced. A cacophony of chaos erupted, filled with the sounds of combat and anguished cries. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, the majority were mere minions, and with the soldiers armed with ample salt, they proved to be no match for the valiant naval officers. At this juncture, Absalom encountered Ein. Just as Ein prepared to strike, Absalom seemed to vanish into thin air. Where'd he go? In truth, Absalom had simply activated his transparent fruit, remaining concealed beside Ein. Ha ha ha, this Navy officer is rather handsome, he thought wickedly, extending his sinister hands toward Ein. Just as he was about to make contact, a fierce blade of energy shot forth. What? Absalom felt a chill run down his spine and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, that very blade cleaved through numerous zombies ahead, creating a clear passage. Any object or being caught in that line of energy would be severed. "Hey, Lu Chen, what are you doing? You nearly harmed me," An exclaimed, furrowing her brows. Lu Chen's expression turned serious as he activated his Kenbunchika haki, remarking calmly, "That peculiar individual became invisible. He almost took advantage of you." "Ah," An gasped, clutching her chest and scanning her surroundings warily. She realized, no wonder she had felt an eerie sensation earlier. That strange man had been lurking nearby. In his transparent state, Absalom glared malevolently at Lu Chen and Brooke, cursing inwardly. "It must be that skeleton who informed the Navy of our abilities and weaknesses. Just wait, I will eliminate you." Before he could finish his thought, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed as his Kenbunchika haki detected a hint of malice. He swiftly drew his sword and unleashed a strike. Aye, one sword style slash. The blade shimmered, and powerful energy surged forth, accurately aimed at Absalom's location. "What? How'd he discover me?" Absalom's expression shifted dramatically as he stared in disbelief at the approaching blade. The speed of the energy was blistering, leaving him no time to evade. He could only draw his sword to defend himself. As the chilling energy met Absalom's blade, it fractured with a resounding crack. The cracks multiplied, resembling a tortoise shell, until the sword splintered entirely. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the energy severed the transparent sword, hurtling towards Absalom's body. "Ah!" Absalom screamed, his form cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. With blood gushing forth, his transparent body gradually revealed itself, though no longer intact, split asunder. Tears of regret and disbelief filled his eyes. Even in death, he could not comprehend how Lu Chen had discovered him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward, 100 energy points. Lu Chen had initially intended to leave Absalom for KB in Barumabur, but upon witnessing I nearly fall prey, coupled with the activation of a task, he decided to take action. This Absalom had to perish. If he did not, he would undoubtedly target Nami next. Slaying him was for the best. At that moment, Ayn gazed at Absalom's lifeless form on the ground, expressing her gratitude. "Lu Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, it's nothing. That creature was a stitched abomination, daring to take advantage of you. He deserved to die." Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Ayn thought to herself, feeling a surge of relief. Subsequently, Lu Chen stood aside, allowing others to continue the fight. There was no need for him to engage in every battle. Suddenly, Lu Chen caught sight of KB and Barumabur. They were diligently working together to confront the Cerberus, their frequent training resulting in remarkable synergy, overpowering the beast with ease. Within minutes, they had defeated the three-headed dog. Approximately 10 minutes later, the skirmish at the entrance concluded with all zombies vanquished. Lu Chen surveyed the naval officers, stating with authority, "Those who are injured and unable to continue fighting remain behind to guard the ship. The rest of you, follow me into Moria's lair." "Yes, Major." With that command, nearly all the naval officers charged forward. Simultaneously, within the hull of the three-masted ship, a zombie hurriedly rushed into the hull, anxiously exclaiming, "Captain, something terrible has happened. The Navy has stormed in. Wasn't Absalom supposed to stop them? Why have they breached our defenses?" Moria, seated upon the throne, frowned in displeasure. The zombie quickly replied, "Lord Absalom has been slain." Upon hearing this, Moria erupted, slamming his fist upon the table. "Which Navy dares to kill my men? Come, let us see who it is." "Yes, Captain." His subordinates followed suit, among them the Ghost Princess Perona and Hogback. Meanwhile, Lu Chen led the Navy, having reached mere hundreds of meters from the castle, poised to close in. As Moria descended the stairs with his crew, he caught sight of Lu Chen at the forefront, his brow furrowing in recognition. It was him, the grandson of Carp, the Navy's supernova, Monkey D. "Lu Chen. Captain, why have you stopped?" Hogback inquired, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Moria replied earnestly, "You must intercept him. I shall procure the secret weapon." "Understood, Captain." Hogback nodded and immediately set off with his men. Minutes later, the two factions confronted one another before the castle. Tension crackled in the air, though no blows were exchanged. It was then that Hogback noticed Lu Chen among the Navy, his expression shifting in surprise. "It's you. The Navy's supernova, Monkey D. Lu Chun. What brings you here?" "A foolish question," Lu Chun retorted sharply, scanning the area for Moria. "Where's Moria? Why should I tell you? Do you not know our captain is one of the 7 warlords? The Navy has a pact with the 7 warlords." Hogback challenged, aware of Lu Chun's formidable strength. It was no wonder Absalom had met his end. Hogback knew he could not match Lu Chun. At that moment, he comprehended Moria's choice to retrieve his secret weapon. 7 warlords? Moria dares to claim that title? Lu Chun scoffed. In truth, he held a certain admiration for Moria's audacity to confront Kaido. However, since the demise of all his crew, Moria had begun to descend into ruin, overly reliant on the powers of shadows, the strength of others, rendering him perhaps the weakest among the 7 warlords. During the war on the top, he had been unable to withstand even a few blows from Jinbei. Weakness leads to inevitable elimination. Hogback found himself at a loss for words, fearful of Lu Chun's sudden assault. "If you won't speak, I shall seek Moria myself." With that, Lu Chun dashed towards the castle, intent on entering. Not so fast. Perona floated into view, blocking his path. With a swift motion of her hand, several white ghosts appeared behind her, negative ghosts. The ghosts surged towards Lu Chun. "Conqueror's Haki." Lu Chun chuckled softly, his gaze sharpening as he unleashed a formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki. The 2 negative ghosts were caught in the blast, their forms disintegrating into countless white ashes, dissipating into the air. Perona cried out, clutching her head in agony. Ultimately, the negative ghosts she summoned were manifestations of her own mental energy, making them particularly vulnerable to the Conqueror's Haki. Unless one were as despondent as Usopp, others lacking the ability would still be affected to some extent. As Perona regained her composure, she found Lu Chun had vanished. "Where'd he go?" "Perona, inform the captain. I will hold him off here." Hogback shouted as he engaged the Navy. "Understood." Just as Perona was about to leave, a white figure suddenly obstructed her path. It was Ein, who had remained by Lu Chun's side. "If you wish to pass, you must first contend with my sword." Perona's brows knitted in frustration. She knew she had to deal with Ein before proceeding. However, Ein was not easily bested. Meanwhile, KB and Balumabur were coordinating their attacks against Hogback. Simultaneously, after departing the battlefield, Lu Chun began his search within the castle for Moria. After some time, he had yet to locate him. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Lu Chun. Could he be there? Chapter 100, Zombie Ors. Demon Warrior. Must read. If he was not in the castle, he was likely in the chamber where Ors was kept frozen. Lu Chun attuned himself to the castle's temperature, running towards the coldest area. Inside the freezing chamber, Moria gazed at the colossal zombie Ors before him, his brow furrowed. "I never anticipated I would have to awaken you early. It seems I have no other option." He lacked confidence in confronting Lu Chun, especially after witnessing Crocodile's defeat at his hands. He had to unleash the strongest weapon he had acquired over the years. The demon warrior, the giant Ors. However, as he currently lacked a suitable shadow, he prepared to merge his own shadow with Ors to gain better control over him. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed behind him. Boom! A sturdy wall was cleaved open, crumbling to the ground as cold air surged outward, smoke billowing forth. Then, from the haze emerged a figure. Lu Chun strode forward with intrigue. "Moonlight Moria, I see you are indeed here. How did you know I was here?" Moria questioned, momentarily taken aback. Lu Chun smiled, "Guess." Moria's expression darkened at this reply. Continuing, Lu Chun, as a rear admiral of the Navy, "Do you not know I am one of the 7 warlords? How dare you lead troops to attack me? Spare me your nonsense." Lu Chun interjected, his tone calm yet firm. "I know what you intend to do. Merge your shadow with Ors. Am I correct? I shall wait for your fusion. Let us dispense with the idle chatter." He had discerned that Moria's shadow had yet to merge with the zombie Ors, and his previous words were merely a ploy to buy time. "Do not grow too arrogant." Moria's displeasure was evident as he realized his intentions had been unveiled. "Strength is the true currency of conversation. I will await your merging with Ors." With that, Lu Chun stood by, patiently observing, refraining from making a move. Character: Moonlight Moria. Position: Captain of the Moria pirate crew. 7 warlord. Fruit. Shadow fruit. Level. Skill. Fruit development. Bounty. 320 million berries. Pathetically weak. I truly cannot fathom how Moria rose to the rank of 7 warlord. Witnessing Liu Chen's hesitance to strike, Moria felt emboldened to merge his shadow with the zombie ores, coldly declaring, "You shall pay for your underestimation. Quit dawdling and hurry," Liu Chen urged. Moria was momentarily at a loss for words, hastening the fusion of ores with his shadow. Soon, Moria's shadow and the zombie ores merged completely. The once dormant corpse suddenly opened its enormous eyes, its massive body stirring. The surrounding walls and ice began to tremble and crumble due to Or's movements. Or's was an immense figure with a bizarre appearance. After all, it is the colossal demon that astonished the world 5 centuries ago. Character, Owzy zombie. Position, none. Fruit, none. Level, skill, superhuman strength. Bounty, none. Ha. At long last I have merged. Boy, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. Moria's triumphant laughter echoed as he glanced at Owzy behind him. Gesturing towards Liu Chen, "Owzy, eliminate him." Roar. At his command, Owzy unleashed a furious roar. The sound waves reverberated around, deafening. It felt as though the very ground and castle trembled beneath his roar. The ceiling and walls shed stones in a cascade. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, Liu Chen maintained a calm and serene smile, eager to witness the true strength of this demon warrior. The zombie Owzy bellowed, his massive fist aimed at Liu Chen's position. Despite the opponent's slow strike, Liu Chen chose to stand firm, slowly drawing his long sword, Zhan Tian. He would block it with his sword. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The powerful impact sent Liu Chen flying, crashing through several walls before he finally came to a halt. The place where Owzy had struck had already formed a vast pit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience in the skill armament hockey. Rising from the rubble, Liu Chen brushed off the dust from his attire, remarking to himself that indeed, this was the mightiest demon from 5 centuries past. A single punch had granted him 500 experience points. It is worth noting that there are now few opponents capable of providing such a substantial boost to his armament hockey experience. Unless it is his grandfather, Carp. Pretentious fool. Do you truly believe you can stand against Owzy? Moria scoffed, entirely convinced that Liu Chen was merely posturing. However, Liu Chen suddenly sheathed his supreme blade, Zhan Tian, and with his fists enveloped in armament hockey, flashed a charm-laden smile. "Come, let the battle intensify. You seek death." Moria's eyes narrowed, seething with rage. He nearly wished to sink his teeth into Liu Chen out of sheer fury. He recognized Liu Chen's swordsmanship as unparalleled, and to forsake his sword in such a manner was an affront to him. The damage was negligible, yet the insult was profound. "Owzy, obliterate him!" Moria roared. "Yes, master." With that, zombie Owzy clenched his fists and unleashed a flurry of punches upon the ground-bound Liu Chen. Boom! 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 Each strike reverberated through the castle, causing walls to shatter. Debris flew in all directions. It was as if a giant was pounding the ground. Meanwhile, Liu Chen merely used his fist to absorb Owzy's blows. Though each strike sent tremors through his arms, the pain was manageable, allowing him to endure. Listening to the delightful notifications from the system, Liu Chen began to feel that it wasn't all that painful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining experience in the skill armament hockey. Soon after, Owzy ceased his onslaught, staring intently at the ground before him. After a series of punches and kicks, the castle had been reduced to ruins. Countless clouds of dust obscured the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, Moria's lips curled into a smirk, revealing his self-satisfaction. "Haha, just a mere Navy rear admiral dares to cause a ruckus on my turf. He seeks his own demise. Alas, he seems unaware of the law of smoke and injury. Hey, are you celebrating too soon?" Suddenly, From within the swirling dust emerged a familiar voice. Lu Chun stepped out from the debris, gazing at Moria with keen interest, taunting. Is that all the strength your zombie possesses? It seems to have inflicted no harm upon me at all. Chapter 101. The Mighty Owzie, The Gathering of Shadows. Boy, you're utterly arrogant. Moria's eyes blazed crimson with fury. He had never witnessed a man remain unscathed beneath Owzie's fists. Do not rush. I await your attempt to kill me. Lu Chun chuckled softly, shedding his tattered garments to reveal his robust physique. It must be said, Owzie's punches carry tremendous power. That recent exchange had significantly boosted his armament hockey experience. With a bit more patience, he would elevate it to S rank, which was why Lu Chun chose to provoke Moria. And indeed, the outcome aligned with his expectations. Owzie, eliminate him. Moria, incensed once more, commanded Owzie to attack. Roar. Consequently, Owzie unleashed another barrage of punches and kicks upon Lu Chun below. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike resonated with a thunderous roar. The entire three-masted ship seemed to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Yet, Lu Chun refrained from launching a counterattack, focusing solely on defense while watching his armament hockey experience accumulate. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience in the skill armament hockey. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 350 experience in the skill armament hockey. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining experience in the skill armament hockey. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, the battle between the Navy and the Moria pirate crew raged on, with both sides sensing the powerful tremors. What's happening? Eindai furrowed her brow, gazing towards the source of the colossal noise. Suddenly, Hoga Bak declared triumphantly, it must be that Captain has forced back Zombie Owzie. Your rear admiral is destined to be crushed. You should focus on your own affairs first. KB's fist struck Hoga Bak's face, sending him flying. Seeking death. With that, the two resumed their fierce struggle. Time passed without notice. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the skill armament hockey. The system finally delivered the news of the skill upgrade, and Lu Chun's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he muttered, "Thank you." With that, he finally drew his blade, the Supreme Zhan Tian, alongside Qing Feng. With a swift motion, he unleashed two sword energies imbued with sword intent, slicing directly towards Owzie. Boom! Boom! However, the fierce sword energies merely sent Owzie sprawling, landing heavily on the ground, yet causing no damage to his body. Such formidable flesh. Lu Chun marveled at Owzie's chest. The two sword energies had merely left two shallow cuts, not even breaking the skin. Moria smirked wickedly. I have already stated, the demon Owzie is invincible. What can your Supreme Zhan Tian do? It cannot harm him in the slightest. Upon hearing this, a knowing smile crept across Lu Chun's face. If I cannot kill him, does that mean I cannot eliminate you? Navy 6 forms, shave. As soon as the words left his lips, his figure vanished from sight, appearing before Moria. With a swift motion, he struck down. A single slash with the draw and cut technique. What? Suddenly, Moria's complexion changed drastically, as he did not anticipate Lu Chun would switch targets and attack him. Just moments ago, he had been relentlessly assaulting Oz. The vivid crimson sword aura grazed his face, leaving Moria with no time to evade. Just as the attack was about to strike him, his figure unexpectedly transformed into a colossal form, blocking Lu Chun's path. Bang! The sword energy struck. A thunderous sound erupted. Lu Chun looked up and realized that the one attacking was actually Oz, while Moria had already shifted to Oz's previous position. It was evident that he had utilized the abilities of the fruit to exchange his shadow with his true body. Since the shadow had merged with Oz, it was Oz who had been swapped in. Roar! Suddenly, Oz let out a furious roar and swung a powerful fist downward. Observing this, Lu Chun once again employed the Marine 6 styles to evade. Bang! A loud explosion. A deep pit formed where the fist struck the ground, sending mud flying. Meanwhile, Moria cautiously observed Lu Chun, fearful of another assault. He thus infused himself into Oz's body and boasted, "You see, I am now within Oz's form. Let us see how you attack me." Hee hee. Lu Chun scoffed coldly, nonchalantly replying, You rely too heavily on the strength of others, which is why you shall never reach true mastery. Oz is merely an external entity, ultimately insignificant. Oof. What do you know? Oz, kill him. Moria roared in fury. Oz continued to swing his massive fists down towards Liu Chun. However, Liu Chun had already retreated to a safe distance, watching Oz as he slowly drew two long blades, instantly enveloping them with a commanding aura. A powerful sword intent coalesced above the blades, forming two distinct and potent presences, one white and one red. As Liu Chun wielded the blades, the momentum surged, fluttering like gauze in the wind, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, Liu Chun simultaneously swung both blades towards Oz, declaring, dual blade style, white tiger dragon roar. In that moment, two sword energies were unleashed, one white and one red. The intense sword intent gradually morphed into two fierce beasts, a white tiger and a crimson dragon, resembling two primordial giants. They opened their massive jaws, lunging towards Oz with ferocity. Roar! Oz, sensing the imminent danger, unleashed his most potent strength yet, his muscles bulging as he struck out with two fists against the sword energies. Boom! The moment the sword energies collided with Oz, a tremendous noise erupted. A massive wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings and leveling everything in its path. Even Liu Chun had to evade its sharp edges, retreating swiftly. Slayedthe. As the aftermath of the battle subsided, the original scene was revealed. Oz lay on the ground, eyes glazed over, resembling a corpse. His sturdy arms completely severed by Liu Chun's sword energy, lying beside him. Moreover, Oz's bones were shattered beyond repair, rendering him incapable of rising again. Bang! Suddenly, a portal opened in Oz's abdomen. A bloodied Moria emerged from within, gritting his teeth and declaring, I will not lose again, absolutely not. With that, he howled towards the heavens, shadow gathering. The entire three-masted ship seemed to resonate with his furious cry. Shadows of black flew in from the distance, each entering Moria's body through his mouth. 1, 2, 3. The number of shadows surged exponentially, and Moria's form began to swell. After absorbing a full 1,000 shadows, Moria's body had expanded to nearly the size of a giant. Such a colossal form could indeed accommodate 1,000 shadows. By absorbing these shadows, he augmented his power, now possessing the destructive capability to shatter an island with a single strike. Furthermore, his attributes had transformed. Character, Moria. Position, Shichibukai. Fruit, Kage Kagenomi. Level, S. Moria towered over Liu Chun, coldly stating, You shall die, boy. Following his words, he swung a hand towards Liu Chun's location. Boom! Liu Chun stood firm, observing the enormous hand descending upon him like a miniature five-finger mountain, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Get lost! Liu Chun roared, raising his sword, Zhan Tian, to slash, then swiftly utilizing the shave to evade. The sword energy struck Moria's colossal hand, as if cleaving through Oz's body. A drop of water falling into the ocean. No ripples were created. Fortunately, Liu Chun managed to evade Moria's attack and shifted to the side. Bang! A resounding crash. Moria's hand slammed into the ground, sending countless clods of earth flying, causing the entire ground to tremble. It felt as though another earthquake had occurred. Moreover, this time, the force exceeded that of Oz, leaving fissures reminiscent of turtle shells across the terrain. The entire three-masted ship appeared as if it might be shattered by his single blow. After a moment, Moria realized that his previous strike had missed Liu Chun and swung again. Come on, don't run. All right, Liu Chun replied nonchalantly. Raising his right hand with the sword Zhan Tian, a rich aura began to accumulate along the blade. The red aura coiled around the sword like arcs of lightning. One sword style, opened the heavens. He then delivered a straight slash towards Moria. The sword's brilliance flickered. The vivid red sword energy surged forth, akin to a crimson blade, as if it sought to cleave the very sky. The clouds above were split in two by the intense sword intent. Swish! The sword energy struck Moria's massive hand with precision. Despite his enhanced strength and form, The fierce impact and sharp sword energy sent his enlarged body hurtling away. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. All the shadows absorbed by Moria burst forth from his mouth and various parts of his body. Liu Chen approached him, stating coldly, "You rely far too much on the strength of others. For one who has battled Kaido, you are truly weak." With that, he swiftly severed Moria's head from his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System rewards: 1,000 energy points, materials needed for the construction of the Underworld King, 10. As Liu Chen picked up Moria's head and prepared to leave, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Who? Liu Chen whirled around to find a man clad in black, wearing a black and white hat. It was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant Kuma. Character: Bartholomew Kuma. Position: Shichibukai. Revolutionary Officer. Fruit: Paramecia. Nikyu no Mi. Level: S. Skills: Fruit Development SS. Martial Arts S. Bounty: 296 million berries. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at Liu Chen and then inquired, "If you could travel anywhere, where would you like to go?" As these words were spoken, Liu Chen furrowed his brows, instinctively stepping back a few paces to increase the distance between himself and the other party. "I have no desire to travel at the moment. What brings you here?" "The Marine headquarters sent me to capture the Straw Hat crew, but it seems he is your brother, and also the brother of Ace, correct?" Kuma inquired, his expression as stoic as ever. Indeed, Liu Chen nodded, aware that Kuma would not harm Luffy, yet uncertain whether he would turn his intentions towards himself. The formidable powers of that devil fruit were indeed a cause for concern. "You have slain Moria. Those at the Marine headquarters will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Let them come. Do I fear them? Well then, I shall take my leave, having failed to locate the Straw Hats." With that, Kuma turned on his heel and departed. Liu Chen observed his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Was that statement meant for me? Using the inability to find Luffy and his crew as a pretext to refuse the mission assigned by the Marine headquarters. After Kuma's departure, Liu Chen returned to the battle area of the castle, carrying Moria's head. Yet, he had just triggered a task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Rescue Kuma before Dr. Vegapunk's modifications. System reward: 2,000 energy points, 20 materials for building the Pluto. Meanwhile, upon Liu Chen's return, Ein hurried over, concern etched on his face. "Liu Chen, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" "I am fine. Moria could not harm me." Liu Chen reassured. "Ah, that is a relief." Ein responded. Liu Chen continued, "What is the situation of the battle?" "We have 21 severely injured, 76 lightly injured, and all members of the Moria pirates have been captured, except for Perona, who managed to escape. Should we pursue her?" Ein answered candidly. "No need. Let us return." Liu Chen waved his hand dismissively. At this point, chasing after Perona would likely be futile. Completing the mission was sufficient. Understood. Thus, Liu Chen led all the Marines back to the G-39 Marine base. A few days later, at Marine headquarters, Sengoku pondered. What on earth is this boy Liu Chen up to? He has captured one warlord and now killed another. What could be his intentions? Does he not comprehend the collaborative relationship between the warlords and the Marines? As he scrutinized the incoming information, a knock resounded at the door. "Kumin." Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Carp entered, picking his nose and inquiring, "What do you need?" "You can see for yourself," Sengoku replied, handing over the telegram. Carp took it and burst into hearty laughter. "Huh, my grandson is truly remarkable. Splendid work." Sengoku's expression darkened at this remark. "You may find it amusing, but others will not. Liu Chen is likely to be summoned back. Why must he return? His strength rivals that of the admirals. Yet he is not even granted an admiral's position. With me around, who would dare touch him?" Carp asserted solemnly. Sengoku nodded slightly, aware of the weight behind those words. As long as Carp remained, and as long as Liu Chen was a Marine, no one within the organization would dare to lay a hand on him. Simultaneously, in a certain expanse of the Grand Line, Liu Chen reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, basking in the sun while casually inspecting his familiar interface. Host: Liu Chen. Level: his position: Rear Admiral, Devil Fruit, Thunder Fruit. Skills: Swordsmanship S, Sword Intent S. Physical Arts A, Devil Fruit Development C, Conquerors Hockey S, Armament Hockey S, Observation Hockey S, Marine 6 Styles, Surus, Marine 6 Styles, Rankyakus, Marine 6 Styles, Jepos, Life Return, G, Cooking A, Talent, Skill Simplification, Energy, 2,469, Berries, 18,989 billion, Chapter 103, The Three Admirals of Marines, Kizaru Akainu Akiji. At last, my level has reached S, and I have also learned Life Return. Ding. Would you like to simplify the skill Life Return? Yes. Ding. Skill Life Return is being simplified. Simplification successful. Life Return now requires verbal command. Life Return could be considered a hidden skill. The higher the level, the more powerful its effects. Luffy merely utilizes Life Return to replenish his stamina through eating. However, the Life Return skill is far from simplistic. As Luchan pondered how to further study Life Return, I suddenly approached, holding a telegram and frowning. Rear Admiral, the Marine Headquarters has sent an urgent message. You are to return immediately. Taking the telegram, Luchan glanced at it, noting it did not specify the reason, but merely instructed him to return at once. Yet, he surmised it was likely due to his slaying of Moria. There would always be those who would use such matters against him. However, he had not anticipated the situation to escalate so swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Luchan instructed, respond to them. I shall return to headquarters at once. Understood. I nodded, but could not suppress his curiosity. Is this about our killing of Moria? What if I had not returned with you? No need for concern. You should lead them back to base. They likely intend to summon me back to headquarters, Luchan replied with a smile. Though Luchan wore a smile, I felt an unease linger, sensing something was amiss. Once I departed, Luchan set off alone in a small boat towards Marine headquarters. A fortnight later, at Marine headquarters, Luchan navigated a small vessel, slowly approaching the grand gates of the Marine headquarters. Before even reaching the dock, he observed a few Marines waiting on the shore. Could they be here specifically to await my arrival? Moments later, Luchan leapt from the boat, gracefully landing on the shore, and inquired, Are you here to escort me? Indeed, Rear Admiral Luchan, please follow us. The leading Marine, Samuel Mandel, replied expressionlessly. Very well. Luchan nodded slightly, and followed them into Marine headquarters. Simultaneously, the surrounding Marines, busy with their duties, took notice of Luchan's return. There was no way they could fail to recognize him, as he was the most formidable supernova within the Marines. It's Rear Admiral Luchan. Why has he returned to Marine headquarters? I do not know. Could something have gone awry? Mandel and his team typically escorted those who had erred. Could it be that Rear Admiral Luchan had made a mistake? The news of Luchan's slaying of Moria had not yet circulated among the regular Marines, so they remained unaware. However, Luchan sensed that something was decidedly off. Minutes later, the group of Marines brought Luchan to a closed door, stating, Rear Admiral Luchan, the Marshal and others are already inside, awaiting your arrival. Very well. Luchan nodded, reflecting Sengoku. Others? Is there more than one person? Perhaps this time, the situation truly was dire. He then pushed open the door, revealing Sengoku and the three admirals, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsalino, and Akiji Kazan. The four stood in a commanding manner, as though preparing to interrogate a criminal. As he entered, the door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud. Marshal Sengoku, Admirals. Luchan saluted respectfully before stepping forward. Suddenly, Akainu spoke with authority. Stop. You must remain right there. The Marshal has not spoken, so who are you to command? Luchan retorted with a cold scoff. Nevertheless, he did not halt his advance and continued to approach, intending to take a seat beside him. Akainu, enraged, gritted his teeth and turned to Sengoku, stating calmly, Marshal, Luchan has certainly committed an offense. Can he still sit there? Until he is convicted, Luchan remains a rear admiral in the Navy, Sengoku replied. Upon hearing this, Akainu was momentarily at a loss for words. Luchan smirked, delighting in his advantage over Akainu, and chuckled. Did you hear that? I am still a rear admiral. Suddenly, Sengoku sternly interjected, Luchan, take a seat. Yes, Marshal. Luchan immediately complied, sitting down while keeping his smile directed at Akainu, as if to say, "You foolish fool. Do you not know the relationship between my grandfather Garp and Sengoku? You think you can oppress me? Dream on." Of course. He also noted the demeanor of Kizuru and Akiji. Akiji at least offered a smile in Liu Chen's direction, while Kizuru seemed preoccupied with grooming his nails, as if he were merely passing time, indifferent to the proceedings. After a brief silence, Sengoku finally spoke. "Liu Chen, I have several questions for you. Answer truthfully without concealment." "Yes," Liu Chen affirmed. With that, Sengoku continued, "Did you kill the warlord Gecko Moria?" Liu Chen replied without hesitation, "Yes." As soon as the words left his mouth, Akainu eagerly interjected, "Since he has confessed, can we not convict him?" He was fully aware of the Navy's agreement with the warlords, yet still dared to kill one. This is a blatant offense, deserving of an even greater punishment. "I believe Rear Admiral Liu Chen would not kill a warlord without justification," Akiji added. This prompted Akainu to glare at him, visibly displeased. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Akainu and remarked coolly, "Do you wish to convict Liu Chen before I have finished my inquiries?" "No," Akainu replied, his face darkening, gritting his teeth. "Then it would be best if you refrained from interrupting me." After this, Sengoku turned his attention back to Liu Chen and continued, "Liu Chen, let us move on to the second question. Why did you kill Gecko Moria?" Liu Chen responded, "Firstly, while traversing the Devil's Triangle, Moria attacked me, seeking to kill me. Surely, I had every right to defend myself. Secondly, he is a pirate, and it is the Navy's duty to eliminate pirates. Thirdly, although Moria is a warlord, he has harmed numerous crew members in the Devil's Triangle, including many innocent civilians. Is this the behavior expected of a warlord? That is all I have to say," Liu Chen stated without flinching. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Sengoku's mouth. Indeed, he was Garp's grandson, possessing the same knack for weaving a believable tale. A clever defense. You initiated trouble with the Moria pirate crew, yet you now claim they sought trouble with you? Akainu scowled, rebuking him. "Admiral Sakazuki, some matters should not be spoken of lightly, and one must speak with evidence. You claim I sought out trouble with a Moria pirate crew. Do you have any witnesses?" Liu Chen countered. "On my way back, I slaughtered every last member of the Moria pirate crew. Not a single one escaped, except for Perona, who fled and is now untraceable." He was confident that no one would locate Perona, and none of his subordinates would dare divulge this information. Chapter 104, Innocent, who has been struck. For Liu Chen personally executed the remnants of the Moria pirate crew. Moreover, he did so in front of all the Navy personnel on board, one after another. Every Navy officer was well aware of Liu Chen's fierce methods and dared not speak out against him. Your men, of course, will defend you. But the fact remains that you killed Warlord Moria, Akainu said darkly. "Do you expect to evade responsibility?" "I did kill him," Liu Chen replied with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Akainu immediately turned to Sengoku, saying, "Marshal, since Liu Chen has admitted it, let us proceed with the conviction." "I agree to convict Liu Chen." Instantly, Sengoku raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to respond, Liu Chen interjected, a smile gracing his lips. "Admiral Sakazuki, are you out of your mind?" Bang! In an instant, Akainu's face turned livid, and he slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "Liu Chen, what do you mean by that? I mean, you must be out of your mind. As a Navy admiral, are you truly prepared to convict me, a fellow Navy officer, for the sake of a pirate? Are you unaware of how many wicked pirates I have slain? Is it not the Navy's duty to eliminate pirates? If you convict me for the sake of one pirate, who will dare to oppose them in the future? Shall we allow them to rampage freely across the seas? I have probably taken the lives of more pirates than you have consumed meals," Liu Chen declared earnestly. With these words, Akainu's face turned an ominous shade. His fists clenched tightly as he roared, "Liu Chen, you are courting death." In the presence of Akainu's absolute justice, these words were the greatest affront to him. Following this, his figure suddenly vanished from sight, enveloped in scorching magma, launching a punch directly at Liu Chen. "Stop, Sakazuki," Sengoku called out, rushing forward to intervene. As the fiery magma fist barreled toward him, Liu Chen remained undaunted, enveloping his right hand in haki, preparing to draw his sword from his waist. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from behind. "Who dares to touch my grandson?" Bang! With a thunderous crash, the heavy iron door shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. A familiar and imposing figure appeared before Lu Chun. It was Garp, who had rushed in upon hearing the news. His haki-infused fist collided with Akainu's head. Bang! In an instant, Akainu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Scattered lava surrounded him, and the spot where he fell bore a deep crater, his head seemingly sheared off. Coughing, Akainu clutched his chest and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, he had quickly reinforced his head with haki. Otherwise, he would have perished. The force of that blow was simply overwhelming. Lu Chun gazed upon the familiar and broad silhouette before him, his face lighting up with joy. "Grandpa, Lu Chun, are you all right?" Garp's eyes fixed intently on Akainu as he inquired. "Grandpa, do not worry. That fellow cannot kill me," Lu Chun reassured him. Garp nodded, feeling relieved, his gaze sharpening as he unconsciously emanated a powerful conqueror's haki, bearing down upon Akainu. "Akainu, do you truly believe I am old and senile? How dare you lay a hand on my grandson without consulting me?" The conqueror's haki was released with precision, and only Akainu felt the oppressive weight of the immense pressure bearing down on every cell of his body, rendering him unable to rise, even unable to revert his body from magma form. Akainu struggled to speak, finding it laborious. Above, Akiji wore a smile, thinking to himself, "Admiral Garp truly remains formidable." That fool Akainu dared to strike at Lu Chun. Coughing, Sengoku cleared his throat twice and stated with gravity, "Garp, you should step back. I merely wish to see my grandson. Is that not permissible?" Garp replied, scratching his nose, his expression earnest. At that moment, Akainu finally regained his composure, unsteadily rising to his feet and taking a seat on a nearby chair, vigilantly observing the duo of Garp and his grandson. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Sengoku, with a resigned nod, stated, "Very well, but this inquiry pertains to Major General Lu Chun. You should return promptly. If I do not go back, what if someone takes action against my grandson while I am away?" With that, Garp boldly plopped himself down opposite Akainu. Akainu, however, dared not meet Garp's gaze, choosing instead to avert his eyes. He had long heard of Garp's formidable strength, but he never expected to be so easily overpowered by a single punch. Truly, he was a man worthy of the title Marine Hero. "Fine, you may remain here," he acquiesced. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku relented and turned to Akainu and his companions. Continuing, "In that case, let us raise our hands to vote. Those in favor of convicting Major General Lu Chun, please raise your hands." Akainu's eyes flickered as he cast a glance at Sengoku and Garp, but refrained from raising his hand, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Sengoku then added, "Now, those who believe there should be no conviction, please raise your hands." Upon uttering these words, only Akiji and Sengoku raised their hands, while Kizuru and Akainu remained motionless. "What is the matter with you two?" Sengoku inquired, puzzled. "Admiral, I abstain." "Admiral, I too abstain." Kizuru's declaration was promptly echoed by Akainu. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded slightly and proclaimed loudly, "In that case, I announce that the Marine Headquarters finds Major General Lu Chun not guilty." His voice resonated, seemingly intended for Garp's ears. "Admiral, does that mean the bounty and achievements concerning Moria also belong to me?" Lu Chun seized the opportunity to ask. "Indeed," Sengoku replied with a wry smile. At that moment, Garp stood up and, together with Lu Chun, strode out. "Well then, since there is nothing amiss, it is time for us to spend some quality time together. You should remain at Marine Headquarters to avoid any possible bullying." As he spoke, he shot a glance at the still brooding Akainu. Akainu's expression was dark, filled with resentment, yet he dared not utter a single word, suppressing his feelings. On the elevated platform, Sengoku's countenance darkened as he watched Garp and Lu Chun's retreating figures, pondering to himself, "I am still the Admiral of the Marines. Could you not discuss matters outside?" After Lu Chun and Garp departed, many Marines gathered to witness the spectacle. "Quickly look! Major General Lu Chun and Vice Admiral Garp are coming out." It seemed neither of them had suffered any harm. It was evident that Garp had intervened, though it remained a mystery who had been struck down by him. It was certainly neither the Admiral nor Kizaru. After the two left, Sengoku and Kizaru followed closely behind. Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akiji all bore relaxed expressions, while Akainu's forehead was adorned with a large, red bump. Anyone who saw it would immediately recognize that Akainu had been struck by Garp. However, upon witnessing Akainu's murderous glare, none of the Marines dared to look his way, let alone chuckle. In Chapter 105, titled Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, off to Slayedthe Archipelago. In Garp's office, he remarked, "You little rascal. Have you not done anything light-hearted these past few days? Creating such a ruckus. Aren't you afraid someone will come looking for trouble?" "Grandpa, isn't it fortunate that you are here?" Lu Chun replied with a grin. Garp's face softened into a smile of approval. "You are right. Some pirates indeed deserve to be eliminated. With me around, no one in Marine Headquarters dares to lay a finger on you. I will also advocate for you to remain at Marine Headquarters and secure the position of Vice Admiral. When that old coot Sengoku retires, you will be well positioned to take his place." "Yes, Grandpa, I aspire to that too, but I'm not so sure that Admiral Akainu will agree," Lu Chun responded, fully aware that Akainu had engaged in fierce competition with Akiji for the position of Admiral. Garp's expression turned serious as he admonished, "Focus on your training. Once you possess the strength to defeat him, you will naturally ascend to the rank of Admiral. Otherwise, I cannot assist you significantly." "Understood, Grandpa," Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Defeat Akainu. System reward, 2,000 energy points. Growth type, sword reincarnation, I, Akainu." After a moment of contemplation, Garp recalled something. "By the way, I suspect Luffy will soon arrive at Slayedthe Archipelago. That kid has a knack for stirring up trouble. If you have the chance, lend him a hand. He needs to realize that his strength is still lacking and that there are many challenges he cannot resolve on his own." "Understood, Grandpa," Lu Chun replied. Hearing this, he recognized Garp's heartfelt intentions for his 3 grandsons, including himself. His greatest concern now was likely Ace. Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Defeat Luffy and his companions. System reward, 1,000 energy points. Materials required for constructing the Pluto, 10. After a long silence, Garp sighed heavily and said, "Lu Chun, you are the one I worry least about. If I am no longer here, you must protect Luffy and Ace at all costs. Consider this a request from your grandfather." "Huh?" Lu Chun's mood darkened upon hearing this. Garp's words sounded eerily like a final request. "Grandpa, why do you say such things? You are still as vigorous as ever. How could you not be here?" Garp chuckled without answering. They conversed for quite some time. Yet Lu Chun felt a sense of confusion, as if Garp was burdened by some unspoken worry. Finally, Lu Chun left Garp's office and returned to his previous office to rest momentarily. Meanwhile, at Mary Geo's, the 5 elders convened once more. With a telegram regarding Lu Chun's defeat of Moria, and another concerning his potential promotion to Vice Admiral laid out before them. Munki de Lu Shen. Is he one of the D clan? His strength has skyrocketed in just a few years. It is quite alarming, Shepherd Tenbit remarked, a look of concern etched on his face. The elder with the handlebar mustache, Topman Vachali, responded with a smile, although Lu Chun bears the D in his name. He is Garp's adopted grandson and does not truly belong to the D clan. I believe, as the rumors suggest, he harbors a profound hatred for pirates, having lost his entire family to them. Indeed, agreed Izambaron Vinasa Shuru, stroking his long beard. In that case, he's not a cause for concern. We should promote talent. Absolutely, the others chimed in agreement. A few days later, at Marine Headquarters, Lu Chun received notice of his promotion along with a Marine Justice Cape belonging to a Vice Admiral, officially becoming the Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters. In his office, he remarked, "Not bad. The Vice Admiral's cape is indeed more durable." Satisfied, he nodded as he gazed at the cape behind him. Beside him, Ein smiled at Lu Chun and said, "You look good in anything, considering your combat style. It's a wonder your clothes hold up." Ha ha ha, Lu Chun chuckled. Just a few days prior, Ein had returned to Marine headquarters from a base in the first half of the Grand Line, accompanied by Barton, Kobe, and Bulameb. As a newly appointed vice admiral, he needed trusted subordinates, and the four of them were among those he felt he could rely on. However, Kobe and Bulameb were immediately sent to Zifa's advanced training camp upon their return. First, let us train for a few years before we discuss further. Suddenly, a sound of knocking reverberated from outside, accompanied by Batten's voice. Knock, knock, knock. Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Gumin, Lu Chun instructed. As the words left his lips, Batten opened the door and hurriedly stepped inside, exclaiming, "The Straw Hat crew and the other supernovas have arrived at Slayedthe Archipelago. Excellent. We shall also head to Slayedthe Archipelago." Lu Chun swiftly rose and exited, a faint smile gracing his lips. Supernovas, you say? I am eager to witness their true strength. Batten and Ein trailed closely behind him. As the trio made their way out, every member of the naval base took notice of them, particularly Lu Chun, who had just been promoted to Rear Admiral. Look, it's Rear Admiral Lu Chun. What do you mean, Rear Admiral? He has already been promoted to Vice Admiral, holding the same rank as his grandfather, Admiral Garp. Remarkable. In just a few short years, he has ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. Indeed, it is said that his achievements are entirely based on defeating pirates, which earned him this promotion. Ein and Batten, walking alongside Lu Chun, noticed the envious and admiring gazes of the surrounding Navy personnel. Batten jested, Lu Chun, all these folks are watching you. You have become the object of admiration for all the Navy at headquarters. Yes, indeed. You now embody numerous accolades. The youngest Rear Admiral in naval history, a supernova, and the grandson of the naval hero, Puka. Ein chimed in. Since you are all aware, as my subordinates, shouldn't you also strive to make a name for yourselves? Lu Chun remarked with a smile. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Batten couldn't help but cough a couple of times, recalling the days when Lu Chun had dominated them. Lu Chun, you are simply too dazzling. We are merely inadequate supporting characters. Fear not, your time to shine will come, Lu Chun assured earnestly. In truth, both Batten and Ein possessed considerable strength. Ein, in particular, wielded a powerful devil fruit ability that could even serve a supportive role, such as reverting Garp back to his prime state from 18 years ago. Surely, he will be stronger than he is now. Well, that's enough for me, Batten replied. Shortly after, the three boarded a naval vessel, setting sail for the nearby Slayedthe Archipelago. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at island number 1 of the Slayedthe Archipelago. Ein gazed at the distant island, perplexed, and inquired, Lu Chun, why have we come to island number 1? To search island number 1 for information on the supernovas and also to locate my brother, Luffy, Lu Chun replied calmly. However, this was not his primary objective. He had another matter at hand. I see. I nodded, already aware of the connection between Lu Chun and Luffy, and understood that he would not take action against Luffy, being his own brother, especially with Garp still at naval headquarters. Soon, the trio disembarked on island number 1 of the Slayedthe Archipelago and dressed in naval uniforms. They quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the street. It's the Navy. No, it's Rear Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, a supernova? He has come to the island as well? Is it to deal with the pirate supernovas? It seems so. I wonder who is more formidable, the Navy supernovas or the pirates? Observing the people around him, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly and quietly instructed. Let us split up and find Luffy or any of the other supernovas. Use the Den Mushi to communicate. Understood. Upon hearing this, Ein and Batten immediately set off in separate directions. The Slayedthe Archipelago is vast, and moving as a trio would make it challenging to locate the supernovas. After Ein and Batten departed, Lu Chun swiftly vanished from sight. He found a secluded corner and donned a long-forgotten black cloak. The Navy uniforms were too conspicuous. This attire would serve him better for his tasks. Lu Chun smiled with satisfaction. In truth, he did not come to island number 1 solely to find Luffy. He aimed to attend the auction at Slayedthe Archipelago and accomplish a mission triggered by the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Rescue Cammy and eliminate St. Charlos. System reward: 2,000 energy points. The task appeared straightforward, yet it was tantamount to opposing the entire world government. No wonder the reward was 2,000 energy points. The target to be eliminated was none other than St. Charlos, a celestial dragon. Should this be accomplished, the name Black Knight would echo throughout the Grand Line, and he would undoubtedly become an enemy of the world government. Contemplating this, Liu Chan furrowed his brow and murmured, "Grandpa, I may have to proceed with this. You promised to assist me if trouble arises." Despite his formidable power, he was not the strongest in the world. There were still those who instilled fear in him, not to mention the terrifying Gorisi and Im. Meanwhile, at naval headquarters at Chu, Garp sneezed, continuing to pick his nose. "Which rascal is speaking of me?" At the auction venue on Island Number 1, the heated auction had commenced, with guests bidding on the slave commodities displayed on stage. Guest número 13 bids 300,000 veris. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Guest número 34 bids 350,000 veris. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 350,000 berries, going once, going twice. Behind the auction stage, a sturdy iron cage held all the slaves set to be sold. Among them, a striking elderly man with white hair stood out, alongside a giant. The old man was none other than Rayleigh, the former first mate of the pirate King Roger, who had sold himself into slavery. Suddenly, several auction staff entered with a registration book and casually announced, "The fishman has been taken out. Next up is auction item number 23. Before the words could finish, 2 arcs of silver lightning flashed. Electrocution, ZZT, ZZT. In an instant, the 2 individuals were left charred and unconscious on the ground. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss as he looked toward the darkness on his left. A man clad in a black cloak stepped out from the shadows and jested. "I never expected the illustrious Dark King Rayleigh to be imprisoned here. Black Knight, what are you doing here?" Rayleigh instantly recognized Liu Chan, but still referred to him by his alias, Black Knight. Upon hearing this, the slaves in the cell turned their astonished gazes toward the cloaked figure. "Black Knight, it's him, the bounty criminal with a 1 billion berry bounty." They could not believe he was here as well. Liu Chan replied, "Just here for some fun." He chuckled. Rayleigh smiled silently, pondering. What could this young man be up to now? What grand scheme is he planning? For Liu Chan, whether as a member of the Navy or as Black Knight, every action he took was significant. Liu Chan inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" "No need." Rayleigh shook his head. At this, Liu Chan exited the backstage area and proceeded toward the auction venue. He had come to check if Cammy was present, and upon seeing Rayleigh, he simply wished to have a word with him. Meanwhile, at the auction front, Cammy had already been displayed and bidding had commenced. She was trapped within a round, transparent dome, her neck bound by an iron collar. "Mr. Number 4 has bid 7.8 million berries. Is there a higher offer?" "Mr. Number 7 has bid 8 million berries. Is there any higher bid?" In the dim corner, Liu Chan observes the proceedings on stage, while also keeping an eye on Nami and her companions, who seem poised to secure a bid for Cammy. Suddenly, St. Charlos, donning a transparent mask, rises and extends 5 fingers, exclaiming, 500 million berries. What? 500 million berries? This far exceeds the value of a mermaid. Do you see who that is? He is a celestial dragon. Does he even need money? At this proclamation, the crowd gasps, and none dare oppose St. Charlos. Nami and her friends furrow their brows, contemplating their predicament. They possess only 200 million berries, far from sufficient. Suddenly, a resonant voice emerges. 1 billion berries. Upon hearing this, the crowd turns towards the source of the voice. A figure cloaked in black emerges from the shadows, garbed in a dark robe, rendering his features indistinguishable. Nevertheless, some in the crowd discern his identity. The knight, it is a notorious outlaw with a bounty of 1 billion berries. It is he. Who would have thought he was here? 1 billion berries. Does he truly possess such wealth? Nami's expression brightens, musing, it's brother Liu Chan. He has come because we are here. Meanwhile, Robin gazes intently at the figure in black, her brow furrowed. It is him. Why is he here? St. Charlos's face twists with rage as he bellows. I care not who you are. Do you know who I am? Do you dare oppose us, the celestial dragons? Are you seeking death? A cold chuckle escapes Liu Chan as he curiously inquires. What? You do not even recognize me? Chapter 107. The Pacifist. You're still too weak. Upon hearing that familiar voice and observing the familiar attire, St. Charlos is abruptly transported back in time to several years ago. It was also at Slayedthe archipelago when a man in black rescued 2 slaves from his grasp, leaving him lying on the filthy ground for an extended period. "It is you. You harmed me. You deserve to die." In a fit of rage, St. Charlos's eyes redden. The incident of him lying on the filthy ground must never be revealed to a third party. "You are the one who deserves to die." Luchan's gaze turns icy as he replies indifferently. "What did you say?" Before St. Charlos could finish his words, a cluster of silver-white lightning suddenly erupts from Luchan's hand, surging towards him. Just as it seems poised to strike St. Charlos, a corpulent figure appears before him, absorbing the lightning's impact. Zzzz. The robust figure is left charred from the electric strike. At this moment, Luchan finally sees the man before him. A round head, short hair, and clad in a red vest coat. It is Bartholomew Kuma. He is most likely here as a bodyguard for St. Charlos. Originally petrified by fear, St. Charlos, upon seeing the Navy's arrival, becomes emboldened, shouting, "Hey, Navy, quickly kill him. No, I want him alive as my slave." "Understood," Kuma replies, brushing off the dust from his attire while fixing his gaze on Luchan, stating, "Knight, allow me, the strongest defender in this world, to see just how formidable you are." With that, he raises a massive axe that is nearly his size and swings it down. Divine retribution. Luchan stands firm, slowly raising his right hand. Countless bolts of lightning gather in his palm, silver arcs flickering, forming a colossal pillar of lightning. With a gentle flick, the immense pillar of lightning races towards Kuma. The speed of the lightning is evidently swifter than Kuma's attack. Boom! A thunderous crash ensues as the lightning pillar strikes Kuma with precision, coursing through his body, ravaging every cell. Zzzz. With the emergence of black smoke, a burnt odor fills the air. The ground where Kuma once stood has been scorched black. Meanwhile, Kuma lies unconscious on the ground, his fate uncertain. Luchan glances at the fallen Kuma before swiftly appearing before St. Charlos, delivering a powerful punch, declaring, "You could die now." "No." St. Charlos's expression shifts to one of sheer terror, his eyes widening in disbelief. Unfortunately, he cannot utter another word as Luchan's formidable fist obliterates his skull. Blood spurts forth, splattering across the venue. Instantly, chaos erupts throughout the hall. A celestial dragon has been killed. Someone has slain a celestial dragon. Run. Run for your lives. Most of the attendees flee in panic, while Nami and her companions remain rooted in place, shocked by the unfolding events. It all transpires too rapidly. They never anticipated that the figure in black, Luchan, would slay a celestial dragon. Suddenly, Luchan appears before Kemi, smashing the glass cover with a single punch. Bang! Water gushes forth, and Kemi tumbles out. Fortunately, Luchan catches her just in time and tosses her Nami on the opposite side. "Miss Kemi." Sanji rushes forward, eagerly receiving Kemi. At that moment, a swarm of Navy personnel bursts into the hall, quickly surrounding Luchan. "Quickly, surround him. He is the one who killed the celestial dragon. Yes, he is the one who has slain the celestial dragon." Luchan chuckles softly, glancing at Nami in the distance. "You all go first. I will hold them off." "Okay, let's hurry." Nami bites her lip in determination, nodding as she swiftly leads Sanji and the others to flee. At this juncture, she can only choose to trust Luchan, otherwise they would not escape. Seeing Nami and her companions join the fleeing crowd, Luchan's lips curl into a faint smile. His eyes sharpen, and an invisible wave of Conqueror's haki spreads outward. Conqueror's haki. Instantly, every Navy personnel affected by the haki collapses, their eyes rolling back. Just as Luchan prepares to depart, a familiar voice calls out from behind. "Stop!" Kuma stumbles back to his feet, gritting his teeth. "You shall not escape." Having just regained consciousness after being knocked out by the lightning, he sees a sea of unconscious Navy personnel. He must halt Luchan, otherwise such an opportunity may never arise again. "I have already stated, you are too weak." Luchan's gaze turns frigid as he speaks indifferently. Just as he is about to act, a massive figure appears before him. The figure resembles Bartholomew Kuma. yet devoid of any emotion. It is a robot developed by Vegapunk the pacifist. St. Charlos, witnessing the arrival of the pacifista, beams with joy and promptly commands, "Pacifista, restrain him." At this moment, he did not expect the pacifist to eliminate the darkness. Merely entangling it would suffice, allowing time for the Navy headquarters to dispatch an admiral. With certainty, they could vanquish the notorious wanted criminal, the one with a bounty of 1 billion berries. The pacifist's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth wide, gathering formidable energy within, and unleashed a powerful laser cannon towards the position of Lu Chun. Boom! However, Lu Chun remained utterly unperturbed, stepping forward instead. Just as the laser cannon was about to strike him, he simply took a gentle step to the left, allowing the laser to whiz past him without inflicting any harm. Boom! The laser cannon collided with the wall behind him, creating a significant breach. What? Jean Tamaru's expression shifted as he realized Lu Chun possessed Kinbunchika Haki. If he didn't, he would have certainly been struck by the laser. Yet, upon reflection, how could this man, who had awakened Haushika Haki, not possess Kinbunchika Haki? At that moment, the pacifist launched another attack. Yet Lu Chun had already appeared before him, raising his right foot, enveloped in Busashoka Haki, and delivered a powerful kick towards the pacifist. Tian Qinjiao. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged forth, manifesting as a crimson foot slash aimed at the pacifist's body. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash. The pacifist was sent flying, along with Jean Tamaru, through several walls of the auction hall. Ultimately, they burst through the final wall and plunged into the ocean beyond the island. Splash! Casting a glance at the spot where the pacifist and Jean Tamaru had vanished, Lu Chun suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly departed the scene, disappearing from the auction hall. Moments later, a beam of yellow light appeared, hurling Jean Tamaru back onto the shore. Cough, cough, cough. Jean Tamaru spat out a significant amount of seawater. Gazing at the man in a general's cloak and yellow suit hovering above, he complained, "Old man, you're too slow. The darkness has probably already fled." The man before him was none other than Admiral Kizuru from the Navy headquarters, and Jean Tamaru was his subordinate. "I shall take a look." With that, Kizuru transformed into a streak of yellow light and soared towards the auction hall. In mere moments, Kizuru appeared within the hall, observing the numerous unconscious Navy personnel strewn across the ground, murmuring, "It seems the darkness truly has manifested." With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Jean Tamaru on the shore. The individual has indeed escaped. Jean Tamaru's face darkened as he retorted, "Aren't you going to give chase? I told you your speed was slow, yet you didn't believe me." Kizuru replied nonchalantly, "That person was exceedingly swift. He has long since fled, and I have no idea where he has gone." Just then, Jean Tamaru was about to respond when the transponder snail suddenly rang. He promptly answered it, and a voice from the other end relayed the Navy's call for help. "Is this Admiral Kizaru? We have discovered the Straw Hat crew, Kid and Law, 3 supernova pirates, and require assistance." "Where?" Jean Tamaru inquired. "Island number 36. Island number 36. Upon hanging up, Jean Tamaru rose immediately and said, "Old man, let us head to Island No. 36. "All right." Kizuru nodded, though his brow furrowed, seemingly a bit impatient. Meanwhile, on Island number 36, the Straw Hat crew, the Kid Pirates, and the Heart Pirates were engaged in a fierce battle against the encircling Navy. The 3 powerful supernova pirate crews were inflicting heavy casualties upon the ordinary Navy personnel present, rendering them practically helpless. There was no need to await Kizuru's arrival, as the Navy had already met defeat. Fortunately, Kizuru and the warlord Bartholomew Kuma were en route, having dealt with several supernovas. However, at this moment, Luffy and his companions were struggling against the pacifist at the dock. The pacifist merely unleashed shockwaves, forcing Luffy's group to flee in all directions. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji could still barely hold their ground. Huff, huff. At this time, Luffy and his companions were battered and breathless, staring intently at the pacifist before them. "Let us go," Luffy urged with a low voice. "All right." Zoro and Sanji prepared to strike together. Ittorigidatosen. Suddenly, a fierce sword aura emerged, slicing through the pacifist's body. It continued onward, cleaving a large tree in half before it finally came to rest. In an instant, the pacifist was severed in two, with the upper half slowly descending. Bang! With a tremendous explosion, the pacifist's body erupted, sending a massive cloud of smoke billowing forth and obscuring the area. Luffy stared at the cloud, uttering, "Who is it? Luffy, have you forgotten me already?" A familiar voice emerged from the smoke. Lu Chun, clad in a Marine Major's cloak, slowly stepped forth, wielding the supreme blade, Jean Tian. Lu Chun. Luffy grinned widely, ready to rush forward for a greeting, but was seized by Zoro, who cautioned, "Wait. He's a Marine now." This was not merely due to Lu Chen's affiliation with the Navy. Zoro sensed a hint of animosity emanating from him. Not a murderous intent, but a sense of adversarial tension. "I'm aware. Lu Chun has always been a Marine," Luffy declared, scratching his head earnestly. At that moment, Nami also sensed something was amiss and inquired, "Lu Chun, are you here to assist us?" "Sort of, but at present, I am a Marine. Let us determine the victor here." Lu Chun slowly raised his sword, Jean Tian, pointing it towards Luffy and his companions. "I understand." Upon hearing this, Luffy seemed to grasp the situation, adjusted his hat, and looked at his comrades behind him. "Everyone, let us join forces and win this battle." "Ha ha ha, all right." Zoro laughed heartily, being the first to respond. Soon, the others chimed in, "All right." Together, as long as their captain spoke, they would invariably comply. Together, Luffy's gaze sharpened as he commanded, "All right." In unison, Luffy and the others launched their attacks. Leading the charge was Luffy, lowering his legs and using them as pumps to build momentum. Instantly, his skin flushed a deep crimson, emitting white steam, enhancing his strength and speed. Gomu Gomu no Yitbiste. Luffy suddenly vanished from his position, charging towards Lu Chun, rapidly and relentlessly swinging his fists in attack. With Busashoko Haki hardened, these assaults appeared harmless to Lu Chun, merely striking against his fortified body. Bang! 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 One punch followed another without pause. Meanwhile, the system notifications echoed in Lu Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations! Host skill Busashoko Haki Experience 100. Ding! Congratulations! Host skill Busashoko Haki Experience 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. What? Suddenly, Luffy noticed something unusual. Lu Chun had not taken a single step back, remaining unfazed as he stood there with an air of tranquility. Lu Chun seized the opportunity while his opponent was momentarily distracted, gripping Luffy's right arm and delivering a powerful blow with his Haki-infused right fist. The force of the attack caused Luffy to spit blood, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. He tumbled several times before barely managing to stabilize himself. "Luffy! Luffy!" Zoro and Sanji exclaimed in concern. Nami and Usopp rushed to check on Luffy, while the others continued to assault Lu Chun. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji charged at high speed from either side, launching their attacks almost simultaneously. Three-sword style, 600 troubling winds. Diable Jam, Devil Wind Kick. Lu Chun regarded them with a faint smile, employing the Marine's Six Powers technique. Soru. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage. This not only caused Zoro and Sanji to miss their targets, but also resulted in them inadvertently clashing with each other. Bang! Zoro was kicked in the chest, while Sanji suffered a severe cut from a powerful sword aura. Both fell to the ground, quickly rising to bicker. "Hey, are you blind? Didn't you realize it was me? Wasn't it you?" Chapter 109. All are defeated. The show must go on. Suddenly, the vanished Lu Chun reappeared beside Zoro and Sanji, raising his hand to unleash a strike imbued with sword intent. Is there still time to argue during battle? Oh no! The powerful sword energy surged toward them, and Zoro and Sanji's expressions changed dramatically as they hurried to defend themselves. Two-sword style, Horned Rhino. Zoro raised his twin swords, adopting a stance reminiscent of a rhino's horn. Meanwhile, Sanji spun his right leg rapidly, generating intense heat that ignited flames, executing his kick, Diable Jam, Devil Wind Kick. Alas, their efforts were futile against Lu Chen's slash. Bang! In an instant, Zoro and Sanji were sent flying by the razor-sharp sword energy, crashing heavily to the ground. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and the others shouted in distress. Concurrently, Chopper swallowed a rumble ball, enhancing his speed and strength, his limbs bulging with muscle. He darted forward, rapidly approaching Lu Chun and unleashing a series of reinforced kicks. Hoof Cherry Blossom. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered as he swiftly retreated, twisting his body. Relying solely on his observation haki, he effortlessly dodged all of Chopper's attacks. What? Chopper stared in disbelief as Lu Chun seized the moment of his astonishment, hardening his left fist with armament haki, its metallic sheen streaking toward Chopper's head. Bang! With a resounding crash, Chopper spat blood, hurtled backward, and rolled on the ground until he finally came to a stop. As Chopper was sent flying, Frankie suddenly appeared behind Lu Chun, delivering a powerful punch. Strong hammer. Simultaneously, Usopp readied his slingshot, firing in rapid succession. Ultimate powder star. Several explosive stars shot forth, forming a straight line toward Lu Chun. In midair, Brook appeared directly above Lu Chun, brandishing his sword and aiming downwards. Flying swallow jump. However, Lu Chun's expression remained unchanged as he gently tapped his right foot against the ground, employing Soru once more. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, causing Frankie, Brook, and Usopp's attacks to not only miss but also collide with one another. Bang! The explosive stars left Frankie and Brook with soot-covered faces. Robin crossed her arms and closed her eyes, initiating her technique. Curse Flower, 4 trees. Suddenly, 4 additional arms emerged from Lu Chen's shoulder, all clenching into fists and aiming for Lu Chen's head. Yet before the attack could land, he appeared before Robin, calmly stating, "Too slow." A single sword strike followed, sending Robin flying to the ground, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. In the end, only Nami remained standing, still possessing the will to fight. With her brows furrowed and cheeks puffed out, she gazed at Lu Chun, reluctant to engage. Sighing deeply, she declared, "Brother Lu Chun, enough. I am not your match." It was not out of fear, but rather a necessity to conserve her strength to care for the injured crew members and to evacuate them swiftly. Hearing this, Lu Chun remained silent, turning to observe Luffy, who was struggling to rise, and seriously remarked, "Luffy, you are far too weak. In the Grand Line, there are many pirates stronger than you, each capable of annihilating your entire crew. Without the ability to protect your crew, what kind of captain are you? I am merely a Marine Vice Admiral. Yet I can defeat all of you. Imagine what a Marine Admiral could do." Luffy roared in defiance, clenching his fists. "I can still fight." "All right, then let us see how long you can endure." With that, Lu Chun utilized Suru, appearing before Luffy in an instant, his haki-covered fists raining down upon him. Bang! 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 Each punch left Luffy bruised and bloodied. Brother Lu Chun, please stop hitting Luffy. He is your brother." Nami's eyes glistened with tears, nearly spilling over. Yet, Lu Chun's assault showed no signs of abating until Luffy could no longer rise, collapsing heavily backward, unable to lift his burdensome frame. "Luffy, I used my sword just now. You have been dead." Lu Chun's demeanor was grave as he declared. Luffy's mouth opened slightly, struggling to utter a few words, but he could hardly form coherent thoughts. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes. "Weak. Too weak. If only I could be stronger." At that moment, the system notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards. 1,000 energy points, 10 materials required for building the Pluto." Suddenly, Lu Chun sensed an unusual presence behind him. Turning to look, he discovered a beam of yellow light approaching, revealing the yellow-suited Kizaru. Hey! Looks like I won't even need to lift a finger." Behind Kizaru, Bartolomeo was leading a large contingent of Marines and pacifistas. Lu Chun glanced at Kizaru, thinking, "Continue your performance. I shall watch in silence." Soon, Bartolomeo arrived and issued a direct command. "Go, take the Straw Hat crew away." He had just been thoroughly beaten by the darkness and was now filled with resentment. Yes, with the command given, a throng of Marines surged toward the unconscious Luffy and his crew. The remaining Nami stood defiantly with her weather staff, blocking the Marines' path and shouting, "You shall not pass." However, the Marines paid her no heed, continuing their advance toward the fallen crew. As for Lu Chun, he merely observed, inwardly musing, "Rayleigh, if you do not appear soon, they will be taken away." Suddenly, a wave of Conqueror's haki swept through the area, causing all approaching Marines to collapse to the ground. Hey, is there anyone left?" Huang Yuan gazed with great interest towards the direction from which the Conqueror's haki emanated. Soon after, Rayleigh emerged slowly, a bottle of wine in hand. Taking a hearty swig, he chuckled and remarked, "They're my friends. Is it your turn to make an entrance, Pirate King Rayleigh?" Huang Yuan pouted slightly, seemingly displeased, and replied coolly. Rayleigh responded, "Do not pluck the tender shoots. Their era has only just begun. Although I often hear whispers of your presence on this island, I never imagined it to be true, and that you would protect these young lads. Even if you have decayed, are you still a pirate, Mr. Rayleigh? If you could revoke the bounty, I could retire in peace." Rayleigh jested. The two continued their conversation, as if deliberately stalling for time. Chapter 110. The Five Elders Meeting. The Grand Line trembles. Meanwhile, Nami had awakened Luffy and the others, preparing for their escape. However, Jean Tummer noticed them and bellowed, "Attempting to flee? Not a chance. Pacifistas, intercept them." With that command, two pacifistas, along with Jean Tamaru, moved to block Luffy and his crew's escape. Seeing this, an injured Luffy furrowed his brow and shouted, "Everyone, split up and flee. Split up." If they remained together, the pacifistas and Jean Tamaru would surely capture them all. Only by dispersing could they have a chance at survival. All right, thus, Luffy's group divided into three paths, fleeing in different directions. Initially, Rayleigh intended to assist, but found himself entangled with Huang Yuan, unable to break free. He glanced at the unmoving Lu Chun, as if to say, "You little rascal, if you hadn't beaten them so severely, we might not even have the strength to escape now. Hurry up and take action." Understanding his intent, Lu Chun drew two supreme blades from his waist, Qing Feng and Zhan Tian. Armament haki enveloped his arms and the blades in a pitch-black hue, a dense sword intent coalescing upon the long swords. The sword of Zhan Tian emanated a red sword intent, while Qing Feng radiated a white sword intent. The two swords, differing in color, were equally formidable, even exuding a sense of rivalry. After a moment, the sword intent solidified. Lu Chun slowly raised the two long swords, striking towards the two pacifistas with a single sweep, executing a dual sword style, White Tiger Dragon Roar. Two waves of sword energy, infused with immense power, surged forth. One sword resembled a ferocious white tiger, while the other mirrored a blood-red dragon, roaring towards the two pacifistas. The sound of the sword energy echoed like the roars of the mighty beasts. The two ferocious creatures opened their gaping maws, consuming the two pacifistas entirely, reducing them to mere fragments. Boom! Boom! With two explosive sounds, the pacifistas shattered, their bodies disintegrating into countless pieces scattered across the ground. The shockwaves from the explosions radiated outward. Hearing the commotion, Jean Tamaru turned to see his two pacifistas utterly destroyed, halting in his tracks, and shouted furiously at Lu Chun. "Lieutenant Colonel Lu Shen, what are you doing? Are you going to let the pirates escape? I'm trying to stop them, but your pacifistas seem to be obstructing my path." Lu Chun replied earnestly. Taken aback by his words, Jean Tamaru found himself momentarily speechless. The image of a certain individual flashed through his mind, Lieutenant General Carp. The two, grandfather and grandson, were indeed cut from the same cloth, both masters of trickery. After a brief silence, Jean Tamaru gritted his teeth and said, "Since you believe my pacifistas are obstructing you, then do not engage any further." "All right," Lu Chun readily agreed, for he had spotted a familiar face appearing before Zoro and the others. The true Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, of course. Jean Tamaru's request for Lu Chun to cease his actions was also due to Kuma's arrival. With him present, capturing the Straw Hat crew would be a certainty. However, events unfolded contrary to Jean Tamaru's expectations. One by one, Luffy's crew was whisked away by Bartholomew Kuma's devil fruit powers, leaving not a single soul behind. Jean Tamaru, bewildered, shouted, "Bartholomew Kuma, what are you doing?" Kuma offered no response, remaining motionless. At that moment, Lu Chun suddenly appeared before Kuma and whispered in his ear, Send me to Women's Island. Kuma's expression momentarily faltered, perplexed by how Lu Chun knew Luffy's whereabouts. After a moment of contemplation, Kuma raised his hand and struck at Lu Chun. A meatball-like shield enveloped Lu Chun, propelling him skyward, his figure shrinking until it vanished from view. Witnessing this scene, Jean Tamaru was on the verge of a breakdown, utterly confused by what had transpired. Why had Lu Chun also been sent flying? Was he not incredibly strong? Was he seeking revenge for his brother Luffy? Rayleigh observed the departing Luffy and his crew with a knowing smile, retreating from his battle with Huang Yuan to approach Bartholomew Kuma. On the other side, Lu Chun was enclosed within a meatball, continuing to soar through the air. The journey within the meatball would last 3 days and 3 nights before it came to a halt. 3 days later, he would arrive at Women's Island. Deciding to close his eyes, he began to rest. Meanwhile, the events unfolding at Sabiti Archipelago began to escalate, swiftly spreading outward from the island's center. At Shaki's bar, Shaki reassured, "Do not worry, they will surely be fine. Besides, Lu Chun has left with them, perhaps to find Luffy." "Yes, Xiao Ba not that." Nearby, Cammy furrowed her brow. Worry etched across her face as she tentatively asked, "Aunt Shaki, what about the night? He seemed to have saved me, but then he vanished." "Yes," Shaki affirmed, thinking to herself, "This rascal is indeed a troublemaker, causing chaos among girls. It would be strange if he were to come to harm." At the Navy headquarters, Carp stood at the window of his office, gazing out with a troubled expression. Despite knowing that Lu Chun might be going to assist Luffy, his greater concern lay with Ace. Not long ago, Blackbeard had exchanged Ace for a Shichibukai position with the world government, and they were preparing to publicly execute Ace. "Lu Chun, please return swiftly. At Holy Land, Mariehua. Damn it, that knight has killed a celestial dragon, outright challenging the authority of our world government." Shepard 10 billion seethed. "Indeed." St. Topman Warkuli nodded slightly, coldly stating, "I propose raising his bounty to 2 billion berries and dispatching CP0 to gather intelligence on him. He must be eliminated." The others unanimously agreed. Consequently, bounties and newspapers began to circulate throughout the Grand Line, akin to a colossal storm. Even pirates connected to the New World beheld these bounties and newspapers. 3 days and 3 nights later, in the windless sea near New Dao, a massive energy orb resembling a bear's paw suddenly erupted in the sky above the waters. Within it, Lu Chun plummeted swiftly towards the ocean below. Why wasn't I directly transported to New Dao? Was it a teleportation to the location? As Lu Chun gazed ahead, he spotted an island isolated within the windless sea. Indeed, it was New Dao. Chapter Sastizene, Nuirdo. Ba Ia Han Kuke. Abruptly, several bizarre and colossal sea creatures emerged from the depths below, their gaping maws wide open, ready to catch the falling pie from the sky, which was none other than Lu Chun himself. "Humph." Seeking death. With a disdainful snort, Lu Chun unsheathed his sword, Jean Tien, channeling a formidable sword intent into its blade as he aimed it towards the sea creatures beneath. With a fierce surge of sword energy, he unleashed a powerful strike. The crimson blade of energy shot forth with speed. The sea creatures below, terrified, trembled in fear and attempted to retreat into the ocean. However, the sword energy had already arrived, leaving them no chance to escape. Boom! The sheer force of the sword energy cleaved the surface of the sea in two, slicing through all the sea creatures beneath with precision. Blood poured forth from the depths, staining vast expanses of the water a vivid crimson hue. Shortly thereafter, several sea creatures' lifeless bodies began to float to the surface, drifting atop the water. Lu Chun merely cast a glance before executing his moon step, hastening toward New Dao. He had to reach there swiftly. He could not allow that fool Luffy to take advantage of his wife. Meanwhile, on New Dao, 3 guardians of the island were racing toward the shoreline. They were Magulite and her companions. Having heard the commotion while patrolling nearby, they rushed to the sea. Suddenly, from the depths of the jungle, another loud noise erupted, accompanied by a rising plume of black smoke. Magulite, another disturbance. Someone must have appeared. Eiffelland, being the tallest, was the first to notice the anomaly. Upon hearing this, Magulite turned her head and said while running, "You two go that way. I will head to the beach first and then regroup with you." Understood. With that, the trio split up, with Magulite heading to the beach while Eifeland and her companion ventured deeper into the jungle. On the other side, after flying for a few minutes, Lucien finally reached the coastline of Dao. Just as he was about to dash toward the center of the island, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Who are you? Why have you come to our Dao in the dark of night?" "I seek your empress, Wiahan Kuka," Lucien replied. Fortunately, he had donned a black cloak early on. Otherwise, his identity as a member of the Navy would have been easily recognized. However, he recognized the woman before him. Her charming visage, slightly curled golden hair, and quiver strapped to her thigh. It was Magulite. Magulite frowned slightly. Our empress does not entertain outsiders. They rarely read the newspaper and were unaware that Han Kuka had been longing for the very man standing before her. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue." Lucien waved his hand dismissively, eager to continue on his way. "Stop." Seeing him intent on moving forward, Magulite swiftly drew an arrow, knocking it in her bow and aiming it directly at Lucien's back. "If you take another step, I shall not be merciful." Yet, Lucien showed no sign of heeding her warning and continued onward. "Halt!" Magulite shouted, and when he did not comply, she released the arrow. It flew straight toward Lucien's back, but it merely struck his afterimage as he vanished in an instant, reappearing on a tree several dozen meters ahead. After hesitating for a moment, Magulite could no longer see Lucien's figure. He had disappeared into the jungle. "No, I must return quickly to inform the others." With that, she too dashed towards the town of Dao. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lucien arrived at the village of Dao, the women surrounding him. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the figure clad in black, swiftly gathered around him, encircling him. "Who are you? What brings you to our land? We have never seen you before, and your attire is quite peculiar. You must be an outsider." Surveying the scene, he realized there were no men present, only women, and few of them were particularly attractive. After a brief silence, Lucien explained, "I am Ye, seeking your empress, Wiahan Kuka. I wish to see an old friend." A friend of the empress? She has outside friends?" The crowd murmured, some appearing slightly saddened by this revelation. However, they remained skeptical of Lucien's claims. Lucien furrowed his brow, preparing to push through the crowd when a familiar voice called out, "Make way. Let me see." With that, the crowd parted to reveal a short, unattractive old woman with a head full of white hair. "Guluwa Papa." Perhaps she would recognize him. Indeed, Guluwali Osa looked at the figure in black before her and immediately recognized him, exclaiming, "Mungchihe yeah, it is truly you. How did you arrive here?" Nearly revealing Lucien's true name, she clutched a newspaper detailing recent slaying of a celestial dragon, recalling that he was in Shangboa 3 days prior. "How could you possibly reach Dao in just 3 days? Tell Han Kuka that I have come for our appointment." Lucien chuckled lightly, offering no explanation. "All right." Guluwali Osa, not daring to delay, immediately sent someone to notify the empress. She then leisurely guided Lucien to meet Han Kuka. On their way, Guluwali Osa couldn't help but whisper, "Hey yeah, did you really kill a celestial dragon? Isn't it written in the newspaper? Could it be false? By the way, check how much my bounty is now." Lucien responded nonchalantly, as if slaying a celestial dragon were a trivial matter. Guluwali Osa exclaimed, 2 billion berries. That's impressive. 2 billion berries, though still 30 billion short of the bounty for an emperor. Upon hearing this, Guluwali Osa's expression darkened. Unsure of what to say, given his current trajectory, it was uncertain what monumental events might unfold in the future. She could only wonder if Kapu would be terrified upon learning such news. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out ahead. "Lucien, you finally made it." A woman in a red bodysuit, her skin smooth as cream and her cheeks slightly flushed, hurried toward Lucien. This was none other than Wiahan Kuka, who, upon hearing of Lucien's arrival, could hardly contain her excitement and rushed out immediately. As soon as she reached him, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Ahem! Feeling the softness against his face, Lucien smiled slightly, awkwardly coughing a couple of times. Hankuka, for now, I am not Luchan. You may call me Hey Yeah. It is not convenient to reveal my identity here. Very well, then I shall call you Hey Yeah, brother. Hankuka replied with a sweet smile. Chapter 112. A private conversation. Ace has been captured. Luchan slightly nodded. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards. 50 energy points, swordsmanship level 1, designate 1 skill level 1. Brother Heiyi, did you come specifically to see me? I heard you killed a celestial dragon. Well done. Hancock frowned slightly, pouting, and said in a low voice. I didn't come solely to see you, but indeed, part of my reason is for you, Luchan replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Hancock's entire being radiated a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with affection. Brother Heiyi, you are so kind to me. It seems she cared little for Luchan's other motives for coming. As long as it was for her, that sufficed. Luchan gazed at Hancock's brilliant smile, reluctant to shatter her dreams. However, the nearby Guluo Li Osa abruptly inquired. You're not here to evade trouble, are you? Please don't involve our Amazon Lily. Be quiet. Even if it does involve our island, what of it? Do I fear those Marines? Hancock's demeanor suddenly turned serious as she spoke sharply. Hearing this, Guluo Li Osa's expression darkened, and she advised, Hancock, as the Empress of Amazon Lily, you must ensure the safety of all the island's inhabitants. Do you understand? Hancock was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Luchan quickly interjected, Hancock, it's all right, don't mind her words. Let us go inside and talk. There is something I wish to discuss with you privately. Oomph. Hancock coldly snorted at Guluo Li Osa, taking Luchan's hand and leading him toward the grand hall, saying, let us go, ignore her. Watching their retreating figures, Guluo Li Osa shook her head helplessly, murmuring, being with this Luchan, trouble is bound to arise. Hancock led Luchan to a room in the grand hall. As soon as they entered, a wave of fragrance enveloped them. Looking around, Luchan realized it was likely Hancock's sleeping quarters. Why did you bring me here? Luchan asked, puzzled. In an instant, Hancock's cheeks flushed, stammering, this room is more secluded. No one else will overhear us. Ha! Luchan chuckled silently, fully comprehending her meaning. However, now was not the time for such matters. After settling onto the soft bed, Luchan adopted a serious tone, stating, my brother Luffy should have arrived at Amazon Lily as well. If your people find him, I hope you will inform me promptly. All right, brother Luchan. Hancock nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on him, though it remained uncertain if she had retained his words. Suddenly, Hancock sprang forward, drawing very close, so much so that they could feel each other's breath. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Luchan smiled, saying, it's been years since we last met. Yet you have grown more beautiful. Brother Luchan, actually I. Just then, Hancock's face flushed deeply, her breaths growing heavier. Luchan understood her unspoken meaning. Just as he was about to act, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Sister, a man has appeared on the island. Hancock was startled awake, immediately rising to her usual composure. A man? Where is he? He is already locked up. Sandasonia replied. All right, I'll go check immediately. You go on. MHM. With that, Hancock's face lit up with a smile. Brother Luchan, could that man be your brother? Perhaps. Take me to see him. Luchan rose and said, okay. Thus, the two departed the room, heading toward the prison on Amazon Lily. In the prison, Luffy donned a frilly outfit, his expression one of helplessness, almost on the verge of tears. Outside the cell, the female warriors raised their bows, preparing to shoot Luffy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Your Majesty has arrived. Upon hearing this, the female warriors immediately lowered their bows, parting to create a path, gazing adoringly at the slowly approaching Hancock. Even women were captivated by her beauty. Luchan remained unaffected due to his formidable Haushiko haki, which shielded him from being easily petrified. Should he fall under its spell, once Hancock activated her ability, he would undoubtedly be turned to stone. Your Majesty, so beautiful. Indeed, why does the Majesty have a man in black by her side? He seems to be another man. Upon glancing into the prison, Luchan noticed Luffy and gently said, Hancock, let them leave. I wish to speak with him privately. Hancock nodded, her expression serious as she commanded, "All of you, step back." "Yes, your majesty." With a single order, all the female warriors retreated. However, Hancock remained by Lu Chun's side. Lu Chun smiled, saying, "Hancock, you should also leave for now. After I finish talking with him, I will come find you." "All right, I'll wait for you." Hearing this, Hancock's face brightened, and she left with a cheerful stride until all had exited. Inside the prison, Luffy continued to stare at Lu Chun, picking his nose. "Who are you? What? Have you forgotten me so soon?" Lu Chun pulled off his black hat, smiling as he asked. Instantly, Luffy's eyes widened, and he leaned against the cell door, excitedly shouting, "Brother Lu Chun, it's you. How did you get here? Did Nami and the others send you to find me?" He bombarded Lu Chun with questions, seemingly oblivious to Lu Chun's previous actions against them. "You have many questions, and I'm unsure where to begin. The main reason I came to find you is to convey two matters. The first concerns Nami and the others. Their situation is similar to yours. They have been scattered across the world but are not in any life-threatening danger. So rest assured," Lu Chun explained. Upon hearing this, Luffy sighed in relief, saying, "That's good. As long as they are safe." Lu Chun maintained his serious demeanor, continuing, "The second matter concerns Ace. He is about to be publicly executed at Marine headquarters." After saying this, he produced a newspaper detailing Ace's impending execution and tossed it over. "What?" Luffy caught the newspaper and glanced down, confirming it was a photo of Ace in captivity. Instantly, his eyes reddened, fists clenched, and he punched through the wall, bursting forth. "No, I must go rescue Ace right now." "Luffy, do you truly believe you can save him with your strength? To put it simply, can you defeat me? Moreover, do you even know where Ace is?" Lu Chun's words caused Luffy to gradually halt. Suddenly, Luffy turned away, tears streaming down his face. "Wawa, Brother Lu Chun, what should we do?" Chapter 113. Marine Rear Admiral Mole. Reinforcements to impel down. At this moment, Luffy was entirely at a loss, yet still determined to rescue Ace. "I will find a way to get you into impel down before Ace is transported to Marine headquarters for execution. Whether you can rescue him depends entirely on your own efforts," Lu Chun declared solemnly. Regarding this matter, he merely needed to facilitate the process. As the destined child of fortune in this world, Luffy would surely survive whatever he undertook, so there was no need to worry about his safety. "I understand, thank you, Brother Lu Chun." Luffy nodded, ceasing his tears. "Crying is of no avail. It is imperative that we devise a plan to rescue Ace without delay." Subsequently, Lu Chun departed with Luffy, instructing Han Kyuk to prepare an abundance of food for Luffy to replenish his strength. A few days later, within the Grand Hall of New Dao, Lu Chun, clad in a black robe, sat beside Han Kyuk, whose gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him, undeterred even by the presence of her younger sisters below. Suddenly, a female warrior rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, a naval vessel has entered our waters, claiming to seek an audience with you. Do not entertain them. Send them away." Han Kyuk responded sharply, her focus solely on Lu Chun, indifferent to the intentions of others. The female warrior hesitated, while Galoliausa furrowed her brow and advised, "Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of New Urgwa, and there are many subjects on the island. Moreover, you are a member of the Shichibukai." Before she could finish, Lu Chun interjected, "Let us go. I wish to see for myself." "Indeed, let us proceed." Han Kyuk readily agreed, rising to accompany him. Galoliausa's countenance darkened, pondering, "Does she not heed a single word I say?" On the ocean, a naval vessel lay anchored 3 kilometers from New Dao, a sea king's carcass floating nearby. The leader aboard was none other than Rear Admiral Wushu. Suddenly, a naval officer pointed ahead and cried out, "It is the ship of the Shichibukai, the illustrious Han Kyuk. Indeed, how breathtaking! I have never encountered such beauty." The officer exclaimed, captivated. Rear Admiral Wushu glanced at his subordinates, shaking his head in resignation. Han Kyuk's allure was simply irresistible. Even his reprimands elicited no response from the sailors, who were utterly entranced by her beauty. Such was the reason Han Kyuk held her esteemed position among the Shichibukai, with her formidable sweet fruit powers. Soon, Han Kyuk's ship approached the naval vessel, and she looked down imperiously at the navy. "What business do you have with me?" Wushu replied. The world government has summoned a meeting of the Shichibukai. We hope you can come to the naval headquarters at your earliest convenience. Han Kyuk frowned slightly. Chuckling softly, you wish for my assistance? Should you seek to eliminate Whitebeard's son, rest assured he will not let you off lightly. Wushu, recognizing his intentions had been uncovered, did not argue further and inquired. Might the Empress be willing to attend? No. Han Kyuk was about to respond when Lu Chen appeared behind her, wearing a naval cloak, and smiled gently. Rear Admiral Wushu, it has been quite some time. Lu Chen, what brings you here? Were you not sent flying by Kuma? Wushu raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. However, upon reflection, he deduced that Lu Chen likely had been propelled here. Lu Chen explained, I was contemplating how to return when Rear Admiral Wushu arrived. Leave a ship behind, and I shall persuade Han Kyuk to accompany us. Yet Wushu hesitated to respond. As Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, he emanated an aura of authority and stated coldly, Did you not comprehend my words? Should I fail to convince Han Kyuk to attend, I shall seek an audience with Admiral Sengoku to apologize. You may leave now. Very well, Wushu conceded, sensing the chilling pressure. Admiral Sengoku has advised that you should proceed to the naval headquarters post-haste. With that, he swiftly arranged for a ship to remain before departing. Though both men held the rank of Rear Admiral, Wushu's prowess paled in comparison to Lu Chen's. Han Kyuk gazed at the remaining naval vessel, her delicate brows furrowing in curiosity. Lu Chen, brother, what do we need the Navy's ship for? To take Lu Fei along, to impel down. Lu Chen replied, we can disguise your brother as a naval officer. Yes, let us return and make adequate preparations. We shall set sail for the naval headquarters tomorrow. Sounds splendid. Thereafter, Lu Chen and Han Kyuk returned to Newer Dao to inform Lu Fei, readying for their journey the following day. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Wushu contacted the naval headquarters, reporting, Admiral, I have encountered Rear Admiral Lu Chen. He has been propelled to Newer Dao. He stated he would bring Empress Han Kyuk along for the meeting. Understood, replied the Admiral. At the naval headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone, furrowing his brow in contemplation and shaking his head in resignation. We cannot have Lu Chen stationed at the execution ground. It is best to have him at Impel Down for the time being. If he were to remain at the execution ground, unforeseen complications might arise, and he certainly would not appreciate a gifted traitor among the Navy. Moreover, there is much to attend to these days, keeping me exceedingly occupied. The following morning, Lu Chen and Han Kyuk set forth for the naval headquarters, while Lu Fei donned a naval uniform and blended in amongst the crew. Aware of Ice's capture, he had become considerably more subdued, no longer prone to reckless antics. Shortly after their departure, Kapu personally called. Hello, Lu Chen. Sengoku has instructed you to head to Impel Down for support, to prevent Whitebeard from attacking. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chen replied, then inquired, Shall I intervene? There was a momentary pause from Kapu, who did not respond. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. It is best you remain at Impel Down. Do not involve yourself further. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chen acknowledged, grasping the underlying meaning. Although instructed to stay at Impel Down, it was never explicitly stated that he could not venture to the naval headquarters during the night. Regardless, Kapu would never allow himself to stand idly by while Ice faced death. Hang up, return promptly. Certainly. With that, Kapu ended the call. Across from him, Sengoku observed Kapu's retreating figure and remarked, You must be quite conflicted. My intention is for Lu Chen's benefit, to keep him from becoming entangled. With the strength of the naval admiral, he could not possibly be unaware of Lu Chen and Kapu's conversation, yet he remained oblivious to Lu Chen's other identity. Days later, Lu Chen and Han Kyuk arrived at the waters near Impel Down. Before them loomed a foreboding fortress, the largest prison in the world, known as Inpeir. However, the true prison lay beneath the sea, comprising 6 harrowing levels, each more terrifying than the last. The depths were teeming with formidable sea kings, making escape from Inpeir nearly impossible. The prison, along with the naval headquarters and judicial island, formed a triangular stronghold, obstructing access to the Grand Line. Before long, several black ships from Inpeir approached, encircling Lu Chen's vessel. Lu Chen stood at the bow, gazing at the commanding woman leading the fleet. With an air of elegance, adorned with brown sunglasses and a hat tilted to obscure her eyes, she donned a navy uniform complemented by a pair of pink knee-high boots. Character: Tuamino, Domino. Position: Deputy Warden of Impelled Down. Fruit: Nick. Rank: Skills: Navy 6 Styles A, hand-to-hand combat. Bounty: None. Upon spotting Lu Chen, Tuamino immediately stood upright and respectfully saluted, exclaiming, "Admiral Lu Chen, I've been waiting here for quite some time." The prison had long been informed of Admiral Lu Chen's impending arrival for support. Lu Chen nodded slightly, glancing at Hancock beside him, and explained, "The Empress is accompanying me. Please allow me to enter level of Impelled Down." "Certainly, but any pirates wishing to enter must be searched," Tuamino stated with conviction. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen did not elaborate. After all, Luffy was not concealed on Hancock, but rather hidden beneath his navy cloak. "Search away." Hancock cast a glance at Tuamino and spoke indifferently. Were it not for her desire to accompany Lu Chen into the foreboding prison, she would have never set foot in such a place. However, even that indifferent glance had ensnared Tuamino and the surrounding navy in a state of fascination, even deep affection for the woman before them. Tuamino stood frozen, momentarily forgetting the search. "Hurry up and search," Hancock urged. "All right." Hearing this, Tuamino sprang into action, cautiously conducting the search on Hancock, seemingly fearful of harming her exquisite visage. Lu Chen observed nearby, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, where there is strength, beauty is often forgiven and treated with greater respect. After a brief interval, Tuamino concluded the search, smiling as he declared, "The search is complete. You may both enter." "Very well, lead the way." "Yes, Admiral Lu Chen." Under Tuamino's guidance, they boarded a pitch-black prison ship heading towards level of Impelled Down. Along the way, Tuamino explained, "Admiral Lu Chen, the warden is unable to greet you in person due to personal matters, so he has sent me to extend his regards." "I understand. Thank you." Lu Chen nodded slightly. He was aware of Magellan's situation. The warden of the deep-sea prison, a user of the paramecia type Doku the poison man, he could generate deep purple venom from any part of his body, including sweat, saliva, breath, and even size. Due to the fruit's adverse effects, he spent a considerable amount of time confined to the restroom. It was quite normal for him to remain unable to leave. While the deep-sea prison was constructed for the sake of the prisoners, it seemed more tailored for Magellan himself, as his powers would not endanger more people within its confines. A few minutes later, the ship docked, and everyone disembarked. Tuamino led the way while introducing, "I believe you are aware of your primary target for this visit, Port Gasti. Ace, the only son of the Pirate King." "I know, let me meet him," Lu Chen replied. "That seems a bit unconventional," Tuamino awkwardly remarked. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he retorted, "What? Am I not allowed to see him? Are you afraid I, an admiral, might kill him or rescue him? Do you think this prison is a place of mercy?" "No." Suddenly, Hancock, growing impatient, interjected, "Did you not hear what Admiral Lu Chen said? Take us to Ace at once." "Of course, we shall go at once. That is permissible." Hearing Hancock's command, Tuamino's expression brightened, and he promptly agreed. Lu Chen couldn't help but smirk, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he had finally grasped the helplessness of GOLD. Roger. Following this, Tuamino personally escorted Lu Chen and Hancock to the elevator, heading towards the 6th level of the underwater prison. Just before entering the elevator, Hancock flashed a smile and formed a heart shape with her hands, exclaiming, "Sweet, sweet wind." The red heart struck Tuamino, and in an instant, her body was petrified. At that moment, Lu Chen turned and whispered, "Luffy, it's time to come out." "Got it." Luffy emerged from behind the cloak, immediately scaling the ceiling. "I can only take you this far. There will be more stringent checks inside, and you will surely be discovered. So be careful," Lu Chen cautioned. "Understood, brother Lu Chen." With that, Luffy swiftly vanished from sight. Only after his disappearance did Lu Chen speak again. "Hancock, please reverse the petrification." "Yes, brother Lu Chen." Hancock touched Tuamino, and the petrification was instantly lifted, restoring her to her original state. Tuamino, bewildered by the recent events, absent-mindedly tousled her hair, murmuring, "Why do I feel like something is off? Let us proceed to the elevator," Lu Chen urged. "All right." Thus, Tomino opened the elevator, allowing Lu Chen and Hancock to step inside. She pressed the button for the 6th floor and activated the elevator. In an instant, the elevator began its rapid descent. Time seemed to stretch as they descended, and soon the elevator began to slow. With a thud, it halted at the entrance of the 6th level of the prison. Several guards awaited at the entrance, conducting another search on Lu Chen and Hancock. Once the guards completed their search, they saluted and stated, "Admiral, the search is complete. You may proceed." Lu Chen nodded, leading Hancock inside. The 6th level of the prison housed only the most dangerous criminals, resulting in many cells being unoccupied. The prison was eerily spacious, the sound of footsteps echoing throughout. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Chapter 115. A heartfelt conversation. "Farewell, old friend." Through that faint light, a figure could be faintly discerned. The individual sat against the wall, head drooping, with both hands and feet shackled by sea stone. Though his features were obscured, Lu Chen recognized him at once. "Bogat Diaz." "Who?" Ace, hearing the footsteps, slowly lifted his head. His pupils widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Lu Chen, it's you." "Indeed, I never anticipated that our reunion would occur here after our last encounter," Lu Chen remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Huh?" Ace responded with a calm smile, inquiring, "As the son of that man, I carry too much burden. Perhaps this is my fate." Before you arrived, the old man had already come by. "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen sat on the ground, speaking earnestly. "Rest assured, I was not sent by Grandpa. Rather, I wish to share something with you regarding Luffy." "Luffy? Where is he?" Ace asked, his expression filled with excitement. However, Lu Chen did not divulge much more, saying, "You should be seeing him soon, but there are some things I want to discuss with you. When we met in Alabasta, you were chasing Blackbeard, were you not? You and Luffy seem to share a similar flaw. Though your strength is undeniably lacking, you always seek to prove yourselves. Had you heeded Whitebeard's advice back then, perhaps today, S outcome would have been different." Upon hearing these words, Ace's expression stiffened, and he inquired with a hint of incredulity, "Who exactly are you? How could you possibly know so much? How could Lu Chen be privy to the affairs of the Whitebeard pirates? Furthermore, how does he know we are pursuing Blackbeard? You need not concern yourself with that. I wish you a swift demise," Lu Chen declared, rising to leave. However, before departing, he cast one last glance at another individual in the adjacent cell, Shichibukai, Jinbei. Observing Lu Chen's retreating figure, Ace furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Could it be that I have truly erred? Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Hancock exited the 6th level of the Infinite Hell, preparing to ascend via the elevator. As they approached the elevator, Lu Chen unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Marshal D. Teach Blackbeard. Blackbeard also noticed Lu Chen and Hancock, his lips curling into a knowing smile. "It's been a while. When have I ever met you? You are far too repulsive," Hancock retorted disdainfully, her distaste for Blackbeard's presence palpable. Lu Chen smirked, responding, "He was referring to me. Since our last encounter, I see you have risen to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. You have done well for yourself, becoming a Shichibukai. However, I have not refrained from eliminating Shichibukai, and your demise would not be an exception." With an eerie chuckle, Blackbeard replied, "I shall eagerly await the day you attempt to kill me. That day will indeed come. Hancock, let us depart," Lu Chen stated, leading Hancock away. Blackbeard's entry into the underwater prison was likely intended to create chaos and recruit notorious criminals for his pirate crew. Simultaneously, the system triggered 2 consecutive tasks. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Seize the Jinjin fruit. System reward: 2,000 energy points, swordsmanship 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Prevent several fugitives from escaping the underwater prison. System reward: rewards based on the strength of the thwarted fugitives. The first task was one Lu Chen also desired. Firstly, the Jinjin fruit possesses formidable abilities. Secondly, seizing the Jinjin fruit from Blackbeard would weaken his power, facilitating the completion of the task to eliminate him. As for the second task, the rewards could be substantial. However, allowing those fugitives to escape would create chaos on the battlefield. Thus, Lu Chen ultimately decided to obstruct some from leaving, which would also ease Magellan's burden. One must simply maintain a measure of restraint, focusing primarily on the members of Blackbeard's crew. At the entrance of the underwater prison, Lu Chen bid farewell to Hancock. You should head to the Navy headquarters. I must remain here to oversee matters. Once I have concluded my duties, I shall visit you. Very well, brother Lu Chen. I shall await your return. Hancock replied, seemingly understanding his intent. Meanwhile, the nearby Tomino gazed enviously, oblivious to their relationship. Colonel Lu Chen, are you quite familiar with Her Majesty the Empress? One could say that. Why do you ask? Lu Chen responded, I'm simply envious. Tomino exclaimed, envy will avail you nothing. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Has the warden assigned you any tasks? Indeed, the warden has requested you temporarily assume his position and oversee the control room. Tomino replied earnestly. Oh, hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback, never expecting Warden Magellan to entrust him with such a vital role. You're not only a rear admiral, but also the grandson of Admiral Karp. The warden holds great faith in you. Tomino elucidated. Very well, lead me to the control room. Lu Chen instructed. Thus, Tomino guided the way while Lu Chen followed closely. He had not anticipated Magellan would assign him such an important task. Could it be that he is an admirer of Karp? The control room provided a comprehensive view of every level of the prison, enabling Lu Chen to better manage the situation and make timely adjustments. Of course, the fifth level, the extremely cold hell, was unmonitored due to the absence of a surveillance snail. After approximately 10 minutes, Tomino led Lu Chen to a room filled with monitoring equipment and technical Navy personnel, the control room of the entire underwater prison. Upon entering, the Navy personnel respectfully greeted. Guard Captain Tomino, this is Rear Admiral Lu Chen, who has come to assist us. He is now acting warden appointed by Magellan. Tomino introduced Lu Chen with a slight nod. Greetings, everyone. Lu Chen naturally responded. The Navy personnel collectively replied, Greetings, Rear Admiral Lu Chen. Please take a seat. Let us swiftly restore surveillance and report any developments immediately. Understood. With that, the Navy personnel began their respective tasks. Rear Admiral Lu Chen, if there is nothing further, I shall return to my duties. Very well. Tomino then exited the control room, leaving Lu Chen alone. He settled into the chair at the center of the control room, observing the various surveillance feeds. Chapter 116, The Clown Buggy, Chaos in the Underwater Prison. Suddenly, a Navy officer shouted, Acting Warden. The prisoner Buggy the Clown has escaped from cell number 4 on the ground floor. Lu Chen directed his attention to the monitor indicated by the officer. For some reason, cell number 4 appeared completely empty. Continue monitoring, locate him, and dispatch personnel to pursue. Yes, Acting Warden. With that, the Navy personnel responsible for monitoring the first level began checking all surveillance snails. Minutes later, one of the officers reported, Everyone, Buggy the Clown has been spotted in cell number 22. Hurry and pursue. Understood. As the guards on the ground floor rushed to apprehend him, Lu Chen reclined on the sofa, intrigued by the footage. Have Luffy and Buggy joined forces? It seems the entire underwater prison is about to descend into chaos. The blue gorilla pursuing them was swiftly dealt with by the duo, and soon they embarked on their escape route. Lu Chen remained leisurely, knowing it was not yet time for him to intervene. He resolved to act only once Luffy had stirred the entire prison into a frenzy. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen closed his eyes to rest and stated, Should any significant developments arise, I shall awaken. Understood, Acting Warden. The guards responded in unison, refraining from further conversation. They were all well aware of Rear Admiral Lu Chen's formidable reputation, having gained notoriety for his ruthless extermination of pirates even during his tenure as a commodore. Few pirates survived encounters with him, and even the most ordinary of pirates faced annihilation. It was said that Lu Chen's family had been slain by pirates, fueling his intense hatred for them. Time passed, each second slipping away. The underwater prison has become increasingly chaotic due to Luffy's antics, prompting the Acting Warden to awaken Lu Chen. Acting Warden, it's bad. That Straw Hat Luffy has already made his way to the 3rd underground level. and many prisoners have been released. No waities. Isn't Warden Magellan on the 4th level? Once they reach the 4th level, we can notify the warden to take action personally. Am I not meant to remain in the monitoring room? Luchan replied, his reasoning sound. Well, all right. The guard looked skeptical, unsure of what he meant. He nonetheless contacted Warden Magellan using the snail phone. Strangely, Warden Magellan readily agreed to step in. Of course, Luchan found nothing strange about it. After all, he had been assigned to the prison precisely to avoid encountering Luffy. With Luffy storming the underwater prison, Magellan would not allow Luchan to intervene, lest he go easy on him. Thus, Magellan's swift agreement to take action made perfect sense. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in the Admiral's office, a loud bang echoed as Sengoku, visibly furious, slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Carp. How is it your grandson again? Luffy has already invaded Impel Down. He. Carp chuckled, slowly raising his thumb in approval. Instantly, Sengoku's expression darkened further, and he continued, did you know Luffy would head to Impel Down all along? Which is why you permitted Luchan to assist the underwater prison. If I said I didn't know, would you believe me? Carp retorted, picking his nose. Sengoku, at a loss for words, fell silent for a long time before finally sitting down, his brow furrowed. I just received word that chaos has erupted in the New World. Shanks is fighting Kaido. It seems Shanks intends to thwart Kaido's plans to attack the Whitebeard pirates. A clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy appears inevitable. Carp merely nodded, not uttering a single word. After this battle, can the Navy headquarters ever return to its former state? The power of the 4 emperors must not be underestimated. One can only hope that Ace and his other 2 grandsons remain safe. In the monitoring room of the underwater prison, a guard reported to Luchan, acting warden. The Straw Hat Kid has been defeated by the warden and thrown into the 5th level. Luchan stared at the surveillance screen, his gaze sharp, emanating a sense of pressure. I see it. No need to report to me. It was Warden Magellan who instructed me to inform you. Understood. With that, the guard obediently returned to his position. The intensity of Luchan's gaze had been overwhelming, making the guard feel as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Luchan continued to watch the surveillance footage. Although Luffy was not visible on the screen, his focus remained unwavering. To say there were no feelings between him and Luffy would be a lie. Witnessing Luffy being attacked by Magellan's poisonous dragon could not fail to incite anger. Moreover, while Luffy would eventually be cured by the Okama King on the 5th level, he would nonetheless endure excruciating pain. After a moment's contemplation, Luchan exhaled slowly and silently vowed, Luffy, take care of yourself. The tasks you cannot accomplish this time shall be entrusted to me. Several hours later, Luffy's figure reappeared on the monitor, indicating he had already reached the 6th underground level. The prison riot was about to commence. As a guard prepared to report the situation, he noticed Luchan had already risen, preparing to leave the monitoring room. Acting warden, where are you going? To kill. Luchan left without looking back, leaving the guards in shock. In that instant, they sensed an aura of death, reminiscent of the warden, Magellan, but even more intense. Instead of heading to the underwater prison, Luchan made his way to the prison entrance. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a fierce battle had erupted at the prison entrance as the 7 warlords, led by Blackbeard, launched an assault. Blackbeard's intent in entering the 6th level of the underground prison was to negotiate with those formidable pirates. And now he sought to fulfill his promise, to lead them out of Impel Down. Thus, he led his crew to attack the prison gate. Numerous Navy personnel fell, some even being swallowed by the endless darkness of Blackbeard's black hole. The unique nature of the Yami Yami no Mi truly proved formidable. However, by the time Luchan arrived, Blackbeard had already entered the underwater prison with his crew. One guard who spotted Luchan quickly approached to report, General Luchan, the 7 warlords Blackbeard has launched an attack on us. Most of our brothers have entered the prison to prevent the prisoners from escaping, resulting in heavy casualties. You all go rest and recover. I alone can defend the gate. Luchan planted his dual swords into the ground, a powerful aura radiating outward, stirring up waves of energy. General Luchan, the guard hesitated to speak. Luchan continued, those who lack the strength to fight should leave. The others can remain here. The mission is to organize the prisoner's escape from Impel Down, so it is better to wait at the entrance. Yes. General Lu Chun, the guards, awed by his commanding presence, hurriedly began their tasks. Chapter 117. So that's how it is. Did you not hear what I said? Some guards were tending to the wounded. Others were rearranging defensive positions, and some were preparing cannons for an attack. Bang, bang, bang. Though Lu Chun stood at the entrance of Impel Down, he could still hear the tremendous sounds emanating from below. It was likely that Magellan was preventing the prisoners from escaping. The cacophony continued for an unknown duration before gradually subsiding. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, suddenly standing up and gazing intently at the now sealed gate, murmuring they're coming. As soon as the words left his mouth, the heavy wooden door began to creak open. Emerging from within were numerous prisoners who had just escaped, their faces lighting up with joy as they beheld the returning light. We're out. Finally out. I can't believe I'm free after so many years. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted their thoughts. One sword style, Demon Flame, slash. Lu Chun slowly raised his right hand, wielding the supreme blade, Zhan Tian. Intense sword intent and domineering energy coiled around the blade like black flames, forming a massive sword extending 100 meters long. With a sweeping slash, he aimed it at the escaping prisoners. The terrifying black flame sword descended like a black sun. The surrounding pirates stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock as they watched death approach. Suddenly, a dark figure leaped high into the air. The person transformed their hands into grains of sand, gradually coalescing into 4 massive sand blades, charging toward the gigantic black flame sword. Desert Diamond Blade. Boom! The sand blades collided with the Demon Flame slash, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept outwards. Yellow sand rained down from the sky, mingled with countless black flames descending like a rain of dark fire. It's raining. So hot, so hot. My butt is on fire. Help! Many of the escaping prisoners were caught in the flames, including one with a red nose, seemingly suffering from a fiery behind. As the swirling yellow sand gently settled in midair, the expression of the naval vice admiral, Lu Chun, grew solemn as he fixed his gaze on the opposite side. I intend to move forward. First, let us see if the blade in my hand agrees, he declared, brandishing 2 formidable swords. Suddenly, Luffy emerged from the crowd, pleading, Brother Lu Chun, let us go. I must save Ace. The moment those words escaped his lips, Lu Chun's countenance darkened, and he was at a loss for words. Cursing inwardly, You little rascal, do you expect me to let you go in front of so many people? Do you want to think I am deliberately letting you off the hook? The other prisoners present were taken aback. What? Vice Admiral Lu Chun is the brother of the Straw Hat Kid? Luffy's grandfather is none other than Vice Admiral Garp. And now we have another Vice Admiral. Since you're a family, Straw Hat Kid, do you remember when I took you to the 4th basement level earlier? The clown Buggy quickly flew to Luffy's side, attempting to establish a connection as if they were well acquainted. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun was unsure whether to intervene when Jinbei had already led several individuals to pursue the naval warship. Magellan had long since relocated all the warships, necessitating an urgent interception. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed. The giant, clad in the prison attire of Impel Down, with light brown hair and a black beard, was none other than Saint Juan Wolf. Suddenly, Lu Chun executed a moonwalk, soaring into the air and dashing past the crowd towards the menacing wolf, loudly proclaiming, Saint Juan Wolf, as a prisoner of the 6th level of the underwater prison, I, Lu Chun, shall not allow your escape. The others stood in stunned silence. Had he truly decided to let them go? Brother Lu Chun, why aren't you answering my question? Only Luffy remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Fuming, Buggy threw a punch, exclaiming, Straw Hat Kid, are you an idiot? Can't you see your brother has already let us go? Realization dawned on Luffy as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, I got it. Brother Lu Chun must not have heard me clearly. Buggy's mouth twitched in disbelief, left speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Chun materialized before the wolf, gazing at his colossal frame, even larger than oars, and felt a twinge of shock. Suddenly, the wolf launched an attack, a fist hurtling towards Lu Chun. The giant's fist was several times larger than Lu Chun, yet its speed was somewhat sluggish. Six-form shave. Lu Chun swiftly evaded the attack with ease. With a resounding thud, the wolf's fist crashed into the air, unleashing a shockwave that shot forth into the distance. Interesting, Lu Chun remarked with intrigue. He then raised his right hand, concentrating a potent aura of sword energy and haki upon his blade. A terrifying presence emanated from him, causing the surrounding fugitives to freeze in fear. The red haki crackled around the sword like arcs of electricity. First sword, open heaven. As he spoke, Lu Chun casually swung his sword, yet it was imbued with immense force. A flash of crimson sword energy cleaved through the air, soaring towards the wolf as if it aimed to split the heavens themselves. The wolf bellowed, sensing the dreadful aura of the strike, and utilized his devil fruit ability to inflate his body several times over, becoming even more colossal, as if a single punch could shatter the entire underwater prison. However, he crossed his arms, opting for defense. The fierce sword energy struck the wolf, and blood erupted forth. The wolf screamed in agony, his inflated form diminishing, reverting to his original size. His arms were severed by Lu Chun's blade, crashing heavily to the ground. In the distance, Blackbeard furrowed his brow, surprised by Lu Chun's remarkable growth in strength since their last encounter. We should leave. Forget about the wolf. We need to get out of here. With Lu Chun in front and Magellan behind, he dared not linger, especially with Magellan's terrifying poison fresh in his memory. At that moment, Lu Chun noticed the fleeing Blackbeard and his crew. After a moment's consideration, he opted to abandon the pursuit and instead block the other escaping prisoners. A series of sword energies lashed out, halting them all. Anyone who dares take another step forward shall face death. How formidable! The prisoners muttered, deciding against further escape, recognizing that the man had just slain Saint Juan Wolf. Yes, I should return quietly, they thought. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had already escaped through the assistance of the Okama King and boarded the warship, but the remaining ships continued to surround them. Seeing that Luffy had departed, Lu Chun felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Covered in venom, Magellan emerged from the prison gates, demanding, "Where are they? What happened to the other fugitives?" "Most of the prisoners have been detained. Only the Straw Hat crew managed to escape by boat," Lu Chun replied, eyeing the warships ahead. Humph! Magellan's brow furrowed as he gazed at the tightly shut gates of justice. "No matter. They cannot escape that gate. We shall encircle them right here." "Understood." Lu Chun nodded, promptly pursuing the figures ahead. Just as he finished speaking, the gates of justice emitted a resounding roar, gradually creaking open. Magellan's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Who is it? Who ordered the gate to be opened?" Only he possessed the authority to command its opening. Even Lu Chun lacked such power. Suddenly, Magellan had a realization and rushed towards the fourth level of the underwater prison. Meanwhile, Lu Chun vanished from the surface of the sea in a flash of silver lightning. When he reappeared, he was aboard the ship where Luffy and his crew were escaping. Now clad in a black robe, he blended in seamlessly among the others, unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward, 3,000 energy points. The mission to block the prisoner's escape from the underwater prison was accomplished, leaving only the tasks of seizing the Gura Gura, No Mi, and rescuing Ace. The warships sailed steadily across the sea, heading towards the Marine headquarters, Marineford. Simultaneously, at the Marine headquarters bay, Ace knelt upon the execution platform, flanked by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, while 100,000 elite Marines stood ready below. Additionally, the 7 warlords of the sea, including Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Boa Hancock, were present. The 3 Marine admirals sat above the execution platform, from left to right, Kazuro, Akainu, and Akiji. All the other Marine officers, including vice admirals and rear admirals, stood to the side, gazing intently ahead. Silence enveloped the area as everyone held their breath, knowing that the man from the sea would inevitably arrive. The 4 emperors, Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate. Suddenly, a naval officer rushed before Admiral Sengoku and saluted, reporting, "Admiral Sengoku, The Gate of Justice is opened on its own without any orders, and we are unable to contact the power room. What did you say? Admiral Sengoku's expression changed in shock. That gate only opens at his command. How could it open inexplicably? Meanwhile, Liu Chan stood outside the Gate of Justice at the naval headquarters. As the gate swung open, a beam of light shone through, illuminating the figure of Buggy at the bow of the ship, leading others to believe that Buggy had opened the Gate of Justice. Who opened the gate? Buggy? Could it really be him? At this moment, Buggy was equally astonished, reveling in the crowd's adoration, thinking, indeed, heaven has chosen me to be the Pirate King. In the corner, Liu Chun merely chuckled softly, unfazed. However, ever since the Impel Down incident, Buggy had been experiencing a streak of extraordinary luck. Slayedthe. The fog over the sea surrounding the naval headquarters gradually revealed the silhouettes of numerous pirate ships. If one were to count, they would clearly see 43 pirate ships, belonging to the entire fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. All the captains stood aboard their respective ships, while Sengoku's expression grew grave as he uttered a few words. He has arrived. Why do we not see Whitebeard's ship? Akainu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead. The pirate fleet under Whitebeard has indeed come. They are formidable pirates renowned throughout the New World. Such a powerful lineup. Can we prevail? What is there to panic about? Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced back at the Navy, admonishing, such a lack of composure. Standing beside Vice Admiral Tsuru, Garp remained silent, his eyes locked on the front. The absence of Whitebeard in his ship does not signify that he has not come. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. The waters of the bay surged, and a coated ship rose from beneath the waves. It was Whitebeard's vessel. Whitebeard and several captains appeared atop the pirate ship. Father, Ace caught sight of Whitebeard, tears welling in his eyes. What? It emerged from the depths of the sea. The four emperors. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. His overwhelming presence was palpable. Merely gazing upon him instilled a sense of awe. The other Navy personnel were already dumbfounded at the sight of Whitebeard's emergence. Ace, wait a moment. Whitebeard surveyed the multitude of Navy officers before him and grinned widely. With that, he drove his sword into the deck and concentrated his strength, launching a powerful punch into the air. The atmosphere surrounding his fist rippled with energy. Boom! With each resounding blast, the sea trembled under Whitebeard's might, triggering a massive tsunami. Waves surged like ferocious beasts, sweeping towards the naval headquarters. The entire naval base became shrouded in darkness, obscured from the sun's light. What? Is this the power of Whitebeard? Such formidable strength. Quick, run, or the tsunami will engulf us. Suddenly, Akiji, one of the three admirals, sprang into action, disappearing from his seat at incredible speed. He reappeared before the tsunami, ice forming across his body as he extended his hands, the frost spreading outwards to counter the approaching waves. Ice Age. The chilling aura froze the vast tsunami, safeguarding the naval headquarters from harm. Akiji, you little brat. Whitebeard scoffed. Immediately, Akiji and Whitebeard engaged in fierce combat. Akiji landed upon the surface of the sea, encasing the entire expanse in ice. Meanwhile, Liu Chan felt the tremendous tsunami and leaped from the ship, racing towards the naval headquarters. He was determined to witness the Battle of Marineford firsthand. A shadow vanished from the sight of the crowd, instantly capturing their attention. Who was that? Who was the man in the black cloak? I have no idea. When did he board the ship? He looks a bit like the latest wanted criminal. Heyi, with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Buggy was struck with fear, causing his body to split. What? That guy is Heyi? Yes, on our ship? Does that mean he saw me putting on an act? Was he the one who opened the door? A few minutes later, Liu Chun, sprinting with all his might, was enveloped in silver lightning, utilizing the Raimei fruit to transform his entire being into pure electricity. He advanced at lightning speed. Chapter 119. The Three Admirals. Little oars, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sea. He left behind arcs of electricity and a tumultuous surface, cutting a straight line through the water. Soon, Liu Chun finally arrived at the bay of the naval headquarters. Scanning the battlefield, it was evident that the grand battle had yet to fully commence. Only Akiji and Mihawk had launched attacks, which were met with resistance from Whitebeard and his captains. In the next moment, all the pirates leapt from their ships, charging across the icy expanse. A naval lieutenant raised his sword, shouting, "Charge!" With that command, the Navy also launched their assault. The two sides clashed, and the battle erupted. "Kill! Let them perish!" The sounds of battle echoed, filled with the clashing of weapons. Sengoku cast a glance at the pirates, remarking coolly, "Such utter foolishness. Do they intend to break through head-on?" After speaking, he picked up the transponder snail and ordered, "Cannon units, aim at the enemy's ships and the advancing pirates." "Understood," came the response from the transponder snail. Following this, all the cannons in the bay of the naval headquarters targeted the pirates and fired in unison. Boom! 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 The cannons rained destruction upon every inch of the bay. Countless pirates and ships were struck down, severely wounded. Yet, for the Whitebeard pirates, this was merely a fraction of their strength, especially among the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Their extraordinary power left many vice admirals powerless to retaliate. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were monstrous in their strength. On the platform, Kizaru smirked and slowly rose. Liu Chan noticed Kizaru's movement and smiled, thinking, is he about to start his performance? With Kizaru's acting skills, he could easily win an Oscar. To minimize losses, one must capture the king before the thieves. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru suddenly moved. His form transformed into a streak of yellow light, appearing above the battlefield, radiating a dazzling brilliance. "Kizaru, the Admiral Kizaru has arrived." "What?" "The Navy Admiral Kizaru." The pirates were thrown into disarray. The blinding yellow light illuminated the entire battlefield, akin to a new sun shining upon the land. It seemed to compete with the sun itself. In an instant, Kizaru crossed his arms, gathering countless beams of light in his hands, and shot them down towards Whitebeard. Yasakani no Magatama. Innumerable dazzling light bullets rained down as if a torrential downpour, resembling a multitude of machine guns firing simultaneously. Whitebeard stood firm, unperturbed. Hey, what is this blinding light?" As all the light projectiles were about to strike the figure of the old man with a white beard, a being with blue wings, a birdman, appeared, shielding the old man from harm. Countless blue flames surged forth, effectively blocking the barrage of light projectiles. Bang! 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 Every single projectile was launched without exception. Bang! Following that was a colossal explosion. Waves of scorching air swept outward in all directions. As the dust settled, the identity of the individual became clear. It was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, famously known as the Phoenix. Marco, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, remarked, "How could I allow you to disturb our captain right from the start? How terrifying indeed." "The Whitebeard Pirates." The yellow monkey, Kizaru, responded nonchalantly. Below, many Navy soldiers stood in shock. "Hey, what's going on with that person? He took a direct hit from Admiral Kizaru and appears completely unscathed. What is that blue flame surrounding him? It must be the legendary power." Kizaru observed Marco with great interest, noting, more rare than the Logia type. He possesses the Zoan type, mythical beast. The two soon engaged in battle. However, not long into the skirmish, Kizaru was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. Subsequently, he refrained from further attacking Whitebeard, stating coolly, "It seems they will not allow us to penetrate the heart of their forces so easily." If Liu Chun had been able to hear him, he would have surely given a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, shattered a massive sheet of ice and hoisted it high, preparing to hurl it toward the towering Navy walls. At that moment, Akainu, who remained at the top, suddenly rose, his expression filled with fury as he bellowed, "Abandoning your posts. If we all leave, who will guard this place?" With that, his hands transformed into searing magma, gradually coalescing into an enormous magma fist aimed at the ice block opposite him. Great fire! The colossal magma fist struck with the force of a volcanic eruption. Bang! The magma fist collided with the massive iceberg, which was many times larger than a giant, producing a thunderous explosion. Instantly, the iceberg shattered and evaporated. Yet, Akainu's assault did not cease entirely. The gigantic magma fist erupted, scattering countless volcanic projectiles like heavenly fire, raining down upon those below. The intense heat of the volcanic projectiles wreaked havoc, affecting numerous pirates and Navy personnel. One ship was even obliterated by the volcanic barrage. Impressive. Lu Chun marveled at the scene unfolding before him. After all, he had a mission to defeat a Kainu. Suddenly, a tremendous noise reverberated, as if the very ground beneath was trembling. Bang! 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 Lu Chun turned to see a colossal figure emerging from outside the bay. It resembled Oz, though slightly smaller, seemingly the descendant of the zombie Oz, and was also Ace's friend, Little Oz. It's him. Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he recognized the figure. During the war on the top, Oz played a pivotal role. Had he not been there to block the closing barrier, the Whitebeard pirates would have been completely encircled, leaving no opportunity to save Ace. Forget it, I want to intervene. I've already dealt with Moria. Whether you can make it now depends on you. Lu Chun murmured to himself. With Moria gone, there was no one left to covet Little Oz's corpse. Perhaps he could rescue Ace in time. With Oz's appearance, the wall of the bay was successfully breached, allowing the pirates outside to rush in. Despite Whitebeard's attempts to dissuade Little Oz from proceeding, Oz resolutely prepared to rescue Ace. Ace, with tears in his eyes, anxiously shouted, "Oz, don't come over. Your massive body will become a target. Ace, I will save you." However, Little Oz had only one thought in mind, to save Ace. Countless Navy cannons bombarded Little Oz's body, leaving it riddled with wounds. Nevertheless, Little Oz remained steadfast, advancing forward until the warlord Bartholomew Kuma and Don Quixote da Flamingo intervened, ultimately defeating Little Oz and sending him crashing heavily in front of Ace. Kuma's strike severely injured Little Oz, while da Flamingo severed one of his enormous feet. Thankfully, without Moria, Little Oz was merely gravely wounded and still clinging to life. Os. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he witnessed Little Oz fall, his gaze fixed intently on Kuma and da Flamingo. Suddenly, a figure wielding a colossal axe, Vice Admiral Onizuka, appeared beside Whitebeard, swinging the axe with force, exposing a vulnerability. "Get lost, Whitebeard." Unfortunately, Whitebeard dismissed him entirely, effortlessly grasping Onizuka's massive axe. Utilizing his devil fruit abilities, he shattered the axe, capturing Onizuka's head and pressing it to the ground. The power of the Gura Gura Nomi activated once more, enveloping Onizuka's head in an energy sphere. Bang! A massive wave of energy radiated outward, shattering Onizuka's iron helmet and causing him to suffer a concussion. Blood poured from his 7 orifices. In the next moment, Whitebeard hurled him away, rendering him unconscious on the ground. How pathetic. The Navy's vice admirals are becoming increasingly ineffectual. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, it was mainly because Lu Chun and Carp were too formidable. The strength of the Navy's vice admirals was already commendable, with Little Oz serving as a springboard. Countless pirates surged toward the plaza of the Navy headquarters. Suddenly, Lu Chun noticed 2 familiar figures. One was Ein, engaged in battle with the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, while the other was Hancock, swiftly approaching him. Seeing this, Lu Chun hurriedly shook his head, signaling her not to come over, as he had matters to attend to. Hancock, with a look of reluctance, redirected her frustration toward others. Without discrimination, she attacked both pirates and Navy alike, targeting any man except for one. At that moment, Carp quietly ascended the execution platform, sitting beside Ace, his eyes streaming with tears. The two seemed to be engaged in conversation. Suddenly, a warship appeared mid-air, descending rapidly. Numerous escapees from Impel Down fell from the sky. Among them was Luffy, who spotted Ace on the execution platform and shouted Ace. Looking up at Luffy in the air, Lu Chun smiled faintly. "It seems my turn to make an entrance is imminent." In this instance, during the Ding Shang Jianzheng, there remains much for him to accomplish. With a resounding crash, a colossal warship descended onto the battlefield, landing precisely upon the waters that Tishicheng had excavated. Indeed, the fated child, Lu Chun murmured to himself. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fei ascended to a higher vantage point, finally catching sight of Su upon the execution platform, and excitedly shouted, Su. Upon hearing his voice, Su promptly responded. Beside them, Kapu frowned deeply, exclaiming, Lu Fei, how did that rascal arrive here? Kapu is once again your troublesome kin, Zhang Guo rebuked. In response, Kapu picked his nose, retorting, What did you say? He could sense that, aside from his two grandsons, Litten was undoubtedly present as well, for the Fei had safely arrived at the naval headquarters. You. Zhang Guo was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, not far off, Qichen also took note of Wu Fei, his expression darkening. Mengqi Du Fei, the pirate supernova, and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader. He too must perish. In comparison to Lu Fei was perhaps the more desirable target for his wrath. Though Lu Jie was already deceased, was still very much active in the world, leading the revolutionaries in their quest to topple the world's government. Soon, Lu Fei charged toward the execution platform. The true Dingsang Zhanzheng had commenced. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun revealed a meaningful smile, leaping from the high walls into the fray. Hey, there's another pirate over here. Kill him. Several inconspicuous Navy soldiers attacked Lu Chun. Hee. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, raising his right hand, channeling a formidable surge of lightning power toward the opposing Navy. Discharge. Zzz. In an instant, every Navy soldier ahead was struck by lightning, their bodies engulfed, leaving them charred and incapacitated, one after another. Lu Chun glared at the surrounding Navy, commanding, Those seeking death may come and try. Upon hearing this, not a single Navy soldier dared to advance. The terrifying power instilled fear. Suddenly, a Navy major shouted, Retreat. Begin to withdraw. Understood. With that command, a large contingent of Navy began to retreat. Luch's eyes gleamed as he calmly remarked, So, they intend to withdraw and lure the pirate crew into the fray? The strategist Zhang Guo is indeed formidable. Zzz. As he spoke, he transformed into lightning, appearing in astonishing speed behind Behuj. This caught everyone else off guard. Only Behuj noticed the unusual occurrence and furrowed his brow slightly. Young man, who are you? Ye. Lu Chun whispered from behind Bai Huzi. Bai Huzi chuckled lightly. Are you the one who killed the Tenongren? Indeed. The Navy seeks to draw you into the conflict and annihilate your entire Behuju pirate crew. You would do well to exercise caution, Lu Chun advised. He did not wish to see the legendary son, Bai Huzi, meet his demise so soon. If I can assist, I shall. Ha. I hope so, but what is your purpose for being here? Just for fun. After saying this, Lu Chun transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from spot, darting across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Nkuka, asking Hankuka, Have you retrieved the key? Ye Gurga, I have it here. Hankuka's face beamed with joy as she produced the key from her bosom and handed it to Lu Chun. Thank you. Receiving the key, Lu Chun enveloped Hankuka in a warm embrace before disappearing once more. Lu Chun Gurga touched me. Hankuka's face flushed, lost in a daze. Simultaneously, Su Moge utilized his smoke fruit powers to completely restrain Lu Fei, employing sea prism stone handcuffs to nullify Lu Fei's abilities. So, the Straw Hat Boy is the son of revolutionary leader. The Navy soldiers, witnessing Lu Fei's capture, were filled with excitement. Lieutenant Commander Soga has captured the Straw Hat Boy. What an impressive feat. Just as the words left their lips, a thunderous roar erupted. Chapter 121, The Final Battle. Bai Huzi severely wounded. Boom! A colossal lightning dragon surged forth, its massive maw wide open, roaring toward Tugga and Lu Fei on the ground. Roar! In an instant, the gigantic lightning dragon engulfed both Tugga and Lu Fei. Zzz. Countless bolts of lightning surged outward, consuming all, be they Navy or pirate. A burnt odor wafted through the air. Numerous Navy and pirate soldiers fell unconscious. Only Yu Fei remained unharmed, picking up his hat and placing it back atop his head, grinning widely. I'm fine. Lu Fei, take this. The key to unlock Thu's shackles. Suddenly, Lu Chun, clad in a black cloak, appeared before Lu Fei. Oh, thank you. Without a second thought, Lu Fei accepted the key and dashed toward Su on the execution platform. Watching Lu Fei depart, Lu Chun couldn't help but smile. This kid, does he not care who I am? Originally, Anku Kur was meant to rescue Fei, but it was now up to Lu Chun to intervene. As for Slayedthe, he had long been rendered unconscious by the electric surge. Other Navy soldiers attempted to charge forward once more, but Uchun merely transformed into lightning. Vanishing from sight, he had no desire for prolonged combat, nor did he want to draw excessive attention. There were far more pressing matters at hand. In the rear, Slayedthe suddenly appeared beside Bai Huzi, plunging a blade into Bai Huzi's body. Blood trickled down the blade. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Everyone stared in shock, their expressions one of disbelief. Bai Huzi has been stabbed. Instantly, Lu Chun's face contorted with rage as he shouted, "Foolish subordinate." He had intended to intervene, but had first gone to assist Lu Fei. Damn it. However, upon further reflection, it was clear that Bajor could not even evade ambush, indicating that his body had long since failed him. The strongest man in the world, meeting his end upon the battlefield, might indeed be his most fitting conclusion. Slayedthe. Bajor rallied all the navy and charged forth, signaling the true battle to commence. Yet the surrounding navy had already begun to retreat, pulling back to the square. The ground began to rise with new barriers, preparing to encircle all pirates within the bay. This is bad. We're about to be surrounded. Hurry. Rush to the spot where Aldo is lying. There is still a wall that hasn't risen. Charge. Save Su. Among them, Bai's strike caused the very ground to tremble. Boom! With a single blow, the walls ahead were shattered, along with the walls behind the naval headquarters, nearly obliterating half the structure. The strongest man in the world remained the strongest. As the barriers rose, Tru Cheng stepped forward, extending his magma-filled hands skyward, launching streams of molten rock. Meteor volcano. Fist-sized magma meteors swiftly descended towards the ground. The searing fireballs rained down indiscriminately upon the pirates and ships below, melting the previously frozen sea back into oceanic waters. The pirates had been left with no ground to stand on. Amidst the chaos, Lu Chun swiftly dodged the falling meteors, cursing vehemently, "Damn Akainu. Just you wait, I will settle the score with you soon. Had I known, I wouldn't have come down so early." The icebound ocean melted, revealing countless cannons on the surrounding walls, unleashing a barrage upon them. With cannons ahead, pacifists behind, and an ocean on the verge of complete thawing in between, they found themselves without a ship and thus no foothold. The battle raged on, fierce and brutal. Numerous pirates fell in succession, the crimson blood staining the entire battlefield a vivid red. Fortunately, Ozu still clung to life. Whitebeard, too, managed to maintain another ship, and through Ozu's efforts, most were sent to the execution platform of the Navy headquarters. Naturally, Lu Chun also boarded the pirate ship to enter the square. However, this time he had learned his lesson, refraining from joining the fray and instead quietly observing, confident that Luffy would not perish, patiently waiting. He watched as Kizaru played his part, kicking the severely injured Luffy into Whitebeard's hands. He observed Akiji as he rode his way, facilitating Marco's escape. He watched as Akainu desperately battled Whitebeard. Yet, standing on the execution platform, Garp had no choice but to intervene, delivering a powerful punch that sent Marco flying. Then, taking the position originally held by the three admirals, declaring, "Little brats, if you want to get past me, you must first contend with my fists." Due to his injuries, Whitebeard succumbed, ambushed by Akainu's underling, who pierced his chest. Once again, he was wounded. Simultaneously, Luffy implored the Okama King Ivankov to inject him with resistance hormones, allowing him to rise anew. It was time. Lu Chun stepped out from the shadows, his expression solemn. What he was about to do would undoubtedly shock the entire New World, and indeed the world at large. On the execution platform, the newly appointed personnel were prepared to execute Ace once again. Luffy and Ivankov raced toward the platform, but two pacifists suddenly obstructed their path. The two pacifists unleashed lasers from their mouths. Just as they were about to fire, a tiger's roar echoed. Tiger punch! A colossal red fist shadow appeared, resembling a fierce tiger, shattering the two pacifists completely. Who was that? Ivankov looked on, but could not discern the assailant, only catching a glimpse of a dark silhouette. Never mind. We must save Ace. Luffy disregarded everything else and charged forward. However, Whitebeard was gravely injured, and Sengoku directly urging, commence the execution. At that moment, two executioners beside Ace swiftly raised their execution knives, the sharp blades slicing toward Ace's neck with alarming speed. Time seemed to slow significantly as everyone focused on the execution platform. Luffy ran frantically but still could not reach in time, unleashing a furious roar. Stop it now. Instantly, an unconscious yet potent conqueror's haki surged outward, affecting all approaching Marines and pirates alike, causing them to collapse to the ground, their vision darkening. Even the executioners nearby were similarly affected. Conqueror's haki. Is this real? Has he awakened Conqueror's haki? Witnessing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. The unconscious Conqueror's haki wielded such power, further igniting Akainu's resolve to kill Luffy. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Ivankov once again rushed toward Ace on the execution platform. However, the remaining Marine Vice Admirals were already surrounding Luffy and Ivankov, determined to block their path. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, standing protectively in front of the pirates, sneering, "Hee hee. A group of cowardly Marines attacking a mere kid. Don't you all desire my head?" Chapter 122. Save Ace. The War of the Buddha. With that, most of the Marines charged at the formidable Whitebeard, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Whitebeard, in turn, instructed his crew behind him, "Go assist Ace's brother." "Yes, old man." The members of the Whitebeard pirates dared not disobey, rushing to help. With their assistance, a clear path was forged for Luffy, leading directly to the execution site. "There's a way." Luffy's face lit up with joy as he sped forward. Right behind him, Ivankov shouted, "We're almost at the execution platform. Just keep moving forward. Leave the rest to me." "All right, thank you." Luffy nodded and continued his charge. "Lightning, it's our turn to strike." Ivankov suddenly halted, speaking with gravity. "Okay." Suddenly, a voice emerged from Ivankov's dense hair as a figure emerged. It was the revolutionary officer, Lightning Imizuna. Lightning leaped forth, transforming his hands into two massive scissors, swiftly running ahead to carve a long runway into the ground. With a flourish, he tossed the lengthy runway onto the execution platform. Luffy gazed at the long ladder, his expression brimming with delight. "Little crab, you've built the ladder. Thank you." "It's the revolutionary officer, Imizuna. Quick, stop the Straw Hat Kid from reaching the execution platform. Fire cannons at him." The Marines launched another attack on Luffy, but all were thwarted by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. With their presence, Luffy could proceed unimpeded. Meanwhile, Luffy had already ascended the long ladder, his proximity to Ace growing clearer, his smile widening. "Ace, I'm coming." "Luffy." Ace's expression changed in surprise. Suddenly, Garp leaped up from below, employing the Marine's 6 dials to reach Luffy. His face darkened. "Grandpa, get out of the way." Luffy shouted loudly. After a brief silence, Garp roared, "How could I step aside? I am a Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. I have been battling pirates since before you were born. If you wish to pass here, you must step over my corpse, Straw Hat Luffy. That is the path you chose." Not far away, Lu Chun observed this scene on the long ladder, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Grandpa, your performance is truly excellent. You've caught up with me." Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, an unexpected event unfolded. The Marine hero Garp was unexpectedly knocked down by a single punch from a pirate. He fell heavily from the long ladder, his head hitting the ground. Sengoku glared at the approaching Luffy, gritting his teeth. "After all, you're their grandfather, Garp." How could he not see that Garp was deliberately playing a role? Ultimately, Luffy reached the execution platform, producing the key entrusted to him by Lu Chun to unlock Ace's shackles. Sengoku's expression darkened, exuding a golden glow as his body began to transform, morphing into a colossal golden Buddha. His form was as vast as that of a giant race. He radiated an ever-expanding golden light. This was the power of the devil fruit, the Zoan-type mythical beast, the human fruit in its Buddha form. One swipe of his hand could easily crush both Luffy and Ace. Sengoku loomed above, gazing down at the two, growling, "Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" As the words escaped his lips, the crowd turned their gaze towards the execution platform, their attention fixated on the unfolding events. Great Buddha! The Warring States Admiral has unleashed his powers. How formidable he is, truly worthy of being the Marine Admiral. Just as Luffy was about to unlock the shackles, a beam of yellow light severed the key. The key. At that moment, the Buddha of Warring States clenched his fist and hurled it towards Luffy and Ace. "Straw Hat Brat, you are a heinous villain unworthy of life, and it is I who shall execute you two brothers." Simultaneously, a dazed Marine awakened, scratching his head in confusion. "What just happened? Why did I faint?" Mr. 3, with a look of astonishment, quickly activated Gear 3rd, inflating his body to barely withstand the onslaught from Warring States. Boom! However, the overwhelming force of Warring States shattered the entire execution platform. Luffy, Ace, and Mr. 3 plummeted downward at an alarming speed. Mr. 3, motivated by Mr. 2, willingly assisted Luffy in rescuing Ace, conjuring a key to toss to Luffy. "Straw Hat Brat, the key." Below, the Marines noticed that Ace and Luffy were still alive and quickly opened fire upon them. "Hurry! The Straw Hat Brat is not dead yet. Fire upon them." "Yes, fire." Countless cannonballs surged towards Luffy and the others. Boom! 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 A flurry of explosions engulfed Ace and his companions. Smoke filled the air, and they were all struck. Suddenly, a searing flame erupted from smoke. A fiery silhouette emerged from the black haze. It was Fire Fist Ace. The key released the Hylu stone shackles, granting him the ability to use his powers once more, surrounding the three with flames, mitigating the explosive force of the bombs. Amidst the blazing inferno, Luffy beamed at the familiar figure. "Ace, you've always been like this." Luffy, reckless and audacious. Ace seized Luffy's clothing, dragging him and Mr. 2 downward. The crowd erupted in excitement, their voices raised in joyous exclamation. "Hooray! Ace is safe. Ace, Slayedthe bot. Mr. 3, that guy is indeed a capable man." Before long, Ace and Luffy landed safely, though Mr. 3 bore the brunt of the fall, nearly breaking his neck. "Luffy, let us charge out together." "All right." With that, Ace and Luffy, wielding their immense strength, carved a bloody path through the throngs of pirates. No number of Marines could impede their escape. Even the presence of Akiji could not deter them. Meanwhile, Whitebeard single-handedly held back a large contingent of Marines, allowing his subordinates to flee. Suddenly, Akainu sneered at the fleeing pirates. "The Whitebeard pirates are indeed a gang of cowards." What? Don't fall for his blatant provocation. Stopping now would play right into his hands. The Whitebeard pirates were furious, yet some remained rational. Seeing no effect, Akainu removed his hat and continued to mock. "But the captain is indeed of that character. There is nothing to be done. Whitebeard, in the end, is a failure of the previous era." Upon hearing this, Ace abruptly halted, flames surging from his fists as he glared at Akainu, coldly stating, "Take back what you just said." "Stop it, Ace. Don't fall for his trickery. Let it go. Quickly, we must leave." The surrounding pirates urged him. Chapter 123. Fire Fist Ace. Akainu the Red Dog. Yet, Ace was resolute, his anger directed at Akainu for insulting their father. "Ace, hurry and go," Luffy shouted anxiously. Akainu smirked wickedly. "Take it back? I will never take it back. I speak the truth. Your father Roger conquered the Grand Line and used his life to open the door to the new era known as the Great Pirate Era. Though it may be a bit inappropriate for me as a Marine, he truly deserves the title of Pirate King. What of Whitebeard in comparison? Does he possess the courage to face Roger in a final battle? Hiding away with a large group, content to be a mountain king, is that truly satisfying? Although there are many fools in the world who protect the peace of numerous islands under Whitebeard's name, in my eyes, they merely subdued a few insignificant pirates. Just posturing as heroes, what a laugh. When Roger was alive, he bowed to him, and even after Roger's death, he could not become a true king. Thus, he will always be inferior to Roger. Where exactly have I spoken incorrectly? Upon reflection, he is indeed pitiful, being called father by a throng of people. At this moment, Ace was seething with rage, his fury igniting into flames that engulfed his entire being. He advanced step by step toward Akainu. Akainu, relentless in his taunting, continued to fire barbs like a machine gun. I wonder how you learned that. Did you practice in secret? Silence. This era is known as Whitebeard. Ace roared, unleashing a fiery punch aimed at Akainu. Unfazed, Akainu transformed his right fist into molten lava, meeting the attack head-on, proclaiming, Whitebeard and all of you who admire him are all failures. The clash of fire and lava erupted in a wave of scorching air, sweeping across the surroundings. The earth trembled, cracking and shattering into countless fragments. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Ace fell heavily to the ground, his body burned. After all, the Magu Magu no Mi is the superior fruit to the Mera Mera no Mi, boasting greater power and the ability to scorch Ace even without the use of Haki. Ace has actually been burned. The other pirates watched in disbelief at the scene before them. Akainu looked down at Ace on the ground, disdain evident in his voice. To call oneself the strongest Logia user is truly ignorant. You are merely ordinary fire, while I am magma that can consume even flames. Our powers are not in the same league. Suddenly, Akainu noticed Luffy, slumped behind Ace, his eyes icy and devoid of warmth. Joel D. Roger and the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. You two brothers are both irredeemable criminals who must die here. Compared to Ace, he yearned to eliminate Luffy first. With that, Akainu surged past Ace, his magma-filled fist aimed at Luffy. Weary and desperate, Luffy attempted to grasp Ace's life card, oblivious to Akainu's impending strike. Even if he had noticed, Luffy, at his physical limits, could not defend himself. Just as the blow was about to land on Luffy, a fiery figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the swiftly arriving Ace. The blazing magma fist hurtled toward Ace's chest. Ace. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the familiar silhouette before him. Ace. Ace. The members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted anxiously from their positions, including Whitebeard, Garp, and Marco. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. A figure darted past countless others, appearing before Ace. Akainu roared as the magma fist was unleashed. It struck as if against an iron block, utterly failing to melt the opponent. A resounding boom echoed as countless magma bursts erupted, enveloping the area where Akainu and his companions stood in a cloud of white mist, rendering others unable to discern the unfolding events. Even Akainu himself, caught in the midst, could only vaguely perceive a shadow materializing before him. Moments later, as the dust settled, the onlookers finally grasped the situation. A man clad in a black robe had appeared, blocking Akainu's attack, his arms shimmering with a metallic sheen, indicative of Busashoku Haki. Who was he, capable of withstanding the assault of a marine admiral? Though unrecognized, there was an unsettling familiarity about him. Dressed in black, possessing formidable strength, could he be Heiyi, the notorious figure with a bounty of 2 billion berry? Akainu furrowed his brows and growled. Heiyi, is it you again opposing the world government? Old fool, your chatter is excessive, Liu Chen retorted, landing a punch squarely on Akainu's face, catching him off guard and sending him hurtling back, rolling several times before barely stabilizing himself. Nearby, Carp allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, murmuring, You finally made it, you little rascal. Heiyi, how dare you? Akainu bellowed in fury, transforming into magma, his right hand morphing into a dog-headed form of molten rock, roaring toward Liu Chen's position. Liu Chen, unfazed, pivoted and delivered a kick, urging Luffy and Ace towards the side of Ivankov, commanding them to escape. Ivankov, momentarily taken aback, did not hesitate and swiftly led Luffy and Ace away. Thinking of fleeing? Not on my watch, Akainu declared, extending both hands as a barrage of searing magma fists surged toward Luffy and Ace, relentless and formidable. Given Ivankov's severe injuries, survival was a daunting challenge. Suddenly, Liu Chen appeared behind Ace and Luffy, a calm smile adorning his face. Red Dog, do you wish to harm them? Have you consulted me first? With his hands gathering Haki, he enveloped his fists in a golden arc of energy. as the massive magma fists charged toward him. Lu Chun merely raised a hand, executing the Relay palm. Instantly, a palm imprint manifested, initially no larger than a hand, but as it advanced, its energy exponentially multiplied, expanding until it resembled a titan, akin to a small mountain, crashing toward the magma fists unleashed by Akainu. The fists collided with the golden palm, yet had no effect whatsoever, akin to fiery stones plunging into the ocean, merely producing a wisp of white smoke before vanishing without a trace. Countless magma fists were thwarted by Lu Chen's Relay palm. Akainu, witnessing the colossal golden palm approach, had no choice but to evade swiftly. However, half his body was still caught in the blast, his form reduced to molten rock, scattering across the ground. Fortunately, he managed to transform back into magma in time, barely escaping the full brunt of the attack. Rising gradually from the ground, he reformed, though his right cheek bore a gash, exposing raw, crimson flesh, a sight most unsettling. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. He Yi was extraordinarily powerful. Not only had he blocked Akainu's attack, but he had also inflicted injury upon him. Truly formidable. It was no wonder he commanded a bounty of 2 billion berry. Yet, he had never claimed to be a pirate. Was he perhaps a revolutionary? Even Karp could not conceal his astonishment, pondering where this young man had acquired such extraordinary martial skills. If he wishes to learn martial arts, why not come to me? Akainu's expression hardened as he bared his teeth. Busishoku Haki. How Haki? You truly live up to the legends. You must possess all 3 types of haki. Red Dog, behold. I possess more than just haki. Lu Chun declared, unleashing a torrent of electricity from his body, releasing a staggering 200 million volts, crackling and sparking. The electricity coalesced around him, his form enlarging into that of a colossal figure of lightning, resembling a deity descended upon the world. The thunder god of 200 million volts. As Lu Chun gestured with his hands, the overwhelming power of lightning surged forth, sweeping toward Akainu and a legion of marines. Every point of contact with the lightning transformed into a chaotic tempest, reducing all within to charred remnants, revealing skeletal outlines. A moment later, the lightning dissipated, yet residual energy crackled across the ground, blackening the earth, the acrid scent of char pervading the battlefield, rendering the already devastated arena further desolate. Akainu, at the center of this storm, could not escape the electric onslaught. Even in his molten form, he was vulnerable to the might of nature's most potent powers. Casting a glance around the battlefield, Lu Chun laughed heartily. Red Dog, farewell. I hope that when next we meet, you shall not be so weak. You scoundrel. Akainu slowly rose from the charred remnants, his attire tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, utterly lacking the dignified demeanor of an admiral. He intended to pursue the cloaked Lu Chun, only to witness him transform into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight with astonishing speed, beyond his capability to chase. The only one who could likely keep pace with Lu Chun was Kizaru, thanks to his Pika Pika no Mi powers, as both could be said to traverse at the speed of light. Yet, would Kizaru truly pursue Lu Chun? Meanwhile, amidst the clash between Lu Chun and Akainu, Whitebeard continued to contend against the other 2 admirals and Sengoku, valiantly holding his ground against overwhelming odds. With a single, full-powered punch, he cleaved the entire Marine headquarters in 2. The earth trembled violently, akin to the arrival of a deity, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. The deafening quake resonated throughout the Marine headquarters, splitting the once impenetrable stronghold asunder, creating a profound chasm between Marines and pirates. In a bid to facilitate the escape of his crew, Whitebeard exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the entire Marine force. Suddenly, a group of shadows appeared atop the execution platform. It was none other than the Blackbeard pirates, who had just arrived and had been observing the spectacle. The gates of justice swung open, a scheme of their design. As Blackbeard emerged, he immediately confronted Whitebeard, leveraging the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to nullify all abilities, compelling Whitebeard into a defensive stance. With a swift strike of his blade, he managed to inflict a wound upon him. As I was about to unleash my powers to shatter the head of Blackbeard Tiki, My weary body could no longer endure, and I found myself unable to activate my abilities. I failed to deliver a single punch that could have incapacitated Blackbeard. Seizing this opportunity, Blackbeard commanded his crew to launch an assault on Whitebeard. Countless attacks rained down upon Whitebeard's battered form, leaving him riddled with wounds. Bang, bang, bang. One gunshot followed another. Blood gushed forth, saturating the battlefield. The members of the Blackbeard pirates seemed to revel in the slaughter of a lamb awaiting slaughter, relentlessly striking. Perhaps it was out of fear of Whitebeard's potential last stand that they chose to unleash all their might. The pirates across the chasm were already in a furious uproar. Shooting, father, father, father. Moments later, the Blackbeard pirates ceased their onslaught. Whitebeard gazed upon the gathered Marines and the crew of Blackbeard, a faint smile gracing his lips as he solemnly declared, "One day, those who inherit aces shall emerge. Even if the bloodline is severed, their flames shall not be extinguished. This legacy shall continue from the distant past, and one day in the future, individuals who bear the weight of centuries will arise to challenge this world. Sengoku, the world government fears the great battle that will one day engulf the entire world. Though I possess little interest in such matters, when that treasure is unearthed, the world will be turned upside down. Someone will find it, and that day shall inevitably come." Hearing these words, Sengoku gritted his teeth in fury, yet found himself at a loss for words. One Piece truly exists. Following this, Whitebeard tilted his head back and let out a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated throughout the world. Sengoku bellowed, "You bastard!" These words would undoubtedly plunge the entire world into chaos once more, perhaps even into a more tumultuous era. With a smile, Whitebeard reminisced about his life. "My sons, I have come this far. What a wonderful life it has been. Thank you and farewell, my sons." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, his breath gradually fading. The members of the Whitebeard pirates stood across from him, tears streaming down their faces. Despite having perished in battle, Whitebeard remained upright, wielding his long sword with pride. Standing tall amidst the heavens and earth, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, fell in battle. Though his body lay broken, his indomitable spirit in combat against his foes was nothing short of monstrous. In this fierce battle, he endured a total of 267 sword wounds, 152 gunshots, and 46 cannon blasts. Nevertheless, his silhouette was filled with dignity. Throughout his life as a pirate, he bore no shame of cowardice or retreat. He passed away at the age of 72, a man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Pirate King in these waters, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. He fell in the climactic confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine headquarters, along with the Shichibukai alliance, erupting in the Bay of Marineford. Suddenly, the Blackbeard pirates sprang into action, draping a black cloth over Whitebeard's corpse. Chapter 125. The Gura Gura no Mi is mine. Thus, the grand spectacle commenced. Blackbeard laughed heartily, lifting the black cloth, gazing at the Marines behind him with a cold sneer. An ultimate performance that will astonish the entire world. What is concealed beneath this cloth? It shrouds both the bodies of Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Were you scheming? The Marines glared intensely at the members of the Blackbeard pirates, yet hesitated to act. Meanwhile, the members of the Blackbeard pirates surrounded Blackbeard, engrossed in their own conversation. Apologies, but entry is temporarily prohibited. How thrilling this is! If we fail, shall we disband on the spot? Beneath the black cloth, it appeared that no movement was occurring, and no one knew what transpired within. Suddenly, a thunderous shout resounded. Dual blade style, White Tiger's dragon roar. Admiral Liu Chun, clad in a Marine Vice Admiral's cloak, appeared abruptly, unleashing two supreme swords in a single sweeping strike aimed at Blackbeard beneath the cloth. Roar! Roar! A tiger's roar and a dragon's chant echoed. The red and white slashes transformed into a fierce white tiger and a mighty red dragon, baring their fangs as they charged towards the members of the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, the Marines finally recognized the man who had appeared behind them. Admiral Liu Chun. Yes, Admiral Liu Chun has arrived. Why has he only just shown up? The magician-like Lafitte frowned, urgently commanding, "Quick, protect the captain." "Understood." With that, Jizasu and Bayez began to utilize their abilities in an attempt to counter the formidable sword energy. However, that previous strike was Lu Chen's most powerful attack. The essence of the sword was fully unleashed, even imbued with the aura of Haki. "Grandfather Ein, lend me your strength." Lu Chen called out solemnly to the two figures not far away. "Yes, Admiral." Upon hearing this, Ein swiftly activated the Marine Six Styles, racing toward the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Karp smirked, a faint smile on his lips. "You little rascal, daring to command your grandfather." Nevertheless, he moved with incredible speed toward the Blackbeard Pirates. Bone-pounding impact. A punch imbued with immense haki and strength surged towards the Blackbeard Pirates, leaving them with no chance to retaliate before Karp. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. At some point, utilizing the Marine Six Styles, Lu Chen suddenly vanished from his original spot, darting swiftly into the black cloth. Seeing this, Lafitte's expression shifted, and he shouted anxiously, "Quick, stop him." Just as he was about to act, Ein suddenly appeared before him, merely brushing against his body. In an instant, Lafitte transformed into a youthful version of himself. Regressing by 18 years, now a young man, his strength significantly diminished. Inside the black cloth, Lu Chen observed Blackbeard holding an ordinary fruit. Yet, dark energy swirled around the fruit, transforming it from an ordinary object into a devil fruit imbued with power. The black aura enveloped Whitebeard, seemingly drawing something from his very being. Lu Chen, Blackbeard's expression changed in shock. Instantly, he unleashed an attack with his remaining hand, dark energy covering his palm as he lunged at Lu Chen. "Hey, I'm not a devil fruit user." Lu Chen scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a swift strike. One sword style, draw cut. The blade shimmered. It precisely struck Blackbeard's right hand. Blackbeard Tiki screamed in agony, clutching his injured hand. The fruit slipped from his grasp and fell. That was a devastating blow, perfectly suited for a Logia-type user. For some reason, Blackbeard seemed to fear pain immensely. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed as he swiftly reached for the devil fruit. "I'm sorry, but this devil fruit is mine. Get lost." Upon witnessing the event, Haihuzi disregarded his pain and, utilizing the gravitational prowess of the Enanguashur, attempted to retrieve the fruit. However, Lu Chen had already grasped the devil fruit firmly in his hand, and the sharp edge of the unparalleled De Kuai Dao once again slashed towards his arm, compelling Haihuzi to retract his hands. "You scoundrel!" Haihuzi bellowed, his entire being radiating a dark aura as he activated his ability, Ensuedo. Countless streams of black fluid cascaded down his body, surging towards Lu Chen. In an instant, Lu Chen vanished from his original position, evading the reach of Haihuzi's Ensuedo with the Marine Six Styles technique, and reappeared several meters away, holding what could be considered an artificially created devil fruit. The Jinjin Guashur. What? What is that in his hand? A devil fruit? Where did it come from? Could it be from Haihuzi? No way. Does Haihuzi possess the ability to absorb others' fruits? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. "Haihuzi, this fruit is now in my possession," Lu Chen declared, simplifying the fruit before taking a bite, savoring the familiar sweetness. As the fruit was consumed, a surge of new energy coursed through his being. "You bastard!" Haihuzi roared in fury, his teeth grinding in frustration. The Jinjin Guashur, which he had painstakingly acquired, had fallen into another's hands, specifically Lu Chen's. "I was going to thank you, but since you chose to insult me, do not blame me for being impolite." Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he clenched his fists, a white air shield manifesting around his fist as he struck towards the air in front of Haihuzi and his crew. Earthquake! Crack! In an instant, a series of sharp sounds erupted. The very air seemed to fracture, and the ground trembled violently, sending shock waves toward Haihuzi and his crew. Boom! The earth quaked beneath them. The Jinjin Guashur had indeed succeeded. It appeared that disbanding was no longer necessary. Forming an alliance with him seemed a prudent choice. The members of the Haihuzi pirates were both astonished and elated, save for Haihuzi himself, who was consumed by sorrow. As long as Haihuzi possessed such an ability, they could all become users of powers. Missing out on the Jinjin Guoshi now did not preclude them from acquiring other fruits in the future. Although the earthquake shattered the ground beneath the Haihuzi pirates, their strength was formidable enough to retreat and escape the blast radius. You little brat, one day, I will surely kill you and reclaim my Jinjin Guoshi. Haihuzi shouted angrily, swiftly leading his crew away. Meanwhile, Carp stood beside Lu Chun, uncertain of his ability to vanquish the legendary marine hero. Chapter 126, Becoming a Pirate. What a headache. I hope the next time we meet, you won't be dead at my hands. Lu Chun scoffed coldly. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System reward. 1,000 energy, 2 sword skills, and an enhancement of 2 levels for 3 designated skills. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System reward. 2,000 energy points, 1 sword skill. You've obtained a remarkable fruit. Young lad, acquiring the fruit of the world's strongest man. Utilize it wisely, and I believe you will grow even stronger, Carp advised earnestly. Seemingly unfazed by Lu Chen's knowledge of Haihuzi's ability to create devil fruits. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chen affirmed with a nod. Naturally, he had not anticipated that detail. Obtaining the fruit was his primary concern. As for why he leveraged his marine identity to acquire the Jinjin Guoshi, there were 2 reasons. First, a typical person could only consume 1 devil fruit. If Haihuzi were to consume another, it would appear unusual. Furthermore, possessing a devil fruit while operating within the marine could serve additional purposes. Second, if Haihuzi and Lu Chun appeared simultaneously during the Marineford War, it would cast doubt on any suspicion directed towards him. The concealment of his identity bore significant advantages. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chun observed Ace and Luffy gradually retreating, still pursued by Akainu, and suddenly inquired softly, Grandpa, do you need me to assist them? No need, you've already done enough. Carp gently shook his head, watching the direction Ace and Luffy had departed with a hint of helplessness. As their grandfather and a Marine Vice Admiral, he felt powerless. Had it not been for Lu Chun, Ace might have perished moments ago. Shortly thereafter, Luo arrived with the Heart Pirates, ready to rescue Luffy and Ace. Suddenly, Kobe dashed past Lu Chun, heading toward Akainu. Hey, Kobe, what are you doing? Barumober shouted anxiously, attempting to stop him, but Lu Chun suddenly interjected, Don't worry. I'll handle it. Yes, Major Lu Chun. Barumober halted. Kobe reached Akainu, obstructing the mad slaughter of pirates, and called out loudly, Cease fire. Stop fighting. You are wasting lives. Every soldier has family waiting for their return. Our objective has been achieved, yet you still pursue the defeated pirates to the end. Continuing this battle, which could have ended, only adds to the casualties of those who could still be saved. Isn't that foolish? Unmoved, Akainu retorted disdainfully. Who are you anyway? You've wasted several precious seconds of my time. The Marines do not need soldiers with distorted values. With that, Akainu's molten fist surged towards Kobe's head. Oh no, am I going to die? Kobe's expression shifted, yet he felt no regret, for he had expressed all he needed to say. As the blow was about to land, a figure suddenly appeared before Akainu, a black blade intercepting the attack. It was Lu Chun, who had already charged his left hand with an air shock punch. Gazing at Akainu with keen interest, He is my subordinate. Do you dare to lay a hand on him without consulting me first? You Lu Chen. Akainu ground his teeth. Glancing at the familiar power in Lu Chen's fist, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Sakazuki, are you again planning to attack my grandson? Carp approached slowly, emanating an invisible pressure, the manifestation of his conqueror's haki. With every step he took, the pressure on Akainu intensified. Mastering the precise release of conqueror's haki was a skill few could attain. Having just narrowly avoided the death of his two grandsons, Carp was not about to remain composed. He was eager for the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to Akainu. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Suddenly, Sengoku appeared before them, admonishing Akainu, Carp, Lu Chun, Do you wish to make a mockery of the Marines in front of the pirates? Stand down. Yes, Fleet Admiral. With that, the three were compelled to retract their abilities. Before long, Shanks and his crew arrived on the battlefield, exerting their formidable strength, seeking Sengoku's favor. Naturally, Sengoku granted the red-haired pirate this courtesy, handing over Whitebeard's corpse. Before departing, suddenly, Xiang Kasi cast a glance at Lu Chun, grinning broadly. Lu Chun, it has been a long time since we last met. Your strength has increased once more. I look forward to your further growth, and hope you can make good use of Whitebeard's power. Soon, we shall meet again. Lu Chun nodded slightly, yet found himself perplexed by the underlying meaning of his words, sensing there was more to it. Shortly thereafter, the pirates began to exit the Marine headquarters bay, while the Marines commenced their efforts to clear the battlefield and rescue the wounded. Akainu, however, maintained a reluctant demeanor, stating flatly, Marshal Sengoku, I hope you will uphold your promise to Shanks and take responsibility for releasing all the pirates. Of course, Sengoku replied expressionlessly. If you have the capability, then go and kill Shanks, rather than making idle threats here. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Chun retorted, This red dog is merely attempting to usurp Sengoku's position. Logically speaking, Akiji was more favored among the Marines, while Akainu's eagerness to assert himself during this conflict likely aimed at attaining the role of Fleet Admiral. He may have even secured the endorsement of the Gorosei, enabling him to contend with Akiji. In summary, regarding the three admirals in this war, one could succinctly conclude, Akiji is merely coasting, Akainu is fighting desperately, and Kizaru is half-heartedly coasting. Akainu's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure as he growled, Lu Chun, you are merely a vice-admiral. Do you wish to challenge authority? Oh, if I were not a Marine and became a pirate, would that grant me the right to criticize you openly? Lu Chun countered. This declaration left everyone astonished. What? Vice Admiral Lu Chun intends to become a pirate. If he does so, what will become of the Marines? Indeed, his strength was nearing that of the four emperors, and he had also acquired Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Sengoku frowned, admonishing the two, both of you, be quiet. If you continue to argue, I will have you expelled from the Marine headquarters. Upon his words, the two fell into an unspoken agreement, promptly silencing themselves and departing. After their exit, Sengoku gazed at Lu Chun's retreating figure, murmuring, Kapu, keep an eye on your grandson. If he truly becomes a pirate, it may cause me even greater headaches. The entire Marine Corps may be thrown into chaos. Kapu, scratching his nose, nonchalantly walked away, disregarding Sengoku's concerns, pondering. That lad has been behaving like a pirate for quite some time now. He has already given you headaches. Chapter 127. The war concludes. The ruined Marine headquarters. Master, I have brought you shame. KB bowed his head, feeling embarrassed. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You are still my disciple. Lu Chun reassured him, patting his shoulder. However, I must convey this. Sometimes to achieve certain things, one must possess a measure of strength. So, hasten to enhance your abilities. Yes, master, KB affirmed, his gaze suddenly resolute. Lu Chun turned to Barumabur beside him, smiling as he remarked, What are you laughing at? You two must strive to elevate your strength. This world is likely to become even more tumultuous. Yes, master, Barumabur replied. In truth, during this battle, KB and Barumabur had not chosen to flee due to Lu Chun's prior training, and they had remained engaged in combat, proving to be promising talents. Additionally, KB could be regarded as another rising star within the Marines, often compared to Luffy by the creator of One Piece. He was also a disciple of Kapu, having learned the famed Rokushiki techniques from him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shanks had appeared rather late this time. Had it not been for Lu Chun, KB might have met a grim fate. After bidding farewell to KB and Barumabur, Lu Chun and Ain made their way towards Hancock, who had been anxiously awaiting them. Upon noticing Lu Chun approach, Hancock blushed, lost in her fantasies, hugging herself, pondering something. However, upon seeing Ain beside Lu Chun, her expression shifted to one of displeasure. Lu Chun, who is this woman? Why is she standing next to you? Why didn't you invite me to join you against Blackbeard earlier? You were quite distant from me at that moment, Liu Chun hastily explained. In truth, he had distanced himself from the battlefield, hurriedly changed back into his marine attire, and returned to the marine headquarters, fearing Blackbeard might consume the tremor fruit ahead of time. Liu Chun, I am about to depart. You must remember to visit Amazon Lily. With that, Hancock stepped closer, linking her arm with Liu Chun's, beaming brightly. All right, I will go. Liu Chun nodded. After all, Hancock remained a Shichibukai. Her identity would not tarnish by visiting as a Marine. Since she had not aided Luffy, her status should remain intact until the World Conference. Following the conclusion of the World Conference, the Shichibukai system would be abolished. Moreover, the Marine headquarters at Marineford had been destroyed, and a new headquarters would soon relocate to the New World. Shortly after, Liu Chun personally escorted Hancock away before returning to the devastated Marine headquarters. Along the way, Ein shot him a glance, teasingly remarking, Liu Chun, are you planning to form a union with the Shichibukai? A marriage between Marines and pirates would be quite the spectacle. I fear my grandfather might beat me to a pulp if he finds out. Liu Chun chuckled. Are you frightened? Ein retorted. Frightened? Would I ever be? So long as I am with the one I cherish, what is there to fear? Liu Chun declared earnestly. Hearing this, Ein pursed her lips, seemingly at a loss for words. The two walked side by side, assisting the other Marines. As Liu Chun aided in the efforts, he checked his attribute interface. Host, Liu Chun, level, SS, position, Vice Admiral, fruits, sound fruit, tremor fruit. Skills, swordsmanship, SS, sword intent, SS, body techniques, S, fruit development, S. Conqueror's Hockey, SS, armament hockey, SS, observation hockey, SS, Marine 6 styles, shave, S, Marine 6 styles, storm leg, S, Marine 6 styles, moonwalk, S, life return, D. Cooking, A, talent, skill simplification, energy, World Weary Novel Transit Station, 937929266. World Weary Novel Transit Station, 1937929299266. Berries, 199. 89 billion. His power was indeed formidable. Perhaps he could also partake in the contest for Fleet Admiral. How splendid it would be to become the Fleet Admiral. However, upon further reflection, ascending to such a position may not be entirely favorable. The Fleet Admiral must oversee the entire Marine Corps, negotiate with the world government, and submit to the Celestial Dragons. What a hassle! Furthermore, once he became Fleet Admiral, would he be expected to personally hunt down Blackbeard? It might be wiser to emulate Kapu's laid-back approach or Kizuru's half-hearted efforts. Being an admiral would suffice. There was still a gap between being a vice admiral and an admiral. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Chun had already formed his own resolve. He would first strive for the position of admiral and see how things unfolded. Shortly thereafter, the Navy began broadcasting to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, during the conflict between our Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates in the Marineford Bay, we faced fierce resistance from the Whitebeard crew, resulting in a duration that exceeded our expectations. However, thanks to the indomitable spirit of our soldiers, filled with a sense of justice, we have decisively vanquished the infamous Whitebeard pirates and their numerous affiliates. Our Navy headquarters has achieved a resounding victory. Upon hearing this proclamation, naval forces and citizens around the globe erupted in cheers. How splendid! The Navy is invincible. Hail to the Navy headquarters. Hail to the world government. We have triumphed. Laughter echoed as aspirations to train and join the Navy headquarters filled the air. Liu Chun, standing in the square, listened to the Navy's announcement while gazing at the desolate ruins before him, shaking his head in dismay. He could not fathom how the Navy could utter such statements. While it seemed they had won, the world was undoubtedly being thrust into another tumultuous phase. With Whitebeard's demise, the balance of power among the four emperors of the New World had been shattered, leading to an inevitable escalation in the struggle for Whitebeard's territory. The entire world would become increasingly perilous. That evening, within the battered confines of the Navy headquarters, all admirals and above gathered in an open area. The entire Navy headquarters was devoid of intact structures, yet each person had a chair and a table. Sengoku sat at the head of the assembly, his demeanor grave as he exhaled deeply and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I may resign from the position of Fleet Admiral following this conflict. Gasps filled the room. What? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, why would you say such a thing? Indeed, have we not achieved victory? Who will lead us if you resign? The unexpected statement left everyone in shock. Sengoku raised a hand to silence the uproar and continued. This battle may not lead to the peace we envisioned. Rather, it may plunge us into greater chaos. I have received intelligence indicating that pirates are surfacing in numerous regions, preparing to head to the New World in pursuit of the great treasure. The world is on the brink of becoming even more dangerous, and I must bear this responsibility. His words rendered the assembly silent, leaving them speechless. Chapter 128, Mission Failure. Navy Headquarters Science Division. This situation could indeed culminate in a significant crisis, one they were ill-equipped to manage. Perhaps Sengoku's resignation was the most prudent course of action. Meanwhile, Akainu bowed his head, the brim of his navy cap obscuring his expression, yet it was evident he was deep in contemplation, likely devising a plan to assume the position of Fleet Admiral. After a moment of silence, Sengoku waved his hand, saying, "All right, everyone, you may return to your duties. There is no need to repair Marin Fander. I will propose the establishment of a new Navy headquarters, preferably in the New World, to suppress the pirates there and prevent further chaos." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." The assembly responded in unison as they rose to depart, each harboring their own thoughts. "Grandfather, I must take my leave," Lu Chun whispered to Karp before discreetly slipping away. "That rascal, he sure knows how to make a quick exit." Karp sighed as he watched the boy's retreating figure. "He has grown, and there's little I can do to rein him in now. Perhaps it's time for me to learn to let go." After leaving the bay of the Navy headquarters, Lu Chun made his way toward the rear of Marin Fander, where the headquarters of the Navy Science Division was located. Ordinary individuals could not gain entry there. As he walked, he reflected on the mission to rescue Kuma, which ultimately remained unfulfilled. Kuma's consciousness had been entirely altered. To restore Kuma's awareness, he would likely need to consult the world's most brilliant mind, Dr. Vegapunk. Of course, even if he managed to save Kuma's consciousness, it wouldn't count as completing the mission. That task would have to be regarded as an automatic forfeiture, utterly unachievable. After several minutes, Lu Chun finally arrived at the entrance of the Science Division. Despite the near-total destruction of Marin Fander, the door to the Science Division stood firm, seemingly unscathed. The imposing door, constructed from an unknown material, bore no signs of damage. Even amidst the chaos of the battle, many guards, primarily pacifists with a few Navy personnel, remained stationed at the entrance. As Lu Chun approached, the guards noticed him and began scanning for identification. Lu Chun, Rear Admiral. Just as he reached the threshold, he was halted by the guards. "Rear Admiral, please wait. Do you have a pass?" "What pass?" "Is a Rear Admiral unable to enter directly?" Lu Chun queried in confusion, as he was unfamiliar with many protocols during his short tenure at the Navy headquarters. The guard patiently explained, "Rear Admiral, our Science Division operates under strict security. We can only grant access with a pass." Lu Chun frowned slightly and inquired, "Who do I request the pass from?" "The pass is issued by Admiral Kizaru." At this, Lu Chun fell into contemplation. Admiral Kizaru? Was he overseeing the Science Division at the Navy headquarters? After all, he was the superior of Frankie, who was in turn Vegapunk's bodyguard. It was indeed plausible. Initially, Lu Chun intended to simply tour the facility, but it appeared that gaining entry might prove to be more complicated than anticipated. Just as he was about to turn away, a flash of yellow approached. Kizaru, with a curious expression, remarked, "Oh, Rear Admiral Lu Chun, what brings you here?" "Just came to have a look." "I have yet to visit the Navy Headquarters Science Division," Lu Chun replied earnestly. Kizaru chuckled lightly. "Since you're here, you might as well take a look inside. I believe that individual would be quite eager to see you." "Who?" "Dr. Vegapunk." "Very well." Upon hearing that name, Lu Chun decided to follow Kizaru inside. After all, this was the Navy headquarters, and he doubted anything untoward would occur. His only concern was whether Dr. Vegapunk had any ulterior motives. With Kizaru leading the way, Lu Chun successfully entered the Navy Headquarters Science Division. Upon entering, he was greeted by a uniform design aesthetic. The walls were constructed of a light blue metallic material, adorned with various instruments and pipelines, all infused with a peculiar metallic scent. An indescribable sensation enveloped the atmosphere. As they walked, Kizaru remarked, "The science division isn't very tall. Most of the research facilities are located underground and are equipped with robust defenses. They can withstand earthquakes, floods, and various attacks. However, they might not endure close-range assaults like that of Whitebeard. Fortunately, they attack from the front. Otherwise, the science division would also have been affected, and I would find it difficult to account for that." Indeed, Luchan responded with a smile. He couldn't quite understand why Kizaru, usually so reticent, was suddenly so talkative. Soon, the two found themselves in a transparent elevator, gradually descending into the depths. Through the glass, Luchan observed the vast array of underground research facilities, each dedicated to various studies. Artificial organisms, genetic modifications, and man-made devil fruits are most prominently represented by the numerous pacifistas being manufactured underground. Each pacifista possesses formidable strength, akin to that of an A-grade. However, there are certainly limitations in the manufacturing process, preventing mass production. Otherwise, relying solely on pacifistas would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the majority of pirates. Additionally, there are various peculiar creatures whose creation remains a mystery. What Luchan observed was merely the surface. Many rooms remained concealed from outsiders, revealing their secrets only upon entry. After a descent of several minutes, Luchan and Kizaru finally halted. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a metal corridor stretching several dozen meters. Just as they prepared to advance, Kizaru abruptly called out to Luchan, cautioning him to wait until he activated the self-defense measures before proceeding. Acknowledging this, Luchan promptly took a few steps back. Just as he was about to step forward, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, and his kin Bunchika Haki detected a hint of danger. This seemingly ordinary corridor concealed an array of defensive mechanisms, invisible to the naked eye. Kizaru approached the wall, retrieving a metallic card from his pocket and placing it against the surface. "You may proceed now, Vice Admiral Luchan," he announced. With that, Luchan and Kizaru continued their journey, and the odd sense of foreboding dissipated. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door. Upon its opening, they found a number of naval scientists engrossed in their research, the most striking among them being a small, elderly man. His cheeks bore a rosy hue. His hair was grizzled, and atop his head rested a cap resembling a branch of an apple tree, while an oversized tongue protruded from his mouth, extending down to his abdomen. The moment Luchan laid eyes upon the old man, a name flashed through his mind: Albert Einstein. Chapter 129, Dr. Vegapunk. The deal is sealed. The bustling figure in the research lab was none other than the head of the Navy Science Division, Dr. Vegapunk, the smartest man in the world. Character: Dr. Vegapunk. Position: head of the Navy Science Division, Devil Fruit. Paramecia: Brain Fruit. Level: the skill, Fruit Development SSS. Bounty: none. Dr. Vegapunk, look who I've brought, Kizaru exclaimed. However, Dr. Vegapunk was too engrossed in his work to respond, barely turning his head. "Who did you bring?" "Vice Admiral Luchan from the Navy," Kizaru announced. Upon hearing this, Dr. Vegapunk set aside his tasks and hurriedly approached Luchan, eagerly rummaging and prodding at him. Could you possibly step aside? I'm not particularly interested in men." Luchan's expression darkened, nearly kicking the man away. Coughing awkwardly, Kizaru interjected, "Dr. Vegapunk, Vice Admiral Luchan is a high-ranking officer in our Navy. Perhaps you should exercise a bit of restraint." He. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled, finally relenting but keeping his gaze fixed on Luchan with keen interest. "Vice Admiral Luchan, I've heard tales of your immense strength. Your physical density is indeed significantly greater than that of others. It's remarkable that you managed to defeat the warlord Moria and triumph over Crocodile. Such feats are simply the duties of a Navy officer," Luchan replied earnestly. Kizaru added, "He has now consumed the Gura no Mi, acquiring the powers of Whitebeard." "What? Whitebeard is dead? How could his fruit manifest so swiftly?" Dr. Vegapunk's countenance shifted slightly, astonished that the world's strongest man had perished, and that his devil fruit had transferred to Luchan. "Details are best conveyed by Vice Admiral Luchan himself." I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, Kizuru stated, casually finding a seat. Dr. Vegapunk's eyes remained locked on Lu Chun, urgency creeping into his voice. Quickly, tell me how that devil fruit's power came to be within you. After Whitebeard's demise, it seems Blackbeard utilized his abilities to transfer the Gura no Mi's powers to a particular fruit, which subsequently became the new Gura no Mi, Lu Chun explained. At this revelation, Dr. Vegapunk's excitement surged. I never imagined anyone could achieve such a feat. If only I could obtain a sample of Blackbeard's blood. Perhaps I could make groundbreaking discoveries. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he regarded the scientific madman, pondering if he desired his blood for research purposes. Suddenly, Dr. Vegapunk composed himself and grinned, asking, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, would you permit me to collect a small sample of your blood for my studies? That is the Gura no Mi. After all, who knows, I might be able to replicate another Gura no Mi, thereby enhancing our Navy's might. Absolutely not. Lu Chun firmly rejected, frowning. Who knows what you intend to do with my blood? I cannot agree to such a perilous request. Entrusting his blood to this individual could prove exceedingly dangerous. Should he succeed in creating a new pacifista, it might possess power surpassing his own. Yet, Dr. Vegapunk remained undeterred. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, please do not hastily refuse. You might want to consider my terms. If you allow me to study your blood, I shall grant you any request you desire, provided it is within my capability. Well then, I shall take my leave, Kizuru interjected, rising and discreetly departing. Wait, what? Lu Chun observed Kizuru's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. Is there something he knows? Or has he simply become accustomed to this? Given that Kuma and Dr. Vegapunk had engaged in transactions before, it was evident that Kizuru preferred to remain uninformed. The more one knew, the greater the complications. He. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled, ushering Lu Chun into a secluded office within the research lab. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, this is my private office, free from any disturbances. Moreover, the materials used are crafted from sea stone, ensuring that no one outside can overhear our discussions, even if they possess devil fruit abilities. I can't shake the feeling that this is rather peculiar. Lu Chen's lips twitched, a shiver running down his spine. Undeterred, Dr. Vegapunk pressed on, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. What are your conditions? As long as it is within my means, I am willing to accommodate. I have a question regarding the warlord Bartholomew Kuma, Lu Chun stated directly. Upon hearing this, Dr. Vegapunk showed no surprise and promptly responded, the current Kuma can no longer be called Kuma. He is now an XP0. He has lost his previous consciousness and operates solely on program commands. Is there no possibility of restoring his consciousness? There is. But the value of your blood does not warrant my revealing the method to restore his awareness. Very well then. With that, Lu Chun turned to leave. However, Dr. Vegapunk anxiously grasped his arm. Please do not rush away. While your blood may not hold sufficient value, if you can procure a sample of Blackbeard's blood for me, I can reveal how to restore his consciousness. It is important to note that XP0 can be considered a formidable weapon in human form. Were it not for the unique bloodline share between you and Haihozi, I would not have acquiesced. Very well. Lu Chun readily accepted the proposition. However, after conversing with the two, he sensed that Vegapunk was indeed a mad scientist. During the negotiations, Vegapunk exhibited not a trace of empathy towards humanity, resembling a merciless and frigid machine. It is no wonder that he has created such peculiar inventions and conducted various experiments on bears. One cannot help but wonder why the bear agreed to Vegapunk's modification demands. What secrets lie hidden therein? Upon striking a deal with Vegapunk, Lu Chun departed from the scientific division, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of that monstrous place. Remaining there felt stifling. His agreement to Vegapunk's terms was also motivated by the activation of a new mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Rescue the Tyrant Bear. System reward. 3,000 energy points, 20 materials for constructing the Underworld King. Ultimately, the task of defeating Haihozi and obtaining his blood was a matter of convenience. 2 missions would yield substantial rewards. Chapter 130, Admiral of the Navy. A contest among 4. After leaving the scientific division, Lu Chen returned to the remaining dormitories of the naval headquarters to rest. The available accommodations were dwindling. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Karp and Sengoku stood atop a vantage point, gazing into the distance with furrowed brows. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke solemnly. That individual has also escaped from the underwater prison, and he did so without assistance, severing his own legs to make his escape. I am uncertain of his intentions, but he undoubtedly poses a threat. Karp murmured. That man is none other than the notorious pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, who existed in the same era as Whitebeard and Roger. Sigh. I hope he does not bring further harm to the Navy. Otherwise, the headquarters will be unable to withstand it any longer, Sengoku lamented. Upon hearing this, Karp, picking his nose, retorted irritably, Old man, you're not stepping down just to leave this mess for someone else, are you? Impossible, I truly erred this time. Sengoku sighed. As for Shiki's escape from the underwater prison, only a handful of individuals were privy to that information. One can only conceal the truth for so long. Within the palace of Mariewa, the five elders convened once more to deliberate on matters concerning the Marineford War. Just moments ago, Sengoku had sent a telegram announcing his resignation from the position of admiral, prompting discussions on opinions and potential successors for the next admiral. Jago Lucius Satan placed the telegram on the table. Following this, Marcas Mazes spoke first. According to tradition, when an admiral steps down, a new one should be selected from the three admirals, allowing them to compete among themselves. Indeed, that is the case. Topman Walchilly nodded slightly and continued. However, this year, there is perhaps one individual who could contend for the position of admiral. Although he is merely a vice admiral within the Navy, his strength should qualify him for the role. Are you referring to Monkey D? Lu Chen? Upon hearing this, Shepherd Tempeter also became intrigued, for he had obtained Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi during the recent Marineford War, likely enhancing his strength. Yes, as a Navy supernova, he should have an opportunity to vie for the position of admiral. Well, it is merely an opportunity. It remains to be seen if he can seize it. Agreed. Agreed. The others expressed their approval. Subsequently, the five continued to discuss significant recent events, including the escape of Luffy and Ace, the mysterious figure known as Hai, and the Blackbeard pirate crew. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, still at the naval headquarters, remained oblivious to the fact that he had a chance to compete for the position of admiral. Half a month later, Lu Chen received a message from Sengoku, instructing him to visit the temporary office. Knock, knock, knock. Thus, he approached the office door and rapped upon it. Shortly, Sengoku's voice called from within. Come in. Yes. Upon opening the door, Lu Chen was met with the sight of three admirals standing inside, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. Upon witnessing this scene, he had already surmised what Sengoku was about to convey. Lu Chen, what brings you here? Akainu glared at him, visibly displeased. The last encounter had seen Lu Chen and Hai humiliate him, hence his irritation at Lu Chen's presence. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Hai, who had directly thwarted his efforts to eliminate Ace and Luffy. Otherwise, the position of admiral would undoubtedly have been his. Admiral, I have arrived. Nonetheless, Lu Chen chose to disregard him, not even sparing him a glance. Just wait, Akainu. One day, I shall teach you a lesson. It was I who summoned Lu Chen here. Do you have a problem with that? Sengoku inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. In response, Akainu furrowed his brow and retorted, He is merely a vice admiral. ISNT? Does he have the qualifications to stand alongside us in the competition for the position of admiral? Sakazuki, I am still the admiral, whereas you are merely a vice admiral. Is this how you choose to address me? Sengoku reprimanded. Apologies, admiral. Akainu's expression darkened as he hastily apologized. Enough. I have something to say. Sengoku snorted coldly and continued. The world government has approved my resignation from the position of admiral and has allowed me to continue serving as the chief inspector of the Navy headquarters. As for the position of admiral, it will be selected from among the four of you. According to tradition, Lu Chen does not qualify to compete for the position of admiral. However, the five above have recommended him, which is why you now have the opportunity to contend. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen displayed a puzzled expression. The five elders? What have they recommended me for? Could it be that I performed exceptionally well? The recommendation of a vice admiral by the five elders is indeed perplexing. Furthermore, the other three admirals could not help but cast glances at Lu Chun. This Navy supernova, the youngest vice admiral in the history of the Navy, is not even an admiral, yet he is eligible to vie for the position of admiral. Most importantly, he has garnered the attention of the five elders. Truly impressive. His future is bound to be limitless. That concludes my remarks. You may decide amongst yourselves who shall assume the role of admiral. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Kizaru smiled and stated, I voluntarily relinquish my claim to the position of admiral. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and the others did not display surprise. Rather, they found it quite normal. However, now only 3 individuals remain to compete for the position of admiral, necessitating a solution. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Assume the position of admiral, system reward. For 1,000 energy points, 2 sword techniques, 20 materials for constructing the underworld king. The task rewards were commendable, but the difficulty was immense. Defeating 2 admirals was no small feat. At present, Lu Chun lacked the confidence to do so. While it appeared that Akiji could not defeat Akainu, the reality may well be different. Since it is about the position of admiral, let the strongest prevail. What do you two think? Looking at Lu Chun and Akiji, Akainu suddenly spoke. That works for me. Akiji nodded. Then, Akainu turned to Lu Chun and asked, What about you? Indeed, but as a junior, why not allow the 2 of you to compete first? Lu Chun said with a smile. He might not be able to defeat Qing Ji and Chi Inu, but perhaps he could accomplish other tasks. All right. Chi Inu readily agreed without a second thought. In his eyes, Lu Chun was merely an inexperienced youth with a hint of capability. How could he possibly contend for the position of Admiral of the Navy? He was merely here to fill the ranks. All of you keep your distance while fighting, and do not let it affect Marin Fando, which has already suffered severe damage. Sengoku reminded. Chapter 131. The News of Ace and Luffy. The bank restricted area. Yes, Admiral. The 3 responded in unison. Sengoku waved his hand and said, All right, you all can leave now. Let me have a moment of solitude. After finally acquiring a rare day of leisure, he awaited the appointment of the new admiral, at which point he could truly relax. Suddenly, Sengoku looked out the window, musing to himself with great interest. If that lad Lu Chun becomes the admiral, he would likely be the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy. Ha ha ha. On the other side, after the 3 admirals and Lu Chun exited the admiral's office, Kizaru was the first to depart on his own. He had voluntarily relinquished his claim to the position of admiral and thus did not wish to partake in this conflict. The remaining trio consisted of Chi Inu, Qing Ji, and Lu Chun. The palpable tension between Chi Inu and Qing Ji suggested that a battle might erupt at any moment. Observing this, Lu Chun wore a knowing smile, eager for them to engage in combat, as it would allow him to benefit from their struggle. Before long, the 2 departed the Navy headquarters, their destination unknown. However, Lu Chun was aware that they were headed to the bank-restricted area in the New World. Their clash would likely endure for at least 10 days and nights. So he remained patient, quietly awaiting his opportunity. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind. Lu Chun, grandfather. Lu Chun recognized it was Carp's voice and inquired. What do you need me for? Come with me. I have something to discuss. All right. Thus, Lu Chun followed Carp to a secluded ruin within the Navy headquarters. Thank you for saving Ace and Luffy. Had it not been for you, they might have perished before my eyes, Carp said earnestly, gazing ahead. Grandfather, what are you saying? They're like brothers to me. Saving them is the least I could do, Lu Chun replied seriously. He found it strange that Carp would express such sentiments, as it was uncharacteristic of him. Ha ha, Carp chuckled, continuing, I know you have qualified to vie for the position of admiral, but with your current credentials, it would be best not to assume the role. Many would surely contest it. Moreover, you possess another identity. The title of admiral may not suit you anymore. Just look at that old fellow Sengoku. Has he enjoyed any good days since becoming admiral? He hardly has time away from the headquarters, constantly dealing with various matters. I understand, grandfather. I feel the same way, Lu Chun affirmed. The title of admiral indeed seemed ill-suited for him, as it might expose his hidden identity. In truth, serving as a vice admiral would be optimal. There are many vice admirals in the Navy, and tasks would likely not fall upon him. Furthermore, with Karp as protection, no one would dare to cause him trouble, right? MHM. Karp nodded slightly, advising, "You must exercise caution. This world will likely grow increasingly chaotic." "Understood, grandfather," Lu Chen replied. The grandfather and grandson conversed for quite some time, during which Karp made a request of Lu Chen to inquire about Ace and Luffy's whereabouts. He was deeply concerned for their safety. Lu Chen readily agreed, as he too was eager to know where Luffy and Ace had gone. They likely would not remain on Amazon Lily, and given that Ace had survived the war, where might he go next? The following morning, Lu Chen arrived early at the Slayedthe archipelago, making his way to Shaki's bar. Upon entering, he found Shaki alone, smoking and drinking. "Sister Shaki, it's been a while. Where's Uncle Rayleigh?" He jested. Just as she was about to respond, Shaki abruptly halted, smiling. "You're here to gather information, aren't you? That comes at a price. Speak. What do you wish to know? And I shall quote you a price." "Where are Ace and Luffy?" Lu Chen asked directly. After a moment of contemplation, Shaki replied, "The price for that information is rather steep, but I'm the only one in the entire Slayedthe archipelago who knows." "Is it because Uncle Rayleigh is with them?" Lu Chen countered. "Rayleigh would surely go to train Luffy, and Ace would indeed need to enhance his abilities. Perhaps they were together." "Oh, you guessed correctly," Shaki admitted candidly. "They're currently training in a certain location and should return to the Slayedthe archipelago soon." Lu Chen nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Soon, Luffy would likely make an appearance at Marin Fando, revealing the time for their rendezvous to the other comrades. The timing would naturally be 2 years hence. By then, Lu Chen's strength would probably have undergone significant changes as well. After enjoying a few drinks at the tavern, he returned to the Navy headquarters to inform Karp of Luffy and Ace's situation, thereby fulfilling his entrusted task. "Grandfather, I intend to venture into the New World. If anything arises, please assist me for a few days," Lu Chen said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Karp furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you up to this time? Alone?" If he was going alone, it was likely he intended to utilize his hidden identity for some task, which could lead to trouble. "I will be alone, but do not worry. It is certainly not anything malicious," Lu Chen assured. He understood Karp's concerns. "All right, be careful on your journey. By the time you return, the Navy headquarters may have relocated to the New World, so you can head directly to the new Navy headquarters." Karp instructed. "Understood, grandfather." With that, Lu Chen departed Marin Fando, setting his sights on the New World. 5 days later, a small boat floated in the waters near the bank-restricted area, where a young man lounged leisurely. This young man was Lu Chen, who had hurried from Marin Fando to the bank-restricted area. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the island had been split into 2 halves. One side was a frozen tundra, while the other was engulfed in flames, reminiscent of an island of ice and fire. The sounds of massive explosions echoed from the island, indicating that the battle between the two was ongoing. However, the 10 days and nights of conflict were drawing to a close. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of battle ceased. Lu Chen sprang to his feet, lightly stepping on his small boat, and swiftly traversed the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, he reached the icy region of the island. Preferring the cold to the heat, he felt more at ease in the frigid environment, as excessive heat would cause him to sweat. As he stepped onto the icy territory, a wave of chill enveloped him. But his haki shielded him from the worst of it, making the experience far more bearable. He had been racing through the area where ice and fire converged, seeking the figures of Akainu and Akiji. Chapter 132, Lu Chen vs. Sakazuki. Moments later, 2 silhouettes emerged ahead, the despondent Akiji and the spirited Akainu. Notably, Akiji's leg had been injured, as he was retreating from the Banku restricted zone, while a hint of smugness curled at the corners of Akainu's mouth, as if proclaiming, "The position of Fleet Admiral is mine." "Hey Sakazuki, it seems like you have been having a sparring session here." Lu Chen suddenly appeared before Akainu and jested. Upon seeing him, Sakazuki's brow furrowed tightly. "Lu Chen, how did you find this place, and what do you want here?" "I came to challenge you. If I win, won't I become the Fleet Admiral?" Lu Chen replied earnestly. Hearing this, Sakazuki looked skeptical. What do you mean by that? If we were to spar, it shouldn't be now, right? Why not now? How else can I defeat you? Luchan expressed with keen interest. With that, he slowly drew two supreme swords from his waist, their metallic sheen glinting as he coated his hands with haki, which swiftly spread to the blades. Instantly, the swords transformed into black blades. At the same time, haki began to coil around the black swords, forming arcs of red lightning that crackled audibly. Luchan, are you truly intending to strike? This is against the rules. Even if you win, I will report your actions to the world government. And you will definitely not become Fleet Admiral, Sakazuki admonished, growing anxious. He had fought Akiji for 10 days and nights, barely having any strength left to battle. Moreover, Luchan's prowess was formidable, with powerful swordsmanship and the might of the Gura no Mi. Defeating him would not be an easy task. You certainly talk a lot. Luchan replied with a slight smile, disregarding him entirely. Crossing his two swords, an overwhelming sword intent coalesced on their blades, manifesting a fearsome red aura. Accompanied by a haki-infused attack. Dual sword style, Demon Slash. As he spoke, both the War Heaven and the Clear Wind swords were simultaneously swung. A wave of sword energy surged forth at incredible speed, carrying terrifying power towards Sakazuki. The menacing aura resembled a red demon, its sharp claws poised to strike down upon Sakazuki. Luchan, you seek death. Sakazuki's eyes turned crimson with fury. He had not anticipated that the opponent would truly take action. Moreover, there was no hesitation in his movements, indicating that he had long desired this confrontation. Dog bite Red Lotus. With that, his hands transformed into molten magma, forming two enormous dog heads that lunged toward the sword energy released by Luchan. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept outward. The magma dog heads summoned by Sakazuki were cleaved in two by the sword energy. As the severed heads fell to the ground, the sword energy's might had yet to dissipate, hurtling straight towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki roared, his fists enveloped in haki as he braced to meet the sword energy. Clang! However, the immense impact still forced Sakazuki to stagger backward several dozen meters before he could regain his balance. Shave! At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared before Sakazuki. It was Luchan, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack, pressing Sakazuki's head firmly into the ground. In an instant, a white circle materialized around his right hand, encasing Sakazuki's head within. What? Sakazuki's expression changed drastically as he recalled the terrifying move used against him by Whitebeard. All at once, Luchan uttered two words, shockwave. A tremendous force of vibration surged forth, smashing Sakazuki's head downward into the ground. It felt as though his head was caught in an infinite tremor, as if his brain was being churned. The unbearable agony caused the ground to quake violently, fracturing into countless pieces, some sinking while others rose, resembling a cataclysmic upheaval. Even Sakazuki could not help but emit a heart-wrenching scream. Blood began to seep from his orifices. Drawing upon his dwindling willpower, Sakazuki transformed his entire body back into magma, particularly focusing on his hands, which erupted with intense molten heat. Hellhound! Shave! Luchan, sensing the danger, swiftly retreated, barely escaping in time. However, his clothes were scorched by the searing magma, becoming charred and clinging to his body. Exhausted, Sakazuki gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Luchan, you are shameless. I am far from being as shameless as you. Luchan replied with a grin. Without further ado, he continued to gather sword intent upon War Heaven, haki coiling around the blade as he prepared for his next attack. Luchan, even if I cannot defeat you now, you will not have it easy in the future. Sakazuki roared furiously as his right hand transmuted into an enormous quantity of magma, transforming the ground beneath him into a molten landscape. It appeared that his fruit had awakened. Had Akiji awakened after 10 days of battle, or had he awakened long ago? Soon, a massive magma fist coalesced in his right hand, hurtling toward Luchan's location. Great fire. One sword style, Heavenly Thunder, Sacred Blade. Luchan remained unperturbed, slowly raising by heaven. Instantly, The heavens darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, signaling an impending storm. Boom! Suddenly, all lightning bolt, as thick as a pillar, struck down upon the blade of War Heaven. The power of the lightning surged into the sword. Furthermore, Liu Chen utilized the abilities of the Raimei no Mi, amplifying the lightning's might. A colossal lightning blade materialized, descending upon Sakazuki with tremendous force. With a single strike, it seemed as though the entire island would be cleaved in two. The clouds overhead were sliced apart by the blade's edge, parting the sky. Meanwhile, Sakazuki's unleashed attack was effortlessly severed by the sharp sword energy. Boom! The massive magma fist erupted, disintegrating into countless molten rocks that cascaded toward Liu Chen's position. The area was vast, leaving no room for evasion. The only option was to attack. However, Liu Chen's assault continued unabated, striking directly at Sakazuki's body. Bang! The explosive sound mingled with the crackling of electricity. Sakazuki's position was engulfed by a powerful current, while the fierce sword energy wreaked havoc on the surrounding land. The abilities of the Raimei no Mi were on par with those of the Gura no Mi. As for Liu Chen, he raised War Heaven, moving the blade in a slow, graceful arc around his body, gathering countless sword energies. They formed into successive waves of pink sword energy. Though diminutive in size, their power was immense. One sword style, Celestial Maiden Scatter. Chapter 133. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood. It was intentional. With that, Liu Chen swung the long blade of War Heaven. Countless sword energies, resembling pink petals, shot forth towards the incoming fragments of magma. Any magma shard that came into contact with the sword energy was utterly crushed, reduced to countless pieces of extreme magma that scattered across the ground. Due to Liu Chen's position in the region of Bingdao, the minute fragments had lost their heat before even touching the ground, transforming into black stones. Not a single piece of magma had struck Liu Chen's location, leaving him unscathed. However, Sakazuki, already physically and mentally exhausted, found himself collapsed on the ground after Liu Chen's recent assault, seemingly unable to rise. His entire body was charred, resembling a humanoid lump of coal. Suddenly, Sakazuki stirred, shedding large chunks of blackened debris from his body, the nature of which remained unknown. Just as he attempted to rise, Liu Chen's black blade was poised at his neck, coldly declaring, "You have lost." Taking advantage of my vulnerability does not equate to defeat. If you possess the ability, wait until I have recuperated for a few days before we engage again, Sakazuki retorted stubbornly. Upon hearing this, Liu Chen did not receive any notification from the system and pondered. Did Sakazuki need to verbally concede for the task to be deemed complete? Consequently, he pressed the blade against Sakazuki's throat. Another blade aimed at his head and stated indifferently, "Surrender, or I shall take your life." I assure you, I am not jesting. Should I kill you, I would simply report that you accidentally fell into the sea and drowned, while I lack the strength to save you. Do you expect me to concede? Not a chance, Sakazuki exclaimed defiantly. In response, Liu Chen's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he thrust his long blade forcefully toward Sakazuki's head. Then you shall perish. The black blade, infused with an overwhelming aura, was beyond Sakazuki's capacity to withstand. If it were to pierce his skull, death would be inevitable, especially from the hand of Liu Chen, a master swordsman. As the blade drew nearer to his head, a chill enveloped Sakazuki, allowing him to acutely sense Liu Chen's lethal intent, prompting him to shout urgently, "I concede. I have lost." At that moment, Liu Chen halted the blade, its tip just barely breaking the surface of Sakazuki's skin without penetrating further. The system's notification then chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards: 2,000 energy points, growth type Quick Blade Rebirth 1, and 20 materials for the Underworld King. Observing the system's message, Liu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. That's more like it. A simple concession suffices. Farewell, take your time returning. I shall head back to the naval headquarters. With that, Liu Chen abandoned Sakazuki and departed. Sakazuki, gazing at Liu Chen's retreating figure, staggered to his feet and bellowed, "Lu Chun, do not entertain delusions. The position of Fleet Admiral shall never be yours. I never aspired to be an admiral. My sole desire was to deliver you a sound thrashing," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sakaski's frustration boiled over, causing him to spit blood in shock. Pooh! He could hardly fathom that his opponent's motivation was merely to beat him, even willing to forfeit the admiral position for that purpose. How utterly despised must he be? On another front, having exited the Ban-Ku restricted zone, Lu Chun made his way toward Malinfando, not to visit the location itself, but to proceed to Slayedthe Island. Following the Marineford War, the system had triggered numerous tasks, one of which was, ding, congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Proceed to Slayedthe Island and serve as Zoro's training partner for 6 months. System rewards, 1,000 energy points. SwordsmanWho. Initially, he had no intention of going, as it seemed to be a mere act of assisting another without any significant benefit. However, upon reflection, considering that it was a system-initiated task, there must be an underlying reason or additional implications. It was worth a try. After all, 6 months was not an extensive period. Days later, Lu Chun received a call from Sengoku. As soon as the line connected, Garp's boisterous laughter rang out. "Huh, good lad. Well done. It's time to teach that brat a proper lesson." "Hey, Garp, hand me the den mushi," Sengoku urged from the side, looking exasperated. Before he could utter a word, the den mushi was snatched away. Hee. Lu Chun chuckled silently, suspecting that Sakaski had reported the incident upon returning. Consequently, he was disinclined to return and chose to meander in the new world. Soon, Sengoku's voice emerged from the den mushi. "Lu Chun, Sakaski reported your sneak attack and taking advantage of his vulnerability to the world government, resulting in your withdrawal from the competition for the admiral position. Thus, the fleet admiral remains Sakaski. Is there any punishment from the world government for me?" Lu Chun inquired. "Not all. Then that's fine. I shall roam for a year before returning. I need to see my swordsmanship teacher." "All right, do not return anytime soon. With Sakaski's ascension to admiral, you likely won't find any favorable conditions," Sengoku advised. Upon hearing this, Garp immediately grew displeased, retorting, "So what if that brat becomes fleet admiral? If he dares to bully my grandson, he'll have to reckon with my iron fist first." "Haha, thank you, Grandpa." Lu Chun laughed heartily. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. "Well, I'm hanging up. I'm not the fleet admiral anymore, and it won't be long before Sakaski initiates worldwide recruitment, leaving a vacancy for another admiral. If you wish to become an admiral, you can return for the selection." "Understood, Uncle Sengoku." After exchanging a few more words, Lu Chun ended the call. Becoming an admiral, to be honest, it was a rather constrained position directly beneath Sakaski, with frequent scrutiny. Just look at the future admiral, the blind Fujitora, who had endured his fair share of Sakaski's ire. He had no desire to step into the role of admiral. For some reason, it seemed the system had not triggered any tasks related to the admiral position. The following day, Lu Chun witnessed the news of Luffy once again landing at Malinfando, signaling his partners around the world. "See you in 2 years." Half a month later, Lu Chun successfully arrived at Slayedthe Island. Gazing at the familiar, fog-laden isle, he felt a wave of nostalgia for his training days there. Back then, it was as if he were with Alvia, though he wondered how she was faring in the East Blue now. He hoped all was well. After all, apart from the hero Garp, he, a marine supernova, was watching over the East Blue. With 2 major generals backing him, it could be said that he possessed the strength of 2 admirals. Ordinary pirates would hardly dare to stir trouble in the East Blue. Only a few minor thugs lingered about. Chapter 134, The Cycle of Rebirth. Roronoa Zoro. Perhaps once this task is completed, it would be time to return to the East Blue and check on Alvia, while also updating her on Robin's situation to alleviate her worries. About half an hour later, Lu Chun arrived outside the castle where Mihawk resided, stepping forward and releasing a hint of sword intent. Meanwhile, within the castle, Mihawk's eyes flickered as he peered out the window at Lu Chun below, a subtle smile crossing his face. "What brings you here?" "To visit the master, of course. Is it that you do not wish for my presence?" Lu Chun countered. Mihawk's lips curled into a smirk. "Come up." "All right." With that, Lu Chun leaped, employing moonwalk to ascend continuously until he reached the room where Mihawk awaited. Have a seat. Mihawk gazed at the stool before him. Very well, teacher. Lu Chun sat down and began to savor the steak and red wine before him, relishing each bite. Indeed, Mihawk's steak was unparalleled. Despite Lu Chun possessing an A-level cooking skill, he could not match Mihawk's culinary prowess. After all, Mihawk often indulged in preparing steaks, dedicating his time to cooking as much as to swordsmanship. Moreover, his favorite dish was steak. What brings you here? Surely it is not merely to see me. Mihawk chuckled lightly, intrigued. It had been years since this young man had visited, and his sudden appearance undoubtedly signified a purpose. Having finished his steak, Lu Chun continued. As expected, nothing escapes your notice, teacher. I am here partly to visit you and partly to seek out someone. Oh, Mihawk's interest piqued, seemingly aware of whom Lu Chun referred to, yet he chose not to reveal it. That individual could be considered a companion of his brother. Teacher, we can reminisce later. I must first find the person I wish to meet. Very well. With that, Lu Chun set aside his knife and fork, searching for Sauron's presence within the castle. In a certain part of the castle, Sauron was entirely wrapped in white cloth, while Perona was unfolding a newspaper beside him. What does this mean? Anxiously, Sauron fixated on the photograph of Luffy in the paper, attempting to decipher the significance of Luffy's actions. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. He summoned you both to gather at Slayedthe Archipelago in 2 years, Lu Chun said with a smile. Hearing the voice, Sauron immediately turned, his pupils contracting. You, Rear Admiral. Lu Chun, I will kill you. Perona's eyes reddened as she rushed toward Lu Chun. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Chun unsheathed the formidable blade. Jean Tian, its domineering aura pressing against Perona's throat. Little girl, should you make another move, I would not hesitate to end your life. Were it not for your connection to my teacher, you would have met your demise long ago. Perona gritted her teeth, yet she dared not act, knowing that any attempt would only lead to her own death. She understood she was no match for Lu Chun, who had slain Moria, a figure whom Perona regarded as a father figure, having been rescued and raised by him in her childhood. Regrettably, Perona did not heed Lu Chun's words, missing their deeper significance. Lu Chun, what brings you here? How did you know I was here? Sauron inquired, puzzled. Let us say Kuma informed me. Luffy and Ace are safe, so I came to visit my teacher and thought I would see you along the way. Upon hearing this, Sauron fell silent. He felt utterly weak. Had he possessed sufficient strength, he could have aided Luffy during the Marineford War. Alas, he lacked such power, unable to withstand even a single blow from Lu Chun, let alone defeat the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. After a prolonged contemplation, Sauron staggered to his feet and suddenly knelt before Lu Chun. Bowing his head, he implored, I beg you to teach me swordsmanship. Oh, kneeling? Do you believe that I would grant your request merely because you kneel? A man's knees are worth gold, Lu Chun remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yet Sauron did not falter, responding resolutely, I wish to become stronger, to be the most formidable support for Luffy in his quest to become the Pirate King. What does it matter if I kneel? I am willing to do anything to assist Luffy. Besides, nurturing a swordsman capable of defeating me. Wouldn't that be quite interesting? Lu Chun chuckled softly and waved his hand. Very well. Were it not for your dedication to Luffy, I would be disinclined to teach you. I will grant you 3 days to defeat the armed baboons in the forest and recover from your injuries. After 3 days, I shall teach you swordsmanship. All right, thank you. Sauron expressed his gratitude solemnly, and Lu Chun left the room. Once he departed, Perona began to cheer Sauron on. Sauron, you must do your best. Learn his swordsmanship and then defeat him, so I can kill him. You are too weak. Even if I were to defeat him, you might not stand a chance against him. Sauron replied candidly. Hearing this, Perona stomped her feet in frustration, delivering several punches to Sauron. Are you looking for a fight? That hurts. Sauron cried out in agony. 3 days later, Sauron had vanquished all the armed baboons, his swordsmanship having improved somewhat. Yet he had yet to fully comprehend the essence of sword intent. Outside the castle, Sauron realized that to become a true swordsman, He must grasp the essence of sword intent. Yet his understanding of the sword was still insufficient. Once he comprehended sword intent, there would be little left for Liu Chan to teach him. Liu Chan spoke softly. Your understanding of the sword is inadequate. You must grasp the essence of sword intent. For once you do, I shall have nothing more to impart. He then drew a new, growing blade awarded by the system, named Reincarnation. 6 paths of reincarnation. The blade, jet black, emanated a dark aura, reminiscent of a ravenous demon yearning for the blood of battle. To grow, reincarnation must engage in combat and revel in bloodshed. The famed blade possesses a spirit. Your first task is to connect with your sword, conquer it completely, and perceive its sword intent, thereby comprehending your own. Liu Chan observed the blade, reincarnation, in his right hand, its powerful sword intent and domineering aura enveloping the blade. In an instant, the domineering aura was entirely absorbed by reincarnation, leaving his arm in a state akin to that of a desiccated corpse. Break! Liu Chan called out sharply, releasing his conqueror's haki to suppress the spirit of reincarnation. Simultaneously, a wave of black aura dispersed around, affecting Sauron across the way. He felt an unsettling sensation, his emotions fluctuating, joy, jealousy, anger, his very expression reflecting this turmoil. Chapter 135. The Sword of Heaven's Path. 6 months later. However, Liu Chan appeared unaffected, his expression remaining unchanged. It was merely because he had completely conquered this blade that he was impervious to its influence. Gazing at the blade of reincarnation, Liu Chan nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "A fine sword. The name Reincarnation truly befits this blade." The 6 paths of reincarnation symbolize 6 emotions and represent the 6 realms. The realm of the heavens embodies arrogance. The Azura realm signifies jealousy. The human realm represents desire. The beast realm denotes ignorance. The hungry ghost realm embodies greed, and the hell realm signifies anger. Each realm possesses its own sword technique. The system has granted 4 sword techniques, all exclusive to reincarnation, akin to specialized gear in a game. Is this a cursed blade? How could it influence human emotions? Sauron inquired, intrigued. In a sense, yes, but others may not be able to wield it effectively. Liu Chan replied with a slight smile. He then continued to elucidate the concept of sword intent to Sauron, sharing his understanding in hopes that Sauron would grasp it. I will demonstrate it for you, and I hope you can comprehend it. I will also serve as your sparring partner. In 6 months, I must depart, Liu Chan declared. All right. Sauron's eyes were resolute, as though he had made a significant decision. In a span of 6 months, he was determined to learn more about swordsmanship from Liu Chan. In the remaining year and a half, he would have to rely solely on himself. With that said, Liu Chan concentrated his sword intent upon the wheel of reincarnation and suddenly raised his long sword, pointing it towards the heavens. The very fabric of the world seemed to shift. A streak of soaring sword intent pierced the sky, dispersing the layers of mist enveloping the island and allowing sunlight to once again illuminate its surface. Akin to a divine being descending from above, Zorro gazed at Liu Chan, now bathed in sunlight, and was filled with reverence, feeling that he was untouchable and beyond mere mortal sight. Not far away, within the castle, Hawkeye was also drawn by the changes in the environment. Observing Liu Chan outside the castle, a smile crept across his face. This young man was indeed growing stronger, having unexpectedly devised such potent sword techniques. The sword he wielded appeared formidable as well. What kind of extraordinary encounters had he experienced? The sword intent surged upward, manifesting as a colossal golden sword, 100 meters long. With a single word uttered by Liu Chan, the gigantic sword descended with precision. Wherever the golden giant sword passed, all mist and darkness were swept away, leaving only light in its wake. With a thunderous boom, the ground ahead was cleaved by the sword energy, creating a chasm several hundred meters long and 1,000 meters deep, resembling an artificial canyon. The entire island seemed to tremble in response. After a cacophony of sound, tranquility gradually returned. As the dust settled, a remarkably long canyon remained. Indeed, Liu Chan nodded in satisfaction. Although the wheel of reincarnation was not an unparalleled blade, Its might was certainly not inferior. Suddenly, Hawkeye materialized behind him, smiling as he remarked on his rapid progress, expressing anticipation for their eventual duel. "Master, I still have a long way to go." Liu Chan waved his hand dismissively. Hawkeye's sword intent was classified as SSS level, and breaking through that threshold required immense practice. Even in a simplified manner, it demanded a significant amount of time akin to that of a vice admiral. As for the system rewards that could directly enhance his skills, he was reluctant to expend them, choosing to reserve them for critical moments. In this world, the strong were plentiful, with some not having yet unleashed their full potential, such as the Five Elders and Emu. Chuckling, Mihawk remained silent and turned back towards the castle. Meanwhile, Zoro, seemingly enlightened, examined his 3 swords with great care. Liu Chan chose not to disturb him, allowing him the solitude to contemplate deeply. As a member of the protagonist group, Zoro's combat prowess ranked second aboard the ship. His talent in swordsmanship was undeniably formidable. In the days that followed, most of Liu Chen's time was spent engaged in combat with Zoro for a day, followed by 3 days of rest. However, it was not Liu Chen who needed the rest. It was Zoro who required time to recuperate from his injuries, for otherwise, the accumulation of wounds could lead to serious harm. Nevertheless, Zoro was truly reckless, insisting on rising to battle Liu Chen again, regardless of the severity of his injuries, until he was utterly exhausted. Even Liu Chen felt a semblance of admiration, questioning whether he could ever exhibit such tenacity. However, he had not encountered significant setbacks, never having been pushed to the brink of defeat. Perhaps he could only blame himself for being too powerful. Invincibility can be a lonely path. Time flew by, and on one particular day, 6 months later, Zoro lay in bed swathed in white cloth, nursing his wounds after another grueling battle with Liu Chen. Suddenly, Perona floated by the window, her brow furrowed as she exclaimed, "Hey, Zoro, it seems he is about to leave." "Leaving?" Zoro replied, eager to rise but lacking the strength, ultimately deciding against it. Throughout the past 6 months, he had fought Liu Chen countless times and learned much, successfully mastering sword intent. Yet, he had never once triumphed over Liu Chen, not even catching a glimpse of his true strength. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that one day he would be able to defeat Liu Chen. Elsewhere, Liu Chen had indeed departed from Kana Island, while Hawkeye remained. Over the past 6 months, they had engaged in numerous battles, but Zoro's eyes had remained entirely unscathed. As for how his eye was lost, it seemed the will of this world did not wish for Liu Chen to know, perhaps deeming the timing inappropriate. However, that mattered little now. It was time to return to the East Sea. Yet, shortly after setting off, the Navy's transponder snail rang, and Carp's voice echoed within, "Hey, you little brat, when are you coming back? If you don't return soon, that vice admiral position of yours will be revoked by a Kainu." "Haha, Grandpa, I'll be back shortly," Liu Chen replied with a resigned smile. Over the past 6 months, the Navy headquarters had relocated to the G1 branch in the New World, which had become the new Navy headquarters. Marineford had transformed into a desolate ruin, with only the Navy stationed there. Akainu had successfully ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral, while Akiji had left the Navy, initiating a worldwide conscription, which not only recruited many Marines, but also appointed 2 new admirals, Green Bull and Fujitora. Liu Chan was aware of these events, as they had been reported in the newspapers. Days later, at the new Navy headquarters, as Liu Chan returned, he headed to Carp's office. "Grandpa, you little brat, you finally decided to come back." Carp laughed heartily. "Of course, I came back to see you." "Really just for me?" Carp teased, picking his nose. Liu Chan chuckled in silence and replied, "Honestly, I wanted to check in at the Navy headquarters first, then return to the East Sea." "Yes, a trip back to the East Sea is a good idea." Carp nodded slightly and continued, "Did you see the news in the papers? I heard Ace has appeared in the New World several times, gathering the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates to form a new pirate crew, still calling it the Whitebeard Pirates, seemingly to inherit Whitebeard's will. If you encounter them again, lend a hand if you can. Rest assured, Grandpa, I am fully aware," Liu Chan affirmed with a nod. He was indeed aware of these developments, and had his suspicions regarding Ace's association with the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, he remained in the dark about Luffy's situation, uncertain whether Ace had hidden him away to train with Rayleigh. If fate allowed, they would surely reunite. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Vice Admiral Lu Chen inside? Came a man's voice from outside. Yes, what is it? Can't you see my grandson and I are reminiscing? Carp barked. Upon hearing this, the Navy personnel outside hesitated for a moment, but continued. Admiral Sakazuki requests Vice Admiral Lu Chen to come at once. He says it's regarding an important mission. At the mention of Sakazuki, Carp's temper flared, and he scolded, "Get lost." Why, yes, sir. The Navy personnel outside dared not open the door and quickly departed. Having delivered the message, they were too afraid to offend Carp. Grandfather, I shall not linger any longer. I will see what Akainu requires of me. With that, Lu Chen turned to leave. Carp nodded slightly, advising, do not fear that young man. Should anything arise, inform me. If he dares to undermine you, I shall deal with him. Very well, grandfather. Lu Chen flashed a smile and exited the office. He then made his way to the marshal's office and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Kulmin. A moment later, the voice of Sakazuki echoed from within. Lu Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding Sakazuki engrossed in some documents. Upon seeing Sakazuki, he felt a surge of anger and stood silently before him without uttering a word. Sakazuki, displaying displeasure, spoke. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, the G1 branch, formerly known as Marineford, is currently lacking a vice admiral for its defense. You are to be assigned to the G1 branch until its reconstruction is complete. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Lu Chen nodded readily. There is little enjoyment to be found in the Marine headquarters, with numerous restrictions. It is preferable to be stationed below. Although Sakazuki intended to reassign Lu Chen, that location would not be ready for 2 to 3 years. Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback by Lu Chen's willingness. Is there anything else? Nothing more. If that is all, I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Chen turned to depart. Observing Lu Chen's demeanor, Sakazuki recalled the previous encounter where Lu Chen had taught him a lesson and admonished, Lu Chen, what is this attitude? Is this how you regard the Marine Marshal? What do you care for my attitude? I have said my piece. Does that mean I cannot leave? My grandfather has warned that should you lay a finger on me, he will not hesitate to retaliate. Lu Chen replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's expression darkened, leaving him speechless. Ever since Akiji departed from the Marines, their combat strength had significantly diminished. If Lu Chen and Carp, both of whom possessed the strength of formidable admirals, were to leave, the Marines he commanded would be rendered nearly powerless, likely unable to contend even with the 4 emperors. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the Marine headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. An incident has occurred. Sakazuki's expression shifted as he immediately dashed out the door. Lu Chen followed closely behind, arriving atop the walls of the Marine headquarters to ascertain the situation. He beheld numerous derelict ships and massive boulders floating ominously above the Marine headquarters. Is that the Golden Lion Shiki? Lu Chen gazed into the sky, where a colossal ship, Shiki's pirate vessel, loomed above. This feat could only be attributed to one individual. What could he possibly be plotting? The summit war has only just concluded. Indeed, Carp and Sengoku also appeared atop the Marine headquarters, their brows furrowed as they regarded Shiki's ship. Meanwhile, countless Marines were stationed in the bay, but the enemy was airborne beyond the reach of cannon fire, rendering them unable to strike the ships and boulders above. Suddenly, the abandoned vessels and boulders began plummeting at breakneck speed. The system's prompt chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Assist the Marines in resolving the current predicament. System reward. 200 energy points, 1 sword technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Eliminate Golden Lion Shiki. System reward. 3,000 energy points, 1 sword technique, 1 physical technique, 1 supreme great blade. The mission rewards were indeed substantial. As the multitude of derelict ships descended from the sky, Akainu remained motionless, standing his ground. Naturally, Carp and Sengoku did not intervene, as both were currently in advisory roles. Fire the cannons. Sound alarm. Evacuate. The ships are going to fall. Panic ensued among the Marines below. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's face as he leaped from the high wall, positioning himself before everyone, and shouted, "Everyone, fall back. Stand behind me. It is Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Vice Admiral Lu Chun has come to our aid. Quickly, retreat behind Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Move, move." All the Marines rushed towards Lu Chun, seeking refuge behind him. Subsequently, Lu Chun unsheathed the famed blade, Reincarnation. As a powerful sword intent and domineering aura coalesced around the blade, forming arcs of crimson lightning and a vibrant red aura. 6 paths of Azura's jealousy sword. With a focused gaze, he swung his sword. The blade of Reincarnation unleashed an overwhelming, bloody aura, reminiscent of a massacre, akin to a realm of Azura. The intense Azura energy enveloped the sword intent, resembling a formidable Azura in the flesh, hurtling towards the descending ships and boulders with tremendous speed. Even if Shiki attempted to alter their trajectory, it was already too late. Boom! Wherever the sword intent ravaged, all boulders and ships were crushed to dust. Countless fragments of stone and wood cascaded from the sky like a hailstorm, albeit not of large size. The sword intent sliced through the air, aimed directly at Golden Lion Shiki's vessel. Chapter 137. Marineford, Farewell to an Old Acquaintance. Meanwhile, within the cabin of Shiki's ship, several scientists rushed to report to Shiki. "Captain, a sword intent is heading our way. Please evade to the sides immediately." Shiki's expression shifted, and he barked, "Do you take me for blind?" With that, he maneuvered the ship to dodge. However, Lu Chen's sword intent was exceedingly swift. Even with Shiki employing his fruit's powers, the ship failed to evade the attack entirely. A corner was sheared off. Boom! The ship erupted in a violent explosion. Countless debris rained down from above. Were it not for Shiki's few Nomi abilities, their vessel would have plummeted from the sky as well. Vice Admiral Lu Chun is formidable. Vice Admiral Lu Chun has grown even stronger. Haha! Our Marines are not to be trifled with. The Marines were filled with excitement, their gazes towards Lu Chun brimming with admiration. From above, Sengoku observed Lu Chun below and murmured, "This grandson has indeed grown stronger, and that famed blade in his hand appears to be a cursed sword." "Indeed, who do you think his grandfather is?" Karp remarked, picking his nose. Simultaneously, Sakazuki also noted Lu Chen's prowess, yet he was more concerned about the Marine's perception of Lu Chun, and bellowed, What are you standing around for? Hurry and clear the wreckage. Restore order to the Marine headquarters." "Yes, Marshal." The Marines hastily dispersed. However, they could not help but voice their grievances toward Sakazuki. Ever since Sakazuki ascended to the rank of Marshal, it seems we have not enjoyed a moment's peace. Indeed, if only Admiral Akiji were the Marshal. Alas, he has become a pirate. Shoo! Do you not fear Marshal Sakazuki overhearing? I believe Vice Admiral Lu Chun would make a fine marshal. At least he would care about our lives. Sakazuki glared at them with a deathly stare, causing them to flee in fear. As for Shiki in the sky, he emerged outside the cabin, gazing down at Lu Chun and murmuring to himself, "Is he the Marine supernova? The grandson of Karp, Monkey D. Lu Ching indeed possesses the same demeanor as his esteemed grandfather." Observing that Shiki ceased to make a move, Lu Ching approached the side of Sengoku and Karp, stating, "Grandfather, Sakazuki has dispatched me to Marineford for supervision. I estimate it will be several years before I return." "Well, it is prudent for you to go to Marineford. It provides an opportunity to ascertain Shiki's intentions. His destination aligns with the East Blue, and I fear he may undertake actions that could retaliate against the world," Karp replied with a grave expression. As a naval officer hailing from the East Blue, his concerns for his homeland were profound. "I understand, Grandfather," Lu Ching affirmed with a nod. His acceptance of Sakazuki's assignment was, in fact, motivated by a desire to return to the East Blue and fulfill certain missions. Suddenly, Sengoku interjected, "Sakazuki, how could he possibly send you to such a location? Speak, if you have the ability, let him prevent my grandson from going." Karp retorted with irritation. "Ahem." Sengoku coughed tactically, his expression darkening. "Grandfather, Uncle Sengoku, I shall take my leave now," Lu Ching declared before discreetly departing, not wishing to remain amidst their quarrel. especially as he was already set to leave the New World. The following morning, Luching departed the new Marine headquarters en route to Marineford, bringing Ein along with him. Following the war on the top, Ein had been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, but remained Luching's aide. Days later, the duo arrived at Marineford and conducted a handover with the stationed Rear Admiral. However, shortly after the transition, Luching stumbled upon alarming news regarding the East Blue. An island had been utterly annihilated, with no survivors, and the remnants included numerous strange, colossal creatures. Curiously, all these creatures had perished in battle, suggesting they had turned against one another. After a moment of contemplation, Luching slowly rose. I must make a solitary journey to the East Blue to address certain matters. You aren't planning to confront the Golden Lion Shiki, are you? He is a pirate of Roger's era, not to be underestimated. Ein remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Villages in the East Blue have already been destroyed. I fear my own childhood village may be next. It is imperative that I return, Luching replied earnestly. His motivations extended beyond mere duty. There were cherished individuals in the East Blue, and it was also what Karp wished for him to undertake. I will accompany you, Ein insisted. Luching shook his head. You must remain in Marineford to oversee operations and assist in stalling matters. Otherwise, Akainu will come after me, and I find his presence irksome. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Ein finally acquiesced. Very well, be cautious on your journey. Should you encounter Shiki and find yourself in peril, escape swiftly. He is a ruthless pirate. Rest assured, there are few who can contend with me in this world, Luching replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Ein, Luching stealthily departed from Marineford, setting his course for the East Blue. Yet, before embarking on that journey, he needed to visit another location. Shiki might not be in the East Blue, but rather on a floating island known as Strong World. Reaching that place solely by human means was nearly impossible, unless one possessed a unique devil fruit ability akin to Shiki's. Thus, he needed to seek out a means to voyage to the floating island Strong World. Consequently, Luching discreetly visited the Marine headquarters, locating Vegapunk to borrow a power-driven flying vessel. As for electricity, he possessed the Rumble fruit, granting him an inexhaustible supply of power. Unfortunately, when he acquired the Rumble fruit, Enel had yet to construct the spacecraft capable of reaching the moon. Had he been able to seize that, he would not have needed to borrow from Vegapunk. Boarding the flying vessel, Luching directly headed towards the East Blue. Flying high above, he was not concerned about being detected by the Marines below. They were too distant to discern anything more than a dark speck, especially as he remained largely concealed among the clouds. With an impressive output of electrical energy, Luching's vessel soared at remarkable speed. Approximately 10 days later, a commotion awakened Luching from his slumber. What is that? Is it a flying ship? This is my first time witnessing such a sight. No, it appears to be a creation of Vegapunk, marked with his insignia. It belongs to the Marines. Standing on the deck, Luching took out his telescope and suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's you. He deftly maneuvered the ship towards the approaching island. Chapter 138. A Journey Together, the System's Intent. At that moment, the inhabitants on the opposite island observed the swift approach of the vessel, their expressions tinged with anxiety. That ship seems to be heading straight for us. Should we flee? Could they be coming to attack us? I think I will take my leave first. Let me take a look. Suddenly, a woman with orange hair stepped forward, raising her telescope, and a gentle smile emerged on her face. It's him. Who? Which one? The surrounding elders inquired. The girl smiled knowingly. You do not recognize him? Upon witnessing her expression, the elders suddenly understood. They had never seen such a smile on Nami's face before. Clearly, he was a longtime friend. Soon after, Luching's vessel landed on the island. He leapt from the ship, exclaiming, Nami, it has been a long time. I never expected to encounter you here. Lultank ni. Nami's face brightened with joy as she rushed toward him and embraced him tightly. They had not seen each other since their parting at Slayedthe Archipelago, and she was now all alone, with her companions scattered across the globe. How have you been? Luching inquired, reminiscent of their childhood as he ruffled Nami's hair. Our little Nami has grown quite a bit, and your hair has become longer. Oomph. Nami's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully punched Luching's chest. Pouting, Luching and I. How can you say that? At Slayedthe, you gave us quite the thrashing. Haha. That was merely to make you realize that your current strength is insufficient. The dangers of the new world are far more terrifying than you can imagine. After all, it is the territory of the 4 emperors, Luching replied, his expression turning serious. In truth, his primary purpose was to accomplish a task triggered by the system. Nami huffed, continuing to inquire, what are you planning to do? Why are you alone? She was already aware that Luching was the knight, and now he was alone, dressed in marine attire, likely on submission. The East Blue, Luching simply stated. However, the astute Nami quickly inferred the situation, pressing further. You intend to go to the East Blue to prevent further destruction of islands? Indeed, the East Blue is my homeland. It is necessary for me to return, Luching affirmed. Then I shall accompany you. The East Blue is my homeland as well, and I worry about Belmir and the others. I fear they may be the next victims. Nami expressed her concerns. Upon hearing this, Luching fell into deep thought and replied solemnly, Do you know who our impending adversary is? He is not easily dealt with. Should you accompany me, you may encounter peril. I do not know, but I must go. Nami nodded with certainty. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Luching agreed, saying, All right, let us go together. Yay! Thank you, brother Luching, Nami exclaimed. Luching gave a slight nod. His compliance was not solely due to the inability to dissuade her, but also because the system had triggered task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Accompany Nami to defeat Captain Slayedthe, the Golden Lion. System reward, 100 energy points. The task appeared straightforward, yet for the system, it might not be as simple as it seemed. There was no doubt that the system had its own intentions. After Nami made her preparations, she and Luching set off towards the East Sea, seeking the floating island strong world. Days later, under a clear sky, the two continued their aimless journey through the skies. Luching reclined leisurely on the deck. Suddenly, Nami emerged from the cabin, her brows slightly furrowed. Brother Luching, steer the ship to the left. A heavy storm is approaching. Oh, all right. Luching responded without hesitation, harnessing the power of lightning to swiftly maneuver the ship leftward. Concurrently, a massive dark cloud surged towards them, precisely the storm Nami had mentioned. Thunder rumbled within, and wherever it passed, chaos ensued. A few minutes later, they successfully evaded the storm. Yay! Brother Luching, do you have another devil fruit? Nami rushed over, high-fiving Luching in celebration and whispering her inquiry. After a light chuckle, Luching nodded, Yes, but don't tell anyone, or my secret will be out. Hee. All right, then I will keep Brother Luching's 2 secrets. Nami replied with a smile. All right, I know you are impressive. Luching responded. Just then, the sunlight above them was obscured as a colossal ship appeared in the sky. Luching raised an eyebrow, pulling Nami behind him. Be careful, it's Slayedthe the Golden Lion. Isn't he a pirate from the same era as Pirate King Roger? Nami's expression changed slightly. She had heard tales of that legendary pirate, but how could he possibly be here now? Luching nodded slightly, fixated on the approaching figure. Slayedthe had long golden hair that flowed to the ground, reminiscent of a lion's mane, and his entire body was adorned with golden fur. No wonder he was called the Golden Lion. Character, Slayedthe. Position, Captain of the Golden Lion Pirates. Fruit, Fua no Mi. Level, SSS. Skills, Fruit Development SSS. Armament Haki SS. Bounty, 2. 8 billion berries. Slayedthe hovered in the air, observing Luching and Nami with keen interest. Rear Admiral Munki de Luching. What brings you here? Is it just the 2 of you on your ship? Why am I here, don't you know? Luching replied with a smile. Ha, indeed. Being from the East Sea, are you here to stop me? Slayedthe laughed boisterously. Enough with the nonsense. With that, Luching, uninterested in further banter, drew his sword, Rebirth. Just as he was about to strike, Slayedthe suddenly appeared on his ship, touching the vessel's hull. With a slight twist of his hand, he seized control of the entire ship, causing it to spin wildly and hurl Luching and Nami off. Nami, Luching's brow furrowed, unable to regain control of his body in time. As he reached for Nami's hand, Slayedthe appeared before him. Kid, I'll be taking your friend for now. Slayedthe smirked, knocking Nami unconscious and abducting her. Bastard. Lu Chun's expression turned furious as he activated Moonwalk, momentarily suspending himself in midair, drawing rebirth. Just as he was about to attack, Shiki shamelessly used Nami as a shield. Chapter 139. The Secret of Rebirth, the Just Navy. Ha, kid. You could just stay down there for now. In an instant, Shiki and Nami returned to his pirate ship. Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he shouted, "Shiki, just wait. I will not let you get away with this." With that, he swiftly activated Moonwalk, pursuing the spinning ship. Fortunately, the ship had unfurled its sails, causing it to descend slowly, allowing Lu Chen to catch up. Of course, falling from a height of 10,000 meters would not likely result in his demise. However, he needed a tool to pursue Shiki. Otherwise, he might lose track of him entirely. Upon returning to his ship, Lu Chen retrieved the sea stone he had prepared and neutralized Shiki's control over the vessel, quickly steering it to chase after Shiki. Meanwhile, Shiki had returned to his cabin, handing Nami over to his subordinate, instructing, "Lock her up and take her back to Strong World." "Yes, Captain." A man resembling a clown, with shoes that made noise with every step, departed. After approximately half an hour, as they neared Strong World, the helmsman shouted, "Captain, someone is following us." "What?" Shiki approached, peering through the image snail, and saw Lu Chun's ship. He scowled. "That brat again. Didn't he fall off? He has got some strength. Oomph. Let us see if he can hold on." Meanwhile, Lu Chen concealed his ship while observing that they were nearing Strong World, a smile gracing his lips. "Finally, we have arrived." Furthermore, he understood why the system had triggered the task to accompany Nami. Just after Nami was kidnapped, the system activated a new task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Rescue Nami. System reward: 1,000 energy points, 1 sword technique, 10 materials needed to construct the king of the underworld. It seemed the system had anticipated certain events, hence the necessity to take Nami along. Regardless, triggering a convenient task was highly favorable for Lu Chen. Now, he only needed to eliminate Shiki. Suddenly, Lu Chun's brow raised as his observation hockey detected an anomaly. Looking up, he saw a lion form from clouds charging towards a ship. "Shiki!" Lu Chen scoffed, slowly raising his hands, 2 vibrating energy rings materializing within them. He struck the air before him with force. Crack! Crack! With a resounding noise, the air appeared to shatter completely, fissures forming in the space around him. The cloud lions released by Shiki erupted in a blast, disintegrating into thick clouds. Just as Lu Chen thought it was over, Shiki's ship vanished from sight. "Bastard!" Lu Chen muttered under his breath. He had no choice but to temporarily descend. Reaching Strong World was paramount. He could then seek out Shiki's whereabouts through other means, trusting that the villagers on the island would know. Upon landing in one of the vast forests, a colossal mantis, towering like a giant, charged towards Lu Chen with its sharp, massive arms. With a single stroke, it could sever entire trees that several people could barely embrace. The system rated it as a B-level threat, indicating its formidable power. In the islands of the East Sea, such strength, coupled with their sheer numbers, would render any island incapable of withstanding total destruction. Yet before Lu Chen, there might seem insignificant. With a swift draw of his sword, SwordsmanWho, Lu Chen unleashed a powerful slash. A dark blade of light flashed by, and just as the giant mantis prepared to strike, its body inexplicably split in 2. Blood gushed forth, flowing towards the sword in Lu Chen's grip, where it was absorbed until the mantis's corpse was reduced to a desiccated husk. It appeared that SwordsmanWho reveled in this act, its blade taking on a sinister hue. Intriguing, Lu Chen mused, as this was his first observation of SwordsmanWho absorbing blood. This alone confirmed that SwordsmanWho was far from ordinary, and upon further evolution, it would undoubtedly transcend the realm of mere supreme blades. Perhaps it could ascend to an even higher tier, surpassing that of the Supreme Blade. Furthermore, Lu Chen harbored a bold hypothesis. Beyond this world, another realm might exist, one even stronger than that of the Pirate King. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen, wielding SwordsmanWho, smiled mischievously. "So many beasts inhabit this island. They are perfect for enhancing your power. Such an opportunity is rare." With that, he commenced a massacre throughout the forest. Not a single beast he encountered could escape his lethal grasp. The roles had reversed. He was no longer the prey, but the hunter. The forest echoed with the anguished cries of the beasts and the explosive sounds of battle. Most of the monsters possessed A-level strength, though A-level beasts were not numerous. Half a day later, Lu Chun had nearly exterminated all the beasts within the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from his left. The grass nearby stirred. Lu Chun turned, fixing his gaze on the underbrush, and said coldly, "Come out. If you don't, I will take action. Please don't kill me." A small girl, her arms adorned with wings and a pair of wings sprouting from her back, emerged from the grass. She covered her eyes, not daring to meet Lu Chun's gaze. "Why are you covering your eyes? I want to eat you," Lu Chun queried, having already discerned that she was not a beast, which is why he had refrained from attacking. Marguerite, the little girl, quickly shook her head. "If I see you, I'll die, just like my grandmother said." Lu Chun's expression darkened, suspecting that the girl had mistaken him for a villain after witnessing his slaughter of the beasts. "I'm not a bad person. I am a righteous marine here to help you deal with Slayedthe." As he spoke, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. A marine? Hearing this, Marguerite cautiously opened her hands a fraction to peek at Lu Chun, noting that his attire was indeed different from that of Slayedthe's men. Upon inspecting Lu Chun's appearance, he did not resemble the devil her grandmother had described. "What is a marine? Are you here to confront the notorious pirate Slayedthe?" Marguerite's eyes widened in surprise. "The Marines specialize in combating pirates. We apprehend the wicked," Lu Chun explained patiently. "Is that true?" Marguerite's eyes sparkled with hope, her gaze wide as saucers. "Of course," Lu Chun affirmed. "Then you must drive away the Golden Lion pirates. They have made many people in our village ill, including my grandmother." Marguerite pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. "Do not worry. Just tell me where the Golden Lions are. They are on the highest mountain ahead." "Excellent." With the guidance, a knowing smile crept across Lu Chun's lips. "I shall ascend slowly and deal with them." "Big brother, will you come to my village?" Marguerite asked. "No need. I would want to bring trouble to you. I will hunt more beasts here and then confront that lion directly." "All right, big brother, I believe in you." With that, Lu Chun personally escorted Marguerite out of the forest, ensuring her safety before he ventured towards the lair of the Golden Lion pirates. Along the way, he continued to slay every beast he encountered, each one falling victim to his blade. All were transformed into experience for the swift blade Slayedthe. In no time, Slayedthe, which had been at the swift blade level, ascended to the good blade tier, augmenting its power further. Several hours later, Lu Chun arrived at the entrance of the Golden Lion pirate stronghold. The city gates loomed tall, guarded by numerous pirates. Upon seeing Lu Chun, they immediately raised their firearms and blocked his path. "Marine, how did you get in here?" Dressed in marine attire, he was quickly dismissed. However, Lu Chun paid them no heed, gently swinging his long blade and unleashing a basic attack slash. The rushing blade aura surged towards the gates. The pirates stationed at the gates were caught off guard as the fierce blade aura cleaved through the sturdy walls. Boom! The once sealed city walls were split in two in an instant, debris scattering and striking the surrounding pirates. That hurts. Run. This marine is too strong. Quick, notify the captain." The pirates stationed at the city gates fled in panic, every last one of them terrified by his overwhelming might. "Ha!" Lu Chun chuckled coldly, shaking his head slightly. What a pity. These men could have contributed to Slayedthe's experience. He then strode towards the stronghold of the Golden Lion pirates, slaughtering every pirate that attempted to obstruct him. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the stronghold, a panicked pirate rushed to the captain, Slayedthe, who sat upon his throne. "Captain, bad news. A marine has stormed through the front gate, and we don't know how many brothers he has slain." Hearing this, Slayedthe furrowed his brow and glanced at Nami beside him. "You all go and stop him. I will join you shortly." "Yes, Captain." The officers within the hall quickly exited to confront the intruder. Slayedthe remained behind, turning to Nami with a curious expression. "Have you not yet decided to join my pirate crew? If you do, your hometown and you will not perish. I will never join you. My brother Lu Chun has come to save me. He will rescue me," Nami declared earnestly. Just a marine rookie. Does he really think the Golden Lion fears the weak? Shiki snorted disdainfully. Once I eliminate that brat, we shall see if you still refuse to join my crew. He understood that Nami's reliance lay with Lu Chun. As long as Lu Chun was dead, all would be resolved. Moreover, Lu Chun is the grandson of Karp, and slaying his grandson serves as perfect retribution for the enmity of that day. Nami gazed at Shiki's departing figure, her face etched with concern as she murmured, "Brother Lu Chun, I have faith in you. You shall surely triumph over the Golden Lion." Meanwhile, several officers from the Golden Lion pirates burst forth from the Great Hall, charging towards Lu Chun with menacing intent. "You little brat, die!" they roared. "How dare you trouble the Golden Lion pirates? Prepare to meet your demise. Kill him." A sinister smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. "Indeed, these foes shall suffice." With that, he activated the Marine's 6 styles, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before one of the pirate officers. "A swift end," he proclaimed. Blood gushed forth, yet it was all absorbed by the cycle of reincarnation, leaving the slain pirate officer as nothing more than a desiccated corpse. As the other pirates attempted to launch their assault, Lu Chen's figure vanished once more, methodically dispatching the enemies before him. With each strike, another pirate fell beneath his blade, their bodies reduced to mere husks. This time, Lu Chen refrained from releasing slashes, instead employing the powers of reincarnation to eliminate his adversaries, facilitating its advancement. As time passed, the corpses piled up, 1, 2, 3. The surrounding pirates were already paralyzed with fear, fleeing in terror. "Run! He is a demon. We stand no chance against him." They recalled that he was indeed Rear Admiral Lu Chun, a Marine supernova. "Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted the sword in my hand?" Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent. He became as ethereal as a phantom, weaving through the fleeing pirates, systematically slaughtering them. Moments later, Lu Chun found himself before the remaining pirates, who had all come to a halt, transformed into lifeless corpses, without a single drop of blood spilled. Simultaneously, the sword of reincarnation glimmered with a sinister crimson hue. It advanced once more, evolving into a formidable blade. Observing this, a satisfied smile graced Lu Chen's lips. "You pirates have at least made a small contribution." Suddenly, a voice, steeped in weariness, resonated. Who would have thought a Marine so ruthlessly cruel would exist? Such a rarity. Golden Lion Shiki emerged from the Great Hall, a hint of surprise upon his countenance. The Karp he knew was a hero of the Marines, not one to exhibit such brutality. It was astonishing that his grandson was a cold-blooded killer. In such a short span, he had decimated a significant portion of his crew. The Marines are, after all, tasked with eliminating pirates, are they not? Besides, since you have taken so many lives in the East Blue, is it not justified for me to take yours? Lu Chen scoffed. A pirate daring to lecture him on morality? How absurd. Shiki's expression darkened as he suddenly noticed the long blade in Lu Chen's hand, frowning. Is that a cursed sword? It does not resemble any cursed blade I know, for it absorbs blood. The only one I am aware of that absorbs haki is Enma. This is the first time I have encountered a sword that drinks blood. Chapter 141. Sword of Anger from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. You concern yourself with matters that do not concern you. I shall slay you, and then I can return with my report. Lu Chun pointed his sword at Shiki and made a swift slash. A fierce strike surged forward, while Shiki raised his right foot, utilizing the famed blade upon it to unleash a counterattack. Wave slash. In an instant, a golden slash shot forth, colliding with Lu Chen's strike. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as their blades clashed, the sword energy erupting into countless razor-sharp shards that ravaged the surroundings. Wherever the wave of energy swept, it left destruction in its wake. The observing pirates were all slashed by the sword energy, some even perishing. A light chuckle escaped Golden Lion Shiki, his interest piqued. Who would have thought a swordsman of your caliber existed among the Marines? You likely possess the strength of a Marine admiral, do you not? Yet I wonder why you have not ascended to that rank. You truly pry into matters that do not concern you, Lu Chen replied with a cold smile. Upon finishing his words, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly levitated into the air, proclaiming, "As one ages, one tends to take interest in the more intriguing matters, hence my curiosity. If you would join my Golden Lion pirates, all past grievances can be forgotten, and together we shall rule this world. What say you? To think that you aspire to govern this world alongside me? You still lack the stature. There are many who could easily erase you, just as they could eradicate my existence. It seems you have yet to witness the true horrors of this world. Lu Chun shook his head. Golden Lion Shiki's expression soured as he growled. Very well, I shall see just how powerful you really are. Once I eliminate you, that navigator will naturally join my crew. Lioness might, he declared, and the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Lu Chun steadied himself on the quaking earth, scanning his surroundings, bewildered. Countless mounds of earth rose, encircling him. Those clumps gradually morphed into enormous lion heads, their gaping maws poised to devour Lu Chun, who stood at the center of this encirclement. Roar! 6 lion heads surrounded him, leaving him with no escape. Even if he attempted to ascend using moonwalk, Shiki would merely elevate the lion heads further, for all the earth lay under his dominion. Soon, Lu Chun found himself ensnared by the 6 lion heads. Before such colossal figures, he resembled a mere ant, destined to be consumed. You dare challenge me, little brat? You are still too green, Shiki remarked, a triumphant look gracing his features as he gazed down at the stone figures that had solidified beneath him. However, as soon as he spoke, dark rays of light emanated from the stone lions, fissures appearing on their surfaces. Crack! Crack! 6 paths of reincarnation, sword of anger. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! It was as if the stone lions, under Shiki's command, had been shattered to countless fragments, scattering across the ground. In the next moment, Lu Chun's figure materialized before everyone. Yet now, he appeared somewhat different. His right hand wielded the sword of reincarnation, emanating an aura of boundless darkness. Enveloping his entire being in a terrifying black mist, his eyes blood-red, resembling a malevolent spirit of the world. A cursed sword. Indeed, it is a cursed sword. How on earth did this boy come to possess such a blade? Golden Lion Shiki's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Lu Chun's hands. He mused, and the power of the Gura Gura no Mi is indeed within him. He had heard whispers of Lu Chun consuming Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi, but it had only been hearsay. The Marines seemed to have hushed this information, leaving him uncertain. Yet now, witnessing it with his own eyes, he could confirm its truth. Roar! Suddenly, Lu Chun let out a skyward howl, a fierce roar escaping his lips as he lightly swung the sword of reincarnation. The black aura coalesced, forming a rapidly flying slash that sped toward Golden Lion Shiki. The accompanying dark aura resembled a pitch-black demon from the depths of hell, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, all of which lunged towards the Golden Lion Shiki. The lion Kiang Kigu. The Golden Lion Shiki floated mid-air, repeatedly wielding the long blades upon his legs, unleashing a flurry of slashes. The golden arcs of energy surged towards the demon. However, each of these strikes was effortlessly caught by the demon's massive arms. Yes, caught. It intercepted the corporeal sword energy and hurled it back towards the Golden Lion Shiki. The sword energy rebounded. What? The color drained from the face of the Golden Lion Shiki as he scrambled to dodge his own sword energy in the air. Yet, the furious sword unleashed by Lu Chun had already manifested before him, striking down heavily upon him. Boom! A deafening sound. The Golden Lion Shiki could hardly withstand such formidable sword energy, plummeting earthward like a cannonball. Bang! He sank deeply into the ground, creating a massive crater. Dirt flew, and dust swirled. At this moment, the dark energy clinging to Lu Chun gradually dissipated, his eyes returning to normal, but he gasped for air, murmuring, "Phew, phew. I can no longer use this technique. I nearly lost myself in the realm of hell." The 6 paths of reincarnation, combined with the cycle of reincarnation, possess immense power, even reaching the SSS level. However, the greatest fear lies in becoming lost amidst the 6 paths. Just moments ago, Lu Chun felt as though he were trapped in the realm of hell, his heart filled with unbridled fury. It seemed that only through slaughter could he alleviate the rage within. Cough, cough. Suddenly, The golden lion, Shiki, slowly rose from the rubble, appearing extremely disheveled, spitting out copious amounts of blood. The demon blade, indeed formidable, yet you can no longer wield such powerful sword techniques. Had he not utilized his armed color hockey to withstand some of the attack, he would have been cleaved in two. One could not help but admire the swordsmanship of this young upstart. I possess more than just this. Liu Chun smiled slightly, suddenly raising his right hand. His sword pointed towards the heavens. The heavens and earth were transformed. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if a storm were imminent. Within the clouds, lightning flickered, ready to descend at any moment. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck down from the thunderclouds. It descended straight. It accurately struck Liu Chen's reincarnation sword, enveloping both the blade and his entire being in a shroud of electricity. Crackle. Not only that, but Liu Chun stealthily utilized the powers of the thunder fruit to augment the lightning energy emanating from his reincarnation, a flowing heavenly thunder sacred sword. Chapter 142. The Demise of Golden Lion Shiki, the End of an Era. A colossal lightning sword formed, slicing through the air towards the Golden Lion Shiki with unparalleled speed. This is bad. The Golden Lion Shiki's expression shifted drastically, feeling an overwhelming pressure. The last time he felt such pressure was against the combined might of Carp and Sengoku. Had they not joined forces, he would certainly not have been captured. Yet now, he was experiencing formidable oppression beneath the sword of a mere youth. Am I growing old? Just like Whitebeard, unable to withstand the ravages of time. The Golden Lion Shiki, unwilling to yield, let out a furious roar, sweeping his hand to utilize his fruit's powers to control the surrounding blizzards. Lion's might, earthquake. He conjured 4 massive snowstorm lions from the raging winds and snow surrounding him. The 4-headed snowstorm lions charged at the lightning sword unleashed by Liu Chun, extending their claws in a bid to block the heavenly thunder sacred sword. However, lightning is one of nature's most destructive phenomena. The overwhelming power of the lightning immediately engulfed the snowstorm lions, melting them into wisps of vapor. The white mist dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. The Golden Lion Shiki was also struck by the powerful lightning sword, its energy enveloping him, illuminating every cell in his body with brilliance. Crackle. In mere moments, the Golden Lion Shiki's body was char-black. A plume of black smoke gradually ascended. The entire ground was engulfed in the power of lightning, flickering with silver arcs. You have aged. The old era has truly passed, and the new era has arrived. Liu Chun walked forward slowly, speaking gravely. Before him, the Golden Lion Shiki lay amidst the rubble, exhaling black smoke, weakly uttering, "The old era, you say? Roger. Whitebeard. I, Shiki, seem destined to follow you soon, haha. Yes, when you descend, be sure to send my regards to them, especially Whitebeard." Having said that, Liu Chun swung his sword, beheading the Golden Lion Shiki. The reincarnation absorbed Shiki's body entirely, leaving only the head behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards: 3,000 energy points, Sword Technique 1, Body Technique 1, Supreme Great Blade 1. Cough, cough. Upon witnessing Shiki's demise, Liu Chun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The battle with the Golden Lion Shiki had indeed left him with some injuries, which he had merely been enduring. Truly, a formidable warrior of the old era. His strength was undeniably impressive. Were it not for his age, akin to Whitebeard, he might not have been able to contend with the Golden Lion Shiki after all. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Brother Liu Chun. Nami, seeing the familiar figure, rushed towards him. Turning around, Liu Chun noticed Nami approaching and inquired with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. I knew Brother Liu Chun would come to rescue me. Nami smiled brightly. Suddenly, she noticed the blood lingering at the corner of Liu Chun's mouth and asked with concern, Brother Liu Chun, are you injured? Perhaps we should rest inside. It's nothing. The Golden Lion has already been slain by me, and we should leave this place. We can rest on the ship later, Liu Chun replied. All right. Thus, the two set off on their journey back. The system's notification rang once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards. 1,000 energy points. Sword Technique 1. 10 materials needed to construct the Underworld King. Days later, Liu Chan safely escorted Nami to Slayedthe Island, agreeing to meet again in the Slayedthe archipelago. While he lingered in Slayedthe for a few more days, primarily, he spent time enjoying Nami's company. Following this, Liu Chan returned to Windmill Village to visit the townsfolk. Notably, he sought out Alvia to spend a few more days with her. Only then did he return to Marineford. His duty was not yet complete. He still had several years ahead. However, the news of Liu Chen's slaying of the Golden Lion Shiki had already spread like wildfire across the world. With the demise of the Golden Lion Shiki, the old era had truly reached its conclusion. Indeed, Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, all three are gone, and the pirates have dwindled significantly. A new era has dawned, with pirate supernovas and the Navy supernova Liu Chan, whose strength likely rivals that of a Marine admiral. As the news spread, everyone began to pay increasing attention to this Marine Vice Admiral Liu Chan. He was hailed as the terminator of the old era and the inheritor of the new era. Thus, Liu Chan gained yet another title. Somewhere in the New World, Liu Chan, indeed formidable, his strength continues to grow, and we cannot afford to remain stagnant. Ace firmly grasped the newspaper, his gaze resolute. Yes, Ace. Let's engage in battle, urged Luffy beside him. Since the War of the Best, the two had been training under Rayleigh's guidance in the New World, mastering the 3 types of haki. At the new Marine headquarters, Sakazuki snorted in frustration, slamming his fist on the table. His ire was not solely directed at Liu Chan for abandoning his post, but also stemmed from his own powerlessness against him. After being ambushed by Liu Chan, he had personally visited the Holy Land to report the incident to the 5 elders. However, they exhibited no intention of reprimanding Liu Chan, merely stripping him of his qualifications to compete for the position of admiral. It was blatant favoritism. Sakazuki saw through this, which is why he dared not impose severe punishment on Liu Chan or demote him. Meanwhile, upon returning to Marineford, Liu Chan was approached by Ain, who presented him with a telegram. Liu Chan, this is from the headquarters. You are summoned to the Holy Land of Slayedthe. The 5 elders wish to see you. Oh! Upon hearing this, Liu Chan's interest was piqued. The 5 elders, the pinnacle of power in the world, with only one above them, wielded immense authority. Their sudden desire to meet him could signify either good fortune or misfortune. You can't escape me this time. We shall go together, Ain said with a smile. All right, let's see what Slayedthe looks like. I've never been there. Me neither. After preparing, the two set off towards Slayedthe. Marineford was close to the Red Line, and they quickly arrived at its base. However, reaching Slayedthe required an uphill journey by vehicle, as there were no waterways leading up, unlike Reverse Mountain, which had only mountain paths. To traverse the Red Line by sea, one would need to navigate 1,000 meters beneath the ocean, requiring ships to be reinforced to pass through. Yet, the depths were fraught with peril from formidable sea kings and beasts, as well as underwater volcanoes. Pirates preferred the underwater route over abandoning their ships. Chapter 133 Izambalonk ve Nasuroshenk. Liu Chan, how much longer until we arrive? This red line is truly towering. Ain remarked, gazing ahead. Although they traveled in a world government carriage, the journey to Slayedthe still required some time. I'm not sure. It's my first time visiting the Holy Land of Slayedthe. Liu Chan shook his head slightly. All right then, Ain replied. Suddenly, the man driving the carriage spoke. Gentlemen, we should arrive in about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Thank you. Ain responded. Through a gap, Liu Chan observed the driver, a faint smirk gracing his lips. It was known that the driver possessed A-rank strength. Even a mere carriage driver in Slayedthe was of such caliber, underscoring the formidable power of the Holy Land. It was rumored that the previous Holy Land was God Valley, which had been attacked by the Rocks pirates 40 years ago, nearly annihilating all celestial dragons, prompting the relocation to Slayedthe. Of course, it was possible that Slayedthe had always been the Holy Land. Liu Chan was uncertain, only aware of the existence of the Rocks pirates. Before long, the carriage halted, and the driver called out, Your Excellencies, you may disembark. We have arrived at Slayedthe. Very well. With that, Lu Chun and Ein descended from the carriage. Before them stood an immense city. Even from the outer walls, its opulence was apparent, far surpassing that of Slayedthe archipelago. It resembled a royal palace. Upon reflection, Slayedthe was indeed the epicenter of the world government's power, akin to a royal palace. "Let's proceed," Lu Chun urged. "Agreed," Ein replied. Together, they walked towards the city gates. After presenting their identities, they were permitted entry into the city. Upon entering Slayedthe, the clarity of the lavish villas grew more pronounced, with no signs of ordinary residences. The streets were filled exclusively with celestial dragons adorned in glass domes, while Lu Chun and Ein, dressed in navy attire, appeared as anomalies. Many celestial dragons regarded them with curiosity. "Navy? What brings the Navy here? Surely, they have come to serve us, for we are the exalted celestial dragons." Indeed, who would have thought it was a rear admiral and a captain? Listening to their unabashed remarks, Ein's brows furrowed, clearly displeased. Her limited interactions with celestial dragons had revealed their repugnant arrogance, bordering on shamelessness. Suddenly, a male celestial dragon obstructed Ein and Lu Chun's path, rudely stating, "Hey, Navy, you will follow me from now on and be my personal bodyguard." "I have my own position. I'm afraid I cannot," Ein replied, frowning. Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon, Flynn Lawrence, displayed displeasure, angrily retorting, "You insolent Navy. Did you not hear my command? I demand you serve my every need." Ein's expression tightened, her fists clenching as she suppressed her rage. Suddenly, Lu Chun stepped in front of Ein, coldly asserting, "He is my adjutant. He cannot be your personal bodyguard." "You, a mere rear admiral, dare to defy me? You are courting death. Kneel and lick my shoes, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I will have you killed." Flynn Lawrence bellowed furiously. Hearing this, Lu Chun's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent swirling within them as he uttered a single word, "Scram." This proclamation stunned the crowd. "What? He dares to insult us, celestial dragons. He is truly seeking death. Who is he to speak thus?" Lu Chun: "No. In Slayedthe, aside from the celestial dragons, there are also their slaves." Flynn Lawrence's slave was Bartholomew Kuma, upon whom he sat like a steed. "You, seeking death." Flynn Lawrence fumed, commanding, "Kill him." Before his words could settle, Lu Chun's hand had already grasped the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharpening as he prepared to unleash his sword technique. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching. An ancient voice rang out, "Stop." A man clad in a white robe, bald and wearing round glasses, approached. Upon sighting him, the other celestial dragons immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. "Martial God! Martial God!" Even Flynn Lawrence dared not utter another word, bowing his head. Lu Chun observed the man as he swiftly closed the distance between them, appearing before them in an instant. Character: Yizenbalong Nasishalang Shung. Position: Wealth and Martial God. Fruit: None. Level: SSS. Skills: Swordsmanship, SSS. Armament Hockey, SS. Bounty: None. Truly formidable. Indeed, a force to be reckoned with. The Wealth and Martial God, one of the five elders, raises the question of who is stronger, he or Carp. Yizenbalong Nasishalang Shung approaches Lu Chun, slightly nodding as a gesture of acknowledgement. "Lieutenant General Lu Chun, you have arrived." "Indeed," Lu Chun replies. "Very well, follow me." Yizenbalong Nasishalang Shung continues. "All right." With that, Lu Chun takes Ein's small hand. Just as they are about to depart, a piercing voice interrupts from behind. "Martial God, this brat insulted me. Are you really going to let him off so easily?" Flynn Lawrence Shung expresses his discontent. After all, he is a celestial dragon. Does he not care about his dignity? How will he navigate within the celestial dragon's circle in the future? Yizenbalong Nasishalang Shung remains expressionless, retorting, "Are you unaware that celestial dragons cannot arbitrarily command the Navy to undertake other matters? Do not presume that your status as a celestial dragon grants you impunity. If it were not for Topman Vachali Shung, I would have the power to eliminate you right now." Topman Vachali Shung, the legal martial god among the five elders. Flynn Lawrence Shung is momentarily at a loss for words, seething with resentment as he glares at Lu Chun, but dares not speak further. The wealth and martial god is indeed capable of ending his life. Even as a celestial dragon, he is not at the pinnacle of power. He too can be slain. Although SwordsmanWho Sheng would not openly kill him, his overwhelming strength grants him numerous methods to do so. Enough, let us proceed. SwordsmanWho Sheng snorts coldly, leading Lu Chun and Ian away. Chapter 144, Silver-Tongued and Confounding. Damn Navy, you will pay for this. Flynn Lawrence Sheng can only express his impotent rage. Meanwhile, SwordsmanWho Sheng leads the way in silence until they reach a deserted street, where he suddenly speaks. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, had I not intervened earlier, would you have killed that celestial dragon? This question lands like a bombshell. Even Ian beside him is momentarily taken aback, astonished that such a query would be posed. Her face filled with concern as she looks at Lu Chun. She fears that Lu Chun might respond affirmatively, especially since he had offended the celestial dragon because of her. After a brief pause, Lu Chun smiles and replies, killing is out of the question. Ha ha ha. SwordsmanWho Sheng laughs heartily, saying no more. This leaves Lu Chun somewhat perplexed regarding the man before him. What could he possibly mean? Is he dissatisfied with the celestial dragon's arrogance? The original text provides little elaboration on these 5 figures, leaving him in the dark. It seems he must engage with them more to understand. Not long after, SwordsmanWho Sheng takes Lu Chun and Ian to a reception room within a palace. Major Ian, please wait here in the reception room while Lieutenant General Lu Chun accompanies me for a brief moment. He will return shortly. Ian nods. Lieutenant General Lu Chun. Let's go. Very well. Thus, Lu Chun follows SwordsmanWho Sheng to another location. Upon opening a large door, they enter a familiar space resembling a tea room, the very chamber where the 5 elders typically convene. Moreover, the other 4 are already seated within. Upon seeing Lu Chun's arrival, they turn their attention to the doorway, where Lu Chun and SwordsmanWho Sheng stand. SwordsmanWho Sheng, how is it that you have come with Lieutenant General Lu Chun? SwordsmanWho Sheng inquires. SwordsmanWho Sheng chuckles lightly. We encounter each other on the way. SwordsmanWho Sheng does not press further. Meanwhile, Lu Chun surveys the other 4 elders, each possessing SSS-level strength. Truly, they represent the pinnacle of power, and their might is not to be underestimated. The scientific defense martial god Jaegeru Slayedthe gestures for Lu Chun. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, come here. We summoned you to the Holy Land today for a particular matter. You flatter me. There is no need for pleas. As a member of the Navy, serving the world government is my duty. Lu Chun responds with a smile. Before these 5, he dares not be audacious. As for dignity, it cannot be consumed. Living is paramount. Indeed, living is the true sustenance. Slayedthe chuckles, continuing, we are well aware that with your prowess, you are more than capable of becoming a Navy admiral, coupled with your talent. It is only a matter of time before you ascend to the rank of fleet admiral. Therefore, we wish for you to undergo some training in the New World. Once you possess the strength to genuinely defeat Sakazuki, we 5 can endorse you as fleet admiral. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun senses the undertones of a transaction and hurriedly waves his hands, humbly asserting, you truly overestimate me. My strength is still insufficient to confront Admiral Sakazuki directly. These 5 old men would not casually propose his elevation to fleet admiral without their own motives. Ha ha ha, you are too modest. Our expectations of you are not high. As long as you serve the world government, we can assist you greatly and grant you even more authority, Slayedthe continues. Subsequently, the 5 elders engage in extensive conversation with Lu Chun, primarily concerning his future. In essence, they express their high regard for him and emphasize the necessity of contributing to the world government, as if imparting wisdom. Naturally, Lu Chun nods in agreement repeatedly. To refuse would be unthinkable. As for the underlying implications, he remains unclear as he takes his leave. After Lu Chun departs, the 5 reconvene to discuss the recently departed Lu Chun. Environmental Martial God SwordsmanWho Sheng is the first to speak. What are your thoughts on him? Silver-tongued, yet It cannot be denied that given his age and talent, he is indeed formidable. Topman Vachali Shung states candidly. Nasa Shilang Shung chuckles lightly. Is that silver-tongued? I would call that diplomatic. He must not have learned much from Karp. Ha ha ha. I think he is quite promising, a talent worth nurturing. It remains to be seen if he can grow, Shepherd Sherbite Shung remarks. Meanwhile, Lu Chun has reunited with Ian, and they depart Mary Geos, returning to Marineford. Along the way, Ian cannot contain her curiosity and inquires, "What did the 5 elders discuss with you?" "Not much. They seem to hold me in high regard," suggesting I should become Fleet Admiral, but I declined. Lu Chun replies earnestly. Ian appears to accept this explanation entirely, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you foolish? They offer you the position of Fleet Admiral, and you refuse? Isn't that far better than your current rank as a Rear Admiral? What being Fleet Admiral? Ultimately, it is just a title. One cannot always do as they please. There are other aspirations I seek," Lu Chun responds. Hearing this, Ian rolls her eyes. "If you desire freedom, why not become a pirate? Pirates have far more freedom." Ha ha. If I were to become a pirate, I doubt any navy could catch me. Besides, would you join me in becoming a pirate? Lu Chun laughs heartily. Let them go. They're merely pirates. Et on ruft lightly, or chic slightly flushed. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun laughed heartily, striding ahead. Hey, wait for me. AI and quickly caught up. The two engaged in a playful chase along the way, gradually making their way back to Malinfanjuo. A few days later, within Lu Chun's office in Malinfanjuo. "Are you going out again?" Enfroned slightly. "Indeed. This time I wish to visit Yurindao, a place I have yet to explore," Lu Chun replied. "Let's go together," En Soudanly exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun responded, "Very well, we shall go together." His journey to Yurindao was not for trivial matters, but to undertake a mission that had been activated prior to the system's intervention. During his days in Malinfanjuo, he had managed to address most of his responsibilities, allowing him the opportunity to venture out. The tasks awaiting him at Yurindao did not require the cover of night, making it feasible for AI-N to accompany him. At least he would have an aide, and AI-N's prowess was not to be underestimated. Wonderful. Et on beamed Weezasmide. Since becoming Lu Chun's aide, she had grown fond of the nomadic lifestyle, preferring not to remain in one place for too long. Chapter 145, 10,000 meters under the sea, Yurindao. To reach Yurindao, Lu Chun first visited Xiangbidi Yurindao, where he sought out Shaki for assistance in finding someone to coat the warship. This was essential for their journey to Yurindao. He also made a point to inquire about Rayleigh, learning that he was soon to return to Xiangbidi Yurindao. Furthermore, the 2-year period was nearing its conclusion. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates would soon be returning to Xiangbidi Yurindao one by one, and Lu Chun had made plans to meet Nami then. After completing the mission at Yurindao, he might even be able to return to Xiangbidi Yurindao in time to see them. A few days later, after the ship's coating was completed, Lu Chun and AI-N, accompanied by a contingent of Marines, set sail for Yurindao. As the vessel gradually descended into the depths of the sea, the blue ocean enveloped it, and the surrounding light began to dim. Fortunately, the warship was equipped with numerous electric lights, restoring brightness as it drifted along the current toward the 10,000-meter depths of Yurindao. The ship bore the insignia of the Navy, along with Lu Chun's unique emblem as a vice admiral, which deterred several fishermen pirate crews from attacking. Otherwise, they would face annihilation. Lu Chun's notoriety for ruthlessness had long been circulated among pirate crews, having slaughtered tens of thousands of pirates, including the infamous Golden Lion Shiki. As the ship swayed with the current, Lu Chun stood on the deck, admiring the underwater scenery. Countless bizarre fish swam by, the only common trait being their unappealing appearance. The deeper the ship descended, the larger the fish became, with sea beasts occasionally appearing. Suddenly, a Marine on the lookout shouted through a telescope, "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, there seems to be a large number of sea beasts ahead. Should we avoid them?" "No need. With me here, we can charge through," Lu Chun replied confidently. "Understood, Vice Admiral." Although the Marines were puzzled, they chose to trust their superior. As the warship continued on its path, enormous shadows began to materialize ahead, becoming increasingly clear. They were sea beasts, each as massive as a sea king, with grotesque appearances including those resembling camels and bulls. They obstructed the ship's passage, opening their gaping jaws as if to swallow the vessel whole. At that moment, AI emerged from the cabin, her brow furrowed with concern. Lu Chun, can we manage? If the coating is damaged, we will be doomed. We are already at a depth of 7,000 meters. Have faith. Do you not trust me? Lu Chun asked with intrigue. AI huffed, turning her gaze toward the looming sea beasts ahead. As the warship drew closer to the creatures, Lu Chun focused intently, unleashing his formidable conqueror's haki, precisely targeting several of the sea beasts. The invisible crimson aura surged towards them, causing the beasts to tremble in terror, retreating rapidly to hide behind the rocks, no longer daring to obstruct the current. Lu Chun, have you mastered your conqueror's haki to such an extent? Recognizing his use of the power, I have only just begun to release it accurately. I have yet to reach its pinnacle, Lu Chun replied. In truth, his conqueror's haki was at an SS level, and advancing further required considerable practice, the timeline for which remained uncertain. The strongest? Your abilities are already impressive, and you are still so young. You will undoubtedly grow even stronger, AI said with a smile. Lu Chun chuckled in response. Shortly after their ship departed, figures appeared from behind the rocks, engaging in hushed discussions. Who is that Navy officer? He managed to drive away a multitude of sea beasts. I thought we could extort some riches from him. Are you seeking death? That man is Vice Admiral Lu Chun of the Navy headquarters, a supernova who ended the era of pirates. Do you not fear for your entire clan should you provoke him? Half an hour later, Lu Chun and AI's warship finally arrived at Yurandao. Following the proper channels, they underwent inspection before entering the island. Upon entering the vicinity of Yurandao, they were greeted by a multitude of beautiful mermaids swimming around the ship, all gazing at Lu Chun and his companions. Look, it's the Navy. It has been ages since the Navy visited our Yurandao. He seems to be the person from a newspaper, Munki de Lucien, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Is he here to help us eliminate pirates? I heard he despises pirates. Lu Chun observed the stunning merfolk surrounding him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "They are quite lovely." It was his first encounter with mermaids, and he was taken aback by their beauty. Lovely? Am I not prettier? Mermaids have no legs. What is there to admire? Et peut-être une Slayedthe. Are you upset? Lu Chun inquired with interest. In response, AI turned her head away. No. Lu Chun chuckled softly, explaining, I simply have never seen mermaids before, so I couldn't help but take a few extra glances. I shall not look again. That sounds better, AI replied with a hint of smile. At that moment, Lu Chun fixed his gaze ahead, observing the task displayed on his virtual interface. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Resolve the troubles of Yurandao. System rewards, 2,000 energy points, sword technique 1, and 20 materials for building the Mingwang. Upon completing this task, along with the mission concerning the Tyrant Bear, he would gather enough materials to construct the Mingwang. Perhaps he could expedite its construction, and with the 3 ancient weapons in his possession, he would truly establish a foothold in this world. Shortly thereafter, the warship reached the bay, and Lu Chun and AI, accompanied by the Marines, disembarked. Upon seeing the Navy's arrival, the surrounding fishmen and humans parted to make way, while the Marines who had disembarked earlier cleared a path for Lu Chun and AI. Where shall we go now? First, let us pay a visit to the esteemed King Neptune of Fishman Island, Lu Chun suggested. Very well. With that, Lu Chun and Ein proceeded straight towards the Dragon Palace. Perhaps a fishman had reported the arrival of the warship to Neptune, for as they advanced halfway, a figure of a fishman suddenly appeared before them. With azure hair adorned with a circular mark on his forehead and long wavy locks, he bore a dignified appearance. He was none other than Sharkstar, the eldest prince of Neptune. However, the other 2 sons of Neptune were nowhere in sight. Nonetheless, Lu Chun had little desire to encounter them, as they were rather unattractive. Chapter 146. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Princess White Star. Admiral Lu Chun, greetings. I have been sent by my father to welcome you upon hearing of your arrival. Sharkstar said with a beaming smile. He was well aware of Lu Chun's identity, and his respectful demeanor stemmed largely from Lu Chun being the grandson of Carp, as there were historical ties between Fishman Island and Carp. "Ah, too kind," Lu Chun replied with a slight nod. Sharkstar chuckled. "You are too humble. A guest should be welcomed accordingly." "Indeed. Please take me to see my father," Lu Chun requested. "Right this way," Sharkstar gestured politely. Thus, Lu Chun followed closely behind Sharkstar as they made their way to the royal palace. Half an hour later, they boarded Sharkstar's vessel and arrived at the base of a grand castle, receiving bubble coral from Sharkstar to facilitate their movement within the Dragon Palace. As Sharkstar activated a switch to announce their identity, a massive tunnel appeared before them. The vessel entered and began to navigate swiftly through the passage. Slayedthe. They successfully arrived at the opulent and bustling Dragon Palace. Various species of fish and many beautiful mermaids filled the surroundings. Directly ahead was a castle adorned with a giant golden dragon sculpture, the residence of the royal family of Fishman Island. Upon seeing Sharkstar, the guards immediately opened the golden gates. With a resounding boom, the heavy gates swung open, echoing throughout the hall as they entered. What greeted them was an endless line of Fishman guards, and seated upon the throne was King Neptune himself, a regal-looking fishman with a crown upon his head. He was robust, more so than an average mermaid, with a voluminous mane of fiery orange hair and beard, and flaming tattoos adorning his arms. One could only wonder how fishmen reproduce, for his queen did not possess such stature. "Admiral Lu Chun, please have a seat," Neptune said with a warm smile. As soon as the words left his lips, several enchanting mermaids brought chairs for Lu Chun and Ayn to sit upon, while the other naval officers were left waiting outside the castle. A significant number of naval personnel were prohibited from entering the true Dragon Palace. "Thank you." Lu Chun and Ayn had barely settled in when Neptune continued. "Since you have come all this way, I presume you must have matters to discuss. May I inquire what brings you here?" "It pertains to the future of both humans and fishmen. I have heard of a new fishman pirate crew that seeks to undermine the authority of the royal palace and disrupt the harmony between our races. As a righteous naval officer, I feel it is my duty to intervene. Furthermore, I hold great admiration for Princess Odoheim, and I wish to contribute my efforts towards a thorough cleansing of Fishman Island to eradicate all pirate scum," Lu Chun declared with unwavering conviction, a glint of resolve shining in his eyes. At this declaration, several Fishman ministers exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. Neptune furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Lu Chun's words. "Admiral Lu Chun, are you suggesting a thorough cleansing of Fishman Island? Might that not be excessive? After all, I am the king of Fishman Island, and we strive for harmonious resolutions. I believe those pirate factions will understand my good intentions." He had dedicated the latter part of his life to fulfilling the unaccomplished dreams of Odoheim, advocating for peace. "Ha!" Lu Chun chuckled lightly, dismissing Neptune's perspective. "What you seek is peace, yet those pirate crews harbor no such intentions. I am a member of the Navy, and it is my duty to eliminate pirates. Should you dare obstruct me, I shall consider it an affront to the Navy and deal with you as well." As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki towards Neptune. The king felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, sensing the cold intent behind Lu Chun's words. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "I only hope, Admiral Lu Chun, that you do not harm the citizens of Fishman Island." "Humph." Lu Chun scoffed dismissively and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Neptune seemed to recall something and called out to them, "Admiral Lu Chun, I have one more request, and I wonder if you might grant it." "What is it?" Lu Chun inquired. Neptune continued, "I hope you can assist in capturing Bandit 9. If you are able to apprehend him, we shall provide you with as many treasures as you desire from the Dragon Palace." "Ha ha!" Lu Chun erupted into laughter at this, fully aware that Neptune's plea was for Princess White Star's sake. Yet, he couldn't help but mock. How absurd. Just moments ago, you were opposed to me cleansing the pirates from Fishman Island, yet now you request that I capture one? Moreover, Bandit 9 is a fishman, not a human. Although Neptune was of considerable size, his strength was rather unimpressive, only at the A rank. Neptune's face darkened, left speechless. However, for the sake of his daughter, he was determined to see Bandit 9 captured. After a moment of contemplation, Neptune spoke again. This request is made personally by me, King Neptune, regardless of my royal status. Please follow me. Very well. I shall see what you have to say, Lucian replied, closely following Neptune. Wait for me. I'm quickly caught up as well. The two trailed behind Neptune as they traversed the Dragon Palace. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at a heavy iron door, adorned with axes marked with rose motifs. Neptune glanced at the axes before pushing the door open. With a loud clang, light flooded the chamber, revealing the interior where a fishwoman of immense size lay upon a bed. Princess White Star of the Dragon Palace, one of the ancient three weapons. She possessed flowing pink hair, azure eyes, a stunning visage, a voluptuous figure, and a beautifully colored fishtail, a true testament to her reputation as the most beautiful mermaid. Father, White Star exclaimed joyfully, eager to approach. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar figures of Lucian and Ein behind Neptune, she hesitated, instinctively retreating behind the bed and cautiously inquiring, Father, who are they? Do not worry, they're members of the Navy. This is Admiral Lucian from the Navy headquarters, and beside him is Rear Admiral Ein, whom I have invited. Neptune explained. Oh, White Star hugged a shark plushie, still reluctant to draw near. Seeing this, Neptune shook his head in exasperation. Please do not take offense, Admiral Lucian. My daughter is merely... At that moment, a massive axe came crashing through the heavy door, hurtling straight towards Princess White Star's head. Chapter 147, Bandit 9. The Cowardly Star. White Star, watch out. Neptune anxiously shouted. Meanwhile, Bai Xing had already been frightened into closing her eyes, letting out a piercing scream. Naval six-style, shave. In an instant, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing before Bai Xing, extending a single hand. His right hand, cloaked in Busashoga haki, effortlessly caught the massive axe. With a slight exertion, the formidable force crushed the entire axe into fragments, scattering them across the ground. Only after feeling no pain did Bai Xing slowly open her eyes, gazing at the man before her, her eyes widening as she softly said, Thank you. It's nothing. Lu Chan waved his hand dismissively. Bai Xing, are you all right? Neptune asked with concern. Bai Xing shook her head. I'm fine, father. That's good. Neptune finally felt relieved. Suddenly, AI curiously inquired, King Neptune, are there no guards near Princess Bai Xing? How could an axe fly into her chamber? She intended to ask further, but held her tongue. As a princess, how could she be confined here? Moreover, she was astonished by Bai Xing's beauty, developing a fondness for the adorable, large mermaid princess. Neptune shook his head helplessly, explaining, Actually, it's because of a pirate named Bandit 9. The same one mentioned by me and Rear Admiral Lucian, Bandit 9. He has consumed the Baka Baka no Mi, which allows anyone he touches to become his target. Whatever he throws will hit the target. Young Bai Xing has been targeted by him since childhood, initially receiving love letters. But after she rejected his proposal, jealousy took hold, and he began to hurl weapons. Thus, we had no choice. Neptune continued conversing with AI, and while Lucian had no intention of listening, already aware of the situation. Therefore, Lucian kept chatting with Bai Xing. Your name is Bai Xing. It's quite dull staying here. How about I take you out? I can't go outside. Father says it would bring disaster to Fishman Island. And that person has always wanted to kill me. Bai Xing shook her head repeatedly. Ever since the persecution by Bandit 9, she had developed a paranoia of going outside, fearing that anyone approaching her intended harm. She felt no fear towards Lucian solely because he had just saved her, and she believed he was a good person. Don't worry, I will protect you. As long as I am here, anyone who dares to harm you will be crushed to dust, just like that axe. Lucian declared earnestly. With his strength, no one on Fishman Island could match him. However, perhaps Bai Xing was stronger than himself. After all, Bai Xing was one of the three ancient weapons. If she summoned a powerful Sea King, he might not stand a chance. The Sea Kings encountered previously were all shallow sea creatures, their powers generally low. The Sea Kings dwelling at depths of 10,000 meters possessed formidable strength, but they typically hid in the deep sea and never ventured out. They likely had SSS-level power, otherwise. Bai Xing would not be known as one of the three ancient weapons. Really? You could take me out? Bai Xing's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. Of course, Lu Chen replied, but my father won't agree. Bai Xing glanced at Neptune and whispered, he is just your father. He cannot control you. Don't you wish to see the world outside? The two continued their conversation, while Neptune remained engrossed in his dialogue, seemingly oblivious to Lu Chen and Bai Xing's exchange. Abruptly, AI voiced her anger. Vanderdecken IX is truly despicable. How dare he attack Princess Bai Xing? I will surely capture him. Rest assured, King Neptune. Thank you very much. Neptune quickly expressed his gratitude. AI and then turned to Lu Chen, asking Lu Chen, don't you think we should help Princess Bai Xing? What? Lu Chen paused for a moment, having not caught AI and S earlier words. Don't you want to help Princess Bai Xing? Her plight is already tragic. She had long known the stories of Fishman Island, which included the tale of Princess Otoheim, advocating for harmony between fishmen and humans. Help. If you say help, then we shall help. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly comprehended, continuing, however, Vanderdecken IX will undoubtedly be difficult to lure out. My suggestion is to take Princess Bai Xing out to draw him out. What? That won't do. It's far too dangerous. Neptune firmly rejected. After a light chuckle, Lu Chen shrugged. You asked me for help, and now you reject my proposal? Are you questioning my abilities? I could very well leave now and have no obligation to assist you. Neptune fell silent, his brow furrowed. Fine, I trust Rear Admiral Lu Chen. Please ensure the safety of my daughter. I hope she does not encounter any surprises, or else the entire Fishman Island will be in jeopardy. Understood, Lu Chen nodded. He knew Neptune's concerns stemmed primarily from Bai Xing summoning Sea Kings. Otherwise, the Sea Kings could devastate the entire Fishman Island. Princess Bai Xing, rest assured. I will protect you well. AI stepped forward, smiling. Bai Xing nodded slightly. AI use your abilities to shrink Princess Bai Xing. Her size is too large and will attract attention, Lu Chen proposed. However, AI frowned, asking skeptically, aren't we trying to lure Vanderdecken IX out? Why should we make her less noticeable? Walking around boldly will raise suspicions. If we take Bai Xing out and spread a hint, I believe Vanderdecken IX will come, Lu Chen said with a smirk. I understand now, AI, realized. She reached out, touching Bai Xing's body, and regressed her 10 years. Instantly, Bai Xing's enormous form began to change, returning to a size more akin to that of a typical fish person. Why have I shrunk? Bai Xing exclaimed in surprise, spreading her arms wide. Now that you're smaller, you can go out and see the world outside. Where do you want to go most? Lu Chen deliberately asked. The sea forest. Then let us go to the sea forest. Thus, Lu Chen and AI escorted Bai Xing away from the palace. Before their departure, Neptune reiterated his hopes for Lu Chen and AI to ensure Bai Xing's safety. While heading to the sea forest, Lu Chen harbored another objective, to obtain the historical texts of Fishman Island. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Acquire fragments of the historical texts of Fishman Island. System reward, 500 energy points. Chapter 148, the fifth fragment of historical texts. With the addition of the historical texts from Fishman Island, Lu Chen would possess 4 fragments in total. There are 30 fragments in total, 4 of which serve as markers, while the remaining 26 contain historical records. Among them, the 4 red fragments document the location of Raftel, the endpoint of the Grand Line. The other 26 black fragments contain a complete narrative chronicling the blank history of 100 years. Collecting all 30 fragments will indeed pose a challenge. As Bai Xing was led out of the palace by Lu Chen and AI, her wide eyes were filled with wonder, eagerly taking in the myriad of unfamiliar sights around her. Lord Lu Chen, what is that? Is it something to eat? I want to eat it. Having spent decades confined in a dim chamber, she was astonished by the significant changes that had transpired outside. Everything sparked her curiosity, and Lu Chen and AI impatiently explained each new discovery, treating her to a variety of delightful foods. However, the only drawback for Bai Xing was her small stature, which limited her ability to indulge in too much. Half an hour later, The trio arrived at a bus station and boarded a vehicle headed for the sea forest. It was hard for Bai Xing to comprehend this world where automobiles existed. Of course, the buses on Fishman Island were propelled by massive fish, navigating along the ocean currents toward the sea forest. Moments later, a lush expanse of greenery emerged ahead, a vibrant emerald spectacle beneath the waves, illuminated by the radiant sun, rendering the sea forest the most beautiful place on Fishman Island. How lovely! I wish I could live here forever, AI marveled. Beside her, Bai Xing leaned against the window, gazing into the distance, tears welling in her large eyes as she whispered softly, "Mama, do not worry. In the future, humans and fish people will surely coexist harmoniously." Just as her mother said, Lu Chun reassured her, gently patting her head. Though Bai Xing spoke quietly, Lu Chun heard her. She nodded in response. Before long, the three disembarked from bus and strolled through the sea forest, making their way toward the destination of Princess Slayedthe. Due to the influence of Bandit, Bai Xing had been too fearful to attend Princess Slayedthe's funeral, remaining confined in her room as if under house arrest for a decade. As they walked, Lu Chen's brow furrowed as his kin Bunchika Haki sensed a hint of danger. Turning around, he saw two axes hurtling toward Bai Xing's position. "Humph." Lu Chen scoffed, drawing his Nicaran blade and executing a swift strike. The fierce sword energy effortlessly cleaved the two massive axes in half, sending them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, Vander Decken 9 approached with a throng of pirates, a sinister smile curling on his lips. "Princess Bai Xing, don't leave. You must marry me. Protect Big Xing. I will deal with them," Lu Chun instructed AI before gradually advancing toward the Vander Decken pirates. "Understood," AI replied, taking Bai Xing's small hand and stepping aside. Watching quietly, with Lu Chun present, their safety was assured. "AIN, will Lord Lu Chun be all right?" Bai Xing asked, her voice tinged with concern. After all, Vander Decken 9 was formidable. Otherwise, her father and brother would not have struggled to capture him for so many years. "He'll be fine. Lu Chun is incredibly strong," AI assured her with a smile. On the other side, upon seeing someone blocking his path, Vander Decken IX's expression darkened, and he barked, "Insignificant human. Get out of my way, or I will show no mercy." "Huh." Lu Chun remained unfazed, a cold smile creeping across his face as he casually executed a horizontal slash. In an instant, a fierce cut surged toward the hundreds of sea pirates before him. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. Some pirates had no time to react before being bisected by the strike. Others attempted to defend themselves with their blades, but those weapons were utterly fragile, shattering upon contact with the sword aura. Even with swords in hand, they were no match for Lu Chen's devastating blow. All were cleaved in half, and a torrent of blood erupted, staining the ground crimson. "Don't look," AI quickly covered Bai Xing's eyes, casting Lu Chun a disapproving glance, as if to say, "Can't you hold back a little?" In the wake of that singular strike, nearly 100 pirates lay slain, leaving only Vander Decken 9 alive, albeit injured and bleeding from his abdomen due to the sword's backlash. Had he not hastily used a subordinate as a shield, he might have met the same fate as the others. "Such a weakling. To dare strike at me is truly courting death," Lu Chun scoffed, glancing at the familiar interface of the system with disdain. Vander Decken IX's face turned ashen as he recognized the power of the human before him. Cautiously, he inquired, "Human, who are you to possess such strength? Enough with your nonsense." With that, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a swift chop that rendered him unconscious. "You take Bai Xing and go ahead. I will deal with this fool," Lu Chen instructed. "All right, no dead." Realizing it was best to leave with Bai Xing before Lu Chun unleashed his wrath. Subsequently, Lu Chun took Vander Decken 9 away to another location, where he swiftly severed his head, presenting it as a grim gift to King Neptune. As for his departure, it was to search for the historical text hidden within the sea forest. He sprinted deep into the forest, diligently seeking the traces of the historical document, which was quite substantial and thus relatively easy to locate. About half an hour later, Lu Chun finally spotted the historical text and stored it in his system backpack. "Ding! Congratulations, host," for completing the task. System reward, 500 energy points. After accomplishing the task, Lu Chun continued toward Princess Yi's burial site. Upon arrival, Bai Xing was alone at the gravestone of Princess Yi, accompanied only by a familiar figure, the former warlord Jinbei. Moshi Di Du Shin, Jinbei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. I should have realized, if she is here, you must also be present. But I did not expect you to bring Princess Bai Xing out. She was supposed to be confined in the palace. King Neptune instructed me to bring her out, and I took the liberty of eliminating Bandit Dekin 9. Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Jinbei raised an eyebrow, regarding the man before him with suspicion. Is that so? You doubt my words? Lu Chun asked with a smile. Jinbei simply shook his head, refraining from answering. Given Lu Chun's overwhelming strength, he could believe that the princess was forcefully taken from the palace. However, the notion that King Neptune himself had sent Lu Chun was hard to fathom. Yet, Bai Xing seemed to have developed a fondness for Lu Chun and AIN, and the absence of any safety issues along the way suggested they harbored no ill intentions. Still, the sudden change in Bai Xing's size only deepened Jinbei's suspicions about Lu Chun's involvement in her abduction. Observing Jinbei's hesitation, Lu Chun merely smiled in silence, disinterested in providing explanations. After a moment of contemplation, Jinbei suddenly asked, Lu Chun, do you know where Luffy is now? I do not. Do you? Lu Chun countered. Jinbei shook his head. No, after the war on the summit, that was the last time I saw him with Luffy and Ace. Certainly, he learned that Luffy would reunite with his companions at the Slayedthe archipelago in 2 years, which is why he awaited Luffy on the path to the New World. After all, that kid is as resilient as rubber. He is unlikely to perish. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. He harbored no concerns for Luffy. As the protagonist of this world, the chances of his demise are minimal. There must be a force of the world safeguarding him. Should Luffy fall, the entire world would undergo a tremendous transformation, even face annihilation. I wonder what brings General Lu Chun to Fishman Island? Jinbei inquired curiously. I have some leisure time, so I thought I might eliminate a few pirates and lend support to Fishman Island, Lu Chun replied with a calm demeanor. Ever since Whitebeard's demise, Fishman Island has lacked a protector, leading to a rise in pirate activities. In the original story, the Yonko Big Mom claimed Fishman Island as her territory, demanding substantial quantities of sweets from them annually. However, the Whitebeard pirates, now led by Ace, may not possess the true strength of a Yonko, yet their power remains formidable. This deters some petty pirates from acting recklessly, for Ace is still alive. The Whitebeard pirates have not been entirely extinguished. Jinbei's expression darkened as he regarded the man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, at times, he truly does not comprehend what kind of navy Lu Chun represents. Perhaps Fishman Island genuinely requires a thorough cleansing. If Lu Chun is willing to station himself on Fishman Island, it would provide immense security not solely due to his formidable strength, but also the influence he wields. Monkey D. Garp. Could it be that Lu Chun's visit to Fishman Island is at the behest of Garp, aimed at assisting an old friend, Whitebeard? Shortly thereafter, Shirahoshi finished conversing alone at the grave of Princess Otoheim and approached Lu Chun and Ein. Lord Lu Chun, Lord Ein, shall we depart? Very well. Lu Chun nodded slightly, taking Shirahoshi's small hand as they returned to the palace. Only Jinbei remained behind, watching Lu Chun's disappearing figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I truly wonder what this rear admiral intends to accomplish. After leaving the sea forest, Lu Chun directly escorted Shirahoshi back to Ryugu Palace, allowing Ein to restore her to her original appearance. Here, the head of Bandit Dekin 9. Lu Chun tossed the severed head forward. Upon closer inspection, Neptune confirmed it to be Bandit Dekin 9 and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you is of little use. How about offering me some treasures from Ryugu Palace? Lu Chun stated candidly. Sometimes, a mere thank you pales in comparison to tangible actions. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to retrieve them. Neptune was quite generous. Ryugu Palace is abundant in treasures, many of which they had salvaged from shipwrecks. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded. This time, he intended for his subordinates to exert themselves. He He needed to present something substantial. However, the two ministers flanking Neptune wore expressions of reluctance and even stepped forward to dissuade him. Your Majesty, those treasures are our protection. How can they be easily given to outsiders? Indeed, besides, eliminating pirates is the Navy's responsibility. Why should we part with our treasures? I have made my decision. You need not say more. Neptune firmly rejected them. Suddenly, Lu Chan fixed his gaze on the two ministers, smirking. You two seem rather pirate-like yourselves. Perhaps it is time for you to be dealt with. These two ministers are utterly useless, merely skilled at talking nonsense. They truly deserve to be punished. The soldiers of Ryugu Palace are equally incompetent, lacking in skill. It is likely they were trained by these two fools. No wonder the entire palace was breached by a pathetic pirate like Hody Jones. The contributions of the two ministers cannot be overlooked. The two ministers' expressions darkened. Words caught in their throats. They were aware of Lu Chen's strength and dared not speak further. Soon, several soldiers brought forth a considerable amount of treasure. Lu Chen instructed the Navy to enter and transport the treasures, addressing them directly in Ryugu Palace. Fellow comrades, today, I, Rear Admiral Lu Chen of the Navy headquarters, have decided to eradicate all pirates on Fishman Island. Today may witness a fierce battle, and death could be imminent. However, all may choose not to partake in this conflict. Those who do participate shall receive a share of the treasures and bounties available here. Should you unfortunately perish in battle, I will ensure your share is entrusted to your family. Upon hearing this, the Navy members displayed solemn expressions, devoid of greed for the treasures, instead ignited with fervor. Very well, those unwilling to engage in battle may step forward. Lu Chen continued. At this declaration, none stepped forward. Instead, they erupted in a chorus of fervent shouts. Fight! 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 Excellent! I did not misjudge you. Those who follow me, Lu Chen, shall not suffer loss. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Neptune and his two ministers observed from the side, their faces reflecting astonishment. They were likely pondering Lu Chen's identity. How does he conduct himself with the Navy? As if he were addressing pirates to give away the treasures they had just acquired. Are these individuals truly Navy? The longer they looked, the more they resembled pirates. Let us proceed to Fishman Street. Yes. With that, Lu Chen led everyone out of Ryugu Palace, heading toward the chaotic realm of Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Most pirates congregated in Fishman Street. It was perfect for capturing them all at once. Fishman Street. The Navy. The Navy has arrived. The human Navy is here. Run. You fools. Why are you running? With so many of us, are we afraid of a few Navy members? As Lu Chen and his troops entered Fishman Street, chaos erupted throughout the area. Chapter 150, New Fishman Pirates Slaughterhouse. Pirates frantically sprinted through Fishman Street, searching for their companions, aiming to gather at the entrance of Fishman Street. Their goal was to eliminate the advancing Navy. At the entrance of Fishman Street, Lu Chen and Ein stationed the entire Navy, keenly observing the empty expanse of Fishman Street. Dozens of pirate corpses already lay scattered on the ground. They had been slain to instill fear in the pirates upon their arrival. The remaining pirates had already fled deeper into Fishman Street, calling for reinforcements. The Navy consisted of approximately 80 members, forming a line to block the pirates' advance. Lu Chen stood at the center, Ein to his left, both gazing intently ahead, awaiting the pirates to approach willingly. Soon, the sounds of footsteps and roars echoed from ahead. Kill, charge, annihilate the human Navy, slay the inferior human Navy. A horde of pirates surged forth from the depths of Fishman Street, densely packed, rendering it impossible to see the end. Their number exceeded 1,000, and the ground seemed to tremble beneath them. Among them were not only Fishman pirates, but also numerous human pirates leading the charge. At the forefront were several officers of the new Fishman pirates, including Dosen, Hammond, and others. Lu Chen scanned the crowd, but did not see Hody Jones, thus inquired, "Where is your captain, Hody Jones? Who are you? How dare you inquire about the whereabouts of our captain? Who do you think you are? Just a mere human, daring to tread upon our Urin Street. Are you seeking death?" A few Fishman pirates hurled insults at Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, and he gently unsheathed his sword, releasing a flurry of sword energy towards the culprits. The fierce sword energy surged forth with incredible speed, leaving the feeble fishmen no time to react as their heads and bodies were severed. A torrent of blood gushed forth, shocking the surrounding fishmen. What? How did a human die? What is happening? Such strength! Was it the pirates across from us? The fishmen were thrown into disarray, staring in astonishment at the navy. Only a few of the fishmen pirates officers recognized Lu Chen's prowess and understood the strength he possessed. Who dares to ask who you are? With a slight flush on his face, Bao Tsang stepped forward, holding a wine jug, and inquired politely. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Chen swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a devastating slash that far surpassed his previous strikes in both power and speed. Even Bao Tsang, who was well-versed in swordsmanship, barely sensed it and had no chance to evade. He could only draw his long knife to defend himself. Upon a moment the sword energy made contact with Bao Tsang's blade, he felt an overwhelming force. The back of his knife pressed tightly against his chest. The violent impact sent him flying, colliding with dozens of fishmen pirates behind him, ultimately crashing through several buildings before finally coming to a halt. As for Bao Tsang's fate, it remained uncertain, buried beneath the rubble. Bao Gang! Hammond and Dos Santos shouted anxiously. They dispatched several fishermen pirates to check on Bao Tsang's condition. At that moment, Lu Chen spoke again. It seems you have yet to answer my question, so I shall ask once more. Where is Hody Johns? As the mastermind behind the chaos in Yurin Island, he must be eliminated. Hammond, his face contorted with anger, bared his teeth and declared, Brothers, attack. Exterminate these humans. Mere humans cannot possibly match us fishmen. Kill them. Charge. All the pirates surged forward, launching an assault against the navy. Why won't you answer my question properly? Lu Chen shook his head in exasperation, his brow furrowing as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. The crimson aura surged forth like a wave, sweeping over the pirates. Most of them fell unconscious with closed eyes, while only a handful retained their awareness. Lu Chen then waved his hand coolly, stating, All pirates are to be executed. Leave not a single one alive. Even the unconscious ones shall not escape. Yes, the navy, momentarily stunned by his words, quickly regained their composure. At this point, they finally understood the implication of Lu Chen's command to wash Yurin Island in blood. In truth, Lu Chen alone could defeat all the pirates of Yurin Island, but the sheer number of them made it impossible to do so alone. Hence, he called upon them to assist in the slaughter. Kill. Exterminate them all. Leave not a single one. The navy charged forward, mercilessly slaying the unconscious pirates, creating a veritable slaughterhouse. Are you truly a navy? How can you be so cruel? Hammond's face darkened. He never anticipated that their thousands of pirates would fall in such numbers, while the navy continued their relentless massacre of his subordinates. Cruelty? Do you dare to speak of cruelty? Lu Chen scoffed. Oof. Hammond retorted sharply. Is it not cruel for humans to treat us fishmen this way? That is not my doing. As long as I am on Yurin Island, no one dares harm a single fishman. Lu Chen's expression turned grave as he stated firmly. You. Hammond hesitated, unable to refute. Indeed, no one dares to harm the fishmen of Yurin Island. But what are you doing now? Enough talk. You've said too much. And now you shall die. With that, Lu Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing before Hammond. A flash of sword light. The gleam of the blade swept past Hammond's head. Hammond had no time to react, feeling the world spinning around him, as if he were plummeting. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered his lower half was gushing blood. Simultaneously, On had already slain several others, effortlessly dispatching a few officers of the fishermen pirates, whose strengths were pathetically weak, none even reaching a rank. Weak, truly too weak. Just as Lu Chen finished eliminating all the officers of the fishermen pirates, a furious roar erupted. Foolish human, what are you doing? Hody Johns let out a thunderous cry, gazing at the sea of corpses on the ground, his eyes reddening. He had merely sought out Vander de Kin 9 to discuss a collaboration. Not only did he fail to find him, but his own territory had been invaded. Oh, you have arrived, Lu Chen remarked with interest. Character, Hody Johns. Position, Captain of the new Fishermen Pirates, Fruit, 9th level. Skill. Fisherman karate. Bounty. 45 million berries. The new fisherman pirates were not yet renowned and had only been wreaking havoc on Urin Island. Hence their low bounty. Chapter 151. The Sword of Greed and the Hungry Ghost Path of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Hody Johnts, his eyes aflame with rage, shouted, "Did you do all this? Hurry and command your subordinates to cease. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." The new fishermen pirates were his life's work, created to fulfill the dreams of fishmen. How could he not be enraged at their destruction by a mere human navy? "Let us see how you intend to be impolite." Luchan replied, intrigued. "An A-level fisherman dares to act brazenly before me. Such folly is truly astounding." "You." Hody Johnts gritted his teeth in fury, raising his hand to gather the surrounding seawater and hurled it towards the navy, slaughtering the fishmen. Water darts. Instantly, the seawater transformed into sharp, arrow-like projectiles, shooting rapidly towards the navy. Just as they were about to strike the navy, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Lu Chun, employing the Navy's six-style shave to swiftly reach their front. He did not even draw his long knife. Instead, he released his haki, forming a dark red shield that deflected all the water projectiles, which then reverted back into seawater, cascading to the ground. "Do not mind me. Continue slaughtering all the remaining pirates. Leave not a single one alive." Lu Chun instructed the Navy behind him. "Yes, Commander." With that, the Navy resumed their grim task, executing the remaining fishermen pirates. Outrageous! Hody Johnts roared in fury, seizing a red pill and swallowing it. He recognized that the Navy before him possessed formidable strength. Without consuming the lethal pill, he would truly be no match for them. Only by taking the pill would he have a glimmer of hope to save his fishermen brethren. As an abundance of potent drugs coursed through his veins, Hody Jones felt an excruciating pain erupting from every cell in his body, as if each one were being gnawed upon by relentless ants. The intensity of the agony forced Hody to kneel, emitting heart-wrenching howls. Yet, despite such torment, he chose to endure it. For he had a far more significant objective to accomplish: to overthrow Neptune's reign and ascend as the new king of Fishman Island, leading the merfolk to dominate all of humanity. Moments later, Hody's body began to swell rapidly, his garments tearing apart, and his entire being even undergoing a transformation in color. Especially his formerly black hair, which turned entirely white. His muscles surged, veins bulging, and his stature grew considerably taller. Furthermore, his strength escalated from A to A, radiating a crimson aura reminiscent of fresh blood. With a ferocious roar akin to that of a beast, Hody unleashed his fury, extending his arms as seawater swiftly coalesced in his hands, forming two massive water spheres that he hurled toward Lu Chun. The speed of the two water spheres was astonishing, and they spun through the air in a perplexing trajectory. However, Lu Chun remained steadfast, activating his observation haki and effortlessly swiping his long blade, Reincarnation. The blade made contact with the approaching water spheres with ease, severing them and causing them to fall apart into puddles of seawater. "What? This is impossible!" Hody exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He held absolute confidence in his abilities, convinced that no matter how formidable his opponent might be, they could not discern the trajectory of his water spheres unless they possessed the gift of foresight. "There is nothing impossible. You are merely too slow," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. His observation haki had already awakened to the extent of perceiving brief glimpses of the future, allowing him to effortlessly deflect Hody's attacks. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Hody continued to protest, desperately wielding his hands to unleash a barrage of various attacks. No matter the technique, each one was aimed at Lu Chun. Spear of the Fishman, Sea Drum, Missed Fishman. Yet every assault Hody launched was evaded by Lu Chun with minimal effort, as if it were child's play. In the face of Lu Chun's overwhelming prowess, Hody found himself utterly defenseless. In an instant, Lu Chun appeared before Hody, striking down toward his chest with his blade. "There is nothing impossible. You are simply too weak." Alarmed, Hody's expression shifted as he quickly retreated. However, his speed proved insufficient, and Lu Chun's blade met his flesh, leaving a gaping wound. The blood that flowed forth was swiftly absorbed by reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, Hody found himself several meters away, gazing at his chest wound, gritting his teeth in pain. So powerful. Fishman Island is ultimately too small. His strength may be unparalleled here, but in the grand scheme of the world, he is relatively weak. Many could easily slay him, and Lu Chun is one of them. The reason for not hastily ending Hody's life is to allow him to witness the slaughter of all the Fishman pirates. Some might perceive Lu Chun as cruel, but compared to Hody's actions against humanity, this was but a trifling matter. "Stop, please," Hody cried out helplessly as he watched the Navy systematically exterminate the Fishman pirates, his heart trembling with despair. "They are all dead. Every single one. Even if I gain control of Fishman Island, what does it matter? Without my brothers, I am but a solitary figure." With that, Hody fixed his gaze upon Lu Chun, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He extended his arms, gathering a massive amount of seawater, and hurled it toward Lu Chun. Foolish human, perish. The expelled seawater morphed into colossal, shark-like forms. Their gaping maws aimed to devour Lu Chun. 6 paths of reincarnation, sword of greed. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, pointing his sword toward the heavens, unleashing a formidable sword intent. The intense sword energy transformed into a dark crimson hue, surging skyward as if to pierce through the depths of the ocean itself. The sword energy effortlessly penetrated Fishman Island entirely. Slash! With a single utterance, Lu Chun brought his sword down. The dark red sword energy, resembling a ferocious demon, devoured all of Hody's unleashed attacks, along with Hody himself, swallowing them whole. The flesh and blood were absorbed by reincarnation. Moreover, that sword energy returned, soaring back toward Lu Chun. Chapter 152. Reincarnation ascends to the supreme great blade. "Be careful," Ayan shouted with concern. She knew that the blade in Lu Chun's hand was a cursed sword, notorious for its potential to consume its master. However, Lu Chun showed no sign of retreat, standing his ground with keen interest as he watched the flying cursed sword, reincarnation. It brushed past him without inflicting any harm. "Lu Chun, are you all right?" Ayan rushed over, her concern evident. Lu Chun shook his head. "I am fine. Reincarnation would not dare harm me." Suddenly, Ayan's eyes widened as she noticed reincarnation hovering above countless corpses, absorbing the blood from the fallen below. Streams of blood converged upon the blade, transforming its once black surface into a vivid crimson hue. The surroundings were bathed in red, as the entirety of Fishman Street became shrouded in blood, all being consumed by reincarnation. Countless Fishman pirates were gradually transformed into nourishment for reincarnation. Everyone was captivated by the long blade suspended in the air, yet few dared approach it. For those who ventured near, an overwhelming surge of bloodlust engulfed them, as if their very essence were on the verge of erupting. This was the bloodthirsty attribute of reincarnation being triggered, compounded by the overwhelming aura of blood in the vicinity, compelling it to absorb the sanguine essence. Such a vast accumulation of blood could potentially elevate reincarnation to the status of the supreme great blade. Slayedthe. The area around reincarnation had transformed into a colossal blood sphere. The sphere pulsated like a heart, contracting with each beat until it had been entirely absorbed by reincarnation. At last, the blade reverted to its original black hue, yet it now bore an alluring quality. "Return," Lu Chun commanded, and reincarnation obediently returned to his grasp. Examining the blade that had ascended to the status of the supreme great blade, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Not bad." "What do you mean not bad?" "Lu Chun, you should really refrain from using that blade. It is far too sinister," Ayan urged. As soon as she finished speaking, reincarnation seemed to comprehend, lightly tapping Ayan on the head with its back, as if in protest. Who hit me?" Ayan appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of who it was. Looking down, she noticed that Lu Chun's sword was missing and exclaimed, "You wretched Lu Chun, why did you strike me? It was not I who harmed you, but rather the cycle of reincarnation that has taken offense. It has developed a rudimentary intelligence and is likely quite agitated," Lu Chun explained with a smile. He felt a sense of joy at the thought of the reincarnation having attained sentience. What? I en förövrigt har delicate bros, seemingly struggling to comprehend. In this world, it seemed that no sword had ever manifested such intelligence. Was Lucent's enchanted blade truly so extraordinary? Nevertheless, the enchanted sword was undeniably the most remarkable blade in existence, defying all explanation. Very well, I apologize. I misspoke earlier, she conceded. Upon hearing this, the reincarnation ceased its actions, nodding its hilt in acknowledgement. Lucent chuckled silently, casting his gaze upon the inhabitants of Fishman Island. The commotion drew the attention of the entire populace, and they soon realized that all the pirates had been vanquished by the human navy before them. What was once deemed a forbidden zone, Fishman Street, was now devoid of any pirates, all having been eliminated by the navy, leaving not even a trace of their remains behind. Upon meeting Lucent's gaze, many of the fishmen and humans instinctively took a few steps back, fearful that the cold-blooded navy would extend their wrath upon them. With a smile playing on his lips, Lucent proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, Fishman Island shall be under the protection of me, Mong Chi Di Lucent. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on even a single hair of the fishmen, they shall not escape my wrath. Whether they were pirates, navy, or any other, all transgressors would face merciless retribution." His resonant voice echoed throughout Fishman Island, instilling fear in the hearts of all fishmen and humans alike. As he spoke, Lucent released a hint of conqueror's haki, adding a layer of pressure to his words. In Dragon Palace City, Princess Bai Xing recognized the familiar voice, her face lighting up with joy. It is Lord Lucent's voice. Has he come to aid us on Fishman Island? She wondered. Alas, it seems we cannot deter him. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse, King Mi Putong remarked helplessly beside her. This matter had escalated beyond his ability to manage. Even if they sought to ally with the world government, assistance from them had never materialized, and discrimination against fishmen by humans persisted. Perhaps Lucent's intervention might truly be a fortuitous event for the entire fishman community. Meanwhile, at the Fishman Cafe, the fortune teller, Xia Li, frowned in distress. Why can't I discern who this person is? There are no signs whatsoever. Upon hearing Lucent's declaration, the fishmen surrounding her erupted into cheers. Thank you, Lord Lucent. We are grateful. Observing their ecstatic response, Lucent's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Excellent. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System rewards, 2,000 energy points. Swordsmanship level 1, and 20 materials for the construction of the Underworld King. Lucent, you have much to attend to from here on out. Fishman Island is indeed a troublesome place. AI cautioned with a serious expression. All pirates heading to the New World will traverse this route. It may prove challenging to suppress them all. No worries. I shall ensure they understand my might. Lucent replied nonchalantly. Indeed, et on dead. Regardless of Lucent's actions, she would remain by his side. Subsequently, Lucent and AI stationed their forces on Fishman Island for 3 days, ruthlessly slaying any pirates causing chaos, whether they were fishmen or humans. In the meantime, the world was abuzz with news of the emergence of the Navy's supernova, Mong Chi Di Lucent, on Fishman Island, publicly declaring his protection over it. The fearsome Rear Admiral Lu Chen evoked terror reminiscent of the legendary Mong Chi Di Ka Pu, instilling dread in all pirates. Even among the pirates' supernovas, very few remained unafraid of Lucent, for even Lu Fei had fallen to his prowess, compounded by the terror of Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, who could remain fearless. However, Lucent would not remain on Fishman Island indefinitely. They merely needed to avoid trouble. Once trouble arose, or if fishmen were captured for sale, they would undoubtedly face an unrelenting pursuit from Lucent, which was the source of their fear. At the new Marine headquarters, Akainu seethed. That Lucent is causing chaos once again, neglecting his duties. Just wait until I report this to the higher-ups. We shall see how he is dealt with. Chapter 153. Arrival at the new Slayedthe archipelago. Sakazuki could hardly believe that despite sending Lucent to Marineford, he remained restless, venturing to Fishman Island and essentially bloodily cleansing it. The slaughter of nearly 10,000 pirates, in his eyes, tarnished the Navy's reputation. Just as he struggled to find a justification to reprimand Lu Chen, this incident provided him with the perfect opportunity. Thus, Sakazuki directly contacted the Gorosei, earnestly reporting, "Gorosei, you are likely aware of Lu Chen's recent actions. His conduct has gone too far. It is an affront to our Navy's identity to so brazenly massacre pirates. I recommend that we—" "Sakazuki, are you overreacting? Is there a fault in the Navy's extermination of pirates? Your repeated grievances against Rear Admiral Lu Chen. Are you still holding a grudge from the last encounter?" The voice of the Gorosei, Vinsmoke Sanji, interrupted him before he could finish. Sakazuki's expression darkened, rendered speechless. Yet, he was aware that he harbored resentment toward Lu Chen, reluctant to witness his successes. I believe Rear Admiral Lu Chen's actions were commendable. His uproar on Fishman Island will deter some nefarious pirates from entering the New World, thus blocking their advance. What is wrong with that? Vinsmoke Sanji continued. Indeed, Sakazuki muttered through clenched teeth, offering only a single word in response. As he spoke, the line abruptly disconnected, leaving him in a state of disarray. He had anticipated a means to discipline Lu Chen, yet now found himself in a vulnerable position. Days later, Lu Chen returned to Marineford with his troops, blissfully unaware of the turmoil at the Navy headquarters. He was only cognizant of his actions on Fishman Island, which had seemingly spread throughout the world. The prolonged silence from both the Navy headquarters and the world government indicated tacit approval of his conduct. For Lu Chen, this was indeed a favorable outcome. In the ensuing days, Lu Chen primarily resided at Marineford, overseeing the repairs of the damaged headquarters while personally training the Navy personnel. His aim was to cultivate a cadre of loyal soldiers. The world's dynamics were bound to grow increasingly tumultuous, and he had more responsibilities ahead. Establishing a personal force was essential, whether within the Navy or among pirates. Suddenly, Ayan entered the office with a report. Rear Admiral Lu Chen, the Slayedthe archipelago has become exceedingly chaotic in recent days. The Navy's presence has emboldened the pirates there, and many civilians implore us to suppress them. Oh, I happen to have some free time today. Let us investigate just how brazen those pirates have become. It has been quite a while since I last took action. Lu Chen remarked, rising with keen interest. In the archipelago of Slayedthe, there exists a considerable number of fishmen, and the recent incident on Fishman Island has provided them an opportunity to further amplify their notoriety. Indeed, Admiral, Ayan responded swiftly and without delay. He summoned the Navy to set sail for Slayedthe. A fleet of naval vessels, commanded by Admiral Lu Chen, embarked towards the nearby islands. Their sails adorned with a striking emblem. The emblem featured a circular design, at the center of which lay a long sword, symbolizing the notorious blade, Luanhui. The cursed sword Luanhui, a terror to countless pirates. Admiral Lu Chen stood resolutely on the deck of the warship, gazing ahead with an air of indifference as the distance to Slayedthe diminished. "Which island are we heading to?" Ayan inquired. "Island number 1, replied Lu Chen. Ayan, understanding that Lu Chen had his own plans, relayed the orders to the rest of the naval crew without further questioning. The 3 warships sailed in formation towards island number 1 of the Slayedthe archipelago. The sight of the naval ensign soon caught the attention of both pirates and residents alike. A Navy ship? Why has a Navy ship suddenly arrived here? Aren't they still repairing Marineford? Fools! Open your eyes. That is the ship of the infamous Vice Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chen. The moniker the Butcher had been bestowed upon Lu Chen among the pirates after the events on Fishman Island, where he had slaughtered nearly 10,000 pirates. In the eyes of the pirates, he was a veritable demon of death. Upon sighting Lu Chen's warship, many pirates fled in terror, some not even daring to glimpse his face before hastily retreating. Aboard the naval vessel, Lu Chen observed the chaos on island number 1, where pirates were frantically fleeing to other islands, desperate to escape his presence. Ayan cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly grasping Lu Chen's intentions. After the bloodbath on Fishman Island, was he now planning a massacre on the Slayedthe archipelago? Soon, the warship docked at island number 1. "Disembark," Lu Chen commanded with a calm demeanor. "Yes, Admiral." The naval crew promptly leapt from the ship, forming 2 neat lines along the shore, awaiting Lu Chen's orders. Lu Chun descended the gangplank and addressed the assembled sailors with solemnity. Gentlemen, we have but one mission here on Slayedthe today, and that is to eradicate the pirates. Eliminate the pirates. Slay the pirates. The sailors echoed his rallying cry in unison. Only by following Lu Chun could they rekindle the fervor that once drove them to join the Navy, to vanquish pirates. Accompanying Admiral Lu Chun, they found themselves regularly engaged in the slaughter of pirates, a sensation they had come to relish, particularly those who had been with him during the previous expedition to Fishman Island. The thrill of bloodshed had begun to numb them. Thus, Lu Chun led his men to patrol the shores of Slayedthe, beginning at Island No. 1. Upon spotting any pirates, they would swiftly strike them down. This time, Lu Chun had brought along the elite forces from the G1 branch, many of whom were proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. Eliminating minor pirates would pose little challenge. The residents of Slayedthe, witnessing Lu Chun's arrival, were filled with excitement and welcomed him with applause. Vice Admiral Lu Chun. The scene rivaled that of a royal procession, with the surrounding populace extending their warmest greetings. As for the pirates on the island, they had either fled or were hiding, too fearful to show their faces. Observing the ordinary residents, Lu Chun smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "You are too kind. This is our duty. Should any pirates cause trouble, you may inform us." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. You are truly a good man. When the Navy was here before, the pirates were rampant. Indeed, now that Vice Admiral Lu Chun has arrived, all the pirates have fled." Thus, the long-dormant Slayedthe archipelago buzzed with life once more, reverberating with the name of Monkey D. Lu Chun, Vice Admiral of the Navy. Countless pirates, upon hearing his name, began to flee in a frenzy, seeking refuge far from his gaze, especially on the islands numbered 1 to 29, which were the most lawless parts of the archipelago. However, due to Lu Chun's arrival, all the pirates in these areas vanished, transforming the landscape into one of tranquility. The locals welcomed him with open arms. Suddenly, a naval officer approached Lu Chun and Ian, whispering, reporting to Vice Admiral Lu Chun. "As you predicted, all the pirates are heading towards the dock on Island No. 79. Lu Chun nodded slightly, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Prior to landing on Slayedthe, he had discreetly dispatched naval forces to infiltrate the pirate ranks and gather intelligence. He would not be so ostentatious without prior consideration. Indeed, he had anticipated that all the pirates would flee, and his purpose in coming to Slayedthe was to ensure a more spectacular display. "Lu Chun, you sent people ahead of time?" Ian asked, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Even she had not detected Lu Chun's maneuvers. Lu Chun nodded slightly, speaking softly. "It seems there won't be a large-scale battle this time. Most of the pirates will be scared off, and we will suppress them a bit to deter any further disturbances in Slayedthe." "Understood," Ian replied, though a hint of frustration lingered on her face, as if reproaching Lu Chun for not informing her sooner, leaving her anxious throughout their journey. "Don't be upset. In the future, I will make sure to inform you ahead of time," Lu Chun reassured her, seeing her displeasure. "Humph, that's more like it," Ian pouted. Thus, Lu Chun led the naval forces from Island No. 1 to Island No. 79 without detouring to other islands. Their progress was slowed considerably by the throngs of people welcoming them. Nevertheless, Lu Chun maintained an unfaltering smile, devoid of any concern. "Lu Chun, we are nearing the dock of Island No. 79. What are your plans?" Ian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Even now, she was unaware of Lu Chun's true intentions. "You will find out once we arrive," Lu Chun replied with a slight smile. Ian ceased her questioning, for they were approaching the dock of Island No. 79. Before they reached the dock, the sounds of numerous voices arguing reached their ears. "Hurry up! What are you all dawdling for? You fools, run!" It was only when Lu Chun and the Navy arrived at the dock that they realized the pirates had flocked to Island No. 79, overwhelming the dock with more ships than it could accommodate. The area was utterly congested. Ian smiled lightly. "No wonder you weren't in a hurry along the way. Now, it is their turn to be anxious." Lu Chun smiled and stepped forward. The Navy on both sides began to clear a path for him, wielding long swords to eliminate the pirates blocking their way. It would be inaccurate to say they were obstructing. Rather, They were trapped pirates stranded on the coast. Let us fight them. Kill. Brothers, didn't you say we would fight? Why are you running toward the sea? You're the same. Why ask me? The pirates on the shore were in a state of panic, desperately seeking to escape Lu Chen's gaze, some even fleeing directly into the water. Meanwhile, those trapped at the dock and those who had already taken to the sea were even more terrified, urging their subordinates to hasten their departure. Quick, accelerate, run. The murderous General Lu Chen is coming. Run. At that moment, Balumabur and KB rushed to report to Lu Chen, General Lu Chen. The pirates on the coast have been eradicated. Should we pursue those who have escaped to the sea? No need. I will handle it myself. You have already engaged. I cannot remain idle. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Understood. KB and Balumabur saluted in response, knowing that their teacher was about to take action. Eager to witness his terrifying prowess once more, Lu Chen stepped forward, unsheathing his long sword, SwordsmanWho, revealing a hint of the enchanting demon blade that instantly astonished everyone present. The Navy felt their blood boil with fervor, filled with the desire to charge forward and slay the pirates. Conversely, the pirates were gripped by terror, sensing that an evil spirit seemed to loom over SwordsmanWho, intent on devouring their flesh and blood. The demon blade, SwordsmanWho, that is General Lu Chen's demon sword. With its appearance, today may very well be their last. Run. Lu Chen has drawn his demon sword. If we do not flee now, we will truly have no chance. Having ascended to the supreme blade of SwordsmanWho, it could accurately influence the emotions of those around him, perfectly embodying its name. 6 paths of reincarnation, corresponding to 6 different emotions. Suddenly, a smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he lifted the long sword, pointing it towards the heavens. His hands, enveloped in the armed color of hockey, extended towards the blade of SwordsmanWho, enveloping it completely. A magnificent sword intent surged from Lu Chen's body, and the golden sword energy shot upwards from SwordsmanWho, causing the heavens and earth to change color. It was as if a great hole had been pierced in the sky, with surrounding clouds all cleaved apart. The sword intent coalesced into a massive golden sword, imbued with formidable hockey and pressure. Those nearby swiftly moved aside, afraid to come too close. Should they venture too near, they would be unable to withstand the oppressive force and would kneel to the ground. Some civilians, upon feeling the divine pressure and gazing at Lu Chen enveloped in golden sword energy, perceived him as a deity, a celestial being passing judgment upon the wicked. At that moment, Lu Chen was entirely encased in golden sword energy, the powerful aura affixed to SwordsmanWho, causing him to levitate in midair. He swung the golden giant sword, producing a deep, thunderous sound, the sword of pride from the 6 paths of reincarnation. With that, the golden giant sword sliced down towards the multitude of pirates. The pirates, witnessing this, looked up at the enormous golden sword, frozen in place, devoid of any thoughts of escape. They all understood that fleeing was futile, as they were all within the sword's range. At that moment, time seemed to slow, and, as the golden giant sword descended, the clouds were cleaved in half, as though the sky itself had been split open. Chapter 155. The crowd roared, 2-year agreement. Instantly, the golden giant sword struck the surface of the sea, engulfing all the pirates and their ships above the water in a surge of concentrated energy. Amidst the screams, they gradually faded into nothingness. Boom! A Husundine explosion. The tidal waves generated by the sword strike reached heights of over 100 meters, spreading outwards and causing onlookers to flee in terror. A moment's inattention could see them swept away by the waves and dragged into the sea. On the other side, the entire sea surface appeared to be neatly severed, the sword energy wreaking havoc, rendering the surrounding water incapable of filling the area that had been cleaved. Even the seabed was cut into a deep chasm by the sharp sword energy. The sound of the sword strike had not yet fully subsided, and the entire Slayedthe archipelago trembled in response. In Shaki's bar, what is happening? Is it an earthquake? Shaki furrowed her brows. Beside her, Rayleigh, who was drinking, appeared unconcerned. Laughing, didn't you say? That kid Lu Chen has brought his troops to Slayedthe archipelago again. it's probably his doing. But so it's him. His strength is growing remarkably fast. It won't be long before he surpasses you, Shaki teased. Indeed, we are aging, and the new generation is about to rise. Liu Chen's future strength will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the world. It's a pity he is not interested in the Grand Line. Otherwise, he might very well become the next pirate king, Rayleigh said solemnly. Indeed, at Dock 79, time passed, and eventually the ground stopped shaking, and the sea surface finally returned to calm. However, it was a scene of devastation. The wreckage of pirate ships, countless severed limbs of pirates, and the once azure sea now stained crimson with blood. The stark contrast of the bright red water against the previously blue sea sent chills down many spines, with some even beginning to retch. Just how many pirates must have perished? It was then they comprehended why the pirates referred to General Liu Chun as the murderous demon. He truly killed without a flicker of emotion, having slain so many pirates. His expression remained entirely unperturbed. "Let us go," Liu Chun said expressionlessly. Yes. Upon his command, the Navy immediately followed General Liu Chen's lead. Within a mere day, no, even less than half a day, he had eradicated the majority of the pirates from Slayedthe archipelago, an achievement that even the Marine headquarters had not accomplished while stationed in Slayedthe. Today, however, under General Liu Chen's command, his standing in the hearts of the people of Slayedthe archipelago soared dramatically, especially in recent years. Liu Chen's accomplishments have primarily involved eliminating pirates who aided the wicked, working for the people, earning him immense admiration. Yet, few seem to know that Marine headquarters General Liu Chen bore another identity, the Knight, a most wanted criminal of the Navy with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Soon, Liu Chen returned to Slayedthe with his troops. The stationed Navy, upon learning of the events in Slayedthe archipelago, gathered at the entrance to await the return of their victorious comrades. General Liu Chen, General Liu Chen, General Liu Chen, as Liu Chen and the Navy returned. The crowd erupted in cheers. Liu Chen nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, it is our duty to eliminate pirates. You now have a more important task, to restore Slayedthe. Quickly, return to your duties. You will all have opportunities to pursue pirates in the future." "Yes, General Liu Chen." The Navy responded in unison before dispersing to attend to their respective matters. Liu Chen summoned Kubai and Bei Lu Meibo to his office. Observing the two, he advised, "Your abilities still require refinement, yet it is time for you both to gain some experience. I will send you to an island for training, and you may return when you have adapted." "Yes, teacher," they responded, excitement evident on their faces as they exchanged glances. "All right, go prepare." Liu Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, teacher." With that, the two exited the office to gather their belongings. "Where do you plan to send them?" "I inuted, head Budai's furuing in suspicion." For she was unaware of any suitable training ground among the islands she knew. "To Shaohua Yuan, a place I have previously visited," Liu Chen replied. Shaohua Yuan, the abode of the giants Dong Li and Buluo Ji, teemed with numerous large creatures, all of a level or below, making it an ideal training ground for Kubai and Bei Lu Meibo. Furthermore, with Dong Li and Buluo Ji as their guardians, their safety would be assured, and it would provide an opportunity to visit these old friends. This endeavor would hasten Kubai and Bei Lu Meibo's ascension to A level, expediting their mission completion. Additionally, Liu Chen anticipated he might need to embark on another task soon, the establishment of his own pirate crew. After a moment of silence, Liu Chen stated before long, "I may need to leave for a while. AIN, you should remain in Ma Lin Fan Duo to assist me. Can't you take me with you?" "Ilnaskid." "No." Liu Chen shook his head as he planned to operate under the guise of night. "All right, I understand. I will wait for your return." AIN replied obediently, nodding. With that, Liu Chen approached her, enveloping her in an embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Oomph." AIN's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Liu Chen's chest. The following morning, Liu Chen exited the office, with AIN trailing closely behind. While she returned to her room to rest, Liu Chen donned the attire of an ordinary person and set off for the Chambord archipelago. Based on the information he received from Xia Qi, Nami and Luffy's crew were expected to arrive at Chambord, and it was time for him to seek them out. At a tavern on the Chambord archipelago, Lu Chun sat at the bar, sipping his drink in solitude. Suddenly, a stunning woman with flowing hair and a captivating figure approached the bar. "Boss, a glass of red wine, please." "Coming right up, beautiful." "One moment," the bartender responded. At that moment, Lu Chun lowered his voice. "I will cover this lady's drink." Nami furrowed her brow, glancing at the man in the black cloak beside her, her expression brightening immediately. "Sure." Lu Chun quickly gestured for silence. Understanding his intent, Nami swallowed her words, smiled, and whispered, "How did you know I was here?" "Lu Chun, brother? Calculating the time, I figured you would arrive soon. Moreover, this place is now my territory. Knowing you are here is not difficult." Lu Chun replied with a smile. Chapter 156. Annihilation of the Straw Hat Crew, a Farewell. Nami chuckled, continuing, "What are your plans moving forward, Lu Chun, brother?" "I may be away for a while. If the opportunity arises, we shall meet again," Lu Chun stated. "All right," Nami nodded, her smile affirming her belief in their eventual reunion. As they enjoyed their drinks, the tavern doors were abruptly kicked open. Bang! A group of raucous individuals stormed in, one wearing a straw hat, another with short orange hair, and a third with green hair, brandishing 3 swords, accompanied by a fox. Lu Chun turned to observe the newcomers, a knowing smile playing at his lips, barely suppressing laughter. The intruders were none other than the imposters of the Straw Hat Crew. With their arrival, tension filled the tavern as whispers circulated among the patrons. "It's a Straw Hat Crew. They actually returned to Chambord. Do they not fear Vice Admiral Lu Chun seeking retribution?" Nami also noticed the false straw hats behind her, smirking slightly as she remarked, "Look, Lu Chun, brother. They are quite unsightly. That fake Nami pales in comparison to me." Lu Chun replied earnestly, "Indeed, she is grossly inferior." Nami beamed at the compliment, feeling pleased. Yet, the fake Straw Hat Crew grew increasingly brazen within the tavern, even resorting to gun violence. The false Nami approached the real one, pointing a gun at her and sneering, "Hey, you look quite pretty. Mind if I put a hole in that lovely face of yours?" Nami scoffed in response, unperturbed, displaying no sign of fear, even in Lu Chun's absence. She had no reason to be afraid, especially with him beside her. Suddenly, a flash of a sword. The hand holding the gun of the false Nami was cleanly severed, blood gushing forth. The fake Nami, seemingly delayed, only screamed moments later upon realizing the injury. She clutched her bleeding arm, gritting her teeth. Who did this? The speed of the sword was astonishing. She could not discern who had struck, but it certainly was not the woman she faced, as there had been no visible movement from her. "Who dares to attack members of the Straw Hat Crew? Step forward," shouted the other imposters, rising to confront the surrounding patrons. Gradually, Lu Chun stood, removing his black cloak to reveal the insignia of a vice admiral, inquiring with interest, "Are you searching for me?" Upon hearing this, shock spread among the crowd. "It's Vice Admiral Lu Chun. It truly is him. I knew Vice Admiral Lu Chun would protect us. Ha ha ha. The Straw Hats are finished now." The imposter crew panicked, hastily attempting to explain, "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, alas, before they could finish. Lu Chun had already taken action. With a subtle motion of the reincarnation blade in his right hand, it was as if he merely unsheathed it slightly. A series of sword flashes erupted. In a chilling display, the imposter crew members fell, decapitated, their lifeless bodies hitting the floor before the patrons could fully comprehend the chaos that had unfolded. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Vice Admiral Lu Chun is incredible. He just wiped out the Straw Hat Crew. I want to bear your children. Truly formidable. No wonder they call him the Demon of Death." Lu Chun, appearing somewhat exasperated, waved his hand. "No need for such formalities, everyone. If someone could assist in cleaning up, I will cover all the expenses at the tavern today. Enjoy your drinks." "Yes. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you." After a moment, Lu Chun resumed his seat, shaking his head in resignation. Fame brings its own burdens. "Now anyone can recognize me." "Uft, Lu Chun, brother, you still have another identity, right? By the way, why didn't you mention those were the fake straw hats earlier?" Nami asked with a smile. "If I had, it would have been too easy for others to uncover your identities." Now let us move quickly. If I make my move, you might miss your chance to leave, Lu Chen advised earnestly. Thank you, brother Lu Chen. Until we meet again. With those words, Nami rose to depart, while Usopp had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's actions within, he refrained from entering. Fully aware of the extraordinary bond between Nami and Lu Chen, still haunted by the events of Slayedthe archipelago, Lu Chen remained seated in the tavern, observing as Nami and Usopp departed. Once their figures faded from view, he too exited the tavern, vanishing into the shadows. Apart from Nami, he had two others he wished to meet, one being Luffy and the other Zoro. Somewhere in the Slayedthe archipelago, the heavily wounded Kuma moved away from the dock like a machine, followed closely by the Sunny, which he had protected for 2 years. Zoro had just arrived and spotted Kuma. Lu Chen observed from a distance. Kuma's appearance did not surprise him, but he was slightly taken aback by Zoro's closed eyes. After 6 months, Zoro's eyes had been fine, yet after more than a year apart, they remained shut, whether due to blindness, injury, or some other issue remained a mystery. Shortly thereafter, the other crew members arrived. Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Luffy, Frankie, and Brook. All 9 gathered together, and under the pursuit of some Marines, they set off once more toward the Grand Line. Luffy, I hope you will surprise me the next time we meet, Lu Chen murmured as he watched their figures recede. There was no need for him to intervene. He was likely to leave Marineford soon. With that thought, he vanished from sight, returning to Marineford to begin packing his belongings. At some point, Ain appeared behind him, eyeing him curiously and asking, Lu Chen, are you planning to leave? Yes, I will be departing tomorrow, Lu Chen replied candidly. So soon? Ain furrowed her brows slightly. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly turned, placing a hand on Ain's shoulder with a smile. What? Are you going to miss me? Yes. I nodded affectionately. Ha ha, that's wonderful. Lu Chen laughed heartily, then lifted Ain and carried her inside. The next morning, Lu Chen personally took KB and Balumeb out for training. Though Ain was nowhere to be seen, she was inside a room, watching Lu Chen through the window. Chapter 157, The Night Pirates, Double Agent. Indeed, he left quietly, deliberately allowing a few Marines to know that he was departing with KB and Balumeb. The intent was to ensure that others would not suspect him of the events occurring elsewhere. Days later, Lu Chen delivered KB and Balumeb to the island of Little Garden, greeting his old friends, Dory and Broggy, for drinks and conversation. It was not until the following morning that he donned a black cloak, assuming the identity of the knight, and departed from Little Garden. This time, under the guise of the knight, his primary objective was to establish a pirate crew. He initially intended to visit Punk Hazard to find Caesar, but after some contemplation, he abandoned the idea. If he captured Caesar prematurely, Luffy and the others would have no purpose, and the subsequent battle at Dressrosa would not occur. He intended to craft a significant narrative during the Dressrosa conflict. So there was no rush. Luffy and his crew would naturally arrive in Dressrosa. Everything would unfold in due time. Thus, Lu Chen followed his planned route, sailing alone on a ship, passing through Fishman Island on his way to the New World. His destination was Dressrosa. At that moment, Luffy and his crew were likely still meandering through Fishman Island, having already learned of Lu Chen's exploits, surrounded by the serene scenery of the island. However, by sheer coincidence, they might still come across Noah, the ship of Fishman Island, along with countless formidable sea kings. These matters were beyond Lu Chen's control, prompting his early departure from Fishman Island. More than 2 weeks later, Lu Chen lounged leisurely on the deck, his pirate ship now adorned with a new pirate flag, depicting a deep black background with a silver lightning bolt, a design of his own creation. He had even named it the Night Pirates. He was merely waiting for the right opportunity to recruit more pirates to join his crew, aspiring to become the 4th emperor of the New World. Since Whitebeard's demise, the New World was left with only 3 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks. The remnants of Whitebeard's crew, led by Ace, had been gravely injured in the Battle of Marineford, and with Whitebeard's death, their standing had fallen from that of an emperor. The absence of an emperor's position had ignited the ambitions of the recent supernovas to claim that title in the New World. Suddenly, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a sudden drop in the surrounding temperature. He looked up to find himself near the waters surrounding Punkhazard. The last time he visited, he hadn't explored the laboratory within. Unexpectedly, he was passing by the icy side of Punkhazard once more. Just as he was about to rise and investigate, he caught sight of a marine ship approaching from the opposite direction, seemingly heading toward Punkhazard. The Marines aboard quickly reported to their commanding officer, Vice Admiral Virgo. "A pirate ship has appeared ahead. Shall we engage?" "Oh, let me take a look," Virgo replied, stepping out of the cabin. Upon spotting the pirate flag, he waved his hand dismissively. "Destroy it." "Yes, sir." The Marines swiftly communicated the order, preparing to unleash cannon fire upon Lu Chen's ship. Boom! 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 A barrage of dark cannonballs was fired at Lu Chen's vessel. However, he gazed at the approaching Marine ship with keen interest, remarking, "How intriguing. I did not provoke you, yet you have chosen to provoke me. Begone!" he bellowed. With that, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, repelling the incoming cannonballs back toward the Marine ship. What is happening? Why are the cannonballs returning? Who is that on the pirate ship? I've never seen him before. Fire! Turn the ship around. Do you wish to be hit? The Marines were thrown into disarray, utterly unprepared for the prowess displayed by Lu Chen's ship. Many cannonballs fired by the Marines collided with each other in the air, resulting in explosions, but numerous others still rained down toward the Marine ship. Just as disaster seemed imminent, a white figure suddenly appeared in midair, executing a series of kicks to neutralize the cannonballs aimed at the Marine ship. Explosions erupted continuously in the air. Boom! 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 At that moment, Lu Chen finally recognized the individual who had intervened. Character: Virgo. Position: Vice Admiral. Commander of the G5 Marine Branch. Member of the Don Quixote family. Devil Fruit. Rank. Skills: Armament Hockey A. Marine 6 styles. Bounty: None. The man before him was none other than the infamous double agent from the world of One Piece, Virgo. Unexpectedly, I encountered him in this maritime expanse. Is he here to seek out Kaisa? Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Eliminate Wyerge. System reward: 500 points. The opportunity for points presented itself so readily. How could one decline? With this thought, Lu Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. By vanquishing Wyerge, he could expedite Luffy and his crew's passage through Binghua Island, thus hastening the completion of his next task. At that moment, Wyerge landed steadily on the deck, his gaze fixed on the man clad in black aboard the opposing pirate ship. He soon realized there was but one individual present, yet the man appeared somewhat familiar. In an instant, he recalled a notorious naval fugitive, the elusive figure who remains unseen, with no one ever having glimpsed his true visage. No wonder he did not recognize that pirate flag. "Oh, have you noticed me? Then allow me to present you with a grand gift." Lu Chen observed the glint in Wyerge's eyes and smiled faintly. A surge of white lightning coalesced in his right hand, gradually forming a massive sphere of electricity. With a flourish of his hand, the colossal lightning force surged towards the naval vessel, transforming into a majestic thunderbird. Instantly, Wyerge furrowed his brow, employing moonwalk to ascend into the sky. However, the sailors below were left to suffer the consequences. The immense thunderbird struck the hull, unleashing a torrent of silvery lightning that engulfed the entire ship, rendering both the vessel and all aboard charred and blackened. The crackling electricity continued to flicker across the ship's surface, leaving the sailors incapacitated, none remaining unscathed. After a moment, Wyerge cautiously landed on the ship's deck, having enveloped his feet with armament hockey. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been electrocuted. Chapter 158. Useless to me, a new technique. However, the electrical force had diminished somewhat, thus inflicting only minimal harm upon him. You are high, are you not? Upon witnessing Lu Chen wield the power of the sound thunderfruit, Wyerge grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The other was undoubtedly high. The bounty of 1 billion berries reflected an unfathomable strength, and he had never heard a Navy officer escaping his grasp. Even the 3 admirals during the Marineford War, including the current fleet admiral, had suffered losses at the hands of High. Thus, Wyerge dared not presume his abilities could match those of High. Do you recognize me? Lu Chen inquired with an amused smile, What brings a Navy officer like you here? Engaging Wyerge in conversation was merely a diversion, for he knew the man would soon meet his demise. Official business, Wyerge replied tersely, his expression turning grave. I am a Rear Admiral and the commander of the G5 branch of the Navy. I hope you will refrain from attacking me. Otherwise, the Navy will not let you off easily. Oh, really? Lu Chen replied dismissively. Why not mention that you are also a member of the Don Quixote family? What are you talking about? Wyerge's expression momentarily faltered before he regained his composure. It was no surprise that a pirate who had infiltrated the Navy for over a decade would possess strong emotional control, yet before Lu Chen's formidable observation hockey, he was utterly exposed. Do not pretend before me. Don Quixote Doflamingo has placed spies within the Navy. You have come to Binghua Island on his orders, have you not? Let me guess. You are here to meet Kaisa? Lu Chen articulated each word deliberately. With every syllable, Wyerge's astonishment deepened. How could he possibly know such things? Could he also be a member of the Don Quixote family? Yet, why had Doflamingo not mentioned these matters to him? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Lu Chen teased. Observing the bewilderment on Wyerge's face, a cryptic smile graced his lips. After a prolonged silence, Wyerge's brow furrowed tightly as he inquired solemnly, Who exactly are you? How do you know these things? He was utterly flabbergasted, for very few were privy to such information, and no one had ever known the man's identity before him. Oh, you may consider me a deity, a great god, omniscient, Lu Chen grinned broadly. Yet Wyerge could hardly accept such a claim, retorting coldly, Since you are aware of my identity, I cannot allow you to live. Upon finishing his statement, his fists were enveloped in armament hockey, gleaming with a metallic sheen as he forcefully stomped on the deck. Bang! He created a deep crater in the deck. In the blink of an eye, Wyerge vanished from his position, employing the Navy's 6 powers, shave, to appear before Lu Chen. He unleashed a swift kick aimed at Lu Chen's face. However, Lu Chen suddenly turned his head, as if he had anticipated the entire sequence of movements, and merely took a step back to evade Wyerge's assault. Wyerge's body continued to propel forward due to the momentum. Simultaneously, Lu Chen extended his right hand, now cloaked in armament hockey, clenched into a fist, and struck towards Wyerge's chest. It was a simple straight punch, yet was released with astonishing speed, producing a sound that cut through the air. The impact landed squarely on Wyerge's chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Wyerge violently expelled a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball. Ultimately, he crashed into the sea, sending waves crashing in his wake. He was utterly defenseless. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, steering the ship towards Wyerge's point of descent. At that moment, Wyerge was afloat on the water's surface, struggling to rise. He utilized moonwalk to return to the Navy's vessel. Impressive, he gasped, clutching his chest. Despite having employed armament hockey to protect himself, several ribs had been fractured, and his chest had caved in. The bounty of 2.1 billion was indeed not a mere facade. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. Just as he prepared to strike again, Wyerge suddenly shouted, Wait. I concede. I am indeed a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo. But who are you? How do you know my identity? Since we are both pirates, would you consider letting me go? Wyerge proposed. Admitted? Lu Chen's lips curled upward, revealing a knowing smile. This was precisely the acknowledgement he sought from Wyerge, and he had captured a brief recording using the system, which could be played back with the image worm. Yes, Wyerge nodded affirmatively, though his left hand slipped into his pocket. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. As long as you confess, I will not let you off easily. The moment he uttered his words, Wyerge erupted with fury. His veins bulged as he summoned his utmost strength, unleashing his swiftest speed. Navy 6 powers, shave. Instantly, Wyerge appeared before Lu Chen, brandishing a capture net crafted from sea prism stone, which he hurled towards Lu Chen. Huh! Observing this, Lu Chen merely chuckled coldly, refraining from any defense, allowing the sea prism stone to land upon him. Seeing Lu Chen's lack of action, Wyerge assumed he was either slow to react or seized by fear. A triumphant expression crossing his face, he aligned his fingers and executed the Navy 6 powers, pointing his fingers like a bullet. A slicing strike shot directly toward Lu Chen's chest, and Wired's smile grew ever wider. As the strike was about to land, the spear pierced through Lu Chen's garment. It was thwarted by the formidable haki within. Moreover, Lu Chen remained utterly unaffected by the impact, standing firmly in place. What? Virgo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed the capture of the knight by the sea stone net. Could it possibly be a counterfeit? Gradually, Lu Chen removed the sea stone net, stating indifferently, "Sea stone? Unfortunately, it holds no power over me." Upon consuming the devil fruit, he had simplified its effects, rendering him immune to the sea stone and even the ocean itself, which explained his lack of fear. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Virgo shook his head frantically. There is nothing impossible. Allow me to send you to meet the King of Hell with a technique I have newly acquired. Lu Chen sneered. Gathering the power of thunder and lightning in his hands, he formed 2 basketball-sized silver orbs of electricity that circled rapidly around his body, spinning faster and faster, their electrical potency intensifying. Oh no! Virgo's expression shifted as he turned to flee. Chapter 159. The One Who Must Die, Punk Hazard Research Institute. However, shortly after Virgo began to escape, the 4 massive orbs of lightning struck his back. Bang! Crackle! The immense power of electricity engulfed Virgo entirely, charring his body, leaving no part unscathed, and his skin burned into thick, blackened shells. His form was so electrified that one could see the bones within, before he fell heavily into the sea, lying atop the surface, unsure of his fate. Yet, the system did not indicate that the mission was complete. So Lu Chen knew Virgo had not perished. "Virgo, let me assist you. Your appearance has indeed been a boon for me." Lu Chen materialized before Virgo, swiftly severing his head and placing it into the system's backpack. He recorded the event on a video worm, intending to deliver both the head and the recording to a messenger bird upon reaching the next island. This would serve as a grand gift, particularly to Akainu. Shortly after taking office, the commander of the Navy branch encountered a traitor, one of the subordinates of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, which would surely trouble Akainu for a long time. Just as Su Yun was about to depart from Ice Fire Island, a man's image flashed through his mind. A man who must die. No, more accurately, it was a boy, Kazuki Momonosuke. He should currently be at the Punk Hazard Research Facility, and with Luffy and his crew yet to arrive, this might be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Suddenly, the system activated a mission. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Eliminate Kazuki Momonosuke. System reward. 1,000 points, 1 skill. A reward of this magnitude? Does the system not favor this boy? Since the system has issued a task, it appears I must venture to Punk Hazard Island. Lu Chen docked his ship at the shore, leaping off to head toward the research facility at Punk Hazard. He landed in the area of the ice island, which should also have an entrance to the research facility. As soon as he set foot on the icy terrain, a chilling wind swept past, even causing Lu Chen to feel a slight chill. Indeed, the remnants of the battle between Aokiji and Akainu had created this ice fire island, showcasing their immense power, as their abilities had affected the surrounding environment. Moreover, it had persisted for such an extended duration, forever altering the island's climate. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead. Lu Chen looked up to see a colossal frost dragon emerging from the snow, adorned with wings and covered in crystalline scales, its body a striking ice blue, resembling a western dragon, exhaling frigid air. A pair of eyes, the size of basketballs, fixated on Lu Chen, releasing another breath of icy air. Roar. Character, Frost Dragon. Position, Nut Fruit. None. Level. Skill, Ice Immunity. A. Frost Breath. Bounty, none. The scales are rather exquisite. I could craft some hairpins for them. Lu Chen remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the Frost Dragon scales. Roar. The Frost Dragon, sensing its underestimation, let out a furious roar. It opened its massive jaws, gathering an abundance of frost within, preparing to unleash its icy breath. However, Lu Chen suddenly chuckled lightly, stepping forward and creating a deep pit in the ground. Vanishing from sight, he shot straight into the air, appearing above the Frost Dragon. His right hand was instantly enveloped in a dark haki, as immense power coalesced, forming a gigantic golden palm imprint. The imprint continued to grow larger as Lu Chen descended, capable of covering the entirety of the frost dragon's head. Buddha's palm. At that moment, the frost dragon aimed its cavernous maw at the airborne Lu Chen, ready to release its frost breath, but Lu Chen's massive palm struck its head. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. A wave of powerful icy air surged from the frost dragon's mouth, scattering in all directions, the sheer force even shattering several of its teeth. With a whoosh, the dragon's teeth flew out, embedding themselves into the nearby frozen ground. Subsequently, the massive dragon head, along with its body, crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! The frost dragon's eyes rolled back as it succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing on the ground, unaware of its fate. The impact created a massive wave of snow that swept outwards, forcing pirates hidden nearby to emerge in panic, even calling for help. Save me! Run! An avalanche is coming. Lu Chen turned towards the source of the cries, spotting numerous heavily armed pirates fleeing. However, their speed was woefully inadequate, and they were soon buried beneath the snow. There's a guide. Lu Chen smirked lightly. Having dealt with the frost dragon, he stored its corpse in the system backpack. Approaching the area where the pirates had been covered, he stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble. Bang! Countless snowflakes were sent flying, and several buried pirates were tossed into the air, landing safely on the ground. Hey, wake up! Lu Chen approached, finding a pirate still breathing, and patted his face. Huh? Who? The pirate, Job, abruptly sat up, his eyes widening as he recognized the man who had just slain the frost dragon, causing him to stumble back in fear. Are you one of the pirates from the Punk Hazard Research Facility? Lu Chen inquired directly. I'm not. Job hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Not being honest, huh? Lu Chen sneered, lightly stepping on the ground, causing the frozen surface to crack. The overwhelming power compelled Job to confess the truth. I am. Oomph. Take me to the Punk Hazard Research Facility to meet your director, Caesar. Lu Chen continued. All right. Job nodded vigorously in agreement. Under the guidance of Xiaobu, Lu Chen embarked on a journey to the research facility on the island. After walking for an hour through the heavy snow, a formidable iron gate loomed ahead. Xiaobu attempted to open the gate, yet remained resolutely shut. The more it resisted, the more agitated Xiaobu became, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he exclaimed, "This is perplexing. It should be able to open." Perhaps it is because the personnel within the research facility have noticed your presence and are deliberately refusing entry, Lu Chen suggested, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, Xiaobu replied, stepping aside. In that moment, Lu Chen strode forward, clenching his fist, which was instantly enveloped by the formidable aura of Haki, delivering a powerful punch against the heavy iron door. With a resounding crash, the door yielded, leaving a deep dent as it was sent flying, revealing a corridor filled with peculiar, fully armed modified beings. The iron gate barreled into them, and as they raised their weapons to retaliate, their firearms proved utterly ineffective against the gate's robust defenses. The bullets merely left scorched markings upon the iron surface, failing to leave even a slight indentation. Eventually, the gate crashed into the modified beings, only coming to a halt when it collided with the wall at the far end. At that moment, a flurry of snowflakes materialized, gradually coalescing into the figure of a woman, adorned with wings and talon-like feet. This woman was the Snow Woman, Monet, who served as Caesar's secretary at the research facility. A firm believer in Doflamingo's potential to become the Pirate King, yet ultimately met her demise at Caesar's hands. Monet scrutinized the man hidden beneath a dark robe and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to Punk Hazard?" "Knight, seeking a certain individual," Lu Chen replied calmly. Monet's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Knight, the notorious bounty of 2 billion. Now, you have two options. Allow me entry or face my wrath before I proceed," Lu Chen stated indifferently. After a moment's hesitation, Monet furrowed her brow and replied, "This is the territory of the Don Quixote family. Entry will not be so easily granted." "How tiresome." "Inform Doflamingo that Knight demands entry to find a certain individual. Should you refuse, I shall not hold back," Lu Chen expressed, growing impatient. He had no desire to obliterate Punk Hazard, needing Luffy and his crew to rescue its inhabitants and retrieve Caesar's heart to disrupt Dressrosa. Very well. Monet sensed the pressure and chose to tread carefully. Initially intending to leverage the Don Quixote family to intimidate Knight, she realized he showed no sign of fear. Thus, she contacted Doflamingo via the Den Den Mushi, reporting faithfully, "Young master, Knight insists on entering the research facility to find someone. If I refuse, he will force his way in." "Knight?" Doflamingo mused, a smirk curling his lips. "I did not expect the infamous Knight to visit my research facility." "Whom do you seek?" "A certain brat you captured," Luchin responded. "Very well. As long as you do not damage my facility, you may take him," Doflamingo agreed without further ado. "Excellent." Luchin nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter, the Den Den Mushi spoke again. "Might I inquire if Knight is interested in joining the Don Quixote family? One cannot become the pirate king alone." "Not interested. I must take my leave." Luchan waved dismissively and vanished into the corridors of the research facility. Once he departed, Monet turned to the Den Den Mushi and asked, "Young master, why permit him entry? There are matters within that must remain concealed. He is not a marine. It matters little if he knows. Furthermore, can either you or Caesar contend with him? He possesses strength comparable to an admiral." Doflamingo replied sternly. He was keen to avoid unnecessary casualties among his subordinates, especially those within the family. "Yes, young master," Monet acknowledged. "Follow him discreetly to ascertain whom he seeks, and instruct the personnel at the facility to avoid provoking him," Doflamingo commanded. "Understood, young master." Monet ascended before swiftly trailing Luchan. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Knight, who exactly are you?" The enigma of Knight had lingered for some time, a phantom whose true visage remained unseen. Vexing the Navy. In the research facility, Luchan descended to the lowest level via the elevator, while Monet monitored his every move from the control room, perplexed. Is he heading down? Isn't this the biscuit room? The children she knew had been captured were all confined within the biscuit room. Suddenly, Luchan glanced at the surveillance Den Mushi, smiling. "Hey, stop peeping. I harbor no ill will for now, but if you continue, I won't hold back." "What? He can sense this?" Monet froned deeply. Their surveillance was well concealed, and how could he be certain someone was watching? Unless he possessed exceptional Kinbunchika haki. Chortling. Luchan unleashed a surge of Conqueror's haki, incapacitating the hidden surveillance device. The monitors plunged into darkness. Simultaneously, the elevator halted at the abandoned chamber's lowest level, where Kazuki Momonosuke had presumably escaped from the biscuit room and consumed a failed artificial fruit created from Vegapunk's experiments. This fruit was derived from Kaido's blood, and while deemed a failure, it did not seem so. Regardless of Momonosuke's identity or the fruit he had ingested, he must perish today. Luchin ventured into the abandoned chamber, activating his Kinbunchika haki to survey the environment. After a brief moment, a faint smile graced his lips. "Found you." He proceeded deeper into the chamber, surrounded by discarded experimental specimens, the air thick with a peculiar mustiness, indicating a lack of human presence for some time. "Momonosuke, come forth." Luchan called into the dark recesses ahead. In that darkness, a pink dragon, drenched in sweat and trembling with anxiety, mumbled to himself, "Can't see me, can't see me." He had heard footsteps earlier and assumed it was one of the modified beings, prompting him to hide. His nervousness had transformed him into his dragon form. With a swift motion, Luchan executed the Marine 6-style Soru, propelling himself forward and appearing right before Momonosuke. "What? A ghost." Momonosuke had no inkling of Luchan's approach, only perceiving a man in a dark robe standing before him, wearing an enigmatic smile. Chapter 161. The Death of Tao Jizua, Dressrosa. "Little fellow, it is time for you to perish." Without a moment's hesitation, Luchan struck Tao Jizua's head with a single palm. Bang! Instantly, Tao Jizua's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering across the ground. To ensure that Tao Jizua's demise was thorough, he employed the powers of the Raimei fruit to administer a complete electric therapy to the body, turning it into a charred blackened husk before he was satisfied. At that moment, the system's voice finally rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. for completing the task. System reward: 1,000 energy, 1 body skill. After confirming Tao Ji's was death, Lu Chun departed from the abandoned chamber and exited the research facility. As for Monet, she remained oblivious to Lu Chen's actions within the laboratory. She merely noted his departure without a child and reported the events truthfully to Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Dressrosa, what insidious designs linger in this dark night? Doflamingo reclined upon his throne, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already left Icefire Island, setting sail on a pirate ship towards Dressrosa. After approximately 10 days, he finally arrived in Dressrosa. Dressrosa was indeed a beautiful city, though its allure was merely superficial. Adorned with vibrant blossoms, strolling through the streets, one could faintly see an array of vivid flowers, yet even more prevalent were various toys. Lu Chun understood that these toys were, in fact, the former residents of Dressrosa, transformed into their current forms by sugar. After half an hour of wandering, he found a quaint cafe, where he sat down to enjoy a cup of coffee while perusing the newspaper laid upon the table. The leading headline spoke of a naval scandal. The commander of the G5 branch is actually a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. As he read the article, a subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Not long ago, he had already submitted footage concerning Virgo to the newsbird, and now the news of lax naval oversight had spread like wildfire. Many were expressing concern over whether the newly appointed Admiral Sakazuki could adequately fulfill his responsibilities. At this moment, Sakazuki was likely on the verge of an explosion. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chun desired. Having Sakazuki in the position of admiral felt like a ticking bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. Thus, certain measures were necessary to remove him from that esteemed rank. Suddenly, Lu Chun's eyes caught a familiar figure passing by. He looked up, and a knowing smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Character: Rebecca. Position: former royalty of Dressrosa. Fruit: none. Level: B. Skills: swordsmanship. B. Bounty: none. Interesting. Rebecca, are you here to participate in the arena competition hosted by Doflamingo? Lu Chun murmured to himself. Even without the Mara fruit, Doflamingo had chosen to organize an arena competition, a fact corroborated by the newspaper. The prize for this event was also a devil fruit, albeit an unknown one that had never been seen before. It appeared that even the devil fruit encyclopedia had not recorded it. Yet, the more enigmatic the fruit, the more it would attract formidable pirates to the arena, perfectly aligning with Doflamingo's schemes. The question remained whether this event was aimed at Luffy or if it served another purpose altogether. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. For triggering the task, participate in the arena competition and seize the unknown devil fruit. System reward: 2,000 energy, 1 sword skill, 1 body skill. A task? Initially, Lu Chun had little interest in joining the arena competition, but the emergence of the system task hinted that this devil fruit might be something he needed. It became imperative for him to participate. Thus, Lu Chun made his way towards the arena in the city, where he proceeded to register. The registrar, upon seeing a figure clad in a black robe arrive, displayed no surprise and casually inquired, "Name?" Having witnessed a myriad of eccentric pirates come through, he was unfazed by attire. "Hey, Lu Chun replied. Good." The registrar noted it down, finding the name somewhat familiar, but not dwelling on it. After completing the registration, Lu Chun received his contestant number, a piece of cloth bearing his name and number reminiscent of a school sports event. His number was 9,527. The competition was not set to commence today, so the arena was not overly crowded. The actual matches were scheduled for 3 days hence, with the intervening days reserved for preliminary rounds. After successfully signing up, Lu Chun exited the arena, only to encounter a somewhat familiar man outside. A robust figure wielding a stick, which seemed to be a blind cane, though it appeared otherwise, donned a recognizable naval cloak emblazoned with the word justice. Character: Fujitora. Position: Admiral. Fruit: Paramecia gravity fruit. Level: SSS. Skills: fruit development. SSS. Swordsmanship. SSS. Bounty. None. The man was none other than one of the newly appointed admirals, Fujitora. At that moment, Fujitora seemed to sense something turning his head towards Lu Chen's direction, his brow furrowing as he inquired of his naval lieutenant. "Is there someone over there?" "Yes," the lieutenant responded. "What do they look like?" "Wearing a black robe. Seems to be watching us." "Black robe?" Fujitora furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to speak further, and turned to leave. Nonetheless, Lu Chen continued to observe Fujitora's retreating figure, chuckling softly. Is this Fujitora truly blind? He probably suspects that Sakazuki has dispatched him to apprehend Luffy. In truth, Fujitora was indeed blind, yet possessed a formidable mastery of observation haki, allowing him to perceive Lu Chen's gaze. Furthermore, Sakazuki was already grappling with significant challenges. Dispatching Fujitora to capture Luffy and his crew was likely an attempt to rectify the failures of the Marineford War, where he had failed to eliminate the deeply culpable pirates Luffy and Ace. Subsequently, Lu Chen found a hotel near the arena to settle in, preparing for the competition 3 days hence. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa Palace, young master Heiyi has come to Dressrosa and is participating in the arena competition. A member of the Don Quixote family reported to Doflamingo. Upon hearing this, a sly smile crept across Doflamingo's lips as he emitted a peculiar chuckle. Hee Heiyi, wielder the Raime fruit. What use does he have for this devil fruit? How amusing! In the stillness of the night, at the hotel, Lu Chen stepped out of his room to breathe in the fresh air, gazing at the star-studded night sky, suddenly recalling the name he had casually given himself. Heiyi. Chapter 162. The Arrival of the Night. The Paramecia stare fruit. A pitch-black void, mysterious and unknown. It seemed as though no one could penetrate this night, mirroring his own inability to decipher the world or the system he possessed. Uncertain of what the system required of him or what the future held, Lu Chen sighed. Well, for now, I shall simply enjoy the moment. The system, after all, will not betray me. He shook his head in resignation. As his strength increased, it seemed that a connection had been established between him and the system, which he sensed bore no malice towards him. Thus, he chose to trust the tasks assigned by the system. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated nearby. "Sir, are you also admiring the moonlight?" Following the source of the voice, a woman with long, straight black hair and striking features, adorned with a vibrant red flower, appeared on the balcony adjacent to Lu Chen's room. This woman was none other than Violet, a member of the Don Quixote family and the former second princess of Dressrosa. Her identity was of little consequence. What mattered was her fruit ability, which allowed her to see through all lies, inevitably revealing her understanding of his identity. Lu Chen smirked coldly and remarked, "Do not pretend before me, Violet. Although you can see through my disguise, your own ruse is futile against me." At that moment, Violet's expression faltered slightly, revealing her surprise. She had always been the one to see through others, never expecting anyone to uncover her own identity, especially someone she believed could not possibly know who she was. Yet, he possessed such insight into her. Did he also possess a certain fruit ability, or perhaps some other form of power? After a brief contemplation, Violet retrieved a transponder snail from her bosom and crushed it completely, then smiled as she said, "General Lu Chen, you truly are perceptive. I never imagined that the figure known as Knight would be Vice Admiral Lu Chen of the Navy. There are many things you do not know, such as the fact that you're not fond of Don Quixote Doflamingo and are constantly waiting for an opportunity to eliminate him. Are you not?" Lu Chen replied with a smile. Violet fell silent at his words, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his statement, and continued to inquire. "I wonder how you came to know this information. It cannot possibly be from Doflamingo, can it? Given that you are a notorious criminal with a bounty of 2 billion berries, it seems unlikely that you would collaborate with him." According to her knowledge, this Navy officer, though bloodthirsty, had only targeted wicked pirates, while Doflamingo was indeed a malevolent pirate, one of the most ruthless. "I will not cooperate with him." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively as he sat down on a lounge chair on the balcony, his interest piqued. "I know what you are scheming. Today, Doflamingo must have sent you to gather intelligence. I can tell you unequivocally that if you wish for me to eliminate Doflamingo, I have but one condition. You must become my woman and serve as my subordinate." One cannot deny that Violet's fruit ability was indeed formidable, allowing her to see through all lies. After establishing a pirate crew, he would indeed require a vice captain, and with Violet's presence, any traitor aboard could be identified. Eliminating traitors was Lu Chen's foremost desire and a necessary action before undertaking any endeavors. History had taught this lesson well. Upon hearing this, Violet furrowed her brows slightly, her heart seemingly torn as she clutched her skirt and asked, "Are you confident you can handle Doflamingo alone?" "Of course, I'm not alone. I have my brother, Monkey D, Luffy, and Trafalgar Law with me." Lu Chen replied with utmost seriousness. "It is them, the supernovas of the worst generation," Violet exclaimed in astonishment. Not only was she surprised, but she also felt a sense of earnestness, as she could sense the truth in Lu Chen's words. This meant that Luffy and Law, the two supernovas, alongside Lu Chen, would indeed take action against Doflamingo. Whether they would succeed, however, remained another matter. "Now that you know, we can speak more freely." Lu Chen smiled. After a moment of silence, Violet bit her red lip and declared, "Very well, I agree. If you can defeat all members of the Don Quixote family, I will become your woman." "Excellent." Lu Chen grinned wickedly, advising, "I trust you know what to say upon your return. I shall refrain from elaborating. Simply play your role well, and when the time is right, assist the Straw Hat crew. I will show up as necessary." "Understood." Violet nodded affirmatively. Having chosen to trust Lu Chen, she resolved to fulfill her responsibilities. She then departed from the hotel, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Watching Violet's retreating figure, Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. At last, he had found a prospective vice captain, yet he still needed to recruit several capable captains. Violet's power was lacking, thus, it was essential to find several strong captains who would place their unwavering faith in him. This incident with Luffy causing a ruckus in Dressrosa was, for Lu Chen, an exceptional opportunity. Meanwhile, within the Dressrosa Palace, the knight had come solely for the devil fruit, harboring no ulterior motives. Violet stated expressionlessly, "Indeed. Oh, if that is the case, then we need not concern ourselves with him. Give him the devil fruit. After all, it is just a fruit of unknown ability, and furthermore, he already possesses a devil fruit." Doflamingo chuckled lightly. "Yes, young master." Violet nodded. 2 days later, Lu Chen made his way to the arena, where the crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to witness the thrilling battles. However, he was not interested in the spectacle. Instead, he scanned the surroundings in search of his target. Eventually, he spotted a figure clad in armor, disguised as Luffy, now more accurately referred to as Lucy. In the waiting area of the arena, several familiar faces were present: Don Chinjo, Cavendish, Rebecca, Bartholomew, and Bellamy. Among them, Rebecca was the only one he could not observe closely. Naturally, her attire was chosen to better execute her sword techniques, as armor was cumbersome and restricted her joint movements, making it unsuitable for her water sword dance. Chapter 163. The Bullfighting Arena, Group A Elimination Matches. Nevertheless, Lu Chen found it quite favorable. At the very least, it seemed promising. Suddenly, a harsh voice pierced the air behind him. "Hey kid, you must be new here to dare stand before me. Are you looking for death?" Sparta, the gladiatorial swordsman, declared without reservation. Lu Chen turned to face the towering man behind him, whose furious glare was fixed upon him. Upon seeing the opponent's attributes, Lu Chen frowned slightly and replied indifferently, "You are truly weak." At this remark, those present gasped in astonishment, many drawn to the unfolding drama. "It is the swordsman Sparta. He often bullies newcomers in the arena. That kid is in for a rough time. Indeed, to call Sparta weak will only lead to a harsher beating. Quickly run away. He is not someone to mess with." Most participants took a spectator's stance, eager to witness the ensuing chaos. "You little brat, you're courting death. Sparta fumet." As he spoke, he clenched his fists and launched a series of punches towards Lu Chen. However, his strikes were painfully slow, appearing to Lu Chen as though they were being played in slow motion. Lu Chen merely shifted his body with ease, evading all of Spaden's attacks. The more he dodged, the more enraged Spaden became, his teeth grinding in frustration, yearning to eliminate Lu Chen on the spot, which only made him more desperate. At this moment, Many onlookers had discerned that Luchen's prowess surpassed that of Spadin, and subtle smiles of understanding appeared at the corners of their lips. After a brief pause, Spadin unleashed a punch that sliced through the air with a deafening sound, aimed directly at Luchen's head. For an ordinary person, such a blow would surely shatter their skull. Yet to Luchen, it resembled the childish antics of a game. With his formidable Kinbunchaku haki, he had already sensed Spadin's attack trajectory. With a mere sidestep, he evaded the strike effortlessly. He then extended his right foot, placing it beside Spadin's, who, caught off guard, tripped and fell heavily to the ground. The impact sent tremors through the surface, stirring up clouds of dust, and Spadin's face became bruised and battered. With a furious roar, Spadin sprang to his feet, raising his fist to launch another assault, wielding Haushiko haki. However, before he could strike, Luchen's gaze sharpened, and he released a formidable aura that swept toward Spadin. In an instant, Spadin felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, akin to plunging into a millennium of ice. Cold sweat breaking out on his back. When he again laid eyes on Luchen, fear filled his expression, and his fist froze mid-air, paralyzed by dread. In that moment, he realized something was amiss, and swiftly turned to flee from the ominous figure in black. What was happening? Why was Spadin running? It was perplexing. How could he have simply fled? Intriguing. Most contestants had not noticed Luchen's strength. Only a select few could perceive the terrifying aura of his Haushiko haki. He was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, his power far exceeding the ordinary. Not far away, Lu Fei sensed a familiar presence and turned to look, recognizing the silhouette, but unable to recall who it was. Who is that? Why does he seem so familiar? Lu Fei scratched his head deep in thought. Yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to abandon the thought. It must be someone I don't know. With a light chuckle, Luchen turned to leave. As he did, his name and title were revealed behind him. Hey yeah. Instantly, the waiting hall fell silent. Shock rippling through the crowd. Everyone stared in astonishment at the two characters emblazoned on his back. Hey yeah. It was indeed Hey yeah, the infamous bounty criminal with a reward of 2 billion berries. Who could possibly contend with him? I hope I am not grouped with him, otherwise I surely would not survive until the end. As they beheld those two characters in his familiar attire, others' memories were jogged, and they recalled who the man before them was. In an instant, contestants parted ways to make room for Luchen, not daring to obstruct his path. With a smile, Luchen said nothing further and found a seat to rest. Today was the elimination round, with 100 participants in each match, and only 5 would advance to the subsequent rounds. Meanwhile, a man nearby, upon hearing the name Hey Yeah, revealed a faint smile and cast his gaze towards Luchen's position. Minutes later, the elimination round for Group A commenced. 100 competitors stood on the stage, surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd, cheering for the combatants engaged in fierce battles. The more intense the fights became, the louder the audience's cheers grew. From his elevated position, Luchen surveyed the fray below, where one individual captured everyone's attention, as the others stood no chance against him. With a simple swing of his fist, he could send 7 or 8 opponents tumbling off the stage, making his presence particularly conspicuous. Yet, a paper bag concealed his face, preventing him from revealing his true identity. Even so, the system could identify him, and Luchen recognized him as well. Character: Jizasiba Giesi. Position: Captain of the first ship of the Blackbeard Pirates. Fruit: Level. Skills: Martial Arts. Armament Haki. A bounty: 80 million berries. At this time, Bashasi had not yet acquired the Riki no Mi. Thus he opted to pursue the fruit of the defeated Doflamingo. Although it was an unknown power, it was still simpler than hunting down fruit users. As his crew awaited such an opportunity, suddenly, a notification from the system echoed. Beep! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Eliminate Jizasiba Giesi. System reward: 800 points. Oh, a mission has appeared. Luchen's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he regarded Bashasi below. Regardless of the circumstances, Bashasi was a crew member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Eliminating him would weaken their strength, facilitating future endeavors against Blackbeard and allowing Luchen to obtain a sample of his blood. Approximately 10 minutes later, the A group elimination match concluded. Undoubtedly, Bashasi remained standing, revealing his true identity as the first division captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, much to the audience's ecstatic applause. It was unclear what Bashasi was thinking. Why expose his identity now when he could have waited until after the match? Was it a deliberate act of bravado? He would certainly need to be dealt with later. Soon, the battles in Group A concluded, leaving Bashasi the sole victor, as he had defeated all others. The host announced, "Now, let us welcome the 100 contestants of Group B to the stage." With that, contestant after contestant entered the arena. Liu Chun was among the participants, having been assigned to Group B, but as he made his entrance, his fellow competitors instinctively chose to distance themselves from him. They were unwilling to stand too close, fearing they would be the first to be eliminated. They had all heard of Hei's terrifying reputation. He had slaughtered numerous Marines and was truly a merciless demon, possessing the formidable powers of the Goro no Mi. None wished to become the first victim of Hei. Observing the surrounding contestants, Liu Chun's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he chose to remain silent. The fact that these individuals dared not confront him was perhaps a fortunate circumstance. He could reserve his strength and easily dispatch a few without revealing too much of his abilities. However, among them were still some formidable opponents, particularly Li Jiabei Luotu, the king of boxing, known for his devastating punches, said to possess the strength to defeat the four emperors. Yet, despite his incredible power, his moves took too long to execute, requiring at least an hour to prepare. Therefore, surrounding him were numerous competitors, safeguarding their position at the center. Character: Yilizabaluo II. Position: King of the Laudian Kingdom. Fruit: Rank: Skill: Martial Arts. Bounty: None. King Ili had come this time, presumably to assist Li Ku in reclaiming his throne, as the two shared a close friendship. Suddenly, a loud gong resounded. The Battle of Group B had commenced, and 100 participants had plunged into chaos, yet none dared to provoke Liu Chun. Observing this, Liu Chun chose to sit down, intrigued by the combat unfolding before him. Analyzing each individual's attributes, many of them would undoubtedly become crew members of his night pirate crew, so he needed to pay close attention. Meanwhile, in the audience of the arena, a slender figure clad in a black cloak was also watching Liu Chun on stage, her delicate brows furrowed as she murmured, "Indeed, this is the night." Even seated, none dared to confront him. Suddenly, a man approached Liu Chun, grinning broadly. "Senior Knight." "Oh." Liu Chun lifted his gaze slightly to regard the approaching man, who sported a grass-green crest, a tattoo beneath his right eye, a nose ring, and a visage reminiscent of a demon with sharp teeth, none other than Bartolomeo. Character: Bartolomeo. Position: None. Fruit: Barrier fruit. Rank: Skill: Fruit development A. Bounty: 200 million berries. Do you wish to challenge me? Liu Chun inquired with genuine interest. Bartolomeo was indeed a formidable pirate, especially with his barrier fruit ability, which could defend against anything if properly utilized. How could I possibly challenge Senior Knight? In truth, I greatly admire you. Might you grant me an autograph? With that, Bartolomeo produced several bounty notices, each adorned with Knight's likeness. Upon seeing the notices, Liu Chun smiled. "Very well. I shall sign them." Originally, Bartolomeo idolized Luffy, but due to Liu Chun's earlier rise to fame as Knight, his admiration had shifted to Liu Chun, a surprising turn of events. However, for Liu Chun, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. "Thank you, Senior Knight." Bartolomeo promptly handed over the bounty notices and a pen. Liu Chun inscribed Knight's name upon the notices and returned them. As Bartolomeo accepted the notices, his eyes glistened with tears of joy. He had finally received Senior Knight's autograph. Just then, an elderly voice rang out. "Knight, I am eager to see how strong you truly are." Bellamy had dispatched 2 minor henchmen and was now making his way towards Liu Chun. "Senior Knight, allow me to deal with him," Bartolomeo said earnestly, securing the bounty notices. "Certainly. I was just hoping to avoid getting involved." Liu Chun chuckled. If he could abstain from action, he certainly would. "You're courting death," Bellamy shouted, his legs transforming into springs, compressing forcefully before releasing. He shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards Bartolomeo. "Oomph." Bartolomeo scoffed, his expression one of disdain as he crossed his middle and index fingers, utilizing the barrier fruit's power to manifest a square shield before him. Unbeknownst to Bellamy, the invisible barrier awaited him, and he collided with it as if striking a solid wall, causing him immense pain, and the recoil sent him flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling several times before barely regaining his footing. Now battered and bloodied, he glared at Bartolomeo, utterly bewildered. What has happened? It felt as though I struck a wall. Even if I had hit a wall, my strength should have shattered it. Interesting indeed, Bartolomeo, Lucian remarked with a smile. Thanks to his observation hockey, he could perceive the barrier in front of Bartolomeo, though he pondered whether he could breach it. Perhaps breaking through was unlikely, but he could likely send Bartolomeo flying alongside it. Against overwhelming power, Bartolomeo would still be unable to withstand. I refuse to believe it, Bellamy retorted, wiping the blood from his lips as he charged once more at Bartolomeo with great speed. Simultaneously, he transformed his right arm into a spring, compressing it to an extreme, ready to unleash a powerful strike. As he neared Bartolomeo, he released the immense spring energy stored in his arm, concentrating all his strength into a singular point aimed squarely at Bartolomeo's face. Even Lucian, positioned behind Bartolomeo, sensed the potent energy approaching. Bellamy had indeed improved significantly since their last encounter. However, that formidable strike was rendered utterly futile against Bartolomeo's flawless barrier. Bang! The spring death fist crashed against the shield Bartolomeo had conjured, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, Bartolomeo remained unfazed, standing as though the impact had inflicted no harm upon him. In stark contrast, Bellamy, now bloodied and battered, was forcefully repelled, collapsing to the ground, his injuries evidently worse than before, leaving him unconscious. Seeing this, the surrounding competitors hesitated to approach. Senior Knight, what do you think? Am I still impressive? Bartolomeo grinned as he bounded over to Lucian. Indeed, Lucian nodded slightly, continuing, however, in that last strike, you did falter a bit. Truly, Senior Knight, you noticed that? Bartolomeo exclaimed in astonishment. The overwhelming force had indeed caused him to retreat, but the barrier he conjured was indestructible. Just observe quietly for now, Lucian advised. Understood. With that, the two remained in place, watching the ongoing battles while the others refrained from approaching the position of Lucian and Bartolomeo. As time passed, fewer and fewer remained, leaving only Slayedthe, Baruchali, and several unfamiliar faces. At this moment, the guards protecting Slayedthe had already been vanquished, and the remaining competitors dared not engage Lucian and Bartolomeo, redirecting their focus towards Slayedthe. Nevertheless, Slayedthe continued to throw punches, accumulating energy, seemingly oblivious to the approaching adversaries. Onward, one urged the others. Uncertain of when Slayedthe would complete his accumulation of energy, they hesitated to engage. Let us strike together and eliminate him. Our numbers should suffice. Agreed, let us advance. After deliberation, the remaining few charged towards Slayedthe. Meanwhile, Slayedthe abruptly ceased his punching, having officially completed his energy accumulation, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The figure stood before them, his entire body radiating a crimson hue, reminiscent of blood vaporizing into the air. His skin tone bore a striking resemblance to that of Luffy in his second gear. The remaining spectators around him were momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at the man before them. This is bad. The charge is complete. Quickly retreat. Rumor had it that the King's fist of Slayedthe possessed the power to shatter a fortress with a single blow. Such terrifying might. Instantly, the entire arena trembled in response to Slayedthe's fist, prompting the onlookers to flee, fearing that his fist might crash into the stands. Ha! Slayedthe bellowed as he unleashed this formidable King's fist. In a heartbeat, a colossal force surged forth, radiating immense power, akin to a resplendent sun. Hurtling from the area where Slayedthe stood, those competitors who failed to evade in time were struck directly by the force, their garments torn asunder. Flesh and blood separated, clearing everything in front of the arena. The once sturdy stage bore a deep imprint of his fist. With a thunderous boom, the entire arena was momentarily affected by this single blow, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Visibility was lost, but a silhouette of SwordsmanWho remained discernible within the haze. Moments later, as the dust settled, SwordsmanWho reappeared before the crowd, a vast chasm evident on the stage, while the other competitors lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to continue. Seeing this, SwordsmanWho raised his fist, ready to celebrate his victory, when two figures materialized before him. They were Lu Chun and Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo's barrier absorbed all of SwordsmanWho's might without yielding an inch, largely due to Lu Chun's assistance in bolstering the shield. Otherwise, Bartolomeo would have retreated several steps. SwordsmanWho's brow furrowed tightly as he scrutinized the two before him, hesitant to strike again. His strongest technique had proven ineffective against them, let alone his current state. At that moment, the host struck the gong again, signaling the end of the competition, congratulating the remaining three competitors for their advancement. Slayedthe, will you not make a move? Bartolomeo asked incredulously. No need. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. It must be said, SwordsmanWho was undeniably powerful. Yet his preparation time had been too brief. Had he been able to charge for an entire day, perhaps he could have possessed the strength to defeat the four emperors. Soon after, the three descended from the stage and made their way to the resting hall, just in time to witness the battles of Group C. Group C also comprised 100 participants, among whom the formidable included Qin Jiao, his two sons, the giant Helding, and a powerful Black Bull. The ongoing battles were fierce. Lu Chun observed the experts on the field, noting that Qin Jiao had attained S-rank strength, while a few others also reached S-rank. However, none reached the esteemed SS rank. Of course, Luffy had also achieved S-rank strength, a significant improvement compared to 2 years prior. Slayedthe, it seems both Lucy and Qin Jiao are quite formidable, Bartolomeo remarked suddenly. Do you have confidence in dealing with them? Lu Chun inquired. No. Bartolomeo shook his head. Ha! In response, Lu Chun smiled and continued, their strength ranks among the strongest in the competitors, but they're not the strongest. After all, we have Slayedthe with us. Bartolomeo nodded affirmatively, convinced that He was the mightiest in the arena. After a few minutes, only Luffy and a few others remained on the arena, with Qin Jiao persistently seeking trouble with Luffy, for he bore a pointed head due to Luffy's grandfather, Carp. Having been unable to defeat Carp, Qin Jiao sought to vent his frustrations on his grandson. However, Qin Jiao seemed unaware that He was actually Lu Chun, Carp's grandson. Otherwise, he would never dare to bully Luffy so freely. It was said that Qin Jiao was once called Jian Jiao. Perhaps it was due to Carp that he changed his name. After some time, Luffy, utilizing his third gear, defeated Qin Jiao and assisted him in resolving the issue with his pointed head, leading Qin Jiao to pledge the allegiance of the 8 Treasure Navy to Luffy. Chapter 166. Farewell, Sabo, Chaos approaches. This posed a bit of a dilemma, as the 8 Treasure Navy possessed considerable strength. If they could join the Heiyi pirates, that would be even better, though it seemed unlikely. The C group matches concluded, and soon it was time for the D group eliminations, still featuring 100 competitors, including the renowned Rebecca and Cavendish. Particularly, Cavendish's second personality was impressively strong. Lu Chun gazed up at the arena, murmuring, Dressrosa is on the brink of chaos. Slayedthe, what does that mean? Bartolomeo questioned in confusion. Hee. After a light chuckle, Lu Chun continued, prepare for battle. A grand conflict is imminent. All right. Bartolomeo nodded confidently. Not long after, the D group eliminations concluded, with only Rebecca emerging victorious, largely thanks to Cavendish's slumber, which allowed his second personality to surface, handling most of the opponents. With the conclusion of the D group eliminations, the ensuing battles would not be so simple. All the victors would face each other to determine the ultimate champion. Whoever prevailed would claim the devil fruit. A quarter of an hour later, the victors from the 4 battle zones appeared in a new arena, surrounded by seawater, within which many massive horned fish were contained. The compartment holding the devil fruit rested atop one of the horned fish's backs. Whoever claimed it would possess the fruit. As Lu Chun, Bartolomeo, Rebecca, and others arrived. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming battles. "Senior Heyi, what must I do?" Bartolomeo whispered. "Stop Lucy. Do not let him obtain the devil fruit." Lu Chun instructed, his gaze fixed on the figure across from him, which was not truly Lucy, but the newly arrived Sabo. Remarkably, even with Ace's survival, Sabo had still arrived in Dressrosa. Character: Sabo. Position: Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Fruit: Nank. Skills: Martial Arts. S. Armament: Hotkeys. Bounty: 620 million berries. Understood, Senior Heyi. I will handle it. Bartolomeo vowed, thumping his chest. Soon after, a host appeared on stage, energetically playing music. He was a member of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. Character: Diamante. Position: Member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Flare fruit. Rank: Skills: Fruit development. Bounty: 32 million berries, with a flurry of actions. The true contest was finally about to commence. Sabo began searching for the horned fish that bound the devil fruit in the arena, while Bartolomeo moved in to block it using his barrier fruit. Naturally, Lu Chun had no intention of seizing the devil fruit at that moment. Instead, he had another task to accomplish, eliminating the man before him, Bosch's. "Knight, what do you intend to do?" Bosch's seemed to sense Lu Chun's murderous intent and frowned as he inquired. "Simply to kill you," Lu Chun replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Bosch's immediately displayed his fury, roaring, "You seek death." Unyielding battleship style, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Lu Chun, his right hand adorned with a peculiar iron gauntlet. In an instant, a tremendous shockwave erupted from Bosch's hand, producing a thunderous sound as it surged forth at breakneck speed. Just as it appeared poised to strike Lu Chun, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. Where'd he go? Bosch's expression faltered slightly, failing to notice Lu Chun's whereabouts. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Lu Chun had materialized behind him, a devilish smile gracing his lips. "You bastard." Bosch's brows knitted tightly as he swiftly extended his enormous clawed hand toward Lu Chun. Yet, before he could fully turn, Lu Chun's right hand had already made contact with his, arcs of electricity flickering as an immense surge of lightning enveloped Bosch's arm and body. Bosch's felt a numbing sensation in his right arm, an unbearable pain coursing through him as he collapsed to the ground, wisps of black smoke emanating from his form. Too weak, Lu Chun's expression remained stoic as his right fist, cloaked in dark haki, surged towards Bosch's head. Bang! The seemingly simple punch carried extraordinary force. Even before it made contact with Bosch's skull, the powerful gust of wind had already begun to push Bosch's skin back, as if his body were sinking. With one punch, blood splattered, and he perished instantaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 800 energy points. Witnessing this, the surrounding spectators erupted in cheers for Lu Chun. However, he paid them no heed, continuing toward Sabo and Bartolomeo on the other side. It was time to claim that devil fruit. Just as he was about to proceed, a figure suddenly obstructed his path, exclaiming, "Halt!" "Rebecca?" Lu Chun's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected Rebecca to dare confront him. Nonetheless, she came to the arena to compete for the devil fruit, willing to fight for her country. And thus, she must summon an indomitable resolve. Otherwise, she could never hope to become strong. Water dance of the swords. Rebecca gripped her swords with both hands and charged straight towards Lu Chun. Yet, he merely stood still, watching her with keen interest. Her speed was far too sluggish to pose any threat. As her sword swung towards him, Lu Chun vanished in an instant, the blade merely striking his afterimage. When Rebecca realized this, Lu Chun had already appeared behind her, his speed surpassing anything her eyes could comprehend. At that moment, Lu Chun thrust his right fist towards her. Rebecca, frightened, shut her eyes, frozen in place. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Yet Rebecca felt no pain, merely sensing something rush past her ear. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Lu Chun's fist had struck the enormous horned fish that had been poised to attack her. The fish was sent flying, crashing heavily into the audience. scattering them in disarray. Chapter 167. The Chosen Fruit, the Third Devil Fruit. How dare he attack us? The audience exclaimed in outrage. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? They momentarily shifted their animosity towards Lu Chun, berating him with disdain. However, Lu Chun remained unfazed, gazing at Rebecca, softly declaring, "This nation appears peaceful on the surface, yet it is ravaged within. Allow me to rescue it from the abyss." You. Rebecca's brows furrowed slightly. Her words caught in her throat. She grasped the meaning behind Lu Chen's statement, though only partially. Then, Lu Chun turned his gaze towards the multitude of spectators in the arena, his eyes narrowing as he commanded, "Silence." A powerful wave of Conqueror's haki surged towards the audience, enveloping them entirely. In an instant, a large portion of the spectators collapsed, leaving only a few standing, primarily the original competitors. Now it is quiet. Lu Chun surveyed the audience with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He then proceeded towards the area where Sabo and Bartolomeo were engaged in battle, while behind him, Rebecca watched his retreating figure, inexplicably hesitant to attack him further. "Lu, I am determined to obtain that devil fruit. You should leave now to avoid suffering," Lu Chun remarked coolly. Sabo sensed a familiarity with the man before him. Had we met before? Despite knowing Lu Chun was the notorious bounty criminal knight, he still felt an inexplicable connection. "Perhaps," Lu Chun replied. "Regardless," Sabo pressed on, "that devil fruit is essential for us. We cannot allow it to fall into your hands." "Then I must apologize. That devil fruit is also necessary for me," Lu Chun stated with indifference. He would not show mercy simply because Sabo was present. Bartolomeo suddenly stepped forward. "Let me handle him, Senior Knight." "No need. I can manage alone." "You go after the devil fruit." Lu Chun shook his head. "Understood, Senior Knight." With that, Bartolomeo swiftly set off to locate the horned fish containing the devil fruit. Seeing this, Sabo swiftly moved to intercept, his right hand forming into a claw as he lunged towards Bartolomeo. "Dragon Claw Fist. Do you think I am invisible?" Lu Chun smirked, utilizing the Marine 6 styles to vanish from sight, reappearing before Sabo, his arms enveloped in haki, glistening with a metallic sheen. With his arms, he intercepted Sabo's Dragon Claw Fist. Bang! A thunderous impact resonated, sending shockwaves rippling outward and raising clouds of dust. Sabo raised an eyebrow, gazing seriously at the man before him, exclaiming, "Impressive." That last punch had been his full strength. Yet the opponent had only taken a step back while he himself had been forced to retreat 4 or 5 steps due to the recoil. This was enough to prove the opponent's superiority. Nonetheless, he could not abandon the devil fruit. It was vital for their revolutionary cause. Dragon's Breath. Sabo took a deep breath, his hands enveloped in the armor of haki, gently placing his fists on the ground. He raised his gaze towards the location of Lu Chun. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the ground, generating immense force. The entire arena trembled in unison with Sabo's fist, and from the point of impact, massive fissures resembling ghostly patterns erupted, spreading outwards. It was akin to the breath of a colossal dragon, shattering the arena into fragments. In a moment, dirt and dust were sent flying, with countless shards hurtling towards Lu Chen's position. Seizing the opportunity amidst the debris, Sabo moved in search of the horned fish bound to the devil fruit. "Oof, a mere trick. Let me show you the true dragon." Lu Chun snorted coldly, enveloped in white lightning. His hands brimmed with electricity. As they came together, the power of the lightning rapidly expanded, gradually forming a massive lightning dragon. With a voltage of 60 million volts, Lu Chun unleashed the lightning from his hands, and the dragon, with its gaping maw, lunged towards Sabo. Any debris in its path was obliterated by the overwhelming power of the lightning, reduced to charred remnants. How formidable! Although the distance was still considerable, Sabo could already sense the terrifying force of the lightning and swiftly changed direction to evade. However, the lightning dragon was under Lu Chen's control, capable of altering its course, and it pursued Sabo at an astonishing speed. Unprepared for the dragon's swiftness, Sabo was ultimately struck mid-air. With a resounding boom, the dragon's gaping maw swallowed Sabo whole. engulfing him in a torrent of lightning that flickered across his body, illuminating his cells. Sabo cried out in agony, crashing heavily to the ground, his body charred by the electric force. At that moment, Bartolomeo approached Lu Chun, holding a treasure chest. "Senior Heiyi, I have found the devil fruit." "Good." Accepting the chest, Lu Chun retrieved the devil fruit within, resembling an apple yet grotesque in appearance, completely bald, akin to a shiny head. Transfiguration fruit, upon consumption. It allows one to assume any appearance desired, including changes to body and aura. A splendid item, Lu Chun exclaimed upon reading the system's description. "Senior Heiyi, do you know what kind of devil fruit this is?" Bartolomeo inquired curiously. "I would say so." Lu Chun accepted the fruit and expended energy points to simplify it, enabling him to consume it again later. With the transfiguration fruit, he could present himself more effectively in the future. After all, once he established his pirate crew, he could not continue to conceal his true identity. "Let's depart." "Yes," Bartolomeo replied. With that, the two left the arena together. Meanwhile, Sabo, struggling to rise, was about to intervene when a figure appeared beside him, advising Sabo, "Enough. The captain just called, saying we should not provoke Heiyi. He is not to be trifled with." Hearing this, Sabo gritted his teeth, glaring at Heiyi's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. On the other side, Lu Chun seized an opportunity to consume the transfiguration fruit and altered his appearance to resemble his former self, with black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. Chapter 168. A true pirate man, only wishing to provide them a home. Reuniting with Bartolomeo, Lu Chun still donned his black cloak, deeming it unnecessary to reveal his transformed visage just yet. "Senior Heiyi, where shall we go now?" Bartolomeo asked. "To the toy factory first," Lu Chun responded. "All right." Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, can you take me with you?" Rebecca hurried forward, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. The arena lay in ruins, and the devil fruit had been taken by Heiyi. Her only option seemed to be following him, eager to see what he would do in Dressrosa. Bartolomeo glanced at the woman behind him, remaining silent. "Let her join," Lu Chun replied indifferently. Thus, Rebecca trailed behind the two as they made their way to the toy factory in Dressrosa. With a resounding boom, Lu Chun heard the sounds of explosions and combat emanating from the toy factory before they even arrived. Raising his head, he saw smoke billowing from the factory's entrance. "Quickly, to the toy factory," Lu Chun urged, his brow furrowing as he quickened his pace. He could not afford for his carefully laid plans to falter now. "All right." Bartolomeo immediately followed, using his formidable strength to keep up with Lu Chun. However, Rebecca struggled to maintain pace, gasping, "Hey, wait for me." Women can be quite bothersome. Lu Chun sighed, shaking his head. Utilizing the Marine 6 styles to flash to Rebecca's side, he scooped her up, wrapping his arm around her slender waist as he swiftly made his way towards the toy factory. In an instant, Rebecca realized something was amiss. Feeling herself soaring between buildings, yet seemingly suspended in midair. More importantly, a man was holding her waist. And that man was none other than the one who had saved her, Heiyi. A pirate akin to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Yet this pirate seemed somewhat different from Doflamingo. "Hey, little girl, could you refrain from squirming? I can't guarantee you won't bump into something," Lu Chun remarked, keeping his gaze forward. Blushing, Rebecca nodded shyly, for she was not attired in much clothing. After a brief while, Lu Chun finally reached the toy factory. However, chaos reigned within, as members of the Don Quixote family and Navy forces united against Frankie alone. Had it not been for Senor Pink's resolute nature, forbidding anyone from interfering in the duel, Frankie would have surely been defeated by now. Character: Senor Pink. Position: member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Paramecia type yo-yo fruit. Level: A. Skill: Fruit development. Bounty: 23 million berries. Senior Heiyi. "What should we do now?" Bartolomeo asked, puzzled. "Let's head to the underground factory. We'll leave Pink to deal with Frankie." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun declared, firstly, he wished to avoid wasting time here. Reaching the underground factory sooner would facilitate the completion of their mission. Secondly, facing a true man among pirates. Liu Chun had no desire to defeat him. Let Pink and Frankie engage in a battle of men. Understood. With that, Bartolomeo and Rebecca swiftly followed Liu Chen's lead towards the underground factory. The surrounding members of the Don Quixote family and navy attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by the mobile barrier released by Bartolomeo, unable to approach the trio at all. Before the night, these individuals are entrusted to me. You need only to advance. Bartolomeo crossed his arms, running while releasing barriers. Excellent. Liu Chen nodded slightly. The path was clear and unobstructed. Regardless of the attacks unleashed by the surrounding navy or pirates, none could approach. All were thwarted by the barriers conjured by Bartolomeo. It must be said that Bartolomeo's barrier fruit is quite impressive. A few minutes later, Liu Chun and his companions finally arrived at the underground factory, the Smile Factory. The second artificial devil fruit factory constructed in Dressrosa and a collaborative endeavor of Kaido, the Beasts, and Doflamingo. Destroying this place would equate to declaring war against Kaido. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, this task must fall to Liu Chun. Looking around, the entire factory had descended into chaos. With countless pirates and toyified dwarves working at a leisurely pace, all tools bound by Sugar-S contract. They would only toil, reduced to mere automatons. Barto, where are the people? Bartolomeo pointed to an empty area ahead. Following Bartolomeo's indication, Liu Chun spotted several familiar figures. The Sniper King Usopp, Robin, numerous dwarves, and Sugar standing behind Toripole. Sugar posed little danger, but Toripole was somewhat troublesome. Character, Toripole. Position, member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit, sticky fruit. Rank, a skill, fruit development, a bounty, 60 million berries. At this moment, most have been transformed into toys, with Usopp returning only due to the inspiring calls of the dwarves. Otherwise, he would have continued his flight. Unfortunately, Usopp was still too weak, easily subdued by Toripole, left bruised and kneeling before Sugar. Since you insist on me consuming this candy, allow me to give you this grape instead. Sugar picked up a candy from the ground, about to feed it to Usopp. Just as she was about to do so, a figure suddenly appeared before Usopp, swatting the grape from Sugar-S hand. Who? Who is it? The sudden arrival captured everyone's attention. The figure before Sugar was a man cloaked in black, standing in a beam of sunlight that enveloped him, resembling a harbinger of hope. Little one, you are rather arrogant. Liu Chen's eyes narrowed, unleashing an overwhelming pressure toward Sugar. It hurts. Sugar, lacking strength, could not withstand this immense pressure. Her legs fractured with a sharp crack, collapsing to the ground with a pained scream. Toripole, help me. Night, bastard. Toripole furrowed his brow, blocking one nostril as a torrent of sticky liquid sprayed from the other. Sticky cannon. Like an expulsion of mucus, it surged towards Liu Chen's position. Electrocute. Liu Chun, undaunted, extended his right hand, gathering powerful electrical currents. Raising it slightly, the formidable energy surged towards Torpole's sticky liquid. ZZZZT. A bolt of lightning engulfed the liquid, igniting it and causing an explosion. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the liquid never reached Liu Chun, instead detonating midway, producing a massive fireball. Simultaneously, Liu Chun observed Sugar with keen interest, channeling the power of lightning as he coldly stated, "Now, it is your turn." With that, his electrified hand reached toward Sugar. Toripole, unable to arrive in time, could only hurl more sticky liquid, aiming for the ground near Sugar. He hesitated to ensnare Sugar with the liquid, fearing that the electrical current igniting it would incapacitate her. Unfortunately, Toripole underestimated Liu Chen's prowess. While one hand stretched toward Sugar, the other gathered an even greater surge of electric power. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Before Toripole could react, a massive Thunderbird, charged with 30 million volts, shot straight towards Toripole, its speed creating a silvery line in the air. The velocity was so swift that Toripole could not evade. Attempting to retract the sticky liquid was futile. The Thunderbird collided with his gooey form, triggering its melting point, setting him ablaze in a violent explosion. Boom! Centered around Toripole, a colossal wave of energy radiated outward. Thick smoke enveloped him, obscuring his fate. Turning to Sugar, electric arcs struck her head, electrifying every cell in her body. Uh, uh. Sugar's eyes widened as she let out a heart-wrenching scream, unable to bear the intense agony, and fainted. The electricity scorched her, leaving her charred, uncertain of her fate. As she fell, all toys within the kingdom of Dressrosa reverted to their original forms, including everyone within the factory. In disbelief, all gazed at themselves, emotions of excitement and elation flooding their eyes. I'm back. Haha, I'm back. That damn Doflamingo dared to treat me this way. Kill them. How dare they enslave me? Suddenly, chaos erupted throughout Dressrosa, signaling the first shot against Doflamingo. Many lost memories returned to the minds of the people, especially for Rebecca. Standing nearby, memories of her mother, father, and grandfather surged forth, overwhelming her with a torrent of emotions, tears streaming uncontrollably. Not knowing what to say, Liu Chun then turned towards the smoke-shrouded Tory pole, slowly approaching, picking up a long blade from the ground, and beheading him for all to see, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, Tory pole is dead. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Knight. Many thanks." Countless pirates expressed their gratitude, although they were not well acquainted with Knight. He had indeed saved their lives. Had he not arrived, they might have toiled in this factory for eternity, trapped in an endless cycle of darkness. At that moment, Robin rushed over, glancing at the gravely injured Usopp on the ground, tentatively asking, "May I see him?" Luchin nodded in affirmation. As he raised his head again, many powerful pirates had gathered around him, eager to express their gratitude personally. It seemed only the strong truly understood the value of great power. Meanwhile, the ordinary pirates were mostly fleeing towards the exit. In a certain part of the underground factory, two figures suddenly appeared, watching the crowd surrounding Liu Chun fall into silence. "Knight, is he going to confront Doflamingo?" Sabo queried with a puzzled expression, unable to discern the man's true stance or even glimpse his real face. "Never mind. We have already uncovered what we sought to investigate. Let us disregard the rest," Kurla advised. Agreed. With that, the two swiftly departed from the factory. Just as Qing Jiao, Cavendish, and the others were expressing their gratitude to Liu Chun, the entire underground factory suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it were being uprooted from the ground. "Everyone, we must exit immediately," Liu Chun exclaimed, raising his voice. Understood. Consequently, everyone unleashed their abilities and fled the factory. The one responsible for this was undoubtedly the Black Spade Pika from the Don Quixote family, a user of the Shirashira no Mi, capable of controlling all stones. His power was formidable, yet his strength was not particularly impressive. In an instant, Liu Chun appeared beside Rebecca, lifting her effortlessly. "Let us go." Rebecca nodded affectionately, seemingly accustomed to his actions. Moments later, everyone escaped from the factory. Looking up, they beheld the entire factory, along with the Palace of Dressrosa, being lifted hundreds of meters into the air, as if the very stones of Dressrosa were undergoing a tremendous transformation. Buildings collapsed and scattered, resembling an earthquake in its fury. Once the tremors subsided, a highland was formed on Dressrosa, with a palace perched atop it. What has transpired? What is happening? At this moment, everyone remained oblivious to the cause, suspecting it was the handiwork of Doflamingo and his crew. Liu Chun gazed toward the distant mountains, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, his kin Bunchaku Haki sensed an anomaly. He extended his right hand and grasped several strands of thread that had come flying from above. The other pirate elites also detected the unusual occurrence and severed the threads descending upon them. However, many weaker individuals fell victim to the threads, succumbing to infighting. "Senior Heiyi, what is happening?" Bartolomeo inquired, puzzled. Liu Chun replied, "It is Doflamingo's ability, Parasite Thread. Once struck by these threads, one becomes subject to Doflamingo's control. It is a terrifying power." "Now I understand," Bartolomeo remarked. Meanwhile, a colossal thread birdcage enveloped the entirety of Dressrosa, yet it had yet to begin constricting. Nevertheless, these threads were exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through buildings and any other objects. Furthermore, it appeared that nothing could sever them. Chapter 170. 1 billion berries, thunderous wrath. Doflamingo intends to drag the entire populace of Dressrosa to their demise. Abruptly, a curtain of threads materialized in midair, revealing Doflamingo before the crowd. A din-din mushy in hand as he announced to the entire island, "Greetings, I am Doflamingo. I am well aware of the profound animosity you all harbor against me. Now we shall commence a game that could lead to my demise. I am currently within the palace, and anyone may attempt to kill me, or be killed by me. As soon as someone takes my head, this game shall come to an end. However, if no one can claim my head, the game will continue, and you shall all perish. Of course, there is another means to conclude the game. Eliminate the individuals I shall name next. All of them, without exception. Moreover, anyone who manages to kill one of them will receive a hefty bounty from me." Upon his words, the images of various individuals appeared on the curtain. Rebecca, Robin, and Violet each bore a bounty of 100 million berries. Yero and Zoro had bounties of 200 million berries. Luffy, Sabo, Law, and Riku had bounties of 300 million berries. And Heiyi had a staggering bounty of 1 billion berries. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Even Liu Chun was taken aback, thinking, "I have a bounty of 1 billion berries?" What had been meticulously planned for over a decade was now shattered by Heiyi, also known as Liu Chun, causing all of Doflamingo's enmity to converge solely upon him. 1 billion berries? That is far too little. "Senior, hey, you should have a bounty of 2 billion berries," Bartolomeo expressed disdainfully. "Ha!" Liu Chun smiled enigmatically without uttering a word. Looking towards those who had been saved from their toy forms and reverted to humans, their gazes towards Liu Chun had shifted dramatically, filled with a predatory intensity as if they wished to devour him whole. They had completely forgotten who had rescued them, who had returned them to humanity, and who had been calling out Heiyi's name moments ago. All previous memories seemed to have been obliterated by greed. Kill. Charge. For 1 billion berries. Kill Heiyi. Kill Heiyi. In an instant, countless pirates, navy soldiers, and the citizens of Dressrosa surged toward Liu Chun, intent on his destruction. Such is the wretched nature of humanity. "Senior Heiyi, allow me to deal with them." Bartolomeo prepared to strike, but was halted by Liu Chun's hand. "No need, they are merely rabble. It is the perfect opportunity for me to stretch my muscles." "Very well, Senior Heiyi," Bartolomeo acquiesced, promptly retreating to a safer distance. He understood the prowess of Senior Heiyi. Should he unleash his power, there would be no need for Bartolomeo to intervene. Gazing at the throng armed with various weapons, Liu Chun remained undeterred, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Allow me to demonstrate the consequences of opposing me." With that, he summoned an immense surge of lightning energy into his hands, gradually coalescing before sweeping them upwards toward the heavens. Boom! Crackle! The powerful force of lightning burst forth from his hands, shooting skyward and transforming the skies above Dressrosa, even causing nature itself to shudder. The clouds darkened, rolling with ominous thunder as lightning flickered incessantly, as though a monumental technique was brewing. Those preparing to charge forward sensed an impending danger. Halting in their tracks as they gazed upward at the tempestuous skies, bewildered and at a loss. What is happening? Is it going to rain? I don't know. It seems to be the doing of that pirate called Heiyi. Liu Chun observed the crowd with keen interest, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he uttered 2 words, 10,000 thunder. Upon his declaration, the tempestuous thunderclouds erupted, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that descended in a relentless barrage, akin to an unending thunderstorm. Run! At that moment, those below finally recognized the peril and turned to flee. Unfortunately, they barely managed to utter their warning before the lightning struck them at breakneck speed, one after another collapsing under its fury. Crackle! Crackle! The air resonated with thunderous roars throughout Dressrosa, plumes of black smoke rising as each puff signified another victim struck by Liu Chun's 10,000 thunder. In mere moments, the storm of lightning subsided, yet those present remained ensnared in the aftermath of that overwhelming technique, unable to recover from the shock. Throughout the entirety of Dressrosa, tendrils of black smoke wafted through the air, instantly shrouding the surroundings in an eerie silence. The stillness was palpable. Lu Chen gazed at the charred figures ahead, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this, Slayedthe bit her crimson lip and cast a glance at Lu Chen. Though her heart ached with compassion, she felt utterly powerless. All of this could be deemed self-inflicted. Had they not chosen to attack the darkness, such a fate would have been entirely avoidable. Slayedthe, you truly are formidable. That move was truly impressive, Bartolomeo exclaimed, hastening towards him with a grin. It's insignificant, Lu Chen waved dismissively, his gaze shifting towards the distant high ground, where he presumed that Minggu had witnessed the earlier display of power. However, Minggu was likely engaged in battle with Luffy at this moment. It would be prudent to allow Luffy to deplete some of his energy before confronting Don Quixote Doflamingo. Beep. Congratulations, the host has triggered a mission. Eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo. System reward: 2,000 energy points and the opportunity to elevate one designated skill by 1 full level. Nevertheless, Lu Chen turned to Qingjiao and the others behind him, stating earnestly, "Everyone, I must first secure Doflamingo's head. You shall handle the subordinates of the Don Quixote family." "Understood. Slayedthe, rest assured," they replied in unison, having already regarded Lu Chen as their pillar of strength. They had attempted to dismantle the birdcage, only to find it utterly impervious to their efforts. Just as Doflamingo had claimed, only by severing his head could this game of the birdcage be conclusively ended. Chapter 171. The Battle at the Royal Palace of Daruswalasa, Part 1. With that, the group followed closely behind Lu Chen, charging towards the royal palace. The overwhelming display of Lu Chen's might had deterred ordinary citizens from obstructing their path, rendering their journey significantly easier. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the air. "Fire Fist. Mira mira." Lu Chen turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a sea of flames not far off, amidst which stood two familiar figures. It was Fire Fist Ace and Sabo, both valiantly confronting the navy led by Fujitora. I never expected Ace to arrive as well. It seems this world has undergone many changes due to my presence, yet ultimately, it will be corrected by the will of this world, Lu Chen mused, casting a fleeting glance before resuming his forward momentum. At this juncture, his foremost task remained to eliminate Doflamingo. Other matters could be deferred for the time being. A few minutes later, a colossal figure emerged ahead. It was Pika, engaged in combat with Zoro. His massive frame packed a formidable punch. Alas, he lacked proficiency in the Busashoka haki. Had he enveloped his entire body in it, his strength would have ascended to an entirely new echelon. "Hey, don't run." Pika suddenly noticed the group en route to the palace, determined to obstruct them and prevent any disruption to the young master's plans. Merging with the massive stone giant, he transformed one of his arms into a gigantic limb, hurtling towards Lu Chen and his companions at breakneck speed. "Let me handle this." Qingjiao and King of Punch, Elizabello too, prepared to advance, but Lu Chen swiftly employed the Marine 6 stylezo, instantaneously positioning himself before them, commanding, "You two go ahead. This one is mine." "Very well." Seeing this, Qingjiao and the others had no further objections, placing their unwavering trust in Lu Chen's capabilities and dashed straight ahead, ignoring the colossal fist that Pika hurled towards them. Lu Chen's decision to engage stemmed from the activation of a system task. Beep. Congratulations, the host has triggered a mission. System reward: stop Pika. System reward: 200 energy points. According to the narrative, it should have been the King of Punch and Qingjiao who halted Pika, but the system's insistence on Lu Chen intervening suggested a hidden purpose. Ultimately, it must bear some advantageous outcome, as Pika's gigantic fist bore down upon him. Lu Chen clenched his right fist, enveloping it with Busashoka haki, and leapt into the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards Pika's fist. Even the ground he had just vacated bore the imprint of his immense force. Bang! Tiger Fist. The overwhelming haki converged upon Lu Chen's fist, which he unleashed with tremendous force upon Pika's stone-like fist. With a resounding crash, Pika's colossal stone fist shattered like fragile glass, fissures spreading across its surface. In an instant, Pika's entire arm crumbled to dust, plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, Zoro observed Liu Chun as he passed, murmuring, "So, he is Hei? His martial prowess is remarkable. Hey, I'll leave him to you. I'm off." With that, Liu Chun swiftly departed, leaving behind only an afterimage. Beep. Congratulations. The host has completed the mission. System reward. 200 energy points. Zoro watched Liu Chun's retreating figure, a hint of recognition flickering across his brow, yet he quickly refocused, resuming his battle with Pika. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Liu Chun's speed was astonishing, and he soon caught up with Qing Jiao and the others, continuing towards the royal palace of Daruswalasa. Although they encountered numerous pirates along the way, they dispatched them with ease, swiftly reaching the first tier of the palace. Meanwhile, the cadres of the Don Quixote family had also set out, preparing to obstruct Liu Chun and his companions. Upon reaching the first tier, Liu Chun spotted Luffy and the others still struggling to ascend, hindered by the absence of assistance. Now, with Qing Jiao and the others joining, they alleviated some of the pressure on Luffy and Law, although Law remained shackled by sea stone chains, rendering him powerless. The cadres of the Don Quixote family are in your hands. Today, I shall take Don Quixote Doflamingo's head, Liu Chun declared solemnly. Understood, Senior Heiyi. We'll be careful. Bartolomeo, Qing Jiao, and the others replied, charging toward the Don Quixote cadres. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy sprinted upward, shouting to Liu Chun, Doflamingo should face my fists. Hee. Very well. Then let us see how you fare against Doflamingo. Liu Chun chuckled, pleased to have Luffy expend some of Doflamingo's energy. He had previously worried that Luffy would not ascend in time, but it appeared Luffy could indeed prove useful. Luffy, just remember, do not hold it against your elder brother. This is all for your benefit, and I hope you grow stronger swiftly. Before long, they reached the second tier. Although they encountered several Don Quixote cadres, they were obstructed by the pirates trailing behind, allowing Liu Chun and Luffy to progress to the third tier with relative ease. The third tier was shrouded in mist, resembling a world enveloped in fog, with visibility limited to about 20 meters. While Liu Chun and his companions were momentarily taken aback, a colossal, crooked toy emerged from the mist, adorned with a black hat and standing at least 10 meters tall. Despite lacking any weaponry, its grotesque appearance was unmistakable. Character: Naodai Jazai Wawa. Position: none. Fruit: none. Level: C. Skills: Crawling C, Biting C. Bound none. The Naodai Jazai Wawa crafted by Tang Dang appeared, prompting Liu Chun to raise an eyebrow and murmur, that fellow is still alive. During their time in the underground factory, due to Sika's intervention, he had forgotten to check whether Tang Dang had perished. It was likely during that moment that Sika had rescued Tang Dang, yet Liu Chun still managed to eliminate Tori Bull, depriving Doflamingo of another ally. Suddenly, the Naodai Jazai Wawa crawled rapidly towards Liu Chun and Luffy. Rubber gun. Luffy swiftly punched the Naodai Jazai Wawa, causing its head to detach. Bang! However, as he felled one Naodai Jazai Wawa, more emerged from the mist, surrounding Liu Chun and his companions. Chapter 172. Battle at the Dressrosa Royal Palace, Part 2. Astonishingly, the Naodai Jazai Wawa that Luffy had just decapitated rose again, retrieving its head and reattaching it, joining the other dolls in their assault on Liu Chun and his companions. Humph. Liu Chun snorted coldly, his hands crackling with electric power as spheres of lightning materialized before him, akin to a barrage of cannonballs. With a swift motion of his hands, he launched the spheres towards the encroaching Naodai Jazai Wawa. ZZZZ. Each lightning sphere that struck a doll engulfed it, igniting the figure until it was reduced to charred remnants. Though these dolls were impervious to pain and could survive decapitation, they could still sustain damage, albeit proving somewhat troublesome. For instance, Luffy struggled, as he was still burdened with Law, who was shackled by Hailu Stone, complicating his ability to deal with the numerous dolls. Just as Liu Chun was about to act, a figure appeared before them, wielding a long sword and dispatching several dolls with ease. Oh, someone has arrived. Lifting his gaze, they beheld a man clad in a red cloak, bearing a scar on his forehead, yet most striking was his singular leg. Character: Jealousy. Position: none. Fruit: none. Level: B. Skills, swordsmanship. B. Physical combat. C. Bounty, 200 million berry. The newcomer was the one-legged toy soldier, Jalusi, who was also Rebecca's father. Due to Doflamingo's machinations, his bounty had been elevated to 200 million berry. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Chun, and he turned to Jalusi, saying, "You hold off these dolls while I," and he take out Doflamingo. Huh? Jalusi raised an eyebrow, replying coolly, "No. There is someone I must kill on the 4th floor of the palace, and it must be by my hand. This is non-negotiable." Lu Chun chuckled lightly. He was well aware that Jalusi referred to one of the Don Quixote family members, Diamante, the very man who had slain his wife. Nevertheless, Diamante must be dealt with by Lu Chun, for Rebecca awaited him on the 4th floor. Even if Jalusi was Rebecca's father, he could not disrupt Lu Chun's plans. Huh? What do you mean? Jalusi's brow furrowed, uncertain of Lu Chun's intent. However, he had heard from others about the prowess of the man in the black robe before him, who had liberated the entire nation of humans turned into toys. Shortly thereafter, the Naodai Jazaiwawa were all vanquished by the trio. Just as they were about to ascend to the 4th floor of the palace, when a figure emerged ahead, accompanied by the sound of explosions. Bang! 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 Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, looking ahead to see a woman in a blue-black bodysuit, wearing a hat and possessing a slender frame, gracefully descending. Her sides adorned with wings formed of hands. Indeed, it was Robin descending from the heavens. The figure before them was a man clad in black armor-like attire, sporting a blue afro. Character, Gulladawusi. Position, member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit, bomb fruit. Level, A. Skills, fruit development. A. Bounty, 34 million berry. The one who struck down Robin was none other than Gulladawusi, the bomb man. Knight, it is you. Gulladawusi exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Knight, well aware of his formidable reputation. Furthermore, their young master had decreed that upon encountering Knight, he was to be allowed passage to the palace without obstruction. This was for their own safety, and also because Doflamingo wished to personally defeat Knight. Heh. Lu Chun let out a cold laugh, preparing to act, but Gulladawusi stepped aside, saying, "You may pass, but the others must remain." I'm also going up. Without further ado, Luffy disregarded Gulladawusi's words and began to climb upwards. Upon touching the wall, Gulladawusi suddenly activated the wall behind him, causing the spot Luffy had touched to swell. Luffy found this rather convenient. This is nice, quite energy-saving. Bang! In the next instant, the swollen section exploded, sending both Luffy and Law crashing down. How amusing! Lu Chun chuckled lightly, quickly moving forward to grasp Luffy and Law, preventing them from incurring further injury. Soon, they would need both of them to exhaust Doflamingo's stamina. It must be said that Doflamingo's strength was indeed formidable, especially in his mastery over devil fruit abilities, surpassing that of ordinary users and even reaching the stage of devil fruit awakening. Thank you. Luffy stabilized his straw hat and earnestly expressed his gratitude, preparing to climb upwards once more. However, Lu Chun grasped his arm, stretching it even as Luffy continued to ascend. After climbing for a while, Luffy finally sensed something amiss and shouted at Lu Chun, "Hey, why are you pulling me? Just giving you a boost." "Below." Lu Chun replied with a faint smile, pulling Luffy back with force. At that moment, Luffy seemed to grasp Lu Chun's intent, covering his mouth with his hand, and began to blow, inflating his rubber belly until it resembled a giant balloon. Lu Chun clenched his fists, his muscles bulging, and delivered a powerful punch to Luffy's inflated belly. Bang! With a muffled sound, Luffy shot upwards towards the 4th floor like a rubber ball, while Lu Chun scaled the vertical wall, creating deep craters in the thick earthen wall with each step, hastening his ascent to the 4th floor, leaving behind a remark. "Hey, one-legged fellow, you handle that explosive-haired man." Jalusi was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at the Don Quixote cadre before him, and could only raise his sword to engage in battle, resolving to deal with the man before him first before ascending. Meanwhile, Robin joined forces with Jalusi to commence their battle, exclaiming, "I will assist you." "All right." Thus, the two engaged in combat with Gulladawusi. On the 4th floor of the palace, Lu Chun landed steadily, gazing ahead to behold a vast sea of sunflowers, in the midst of which stood Rebecca. Shortly thereafter, Luffy, carrying Law, also landed beside him with stability. Thank you. Haha, no need for thanks. You two go on ahead and deal with Doflamingo. I will follow shortly. Lucien replied with a light smile. Good. Upon finishing his words, Luffy took the key from Rebecca's hand and unlocked Law's sea stone handcuffs. Together, they made their way towards the 5th level of the palace. You are here too? Rebecca cautiously remarked, gazing at the face obscured by Lucien's dark cloak. Their conversations were rare, yet his presence here suggested he had something to convey. Yes, we are about to confront Doflamingo, but there is a matter to attend to first, Lucien replied earnestly, his demeanor serious. Chapter 173. The Battle at the Palace of Dressrosa, Part 3. Rebecca looked at him with suspicion, pondering what other tasks could possibly remain in this place. As Lucien moved forward, he activated his observation haki, scanning the vast sunflower field until he finally located the individual he sought. Come out, he bellowed, yet silence reigned, save for the gentle swaying of the sunflowers in the breeze. What are you searching for? Rebecca inquired, stepping closer, her brow furrowing in confusion. Lucien, however, did not respond. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. If you do not emerge, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. As he spoke, his right hand began to gather the power of lightning, gradually forming 2 volleyball-sized spheres of radiant energy. With a swift motion, Lucien propelled the lightning orbs into the sunflower field, tracing a brilliant white arc suddenly. A man clad in orange emerged from hiding, Diamante, forced to stand and evade as the lightning spheres hurtled toward him. The orbs zipped past Diamante with astonishing speed, his eyes fixated on them. Just as he thought he had evaded the attack, Lucien's finger twitched, causing the lightning orb to halt abruptly and change direction, continuing its pursuit of Diamante. What? Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief. He attempted to swing his sword to deflect the orb, but in his haste, he forgot that metal conducts electricity. Upon contact, the lightning surged through his sword into his body. Crackling sounds echoed as Diamante screamed, his body scorched. Yet his strength prevented him from succumbing to the electric shock. Meanwhile, Rebecca's eyes brimmed with tears as she unsheathed her long sword, advancing step by step towards Diamante, filled with hatred. It was you. You killed my mother. I will kill you. With a fierce cry, Rebecca lunged forward, determined to slay the man before her. Just as her sword was about to strike Diamante, he finally regained awareness, his eyes flashing as he raised his cloak to shield himself. Clang! The sword met the cloak, producing a sound akin to steel clashing, leaving Diamante unscathed. The cloak, indeed forged of iron, was rendered light and buoyant due to Diamante's devil fruit ability. It not only lacked weight, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. What? Rebecca's expression shifted, her resolve wavering as Diamante, now standing, wielded his sword in a graceful yet lethal manner. The blade, seemingly lightweight, twisted and turned like a serpent, leaving Rebecca with little room for counterattack. It was a one-sided domination. As Diamante's sword threatened Rebecca, Lucien finally intervened, appearing before her in an instant. He extended his haki-imbued hand, blocking Diamante's strike. Clang! Rebecca shut her eyes tightly, bracing for the worst. Yet when pain did not follow, she slowly opened them. She was met with the familiar silhouette of Lucien, her lips parting in surprise. It's you? With a faint smile, Lucien's other hand, also enveloped in haki, shimmered with metallic brilliance as he delivered a powerful punch to Diamante's chest. Oh no! Diamante realized too late, raising his cloak in defense. Yet, Lucien's fist was no ordinary strike. It shattered through the cloak, leaving a sizable imprint and crashing into Diamante's chest. The sheer force sent Diamante careening into the wall, embedding him within it, dust swirling around him as he coughed up blood. Are you all right? Lucien asked with a smile, extending a hand to help Rebecca rise. I'm fine, thank you, Rebecca replied, placing her hand in his as he assisted her to her feet, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her gaze. I'm glad you're okay. I will go apprehend Diamante. Wait, Rebecca began, but Lu Chun had already vanished, a mere shadow racing towards Diamante. In the blink of an eye, he returned, effortlessly tossing Diamante before Rebecca. Here, he is utterly defeated, unable to resist. His name is now yours to claim. Before her stood the murderer of her mother, and Rebecca's eyes filled with tears as she raised her sword, trembling with emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground. She glared at Diamante, yet her hand hesitated to strike, burdened by an overwhelming weight. Low sobs escaped her lips. Kill him. He is your enemy. Show no mercy, otherwise we may be the ones who perish. Seeing her turmoil, Lu Chun searched Diamante's person, finally retrieving a handgun and offering it to Rebecca. This is the weapon he used to kill your mother. Use it to bring him to justice. Yes. At his words, Rebecca halted her tears, determination replacing her sorrow as she aimed the gun at Diamante's head, resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Diamante's skull. With a gaping wound, the unconscious Diamante met his end. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 1,000 energy points. Swordsmanship skill unlocked. Lu Chun beamed at the system notification, satisfaction evident on his face. Thank you. Rebecca smiled, a rare expression of joy gracing her features. Not at all, Lu Chun replied. Why do you help me? Rebecca queried, puzzled by his kindness. She sensed that Lu Chun's earlier words about a necessary task were somehow intertwined with aiding her. Perhaps it is fate. I must take my leave. There are still 2 individuals waiting for me above. With that, Lu Chun turned, leaving Rebecca with only his silhouette. Watching him depart, Rebecca's mouth opened slightly, her foot poised to follow, yet the words remained unspoken. Be careful. Chapter 174. The Battle at the Palace of Dressrosa, Part 4. At the pinnacle of the palace. When Lu Chun arrived, the battle between Doflamingo and Luo, as well as Luffy, had nearly reached its conclusion. Particularly concerning Luo, one of his arms had been brutally severed, blood gushing forth. As for Luffy, upon entering his Gear 4th state, his body had shrunk considerably, and he lay on the ground, panting heavily. It seems you still cannot defeat Doflamingo. Lu Chun approached slowly, jesting. Hi. Luffy and Luo turned to the direction of a voice, suddenly recalling that another person had accompanied them. Hi, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Hi, Doflamingo's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. This man had once invited him into his family, yet now, amidst the chaos, he had slaughtered several of Doflamingo's kin. Doflamingo longed to slay Hi immediately, but he would not allow such a swift death. You arrived a bit late. Was it because you were dealing with your family? What was it called again? Diamante, perhaps? That wasted a bit of time. Lu Chun remarked casually. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins from anger, yet he suppressed his fury, for he had always been the one to provoke others' emotions. Never before had someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, Doflamingo finally calmed himself and spoke in a low voice. You will eventually pay for your actions. I am quite curious why you have consistently refrained from showing your face. Is it because you find yourself unappealing? If that is indeed the case, I could arrange for someone to assist you with the surgery. Otherwise, how could you have hidden your true visage for years? Doflamingo attempted to incite Lu Chun's anger, as was his customary tactic against adversaries. Are you trying to provoke me? If so, your thoughts are rather simplistic. I am not so easily angered, Lu Chun replied with an air of nonchalance. One should know that he did not don the black robe due to any perceived lack of attractiveness, but rather for other reasons. Doflamingo scoffed, seemingly unconvinced. Suddenly, he raised both hands, forming a gesture akin to a pistol, and launched his attack. Pistol thread. Countless fine threads, resembling bullets, shot forth from Doflamingo's fingertips at high speed, possessing the strength to pierce through bone. Hee. Lu Chun chuckled, activating his Kinbunchika haki and anticipating Doflamingo's move. He swayed his body as if intoxicated, evading all of Doflamingo's threads without a single one making contact. 5 color threads. Yet, Doflamingo was not to be trifled with. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Chun dodged, He unleashed 5 threads of varying colors from each finger and alarming speed. The sharpness of these threads was akin to steel, slicing through the ground beneath them. 10 threads sped toward Liu Chen's position. Armament hockey. Liu Chen's eyes narrowed as he enveloped his hands in armament hockey, successfully blocking Doflamingo's 5 colored threads. Nonetheless, the immense force caused him to slide several meters across the ground. Yet, Liu Chen maintained his composed demeanor, as if he had suffered no harm. Both combatants possessed formidable strength, rendering ordinary attacks insufficient to determine a victor. Unexpectedly, the threads manipulated by Doflamingo reappeared before Liu Chen, speeding toward his head. Just as Liu Chen was about to grab them, the threads formed a rope that dispersed into countless fine lines, launching assaults on various parts of his body. One must concede that Doflamingo's Ido no Mi abilities were indeed formidable, and Liu Chen's Righty no Mi had little effect on him, as Doflamingo's powers had awakened, allowing him to transform his entire body into threads, making him resistant to lightning attacks. Seeing this, Liu Chen could only retreat continuously to evade Doflamingo's strikes. However, Doflamingo's threads not only moved at remarkable speed, but also possessed significant offensive capabilities, relentlessly pursuing Liu Chen. He had no choice but to stand his ground, fully unleashing his armament hockey and covering himself entirely. The thread struck against Liu Chen's body, merely shredding his clothing to tatters. However, it seemed that Doflamingo's intentions were more nefarious. A multitude of fine threads appeared above Liu Chen, shattering his black hat and revealing his true visage. Beneath the black robe was not an unsightly face, but rather a refined and handsome countenance, adorned with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, reminiscent of Liu Chen's appearance in his past life. It must be noted that he was considered a school heartthrob on Blue Star. At that moment, everyone witnessed Liu Chen's true form, deeply imprinting it in their minds. How could Hai possess such formidable strength at such a young age? Where exactly does he hail from? Gazing at Hai's unveiled countenance, Doflamingo fell into contemplation and remarked indifferently, "I did not expect you to be so young, and you are hardly unattractive." His true desire was merely to glimpse Hai's genuine appearance. There was undoubtedly a reason for the concealment beneath the black robe. "I am not unattractive. I wear the black robe simply because I find myself too handsome and fear that too many people might fall for me," Liu Chen quipped. Instantly, Doflamingo's brow furrowed. No longer holding back, resolved to defeat Liu Chen directly, he shouted, seeking death. With that, he abruptly extended his hands backward, unleashing hundreds of nearly transparent, thread-like strands. All the strands intertwined, forming a thick line resembling a rope. The fine threads rapidly extended backward, as Doflamingo flung his hands forward. The robust line surged forth like a swiftly flying blade, aiming directly at Liu Chen. Super String Whip. Liu Chen, employing his Kinbunchika hockey, executed the Marine 6 techniques to deftly evade Doflamingo's attack, but the line severed the very ground where Liu Chen had stood, akin to slicing through a watermelon, causing a large section of the castle to plummet below. Simultaneously, Liu Chen gathered immense electrical power in his hands, and as he swung his right hand, a violent, dazzling bolt of lightning surged toward Doflamingo. 30 million volt Thunder Beast. The ferocious electrical force gradually formed into a thunderous beast with a massive, gaping maw, rapidly lunging toward Doflamingo. Chapter 175. The Battle at Dressrosa Palace, Part 5. The speed of the Thunder Beast was astonishing, leaving Doflamingo with no option for evasion. He could only endure the blow. The thunderous power enveloped Doflamingo's position, erupting in a powerful explosion. Boom! The ground was blasted into a massive crater. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air. Suddenly, amidst the cloud of smoke, a figure emerged. Without a doubt, it was Doflamingo. As the smoke cleared, he revealed himself. His entire body transformed into threads, effectively insulating him from the lightning. He bore no injuries whatsoever. Kik. Doflamingo grinned, his laughter both sinister and triumphant. "Hi. You are still too weak. My devil fruit has awakened, rendering your abilities useless against me." As he spoke, the figure of Doflamingo cloaked in threads, gradually returned to a state of normalcy. It seems so. Liu Chen nodded. That previous move was merely a test. Once the devil fruit awakens, the abilities of its wielder will naturally escalate significantly. If that is the case, then I shall defeat you with my fists. Suddenly, Liu Chen's fists were enveloped in haki, and employing the Marine's 6 styles Ru, he stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location and materialized before Doflamingo, unleashing a haki-laden punch directly onto Doflamingo's face. Bang! The speed was so astonishing that Doflamingo had no time to react, enduring the blow to his face, blood gushing forth, and his red glasses shattering into pieces. He was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, and only managed to stabilize himself with the threads in his hands. Doflamingo slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Heavenly Knight, you seek your own demise." At that moment, he realized that the strength of Heavenly Knight was not solely derived from the powers of the devil fruit, but also from formidable physical prowess. That punch had left his head throbbing with pain. If he allowed Heavenly Knight to close the distance again, the one to lose would undoubtedly be him. Moreover, he had already engaged in exhausting battle with Luffy and Law, depleting a significant amount of his stamina. Utilizing the abilities of the devil fruit also required energy. Fierce Tiger Fist. Liu Chen chuckled lightly, gathering potent haki in his right fist as dark energy coalesced, and he launched a powerful punch towards Doflamingo. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, manifesting as a gigantic black tiger with its maw wide open, lunging at Doflamingo. Spiderweb wall. Doflamingo's brows furrowed as he sensed the formidable power behind the punch. Immediately, he spread his arms wide, releasing thousands of transparent threads that swiftly formed an enormous defensive web. The diameter of this web was nearly several hundred meters, perfectly encapsulating Liu Chen's unleashed attack. Roar! The fierce tiger fist collided with the web Doflamingo had created, producing a thunderous sound. The tiger seemed poised to claw its way free from Doflamingo's entrapment. The overwhelming energy rippled outward, as Doflamingo struggled to maintain control over the spiderweb, exerting his strength to redirect the force of the attack. Bang! The ferocious punch struck the buildings behind Doflamingo, causing several structures to collapse before the energy finally dissipated. Impressive! Doflamingo's brow tightened, realizing he could no longer hold back. His opponent's strength was nearly on par with his own. He then placed his hand on the ground, and the earth around his palm transformed into white threads, gradually extending forward. The entire ground was transformed into white threads under Doflamingo's dominion. And not only the ground, but also the surrounding buildings he touched became ensnared in his control. White tide, Doflamingo bellowed, and countless white threads coalesced into tendril-like attacks that spiraled towards Liu Chen from all directions, resembling a closing lotus flower. Marine 6 Styles Moonwalk. Observing this, Liu Chen swiftly stomped on the ground, launching himself into the air, employing the moonwalk to evade Doflamingo's relentless assaults. However, Doflamingo's attacks were endless, overwhelming Liu Chen and nearly ensnaring him within the sea of white threads. As Liu Chen ascended, he dodged Doflamingo's strikes, and when he reached an adequate height, he ceased his ascent. Yet, countless white threads surged towards him, forming sharp spikes that surrounded him, as if to pierce him through. Bang! Watching as the dark figure in the air was struck, Doflamingo smirked wickedly. Heavenly Knight, you have ultimately failed to reach that level. No sooner had he spoken than a more immense force erupted from the location enveloped by the white threads, shattering them to pieces. In the next instant, Liu Chen, radiating with golden light, appeared before the onlookers, albeit his body was riddled with wounds. Nevertheless, he had successfully elementalized, evading all of Doflamingo's attacks. Rui Palm. Liu Chen extended his right hand, concentrating both haki and Conqueror's haki into a powerful strike aimed downward at Doflamingo. A tremendous pressure descended, pinning Doflamingo to the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack under the immense weight. Doflamingo roared in fury, realizing there was no escape. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Thousands of white threads rose from the ground, their tips cloaked in haki, charging towards Lu Chen's colossal golden palm. Bang! Instantly, a massive wave of energy detonated in the air, cascading outward. Surrounding structures were shattered and reduced to countless fragments scattered across the ground. The overwhelming energy swept through the area occupied by both combatants, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its path. Get down. Lu Chen's brow furrowed, exerting further pressure as his SSS-grade Conqueror's haki surged forth towards Doflamingo below. In response, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, releasing his own Conqueror's haki. The two waves of Conqueror's haki clashed, the red energy flickering in the air like innumerable arcs of lightning. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's Conqueror's haki proved to be the stronger of the two, and the enormous golden palm crushed Doflamingo's white threads, delivering a heavy blow upon him. Chapter 176. The Battle at Dressrosa Royal Palace. 6 Bang. A deafening roar resounded. The ground of Dressrosa trembled violently, dirt flying as if a colossal earthquake emanated from Lu Chen's position. Doflamingo was enveloped in a vast cloud of dust, yet a massive handprint remained visible. Although Doflamingo's condition could not be discerned through the haze, Lu Chen glanced at the birdcage suspended in the air, which had yet to dissipate. This indicated that Doflamingo had not perished and remained alive. Suspended in midair, Lu Chen dared not relax for an instant, fixating intently on Doflamingo below, murmuring to himself, "How resilient your life force is. Could it be that you employed some means to shield yourself from my attack?" The moment was fleeting, and even Lu Chen could not ascertain how Doflamingo had survived his assault. Moments later, as the dust began to clear, the true form beneath was revealed, not Doflamingo himself, but a sphere composed of white threads. Though the sphere had deflated, it was evident that Doflamingo was hidden within, though his condition remained uncertain. That raw, domineering power, even with Doflamingo's devil fruit abilities providing defense for the white threads, would still inflict injury due to the haki. Simultaneously, Doflamingo, ensnared by the threads, was already unconscious. Yet he retained a flicker of awareness within. Suddenly, Doflamingo opened his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within. He commanded the white threads within his body to mend the internally damaged organs. If he did not hastily repair himself, the darkness would surely launch another assault, leaving him with but one fate: defeat. At that moment, Lu Chen had already sensed something amiss outside, a significant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Doflamingo, ultimately, you shall fall by my hand." Lu Chen understood the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike when the enemy was vulnerable and would not afford Doflamingo any chance to react or retaliate. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed a tremendous energy and pressure that swept outward. The surrounding objects trembled under the onslaught of his violent energy, as if they were on the verge of collapse. The immense energy erupted in the air, cascading down towards the Wanfo Chao Zone below. Oh no! Doflamingo's expression changed slightly as he realized Lu Chen was about to strike again. Had Doflamingo promptly removed the birdcage, Lu Chen might not have acted so swiftly. One could only blame Doflamingo for his insatiable greed, unwilling to admit his defeat and eager to prolong the battle. Meanwhile, everyone within the Dressrosa Palace was observing the nearby conflict, not only because it concerned their very lives, but also due to the dwindling time left for the birdcage. It was nearly closed, and if the battle did not conclude soon, they would all perish. Suddenly, Lu Chen closed his eyes, radiating a brilliant golden aura as he gazed down at Doflamingo. A colossal golden hand descended towards Doflamingo. It appeared to be a single strike, yet his hands continued to move in succession, delivering countless golden palm strikes, akin to 1,000 individuals attacking simultaneously. The Buddha's palm, Wanfo Chao Zone. At this juncture, Doflamingo finally emerged from the circle formed by the white threads, his countenance shifting dramatically. Not daring to linger, he unleashed his most powerful technique, 16 divine bullets of holy destruction. From the ground, 16 streams of densely wound white threads, imbued with haki, surged upwards at an alarming speed towards Lu Chen in midair. However, The immense golden palms released by Lu Chun were not to be underestimated, intercepting all of Doflamingo's hockey-infused white threads. A fierce energy fluctuation erupted between the two in the air. The energy exploded, scattering in all directions, with a series of deafening shockwaves resonating throughout the atmosphere. Boom! 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 Under Lu Chen's overwhelming assault, the already severely injured Doflamingo was utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. The 16 formidable threads, cloaked in hockey, were struck down to the ground by the colossal golden hands, embedding deeply into the earth. Doflamingo was left without the strength to summon them again, as the golden palms continued to rain down upon him. One palm followed another without respite. Boom! 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 Each strike landed relentlessly upon Doflamingo. The ground, already riddled with holes, collapsed further under such relentless blows, reducing surrounding structures to mere dust. Concurrently, the people of Doflamingo's kingdom watched the commotion, yet they could see nothing but the immense clouds of dust rising, utterly oblivious to the events transpiring within. They had no notion of who had emerged victorious. All stood silently, awaiting the final outcome, whether it be life or death. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. It's gone. The birdcage is gone. It's truly gone. We have won. We have truly triumphed. Victory belongs to the darkness. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the citizens of the entire Dressrosa kingdom erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-earned victory, with no time to consider Lu Chen's condition. Only Rebecca and Violet, closest to the battle, hurried towards the site, searching for the shadow of the darkness. Darkness! Darkness! Are you still there? Darkness! Darkness! The two women called out anxiously. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the haze ahead. What's the matter? Miss me? Upon hearing this, Rebecca and Violet immediately turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover a familiar figure standing resolutely, and they rushed forward. Darkness! Are you all right? Are you injured? Cough, cough. Lu Chun coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he loosened the grip on his right arm, murmuring, Doflamingo's strength is formidable. He has indeed wounded me. His arm bore a significant wound from Doflamingo's white threads, yet fortunately, it was not life-threatening and would heal with a few days of rest. That's a severe injury. I'll go get the princess to treat you. Violet's brows furrowed as she stood to find the Little People Kingdom's princess. Chapter 177. The Battle of the Dressrosa Palace. And only Rebecca remained by Lu Chen's side, gazing at the horrific wound, tears brimming in her beautiful eyes as she gently inquired, Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. Every wound brings pain, does it not? Lu Chen responded with a smile. Then how can you feel better? Rebecca pursed her cherry lips, suddenly realizing she had asked the wrong question. In response, Lu Chen said, The wound feels like a fiery sting, so painful that it burns. If you could blow on it, perhaps it would ease the pain. All right. Without overthinking, Rebecca stepped closer to Lu Chen, brushing her hair aside, preparing to blow gently on his wound. Who observing her actions, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's face. How pure-hearted she was. Do you feel any better? Rebecca asked while blowing. I feel much improved, Lu Chen replied. Then I will blow a little more. Just as she finished speaking, Violet suddenly arrived, accompanied by a little person rushing over. Upon seeing Rebecca and Lu Chen in such a scene, she froze momentarily. Rebecca, you too, Violet. Hearing the voice, Rebecca's cheeks flushed as she stood to the side, lowering her head, unsure what to say. Oh, have you brought someone to treat my wounds? Lu Chen promptly intervened. Yes. With that, Violet recalled the more pressing matter, turning to the little person beside her with seriousness. Princess, please help Darkness heal. Without him, we would not have liberated Dressrosa. Of course, that is my duty, the little person replied softly. The figure before them was none other than the princess of the little people, Princess Manshue, who possessed the ability of the healing fruit. Manshue flew to Lu Chen's wound. Utilizing her fruit's power, and radiant white energy waves enveloped his injury. Before long, Lu Chen felt a refreshing sensation at the wound, followed by a tingling itch, signaling its healing process. In an instant, the wound was completely healed, returning to its original state. However, Manchue appeared somewhat fatigued, her face pale as she declared, "All done." "Thank you." Luchin expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank me. It is my duty." With that, Manchue continued to heal the other citizens. Luchin watched Manchue depart, secretly wishing to recruit her into his pirate crew, yet he doubted she would ever agree. He then leapt to a higher vantage point, surveying the entirety of Slayedthe. The people, under the leadership of Likawang, were actively attempting to save themselves, while the pirates appeared to be converging towards their own direction. As for Dufulangming, he had long since succumbed to Luchin's formidable assault. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward, 2,000 energy points. Designate one skill to elevate by 1 tier. It must be said that Dufulangming's awakened fruit was indeed powerful. Few could develop their abilities to such an extent. A few minutes later, numerous pirates, including SwordsmanWho, Qingjiao, and Wendigsu, gathered before Luchin, encircling him with expressions of seriousness and a hint of admiration. One might mistakenly believe they were there to besiege him. "Hey, I never imagined your true visage would be so admirable, and your strength so formidable." SwordsmanWho chuckled. "It is not overly strong, but sufficient to handle Dufulangming," Luchin humbly replied. "Hey, I am grateful for your life-saving grace. Were it not for you, we would likely have perished beneath this birdcage. Indeed, to express my gratitude, I am prepared to join your pirate crew." "Yes, I too wish to join. Count me in." The multitude of pirates raised their hands, eager to join Heiye's crew. "Gentlemen," Luchin raised his hand to quiet the crowd and declared, "First, I would like to express my gratitude for your recognition of my abilities. However, I must inform you that at present, my crew consists solely of myself. You must consider this carefully. Ha ha ha. Heiye, although you are alone now, once we join, you shall no longer be solitary. Indeed, we are all here for you." Despite Luchin's words, the pirates remained steadfast in their desire to join. Seeing their determination, a subtle smile crept across Luchin's lips. He then glanced towards the distant Slayedthe, exclaiming, "In that case, I shall graciously accept your companionship. As long as you brothers follow me, you shall enjoy the finest of pleasures, and none shall dare to harm you." "Ha ha ha! Excellent!" The crowd erupted in joyous laughter. SwordsmanWho waved his hand, instructing the surrounding pirates, "Quickly, fetch some wine. Let us drink to our newfound brotherhood, right?" With that, the pirates dispersed to procure wine. While they busied themselves, Luchin approached Slayedthe, a smile gracing his lips. "Let's go." "Where to?" Slayedthe furrowed her delicate brows, questioning him with suspicion. "Were we not in agreement? You shall join my pirate crew. Are you not reconsidering?" Luchin's expression darkened slightly. "Me?" Slayedthe was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Heiye would still desire her presence in his crew, especially considering the formidable pirates already present. She had assumed Luchin would not seek her out again. "Indeed, who else could it be?" Luchin responded earnestly. "All right." Slayedthe's face brightened, and she followed Luchin closely, suddenly recalling their agreement from that night. It seemed she was not merely meant to be part of the crew, but also to be with Heiye. As this thought crossed her mind, Slayedthe slowed her pace, her cheeks tinged with crimson, lost in her own musings. Before long, the pirates returned with fine wine, pouring it for everyone present, including Slayedthe. "Everyone, raise your cups," Luchin proclaimed, lifting his large bowl. With that, the others followed suit, raising their own bowls. "After this cup of fine wine, we shall be one family, united as the Heiye pirate crew. Cheers!" With Luchin's command, everyone drank heartily, subsequently smashing their bowls to the ground with a resounding crash. "From this day forth, we shall be one pirate crew. I believe that soon the flag of the Heiye pirate crew will soar across the vast seas," Luchin declared. "Heiye pirate crew! Heiye pirate crew!" The other pirates echoed in unison. Chapter 178. The establishment of the Heiye Great Pirate Crew. After a brief respite, Luchin led the Heiye Great Pirate Crew away from Slayedthe. However, the establishment of the Heiye Great Pirate Crew and the tumult in Slayedthe would undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout the New World. The name of the Heiye Great Pirate Crew would inevitably reverberate across the New World consisting of 630 members. Captain, Hei. First Mate, Slayedthe. Ship 1, Juame Pirate Crew, Captain, Ka Windixu. Ship 2, Badawa Club, Captain, SwordsmanWho. Ship 3, Babeo Water Army, Captain, Lao Tsai. Ship 4, Fitness Fight Union, Captain, Adia. Ship 5, Dong Tata Tribe, Captain, Leo. Ship 6, Yubing Pirate Crew, Captain, Hierding. Ship 7, Udamalia Grand Fleet, Captain, Aolong Busey. Such a formidable assembly could be considered a powerful pirate crew in the New World, yet it still paled in comparison to the Four Emperors' crews. Nevertheless, they could indeed confront the Four Emperors. Thus, Luchen's mission to establish a pirate crew was finally accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward, 4,000 energy points. Designate 3 skills to elevate by 1 tier. Hey, where do we go now? SwordsmanWho inquired, perplexed. We shall seek a suitable base. That shall be the headquarters of the Hei pirate crew. Luchen replied with a smile. Don't ask. Follow this pointer and come with me. Understood. Set sail. Receiving the pointer, Luchen's ship led the way, while the other vessels closely followed. With such a grand pirate crew, it was only fitting to venture forth and cultivate a spirited atmosphere. Apart from Ship 5S Leo, who remained in Slayedthe, the other 6 ships followed Luchen to their next destination. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and his crew continued their journey aboard their ship. As time progressed, the news of Hei's uproar in Slayedthe and the establishment of the Hei Great Pirate Crew spread like wildfire throughout the New World. Furthermore, the Battle of Slayedthe saw the appearances of Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Lu Fei, Death Surgeon Ro, and Revolutionary Chief of Staff Sabo, drawing the attention of nearly all factions within the New World. The former Marine Admiral Wu Zizhen also personally arrived in Slayedthe. In the New World, at the new Marine headquarters, damn it, Hei, how dare you create such chaos in Slayedthe and Slayedthe? How shall I account for this to the Gorosei? Akainu seethed with rage, grinding his teeth, filled with an urge to eliminate Hei immediately. The Straw Hat crew, alongside the remnants led by Ace, was already a significant concern for him. Now, the emergence of the Hei Great Pirate Crew, with its extraordinary strength, was a formidable threat. It seemed they were on the verge of becoming the 5th Emperor of the Sea, and yet he found himself powerless to take action. Kapu also caught sight of the news about Hai and raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is going on with this fellow? How'd he end up like this? Has he acquired yet another devil fruit?" He was already aware that Hai was Lu Chun, and had learned that he consumed 2 devil fruits. Now, upon discovering that he had ingested a third, it seemed rather unsurprising. After a brief contemplation, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Kapu's mouth. Never mind, I shall personally inquire about this chap next time. On Daughter Island, Hancock held a newspaper featuring Hai, her eyes sparkling with love as she exclaimed, "Lu Chun, brother, how did you transform like this? Is it a disguise? Yet, even so, you still look incredibly handsome." In Marineford, Ein sat in Lu Chen's office, occupying his usual seat and holding the same newspaper regarding Hai. Suddenly, she glanced towards a distant spot, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she softly warned, "Be careful." Simultaneously, in a certain maritime region of the New World, several ships sailed upon the waves. One individual lounged on the deck, basking in the sun while sipping fine wine. "Hi, Senpai, look. Your bounty has risen again, now reaching 35 billion berries," Bartolomeo announced, grinning as he presented the new bounty notice to Lu Chun. Another increase, yet still a bit short of the Yonko's bounty. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. With his current strength, he was undoubtedly one of the strongest supernovas among pirates, with no one being his match. Indeed, Hai Senpai is formidable. It won't be long before he becomes the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Bartolomeo continued. "Gather all the captains at once," Lu Chun suddenly declared. "Understood, Hai Senpai," Bartolomeo responded, promptly using a Den Mushi to summon the other captains to the main ship. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. System reward, 8,000 energy points, 1 body technique." In the main ship's conference room, 6 captains, their vice-captains, and Captain High had all assembled, sitting upright and awaiting the captain's orders. Since everyone is present, I shall not dilly-dally. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss matters concerning the headquarters of our High Grand Pirate crew. I have decided to establish our base at Hive Island, Lu Chun stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, surprise flashed across the faces of the 7 individuals present. Captain, are you referring to the former headquarters of the Rocks Pirates? I heard that it is currently occupied by the Blackbeard Pirates. They are no trifling matter. Only there would be worthy of High Senpai, who is destined to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Though many voices express concern, none oppose the decision, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited them. The Blackbeard Pirates are not to be feared. Our aim is to annihilate every member of the Blackbeard crew and make Hive Island the headquarters of our High Grand Pirate crew, Lu Chun stated with a serious expression. Eliminating Blackbeard was not only a mission for the system, but also something he personally aspired to accomplish. Should the Blackbeard Pirates remain, his grandfather Kapu could potentially fall into their hands. It was better to strike first and resolve the issue. Yes, Captain. Following you, we fear no Blackbeard Pirates. Indeed, the captains were filled with fervor, though Violet bore a look of concern. She had heard of the Blackbeard Pirates during her time in the Don Quixote family, aware that they were not only composed of many vicious pirates, but also included an escaped Marine Admiral, Akiji. Chapter 179, Hive Island, Blackbeard Pirates. Very well. Since you all are so courageous, I shall not hesitate. I will handle Blackbeard and Akiji myself. The other captains of the Blackbeard Pirates will be your responsibility, Lu Chun stated earnestly. The Blackbeard Pirates had 10 captains, of which 9 remained after the defeat of Basis in Dressrosa, with only 6 captains on Lu Chen's side, and Leo remaining in Dressrosa for city building. There was some pressure in facing the 9 captains of the Blackbeard Pirates. Captain, rest assured, we will handle this matter. Yes, you are facing 2. Surely we can handle the rest. Indeed, Captain, you need not worry. The captains nodded in agreement, exuding confidence. Well, with your assurance, I feel at ease. Lu Chun smiled. Nevertheless, he remained apprehensive about their abilities to confront the formidable captains of the Blackbeard Pirates, particularly Shiryu of the Rain, who would not be easily dealt with. However, with Violet present, Lu Chun felt a measure of relief. After dismissing the meeting, Lu Chun instructed everyone to prepare, while Violet lingered behind and approached him, her brow furrowed with worry. Are we truly going to Hive Island? Yes, are you concerned? Lu Chun detected her unease. Indeed, Blackbeard is not easily confronted. I worry for you, Violet replied, biting her cherry lips, hesitant to continue. Fear not, trust in your man. My decision to confront Blackbeard is made with confidence. For now, you must focus on another individual, Lu Chun said with a light-hearted smile. Who? Shiryu of the Rain. That one. Violet's expression changed to surprise. She understood the implications, as he was one of the 2 trump cards from Impel Down and had joined the Blackbeard Pirates. According to the information I received, he is likely to have obtained the transparent fruit. If he fully awakens its power, only your fruit may be able to perceive him. Lu Chun stated seriously. Understood. I will be vigilant, Violet affirmed, nodding earnestly. Very well. Lu Chun slightly inclined his head, gazing out at the sea. Although he had previously eliminated the original user of the transparent fruit, certain events in this world seemed inevitable. Shiryu might still acquire that fruit, which was why Lu Chun needed Violet to join the High Pirate crew. It was also the reason Kapu had been ambushed on Hive Island. Similarly, if Hive Island could indeed be conquered, it would serve as the optimal headquarters for the High Grand Pirate crew. Days later, the fleet of the High Grand Pirate crew drew ever closer to Hive Island, the silhouette of the island becoming increasingly discernible. The vast island was dotted with yellow mounds resembling a beehive, and a massive skull loomed over the island. Suddenly, Bartolomeo's voice rang out from the deck. Captain, we are approaching Hive Island. Good. Lu Chun nodded slightly, and alongside Violet, exited the cabin to the deck, gazing at the approaching Hive Island with a faint smile. At long last, we are nearing our destination. He then turned to the 6 captains beside him, his expression serious as he inquired, how are the preparations? A fierce battle lies ahead. Captain, we are all set. It has been a while since we last fought. We are eager for action. Indeed, this will be our first battle since the establishment of the High Grand Pirate crew. We cannot afford to lose. We must obliterate the Blackbeard pirates. Bartolomeo and the other 6 captains were brimming with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lu Chun laughed heartily, gazing ahead as he proclaimed, "All ships, full speed ahead. Destination, Fengchao Island." Yes, full speed ahead, full speed ahead. With this command, all vessels surged forward toward Fengchao Island. Meanwhile, the pirates of the Blackbeard pirate crew on Fengchao Island had also noticed the approaching ships and immediately rushed to report to their captain. "Hey, you stay here and keep watch. I'll report to the captain." "All right." With that, one pirate swiftly dashed into the depths of Fengchao Island. "Captain, Captain, a pirate ship is coming our way. A pirate ship is coming our way." The pirate shouted as he ran. Marshal D. Teach furrowed his brow slightly, flashing a grin as he inquired, "Which pirate is it?" He assumed it was yet another pirate seeking to join him. The Black Knight pirate crew had dozens of ships. The panting pirate replied, "It's a whole lot of them." Upon hearing this, Teach squinted and smiled. "So many have come, their intentions can't be good. Gulme, let's go out and see." With that, several captains followed closely behind him to investigate. Teach had crossed paths with the Black Knight during the Marineford War. However, he was unaware that the Black Knight was indeed Lu Chun. Very few were privy to this secret, as the others who knew had mostly perished. Minutes later, Lu Chun successfully landed on Fengchao Island with all members of the Black Knight pirate crew, but did not rush to enter. "Captain, I had long known this place has a tremendously complex terrain, making it easy to defend, but difficult to attack." "It certainly appears to be so," he remarked. "With so many hives, if we were to enter without a map, it would be quite easy to get lost." Indeed, the crew marveled at the intricate craftsmanship of Fengchao Island. "Thus, we shall refrain from entering recklessly for now and wait outside for the Blackbeard pirate crew to emerge." Lu Chun nodded slightly. One must understand that even Absalom, who possessed the transparent fruit, met a grim fate when he infiltrated Fengchao Island, ultimately losing his devil fruit abilities to Blackbeard. Of course, it could also be that Absalom was simply too weak, as all devil fruit powers were rendered ineffective in the presence of Blackbeard. Suddenly, several figures emerged from Fengchao Island, led by none other than Marshal D. Teach, the captain of the Blackbeard pirate crew. Following him were several captains, Lafitte, Van Augur, Poison Q, and Katarina Devon, among whom Lu Chun's attention was particularly drawn to the one-legged Aokiji, who wore a hat. Many speculated that Aokiji had joined the Blackbeard pirate crew as a spy for the Marines, yet this remained merely conjecture. The truth was known only to Aokiji himself. After that great battle, it was uncertain what Aokiji had truly comprehended. Chapter 180, Black Knight Pirate Crew versus Blackbeard Pirate Crew. To think he chose to join the Blackbeard Pirate Crew. However, today he found himself standing opposite Aokiji. Regardless of what Aokiji truly thought, the stakes were high. "I never expected the famed Black Knight would come in my place. What does it mean to bring so many people?" Teach grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Your reputation is hardly less than mine." Lu Chun replied with a light chuckle. "Ah!" Teach unleashed a chilling laugh, querying, "Black Knight, we are both pirates, so there is no need for pretenses. What do you intend in my stronghold?" "Quite simply, to kill you," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. At this proclamation, the entire Blackbeard pirate crew was taken aback. Never before had anyone dared to speak so candidly and directly to Blackbeard. "You bastard! Who do you think you are to say such a thing?" they exclaimed. "Do not think that just because your bounty is high, you possess great strength. In front of our captain, you are nothing." Their arrogance was palpable. They were eager to attack. Only a few captains remained still, refraining from action. Aokiji cast a glance at the Black Knight, suddenly raising an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not place it. It felt as if the Black Knight was someone he knew, a sensation that seemed to transcend reason. Teach's eyes turned cold as he responded with indifference. "You traveled far only to seek my life. You are rather audacious, are you not? Do you truly believe the Blackbeard pirate crew is easy prey? There is no arrogance here. I simply wish to kill you, and I happen to be in need of a more suitable stronghold," Lu Chun continued. Upon hearing this, Teach's expression darkened, and he scoffed. Humph. So you wish to kill me to establish your reputation for the Black Knight pirate crew? Killing me, Blackbeard, would not be so simple. Ah, Luchan was about to respond when his Kenbunchiko Haki suddenly sensed a trace of danger. Behind him, Violet appeared to notice something as well and urgently shouted, "Captain, watch out." Instantly, Luchan clenched his fists, coating them with Busashoka Haki that shimmered with a metallic sheen, and struck forward into the seemingly empty space. Get lost. With a resounding boom, his black fist struck against an invisible barrier, halting its advance. A powerful surge of energy emanated from Lu Chen's fist, sweeping outward, and he realized there was indeed someone present. Without further ado, it was undoubtedly Shiryu. When Blackbeard and the others had emerged, he had not seen Shiryu, so he remained vigilant, and it appeared he was right to do so. "Shiryu, with your devil fruit powers, you enjoy ambushing, do you?" Lu Chen sneered. As his words fell, Shiryu slowly materialized before him, his sword still poised in confrontation with Lu Chen. Character: Shiryu of the Rain. Position: Captain of the Blackbeard Pirate Crew, Devil Fruit. Transparent Fruit. Rank: SS. Skills: Fruit Development, S. Swordsmanship, SS. Busashoka Haki, SS. Bounty, 1. 03. Viners. Shiryu chuckled lightly, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and promptly retreated. He had not anticipated that this pirate, the Black Knight, possessed formidable strength, allowing him to sense Shiryu's presence so swiftly. Furthermore, the woman behind the Black Knight seemed capable of detecting him as well. Was it due to the devil fruit powers? Or something else? "Captain, are you all right?" Violet inquired with concern. She had remained behind Lu Chen, using her devil fruit ability to assess the situation ahead, and had just caught sight of a figure that others seemed oblivious to. Upon realizing that the figure was targeting Lu Chen, she immediately warned him. "I'm Fine." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, gazing at Blackbeard with a smile playing on his lips. "You have always been fond of underhanded tactics. As long as I can win, why concern myself with formalities?" Teach chuckled. "Attack." Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he gently waved his hand. "Yes, Captain." With a single command, all the pirates of the Black Knight pirate crew surged forward, launching an assault on the Blackbeard pirate crew. Countless pirates rushed past Lu Chen, swiftly charging into battle. Onward. Dichi immediately summoned the Blackbeard crew to charge forward, yet both he and Lu Chen remained stationary, unhurried to strike. "Let us change locations. This place is not suitable for our battle," Lu Chen suggested. "Agreed," replied Tiki, understanding that this was indeed his stronghold, and he wished to avoid damaging the island during a confrontation with Heiyi. Just as they were about to depart, Tiki suddenly recalled something and called out to Akiji, who was not far off. "Akiji, why not join us and witness the true strength of this Heiyi?" While he was uncertain of Heiyi's capabilities, he was aware that he had defeated Don Quixote da Flamingo and had taught Akainu a lesson. Thus his power should not be underestimated. Inviting Akiji not only served to assist him, but also to prevent Akiji, a formidable force, from wreaking havoc on Hive Island. A faint chuckle escaped Lu Chen's lips, for this was precisely what he had wished to see. Blackbeard accompanied by Akiji would alleviate considerable pressure on his pirate crew. Furthermore, Akiji was indeed a unique presence. "Very well," Akiji responded tersely, then followed Tiki and Lu Chen. A short while later, the trio arrived at a desolate expanse on the eastern side of Hive Island. "Heiyi, you have chosen quite a fine grave for yourself. Should you wish to join my Blackbeard pirates, I could consider sparing you," Tiki remarked with intrigue. "Dream on." Lu Chen scoffed. "Humph. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Once I have slain you, I shall claim your powers." "The sound fruit is indeed formidable," Tiki retorted with a cold snort. Having failed to obtain Whitebeard's tremor fruit previously, he was incensed and had yet to select a superior fruit. The sound fruit before him was an excellent choice. "Oh, if you wish for my fruit, you must first prove your worth," Lu Chen replied with an unwavering demeanor. As he spoke, Tiki wasted no time and turned to Akiji, commanding, "Let us attack together and eliminate him." "All right," Akiji began to respond, but Lu Chen interjected, "Admiral Akiji, Why the haste? Perhaps we should first examine this. With that, Lu Chun abruptly retrieved a long sword from his system backpack, the infamous blade known as Yao Dao, Luanhui, now elevated to the status of an unparalleled great sword. Upon its emergence, the sword radiated a terrifying aura of bloodlust and insatiable murderous intent, seemingly eager for blood. Chapter 181, Forcibly Enhancing Dark Pit. It had been a long time since Lu Chun had drawn Luanhui from his system backpack, and the sword appeared somewhat agitated. "All right, it is your turn to fight today," Lu Chun reassured Luanhui. Upon hearing this, Luanhui gradually calmed, returning to its former state. However, upon witnessing the familiar long sword, both Akiji and Tiki displayed expressions of astonishment, fixated on Lu Chun's face and the demon blade in his hand. "Who are you? How do you possess this demon blade?" Tiki questioned, his tone laced with incredulity. Lu Chun merely smiled enigmatically, allowing them to speculate, before turning to Akiji and inquiring, "Do you not wish to know who I truly am?" "It seems you have already informed me," Akiji replied, shaking his head. "Very well. Would you kindly step aside and allow me to deal with this Blackbeard? His existence poses a threat to both of us," Lu Chun continued. "Certainly," Akiji assented without hesitation, leaving Tiki visibly displeased as he barked. "Akiji, what do you mean? Are you contemplating betrayal?" "I merely wish for you to engage in a fair duel," Akiji clarified before stepping back to a considerable distance, observing Lu Chun and Tiki while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Should anyone approach, he would be prepared to intervene. "Today marks your demise, Blackbeard Tiki," Lu Chun proclaimed with a devilish grin, slowly raising Luanhui, executing a simple yet powerful slash. The sword energy sliced through the air with remarkable speed, aimed directly at Tiki. Armament Haki. Tiki was not to be underestimated. He swiftly hardened his arms with Haki to withstand the strike. Bang! Despite his efforts, the tremendous force compelled Tiki to stagger back several steps before he could regain his footing. "You seem rather weak," Lu Chun mocked. All fruit abilities were ineffective against Tiki's dark fruit. Thus he chose to rely on his most familiar swordsmanship. "You seek death," Tiki bellowed furiously. As his words fell, a dark aura enveloped his right hand, the immense power of his fruit manifesting as he unleashed the dark water. Suddenly, the dark essence expanded outward, creating a powerful suction force aimed at Lu Chun's position. Perhaps due to the 3 devil fruits within Lu Chun, the pull was exceptionally strong. Even as he firmly planted his hands on the ground, he felt himself being drawn in, creating a profound chasm in the earth. One sword style draw slash. In an instant, Lu Chun's gaze sharpened as he unsheathed Luanhui and executed a single, decisive cut. The crimson sword energy surged forth. Not only tremendous in power, but also swifter than his previous strike. "What?" Tiki's expression flickered with surprise, seemingly taken aback that he could unleash a sword technique even in the face of such formidable suction. He promptly sidestepped, evading Lu Chun's onslaught. The attack subsequently cleaved through the pile of earth behind Tiki, slicing it cleanly in half. Lu Chun smirked, disdain evident in his tone. "You do not seem all that impressive yourself. Your dark fruit has yet to awaken, has it?" Had the dark fruit awakened, it would likely behave akin to a black hole, consuming everything, not only devil fruit abilities, but also techniques without devil fruit origins. Alas, the present Tiki had yet to fully mature, and the tremor fruit he should have acquired during the Marineford War had fallen into Lu Chun's hands. Had he possessed it, confronting Blackbeard would have posed a significant challenge for Lu Chun. Damn it, Tiki seethed, realizing that escaping from Ye's grasp would prove difficult today. He opened his arms wide, unleashing the ultimate technique of the dark fruit. Dark Pit, an abundant flow of dark, fluid-like essence spread from Tiki, resembling the murky waters of a sewer, rapidly advancing toward Lu Chun's position. This black water was exceedingly sinister. Anything or anyone it touched would be drawn in, compressed, and obliterated into the darkness. Furthermore, the area of effect was vast, making evasion quite challenging. Sixth form shave. Lu Chun chuckled softly, promptly employing the Marine's 6 styles to vanish from his location, narrowly avoiding Tiki's assault. Yet the dark water continued its relentless advance toward Lu Chun, showing no signs of relent. Even as Lu Chun utilized Moonwalk to ascend into the air, the black water followed suit, pursuing him into the sky as if it were a relentless shadow. Moreover, the surrounding black water began to disperse, converging from all directions toward Lu Chen's position. Lu Chen's brow furrowed tightly as he beheld the encroaching black water. No longer opting for restraint, he decided to utilize the accumulated opportunities to enhance his skill levels. He began directly upgrading his abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your armament hockey level has risen to SSS. A series of system notifications echoed, announcing that Lu Chen's Hockey of Conqueror had risen to level SSS. His observation hockey had also ascended to level SSS, and his sword intent had attained the same exalted rank. In that moment, a dazzling golden light, invisible to others, flickered around him, while his aura surged dramatically, as if he had grown immensely stronger in an instant. Noticing this anomaly, Teach furrowed his brow and swiftly directed the black water towards the position of the knight. Baring his teeth as he exclaimed, "Die!" Instantly, torrents of black water surged from all directions, enveloping Lu Chun completely, encasing him in an impenetrable sphere of darkness. The black water formed a dense orb, sealing Lu Chun within its depths. Due to the nature of the Yami no Mi, those outside remained oblivious to the situation inside, unaware of Lu Chen's fate. Had he perished? Akiji, from a considerable distance, gazed at the sphere, murmuring to himself. Despite his concern, he sensed that Lu Chun would not succumb so easily. He harbored too many secrets. Upon glimpsing the cursed sword, Akiji recognized that the figure might indeed be Lu Chun, the Marine Vice Admiral and grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. The cursed sword possessed a spirit and would not easily acknowledge a master. Furthermore, he had not heard any news of Lu Chen's demise, solidifying his belief that the figure before him was, in fact, Lu Chun. The knight was Lu Chun, and Lu Chun was the knight. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Akiji chose to trust his instincts. Ha! Knight, no matter how strong you are, your devil fruit will always belong to me. Teach's triumphant laughter echoed. However, a narrow crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the black orb. With a resounding crack, the orb shattered like glass. What? This is impossible. Teach's expression shifted dramatically as he stared incredulously at the fissure. Blackbeard Teach, you didn't think I was dead, did you? Came a familiar voice from the crack, revealing Lu Chun, who had not been reduced to dust by Teach's assault. He was very much alive. Impossible! Teach roared, commanding a torrent of black water to rush towards the orb, attempting to seal the breach. 6 paths of reincarnation, sword of pride. A furious roar emanated from within the orb. The black sphere, once again shrouded by the endless black water, began to fracture, emitting blinding golden light from the cracks. With each crack, the radiant light intensified, and suddenly, the entire black sphere erupted, a golden beam shooting skyward, as if to pierce the heavens. The fierce sword intent, the arrogant haki, and the soaring sword energy all displayed their overwhelming power to the surroundings. At that moment, Lu Chun wielded the reincarnation, now transformed into a magnificent golden cursed sword, its powerful sword intent coalescing into a golden longsword that soared towards the heavens. Miraculously, Lu Chun remained unscathed, having projected his haki to form a defensive barrier that repelled Teach's black water, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Indeed, against those with devil fruit abilities, haki proved to be the ultimate counter. Moreover, Lu Chun had elevated his haki to the highest level, easily contending with Teach's darkness. "You are Lu Chun," Teach finally uttered, his brows knitted tightly, confirming his suspicions. Aside from Lu Chun, he could conceive of no one else. Furthermore, through the power of the Yami no Mi, he sensed multiple devil fruit presences emanating from Lu Chun, indicating that Lu Chun possessed more than one devil fruit. Realization dawned too late. Lu Chun smirked, raising the longsword reincarnation high and striking downward towards Teach. The colossal golden sword descended like a pillar supporting the heavens, its immense pressure bearing down upon Teach. Teach roared in desperation, struggling against the overwhelming force, but to no avail, his expression contorting in agony. Blood streamed from his orifices as he could only watch helplessly as the massive golden sword plummeted towards him. The sword fell with cataclysmic force, altering the very colors of the heavens. The once empty sky bore a gash, as if cleaved by the might of the sword intent. Teach was struck by the massive blade, and even with his hardened arms fortified by hockey, he could not withstand its overwhelming might. With a thunderous crash, a long chasm appeared where Teach had stood, resembling a canyon stretching over 1,000 meters from Lu Chen's feet, rippling through Hive Island as if it were an earthquake. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. Energy points, sword technique 1. Select one skill to increase by 2 levels. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Chen confirmed Teach's demise. He swiftly appeared before the fallen Teach, retrieving a piece of his flesh to trade with Vegapunk. Lu Chen, I never imagined your strength had grown so formidable. It takes me by surprise, Akiji remarked, having not seen Lu Chen for a long time. Lu Chen smiled, inquiring, You truly guessed correctly, but I am curious as to why you joined the Blackbeard Pirates? And why did you become a knight? Akiji countered, posing a question in return. This left Lu Chen momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, both men shared a knowing smile. Lu Chen suggested, Let us go and see. Agreed. As they walked, their conversation flowed. Do you wish to return to the Marines? Not anymore. Then how about joining my night pirates? I won't be here for long, so I need a strong ally to guard Hive Island. You certainly have grand ambitions, treating me as free labor. Akiji jested. Regardless, you won't be returning to the Marines. You could remain on Hive Island and pursue what you desire. Isn't that splendid? Lu Chen replied with a grin. Should Akiji truly join the night pirates, they would undeniably gain the qualifications to vie for the title of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Very well, I will join your pirate crew. Akiji nodded slightly. Let us cooperate harmoniously. Indeed. With that, the two made their way towards the battleground where others were engaged in combat. The struggle between the night pirates and the Blackbeard pirates continued, yet the night pirates found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, as Teach's crew boasted formidable captains. Ordinary pirate crews are no match for him. However, with the appearance of Lu Chen and Qing Ji, they captured the attention of everyone present. It is Heiyi, Qing Ji. How did they return? Where is Hai Hozi? Why can't we see Hai Hozi? Has the captain perished? Lu Chen slowly advanced, speaking indifferently. Hai Hozi Teach has already met his demise at my hands. Those who do not wish to perish should lay down their arms and surrender. Join my Heiyi pirate crew. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished. What? The captain is dead? Dead? Hai Hozi. Our captain is formidable. Our captain is formidable. Eliminate them all. In an instant, the members of the Heiyi pirate crew were filled with righteous indignation, launching a fierce assault against the Hai Hozi pirate crew. Many from the Hai Hozi pirate crew chose to flee, while others opted to lay down their weapons and surrender. Particularly, the captains predominantly decided to escape. Observing this, Lu Chen turned to Qing Ji beside him and said with a smile, Qing Ji, it is now your turn to assist me. We must eliminate these captains and ensure none escape. Chapter 183, Yuji Shilio Thunderstorm. Excellent. Qing Ji nodded, showing no reluctance. With that, the two charged toward the fleeing captains. Lu Chen targeted Yuji Shilio, while Qing Ji went to intercept others attempting to escape. As the captain of the Hai Hozi pirate crew, Hai Hozi was a core figure, and his death shattered the fragile interests among the remaining captains. Shilio, do you think it is too late to flee now? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, fixating on Shilio's back, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Shilio, delivering a powerful punch imbued with the force of thunder. Shilio raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of danger. He swiftly turned, enveloping his hands with armament hockey and covering his cursed blade, Thunderstorm, transforming it momentarily into a black sword. He used Thunderstorm to block Lu Chen's attack. However, the capabilities of Lu Chen's Sound Thunderfruit were not so easily thwarted. In an instant of contact, the electrical force surged through his fist, rapidly spreading toward Shilio, engulfing his entire being. The overwhelming current coursed through Lu Chun's body, wreaking havoc upon Shilio. Shilio let out a wretched scream, his expression contorted in agony, as if every cell in his body were being devoured by ants. Get lost! Suddenly, Shilio roared, using the remnants of his consciousness to attempt to push Lu Chun away. However, the cursed blade in his hand was firmly gripped by Lu Chun's hands, reinforced with armament haki, making it impossible to break free without relinquishing his sword. As a swordsman, who would willingly abandon their blade? You scoundrel! Shilio bellowed, clenching his fist and striking toward Lu Chun's face. Seeing this, Lu Chun released his grip on Shilio's long sword, swiftly dodging to the side while expressing keen interest. You shall not escape today. If I cannot flee, then I shall kill you. Shilio's eyes widened in surprise as crimson light flickered along the blade. Thunderstorm, a blood-sucking curse blade. No sooner had he spoken than Shilio vanished from his position, utilizing his fruit's ability to render himself and everything on him transparent. Instantly, Lu Chun's brow furrowed deeply. Despite activating observation haki, he could still feel no trace of Shilio's presence. Only when Shilio exuded murderous intent did his observation haki detect him. Shilio had indeed developed his transparent fruit to a notable extent, surpassing that of the previous user. However, killing him would prove to be quite challenging. Suddenly, a chill coursed through the air, and Lu Chun's mind sparked with awareness of danger. He sidestepped just in time, employing the Marine 6 styles to evade Shilio's assault. Just moments ago, it felt as though a slicing attack had struck, cleaving the nearby ground in two. Boom! Dust erupted, yet Shilio's figure remained elusive. Shilio, as a swordsman, do you truly relish relying on the powers of your fruit? Lu Chun surveyed his surroundings, sneering. Naturally, Shilio did not respond. To do so would reveal his position, and he was not a fool. Instead, Shilio retaliated with several slicing strikes from all directions, targeting Lu Chun. Marine 6 styles, Moonwalk. Sensing impending danger through observation haki, Lu Chun immediately fortified his entire body with armament haki and ascended into the air using Moonwalk. Yet, the slicing attacks had already arrived, detonating beneath his feet. Boom! A ressounding explosion. The sword energy raged beneath Lu Chun, as if it sought to shred everything around it, including Lu Chun himself. The ground was torn apart into fragments, then reduced to dust, enveloping Lu Chun entirely. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, Shilio revealed a smug smile. Hey Yi, is this all there is? However, as the dust settled, a complete figure emerged. Lu Chun, unscathed, remarked with intrigue. Shilio, your swordsmanship seems rather lacking. Just moments ago, Shilio had undoubtedly relied on rapid movement to unleash strikes from all directions. However, Lu Chun, fortified by SSS-level armament haki, had withstood Shilio's sword energy attacks, resulting in no injuries. What? This is impossible. Shilio's expression faltered, disbelief etched upon his face. This single utterance betrayed Shilio's position. Lu Chun's eyes glinted as he focused on the direction from which the voice had originated, summoning formidable electrical power within his hand and launching it with all his might. 6 million volt Thunder Dragon. A colossal dragon formed of electricity surged forth, opening its gaping maw and racing toward Shilio at incredible speed. It traced a silver-white arc through the air. What? Shilio's face paled as he realized too late. The Thunder Dragon had already appeared before him, and he could not evade. It devoured him whole. Boom! The overwhelming electrical force erupted upon Shilio, enveloping him and mercilessly ravaging his body, eliciting another heart-wrenching scream. Lu Chun chuckled coldly, rushing toward Shilio, intent on ending him. In that instant, Shilio seemed to sense the threat of death. His struggling body once more employed the power of the transparent fruit, rendering him entirely transparent. He vanished from sight, fleeing into the distance. At this point, Shilio understood that he could no longer hope to kill Hei Yi. His only option was to escape, believing that Hei Yi would never find him. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, sensing the residual electrical energy on Shilio dwindling as he fled. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. In an instant, Lu Qian held his breath and concentrated, unleashing the most potent electrical force throughout his body, transforming into a giant form of lightning. The immense electrical energy surged skyward, scattering into the heavens. In that moment, the entire sky changed, dark clouds gathering as if intending to engulf the entire honeycomb island. As Shi Lu was on the verge of fleeing, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere, an icy chill enveloping his entire being, urging him to hasten his escape. The dark clouds roiled above, crackling with thunder, as if lightning could strike down at any moment. A myriad of thunders, Lu Qian declared, gesturing forward with authority. With his command, the storm clouds unleashed their fury, targeting every object on the ground without exception. All were reduced to mere powder under the overwhelming force of the thunder. Shi Lu, caught within this tempest, desperately evaded the onslaught of lightning. Just as he narrowly dodged the first bolt, a second, swifter strike bore down upon him with relentless speed. Within the area blanketed by a multitude of thunders, any moving object would trigger the electric force, which would continue to discharge its power. All of this lay within Lu Qian's meticulous control. Shi Lu was utterly cornered. As time passed, a momentary lapse on Shi Lu's part led to him being struck by a bolt from above. The crackling surge enveloped him, leaving him numb and in excruciating pain, collapsing helplessly to the ground, revealing his form. There, Lu Qian's eyes glinted as he pinpointed Shi Lu's location, commanding the residual electric force in the air. He directed it downward toward Shi Lu. Countless arcs of lightning converged, forming more robust and formidable columns that crashed mercilessly upon him. Boom! 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 The strikes came one after another, leaving Shi Lu no time to react. The thunderous noise drowned out Shi Lu's anguished cries, rendering them inaudible. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, the sky returned to its serene blue, but where the storm had raged, deep craters marred the ground, each a testament to Lu Qian's devastating assault. Among these many pits, one stood out as the largest and deepest, where the charred remains of Shi Lu lay, unrecognizable. Under such a tremendous attack, even Shi Lu succumbed to the electric fury. After dispatching Shi Lu, Lu Qian glanced behind him to find several captains had already been subdued by Akiji, while the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates were disarmed and kneeling in surrender before the Night Pirates. He then approached Bartolomeo and the other captains, earnestly inquiring, "Gentlemen, you have worked hard. I trust you have not sustained any injuries?" "Captain, just minor wounds. We are fine," they responded with smiles. Lu Qian nodded slightly, noticing that although none had sustained severe injuries, they bore significant wounds. This encounter had indeed been perilous. Suddenly, Akiji approached, stating nonchalantly, "All is resolved." Indeed, Lu Qian nodded in agreement. The captains tensed at Akiji's presence, not only because he was a former admiral, but also the captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Sensing their unease, Lu Qian chuckled and quickly clarified, "Do not be alarmed. From now on, Kazan, the former Admiral Akiji, will serve as the vice-captain of our night pirates. During my absence, you are to heed his commands." "Yes, Captain," they replied in unison, their gazes towards Lu Qian now tinged with respect. The ability to recruit Kazan and even vanquish Blackbeard showcased their captain's formidable strength. "Vice-captain?" Akiji raised an eyebrow, surprised by the significant position Lu Qian had bestowed upon him. Even Blackbeard had merely appointed him as the captain of the 11th Division, without any notable title. "Indeed," Lu Qian affirmed. "Very well." Akiji did not decline, knowing they would remain in the same vicinity. "The rest of you, clean up the battlefield. The remaining members will follow me into the hive." "Understood." With a single command, the night pirates busied themselves. Lu Qian led his crew through an entrance in a hive island. Not long after entering, they encountered several forks in the path, leaving them unsure of which way to proceed. Had Akiji not accompanied them, they might have truly lost their way. The interior resembled a series of interconnected hives, with a convoluted structure that was challenging to navigate. Each hive contained openings sealed with glass, allowing light to filter through while providing ventilation. As they proceeded, Lu Chun instructed his crew to observe the decor, remarking on the poor aesthetic sense of Blackbeard, as everything was draped in shades of black. Quite unappealing. Soon, each crew member found a hive to their liking, with the captain's hive being the largest. Eventually, only Lu Chun, Violet, and Akiji remained in the hive room. Lu Chun, when do you plan to depart? Akiji suddenly inquired, having gleaned some information from Lu Chun's earlier words. In a few days. I need to attend to certain matters before reassessing the situation, Lu Chun replied. Akiji nodded. However, Violet, standing nearby, caught a hint of something amiss, her face displaying surprise. Lu Chun? Akiji knows you're Lu Chun? Yes. I intentionally let him know, Lu Chun affirmed, explaining, had he been unaware of my identity. He might have acted against me. Kazan's strength is considerable, and while I am away from the base, it is prudent to follow his guidance. Understood, Violet nodded, expressing her unconditional trust in Lu Chun's words. You should also rest, he suggested. All right, she replied. After Violet exited the hive, Lu Chun retrieved a large-headed din mushy from his pocket and dialed. Hello, long time no see. Lu Chun, is that you? What prompted you to call? Came the voice of Vegapunk from the other end. I've obtained Blackbeard's blood. We had a deal. Where are you now? Really? Of course. I'm at Marineford. Come find me. I can, but I won't be able to return for a few days. Understood. Do come as soon as you can. With that, Vegapunk hung up, his tone revealing a hint of urgency. After resting for 3 days on Hive Island, Lu Chun bid farewell to all crew members and departed. First heading to Little Garden to retrieve KB and Bellamy. Not long ago, the system had also chimed with a notification regarding the completion of their mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards: 2,000 energy points, 1 custom greatsword, 1 pair of boxing gloves. 5 days later, Lu Chun arrived at Little Garden, reuniting with his friends Dory and Broggy, as well as witnessing the ongoing battle between Bellamy and KB. Lu Chun, you finally made it. Ha ha ha, it's about time. Your 2 apprentices have been quite bothersome on the island. Dong Li and Bu Luoji confided in Lu Chun. With a smile, Lu Chun replied, My dear brothers, it is precisely because I believe in you that I entrusted my 2 disciples to your care. He chuckled. You young man seem to speak naught but falsehoods. Yet it must be acknowledged that your disciples have made remarkable progress. Indeed, both Dong Li and Bu Luoji began to express their admiration for Beilu Meibo and Kubi. Teacher. Upon hearing S voice, Kubi and Uvo immediately ceased their sparring and rushed towards him. Lu Chun nodded slightly, observing that both of them had become considerably more robust and their strength had increased significantly. Even if we are formidable, we cannot compare to your greatness, teacher, they exclaimed joyfully. With a light chuckle, Lu Chun turned his gaze towards Dong Li and Bu Luoji and inquired directly, what are your plans for the future? In a few days, we intend to return to Bafu, Dong Li stated. Ah, splendid. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun became intrigued. I must visit you both when time permits. Bafu is situated within a village of the giant nation in the New World, renowned for being one of the strongest villages. As most of the giant warriors hail from there, it is a location that remains largely untouched within the narrative of the Pirate King saga, as characters like Lu Fei have yet to set foot there. Should you wish to come, be sure to inform me in advance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety upon your arrival, Bu Luoji jested. Of course, Lu Chun nodded, fully aware of Dong Li and his roles as members of the Navy, understanding that their presence in Bafu could complicate matters. As the warriors, there are also friends of theirs. Are you leaving so soon? Will you not stay on the island a few more days? Dong Li pressed. Regrettably, the Navy has urgent matters to attend to. We must return, Lu Chun replied. Very well, then. Until we meet again, in Bafu. Indeed. With that, Lu Chun departed alongside Beilu Meibo and Kurobi, particularly noting Kurobi's considerable enhancement in strength. Character, Kurobi. Position, Navy Major, Devil Fruit. Nank. A skills, hand-to-hand combat. A swordsmanship, see? Haki. Bounin initially Boomboa had yet to awaken Haki. But upon witnessing Kurobi's progress after rigorous training on the island, he too awakened his armament Haki. Character, position, Navy Lieutenant, Devil Fruit. Nank. Skills, swordsmanship A. Armament Haki, bounty, None. Their current prowess could rival that of many ordinary Navy majors. With further growth, they would undoubtedly surpass even typical Navy vice admirals. Additionally, as a character akin to a protagonist within the world of the Pirate King, Kirby possesses a touch of fortune. Upon returning to Navy headquarters, it may be beneficial to entrust Kirby and Bimiboa for Kirby to learn the ways of his iron fists. Subsequently, Liu Chun presented the system rewards, combat gloves, and a custom longsword to Bimiboa and Kirby, each receiving a set as a reward for their trials. "Thank you, teacher," they exclaimed, their faces alight with joy as they gazed upon their new weapons. "These are yours by right," Liu Chun affirmed with a slight nod, leading them back to Munfandoa. Approximately 10 days later, the trio returned to Munfandoa, and upon arrival, Liu Chun made his way directly to the research department. Following the Paramount War, the Navy headquarters had relocated to the New World, and Liu Chun had presumed the research department would follow suit. However, he was surprised to find it still concealed within Munfandoa. This choice may well be attributed to the fact that few could have anticipated its location. Reflecting on the original narrative, it dawned upon him that when Wu Fei and his crew returned to Slayedthe 2 years later, they encountered a who might have been stationed in Munfandoa to protect the research department. Now, with Liu Chun in place of him, it seems it had the leisure to remain away from Munfandoa. At the research department, as Liu Chun approached the entrance, he was halted by the station Navy personnel. "Major Liu Chun, this is a secured area of the Navy. Without an appointment, we cannot permit you entry, unless you're a Navy admiral. I have an appointment with Dr. Biapunkur. You may verify it with a phone call," Liu Chun stated. The Navy security for Biapunkur was exceedingly strict, bordering on excessive, almost resembling house arrest. Yet Biapunkur appeared unfazed, as his sole passion lay in research. "Very well, Major Liu Chun. Please hold on." The Navy personnel promptly made the call to confirm. "Dr. Biapunkur, Major Liu Chun is here and claims to have an appointment." Yes. Let him in at once." The Navy, barely able to hang up the phone, was met with a prompt disconnection as he approached him, stating earnestly, "Major, you may enter." "Excellent." As the heavy iron door swung open, Liu Chun stepped inside, following the Navy personnel who guided him. Without proper identification, navigating within would prove quite challenging, unless one resorted to brute force, which would certainly allow for free passage. After some time, Liu Chun traversed through numerous doors and finally arrived at Biapunkur's laboratory. "Ha, Major Liu Chun. It has been far too long. Have you brought me what I requested?" Biapunkur eagerly approached him. "Are you feigning ignorance?" Liu Chun replied calmly. Ha. Biapunkur chuckled, gesturing to the Navy at the entrance. "You may leave now. Your presence is no longer required." "Yes, doctor." The Navy personnel swiftly exited. Biapunkur then led Liu Chun into his private office, urgently asking, "Major, quickly produce the blood sample of Ehujik." "Very well." As he spoke, Liu Chun retrieved a gruesome piece of flesh from his system backpack. Biapunkur's brow furrowed. "Is this meat? Has Ehujik perished?" He had remained in the laboratory and was unaware of the events outside. "Is the meat unacceptable?" Liu Chun countered, without disclosing Ehujik's fate. The prevailing narrative merely suggested that the Khaitan had been annihilated by the Khaitan, leading many to presume they had fled rather than vanished entirely. "All right, there is still residual blood within the meat." Biapunkur swiftly snatched the piece and placed it into a petri dish. "Of course, you owe me the means to rescue Zheng as well," Liu Chun stated bluntly. "Agreed." Without delay, Biapunkur retrieved a circular device, entirely black in appearance, its purpose unknown. "What is this?" This device contains the last vestiges of Basilish's consciousness. By placing it upon Zheng, his awareness will return. Initially, it was merely an experiment, but to my astonishment, it succeeded, Biapunkur elucidated. "Excellent." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant's expression brightened with delight, realizing the extent of this advanced technology and the foresight he had maintained. Upon reflection, the creation of artificial devil fruits indeed attests to the formidable prowess of his technology. As Liu Chun prepared to depart from the circular platform, he declared, "I shall take my leave. Liu Chun Zhongjiang. Do visit again when you have the chance." Biapunkur chuckled, waving his hand. It would be better if I did not. Lu Chun retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Should Beijia Pank discover his true identity, along with the existence of 3 devil fruits, he would undoubtedly resort to peeling back his own skin for research. It would be prudent to minimize interactions. With this flesh. I wonder if I can create a new seraph or an artificial dark fruit, Beijia Pank mused, fixating on the flesh in the petri dish. A significant smirk gracing his lips. His interest in the ability to absorb others' devil fruits was piqued, as it presented another avenue for the creation of such fruits. 2 flowers bloom, each reflecting their own branch. Lu Chun had exited the research department and returned to Marineford. He was about to set off for the Slayedthe archipelago when a familiar figure approached him. Ein, what brings you here? What? You return and do not think to see me first, but come here instead? Ein rolled her eyes and pouted. I needed to speak with the doctor about a matter. But how did you know I was here? Lu Chun smiled. I asked KB and the others. Ein replied with a huff, turning her head away. If I hadn't come looking for you, would you have sought me out? Observing this, Lu Chun's expression darkened, and he quickly stepped forward to comfort her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Oh, how could that be? I was planning to find you tonight. Humph, you scoundrel. Ein's cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. Where are we headed now? To the Slayedthe archipelago to find someone. It's a bit urgent. Can I accompany you? Of course. Let's go. With that, the 2 of them boarded a small boat headed for Shaki's bar in the Slayedthe archipelago. Upon their arrival, Shaki immediately noticed Lu Chun and the female Navy officer beside him, exhaling a puff of smoke as she teased. Oh, young man, this time you brought a beauty with you. Sister Shaki, stop teasing me. Let us have 2 drinks. Lu Chun waved his hand. This was, in fact, his first time bringing Ein to a bar in the Slayedthe archipelago. All right, Shaki nodded, commencing the mixing of drinks. Meanwhile, Ein scanned her surroundings, seemingly pondering a question. What is this place? Why did Lu Chun come to such a location? Although it appeared to be a bar, there were hardly any patrons. Could it be because of this lady? Yet, that seemed rather unlikely. Here, the pink lady. Shaki presented 2 glasses of pink concoctions. Thank you. Lu Chun expressed his gratitude. Just as they were about to enjoy their drinks, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Oh, little Lu Chun has come. What brings you here all of a sudden? Rayleigh sauntered in, holding a jug of alcohol. Only then did he notice the Navy woman beside Lu Chun. Oh, you've brought a young lady along. King of Darkness. Rayleigh. Ein furrowed her brow, immediately recognizing him, exclaiming in surprise. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively and sat down beside them. Just call me Rayleigh, no need for titles. Ein's expression was one of disbelief. It was hard to fathom that the former right-hand man of the Pirate King was present in such a humble bar. Lu Chun chuckled, adding, Rayleigh, please do not scare her. I actually have serious business to discuss. What is it? I'm not looking for you. I'm seeking Sister Shaki. With that, Lu Chun handed Shaki a note, smiling. Sister Shaki, please help me gather information about this person. I will pay any reward. Oh. Shaki took the note, her eyes briefly widening in surprise before she concealed it. The reward is negotiable, but it will certainly be substantial. I will inform you as soon as I have any leads. All right, thank you. Lu Chun raised his glass and downed the wine in one go. Following this, Lu Chun and Ein lingered at the bar for a while longer before departing. Perhaps it was due to the encounter with Rayleigh that Ein had remained quiet, not uttering a single question to Lu Chun even on their way back. Once they had left, Rayleigh approached with curiosity, asking, what information is that kid Lu Chun seeking? Here, Shaki handed him the note. Upon reading it, Rayleigh's eyebrows arched in surprise. It's him. He recognized Bartholomew Kuma, and Lu Chun was in pursuit of information about him, aiming to rescue Kuma, which necessitated knowing his current whereabouts. Seizing the opportunity, they could restore his consciousness to his original body. In this manner, Lu Chun would gather the materials needed to construct the King of Darkness, potentially bringing it to fruition. Upon returning to Marineford, Lu Chun noticed Ein's silence and inquired, Ein, why are you so quiet? Oh, it's nothing. Ein shook her head slightly. Nevertheless, Lu Chun discerned that she was harboring unspoken thoughts. If something is troubling you, do share. Keeping it inside will only cause discomfort. It's all right. If there is something, I trust you'll tell me. Ein beamed. Hearing this, Lu Chun realized that Ein had sensed the depth of his relationships with Rayleigh and Shaki. After spending so much time together, and given that they were no longer in a mere superior-subordinate dynamic, it was not difficult for her to make such deductions. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun embraced Ein, his demeanor turning serious as he said, "Rest assured, I will not engage in any perilous endeavors. My visit to Rayleigh and Sister Shaki was solely to obtain information about one person, and I assure you, it will not involve any danger." Chapter 187. The World Conference, Part 1. Indeed, I am aware. I nodded affirmatively. In truth, she had long sensed the intricacies surrounding Lu Chun, albeit lacking concrete evidence. It could all be attributed to a woman's sixth sense. She had already surmised that Lu Chun was likely the notorious fugitive with a bounty of 3.5 billion berries, captain of the night pirates. Hey Yi. Days later, Lu Chun received news about Kuma from Shaki, revealing that Kuma was located in the Holy Land of Slayedthe, and the World Conference was imminent, yet he had not received an invitation. He wondered if he could make his way to Slayedthe. It would be ideal if he could, but if not, he would have to infiltrate the Holy Land. Regardless, he must complete this task to gather all materials required for the construction of the King of Darkness. He believed the system would likely not issue any further rewards for the materials needed for the king's construction. Thus, this task was imperative. It was merely a matter of whether he could secure an invitation to the Holy Land, which would greatly facilitate his endeavor. The following day, the phone bug rang, and Lu Chun heard Karp's voice on the other end. "Hello? Lu Chun, I have a task for you. Proceed to the Holy Land of Slayedthe to protect Princess Shirahoshi." "Grandfather? I have not received any orders from Akainu. You are merely passing off a task you are too lazy to undertake." Lu Chun inquired with amusement. This task was originally Karp's responsibility, so he deduced that Karp had offloaded it onto him out of reluctance. "What does it matter to you? Aren't you acquainted with Shirahoshi? You shall protect her. It is indeed appropriate. No more words. I have matters to attend to." As soon as the words left his mouth, Karp hung up the phone. At the new naval headquarters, Karp indulged in a donut while gazing slowly out the window, a faint smile playing on his lips. He pondered. "I truly wonder where that young man is headed and what he intends to do. Did he really find it so crucial to inform me beforehand? It is likely another clandestine affair. I hope nothing troublesome emerges." In Marin Fander, Lu Chun located AI in and cheerfully announced, "I am to embark on a mission to Marin Fander. Would you like to accompany me?" "Of course." AI in beamed, unhesitatingly accepting the invitation. "Excellent. Let us set forth. The World Conference commences in 3 days. We can also explore Marin Fander," Lu Chun suggested. Indeed, et en repli d'affectionneté, nodding. They had previously visited Mary Geos, although that encounter had been marred by an unfortunate meeting. Nevertheless, AI-In was eager to return, for it was a sacred place, rich with wonders absent elsewhere. Thus, after gathering their belongings, they set forth with a contingent of Navy personnel towards the Red Earth continent, the port necessary for reaching the sanctum of Mary Geos. Several hours later, Lu Chun and AI-In's naval vessel arrived at the port, which was already bustling with a multitude of Navy personnel stationed for security. Their mission was not only to safeguard the sanctity of Mary Geos, but also to ensure the safety of representatives from various nations attending the World Conference. As their ship docked, a young naval rear admiral promptly approached to greet them. He stood before Lu Chun, bowing respectfully. "Admiral Lu Chun." "Indeed." Lu Chun acknowledged with a slight nod, observing the familiar face before him, though unable to immediately recall who he was. He inquired, "Have we met before?" "Admiral Lu Chun. We trained together at the advanced training camp." Fred Gavin responded. "It is you, Fred Gavin," Lu Chun exclaimed, feigning sudden recollection. In truth, he had not remembered him, but had merely recognized his name from the system interface. "To think Admiral Lu Chun would remember my name." Fred Gavin's expression brightened as he continued, "I have been dispatched by the Navy headquarters to assist you in maintaining order. My subordinates and I are at your command." "Very well. Proceed as you have planned. I am merely here to oversee." Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, Admiral Lu Chun." Fred Gavin bowed and hurried off to organize the necessary arrangements. Although they had trained together, Lu Chun had since risen to the rank of Rear Admiral and was now a celebrated figure within the Navy, an object of admiration, with many aspiring to emulate him. It could be said that Lu Chun's prestige had nearly eclipsed that of Karp and Admiral Akainu, positioning him as the new generation's naval hero. Meanwhile, after Lu Chun and AI-N departed, AI-N, taking advantage of their solitude, curiously inquired, "Do you truly remember him?" "I cannot recall at all. Would you believe me if I said I did not?" Lu Chun replied with a smile. After a moment of silence, AI-N shook her head. "I do not believe so. If you can recall his name, how could you not know him?" "Then I must indeed remember," Lu Chun confirmed with a nod. "Umph. You are deceiving me," AI-N retorted, her disbelief only intensifying as she playfully pinched Lu Chun's side. "Ouch! Mercy, mercy!" Lu Chun pleaded, leading them into a nearby tent to rest, as the time for the World Conference had yet to arrive. Their presence was merely to prepare for the forthcoming discussions, which were to commence in 2 days. The following morning, kings and representatives from various nations began to arrive at the port in a steady stream. Arriving early for the occasion, Lu Chun and AI-N also made their appearance, observing the kings as they arrived, some of whom were familiar faces: the inheritor of the 8 treasure water army, Old Kai, and the Boxing King. However, none recognized the current Lu Chun, unaware that he was the infamous figure of the night, though they had heard of his esteemed reputation. Suddenly, 2 acquaintances disembarked from a ship, King Cobra of Alabasta and his daughter Vivi. Vivi surveyed her surroundings and, upon noticing the man standing at the port gazing into the distance, immediately tugged at Cobra's arm, asking, "Father, is that not the Marine Rear Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun? He is the one who defeated and captured Crocodile." "Indeed it is," Cobra nodded, recalling his acquaintance with Lu Chun and their previous agreement. "Father, let me go and greet him to express my gratitude," Vivi exclaimed, turning to rush towards Lu Chun. Cobra called out in vain, "Hey Vivi, do not run off." "Father, I shall return shortly," Vivi replied without looking back. Chapter 188. The World Conference, Part 2. Initially, she had intended to invite Luffy and his crew to aid her nation, but later learned that it was Rear Admiral Lu Chun who had swiftly taken Crocodile away. She had hoped for a chance to meet him, but after seeing his name and image multiple times in the newspapers, she developed a deeper impression of him. "Hey, Lu Chun, it seems a girl is running over. Could she be looking for you?" That seems unlikely. Lu Chun felt a twinge of unease, pondering whether he had met Vivi before or simply forgotten. "Umph. At that moment, Vivi approached, smiling brightly. "Good day, Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you for capturing Crocodile and saving our nation." "Oh, it was my duty," Lu Chun, finally realizing how Vivi recognized him, replied. "Rear Admiral Lu Chun, what brings you here this time?" Vivi inquired curiously. "I am here to ensure the safety of those participating in the World Conference and to maintain its orderly execution," Lu Chun explained. "Oh," just as she was about to respond, Cobra urged from a distance, "Vivi, enough chatting, we must be on our way." They needed to travel to Mary Geos to reside temporarily while awaiting the commencement of the World Conference. "Coming," Vivi called back, waving farewell to Lu Chun. "Rear Admiral Lu Chun, see you later." "Indeed," Lu Chun nodded, refraining from further comment. Once Vivi departed, Lu Chun's demeanor turned serious as he remarked, "See, I told you I did not know her. This is our first meeting." "That is more like it," AI-N conceded with a slight nod. Meanwhile, as Vivi returned to Cobra's side, he took her hand and quietly cautioned, "In the future, do not associate too closely with Lu Chun. His identity is complex, and too much interaction may pose dangers." "Why is that?" Vivi asked, furrowing her brow. They were part of the world government, and the Navy belonged to it as well. To Vivi, Lu Chun represented a figure of justice, unafraid of oppression. "Do not question why. Simply heed my advice," Cobra insisted earnestly. "To comprehend the gravity of the situation, one must realize that Lu Chun has seized the world's written truths from his grasp, opting not to surrender them to the Navy or the world government. His ambitions may extend far beyond what is currently perceived. This individual has concealed his true intentions far too well, leaving even now an air of uncertainty regarding Lu Chun's ultimate objectives. Wei Wei, albeit reluctantly, nodded in acknowledgement. Not far off, Lu Chun observed Cobra's silhouette. Lost in contemplation. Cobra, this time you may not emerge unscathed. Should you wish to save him, it would prove quite challenging. Moreover, the system has yet to trigger a mission to rescue Cobra. Perhaps it truly is an insurmountable task. The five elders and Cobra stand in confrontation, and he remains oblivious to how Cobra may meet his demise, as he has simply vanished in the holy land of Mary Geos. Some matters, even for Lu Chun, lie beyond his capacity to influence. It is wiser to focus on that which he can manage. The following day, a grand vessel sailed towards the surface of the sea. Lu Chun raised his gaze and spotted several familiar figures, among them the merfolk princess, Bai Xing, who is the focal point of his protection on this occasion. There was little choice. Bai Xing's considerable size inevitably drew the attention of others. "It's Bai Xing," Ian exclaimed with a smile. She held a fondness for Bai Xing. In her eyes, the princess resembled a child. Despite her imposing stature, her mind remained youthful. "Come, let us greet them." Indeed. With that, the two approached the port to extend a warm welcome, prioritizing their safety. After all, there existed a historical rift between the merfolk and humans, and there were concerns regarding potential hostility towards the merfolk, hence the dispatch of Carp for protection, though it had unexpectedly fallen into Lu Chun's hands. Initially, Lu Chun assumed Carp was simply idle, yet upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. This task appeared to be a mere, trifling role, and given Carp's nature, he should have been eager to accept it. However, the timing of this assignment raised questions. After much contemplation, Lu Chun could not discern the reason behind it, so he resolved to set it aside and address the immediate matters at hand. Admiral Lu Chun, Lady Ian, Bai Xing, aboard the ship, spotted them waiting at the port and waved enthusiastically. Lu Chun nodded slightly, and upon her arrival, he greeted her with a smile. "You have arrived. It has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been far too long since I last saw you, Admiral Lu Chun," Bai Xing replied cheerfully, genuinely elated to reunite. "What is this? Have you not missed me?" Ian teased. Right, and Lady Ian, I almost forgot to mention you." Laughter erupted between Ian and Bai Xing as they conversed. Meanwhile, Lu Chun approached King Neptune, addressing him earnestly. "King Neptune, it has been a while. This journey to the holy land of Mary Geos will see me personally ensuring your safety." "Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. I am indeed grateful for your protection," Neptune replied with sincerity. With Lu Chun's presence, he could rest assured. This vice admiral carried the legacy of the legendary hero Carp. Since Lu Chun had cleared the Fishman Island of threats, no pirate dared to abduct any merfolk, a significant achievement for the entire island. However, Neptune had previously been somewhat hesitant to support Lu Chun, hence his expression of gratitude now. "You're too kind." Meanwhile, bystanders were captivated by the beauty and charm of Bai Xing, some even capturing her image. This sudden attention made Bai Xing uncomfortable, even frightened. "Admiral Lu Chun, what are they doing?" This was her first venture beyond Fishman Island on a dry land. "Photography is prohibited here. Should anyone dare to continue, my blade shows no mercy." Lu Chun's gaze sharpened as he emitted a hint of conqueror's haki, his voice low yet resonant enough for all nearby to hear, as if whispered in their ears. Weaker souls felt a surge of terror, quelling any ill thoughts, while others, well aware of Lu Chun's formidable reputation, stood respectfully aside. Lu Chun then turned to Bai Xing with a smile. "Let us proceed. They will not dare to take photos any longer." "Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun." Bai Xing beamed with a smile that warmed the hearts of those around her. Under Lu Chun's guidance, King Neptune, his two sons, and Bai Xing ascended to the holy land of Mary Geos together. Chapter 189, The World Conference, Part 3. This marked Lu Chun's second visit to the majestic Mary Geos, though the previous occasion paled in comparison to the grandeur of this event. The World Conference was set to commence, and the Holy Land had prepared extensively, featuring not only human-powered elevators, but also a myriad of entertainment facilities. Yet, these distractions held little appeal for Lu Chun. His primary concern was the whereabouts of Kuma. With the World Conference underway, the five elders and Im would be preoccupied with the proceedings, presenting a prime opportunity for him to rescue Kuma. Nonetheless, undertaking this endeavor alone posed considerable risk. Perhaps enlisting a partner would be prudent. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Let's see if fortune favors me. Admiral Lu Chen, what brings forth that smile? Bai Xing inquired, having noticed his expression. Oh, it's nothing. Merely a thought that crossed my mind, Lu Chen replied, waving dismissively. Oh, nearby, Ayan, having overheard their exchange, regarded Lu Chen thoughtfully but chose not to elaborate further. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Chen escorted by Xing and her entourage to the palace where the World Conference was to be held. The would-be assailant, Charlos, had been dealt with by Lu Chen beforehand, ensuring Bai Xing's temporary safety. Thus, Lu Chen approached Ayan, stating, Ayan, I must step out briefly. You are to protect Bai Xing and her companions. Remember, should any celestial dragons pose a threat, avoid conflict whenever possible and seek me out. Are you leaving again? Ayan frowned with concern, fearing Lu Chen would embark on another perilous venture. Do not worry. It is merely a personal matter, a meeting with someone. There is no imminent danger, Lu Chen reassured her. After a moment's hesitation, Ayan acquiesced. Very well, but do exercise caution and return promptly should anything arise. Indeed, you two remain vigilant. With that, Lu Chen turned and vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, a man lingered in the shadows, observing Lu Chen's departure while murmuring, Lu Chen, you depart so soon? What could your intentions be? I hope you do not bring harm to Wei Wei. This individual was none other than Cobra, the king of Alabasta. As Lu Chen departed, he did not blend into the night, but rather strolled through Mary Geos in his naval guise, employing his observation haki to perceive the surroundings. As a vice admiral, he traversed much of the Holy Land without hindrance. As he continued, a soldier from Mary Geos suddenly passed by. Yet the system interface revealed a familiar name, prompting Lu Chen to call out, Hey, halt! The soldier paused, momentarily bewildered, before turning to face Lu Chen. Lowering his voice deliberately, Admiral, are you referring to me? Come here for a moment. Lu Chen beckoned, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yes. Upon hearing this, the soldier had no choice but to stride toward Lu Chen, yet his gait seemed somewhat peculiar. The soldier stood before Lu Chen, clad in a silver helmet that obscured all but his eyes and mouth. We have met before, my friend, Lu Chen jested. To Vice Admiral, we have not crossed paths. The soldier replied, shaking his head. However, Lu Chen's smile deepened as he leaned closer and whispered in the soldier's ear, Sabo, after all these years, you fail to recognize me? Instantly, Sabo's expression stiffened, fists clenched, ready for battle. He had not anticipated that Lu Chen would still recognize him. If discovered, the revolutionary's mission would likely be thwarted prematurely. Ha! Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, Lu Chen reassured him, gesturing to calm Sabo's rising tension. Should the soldier choose to strike, Lu Chen's plans could unravel, despite their prior encounter in Dressrosa under the cover of night. What do you wish for me? Sabo asked quietly, nodding slightly. He understood that Lu Chen would not seek him out without reason and, given the current circumstances, chose not to reveal his identity. Suspecting there might be other matters at hand. Let us converse over there. Very well. Thus, Lu Chen and Sabo retreated to a secluded corner. Lu Chen spoke candidly. I am aware that you are now the chief of staff for the revolutionaries. I have no interest in your current visit to Mary Geos. But you should know about Bartholomew Kuma. He seems to be one of your own. Indeed, Sabo replied solemnly, taken aback that Lu Chen was privy to such information, making him hesitant to speak further. Do not be alarmed. I know you aim to rescue Bartholomew Kuma, and since he has aided Luffy, I wish to assist him in return for his kindness, Lu Chen stated earnestly. Is what you say true? Sabo inquired, his brow furrowing with skepticism. After all, Lu Chen was a vice admiral, an adversary to pirates and revolutionaries alike. Truth cannot masquerade as falsehood, nor can falsehood become truth. When you see the current state of Bartholomew Kuma, you will understand. I possess what is necessary for his rescue. Should you require it, you may find me here. Lu Chen assured him with a smile. Very well. Sabo nodded and departed. He had yet to see Kuma and could not ascertain his condition, only having heard rumors that he had become a heartless machine. Despite this, Sabo was unwilling to accept such a fate, let alone witness it. Lu Chun remained in place, watching Sabo's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "You will undoubtedly return to find me." Initially, he had intended to seek out Kuma directly, but was surprised to encounter Sabo along the way. He also sensed the presence of several hidden individuals nearby, likely other captains of the revolutionaries. To infiltrate Mary Geos, only a few captains possessed the requisite strength. However, given their capabilities, escaping the grasp of the five elders would likely prove challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun found a quiet spot nearby to leisurely sip his coffee while awaiting Sabo's return. Less than half an hour passed before Sabo hurried back, accompanied by several figures who, upon spotting Lu Chun, chose to conceal themselves, hesitant to reveal themselves. "Oh, you have returned," Lu Chun remarked with interest. "Yes. You mentioned you have a way to save Kuma. Is it true?" Sabo asked gravely, his demeanor serious. Moments ago, he had witnessed Kuma being humiliated. The man who had treated him like a son, now reduced to such a state, igniting an intense fury within him. Initially ready to rush in and rescue Kuma, he had been restrained by 3 other captains. It was only then that Sabo recalled Lu Chun's words and frantically raced to his location. "I have not spoken falsehoods," Lu Chun declared. Even he doubted his own words. "All right, I am willing to trust you. Can we rescue Kuma now?" Sabo found himself with no other option but to rely on Lu Chun. Otherwise, he would have no chance to save Kuma. "There is no rush. We will discuss it after the World Conference begins. I have my methods," Lu Chun replied. "Understood." Sabo nodded. He was uncertain of Lu Chun's intentions. Yet after the World Conference commenced, attention would be diverted, which could favor their attempt to rescue Kuma. Thus, he agreed. They then arranged a time and place to meet, set for after the World Conference began, naturally near Kuma's location. With their plans established, Lu Chun returned to the vicinity of the palace hosting the World Conference and met with AI and Lu Chun. AI and exclaimed with a beaming smile upon his return. "Everything is fine. I merely took a stroll in Mary Geos." Lu Chun replied with a grin. "Indeed, the World Conference is about to commence. Shall we return, or continue waiting outside?" "Let's wait outside. We still need to escort Bai Xing and the others back." "Was there any disturbance earlier?" "None at all." "Very well." Over an hour later, the World Conference commenced, with representatives from various nations entering the hall, while Lu Chun and AI remained outside. As the World Conference began, Lu Chun prepared to depart. "AI, stay here. I shall return shortly." "Understood." AI paused, surprised that Lu Chun would leave, stamping his foot in frustration, but ultimately had to let him go. With that, Lu Chun's figure vanished from sight. Watching his departing silhouette, AI pouted and exclaimed, "Always leaving. Always with something to do. Is it a pressing matter?" Meanwhile, when Lu Chun arrived at the agreed location, Sabo had been waiting for quite some time. "Lu Chun, you have arrived." "Yes, let us go see Kuma." Lu Chun nodded slightly, bypassing any unnecessary dialogue. "Very well." With that, the two hastened to Kuma's location. Kuma had now become a slave to the celestial dragons, confined within a residence of one such individual. Upon their arrival, Lu Chun and Sabo witnessed Kuma in a courtyard, subjected to humiliation by a celestial dragon seated upon his back. Numerous swords were embedded in his body, yet little blood flowed, and his face bore no expression, resembling a cold automaton. "Damn it!" Sabo seethed, his anger igniting anew at the sight. Lu Chun, however, stood by, recognizing Kuma and also the man riding atop him, Saint Roswald, the father of Saint Charlos. "Lu Chun, tell me, how shall we rescue Kuma?" Sabo asked urgently. "Patience. All that is needed is this," Lu Chun replied, producing a black disc from his pocket with a smile. Sabo inquired, "What is that?" "You need not concern yourself with the details. Just know that it can save Kuma," Lu Chun responded. "Understood." Hearing this, Sabo nodded, realizing he had no choice but to trust in the object in Lu Chun's possession. Otherwise, even if he forcibly took Kuma, he would be unable to rescue him. Marine 6 powers, finger gun. Lu Chun held the disc aloft, employing the technique to propel it swiftly toward Kuma in the courtyard. The nearby Tenryubito and guards remained oblivious to the rapidly approaching disc. As the disc drew near to Xiong, it seemed to be irresistibly attracted to his chest. Suddenly, a pair of eyes began to flicker with light, and the individual stood frozen in place, as though ensnared. "Why aren't you moving? Useless. Move." Saint Rosward unsheathed the long sword from his back and lunged toward Xiong's body. Just as the blade was about to pierce its target, a massive hand appeared, deftly grasping the sword, followed by a spherical, paw-like appendage manifesting in its grasp. With a resounding crash, the long sword was crushed into fragments by the enormous palm. "Ah!" Saint Rosward screamed, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He merely felt the seated figure rise abruptly, its colossal form and blood-red eyes fixated upon him. "What do you want, slave?" The fallen Saint Rosward was seized by terror, scrambling backward on the ground. "You bastard!" Xiong's voice echoed mechanically and coldly as his hands came crashing down towards the retreating Saint Rosward. However, the surrounding guards rushed forward to intercept Xiong, the overwhelming energy wave colliding with them. A deafening roar ensued as all the guards were instantly engulfed by the tremendous energy surge. Their bodies reduced to a crimson mist scattered across the ground. Help! Help!" Saint Rosward's eyes widened in horror, filled with dread, nearly losing control of his bowels. As a Tenryubito, he had never witnessed such a scene before. In an instant, Xiong's other hand struck down upon Saint Rosward, encasing him in a circular embrace and sending him flying into the unknown. "Xiong!" Sabo rushed over, noticing Xiong seemed to regain consciousness, and inquired, "Xiong, how do you feel?" "I feel as if I have been asleep for an eternity," Xiong replied, his speech stuttering like a malfunctioning robot. Now, he was entirely a machine, retaining only the consciousness that belonged to him. "What happened to you?" Sabo hesitated, sensing Xiong's anomaly, yet he could feel that the current Xiong was indeed the real him. Xiong then approached Lu Chun, his expression devoid of emotion, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Although his consciousness had been trapped within the disc, he remained aware of the world outside, knowing that it was Lu Chun who had liberated him. "It's nothing. You have assisted Luffy before, so consider this a return of a favor." Lu Chun waved dismissively. Xiong responded, yet his speech system seemed to stutter again. Observing this, Suyin was unfazed and urged, "You all should leave quickly. It won't be long before someone discovers the dead bodies." "Thank you, brother Lu Chun." Sabo expressed his gratitude and swiftly departed with Xiong. Having witnessed Lu Chun save Xiong, Sabo now held an increased trust in him. "You all must hurry. I can no longer assist you." "Be cautious," Lu Chun advised. "Understood. We are leaving." With that, Sabo and Xiong quickly vacated the area, while Lu Chun vanished in the blink of an eye, his whereabouts unknown. Shortly after their departure, a patrol of soldiers stumbled upon the remnants of corpses on the ground and immediately alerted more soldiers, initiating a search throughout the holy land of Slayedthe. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 3,000 energy points, 20 materials for constructing the Pluto." Lu Chun returned promptly to the castle where the World Conference was being held, joining Ayan at his side. Although Ayan was quite curious about what Lu Chun had been up to, she refrained from asking further. Suddenly, waves of soldiers began rushing towards the same location, as if a significant event had occurred, causing a commotion. "Hurry! You go to East Street, and we will head to South Street." Yes. Ayan looked on suspiciously, then unconsciously turned to Lu Chun and asked, "What are they going to do? Did something happen?" "Who knows?" Lu Chun smiled. He surmised that the discovery of the soldiers' bodies had prompted the response, which was entirely reasonable. "Oh," Ayan nodded, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lu Chun, as if silently questioning whether he had any involvement in the matter. Lu Chun could only evade her gaze, pretending to be unaware. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout Slayedthe, with the Navy joining in to apprehend any Revolutionary Army members who had infiltrated the territory. Of course, Lu Chun and Ayan did not engage in this tumult. They had more pressing matters at hand, and Lu Chun was disinterested in getting involved. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss regarding how to proceed. Now that he had acquired all the materials needed to construct Pluto, he needed to find a capable individual to bring it to fruition. Possessing the materials alone would be insufficient. It was nearly impossible to solicit Frankie for construction, yet a visit to Water 7 might yield results, albeit with some complications. Ironically, while the materials were gathered, the shipwright was absent. Not long ago, Lu Chun had studied shipbuilding skills, although he had reached a rank. Attempting to construct one of the ancient weapons, Pluto, single-handedly was evidently impractical. Thus, he needed to locate additional talent. One step at a time would suffice. There was no need to rush. The World Conference would span 7 days, and during this time, Lu Chun and Ian were to remain in Slayedthe. At noon, the conference temporarily adjourned, allowing the participating kings to take a break before resuming in the afternoon, with the evening reserved for relaxation. When Shirahoshi emerged, she spotted Lu Chun and Ian still outside and joyfully rushed over. Lord Lu Chun, Lady Ian, you are still here. Indeed, we have come specifically to protect you, and we will accompany you for the next few days, Ian replied with a smile. She genuinely cherished Shirahoshi, as if she were a large, youthful companion. Yay! This is my first time on land after so many years. Can you show me around? Shirahoshi's large eyes sparkled with a hint of pleading. Instantly, Ian's heart softened, yet she turned to Lu Chun and asked, Can we take Shirahoshi out for a stroll? Most residents of Slayedthe were Tenryubito, and the relationship between Tenryubito and fishmen was far from amicable. So wandering around Slayedthe without Lu Chun's protection was unwise. Certainly, I have no pressing matters, Lu Chun replied. Yay! Thank you, Lord Lu Chun. Shirahoshi beamed with delight. Thus, the three set off to explore Slayedthe. Despite the recent attack, the shopping areas remained bustling with activity. Of course, only Shirahoshi and Ian reveled in the outing, as Lu Chun was not particularly fond of shopping. It was evidently an activity favored by women, and he merely played the role of a bodyguard. Shirahoshi was not required to attend the conference, so the pair spent an entire afternoon showing her around, ensuring they enjoyed the excursion to the fullest. In the evening, Lu Chun and Ian returned to the dock space to rest, preparing to return to Slayedthe the following day. On one particular night, 2 days later, an unfamiliar man approached Lu Chun in disguise. Clad in a black robe, he attempted to conceal his identity, yet before he could see the man's face, Lu Chun discerned his identity through the system. General Lu Chun, I believe you've already figured out who I am, said Cobra, removing his hat and speaking in a calm tone. Indeed, I am curious as to why you have come to seek me out, especially dressed in such a manner, Lu Chun replied with a slight nod, intrigued. I have a request. Cobra answered truthfully, a hint of helplessness evident in his brows. Speak. After the World Conference, I hope that you can personally escort Vivi back to Alabasta. On what grounds? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Do you expect me to simply agree? Although he was aware that Cobra would meet his demise at the hands of the 5 elders after the conference, it did not obligate him to comply. If you refuse, I will inform the world government about your possession of the historical text. Regardless, you cannot retain that piece of history, Cobra stated indifferently, seemingly having made a firm resolution. Are you threatening me? Lu Chun's displeasure became apparent, an unconsciously emitted aura of conqueror's haki overwhelming Cobra, causing him to falter and nearly fall to the ground. After a moment, Lu Chun retracted his haki, allowing Cobra to catch his breath, who quickly apologized. I misspoke earlier, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive me. Oof. Lu Chun snorted coldly, responding indifferently. I could end your life right now, and no one would know it was me. Our previous encounter was a transaction. I saved your entire nation, and now you dare to threaten me? He had no intention of accepting Cobra's apology, but also saw no need to hold a grudge against a man who was destined to die. Cobra, struck speechless, adopted a serious expression and solemnly stated, General Lu Chun, if you are willing to ensure Vivi's safe return to her homeland, I will agree to any conditions you propose. And I will keep our secret, even beyond my death. I will guarantee Vivi's safety. Now leave. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. A man on the brink of death was hardly worth his concern, especially since he already knew that Vivi would be safe. Thank you, General Lu Chun. Cobra expressed his gratitude earnestly. With Lu Chun's assurance, he felt a sense of relief and could now pursue his own intentions with peace of mind. Now leave. Lu Chun gestured again, uninterested in any further interaction. Very well, Cobra replied, turning to depart. He gazed up at the summit of Mary Joa and murmured, Vivi, this is the last thing your father can do for you. I hope you can forgive me. Shortly after Cobra's departure, Ayn entered the tent and quietly inquired, what did he want? In truth, Ayn had been outside and had recognized Cobra's presence, though she could not overhear their conversation. He asked me to escort Princess Vivi safely back to Alabasta, Lu Chun replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Ayn furrowed her brow, seemingly displeased. Why did he come to you? Are you familiar with that, Vivi? Not really. We only met while pursuing Crocodile in Alabasta. But Cobra must know he is fated to die, which is why he sought my help. Lu Chun concealed certain details. Some matters were best kept from Ayn, as she already knew too much, and knowing too much could often become a burden. Ayn paused, glancing at Cobra's retreating figure, suddenly realizing something, yet she refrained from probing further. The World Conference continued, extending over 7 days. On the 7th day, Lu Chun sensed a powerful energy surge emanating from the center of Mary Joa. The tremendous force caused the very ground of Mary Joa to tremble, reminiscent of an earthquake, with countless stones raining down from rooftops. The closer one was to Mary Joa, the more intense the impact, akin to being near the epicenter of a quake. Fortunately, Lu Chun was positioned far enough away that he was only minimally affected, yet he could still feel the overwhelming energy. Its level should be no less than SSS rank. Lu Chun pondered, contemplating the direction from which the tremors originated. This must be the work of him. Sabo has likely been discovered, but with Kuma's presence, he should be able to escape quickly. Some matters were beyond his current control, so he chose to disregard them. With his present strength, there was no necessity to engage too closely with him, as he had little understanding of her, other than knowing she was at the core of this world's power. To associate closely with a tiger is perilous. Maintaining a prudent distance is advisable. Regardless, it was best to remain hidden for the time being, as he had no knowledge of Im's capabilities. As the World Conference concluded, kings from various kingdoms emerged, all having felt the earlier tremor, yet none dared to intervene in the affairs of the Holy Land, Mary Joa. Lord Lu Chun, Lord Ayn. Suddenly, Shirahoshi hurried towards them. Shirahoshi, Ayn greeted with a smile, continuing, you're finally out. Now, I will accompany you and Lu Chun back to Fishman Island. Yay! Shirahoshi exclaimed joyfully. However, Lu Chun remained silent, for he noticed Vivi anxiously waiting at the entrance, yet Cobra had not yet appeared. Ayn followed Lu Chun's gaze and spotted Princess Vivi, biting her lip in concern. Lu Chun, please go and bring her along. Very well, Lu Chun nodded in agreement. He approached Vivi and spoke earnestly. Do not wait any longer. Your father is unlikely to emerge. What do you mean, General Lu Chun? Vivi's expression shifted, as if she had begun to grasp the situation. Your father came to seek my assistance in ensuring your safe return. It appears that the time has come to fulfill that promise, Lu Chun informed her. Instantly, Vivi's eyes glistened with tears as she looked toward the distance, murmuring, Father, you have already. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi seemed to make a decision, wiping her tears and asserting, all right, I will follow you. Since it was her father's choice to trust General Lu Chun, she would honor his decision. Let us depart. Okay. Thus, Vivi followed closely behind Lu Chun as they boarded the Navy ship. She cast a glance back, feeling as though someone was watching her. The SS-level conqueror's Haki sensed the presence of an observer, yet could not discern their identity, though their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Could it be that Im has sent someone to watch over Vivi? It was unlikely that Im herself was present. Perhaps it was one of the 5 elders? Regardless, for now, Vivi would be safe. Subsequently, under the protection of the Navy warship, vessels from Fishman Island and the Alabasta Kingdom safely returned to their respective nations. After escorting the mission to completion, Lu Chun's tasks were deemed fulfilled, and he returned to Marin Fandor. However, the reconstruction of Marin Fandor was nearing its conclusion, and it would not be long before he had to return to the Navy headquarters. If he wished to venture out again after that, it would prove to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, he had made prior arrangements by appointing Qing Ji as the vice captain of the night pirates. With him at the helm, the night pirates would remain secure. Suddenly, the phone worm on Lu Chun's desk rang. To his surprise, it was an incoming call from Sakazuki. The admiral had never directly contacted Liu Chen before. Could it be that an issue had arisen? After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Chen answered the call. Hello. Admiral Sakazuki, what prompted you to call me? Humph. Sakazuki grunted dismissively, stating in a detached manner, you should be free now. There is a task I need to assign to you. With the reconstruction of Marin Fander nearly complete, you are to return to Navy headquarters after fulfilling this mission. Understood. Admiral, Liu Chen replied with a smile, intrigued by the task Sakazuki had mentioned. The specific details will be sent to you via telegram. Be attentive to the incoming message. I'm hanging up now. Sakazuki was not inclined to engage Liu Chen in further conversation and promptly ended the call. Had it not been for the recruitment of two naval admirals, one neglecting his duties and the other embroiled in chaos, he would not have needed to delegate this task to Liu Chen, who would also assist at Navy headquarters. Without Liu Chen, the situation would become rather troublesome. Originally, Karp was supposed to relay this task to Liu Chen, but Karp claimed to be too busy, leaving Sakazuki to intervene. It seemed Karp had ulterior motives, perhaps hoping to see Sakazuki falter. Chapter 193. The Great Desoro? Liu Chen furrowed his brow, uncertain about the nature of the task Sakazuki had assigned him, yet a flicker of interest ignited within him. The fact that it was not discussed over the phone likely indicated concerns about eavesdropping. Not long after, I entered the room, holding a telegram. Liu Chen, a telegram has just arrived from headquarters, specifically addressed to you. Let me see. Liu Chen nodded, accepting the telegram. The contents aligned precisely with what Sakazuki had mentioned. The specifics were lengthy, filled with numerous notes emphasizing the importance of completing the task without unnecessary chaos or indiscriminate violence. The central focus was on a notorious pirate, Guild Tesoro, known as the Golden Emperor and the possessor of the Jin fruit's powers. Liu Chen was taken aback. The assignment to apprehend him was clearly significant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Eliminate Guild Tesoro. System reward: 2,000 energy points. Another mission had been activated. It appeared that the journey to the Great Desoro would indeed be essential. Additionally, not long ago, Liu Chen had received a call from Rainbow Island, specifically from Henzo. He sought funding for his ongoing research into the Rainbow Mist, stating that additional financial resources were required. In response, Liu Chen had sent him a substantial sum of 10 billion berries to continue his work. However, this left Liu Chen financially strained. A visit to the Golden City could yield a considerable bounty, given that Desoro controlled 20% of the world's berries, an unimaginable fortune. Liu Chen hoped Henzo would produce valuable findings. Otherwise, all that money would be squandered. And what is the mission? It's from Navy headquarters. I inquired with curiosity. To apprehend a pirate, Guild Tesoro. Liu Chen replied candidly. Is it really him? I can't believe his ship has made its way to our vicinity. Indeed. Go and prepare the troops. We shall set sail immediately. Yes, Captain. With that, I exited the room to ready the warship. This operation would not only involve the Navy, but also CP-0, along with a few celestial dragons, making the undertaking somewhat precarious. Nevertheless, as long as the mission was accomplished, the challenges were of little concern. An hour later, all naval vessels were prepared, departing from Marin Fander en route to the Great Desoro. The location of the Great Desoro was situated along the Grand Line in the New World, attracting numerous pirates and, naturally, many members of the Navy as well. However, Liu Chen was well aware of their tactics and knew they would not allow a large contingent of Navy personnel to infiltrate easily. 3 days later, the naval fleet led by Liu Chen arrived in the waters surrounding the Great Desoro, where a glimmering figure could be discerned not far ahead. All naval vessels, halt here. And I will investigate. We will notify you as soon as we have information, Liu Chen proclaimed loudly. Understood, Captain. The naval crew responded in unison. Suddenly, Kobe and Barumabur approached, beaming with excitement. Teacher, take us with you. Yes, teacher, we want to witness this as well. Absolutely not. Liu Chen firmly rejected. This is not a leisure trip. That place is exceedingly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could cost you your lives. Furthermore, I need you both to remain here on guard. Understood, teacher. Kobe and Barumabur nodded, realizing the Great Desoro might indeed be a perilous venture. Let us depart. Agreed. With that, Lu Chun and Ein boarded a small boat, donned in their naval uniforms, and prepared to feign a casual excursion. Given the presence of numerous Navy personnel in the vicinity, their approach would not raise any alarms. As time passed, the duo drew closer to the great Desuro, and upon closer inspection, they were taken aback. The colossal golden ship shimmered brilliantly against the night sky, casting a golden hue over everything in its vicinity. The vessel stretched an impressive 10 kilometers in length, pulled by two enormous naval vessels, impervious to wind and current, adorned with opulence beyond imagination. Lu Chun, is this entire ship crafted from gold? I gasped in astonishment. While I was aware, witnessing a ship entirely made of gold is truly hard to believe. Indeed, if it were entirely gold, it would surely sink. But there is undoubtedly a significant amount of gold present, Lu Chun speculated. The powers of Guild Tesoro's fruit have already awakened. For him, gold is merely a matter of reaching out his hand. He is not lacking in funds. Indeed, I nodded in agreement. The pair navigated their vessel into the entrance of the great Desuro. As they crossed the threshold, golden dust began to rain down from above. Be cautious. Do not inhale the golden powder, Lu Chun warned. Understood. Ein hesitated but complied, raising an umbrella to shield himself from the golden dust swirling around them. Meanwhile, Lu Chun enveloped himself in a layer of Conqueror's haki to ward off the encroaching golden powder. Should they become contaminated with the golden dust, they risked falling under Guild Tesoro's control, so it was imperative to avoid any contact. Before long, the golden dust had coated Ein's umbrella in a shimmering golden hue. If one were to sweep this up, they'd easily make thousands of berries daily, Lu Chun remarked as they traversed the expansive and dimly lit corridor. Ahead, a bright light beckoned, signaling their imminent entry into the great Desuro. However, upon their arrival, they were confronted by several unaware pirates blocking their path. Ahoy, Navy! Hand over your money, but do not blame us for our rudeness. Surrender it. Those who approached the Sualuo ship were naturally those who carried wealth, hence their attempt at robbery. Could they not simply sift through the golden dust? Must they resort to thievery? Begone! Lu Chun bellowed, unleashing his Conqueror's haki, rendering numerous pirates around him unconscious and clearing a path. In an instant, the pirates before him began to collapse one after another, inexplicably falling to the ground. It was at this moment that the surrounding pirates noticed the anomaly, gazing in terror at the Navy officer before them. It's Vice Admiral Lu Chun. It's him, the infamous pirate killer, the Navy's supernova. Run, run. If we don't flee now, we shall be slain by him. In an instant, the pirates scattered in a frenzy, terrified of Lu Chun, fearing his merciless wrath. However, Lu Chun had no intention of engaging them, merely shaking his head in resignation. When did I acquire such a title? Chapter 194, The Pirate Killer. The moniker of Pirate Killer is rather unpleasant. Huh, Ein chuckled, covering her face, and continued. Is there any inaccuracy in what he said? Hearing this, Lu Chun appeared helpless and continued onward until he reached the dock, mooring the ship at the shore. The water surrounding the Sualuo had long been cloaked in a shimmering golden dust, transforming it into a veritable sea of gold. As the two disembarked, a woman clad in a tight black outfit approached, her red hair cascading elegantly, her figure alluringly swaying with each step as if captivating souls. Character, Bakara. Position, crew member of the Sualuo. Fruit, luck fruit, level, A. Skill, fruit development, S. Bounty, 70 million berries. Yet, Lu Chun exhibited no change in expression, his gaze remaining clear and unfazed, barely glancing at Bakara. This woman was not easily trifled with. She could be deemed a chosen one, forever under the benevolent gaze of the goddess of fortune. Vice Admiral Lu Chun and Major Ein, I did not expect both of you to visit today. Are you here to enjoy our Sualuo? Bakara revealed a professional smile. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded slightly, adding, lead us around and introduce us to the place. Of course, this way please, Bakara replied with a smile. Thus, Lu Chun and Ein followed her into the true heart of the Sualuo. Upon entering, they realized the ship's immense size, resembling a small city, entirely adorned in gold, with some decorations crafted from pure gold. It housed every conceivable form of entertainment. It was less a grand vessel and more a flourishing nation. Seated in a vehicle made of gold, Lu Chun surveyed the entirety of de Suoluo, noting the pervasive presence of surveillance insects. Should anyone attempt to pilfer the gold, they would be imprisoned in an underground dungeon. There, an abundance of gold lay, endlessly available, yet devoid of sustenance, leaving one to starve while gazing at the riches. Soon, Bakara led Lu Chun and Ein to a grand hotel, the 8-star hotel, known as the King of Gold. The entire hotel was constructed of gold, resplendent and magnificent, with all entertainment facilities housed within. "Please come in." Bakara gestured, her professional smile unwavering. "Very well." Lu Chun nodded and entered with her. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by a scene of pure opulence, bathed in golden hues. Yet, after witnessing so much gold, Lu Chun found it rather unremarkable. "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, do you have money to exchange for chips? We can also lend chips here." Bakara spoke softly. "I dislike being in debt. Here is 10 million berries. Exchange it for chips," Lu Chun stated as he produced a pre-prepared black box. "Understood," Bakara nodded, converting the 10 million berries into chips and handing them to Lu Chun. "Feel free to enjoy. If you have any issues, do not hesitate to seek me out." "All right," Lu Chun acknowledged. As he observed Bakara turn to leave, likely to monitor the surveillance, he thought, "This woman is not to be underestimated." "Lu Chun, are we really going to play? That's 10 million berries." An expressed her concern with furrowed brows. This place felt unsettling to her. Its inhabitants seemed overly fervent. "No worries. I have it under control. Trust me." "All right." Ein relented, choosing to believe in Lu Chun's judgment. With that, Lu Chun settled into a spot and began to engage with the various entertainment offerings, not neglecting a single one. Miraculously, he appeared to be favored by Lady Luck, never losing a single round, his chips multiplying. 15 million berries, 20 million berries, 30 million berries. Ein watched in delight, astonished by Lu Chun's extraordinary winning streak. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged, Bakara. "You two have won quite a bit. You are now eligible to enter the VIP room. Would you like to go? It is grander, with more opportunities. Many have won even greater fortunes there and perhaps become billionaires." Bakara smiled. "Absolutely." Lu Chun readily agreed. "This way, please," Bakara began to lead them. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chun interjected, "Not so fast. I will leave only after I win 100 million berries here." "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, 30 million berries is already sufficient to qualify. You can win even more inside," Bakara urged. "What? Are you instructing me on how to proceed?" Lu Chun's expression darkened, his tone frosty. "I wouldn't dare," Bakara replied, her demeanor shifting, but she complied and stood by, watching as Lu Chun continued to win at the table until he reached 100 million berries. Finally, Lu Chun rose from the table, smiling as he said, "All right, take me to the VIP room." "Very well, this way, please." Under Bakara's guidance, they arrived at a secluded area with golden walls. A man with a large head and clad in black emerged through the golden wall, as if possessing the ability to walk through it. Character: Mr. Tianzhong. Position: guard. Fruit: pass through fruit. Level: B. Skill: fruit development. B. Gunplay. B. Bounty: 20 million berries. "Mr. Tianzhong, please escort them inside," Bakara instructed. "All right," he replied, taking Lu Chun's hand and leading him through the golden wall. Inside the so-called VIP room, various factions, Navy, Pirates, Celestial Dragons, were all present, partaking in a simple game of guessing high or low. Bakara took the initiative to introduce Lu Chun to the setup, then said, "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, I wish you a pleasant experience here." As she spoke, her fair hand reached out to touch Lu Chun's shoulder. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed. A black knife was positioned before Bakara's arm, leaving a crimson mark upon her fair skin. "I apologize, Miss Bakara, but I am rather averse to other women touching me," Lu Chun remarked indifferently. Bakara raised an eyebrow and, clutching her arm, departed from the scene. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Jir Taizolo observed Lu Chun and his companion in the VIP room, a knowing smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! How intriguing! Chapter 195. Not worth the price. Lu Chun. Why are there so many Navy personnel here? I see many from the Navy headquarters. Ayn whispered as she surveyed her surroundings. It was her first visit to the Solo, having only heard whispers about it before. Now, she was indeed taken aback. This place was neutral territory, where the Navy could not act against pirates, nor could pirates act against the Navy. Coupled with the high stakes and the influence of the celestial dragons, it was no wonder such a place existed, Lu Chun explained. Oh, I see. I nodded, still somewhat incredulous. At that moment, all eyes were on Lu Chun and Ayn as they entered. After all, not just anyone could gain entry. And most recognized Lu Chun. It's him, Vice-Admiral Munki de Luchen, the Navy supernova, rumored to possess strength rivaling that of an admiral, though one cannot be certain. It is highly likely true, yet this place is neutral. He wouldn't dare make a move against us. The crowd murmured, hesitant to gaze too long, returning to their own activities. Lu Chun, where shall we play? Are we truly going to gamble? Ayn inquired as they walked. Let's give it a try. Lu Chun replied with a slight smile, approaching a table where a crew member rolled dice, and patrons placed their bets with a minimum wager of 100,000 berries. Indeed, a significant sum. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun made his first bet of 50 million berries on a high roll. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? 50 million berries on the first roll? Truly the audacity of a Navy supernova. Lu Chun, you're betting so much on your first attempt? Incredible daring. Lu Chun merely smiled, awaiting the outcome from the crew member. When the dice revealed a high number, the surrounding patrons erupted in excitement. High. It's truly high. He won 50 million berries, totaling 100 million berries. Impressive, this vice admiral. Ayn gazed at Lu Chun in astonishment. It's merely a trifle. Lu Chun waved dismissively, attributing his success to his observation hockey, which allowed him to foresee the outcome of the dice. Of course, this was merely a test of luck. The 50 million berries were winnings, and even if he lost, he had still gained 40 million berries. He did not believe that the Solo had only Baccarat as its trump card, thus his wager was a mere exploration. In fact, 100 million berries was hardly a significant amount for the Solo. Shortly thereafter, the second round began, and Lu Chun, utilizing his observation hockey, sensed a low outcome. He confidently placed 100 million berries on low. Noticing this, many patrons followed suit, eager to profit alongside him. Lu Chun remained unfazed, pondering whether Slayedthe would approve. The dice rolled, revealing a low number once again. Lu Chun's 100 million berries doubled to 200 million, and with his previous 50 million, he amassed a total of 250 million berries. He continued to win, consistently employing his observation hockey. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Baccarat entered, her brows furrowing. Captain, Lu Chun has won nearly 300 million berries. Are we not going to intervene? Patience, Baccarat. Vice Admiral Lu Chun's worth is not so easily quantified. We should allow him to win a bit more, Slayedthe replied, savoring his glass of red wine, crafted from pure gold. Understood, Captain, Baccarat nodded slightly, seemingly grasping his intentions. As time passed, Lu Chun's winnings swelled to an impressive 30 billion berries, all achieved within just a few rounds. It should be noted that Lu Chun consistently bet half of his stake, leaving the remainder for future plays. Thus, the figures quickly escalated. He effortlessly accumulated 30 billion berries, while those who had bet alongside him also reaped substantial rewards. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, please place your bet. We wish to follow your lead. Indeed, we all wish to follow your example. If you win, we win. The surrounding patrons urged Lu Chun to stake another bet, eager for another chance at a grand win, believing that after so many successes, failure was unlikely. Very well. Lu Chun smiled slightly, placing a mere 10,000 berries as his wager on high. Before others could react, they hastily placed their bets, some even wagering their entire fortunes, oblivious to the fact that Lu Chun had only staked 10,000 berries. While he indeed predicted a high outcome with his observation hockey, he sensed that something was amiss, prompting him to wager only 10,000 berries. After all, 30 million berries was more than sufficient. Slayedthe. Others finally realized Lu Chun's modest bet of only 10,000 berries. What? Just 10,000 berries. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you cannot be serious. Why such a small wager? Is there something wrong this time? Many were inclined to retract their bets, but once placed, the rules of the solo forbade such actions. Lu Chen's gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on the crowd behind him. Do I need to disclose how much I wager to you? Instantly, the expressions of those around darkened as they recalled Lu Chen's identity and strength, silencing their protests. Meanwhile, the crew member Mora Meiji appeared somewhat helpless, unsure of how to proceed. Roll the dice. Yes, roll them. What are you waiting for? The crowd clamored. Although Lu Chun had not staked much, collectively, the others had wagered at least 10 billion berries. A loss would indeed result in a significant blow. After a brief silence, Mora Meiji reluctantly rolled the dice. 3, 2, 3, 8 points low. As his words fell, a wave of despondency swept through the crowd. What? Low? How could this happen? Could Lu Chun and the solo be colluding to deceive us? They had all previously placed substantial bets. How could he suddenly wager so little? As the crowd faced their losses, their ire turned towards Lu Chun. However, Lu Chun displayed no sign of fear, coldly stating, "Is it fair to blame me for your losses? I am a Navy officer. Would I conspire with pirates to swindle your money? This sum is inconsequential to me. I could easily claim bounties for a few pirates." His words rang with the conviction of truth. Chapter 196, Pirates and the Navy? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, refraining from further comment. They recognized two truths. First, Lu Chen's formidable strength made him a dangerous adversary. Second, there was undoubtedly a deeper issue at play. As Lu Chun had won so consistently, perhaps having uncovered something that prompted his cautious betting. Mora Meiji remained unperturbed, continuing to inquire, "General Lu Chun, do you wish to continue playing? Having won such a significant sum, it is only natural to indulge in some leisure," Lu Chun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the expression on Mora Meiji's face darkened, leaving him speechless. Lu Chun chuckled silently, having already discerned the underlying issue. The individual opposite him, Mora Meiji, was wielding an object capable of manipulating the size of the dice. Just before the reveal, he had altered its dimensions, transforming a large die into a smaller one. In such a vast establishment, it was evident that the game was not solely reliant on Mora Meiji. There existed elements of advanced technology. However, regardless of how sophisticated the technology was, it proved largely ineffective in the presence of Lu Chun, who had decided to cease playing. He had revealed his hand, secured his winnings, and was prepared to depart. 30 billion berry was a sum that would typically require the defeat of 3 pirate supernovas, and in this world, such adversaries were not readily available. "Ein, let's take our leave." "Of course," Ein cheerfully replied, clutching the 30 billion berry in chips as they made to exit. Just as the two had taken a few steps, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was the previously departed Ba Ka La, her face alight with a smile as she queried, "General Lu Chun, are you not going to play any longer? Are you leaving? If one does not leave after winning money, what purpose is there in remaining?" Lu Chun retorted. Ba Ka La giggled softly, her demeanor unchanging as she continued, "General Lu Chun, you may be unaware of a rule we have here. Anyone wishing to leave must wager all their chips one final time." "Oh, how is it that I was not informed of this rule?" Lu Chun inquired with genuine curiosity. Those present were oblivious to this regulation, as no one had ever truly emerged victorious. Those who had lost were long since imprisoned in subterranean dungeons. The crowd began to murmur in confusion. "There is such a rule? How was I to know? This is utterly unreasonable, preventing individuals from leaving so easily." They were not fools and quickly comprehended Ba Ka La's intentions. "This is indeed our rule, and I take responsibility for not informing you earlier. I hope you do not take offense." Ba Ka La maintained her professional smile, as if no one would dare oppose her. However, Lu Chun firmly rejected her proposition. "I shall not gamble. You have already cheated me out of 10,000 berry. I have refrained from seeking retribution for your underhanded tactics. Yet now you demand 30 billion berry from me? Do you truly underestimate my capabilities?" He had no obligation to feign civility towards them. "General Lu Chun, one must not speak without evidence." Ba Ka La responded awkwardly, her smile faltering. She had not anticipated Lu Chen's awareness of their methods. Oh, no evidence? If I'm not mistaken, you possess the ability of the lucky fruit, do you not? You can absorb the luck of others simply by making contact. And many in this room have undoubtedly been touched by you. Lu Chen articulated each word with precision. Once they begin wagering, they're likely to lose. You, General Lu Chen, must refrain from making baseless accusations. Ba Ka La's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, feigning indifference. However, that brief moment of panic did not escape the notice of many. The attendees who had entered the inner chamber had consistently lost. Except for those who had accompanied Lu Chen, who had managed to avoid loss, largely due to the abundance of luck that surrounded him. It seemed that luck indeed played a crucial role. It appears I've been losing continuously. That wretched woman must be behind this. She has truly jinxed me. I too have fallen victim to her. No wonder I have been losing. In an instant, the crowd directed their grievances towards Ba Ka La, igniting a wave of indignation. You all! Ba Ka La's brows furrowed in frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated Lu Chen's awareness of her fruit's abilities. It seemed he had foreseen her actions all along. Ladies and gentlemen, this establishment, the Slayedthe, is engaging in deceitful practices. I believe we should demand a refund for our money. What say you? Lu Chen proclaimed loudly. Indeed, I support General Lu Chen. So do I. Count me in. A multitude echoed his sentiments, including not just naval officers, but even pirates. No one would disdain the prospect of reclaiming their wealth, especially after suffering such losses. Oof. Ba Ka La huffed, instructing Mr. Tianzhong to escort her from the inner chamber, leaving behind a single remark. Please wait, I shall summon the captain. He will provide you with an explanation. Alone, she was hardly a match for such a crowd. She needed to quickly summon Gil to SwordsmanWho. Oof. It appears she has fled, seeking the captain to handle us, Lu Chen remarked. Continuing to address the crowd, it seems that those aboard the SwordsmanWho are not of noble character. Today, I, Lu Chen, representing the Navy, shall eradicate all pirates aboard the SwordsmanWho. I wonder if anyone here is willing to join me? I am. I wish to fight alongside General Lu Chen. So do I. Numerous Navy personnel and world government members stepped forward. A few pirates hesitantly queried, General Lu Chen, you wouldn't be intending to deal with us as well, would you? No, my aim is solely to confront the pirates of the SwordsmanWho. You other pirates are of no concern to me. Should you wish to join me against them, I shall spare you, Lu Chen declared with utmost seriousness. Allowing these pirates to escape posed minimal risk, especially since his focus was on dealing with Gil de SwordsmanWho and his ilk. Very well, we shall follow your lead. Let us vanquish them, destroy them. In an instant, the patrons aboard the ship began to unleash their fury upon the SwordsmanWho's crew, who were swiftly overwhelmed. Among them were Navy officers standing united with Lu Chen. Moreover, Lu Chen found no need to engage in the fray. He merely observed as events unfolded. Lu Chen, what we're doing seems rather questionable. With a look of concern, spoke up. It's all right, what is there to fear? Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern. Very well. Upon hearing this, and ceased her inquiries, recognizing that everything would depend on this judgment. Within 10 minutes, all the crew members of the Slayedthe had been subdued, and the pirates and the Navy had largely reclaimed their respective stakes. This was their original intention, which is why Uchin refrained from further commentary. Whether they would ultimately succeed was beyond his control. Their fate rested entirely on their own fortunes, a matter not to be promised by Uchin. At this moment, many pirates and Navy personnel gathered around, all gazing at the imposing golden wall they had just encountered. Lu Chen Zhongjiang, what shall we do now? We cannot possibly escape. Indeed, we have all tried and found this golden wall insurmountable. It appears we must rely on your strength, they remarked, their eyes fixed on Lu Chen, for he was the only one capable of breaching such a formidable barrier. Very well, everyone stepped back. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Once the crowd had moved aside, he swiftly drew the demon blade, enveloping his fist with armed haki, and unleashed two powerful slashes. With a swift motion, the crimson blade light transformed into a character, aimed directly at the golden wall. Lanoi had already become a black blade, wielding Haki's might without needing to be infused with it. In an instant, the once impenetrable golden wall was cleaved into 4 sections, revealing a massive gap. With a thunderous crash, pieces of gold fell to the ground, and a cloud of white smoke billowed forth. Many rushed out, eager to escape the confining space. However, just as they emerged, a series of anguished screams erupted. Uh, uh, uh. The ensuing panic rendered those behind too terrified to proceed. Moments later, as the dust settled, they beheld the outside scene. A multitude of armored figures encircled them, and those who had hastily exited were now entirely encased in gold, resembling lifeless golden statues. The reason for this was unclear. Moreover, a familiar figure emerged, Slayedthe, a man who believed in the omnipotence of gold, curiously possessing a fruit ability acquired from La. It was peculiar that every time he held an auction, genuine items were involved, leading to theft and loss. One would think he would learn from his mistakes. Clap, clap, clap. I never imagined that the esteemed naval vice admiral would possess such formidable strength. I am quite impressed. Slayedthe remarked with a grin, applauding. Your strength is no less impressive. Having awakened your fruit's power, Lu Chen replied, recognizing the innate talent and prowess of anyone who could reach such a level. Jibo's expression darkened, astonished that his fruit's ability had been discerned so quickly. Had the Navy's intelligence network divulged this information? Yet, given their allegiance to the Tinlungrun, one would expect them to guard such secrets closely. Enough with the idle chatter. It is time to send you on your way, Lu Chen said coldly, devoid of any pretense of politeness. Regardless of who Jibo's was or his connections, his presence before Lu Chen signified certain death. The outcome is still uncertain, Slayedthe retorted defiantly. Even though Lu Chen was a renowned vice admiral, Jibo's saw no reason to be intimidated. Golden water splash. Jibo's raised his hand, manipulating all the gold aboard the Jibo's, including the gold particles they had previously inhaled. In an instant, numerous famished pirates and Navy personnel found themselves ensnared by the golden powder, their bodies completely immobilized. What is happening? Why can't I move? Help! Help! My legs! Many cried out, while only a few who had not inhaled the gold particles remained unaffected. After a brief moment, those under control fell silent, the noise diminishing significantly. Lu Chen, what is happening to them? Why are we unharmed? Anne inquired, her expression filled with concern. She had feared that she too would become encased in gold. Having felt nothing amiss, we did not inhale the gold dust. They must have. Taijilo's fruit has awakened, allowing him to control all the gold aboard the Jibo's, Lu Chen clarified. Indeed, all the gold on this ship is at my command. None of you shall escape today, Jibo's declared malevolently. Not necessarily, Lu Chen suddenly smirked, drawing his demon blade and executing a swift strike, draw and slash. Instantly, a fierce and sharp sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Jibo's. What? Taijilo's expression shifted, narrowly evading the attack, surprised by the swiftness of Lu Chen's strike. Had he not been prepared, he would have surely lost an arm. However, he failed to realize that the sword energy was not solely intended for him. The fierce energy cleaved through the sturdy golden vessel, effortlessly slicing through the impenetrable gold. After all, it was a black blade, enhanced by Haki, rendering it far superior to ordinary sword energy. In an instant, a massive fissure appeared in the deck of the Jibo's, and the sword energy continued to wreak havoc within, as if intent on splitting the entire ship in half. The speed of the energy was astonishing. Mere moments later, the vessel was cleaved apart, and torrents of seawater surged in, drenching the crew and passengers alike. Help! Vice Admiral Lu Chen, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? The surrounding individuals, bewildered, began to protest. Yet Lu Chen remained unfazed, dismissing their ignorance. As the seawater flooded in, the gold covering those controlled Jibo's began to dissolve, reverting to gold dust that scattered across the ground. Once freed, the individuals realized Lu Chen's true intention was to save them. I am alive. I can move. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. We were mistaken. Indeed, You were overly concerned. They began to follow Lu Chun again, expressing their gratitude. Nonetheless, Lu Chun remained expressionless, stating calmly, "Everyone, let's first consider how to deal with these individuals before us." He could not summon the Navy at this moment, as the signals had been disrupted. His only option was to utilize this group of incompetents to temporarily distract others while he confronted Duo. Particularly, he needed to restrain Baka, for her luck fruit was particularly enigmatic. And even he might not be her equal. All right, eliminate them. Kill them, charge. Seize their gold and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. In an instant, all the Navy and pirates surged towards the crew of the SwordsmanWho ship, driven by the desire to reclaim more gold. Lu Chun shook his head slightly. Gamblers are indeed gamblers, willing to disregard everything for the sake of money. Meanwhile, SwordsmanWho utilized his abilities to restore the damaged SwordsmanWho ship, preventing any further seawater from entering. The faint water that had already seeped and gradually disappeared thanks to the ship's powerful drainage capabilities. One cannot deny that the SwordsmanWho is a fully functional super-large vessel, possessing formidable strength. Who would have thought that a dignified vice admiral of the Navy would have to collaborate with pirates? I wonder if the naval headquarters discovers this. Would you still be a vice admiral? SwordsmanWho inquired with interest. Simply take your head and redeem your sins, Lu Chun replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, SwordsmanWho was instantly enraged, shouting, seeking death. Aware of Lu Chun's considerable strength, he no longer concealed his abilities and unleashed his most powerful attack, the Golden Giant. As he waved his hands, gold began to flow around him, enveloping his entire body and gradually forming a colossal golden giant, standing at least several dozen meters tall. The transformed SwordsmanWho looked down upon the crowd, his voice resonating with an ethereal, heavy tone. Lu Chun, D. With that, his enormous golden fist lunged toward Lu Chun. Aing, go hold off the others. I will handle him, Lu Chun urged as he pushed Aing aside, ensuring she would not be caught in the fray, leaving him to confront SwordsmanWho alone. Understood. Aing was momentarily stunned, unable to react before being pushed away. But she had no choice. She recognized that she could no longer be of help, and it was better to distract the others. The massive fist barreled towards Lu Chun, seemingly imbued with the power to pierce the air, producing a thunderous sound, covering the entirety of Lu Chun's escape route, rendering evasion impossible. Yet, Lu Chun appeared to have no intention of dodging. He simply drew his sword and struck, aiming to test the hardness of the gold created by SwordsmanWho's abilities. Bang! The powerful slash met SwordsmanWho's fist, leaving only a shallow mark, failing to slice through it. One cannot deny that SwordsmanWho's capabilities are formidable. Perhaps the less gold he controls, the stronger its hardness becomes. Otherwise, the gold aboard the ship would not have been so easily cut through by Lu Chun. Boom! In the blink of an eye, SwordsmanWho's enormous golden fist descended upon Lu Chun's position, smashing the ground into a massive pit. Even gold has varying degrees of hardness. A loud crash echoed as the smoke billowed outward, drawing the attention of others who believed Lu Chun had been struck. However, they seemed unaware of the law that smoke does not imply injury. As time passed, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was an unharmed Lu Chun, who had utilized the Navy's 6 styles to swiftly evade just before the Golden Giant's fist landed. Of course, even if hit, it would not claim Lu Chun's life. At most, he would sustain minor injuries. You managed to evade that? Yet your swordsmanship seems incapable of piercing my gold. Prepare to die. SwordsmanWho remarketh. Slightly taken aback, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he launched another attack, his massive golden fist hurtling towards Lu Chun in rapid succession. He had merely heard of Lu Chun and had yet to witness his true strength. Based on the previous encounter, he believed Lu Chun's prowess was exaggerated. Far from the formidable reputation portrayed in newspapers, which were notorious for fabricating stories. Lu Chun, undaunted, raised his long sword, pointing it towards the heavens. His right hand was instantly hardened by armament haki, which began to spread and entwine around the blade of his sword, reincarnation. In an instant, an immense power surged upward, seemingly breaking through the clouds and reaching the sky. Boom! The heavens trembled, dark clouds rolled in, and thunderous storms gathered as powerful lightning energy coalesced in the sky. What appeared to be a sword technique was, in fact, Liu Chan harnessing the capabilities of his thunder fruit to summon lightning. Boom! Boom! A torrent of lightning gathered, suddenly descending from the sky like a thick cement pillar, striking the blade of reincarnation and adhering to it, forming a colossal sword resembling pure lightning, dazzling and blinding. Boom! Liu Chan, gripping his sword with both hands, cleaved down towards Tai Zuoluo's massive fist. One sword style, Heavenly Thunder's sacred blade. The lightning-infused sword struck Tai Zuoluo's fist, temporarily halting his advance. Chapter 198, Golden Divine Punishment. A clash of fist and blade erupted, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept outward, dispersing everything in its path. The sheer energy fluctuations were beyond what they could withstand. Those who could endure were but a handful, and even they preferred to distance themselves from the chaos. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of thunder. The sword energy released by Liu Chan was shattered by Tai Zuoluo's golden giant, scattering into countless streams of lightning. Ha ha ha! Your swordsmanship is nothing to boast about. Is that so? Liu Chan retorted with a cold smile. What do you mean? Tai Zuoluo furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could fully process this, the dissipated lightning energy began to coalesce once more, attaching itself to his body and enveloping him entirely. Even the golden giant, composed entirely of gold, exhibited strong conductivity, ranking third among all metals. Zzz. Powerful currents ravaged Tai Zuoluo's form, tormenting every part of him, every cell. Tai Zuoluo trembled violently, feeling as though countless ants were gnawing at him, letting out pained howls. Moments later, the lightning power gradually dissipated, leaving Tai Zuoluo within the golden giant's body charred and blackened. Fortunately, the giant's vast area had conducted much of the current away, sparing him from death. However, Tai Zuoluo still sustained internal injuries, and it was only now that he realized Liu Chan before him was not so simple. How does it feel? Liu Chan inquired with keen interest. Liu Chan, you seek death. Upon hearing this, Tai Zuoluo's rage ignited, his eyes turning blood red. An overwhelming energy erupting from them, golden divine fire. His eyes emitted radiant crimson beams, hurtling towards Liu Chan with astonishing speed, surpassing even lightning. Even Liu Chan had to rely on his formidable observation haki, focusing intently to barely evade. Wherever the radiated light passed, even gold bore deep scorch marks. Such powerful radiant eyes, akin to those of a superhero, Liu Chan mused, furrowing his brows in surprise. Don't run. Tai Zuoluo continued to unleash the radiation, but each release was followed by a brief interval for energy accumulation. While evading, Liu Chan searched for an opportunity. As he narrowly evaded a radiation attack, he seized the opportunity, two long blades materializing in his grasp. The dual swords crossed to form an X, and his hands were instantaneously enveloped in the fierce aura of haki. Following this, an even greater surge of energy began to coalesce above the twin blades, its momentum steadily escalating, conjuring a formidable force. Simultaneously, Tai Zuoluo sensed Liu Chan's anomaly. The youthful figure, unwilling to be outdone, swung his colossal golden head and unleashed the divine fire of gold towards Liu Chan's position once more. Suddenly, Liu Chan opened his eyes, their intensity sharpening, as he crossed his blades to unleash, dual sword style, White Tiger Dragon Roar. With two distinct beastly roars echoing, two powerful slashes surged forth, transforming into white and red sword energies that rushed towards the radiation released by Tai Zuoluo. One manifested as a white tiger, while the other took the form of a crimson dragon, both beasts charging towards the roar of Tai Zuoluo. They opened their gaping maws, swallowing the divine fire of gold, entirely consuming it, and continued their assault towards the golden giant that Tai Zuoluo had become. What? Tai Zuoluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that those two sword energies could devour the energy of his divine fire, an incredulous notion. Yet he found himself unable to evade. The powerful sword energies struck his chest with precision, sending his massive form hurtling backward until he crashed into the wall, shattering it into countless fragments. He managed to stop only by burying his hands into the ground. The transformation of SwordsmanWho into a golden giant now bore a massive letter-shaped wound, from which blood oozed forth. The Conqueror's haki combined with the black blade had proven sufficient to penetrate the exceedingly durable golden exterior, inflicting grievous harm upon the body concealed within the golden giant. Nevertheless, SwordsmanWho gritted his teeth, using gold to staunch the wound and prevent further blood loss. "You bastard! How dare you injure me? I will kill you." Liu Chen responded with a cold sneer. Enraged, SwordsmanWho ceased holding back, swinging his right arm back to encase his fist in armor before launching a fierce attack, manifesting the effect of molten gold fire. His fist appeared to be engulfed in flames as it hurtled towards Liu Chen. Golden Inferno. This was his second most powerful technique, capable of melting anything before its overwhelming flames. However, Liu Chen was no ordinary individual. Shake the heavens. Liu Chen's gaze sharpened as he sheathed his blades, clenching his fists. A tremendous wave of energy surged within, forming two colossal white circles. This was the long unutilized power of the Jinjin fruit. As SwordsmanWho's massive flaming golden fist approached, Liu Chen leapt into the air, akin to a rocket propelled with great speed, charging directly towards SwordsmanWho's fist. Boom! A resounding crash. The immense flames released by SwordsmanWho enveloped Liu Chen, shrouding him in uncertainty. Within the flames, the air around Liu Chen was forcefully displaced, creating a vacuum that repelled the fire, preventing it from encroaching. His fists collided with SwordsmanWho's, the sheer force of their impact seemingly shattering the very fabric of space, causing cracks to appear in the giant golden arms of SwordsmanWho. "Get lost!" Liu Chen roared, unleashing even greater power. Instantly, more and more fissures, resembling demonic patterns, emerged on the golden giant's arm, until it was utterly reduced to countless shards of gold, falling piece by piece. These fragments were still tainted with the flames released by SwordsmanWho. Puff! Even SwordsmanWho was caught in the backlash, violently coughing up blood, leaving him as a golden giant with only one hand remaining. With a pale face, he quickly retreated to avoid direct contact with Liu Chen. That overwhelming energy was beyond his capacity to withstand. Had it not been for the fear of Liu Chen sinking the entire Slayedthe ship, he surely would not have survived, for all the gold upon him would have been shattered. Then Liu Chen descended gradually from the flames, landing steadily, expressing interest. "It has indeed been a long time since I last utilized my fruit's abilities. I almost forgot I possessed such power." Coughing violently, SwordsmanWho spat out several mouthfuls of blood, gazing pallidly at Liu Chen across from him. In that moment, he dared not underestimate the Marine Vice Admiral any longer. Recalling a report he had seen earlier that confirmed Liu Chen had acquired the powers of Whitebeard's devil fruit, the Jinjin fruit, a paramecia-type fruit. The very fruit owned by the strongest man at sea was now in Liu Chen's possession. He had indeed underestimated Liu Chen's strength previously. "Liu Chen, I admit, I underestimated you before, but that will not be the case now. You will ultimately regret your decisions today," SwordsmanWho said solemnly, his demeanor grave. "Let us see about that," Liu Chen replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed. Golden divine punishment. Exuding an overwhelming aura as endless streams of gold began to coalesce around him, forming pillars of gold under his command, fluidly obeying his will. The pillars reassembled, merging into a colossal golden bullet, hurtling toward Liu Chen at breakneck speed. The massive golden bullet swiftly enveloped all avenues of escape available to Liu Chen. Initially intending to evade, Liu Chen soon realized that SwordsmanWho maintained control over the golden bullet's trajectory, rendering escape impossible, akin to a homing missile. How intriguing! Liu Chen mused with a slight smile, opting not to wield his long blades, but rather to refine his mastery of the Jinjin fruit's abilities. He stood his ground, awaiting the arrival of the enormous golden bullet, enveloping his hands in haki as he prepared to confront SwordsmanWho's assault head-on. In an instant, the gigantic golden bullet controlled by SwordsmanWho appeared before Lu Chun. As his hands made contact with the bullet, it felt akin to a massive projectile striking, imbued with tremendous force. His hands seemed diminutive in comparison, as if devoid of power. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The colossal impact sent Lu Chun flying, crashing into the wall behind him, shattering the thick golden barrier into fragments. Yet, despite this, Lu Chun exhibited no signs of retreat, veins bulging on his arms as he unleashed a ferocious roar, channeling all his strength into his arms to intercept the golden bullet unleashed by SwordsmanWho. Boom! 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 The walls behind him continued to shatter, yet Lu Chun's grip on the immense golden bullet gradually strengthened, its velocity diminishing as he exerted his will. What? Slayedthe. SwordsmanWho sensed something amiss, attempting to regain control of the golden bullet, only to discover that it had succumbed to an overpowering force, slipping beyond his command. Suddenly, Lu Chun's footsteps came to a halt. Gripping the golden bullet tightly, he unleashed a furious roar, channeling a tremendous wave of vibrational energy from his palms into the bullet. With a crack, fissures began to appear on the surface of the golden bullet, gradually spreading outward in increasing numbers. In no time, the once massive golden bullet was shattered into fragments by Lu Chun's Junjin fruit, rendering SwordsmanWho completely powerless. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. SwordsmanWho exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even witnessing the event firsthand, he struggled to accept the reality. With a burst of speed, Lu Chun executed the Marine's Six Styles technique and vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. His true form reappeared before SwordsmanWho, delivering a punch imbued with the power of the Junjin fruit directly to SwordsmanWho's face, pinning him firmly to the ground. The impact shattered the earth beneath them, leaving SwordsmanWho immobilized. "Let me go. You can take all the gold here." SwordsmanWho pleaded in fear. "Gold? Kill you, and this gold remains mine." Lu Chun replied with a cold smirk. SwordsmanWho was left speechless, realizing that despite his wealth, it meant little in the face of greater power. No matter how rich one might be, without strength, money merely served as a backdrop for others. "Farewell," Lu Chun chuckled, activating the Junjin fruit's ability to envelop SwordsmanWho's head, crushing it into a pulp. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, lifting SwordsmanWho's lifeless body, Lu Chun proclaimed, "Gilded SwordsmanWho is dead. The conqueror does not kill." At this declaration, the onlookers gasped, turning toward the source of the voice. "He's dead. Gilded SwordsmanWho has truly been slain by Lu Chun, the strongest Marine Vice Admiral." With their captain dead, many surrendered, unwilling to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Bakala, aided by her luck fruit, managed to escape right under their noses. "Lu Chun, Bakala has fled. What should we do?" Ein hurriedly approached him. "Forget it. Her fruit is too peculiar, and I can't guarantee I could capture her." Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Notify the Marines outside to come in and clean up the battlefield." "Understood." With that, Ein rushed off to inform the station Marines nearby. Lu Chun addressed the remaining pirates, smiling, "Gentlemen, if you wish to leave, do so swiftly. Otherwise, once my Marines arrive, you shall find it impossible to escape." "Thank you." Vice Admiral Lu Chun echoed the grateful pirates as they quickly vanished from sight. If they did not leave now, when would they? In their hearts, they recognized Lu Chun as a man of his word, willing to let them depart, unlike Akainu, who would surely have captured them all. Some pirates even speculated that this notorious Marine Vice Admiral might not be as bloodthirsty as rumored. Not long after, the Marines stationed near the DeSolo ship rushed in, discovering that all the pirates aboard had been defeated, while the others who had come for amusement had long since fled. Many Marines were astonished by Vice Admiral Lu Chun's prowess, yet Barumabur and KB felt somewhat helpless, unable to engage as all the foes had been vanquished before they arrived. Feeling a sense of helplessness, they could only acknowledge that their teacher was simply too formidable. None could match him. "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, all pirates have been apprehended. What should we do with this ship?" KB inquired. "Find someone to return it to Marine headquarters. We cannot allow all this gold to slip away." Lu Chun replied with a smile. "Yes, Vice Admiral." KB comprehended the task and promptly arranged for Marines capable of controlling a giant sea turtle to navigate towards the new Marine headquarters. They had effectively occupied the nest, acquiring a substantial fortune, supplemented by gilded Tizolo's bounty, amounting to hundreds of billions, if not over 1,000 billion berries, enough wealth to last several lifetimes. After the execution of gilded Tizolo, Lu Chun would return to the new Marine headquarters to resume his position as a vice admiral, marking a reinstatement rather than a reassignment. Days later, while the naval vessel carrying Lu Chun and his companions had yet to reach the new Marine headquarters, Akainu opened a transmission. Lu Chun, what are you thinking? I ordered you to apprehend gilded Tizolo, not to kill him. Akainu's voice was loud and filled with fury over the phone. Had he been present, he would have confronted Lu Chun directly. Oh, I was merely following your orders, Marshal. I attempted to apprehend gilded Tizolo, but when he resisted, I had no choice but to engage him. I was surprised he fell so easily. I single-handedly dispatched them all, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. You'll pay for this when you return, Akainu retorted, momentarily speechless. He could not counter Lu Chun's logic and had to relent, especially since gilded Tizolo was already dead. The death of gilded Tizolo had stirred trouble with several celestial dragons, who claimed that Akainu had sent Lu Chun to eliminate him, jeopardizing their interests. Fortunately, the decision to apprehend gilded Tizolo was a directive from the world government. Otherwise, Akainu would have found himself in a precarious position. After hanging up, Akainu's face flushed with anger, clenching his teeth as he muttered, "That bastard! A Marine admiral, a Marine vice admiral, and yet one cannot kill without letting the other escape. These two are truly thorns in my side." Meanwhile, Lu Chun chuckled softly to himself after ending the call, as if to say, "Who asked you to send me to apprehend gilded Tizolo? You brought this upon yourself." Lu Chun, what did the marshal say? An inquired, approaching him with concern after witnessing the call's conclusion. Since they had not acted according to Akainu's orders, blame was inevitable. He didn't say much, just urged us to return promptly, Lu Chun replied with a smile. Really? I was somewhat incredulous. When had Akainu ever been so agreeable? Perhaps he reserved a softer approach solely for Lu Chun? Upon reflection, it might be true, especially since Akainu had been bested by Lu Chun before. Though this was merely hearsay, no one dared to discuss such matters openly at Marine headquarters. Only Lu Chun and Akainu truly knew the facts. Indeed, it is true, Lu Chun affirmed earnestly. That's good to hear. With Lu Chun's confirmation, Ain felt a wave of relief, reassured that they would not face Akainu's wrath upon returning. Lu Chun merely smiled in silence, considering what Akainu might say upon their return. Regardless of the outcome, he felt no fear. If a confrontation arose, he welcomed it. Who was afraid of whom? Approximately 10 days later, the naval fleet led by Lu Chun, along with the magnificent ship, the Huangjin SwordsmanWho, arrived at the port of the new naval headquarters. The sight of the grand vessel quickly captured the attention of everyone within the naval headquarters. What a colossal ship! It's General Lu Chun. They have returned, and to our astonishment, they have brought back the legendary SwordsmanWho as well. It is said to be laden with boundless gold and treasures. In no time, a throng of naval officers gathered at the port, eager to behold the splendor of the SwordsmanWho, said to be constructed of gold. Lu Chun, I see many naval officers have gathered. Shall we dock? An inquired. The two had already positioned themselves on the deck, prepared to return to the new naval headquarters. Dock it, Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. Very well. Ein took a few steps forward, issuing commands to the naval personnel in the control room. Prepare to dock. Yes, sir. With this command, the surrounding naval vessels maneuvered towards the port, lowering their anchors in readiness to dock. Simultaneously, the officers on the shore eagerly gathered to welcome their long-absent Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you have finally returned. It has been ages. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you have defeated another formidable pirate. Remarkable. At the new naval headquarters, many ordinary officers had benefited from Lu Chun's generosity, while those in higher ranks were either his classmates or seniors from Zifa's training camp. Most were acquainted with him, and, for those who were not, they were certainly familiar with his name, as he was hailed as the most exceptional student trained by Admiral Zifa in recent years. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, A naval officer reported to the working Sakazuki, "Marshal, Vice Admiral Lu Chun has returned." Upon hearing this, Sakazuki furrowed his brow slightly, setting down his pen and paper. Rising to leave with a scoff, "I shall see how Lu Chun justifies himself now. I must find an opportunity to remind him of my strength." The officer dared not speak or respond, pretending he had not heard. Only after Sakazuki departed did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, he has finally gone. What would I have done if he and T left? As a mere messenger, he could neither afford to offend Marshal Sakazuki nor Vice Admiral Lu Chun, who was not only a vice admiral, but also had a formidable reputation. Moreover, Lu Chun's grandfather was the legendary naval hero, Carp. The flowers bloom in their own time. After Lu Chun appeared at the dock, many naval officers surged forward, eager to exchange a few words with him. But most were intercepted by his subordinates. Nevertheless, Lu Chun warmly greeted them. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. It has been a long time. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, it is you who has endured hardships." Indeed, having completed the construction of Marin Fander, returning to the new naval headquarters, and even eliminating such a significant pirate. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun smiled broadly at the gathered crowd and declared, "Today, I will treat everyone to a grand feast." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun." The crowd immediately expressed their gratitude. Lu Chun, with an abundance of wealth, sought to find a suitable outlet for his funds, primarily to support the Black Knight pirate group's expenses, while reserving a portion for rewarding the naval officers under his command. The remainder would naturally be kept for himself. Suddenly, several familiar figures approached. "Lu Chun, you rascal, you actually decided to return." Carp scolded while munching on a donut. "Grandpa, I have returned, haven't I?" Lu Chun quickly apologized, knowing well that this old man was not to be trifled with. "What did you come back for? To see this old fool? A true man should venture forth, ideally eliminating the four emperors, so we can have some peace in the Navy." Zifa countered with a look of exasperation. "Grandson, look at your grandfather. What is wrong with that?" The two elderly men soon began to bicker. While Admiral Tsuru expressed interest in the magnificent Slayedthe Lu, "You actually brought it back." "Grandma Tsuru, this vessel is truly remarkable. Its facilities are exceptionally well equipped. With some modifications, it could serve as a warship for our Navy," Lu Chun replied with a smile. A ship of such magnitude would certainly present an imposing figure as a naval warship. With the interiors gold modified, it could achieve impressive speed, while retaining its primary structure of gold for enhanced strength and durability. "Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion." Admiral Tsuru nodded in agreement. "I concur," Sengoku remarked, munching on his food. Now retired, he too found himself intrigued by such matters. "Haha, as long as a few agree, I shall proceed with it," Lu Chun responded with satisfaction. Before towing the Slayedthe back to the naval headquarters, he had already plundered a considerable amount of gold and belly from within, serving as his reward. Otherwise, how could he claim to have excess funds to the point of being unable to spend it? "Very well," Sengoku nodded, genuinely curious about how Lu Chun would transform this warship. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed. Lu Chun, a naval officer, cleared a path. As a man clad in an admiral's uniform approached with an imposing demeanor, vehemently rebuking, "Do you realize what you have done? How dare you kill Jir Taijua? Have you even heeded my orders?" "Marshal Sakazuki, it was merely the slaying of a pirate. There is no need for such wrath. Is there? After all, are we not the Navy, tasked with eliminating pirates? Yet you, it seems, have slain numerous innocent civilians," Lu Chun responded with interest. "You instantly?" Sakazuki's expression darkened as he retorted, "Speak again, and you shall regret it. I have heard that on O'Hara Island, you ordered the bombardment of numerous innocent civilians. If I am not mistaken, there should have been plenty of witnesses." Lu Chun's demeanor grew serious as he spoke. He had witnessed this firsthand. However, Sakazuki was unaware that he too had been present on O'Hara Island. "You lie." Sakazuki's expression momentarily faltered, but was quickly masked, feigning that nothing had occurred. Nevertheless, many powerful figures nearby noted Sakazuki's change in expression, sensing that Lu Chun's words might hold truth. Furthermore, they all knew Sakazuki's character and believed him capable of such actions. "Marshal Sakazuki, I believe Vice Admiral Lu Chun has done nothing wrong. killing a pirate. Is there truly a fault in that? The first to speak up was Slayedthe. Having lost his entire family to pirates, he harbored a profound hatred for them, making him more willing and daring to speak in Lu Chen's defense, especially since Lu Chen was his most esteemed student. Even though this individual had ascended to the rank of admiral, he was not a student he felt proud of. It was indeed inappropriate to punish a naval officer for killing a pirate, as this was not the kind of student he wished to nurture, but rather a perverse form of admiralty. Marshal, I too believe my grandson has done nothing wrong. He merely killed a pirate. What is the big deal? Carp stood with Lu Chen, patting his shoulder in affirmation. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Grandpa, Lu Chen beamed. With the support of these two figures, Sakazuki naturally dared not issue a swift reprimand. Slayedthe nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Carp continued to indulge in a sweet donut, offering a silent affirmation. Silence often speaks louder than words. The old man also concurred with the perspectives of Admiral Carp and General Slayedthe. General, he displayed a radiant smile upon her weathered face. I share the same sentiment, Warring States casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was initially taken aback, then confirmed that it was indeed Warring States who had spoken. Thinking to himself that he was becoming increasingly adept at avoiding responsibility, likely having learned from Kizaru, the previous Warring States was not like this. It was only by following Kizaru that he could have acquired such refined evasive techniques. In an instant, Sakazuki found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The four individuals before him were all elite forces within the Navy, not only possessing formidable strength, but also enjoying significant prestige among their peers. Yet, he suddenly felt that Lu Chen's reputation among these naval officers was equally commendable, primarily due to his numerous pirate slayings. One could even argue that the prestige of the four present was diminished. Otherwise, so many Navy personnel would not have gathered here. What? Am I mistaken? Slayedthe inquired, furrowing his brow. After a lengthy silence, Sakazuki finally managed to utter a single word. Correct. He dared not disagree, for he was the current fleet admiral. Admiral Sakazuki. Since you have stated so, I trust there are no further issues, Lu Chen interjected. None. Sakazuki shot a glare at Lu Chen, his teeth clenched in irritation. Were it not for the multitude of Navy personnel present, he would have relished the opportunity to spar with Lu Chen and ascertain who was the stronger of the two. Chapter 200. The Reconstruction of the Desoro. Thank you, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Were it not for Carp and the others being present, he and Sakazuki would have likely engaged in prolonged conversation, but it was uncertain how long that would last. Sakazuki scoffed, flicking his sleeve and departing, no longer wishing to remain. Watching Sakazuki's retreating figure, Lu Chen shook his head in resignation, reflecting on how fortunate he was not to have chosen the position of fleet admiral. Otherwise, he would be in a constant state of distress. Previously, he had thought the role of fleet admiral was manageable and not overly taxing, but seeing Sakazuki now made it seem overwhelmingly burdensome. Lu Chen, I look forward to your successful transformation of this ship. Once completed, do remember to call me, General, he remarked before hastily leaving, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. Understood, Elder He, I shall certainly keep you informed. Lu Chen called back. Subsequently, Carp, Slayedthe, and Warring States offered Lu Chen a few parting words before each returned to their respective duties. Lu Chen, what shall we do next? Ayn inquired with uncertainty. Based on the earlier conversation, she realized that Lu Chen had been concealing the truth from her, fearing that she would worry excessively. Thus, he had suggested that Admiral Sakazuki would not hold them accountable, when in fact he likely did. She silently vowed to remember this and express her gratitude to him later that evening. Let's sail the ship to a nearby uninhabited island and dock along the shore. After tonight's celebrations, I will commence the ship's modifications, Lu Chen explained, outlining a rough plan for the coming months. In order to construct the Hades, he needed to adapt to shipbuilding techniques ahead of time and enhance his skills in this area. Although he had previously studied and simplified the process, he had not yet improved his proficiency, and now he needed to find a suitable location to focus on honing his skills. All right, I will contact the shipwrights and scientists available at the naval base and arrange for tonight's dinner, I said. Sounds good. Lu Chen nodded, watching as I departed. Having collaborated closely for many years, they were now quite intimate, allowing Lu Chun to refrain from worrying about trivial matters, as I would handle most of the arrangements. In the afternoon, Ein successfully gathered several free shipwrights willing to accompany Lu Chun to the nearby uninhabited island for the ship modifications and ensured the dinner preparations were underway. As long as payment was provided, the naval cafeteria could accommodate additional meals. With money, the Navy chefs would naturally procure ample ingredients from the vicinity to prepare a more lavish dinner. Particularly, upon hearing that they were to assist in the reconstruction of the Tesoro, the shipwrights became exceedingly enthusiastic, especially upon learning they would be working under the command of Admiral Lu Chun. Unfortunately, the naval headquarters required a significant number of shipwrights to remain at the base, allowing only a select few to join Lu Chun. During dinner time at the naval headquarters cafeteria, all available Navy personnel congregated, including not only ordinary sailors but also numerous officers, rear admirals, vice admirals, and brigadier generals, many of whom Lu Chun had previously encountered or was familiar with. As they gathered together in the cafeteria, the tables were laden with an abundance of delectable dishes, with the sole exception being alcoholic beverages. Their meal times were typically quite lengthy, hence the absence of wine, as they would soon need to return to their posts. Suddenly, Lu Chun rose, surveying the myriad of naval personnel around him, and declared in a booming voice, "Esteemed colleagues, first and foremost, I, Lu Chun, wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your presence here and your willingness to join me. This is an affirmation of my endeavors. Tonight, we shall feast heartily, and in the future, we shall indulge until we are inebriated. Let us toast to Admiral Lu Chun." "To Admiral Lu Chun," the crowd exclaimed, raising their cups to honor Lu Chun. Naturally, Lu Chun did not decline the offer and lifted his own cup, laughing heartily. "Cheers to our health." The drink was swiftly consumed, and the feast began in earnest. Lu Chun and Ein sat together, enjoying their meal amidst laughter and merriment. Meanwhile, in the admiral's office, Sakazuki seethed with frustration. Despite shutting the doors and windows, he could still hear the jubilant sounds of laughter emanating from the nearby cafeteria. While he was laboring in his office, those individuals were reveling in their meal. Most frustratingly, it was mealtime, and he could do nothing to curtail their enjoyment. Did this mean he could not allow the Navy to eat? The thought alone ignited his fury, causing his teeth to grind audibly. Approximately an hour later, the noise finally subsided. The majority of the Navy personnel had returned to their respective posts, leaving only those shipwrights who would accompany Lu Chun to reconstruct the Tesoro. They were temporarily under Lu Chun's management and had no further responsibilities at that moment. The shipwrights stood respectfully before Lu Chun, bowing as they addressed him. "Admiral Lu Chun." These shipwrights were no longer young. They had spent several years at the naval base. In the shipbuilding profession, experience only improved with age. They had long admired Lu Chun, the rising star of the Navy, and upon hearing that he required assistance, they eagerly volunteered. "You all seem quite capable. I may need to rely on your efforts in the days to come," Lu Chun remarked, scanning their attributes with satisfaction. Though none of the shipwrights possessed SSS-level skills, the majority were A-grade or higher, including one elderly shipwright with white hair, who was set to retire from the Navy in a few months. "Admiral Lu Chun, it is our duty to assist," they replied. "In truth, I too am nearing retirement. Before I do, I wish to reconstruct a better and larger vessel. And this presents me with that opportunity. It seems we all have a chance to make history." The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. They were all aware that the vessel soon to be transformed was the legendary ship, the SwordsmanWho, said to be constructed entirely of gold. "Very well, everyone. Please return and rest well. Tomorrow morning, gather at the port. I shall take you to a nearby island to commence the transformation of the SwordsmanWho." Lu Chun remarked with a smile. "Understood, Admiral Lu Chun." With that, the crowd dispersed, preparing for the journey ahead. Once everyone had departed, Lu Chun turned to AI in behind him and inquired, "How are preparations for tomorrow coming along?" "All is ready. You need not worry." "Thank you. You may have to exert yourself a bit over the next few days." "Not at all. It is a pleasure to assist you, especially given your kindness towards me." "Ha! Then I shall treat you even better. Sound good? The following day, after rising early, Lu Chun and AI took all the shipwrights to the island where the SwordsmanWho was docked. Upon arrival, they began to carefully examine the magnificent vessel, entirely gilded and drawn by two enormous turtles. What a colossal ship! Yesterday, I only caught a glimpse from afar, but now I realize just how immense it truly is. Indeed, I never expected it to be this large. I wonder how long the transformation will take. Lu Chun chuckled and called out to them. Everyone, having seen the ship, it is time to focus on the transformation. Here are the blueprints I prepared last night. Take a look. All right, let me see. The shipwrights eagerly approached to inspect Lu Chun's plans. As a shipwright with an A-level skill, Lu Chun's drawing abilities were commendable, especially with the reference from the blueprint of the Pluto. Following the Pluto's design would ensure that the ship's capabilities would be exceptional. Admiral Lu Chun, these blueprints are impressive, though some areas need adjustments. Yes, the overall plan is quite good, but the details require further refinement. Agreed. After reviewing the plans, the group expressed their opinions. Naturally, Lu Chun welcomed their feedback, and thus declared, in that case, let us commence. With a command, all began the intense work of transformation. Some revised blueprints, while others prepared tools, dismantled the SwordsmanWho, and gathered materials. The primary challenge facing the SwordsmanWho was its overall weight. Alleviating this burden was essential to enhance its speed, potentially eliminating the need for the two giant turtles to pull it. After all, should anything happen to those turtles, the ship would be rendered immobile. Thus, the first step was to lighten the SwordsmanWho. The second step involved a complete overhaul, equipping the ship with new power sources, including electric systems alongside the sails. It is worth noting that Lu Chun possessed the Thunder Fruit, which he could utilize discreetly. The third step entailed the application of a new coating and decoration. Currently, the SwordsmanWho appeared excessively lavish, failing to meet naval standards, necessitating a thorough redesign of its exterior. To acquire additional equipment, Lu Chun contacted Vegapunk and purchased various devices, essentially trading gold for them. After all, these were parts dismantled from the SwordsmanWho, and Vegapunk required substantial funds for his experiments. Receiving money in such a manner was surely welcome. Thus, the transformation of the SwordsmanWho proceeded in an orderly fashion. While participating in the modifications, Lu Chun also enhanced his shipbuilding skills. Ding! Congratulations! Host Skill Shipbuilding Proficiency Level 1. Ding! Congratulations! Host Skill Shipbuilding Proficiency Level 1. Ding! Congratulations! Host Skill Shipbuilding Proficiency Level 1. Ding! Merely striking the wooden planks would bolster proficiency, so the majority of the hammering was undertaken by Lu Chun, avoiding any suspicion from the others. A month later, the dismantling of the SwordsmanWho was just concluding. Fortunately, during this time, all other preparations had been completed, and they were ready to commence the full transformation. Thus, Lu Chun began the renovation work with the shipwrights on the island. The island once again resonated with the rhythmic sounds of hammering as the grand endeavor continued, and Lu Chun's shipbuilding skills steadily advanced, reaching S-level proficiency within a month. Ideally, he aimed to elevate his skills to SSS level to craft the Pluto. Yet he could not accomplish this alone. He would need to find an opportunity to involve more individuals without arousing suspicion, a challenging task indeed. 2 months passed. The transformation of the SwordsmanWho continued, most of the modifications now complete, and it had evolved into a powered sailing vessel. One day, AIN, as usual, brought food to Lu Chun, and upon seeing the completely revitalized SwordsmanWho, stood in awe, exclaiming, Lu Chun, can this still be called the SwordsmanWho? Naturally not. From now on, this ship shall be named the Slayedthe, a vessel belonging solely to us. Lu Chun declared with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He was immensely pleased with the transformation of the ship, as it was crafted by his own hands, representing his first true creation. Ours? Et on est facile up with joy. Indeed, Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. Hearing this, AIN's cheeks flushed, pleasantly surprised that Lu Chun would include her in this endeavor. Thank you. No need for thanks. You are entitled to your share. Yes. How long until the ship is fully transformed? No more than 3 months. Lu Chun eagerly awaited the completion of the Slayedthe, after which he would proceed to fulfill the remaining tasks, which were not to be overlooked. Only then could he hope to surpass the world's strongest, Im. In his understanding, Im was a mysterious woman, her abilities equally enigmatic, making him cautious. Being careful was never a mistake. Indeed, caution is the key to longevity. 2 months later, the new Slayedthe had begun to take shape, its overall style reminiscent of what Lu Chun was familiar with. Without further ado, the following scene unfolded. It is finally nearing completion. Lu Chun laughed heartily. Indeed, I never anticipated Admiral Lu Chun's shipbuilding skills to be so remarkable. It is truly magnificent. I have never seen such a colossal ship, one that could easily instill fear in thousands. Moreover, with Admiral Lu Chun's reputation, I doubt any pirate would dare approach. The shipwrights around him were filled with excitement. Participating in the creation of such a grand vessel was a significant honor. Lu Chun, I have completed the sails you requested. Suddenly, AI arrived aboard a military ship. Not long ago, Lu Chun had instructed AI to commission the sails and various paints to completely revamp the exterior of the Slayedthe. The ship would be adorned in a blood-red hue reminiscent of a demonic blade, fitting for Lu Chun, the pirate hunter. Excellent. Let's install them now, Lu Chun exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. The sails had arrived just in time. All right. With everyone's collaborative efforts, the sails were successfully mounted, and the next task was to paint the entire hull. Chapter 201. Scheming. A few days later, the complete transformation of the Slayedthe has been thoroughly accomplished, and it has been rejuvenated, now serving as a military vessel exclusively for Lu Chun. Upon hearing this news, Admiral, he personally visited the small island to observe the newly refurbished warship. Gazing at the magnificent ship before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent! The transformation is remarkable. What is the name of this vessel?" "Slayedthe, it is on par with my sword," replied Lu Chun. "Indeed, it is worthy of such a name." Admiral, he nodded slightly before abruptly changing the subject. "Lu Chun, you are no longer a child. Do you have any thoughts of marriage? My granddaughter is still single, and if you're interested, I could introduce you." Admiral, I sent to your granddaughter several years my junior." Lu Chun paused, momentarily at a loss for words. "So what? She is of an age where she can consider marriage, and she has already joined the Navy, currently training under Admiral Slayedthe. You should seize the opportunity to meet her." Admiral, he asserted with a serious expression. "That doesn't sound like a jest?" Lu Chun's face darkened, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, I was not present. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to explain the situation. Noticing Lu Chun's silence, Admiral, he continued, "Listen, Lu Chun, my precious granddaughter is waiting for you. Be sure to visit her. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." Lu Chun could only smile and nod. Although Admiral He's latter comment was made in jest and should not be taken seriously, it seemed that failing to visit would be inadvisable. It appeared that before departing, he must indeed meet the granddaughter of Admiral He and, at the same time, visit his mentor, Admiral Slayedthe, with whom he had not had a proper conversation in quite some time, since the defeat of Edward Weevil and his mother. Slayedthe had been training the new generation of the Navy at the headquarters, missing the last battle due to his deployment elsewhere. Not having had a confrontation with Whitebeard turned out to be a significant regret for Slayedthe, as they were nearly contemporaries, one a naval officer, the other a pirate. Days later, Lu Chun returned to the Navy headquarters aboard his ship, which had become the largest vessel in the naval fleet, even more imposing than the flagship of the fleet admiral. Naturally, this was tacitly accepted by Sakazuki, as much of the gold cut from the Desuro had been handed over to the Navy, thereby acknowledging the Slayedthe as Lu Chun's personal property, neither belonging to any individual naval officer nor the headquarters itself. This arrangement seemed quite advantageous. Taking advantage of his free time, Lu Chun traveled to another island near the new Navy headquarters in the New World, where Slayedthe served as the chief instructor for the new Navy training program. As Lu Chun, draped in the cloak of a rear admiral, appeared on the island, he instantly captured the attention of those around him, for he had long since become a notable figure within the Navy. Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Is that really him? I can't believe I'm seeing the real Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Lu Chun scanned his surroundings, searching for the presence of his mentor, yet was uncertain of his whereabouts. The new training base differed significantly from the previous one, and he was at a loss regarding Slayedthe's location. Thus, he approached a nearby naval officer and inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me where I might find Admiral Slayedthe?" Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Admiral Slayedthe should be at the advanced training camp, just over there at the last training ground. You can go take a look, the officer replied, somewhat nervously. Thank you. With that, Lu Chun turned and headed in the indicated direction. Observing the reactions of those around him, he could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, there's no helping it. My fame is indeed overwhelming. Soon, Lu Chun located the training base where Slayedthe was instructing the current advanced trainees. You lot are the worst batch I've ever had. After all this time, some of you still haven't mastered the 6 styles of the Navy. You have only a few days left. Get out of my sight. Slayedthe roared at the students below. Why does that sound so familiar? Lu Chun pondered to himself. It seemed that such phrases were often uttered by instructors. Suddenly, Slayedthe appeared to notice the gazes of the trainees, turning around to catch sight of Lu Chun, his demeanor softening slightly. All right, you may continue with your training. Yes, instructor. With a command, all resumed their training. Slayedthe then approached Lu Chun and teased. What brings you to this humble place, young man? Teacher, what are you saying? I've been at Marin Fander for quite some time, and it's not my fault that Akainu transferred me here. Lu Chun replied with a serious expression. Speak, what do you want? I don't believe you would come here for no reason, Slayedthe huffed, resembling a petulant old man. Teacher, I genuinely came to see you, Lu Chun asserted earnestly, this time speaking the truth. Very well, I shall temporarily believe you, Slayedthe conceded. At this acknowledgement, Lu Chun couldn't help but smile and continued. Teacher, what do you plan to do once you retire? Retire? At this question, Slayedthe's expression shifted. It seemed he had never considered this matter. Ever since his family had been slain by pirates, he had been in a semi-retired state, teaching the new generation at the Navy headquarters, never truly contemplating his future. If I retire, I might find a small island to rest on, and if I encounter any foolish pirates, I'll simply take care of them. Slayedthe replied with a smile, as if envisioning a bright future. However, beneath the smile lay a hint of sorrow. What was the point of a beautiful future when he was left all alone? The matter of his family had always been his greatest regret, a source of profound sorrow. No matter how splendid the future might be, it would always be overshadowed by his solitude. This very situation had also colored his perception of all pirates, leading to his eventual betrayal. Teacher, rest assured, once you retire, I will certainly come to visit you often, and we will deal with those pirates together. Lu Chun promised earnestly. As long as you have that intention, it suffices. By the time I retire, you will likely have become an admiral yourself. And where will you find the time to visit me? Slayedthe chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case. Subsequently, Lu Chun and Slayedthe engaged in a myriad of conversations, though none pertained to pirates or the Navy. After their chat, Slayedthe took Lu Chun to revisit the training base's cafeteria, after which they parted ways. At the time of their separation, the advanced trainees were enjoying a break. Lu Chun had arrived early and soon spotted Admiral He's granddaughter, Conke, who still exhibited the same spirited demeanor, albeit slightly older, resembling the age Lu Chun had been when he first entered the Navy. Several years had passed, and she had grown considerably. Back when the Navy headquarters were still at Marin Fander, they had met a few times. As Admiral, he had brought Conke to Marin Fander for leisure, which was how they had become acquainted. Yet, their interactions had been limited. Conke, seeing her resting, Lu Chun waved to her. Brother Lu Chun. Upon noticing him, Conke smiled brightly, her face lighting up with joy. She had not anticipated that Lu Chun would come to see her. Indeed, she had noticed Lu Chun earlier, but since he had gone to find Slayedthe, she assumed he was merely there to see teacher Slayedthe, unaware that Lu Chun still remembered her. The other trainees in the camp observed Conke sprinting toward Lu Chun's position, unable to conceal their envy. So it turns out that Kong K and General Lu Chun are acquainted. Observing their familiarity, it was evident they had known each other for some time. Surely, General Lu Chun's visit was not solely to see him, right? Unexpectedly, Kong K was familiar with General Lu Chun. Soon, Kong K reached Lu Chun, her face adorned with a radiant smile, and exclaimed, "Brother Lu Chun, I didn't expect you to remember me and know what I look like." "I remember." Lu Chun nodded. In truth, he could hardly recall. He merely recognized her through the system, having seen her grown-up visage before. Thus, he was able to identify her at a glance. He. "Brother Lu Chun, what brings you here? Are you here to teach me about hockey?" Hockey is not something one can grasp in a moment. It requires destiny. I merely came to see you and to visit the teacher, but I didn't expect you to be training today, so I had a chat with the teacher, Lu Chun replied earnestly. This time, he was genuinely speaking falsehoods. In reality, he had come to meet Kong K and fulfill General He's request to meet his granddaughter. One must admit, General He's granddaughter had blossomed into a remarkably charming young woman. Just as Kong K was about to speak, another woman with golden hair and a well-proportioned figure approached, standing behind Kong K, and said with a smile, "Hi, General Lu Chun. I can't believe I'm actually meeting you in person today. And you, Kong K. You know General Lu Chun and didn't tell me." "You never asked," Kong K replied with a helpless expression. The woman before them was indeed Yun K, the daughter of Akainu. She and Kong K had graduated from the same class, akin to being on par with KB. Lu Chun had little interaction with Yun K in the past. He hardly saw her as a child, and it seemed that recently, Sakazuki had sent her to the Navy headquarters, perhaps fearing that some pirates might cause trouble for his daughter. He thought it best to send her directly to the Navy headquarters for peace of mind. "General Lu Chun, hello, my name is Yun K." Yun K greeted with a smile. The new generation of Navy officers predominantly regarded Lu Chun as their role model, thus they all admired him, which is why Yun K took the initiative to greet him. "Yes, you are the daughter of Fleet Admiral Akainu, are you not?" Lu Chun had no intention of concealing his knowledge and spoke directly. "Indeed. However, my father is my father, and I am me. Please do not conflate the two of us," Yun K replied with a nod. Hearing this, Lu Chun's lips curled into a smile as a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. He invited, "Why don't both of you come and join my unit after you graduate from Slayedthe training? Together, we can eradicate pirates." "Sure, I agree." Junke readily accepted. What could possibly deter her? To accompany General Lu Chun was a dream for many in the Navy, and she never expected him to extend such an invitation. Even if it was due to Sakazuki, Yun K was determined to prove her capabilities to Lu Chun. "And you, Kong K?" Lu Chun turned to her and inquired. "I need to ask my grandmother," Kong K responded. In truth, she wanted to go, but she still had to consult her grandmother. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to make a decision. General, he had previously mentioned that once she graduated from the Navy training camp, she should join his unit. "That is fine. I will await your news. Before long, I may need to head out again to eliminate pirates, so you both must be quick," Lu Chun said with a smile. After leaving that remark, he hurriedly departed, not wanting to delay their rest. Bringing Sakazuki's daughter into his unit and taking her along to hunt down pirates would surely amuse Sakazuki. Would he dare to reprimand his own daughter? Adding General He's daughter into the mix would only bolster his position. This was precisely what Lu Chun had planned, and just thinking about it caused a smirk to dance upon his lips, revealing a knowing smile. Approximately 3 days later, Kong K and Yun K found a moment to personally seek out Lu Chun, announcing their decision to join his unit after graduating from the advanced training camp, and that Kong K's grandmother had agreed. This was entirely within Lu Chun's expectations, as General He's intention was to facilitate a connection between Lu Chun and Kong Quebec. Agreeing to this was hardly surprising. However, General He was not naive and was well aware of Lu Chun's intentions. About 2 months later, Kong K and Yun K graduated from the training camp, and Lu Chun was to personally fetch them from teacher Slayedthe. This time, however, he was accompanied by a woman named AI. There was little he could do. Upon hearing that 2 women were joining the unit, AI insisted on accompanying him, leaving Lu Chun with no choice. Upon their arrival at the new recruits' training base, they encountered Slayedthe. "You little rascal, I knew when you came to see me last time. It was for something dubious. You aimed to poach from me," Slayedthe remarked with interest. As the chief instructor, he was well aware of the situation concerning Yun-Kei and Kon-Kei, though he likely assumed Sakazuki was too preoccupied with his duties as fleet admiral to have received any news. "Oh, teacher, I genuinely came to see you last time," Lu Chen replied with a helpless smile. "You should have known better than to come now and run into me. Go on if you dare come back to poach again. Don't blame me for being rude." Fortunately, Slayedthe was not angry, merely teasing. "Thank you, teacher," Lu Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. "Off you go." Slayedthe waved him off. "All right." With that, Lu Chen approached Yun-Kei and Kon-Kei, and besides them, there were several other newly graduated Navy officers eager to join his unit, which he gladly accepted. However, he did not recruit too many, otherwise, other Navy generals would lack new recruits, and the Navy headquarters would not approve. Thus, Lu Chen only selected a few of the stronger candidates. Scanning the area, he soon spotted Kon-Kei and Yun-Kei, along with those who wished to join his unit, waiting for him and waving. "General Lu Chen, we're over here." General Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen quickened his pace and smiled. "You've all been waiting for me. Haven't you? Sorry for the wait." "We didn't wait long at all, General Lu Chen," someone from the crowd chimed in. "Yes, we hardly waited at all. I never expected General Lu Chen to be so amiable. I thought he was a stern Navy commander." Lu Chen listened to their remarks, smiling softly as he declared, "Everyone, please follow me back to my station. My unit has relocated to a nearby island." Lu Chen preferred not to be around Sakazuki all the time, so he moved to the island where the ship Huanhui was docked. Coincidentally, Sakazuki also wished to avoid Lu Chen, hence he agreed to this arrangement. The islands are relatively close to each other, facilitating smooth communication. As the group followed Lu Chen to the dock, they were momentarily stunned upon seeing the ship dubbed Huanhui. "What kind of vessel is this? Is it a naval ship? I have never seen anything like it before." "What do you mean? Can't you see the Navy flag flying above? Moreover, it bears the exclusive insignia of General Lu Chen, undoubtedly making it his warship. How impressive and grand." Young Kon-Kei and the others were captivated by Lu Chen's Huanhui. Having spent most of their time at the training base, they were scarcely aware of the news regarding Huanhui. Lu Chen smiled and continued, "Indeed, this is my warship. It will serve as your vessel for embarking on the ocean to eradicate and annihilate pirates. Everyone, come aboard and take a look." With that, the group eagerly dashed up the gangway to explore the ship. Inside, they found numerous items they had never encountered before, some of which they had only heard about, such as the ship's comprehensive image worm surveillance system, anti-eavesdropping system, and ultra-long-range electromagnetic cannon attack system. Fully armed, it could be said to be the most formidable warship within the entire naval base. The vessel could accommodate over 10,000 naval personnel. Although it was somewhat reduced from the original SwordsmanWho, its equipment was more sophisticated, featuring autonomous propulsion. If there had been no reduction, it would have required an exceptionally powerful energy source to operate, which they had yet to secure, thus necessitating this compromise. Otherwise, the current Huanhui could accommodate even more crew. "Set sail." Lu Chen cast a glance at the still exploring group and issued the command. Yes. With a single order, Huanhui set off toward a nearby island. However, en route, a phone call suddenly came through. Ian promptly handed the phone to Lu Chen, stating, "It's a call from Admiral Sakazuki." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, curious about the purpose of the call, but he sensed it must be important. After a moment's contemplation, he answered, "Hello, this is General Lu Chen. An important mission has been assigned to you. Take your Huanhui to the Pirate Expo in the New World and eradicate all nearby pirates. You will also be provided with 100 naval warships," Sakazuki conveyed. Upon learning about the Pirate Expo, he immediately thought of Lu Chen, as he was available, and the large naval warships would undoubtedly showcase formidable combat power in this battle. "All right," Lu Chen readily agreed. The Pirate Expo, masterminded by Buenafesta and Douglas Barrett, promised the treasure of the Pirate King, a permanent pointer leading to Raftel. This sought-after prize was the true treasure that many pirates yearned for, as all of the Pirate King's riches were located in Raftel. His agreement to participate stemmed not only from this opportunity, but also from triggering a system mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Eliminate Douglas Barrett. System reward: 8,000 energy points. Additionally, as one of the remnants of the old era, it was fitting for him to be dealt with by Liu Chun, who had already dispatched many figures from that time. Upon hearing this, Sikorsky was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Liu Chun to agree so readily. However, he dismissed any further thoughts, believing that delegating this task to Liu Chun would yield results. This mission was inherently a slaughter mission, making it well suited for Liu Chun. Initially, he had considered assigning Fujitora, but ultimately decided that Liu Chun could handle alone. If additional manpower were needed, he could dispatch nearby naval vice admirals, and perhaps even summon Karp, given that Karp was Liu Chen's grandfather. Karp would naturally come to Liu Chen's aid if he were in trouble. This was precisely the clever strategy Sikorsky had devised. With a smirk, Sikorsky ended the call, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Suddenly, his aide entered the room, presenting a list. Admiral, this is the allocation list for today's advanced training camp members, including the students Liu Chun is taking from the advanced camp. Sikorsky nodded slightly, glancing at the list to see which unit his daughter, Yunk, had been assigned to. However, upon spotting her name and then looking to the right to see which unit she belonged to, his eyes widened in shock, and he slammed his hand on the table. Fuming, Liu Chun, how dare you take Yunk? If anything happens to her, I will not let this go. Sikorsky never anticipated that his daughter would willingly accompany Liu Chun, a man known for his reckless bravery, who consistently chose to engage in fierce battles with pirates, annihilating them without mercy. Moreover, this mission was exceptionally perilous, involving not only several notorious pirates, but also the 7 warlords, and that man, even he could not guarantee victory against him. Meanwhile, the aide stood by, bewildered, pondering. Could it be that General Liu Chun is dating the admiral's daughter? As for Slayedthe, Liu Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Sikorsky's flustered expression. What are you laughing at? Ian inquired curiously. You'll find out soon enough. The headquarters will send over the navigation route shortly, and we will return to the small island to prepare all naval personnel for the mission, Liu Chun replied with a serious demeanor. Understood. Upon hearing this, Ian ceased his inquiries. The mission took precedence. Thus, Slayedthe returned to the island where Liu Chen's unit was stationed, gathering all naval personnel aboard, who stood ready on the deck in anticipation of the departure order. They were not only waiting for the command to set sail, but also for the arrival of other naval vessels from the new naval headquarters. Liu Chun, all naval personnel are assembled, Ian reported as he approached Liu Chun. With that, Liu Chun rose and moved to a raised platform on the deck, where he could see all his subordinate naval personnel standing in formation below. The sailors stood at attention, facing a contingent of naval leaders draped in justice cloaks, with ordinary sailors wielding long rifles and sabers behind them. Although they appeared to be regular sailors, each had undergone Ian's specialized training, with the vast majority boasting capabilities of C rank or higher. Their strength exceeded that of the naval headquarters as a whole, making them exceptionally formidable against pirates on the battlefield. This was precisely what Liu Chun had tasked Ian with preparing, to forge a navy loyal to him, a true navy dedicated to the noble cause of justice. In simpler terms, it was a navy that existed solely to eradicate the most wicked pirates. Greetings, everyone. I have gathered you here today for a new mission that requires our immediate attention, which involves the extermination of pirates. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose further details at this moment. However, I must emphasize that this mission carries significant danger and even the risk of death. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please step forward. I will bear no grudge. Liu Chun addressed the assembled naval personnel solemnly. This statement was made with utmost sincerity, for the mission indeed posed great peril. In addition to him, several vice admirals and rear admirals would also be participating. This matter sufficiently evidences the perilous nature of the current mission. After a moment of silence, no one stepped forward. All remained steadfast in their places, unwilling to retreat. Observing the crowd below, Liu Chun nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. since you have all resolved to accompany me, Lu Chun, into life and death, I shall recognize you as my brothers. From now on, we shall share both joy and hardship, life and death. This time, we must annihilate that band of pirates without leaving a trace. Kill, kill, kill. Instantly, all the Navy personnel echoed his fervent cries. Many of the sailors had long since traversed the tumultuous seas alongside Lu Chun, becoming accustomed to this lifestyle. Very well, Lu Chun beamed. Suddenly, AI approached him from behind and whispered, "The warships from the Navy headquarters have arrived." Understood, Lu Chun acknowledged, turning to see hundreds of warships assembled, awaiting his command. Set sail. His thunderous voice reverberated across the vast ocean, reaching the ears of everyone aboard the surrounding vessels. As the ship Reincarnation led the way, the other Navy warships followed, advancing toward their destination. The sight of such a formidable naval force evoked a sense of awe from afar. This grand endeavor echoed the previous extermination order, and in truth, it encompassed the same directive. Otherwise, such a multitude of warships would not have been mobilized. However, Sakazuki had refrained from disclosing this information to Lu Chun, a fact that Lu Chun was aware of. Simultaneously, at the new Navy headquarters, Karp stood aloft, observing the Navy warships receding in the distance while munching on a donut, muttering to himself, "This time, it seems we may stir quite the commotion." That lad Lu Chun is always a source of concern, yet surprises in equal measure, much like in the past. As he spoke, memories flooded back to when he first encountered Lu Chun, whose prowess had astounded Karp. Now, it appeared that everything had come full circle. On the other side, Sakazuki gazed at the distant fleet, worry etched in his eyes. "Yun-Kei, you must return safely. Otherwise, I cannot face your deceased mother." Yun-Kei's mother had passed away early, leaving her alone, and because of Sakazuki's status as a vice admiral, he had never provided her with paternal affection, a fact that filled him with guilt. After months at sea, the fleet gradually approached the pirates' gathering place. Besides the multitude of pirates, notable figures such as the supernovas, the 7 warlords of the sea, revolutionaries, and the world government would also partake. Interestingly, the Black Knight pirate crew, as a new generation of pirates, showed no intent of joining the fray, merely sending a contingent. Of course, this was all meticulously arranged by Lu Chun, who intended to present himself as Lu Chun, while the Black Knight would remain concealed. The simultaneous emergence of both would likely lead to complications, particularly in the chaotic atmosphere of the Pirate Festival. This time, the Pirate Festival was exceptionally vibrant, with many vying for the treasure left by the Pirate King, Roger. However, few knew the true nature of the treasure. The event in Buena Festa seemed reminiscent of Doflamingo's schemes. It was clearly a reward, yet was presented as an actual prize, ostensibly to eliminate the supernovas. Was this a deliberate tactic to exhaust several supernovas prematurely? It was a well-calculated strategy. "Admiral Lu Chun, I propose we infiltrate the island first," Smoker suggested. "Smoker, there is no need for such formality here. Just call me Lu Chun," Lu Chun replied with a smile, continuing, "Since you wish to blend in, I shall accompany you." "Is that so? You are the commander of this operation. If you go, who will lead the warships outside?" Smoker questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. He was part of this operation and had once trained alongside Lu Chun, now a rear admiral. "Let AI and take command. I must enter and observe. That man is not to be trifled with," Lu Chun stated with a serious demeanor. "Understood," Smoker nodded, aware of the formidable opponent Lu Chun referred to, knowing that only Lu Chun could contend with such a threat. Lu Chun then turned to AI, instructing, "The command of the warships is entirely in your hands. Smoker and I will go inside. Be cautious out there. Et en oded, leur face displaying concern." The interior was teeming with pirates. In the Navy's presence, there would surely be akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers, making it exceedingly perilous. "Take care outside as well," Lu Chun advised. "Will do." With that, Lu Chun, Smoker, and Dasky donned alternative attire, masquerading as spectators of the Pirate Festival, successfully infiltrating the island hosting the event. Lu Chun, clad in beach attire and sunglasses, with short black hair, would likely remain unrecognized without his rear admiral cloak. The trio strolled through the streets, observing the arriving pirates, eventually finding a secluded spot to sip coffee. Lu Chun, many pirates have arrived, especially those supernovas, Smoker remarked quietly. But I haven't seen the Straw Hat crew. Dasky interjected. She was unaware that Luffy was Lu Chen's brother and the grandson of the naval hero Carp. Really? As she spoke, Smoker shot Dasky a glance, as if to say, are you not aware that Lu Chun is that kid's brother? Yet, Dasky, oblivious to the implication, innocently asked, Smoker, why are you looking at me? Nothing, Smoker replied, his expression darkening in exasperation. Lu Chun, unfazed, reflected that Dasky sometimes appeared a bit slow on the uptake. No worries, they will come eventually. The prize for the champion is the treasure of the pirate King Roger. Every pirate will desire to compete for it. Indeed, Smoker nodded, with Lu Chun present. Even if the Straw Hat crew arrived, they would likely not dare to apprehend them in his presence. Moreover, Lu Chun was the overall commander of the operation, not Smoker. And, given their shared history as classmates, they would need to afford each other some respect. They will come. Upon hearing this, Dasky displayed a flicker of interest, her mind swirling with thoughts. Lu Chun was indifferent to whether Luffy and his crew attended. Regardless, he intended to defeat Barrett. However, based on the world's tendencies, Luffy would undoubtedly arrive. Lu Chun, aside from his supernovas, it seems we have made other discoveries. Dasky and I will investigate further. You stay outside to coordinate with the Navy, Smoker suddenly announced. Certainly, exercise utmost caution. Should any circumstances arise, notify me via the telephone bug. Lu Chun nodded slightly. The current Bayleet remains underground and will not emerge for the time being. Good. With that, Smoker and Dasky departed, gradually fading from Lu Chun's sight. Lu Chun remained in place, gazing at the grand podium ahead, where the host of the Pirate Expo would soon address the audience. Before long, a female host with fluffy light green hair and freckles ascended the stage, boldly proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am the host for this Pirate Expo. Now, let us welcome the initiator of this event, Mr. Buena Festa. Applause erupted from the crowd, accompanied by the clapping. An elderly figure with a mane of white hair and an explosive hairstyle appeared. None other than Buena Festa, a pirate from the same era as the Pirate King. Esteemed guests, I am Buena Festa, the organizer of this Pirate Expo. I shall refrain from further elaboration and instead present our grand prize for this event, the treasure of the Pirate King, Roger. Whoever emerges as the champion of this Pirate Expo shall claim Roger's treasure. As for what lies within, I shall not divulge. Once you obtain the treasure, you shall discover its contents, Buena Festa said with a beaming smile. After allowing a moment for the excitement among the pirates to build, he continued, Now, I declare the Pirate Expo officially commenced. The crowd erupted in fervor. Finally, we've been eagerly awaiting this. Let us begin. Charge. The Pirate King's treasure is ours. Instantly, all the pirates plunged into a frenzy, setting sail on their respective ships towards the starting point, eager to begin the competition. Lu Chun ascended the high platform, observing the multitude of pirates below. Aside from Luffy and his companions, nearly all of the supernovas were present. Eustace Kid, Basil Hawkins, X-Drake, Scratchman Apu, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, and Capone Beach. Additionally, the whereabouts of Law remained unknown, and stood at the podium, microphone in hand, declaring, I announce the commencement of the competition. With that command, all pirate ships sailed forth, propelled by the current, their destination the sky, island above, where the Pirate King's treasure awaited. Lu Chun remained unhurried, merely watching the multitude of pirate vessels, murmuring to himself, Go forth, it will not be as enjoyable as you presume. While it was indeed the treasure of the Pirate King, it also represented a genuine trap, eagerly anticipating their descent. Minutes passed, and Luffy's group finally arrived, piloting the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, an operated a large screen on the ground, narrating the intense battles unfolding above. Chapter 204, The Pirate Expo, Part 3. Ladies and gentlemen, observe the large screen. Our supernova, Monkey D., Luffy, and the Straw Hat crew have finally arrived, albeit in last place. Will they have a chance to seize the top spot? Casting a glance, Lu Chun reclined on a nearby chair, leisurely watching. After all, those engaged in battle would eventually descend. There was no need to stand. Watching while lying down was just as adequate, and he might even doze off. The only individual likely to find the combat above uninteresting was Lu Chun himself at that moment, and continued to provide commentary on the Pirate Expo, when suddenly a figure appeared, Crocodile Buggy, the Clown King. The battle on the Sky Island ultimately led to Buggy claiming the treasure of the Pirate King, Roger. However, it would not remain in his possession for long. Bandit was bound to make an appearance. Upon hearing Buggy's name, Lu Chun cast a glance at the unfolding situation. As the real battle was about to commence, time passed, and suddenly a thunderous explosion resounded from above, jolting Lu Chun awake as he opened his eyes to the Sky Island. For an unknown reason, the Sky Island erupted, transforming into a myriad of varying-sized fragments that plummeted to the ground. Among the debris were not only shattered pieces of the island, but also numerous pirates who had been on its surface. "Oh, is it time to begin?" Lu Chun remarked with intrigue as he slowly rose. With the pirates now falling, Bandit should also be making his entrance. Thus, it was his turn to take the stage. However, before that, it was prudent to let the supernovas assist in exhausting Bandit's haki and stamina. Admittedly, these supernovas held some utility, not entirely without merit. Suddenly, his telephone bug rang. It was Smoker calling. "Hello, Lu Chun. This Pirate Expo is a trap aimed at the supernovas. You must exercise caution outside. We may not be able to exit for the time being. Do not worry. Exercise caution yourself. There have been some developments outside," Lu Chun advised. "Understood, you too," Smoker replied before ending the call. Without further words, they both understood the urgency of their respective situations. "Run. The Sky Island has exploded. This place is no longer safe. Help! Someone save me." In an instant, the audience below fell into chaos, each desperately seeking refuge from the falling debris. Lu Chun stood his ground, glancing at the myriad of descending boulders. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against intervening. Those present here were hardly virtuous. There was no necessity for him to act. His earlier considerations were merely based on the identity he would need to reveal shortly: Rear Admiral Lu Chun of the Navy. As a member of the Navy, it was his duty to rescue civilians. However, these individuals were predominantly pirates. If they perished, so be it, even if they were civilians. Lu Chun would be reluctant to intervene if not for the necessity of his Navy identity. Before long, countless stones from above began to fall, and those who needed to flee had already done so. Yet Lu Chun remained within the range of the debris. Activating his observation haki, he strolled leisurely, seemingly oblivious to the descending stones. Just as a massive boulder was about to crash atop him, he suddenly took a large step forward, deftly avoiding the falling debris. For Lu Chun, it was as if he were disregarding the stones entirely. With his observation haki, he could foresee their descent, simply navigating towards the safe spaces devoid of falling rocks. Within mere breaths, Lu Chun had completely distanced himself from the area of falling rocks. The debris had all succumbed to the ground, resting behind him. With a resounding thud, Lu Chun did not glance back, but instead advanced towards the front of the island, where a new battle had erupted, and there awaited a foe he needed to confront. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a vast expanse of flat land formed by the island's collapse, amidst which stood a robust man, Douglas Barrett. Character: Douglas Barrett. Role: Pirate, Devil Fruit. Combined Fruit, Level. SSS, Skills, Fruit Development, SSS, Conqueror's Haki, SS, Armament Haki, SSS, Bounty, for Billion Berries, an immensely powerful individual. Once the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, Barrett had been imprisoned in the 6th level of the undersea prison. Prior to the Marineford War, he had seized the opportunity to escape during Luffy's uproar in Impel Down, ultimately being discovered by Buena Festa. Together, they orchestrated this grand pirate convention. At this moment, Barrett had engaged several supernovas in combat, yet their strength paled in comparison to his, leaving them defenseless against his overwhelming might. Even when they banded together, they could not match Barrett alone, whose formidable prowess rendered them powerless. Luffy's arrival was no different. In a desperate attempt to defeat Barrett, he resorted to his 4th gear. Yet even in this state, he found himself outclassed and under relentless assault. As time progressed, Luffy reverted to his original form, weakened, and could only await 10 minutes to regain the ability to utilize haki. Barrett surveyed the incapacitated supernovas strewn upon the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. Is this what they call the worst generation? You are all pathetically weak. None among you can hope to defeat me. Allow me to bring an end to this so-called era of evil. Oh, and how formidable do you believe yourself to be? A chilling voice suddenly echoed as a figure approached Barrett's position. Barrett noticed the man and furrowed his brow, murmuring, Monkey D., Lu Chun, Marine Vice Admiral, the strongest Marine. I did not expect you would come here. Indeed, I was equally surprised to learn you are still alive. Lu Chun jested. Cap's grandson certainly has a sharp tongue. Barrett chuckled, responding without restraint. He had heard of Lu Chun's exploits, not solely due to his strength, but also because he was Carp's grandson. And Carp was the only man who instilled fear in Roger. Not bad. I should be somewhat stronger than you, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Humph. Barrett scoffed. At that moment, Lu Chun's arrival shifted the atmosphere among the surrounding pirates, who turned their gazes towards him. The Marines. Monkey D. Duchenne. Straw Hat Luffy's brother. It's him. I can't believe he is here too. Is he here to capture us? Or is it Barrett? The supernovas present had heard whispers of Lu Chun's prowess, reputed to possess strength rivaling that of a Marine admiral. They had faced Admiral Kazuri years prior and suffered a crushing defeat, rendering them powerless. Thus, they harbored a degree of trepidation towards Lu Chun, fearing that should he intervene, they would be apprehended by the Marines. Rest assured, my target this time is not you, but him, Lu Chun stated, directing his gaze at the formidable man before him. Indeed, Barrett's strength was undeniable, if Mihawk excelled in swordsmanship. Barrett's forte lay in his sheer physical prowess and supreme haki, both formidable and potent. Defeating this group of supernovas, he had not even exerted himself, relying solely on his overwhelming strength. Even now, Luffy would need to join forces with everyone present to conquer Barrett, and even that victory would hinge on sheer luck. Brother Lu Chun. At that moment, Hancock rushed to his side, her concern evident as she inquired, How have you been lately? Are you injured? Have you sustained any wounds while dealing with pirates? She posed numerous questions, leaving Lu Chun momentarily at a loss for how to respond, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Hancock, there is no need to worry. We can chat after I defeat this man. Hancock nodded affirmatively, placing her faith in Lu Chun's words, though she cautioned. Be careful. He is quite strong, once the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. No problem. Trust me, Lu Chun smiled reassuringly. With that, Hancock stepped aside, refraining from further interruption. Barrett's eyes narrowed, a crimson hue flickering within, as he emanated a terrifying aura, his voice low and menacing. None have managed to defeat me. What makes you think you can? Indeed, it is I who will. No sooner had the words left his lips than Barrett surged forward, launching an attack at blinding speed towards Lu Chun, seeking death. His velocity was astonishing, leaving only an afterimage in his wake, and before the phantom faded, his true form materialized before Lu Chun, his right hand enveloped in a black sheen of armament haki, gleaming like metal. He unleashed a simple straight punch towards Lu Chun's face, the enormous fist cleaving through the air, producing a sound akin to a thunderclap. Boom! How swift! Lu Chun's expression shifted as he crossed his arms, armament haki enveloping his limbs to deflect Barrett's assault. Bang! A thunderous clash erupted as their haki collided, unleashing a formidable pressure that radiated outward, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. As time elapsed, the powerful clash of Conqueror's haki caused the very earth beneath them to crumble, fissures spreading outward like cracks in an ancient shell. Retreat! Quickly retreat! We cannot remain here. The weaker pirates hastily fled from the combat zone, leaving only the more formidable individuals behind to witness the clash of these titans, eager to gauge the extent of their terrifying prowess. As the ground continued to collapse, both combatants were compelled to retract their haki, retreating swiftly while still maintaining their footing. Kid, you truly are strong. Your haki is no feeble matter. It has been ages since I have encountered someone of such caliber. Indeed, like father, like son. Carp's grandson is no exception, Barrett remarked with a grin. Having found such a formidable opponent invigorating, he felt his spirits surge with each exchange. You are not without merit either, though I seem to be at a slight disadvantage, Lu Chun replied earnestly. In that singular encounter, merely through the contest of hockey, a victor had emerged. Currently, Lu Chun's strength did not measure up to Barrett's, yet he possessed the potential to elevate his capabilities. Oh, do you still intend to kill me? Barrett inquired with keen interest. As a man of formidable power, he discerned the murderous intent in Lu Chun's eyes. This individual was certainly not here to apprehend him, but rather to eliminate him. Naturally, Lu Chun replied with a light chuckle. Humph. Then let us see if you possess the strength to do so. Barrett scoffed, unleashing his terrifying conqueror's hockey once more, generating a potent crimson pressure that bore down upon Lu Chun. Conqueror's hockey. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Chun naturally refused to be outdone. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed the full extent of his Haoshiku haki, confronting his opponent head-on. The formidable clash of their Haoshiku haki generated immense energy shocks, resulting in two colossal energy barriers that violently collided in the space between them, testing the limits of their strength. The sound of explosions echoed, reminiscent of countless cannonballs detonating at their standoff, an unrelenting barrage. Additionally, a wave of even more potent energy radiated outward, fracturing the ground beneath them. Countless fragments of earth were propelled skyward, suspended in midair, as if the very island itself trembled, akin to a precursor to an earthquake. Remarkably, this was merely a standoff of Haoshiku haki. Neither combatant had yet unleashed their full power. Before long, the barrier formed by Lu Chun's Haoshiku haki began to succumb to pressure, gradually placing him at a disadvantage, as Barrett's overwhelming haki bore down relentlessly upon him. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be sent flying, with no certainty of where he might land. Ding! Congratulations, host, Haoshiku haki level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Haoshiku haki level 1. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, devoid of hesitation, and immediately utilized his points and remaining skill upgrade opportunities to elevate all applicable skills. Particularly, the skills pertaining to the 3 types of haki had to be upgraded to their pinnacle. Otherwise, defeating Barrett would be an impossibility. As his level ascended, Lu Chun's aura intensified, and a more powerful Haoshiku haki surged toward Barrett, leading to a stalemate in their battle. What is happening? Barrett pondered, casting a dubious glance at Lu Chun. Previously, he had not exhibited such formidable Haoshiku haki. How had he suddenly grown so much stronger? Was it a second awakening? Under the weight of their powerful presences, the capacity of Haoshiku haki surged once more. In the next instant, the rapidly ascending Haoshiku haki surged toward Barrett, who found himself unable to withstand its onslaught. Boom! The overwhelming and powerful Haoshiku haki crashed upon Barrett, reminiscent of oceanic tides, inundating his robust form. In an instant, Barrett was propelled backward by the sheer force, though his legs remained firmly embedded in the ground, preventing him from being launched away, merely sliding backward across the surface, leaving deep, lengthy ruts that stretched for hundreds of meters. While this may seem extensive, it was in truth fleeting. Had it been anyone else, they would have been sent flying by such intense pressure, perhaps even embedded into the mountainside across from them. Once the Haoshiku haki had subsided, Barrett finally halted, his gaze fervent as he bellowed with laughter. Ha ha, good, good. At last, I have encountered an adversary worthy of my full strength. It is a pity, however, that you are a Navy officer, not a pirate. Had you been a pirate of your caliber, the title of Pirate King would undoubtedly belong to you, earning my recognition. Were it not for the current generation of weak pirate supernovas, I would not consider ending this so-called era of wickedness. Perhaps I would even assist one of them in becoming the Pirate King. Alas, there is another formidable pirate he is yet unaware of, known only as Heiyi, a man whose true name remains a mystery. However, Barrett has now learned the name of another individual, Monkey D. Lu Chun, a name that would resonate in his memory. Oh, Lu Chun mused with a smile, reflecting, had I not been bound by my identity as a Navy officer and the tasks imposed upon me by the system, I might have truly sought to recruit him as a powerful ally. Yet, Barrett's temperament is so unpredictable, a volatile factor akin to a ticking bomb. Having perhaps spoken too much, he declared, "Now, let me witness your true strength." Barrett's expression turned serious. With that, he unleashed his formidable Busashoka haki, merging it with his being to assume his first transformation, the devil form. As the possessor of a combined fruit, he could fuse haki with his essence, significantly enhancing both speed and power, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. This was one of the reasons he was dubbed the heir of the devil. Instantaneously, his might escalated once more as he launched a punch aimed at Liu Chun. Ding! At that moment, Liu Chun was able to discern Barrett's trajectory of attack. With remarkable speed, he drew forth his enchanted blade, SwordsmanWho, and with a swift motion, he slashed downwards, the powerful haki entwining around the blade. A sharp clang echoed. SwordsmanWho met Barrett's fist as if striking an impenetrable iron block. Unable to advance an inch, their sword and fist locked in confrontation, seeking death. Suddenly, Barrett's other fist lunged toward Liu Chun's chest. However, Liu Chun had already sensed the impending danger and swiftly drew forth another supreme blade to intercept Barrett's strike. "Kid, not bad." Barrett grinned, satisfaction evident in his expression. The stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he became, convinced he had not misjudged his adversary. "You're not lacking either." Liu Chun replied with a light chuckle. In battles between the mighty, there exists a mutual respect. He could not help but admire Barrett's formidable prowess, a fitting counterpart to the former pirate king, Gold, Roger. He even surmised that Roger's strength was merely slightly superior to Barrett's, which earned him recognition. Perhaps it was the true Haushika haki that compelled Barrett to yield, allowing Roger to become the true pirate king. This could explain why Barrett, despite his overwhelming power, chose to serve under Roger. Otherwise, the rationale would be difficult to articulate. Subsequently, after a brief exchange, the two resumed their fierce combat, launching attacks at breathtaking speeds, leaving the surrounding onlookers unable to perceive their movements clearly. In truth, none in attendance could discern their current positions, only witnessing two distinct figures that continually flickered within the battlefield. From the east to the west of the combat zone, and from the north to the south, the spectators could only hear the resounding booms of their clash, along with countless boulders soaring into the air. So powerful, truly astonishing. Never before had they witnessed such a formidable battle. Neither combatant resorted to any techniques. It was a sheer contest of haki and stamina. No wonder Barrett was the right hand of the pirate king Roger, and why Rear Admiral Liu Chun of the Navy emerged so suddenly as such a powerful figure. At that moment, the surrounding pirates were already paralyzed with shock, refraining from intervening, knowing that to do so would result in simultaneous attacks from both Barrett and Liu Chun, potentially leading to instant demise. Terrifying energy ravaged the battlefield, surging outward, forcing the spectators to retreat once more, praying not to be caught in the fray. Not far away, Hancock clutched her delicate hands tightly, anxiously observing Liu Chun's battle. She whispered, "Brother Liu Chun, please be safe. That giant is certainly no match for you. Brother Liu Chun, be careful." Nami over there is also worried about Liu Chun. "Nami, how is the situation?" Luffy slowly opened his eyes and inquired with concern. He was aware that it was Liu Chun who had taken action, yet he found himself in a weakened state, unable to utilize haki. Although he could not see the battle unfolding, he understood that such a level of conflict was beyond his capability to engage. He would never participate as long as Liu Chun did not require his assistance. "It seems that neither side can gain the upper hand," Nami replied truthfully, hoping that Luffy would refrain from worrying. "Luffy, please rest. If anything were to happen to your brother, we would certainly intervene." Chopper laid him down on flat ground and offered him some water. He was well aware of Luffy's deep concern for his brother. Chapter 206, The Pirate Grand Meeting, Part 5, alright. Hearing this, Luffy finally felt reassured enough to rest. Meanwhile, the battle between Liu Chun and Barrett raged on, with each strike landing with palpable force. It was clear that determining a victor in such a short span was utterly impossible. Both Barrett and Liu Chun understood this reality. But after several minutes of combat, they finally paused to glare at one another. "Monkey D, Liu Chun, You truly are formidable, and once again, I acknowledge your strength. Even if I were to perish at your hands today, it would be worth it, Barrett declared with a solemn smile. Since encountering the likes of Roger decades ago, he had not met an adversary with such overwhelming haki, and Liu Chan was the first to embody that power. Flattery will get you nowhere. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered, Liu Chan responded earnestly. This was the first time he treated an enemy with such gravity. Even when facing Doflamingo, he had not unleashed his full strength. Against Barrett, he knew he must exert every ounce of his power, including his trump card. Naturally, in the presence of Barrett, the abilities granted by his devil fruit were nearly rendered ineffective, as that potent haki was the bane of all devil fruits. Nevertheless, Liu Chan was not solely reliant on his devil fruit abilities, and he continued to hone his haki. Since that is the case, I too shall display some of my prowess, Barrett chuckled, unleashing his full strength. Drawing upon the extraordinary capabilities of his combined devil fruit, he spread his arms wide, awakening the fruit's powers to absorb everything on the island, including the naval ships at sea. Suddenly, Liu Chan had a thought and hurriedly retrieved a den mushy. Addressing Ein on the other end, "Quick, have all the Navy disembark and move our ship." He nearly forgot that Barrett's combined fruit could absorb surrounding structures, merging them into a colossal giant. The massive size of his ship, the Slayedthe, could not be allowed to fall into Barrett's grasp, for it had taken him considerable time to construct. He could not bear to see it rendered useless. Understood. I did not hesitate, sensing the impending danger. She immediately informed all nearby Navy personnel and ordered the crew of the Slayedthe to activate maximum power and set sail. Meanwhile, the awakened powers of Barrett began to affect all structures on the island, causing them to rise from the ground, while others were violently torn apart, transforming into countless fragments that surged towards Barrett. Additionally, the naval ships at sea were similarly influenced by Barrett's abilities. Even with maximum power, they could not escape the invisible force pulling them towards the island. Fortunately, Ein had forewarned them, and many Navy personnel jumped from their ships to escape. Otherwise, they would have been engulfed and crushed. Only a few naval vessels managed to survive, with Liu Chan's Slayedthe distancing itself due to its formidable propulsion, evading Barrett's fruit abilities. The ships that were already far away quickly retreated to safety. Nonetheless, a multitude of buildings and naval vessels continued to converge upon Barrett, becoming a swirling mass of black debris that gradually fused with him. One extraordinary ability. Liu Chan marveled as he observed Barrett before him. Such a fruit had been developed to such a potent extent. It truly showcased his capabilities. What Liu Chan did not expect was that Barrett chose to forego his medium-sized bullet form and instead utilized his strong estate to confront Liu Chan. However, upon reflection, it was only by adopting this form that he could hope to contend with Liu Chan's peak state. The so-called medium-sized bullet form would likely prove ineffective, as a single blow would suffice to shatter it. As time progressed, the structures accumulating around Barrett increased in number, and his size grew to that of half an island. His towering form loomed over the clouds, casting a shadow upon those below, akin to an immense giant capable of crushing them with a mere step. "Armament haki!" Barrett roared, his voice resonating with authority. The formidable armament haki enveloped his colossal body, transforming him into a titan clad in steel. This man, once defeated by the Demon Slayer Order, had spent 20 years re-challenging the symbol of the world government's might, absorbing the so-called Navy vessels. It appeared as if this time he was the victor. What? Can armament haki cover such an expansive area? Is this truly armament haki? What manner of man can cultivate haki to such an extent? The surrounding pirates and Navy personnel were utterly astonished, having never witnessed such formidable haki before. "Monkey D, Liu Chan received my strike," Barrett bellowed as he gazed down upon Liu Chan, who appeared as an insignificant insect. "Very well." In response, Liu Chan exhibited no fear. A surge of sword intent erupted from him as he slowly raised the Slayedthe long sword in his right hand, pointing it toward the heavens. An overwhelming sword intent shot skyward, reaching a height comparable to Barrett's, perhaps even surpassing it. A golden hue of haki enveloped him, and his sword intent shone with the same golden brilliance. He ascended into the air, wielding a colossal golden sword, resembling a divine being among mortals. At this moment, Liu Chun had elevated his sword intent and swordsmanship to the pinnacle, exhibiting power greater than ever before. 6 paths of reincarnation, the sword of arrogance, he murmured, and with each word he uttered, the surrounding air trembled, as if a celestial being was preparing to punish the formidable demon. As soon as he finished speaking, the soaring sword intent coalesced into a powerful golden giant sword, slicing directly towards Barrett. What formidable swordsmanship! Barrett frowned slightly, recognizing the strength of his opponent's swordsmanship and intent. He could not afford to be careless, gathering even more haki into his fist and unleashing a powerful punch to counter the devastating strike aimed at him. Boom! The colossal fist clashed with the powerful slash, erupting into a tremendous burst of energy, accompanied by a deafening sound that reverberated through the clouds. It was as if a colossal bomb had exploded in midair, causing the entire cloud layer to scatter due to the fierce confrontation between the two individuals, dissipating into nothingness. Yet the battle also generated a greater cloud of dust. The dispersed mist was soon replenished. Following this, a surge of energy, more potent than their previous clash, swept outward. Fortunately, it dispersed into the atmosphere rather than causing harm to those on the ground. The onlookers were unharmed, but the clouds above were thoroughly blown apart, and the flying birds were sent fleeing in all directions. How formidable! Both individuals were exceptionally powerful. Perhaps only Liu Chun could contend with Slayedthe. Indeed, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious from this duel. The spectators fixed their gazes upon the aerial battle, eager to witness the outcome. However, the confrontation continued unabated, with a magnificent golden giant sword still descending upon Slayedthe's imposing form. In response, Slayedthe had already extended his other arm in defense. As Liu Chun exerted force, the golden sword gradually and steadily advanced toward Slayedthe's position. Even someone as robust as Slayedthe seemed to struggle against such a formidable strike. As time elapsed, the overwhelming sword intent cleaved directly into Slayedthe's body. Despite the hardened defense of his armed color haki, the golden strike penetrated deeply. The strength of armed color haki varies, of course. While both combatants wielded equally potent armed color haki, Slayedthe's coverage was extensive, rendering his defense less formidable than it might otherwise have been. Suddenly, Slayedthe let out a furious roar, unleashing a surge of power even greater than before, which sent Liu Chun's sword technique flying away. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the air, swiftly dispersing in all directions, compelling many of the weaker individuals to cover their ears as if struck by a thunderclap. Moments later, Slayedthe's body, previously wounded by the golden sword, healed and returned to its original state after he employed his abilities. You are truly strong. You have not disappointed me. Slayedthe's eyes glowed with a fierce, bloodthirsty excitement. Facing such a formidable adversary ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit within him, reminiscent of his battles against Pirate King Luo Jie. Had you been of the same era as Luo Jie, he likely would not have succeeded in becoming the Pirate King. No pirate could escape your grasp. Slayedthe continued. These were heartfelt words, devoid of flattery or ulterior motives, simply an expression of truth. You flatter me. Liu Chun smiled. To receive recognition is indeed a joyous occasion. Even if the individual is a pirate, it matters little. Nonetheless, today we must determine a victor. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength. As soon as the words left his lips, Slayedthe roared once more and charged at Liu Chun. Under his command, the giant, initially composed of only 2 arms, underwent a fusion, producing numerous elongated limbs that surged toward Liu Chun. With such a wide-ranging assault, it appeared Liu Chun had little chance to evade. However, he relied on his formidable observation haki to navigate through the gaps. Utilizing Slayedthe's arms, he leaped through the air, dodging the giant's punches, and skillfully entangled all of Slayedthe's limbs into a twisted mass. Seizing the moment while Slayedthe was temporarily immobilized, Liu Chun finally found the opportunity to unleash his sword techniques. Concentrating his powerful sword aura, He traced a circle in front of him along the giant's arm. Although it appeared to be a light and simple gesture, he executed a rapid series of sword strikes, each generating a wave of sword energy. To the onlookers, it seemed Liu Chen merely traced a slow circle in the air, leaving behind many lingering afterimages. With each afterimage, dozens of sword energies manifested around Liu Chen's form. As he completed the circle, an array of sword energies emerged, all glowing a delicate pink, resembling petals rather than weapons. One sword style, Heavenly Maiden's Flower Scatter. Then, with a final flourish, Liu Chen unleashed one last strike while uttering a few words. Instantly, all the sword energies surged toward Slayedthe's position at an astonishing speed, akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, though these petals were far from mere decoration. Each represented a potent release of Liu Chen's sword energy, seemingly insignificant yet immensely powerful in number. What? Slayedthe's expression shifted as he sensed the overwhelming quantity of sword energies, realizing they would not be easily countered. Nevertheless, he conjured a massive armed color hockey shield to defend against Liu Chen's onslaught. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword energies surged forth, striking Slayedthe's shield, some bypassing it entirely to assault his colossal form. Countless sword energies battered against the shield, leaving Slayedthe unable to promptly repair the ruptured gaps, allowing more sword energies to breach his defense and pierce through his massive body. The sheer size of Slayedthe's form rendered him somewhat unwieldy, making it difficult to shield against all the attacks. Though these sword energies appeared diminutive, each was imbued with formidable sword intent, their power not inferior to Liu Chen's previous sword technique. One sword energy pierced through Slayedthe's body, followed by 2, then 3, 4, 5, and more. An increasing number of sword energies surged through Slayedthe's massive frame, transforming his once imposing body, covered in armed color hockey, into a battered shell, riddled with wounds and entirely devoid of its former grandeur. Boom! 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 The sword energies also stripped away much of the substance within Slayedthe's body, causing his once mighty form to become gaunt, with a slender midsection but robust limbs, creating a dissonant appearance. Even Slayedthe's core was affected, resulting in a sudden spurt of blood. How powerful! He had not anticipated that Liu Chen's swordsmanship would be so formidable, seemingly surpassing even that of Luo Jie. Though the latter's hockey was indeed stronger, particularly his conqueror's hockey,